You can obtain the identity information of any goddess. What changes will life undergo? I was just sending a message to my boss late at night. The next day, my female boss unexpectedly knelt down in public to confess her feelings to me. Just when I didn't know what to do, a notification sounded. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a love assistance system. You can gain affection by interacting with the goddess. Receive generous rewards. You can bind it for just 666. At this moment, in the office of Jianshang Media, Lin Shuang lazily leaned back in her executive chair. Her alluring long legs were clad in black stockings, exuding a mature aura and charm. She stared at me intently, although Lin Shuang was as beautiful as a fairy. I had never harbored any inappropriate thoughts before. However, it seemed that the situation was different at this moment. Ding! The system indicates that Lin Shuang is 26 years old, 171 centimeters tall, and a top goddess. With a peach-shaped bottom, her overall attractiveness is rated at 97, and her affection for the host is 42, which is considered average. Lin Shuang said to me with an annoyed expression, "Su-chen, don't you want to give me an explanation?" It seemed that if I didn't give her a reasonable explanation, she definitely wouldn't let me off today. At this critical moment, the love assistance system prompted, "Boss, you look so alluring. It's your honor that I like you." "I'm very sorry, Miss Lin. I lost a game with my friends last night. I didn't mean to offend you. In a life worth billions, no explanation is needed. From now on, I am the main character." I glanced at Lin Shuang, with her perfect figure, and after a brief internal struggle, I lifted my head and revealed a confident smile. A life full of laughter needs no explanation. I appeared calm on the outside, but inside, I was in a state of panic. Lin Shuang looked at me in astonishment, even doubting if she had misheard something. "What do you mean a life without explanation?" Her originally beautiful face. She curled her lips into a cold, charming smile and asked, "Did you make a mistake?" His icy gaze swept over me. My heart trembled. This was it. What should I do now? Ding! The system prompted again. I glanced at the options, clenched my fists, and said loudly, "What did I do wrong? Is it wrong for me to like you?" However, the system did not provide an affection level prompt, just as I was hesitating whether I had made a wrong choice. Little did I know, Lin Shuang's eyes sparkled as she revealed a hint of an intriguing smile. "Okay, so you have some guts. Just how much do you like me?" I took a deep breath, followed the answer template provided by the system, and began to loudly profess my feelings. "I don't know how to express my feelings for you. I have maintained my affection for you without crossing any boundaries. I want you to know that you are an amazing person in my life, and I hope you have a happy day every day." As my words fell, my face turned red. These lines given by the system were really cheesy. Lin Shuang's affection for the host increased. "Please keep up the effort." I was stunned. Could this actually work? It seemed like women loved to hear these cheesy lines. I looked up and secretly observed her expression. At this moment, Lin Shuang's expression softened significantly. Her bright and lovely face was stunning. "Really? Since I have such great charm, go on and tell me more. Is there more?" I was momentarily stunned, and the love assistance system prompted again. "Honestly, compared to your personality, I actually want your body more. I really want to pin you against the wall and go wild. If you don't like me, then fine, who would care anyway? It's the first time I've felt so deeply for someone. Just thinking of you makes me smile. You are the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, shining in my heart like a star." With a sincere expression, I spoke my answer, leaving Lin Shuang stunned. He could feel that in my handsome gaze, there was only him. Originally, he just wanted to tease me and scare me a little, but he didn't expect I would play along. Seeing Lin Shuang look a bit dazed, I once again activated my charm, "Sister Shuang. During this time, your image always appears in my mind. I like you in every state, seeing you fills me with joy. Sister Shuang, I really like you." Ding! Lin Shuang's affection for the host increased. Lin Shuang brought up a rose and covered my mouth with her hand, stopping me from continuing. My heartfelt confession made her both shy and flustered. She really couldn't bear to listen anymore. We locked eyes, and Lin Shuang looked at me. With disdain, she said, "Where did you learn those cheesy lines? They might work on little girls." "These are all my genuine feelings." I turned back with a serious expression, showing no hint of insincerity. Lin Shuang scrutinized me without a doubt. "I think you forgot to take your medicine before leaving." I didn't say anything, just smiled faintly. Well, women always say they're unwilling, but deep down, they are quite sincere. The system's affection level is steadily rising. Lin Shuang suddenly said coldly, "Su-chen, I know you like me, but that doesn't matter. The company has a strict ban on romantic relationships between employees. So, what do you plan to do?" He looked at me calmly. Rather than rejecting me, he was presenting me with a dilemma. Following the system's prompt, I gave the boldest answer. "I want to have a secret relationship with you, and I'll make sure no one finds out." Upon hearing this, Lin Shuang's eyes widened, and she instinctively took 2 steps back. She had thought I would back down, but she didn't expect me to be so bold. Su Chen, get out of here right now, she scolded coldly, waving her hand to issue an eviction order. I was immediately drenched in cold sweat, just as I was about to leave the office. Lin Shuang said behind me, wait for me in the underground parking lot after work. Remember not to let anyone see you. Lin Shuang's affection for the host increased. The affection level reached 60 points, rewarding the host with 500,000 yuan. I was thrilled, looking at the deposit notification. Earning 500,000 just by talking was too easy. However, Lin Shuang asked me to wait for her in the underground parking lot. Did she have feelings for me? While I was pondering this, the system popped up another prompt, ding. The goddess's affection task is released. If the host takes the target female lead for an indulgent outing, there will be extra surprise rewards. Seeing the task, I couldn't help but smile slightly. Lin Shuang, it seems you will definitely become my prey today. In the underground parking lot of the office building, a black Mercedes-Benz G-Class slowly drove in. Lin Shuang rolled down the window, revealing her stunning beauty. Su Chen, get in the car. As I got into the car, a unique and captivating aroma filled the air. Lin Shuang tilted her head and coldly said to me, I told you in advance that I would let you get in. This doesn't mean I'm agreeing to have a secret affair with you. I just find work dull and boring. Do you understand? I chuckled lightly. By the way, Shuang, you look beautiful tonight. Have you changed your lip color? It really suits you. Lin Shuang immediately softened a bit and said, so, where do you want to take me to have some fun tonight? I nodded proudly and said, sister, you're actually suggesting we go have fun together. A trip to the bar seems reasonable. Wow, I never would have guessed you could be so mischievous. You've got quite the boldness. Though Lin Shuang felt a bit surprised, a beautiful smile curled at the corners of her mouth as the car started and drove toward the rooftop bar. I gazed at the exquisite woman beside me. Her graceful figure and stunning face made me feel utterly at ease just by looking at her. Lin Shuang noticed my gaze and playfully teased, so, what do you think? Am I beautiful? Are you tempted to reach out? However, before she could finish, my hand had already touched her, captivated by the allure of her black stockings. Lin Shuang seemed to hit a sensitive nerve. She suddenly closed her eyes then opened them, coldly saying, hey, you little rascal, I was just joking, but you really dare to. With an awkward smile, I replied, it's a bit cold in the car, I was just worried you might catch a chill. Don't blame your little brother for being unrestrained, blame your sister for being too charming. The host and the female lead share their first intimate exchange. Watching the woman's cold expression, it was truly hard to read her. In the rooftop bar, the explosive music played as men and women in the pool let loose. We arrived at the reserved private room with Lin Shuang, and the waiter brought the menu, smiling, gentlemen, ladies, what would you like to order? I casually replied, just some drinks and snacks. Alright, sir, let me calculate that for you. The total is 66,000 yuan. After deducting your previous deposit of 10,000 yuan, you only need to pay an additional 56,000 yuan. I took out my bank card and said, let's charge 50,000 for now. We can deal with any excess later. At that moment, Lin Shuang sitting next to me was taken aback. Su Chen, do you make money so easily? Spending this much tonight, it's 60,000 yuan. As my superior, you should know my income. However, I said nonchalantly, but tonight is our first date. I hope this marks a beautiful beginning, a memory that's uniquely ours. Lin Shuang's eyes sparkled slightly, and her heart seemed to flutter. She stood up, deciding to find the waiter, but I quickly grabbed her and said, Sister Shuang, isn't making money just for enjoyment? Tonight, just relax and let me take care of everything. I promise you'll have a delightful evening. Lin Shuang looked at me and chuckled. Well, you do have a point. Today, sister is happy. Saying that, she sat back down on the sofa. Lin Shuang's affection for the host increases my current affection level by 70 points. We happily raised our glasses, and at that moment, the goddess let go of herself, clinking glasses with me and then downing it in one go. The rich alcohol flowed down my throat, and the atmosphere gradually filled with warmth. Moments later, we were both slightly tipsy. The playful gestures began. I took her delicate, fair hand, feeling its soft and exquisite touch. Sister Shuang, I can read palms and tell fortunes. Would you like to learn about your career first or your romantic fate? Lin Shuang rested her chin on her hand, gazing at me. I want to know both. In that moment, she seemed more pleasing to my eyes, and the pressure of all opportunities faded away. I started to seriously ramble. Alright, let's first look at your career. Currently, it's on the rise. Who knows, you might become the company's lady boss one day. As for your romantic fate, your true Prince Charming has already come into your life. However, as for his name, let me take a look. It seems your 5 elements are missing something, but you'll need to figure out what that is yourself. I looked like a seasoned fortune teller, making Lin Shuang laugh with my antics. With her stunning and alluring face, she said, "Why don't you just tell me your name?" As she spoke, she wrote my name on the palm of my hand, Su Shi, with a character below and a sun above, indicating what I lacked. It seemed she realized something. Her smile instantly turned red as she scolded, "Alright, you big perv." Then she took my hand and bit down hard, saying, "Let's see if you dare to bully your sister again." Although my hand hurt, I provocatively replied, "Sister, looks like you didn't eat dinner tonight. Next time, try to bite a little harder." The next moment, Lin Shuang lunged at me, saying, "You little rascal, who do you think you're looking down on?" Being pressed down and unwilling to get up, I immediately surrendered, "Sister Shuang, I'll let you win since you look so good." I surrendered to Lin Shuang's triumphant smile, and she said, "As long as you admit it, that's good." After our playful antics, she was a bit out of breath. However, she was particularly joyful at that moment, feeling happy and relaxed. We drank a few more glasses together. She was slightly tipsy, leaning on my shoulder, looking at me thoughtfully. With a slight smile, she asked, "Su Chen, since you like me so much, why don't you call me sister to make me happy?" She looked at me, her cheeks flushed like a ripe peach from the alcohol. I looked at her beauty, and my throat suddenly felt dry. Calling me sister sounds so nice. "I'm really happy today, so you're lucky," Lin Shuang whispered seductively in my ear. "But you must remember our secret. Don't tell anyone." I nodded, my heart racing. She felt my heart pounding as she leaned down against my chest. I could clearly sense her nervousness, but her strong personality still wanted to take the lead. I suddenly realized that Sister Shuang had no romantic experience at all. For a long time, Lin Shuang's face was flushed as she quietly leaned back on the sofa. Lin's affection for the host increases to an affection level of 75. "Little brother, let's go back. Sister is already drunk." Lin Shuang, dizzy, spoke softly like a delicate little fox, appearing quite fragile and unable to handle her liquor. What man could resist this? "Alright, I'll take charge." I took out my phone to arrange things while my other hand wrapped around her slender waist. In the luxurious car, the female driver smiled and asked, "Sir, where are we headed?" "To the nearby Bulgari Hotel." The driver nodded with an understanding smile and started the car. Lin Shuang frowned, pinching Su Chen's waist hard and whispering, "I said to go back and rest, yet you directly arranged for us to go to a hotel. Who gave you the nerve?" Su Chen, feeling wronged, replied weakly, "I didn't know your home address." "Then you could have asked me. Why didn't you?" Lin Shuang was being unreasonable, but Su Chen knew that girls often pretended to be coy at times like this. He couldn't call her out on it. If she really wanted to go home, she would have communicated with the driver already instead of bantering with him. Su Chen pouted, looking rather helpless. "I'm just a bit slow. My mind isn't working right now. If Sister Shuang kisses me, I'll remember for next time." Lin Shuang's eyes sparkled dreamily. "Sister, if I kiss you, you'll remember next time. But something feels off here." "Humph, if you're so bold, then go ahead and take advantage of me. Sister won't pay you any mind," she said. However, Lin Shuang had already wrapped her arms around Su Chen's, lazily leaning on his shoulder with her eyes closed. This woman was so adorable, and the more I looked, the more I liked her. Unable to resist, I reached out to stroke her face. Her skin was smooth and soft, a wonderful sensation. Lin Shuang was immersed in this sweetness, her lips curving into a beautiful smile. Meanwhile, I silently opened the system, noting that Lin Shuang's affection for me had reached 75. Should I claim the reward for this stage? I decided to claim it. The next moment, a radiant light burst forth, exuding a high-tech feel, resembling an adrenaline injection, appearing before me. After using the perfect physique potion, all your bodily functions will be significantly enhanced: strength, speed, stamina, and immunity. With this perfect optimization, your physique will slightly alter to enhance your appeal. I am Su Chen, produced by the Golden Pill System. This is indeed a great thing that can enhance my physique. I'm curious about what changes it will bring, but clearly, now is not the time to use it. At the Bulgari Hotel, opulent and filled with an air of luxury, Su Chen walked up to the front desk and casually asked, "Hey handsome, do you have any rooms available?" "Of course, sir," the receptionist stood up and, upon seeing Su Chen, the beautiful woman beside him suddenly brightened up. "What type of suite would you like?" "A single room will do." "What types do you have?" Su Chen asked casually. The receptionist paused for a moment before introducing, "We have a deluxe double room for 2,880 yuan, a luxury Riverview room for 5,888 yuan, and a water park themed suite for 7,888 yuan. Which one do you prefer?" Su Chen immediately understood the implications. The water park suite? Isn't that the kind of couple's room? He exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Shuang, both of them sharing a smile, recalling it was their first date. Clearly, that room wasn't quite suitable. "I'll take a luxury Riverview room," Su Chen quickly decided. The receptionist nodded in agreement. Alright, please provide your IDs for registration. The total, including the deposit, is 7,000 yuan. How would you like to pay? Scan code, Su Chen replied as he reached for his phone in his pocket. However, Lin Shuang had already completed the payment by scanning the code. Alright, please check your receipt. Got it, replied the receptionist, glancing at the payment record on the computer. He was slightly taken aback. It was common for couples to rent hotel rooms these days, but it was rare for a woman to pay, especially a stunning beauty like her. Dude, you're an inspiration to us all, so impressive. The receptionist silently gave Su Chen a thumbs up, admiring him in the luxurious suite. The lighting was soft, and the atmosphere was particularly intimate. Lin Shuang elegantly sat at the edge of the bed, her figure incredibly alluring as she swung her beautiful long legs clad in black stockings. In a commanding tone, she said to Su Chen, "I'm tired, please get me my slippers." Su Chen had just changed his shoes and casually handed her another pair. But unexpectedly, Lin Shuang shook her head. "That's not what I meant." Su Chen was taken aback, hesitating. Lin Shuang blinked, looking at him with interest. Oh, Su Chen realized, unable to hide a smile, so there's this kind of opportunity. He crouched down, reaching to help her take off her high heels. Her long legs in black stockings looked stunning. Suddenly, Lin Shuang exclaimed, What? Su Chen snapped back to reality, feeling a little guilty, as if the thunder god had suddenly called out his name. Lin Shuang looked at the man before her, gently helping her, and such a warm scene made her heart flutter. You'll definitely be a good dad one day, probably even a daughter slave, Lu Xian praised. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Are we having a daughter? Who wants to have kids with you? Dream on. Lin Shuang's cold demeanor suddenly turned flushed, her voice losing some of its conviction. Su Chen sat down beside her, wrapping his arm around her waist, and whispered, Sister Shuang, is today your safe period? Lin Shuang's face turned even redder as she angrily retorted, Bad little brother. I told you, you've got quite the boldness to ask me that, she said. Su Chen held her hand, the corner of his mouth curling up. Now that we've come this far, is there really any turning back? Lin Shuang remained silent for a moment before proudly saying, do you think I'm afraid of you? You're reeking of alcohol, go take a shower. The one who backs down is a dog, Su Chen said and kissed her cheek before heading to the bathroom. Watching the silhouette of the man in the bathroom, Lin Shuang lay back on the bed, covering her flushed face, feeling incredibly bold tonight. I actually agreed to go with a subordinate 3 years younger than me. This is too crazy. The sound of running water echoed in the bathroom as Su Chen extracted the perfect physique potion. Feeling a bit excited inside, I thought, alright, I'm ready. Su Chen picked up the potion and injected it into her arm according to the instructions. Instantly, a warm current flowed through his body, making him feel so good and invigorated. As he embraced the initial changes brought on by the perfect physique, he suddenly realized his body was starting to transform. His once weak arms gradually became toned, and with just a little effort, he could see defined muscles. Looking at his stomach, the previous little belly had vanished, replaced by perfectly sculpted abdominal lines. Wow, an 8-pack. Absolutely stunning. Su Chen admired himself in the mirror, his excitement soaring. This physique is just perfect, exactly what I've always dreamed of. It's like a national team swimmer, filled with strength and the true beauty of fitness. Indeed perfect. The system assistant vanished. He had to embrace her and give her a passionate kiss. Moments later, Su Chen pulled himself together, noticing Lin Shuang lying on the bed, flipping through the photos they took together at the bar that night. He looked just her type, and together they looked great in the photos. Su Chen, hey, she began to say, but suddenly choked up when she saw Su Chen approaching her with his upper body bare. Lin Shuang was astonished, her eyes sparkling. She never expected that the usually gentle-looking Su Chen had such a toned physique. With 8-pack abs clearly defined, exuding masculine tension, and Su Chen's handsome features displaying determination, he could easily take a selfie and post it online, likely captivating countless girls. Sister, I want to touch it. Is that okay? Lin Shuang looked up at the man before her, her eyes filled with curiosity about what such a physique felt like. Su Chen took her soft hand and placed it directly on his abdomen. At first, Lin Shuang was a bit reserved, but as she got used to it, she gradually became bolder, starting to gently touch and even pressing her fingertips a few times. She discovered that Su Chen's abs were quite firm. They're as hard as a rock, very masculine, Lin Shuang said, making Su Chen feel a bit flustered. Curiously, she asked, You must be very disciplined in your daily life. Do you work out often? It must be difficult for others to achieve a physique like yours, she remarked. Su Chen confidently replied, Of course. As a man, discipline is ingrained in my very being. Hearing this, Lin Shuang smiled sweetly. Suddenly, she said, But I've heard that those muscular guys at the gym may look tough, but they're just all show. Su Chen frowned. What do you mean by that? I was just joking. Lin Shuang quickly waved her hands, trying to suppress her laughter. I get it. You're implying that I'm all show, right? But I'm tough. Su Chen, using both hands, effortlessly lifted Lin Shuang into a princess carry. He walked directly into the bathroom, thinking, this little vixen needs to be dealt with. The stunning CEO laughed heartily, playfully smacking Su Chen as he struggled and begged for mercy. I was wrong. I was wrong. Let me down. Su Chen set her down at the bathroom door. Behave and take a shower. When you come out, I'll deal with you. Then bring me my bag. Lin Shuang pointed at her Gucci bag on the sofa. What for? Su Chen asked, confused. To take off my makeup, you fool. It was only then that Su Chen realized he had been a bit clueless. The sound of water splashing filled the bathroom as the frosted glass door blocked the view. Her stunning silhouette outlined beautiful curves. Good things take time, and one can't rush a hot meal. After a full half hour of waiting, the bathroom finally fell silent, and the door creaked open. Su Chen's heartbeat quickened as a delicate, fair leg stepped out. The enchanting Lin Shuang emerged, shyly clutching a white towel, gracefully walking towards Su Chen. She wore her hair in a bun and had a fresh face, appearing less seductive than usual but with an added touch of innocence. I didn't keep you waiting long, Lin Shuang said with a charming smile. I'd wait for you any time. Su Chen stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her soft waist, their gazes locking with a tender connection. Sister Shuang, you look so beautiful, Su Chen said as he turned his face, leaning down to kiss her soft, rosy lips. The towel slipped away, and the stunning woman closed her eyes, immersing herself in the tenderness. At 4 a.m., the bustling night of the Starry Sea had faded, and the noisy city finally embraced its tranquility. In the luxurious suite, the LCD TV still played its program, showing nature, with a torrential rain pouring down on the dry pond. Everything seemed to come alive. You naughty rascal, no more teasing. That's enough, sister, Lin Shuang said as she collapsed into Su Chen's arms, feeling limp like a puddle. Her voice was already weak. Su Chen's lips curled into a smile as his large hand gently brushed against the exquisite woman's cheek, tucking a strand of her sweat-soaked hair behind her ear. The effects of the perfect physique were quite potent, allowing the domineering beauty to show her alluring side. Sister Shuang, you're too beautiful. So now you know you were wrong, huh? Wrong? How dare you? She exclaimed, biting down hard on my shoulder. Her fierce demeanor was surprisingly adorable. I'll tear your teeth out. Seeing the pain in his expression made her lips curve into a satisfied smile. The stunning woman nestled against him, feeling warm and fulfilled. Naughty man, turn off the lights, I want to sleep, she said. He adjusted to a comfortable position and happily closed his eyes. Su Chen casually turned off the lights, wrapping his arms around her delicate waist, feeling wonderful. He didn't know how long it had been when the bright sky woke him, and he was stirred by the woman's soft voice. Naughty man, get up and take me to work. What time is it now? It's 8 a.m. I start work at 9. I need to get up to do my makeup and then go home to change clothes. In the bathroom, Lin Shuang, dressed in her office lady uniform, was doing her makeup in front of the mirror. Perhaps due to the influence of love, her beautiful face was flushed, looking quite radiant. Naughty man, I barely slept, she said, applying lip gloss. She chatted with a bright smile. You've worked hard, while Su Chen accompanied her. I truly felt sorry for her. After only 4 hours of rest, Lin Shuang had to go to work. Isn't it tough? She said. At least I have you to chat with for a while. I actually feel quite energetic. Suddenly, Lin Shuang remembered something and said, Oh, I need to buy some medicine. It's all your fault for being such a rascal, making me go through this. Su Chen felt very content, gently wrapping his arms around her waist. I know it's not good for your body. Sister Shuang, I really like you, she said sweetly. Alright, I won't blame you. Lin Shuang smiled brightly, relaxing against his shoulder as she gently played with his hair. I pouted, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. You spent all your little stash last night. Sister will still give you some to make do with for now. Su Chen was slightly taken aback. In these times, it's almost a given for men to spend on women, but Lin Shuang was actually willing to spend on him. It really felt like she was living off him. I've been playing the stock market lately, making a small fortune, he said. I'm not as strapped for cash as you think. Lin Shuang looked skeptical. If you ever need more money, just tell me. But don't act tough, Su Chen replied. Do I look like that kind of person? Yeah, your skin is thicker than a city wall, and you're quite bold. If you're brave enough to chase after your superior, what else would you be afraid of? At the hotel entrance, Su Chen helped the stunning woman, who was having a bit of trouble walking, to his Cadillac. Sister Shuang, are you really going to work like this? Lin Shuang replied, it's not good to suddenly take a day off. I'll just sit at the office for a bit, and I'll be fine. How about I give you a day off? You can go home and rest. Su Chen felt guilty yet delighted. Sister Shuang is truly a wonderful woman. Alright, Lin Shuang said with a gentle smile. What are you still standing there for? Your girlfriend is going to work, aren't you going to express a bit of longing? Snapping back to reality, Su Chen pulled the stunning woman into his arms and planted a kiss on her lovely red lips. Sister Shuang, you're so adorable. That's good to know, Lin Shuang said with a satisfied smile as she opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, and waved at the man outside. Naughty man, be good at the company from now on. I'm leaving, she said. Su Chen nodded, watching her car drive away in front of the Bulgari Hotel. Su Chen leisurely sat on the sofa, gazing at the bustling city view, feeling a sense of superiority. Before this, he had never imagined he could stay at such a high-end hotel, let alone spend a wonderful night with his beautiful boss. This was life. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. Looking back, the disheveled sheets and the brightly lit bathroom conjured the beautiful moments from last night, from arriving at the hotel at 9 p.m. until 4 a.m. It could be said that it was quite crazy. The stunning CEO rested in his embrace, looking incredibly beautiful as she nestled against him. Feeling immensely fulfilled, surpassing all earthly pleasures, the system announced, "Congratulations, host. You have completed an intimacy mission with her romantic encounter. Lin Shuang's affection for you has increased by 10. Current affection level, 85. You can claim the reward for this stage, unlocking a new information panel. Name, Lin Shuang. Age, 26. Body, perfect goddess. Overall attractiveness, 97 points. Affection level, 85. Status, sweet love. Experienced romantic artist, currently sleepy. Sister Shuang, don't worry. As your only man, I will cherish you, Su Chen said, a slight smile playing on his lips. She knew that Lin Shuang had become extremely distrustful of men since that incident, and it was largely due to their careers. The fact that he could open her heart and let her be open with him was largely because of the good image he had established in his sincere confession, along with Lin Shuang knowing him well enough. Su Chen was so honest. What bad intentions could he possibly have? He truly liked Sister Shuang. After all, she was a perfect goddess, beautiful and captivating, who wouldn't love her? Plus, there were affection rewards to gain. Feeling exhilarated, Su Chen started checking the affection rewards. Your current affection level with Lin Shuang has reached 85. You can claim the reward for this stage. Claiming rewards. Congratulations! You have received 5 million in cash and a Mercedes-Maybach S680, a fully equipped version. It is parked at Bulgari Hotel, space 031. Wow, this is the reward for the affection stage. Su Chen was so excited he nearly jumped out of bed. He took a leap, and the key to the Maybach S680 appeared in his hand, the iconic three-pointed star of Mercedes shining with luxury. The Maybach S680 is Mercedes' top-tier luxury sedan, with a fully equipped version costing around 5 million yuan. Notifications of the bank transfer arrived on his phone. Your account has received a transfer. Amount, 500 million yuan. Balance, 641,726,825 yuan. These two rewards total up to 10 million. Absolutely exhilarating. Su Chen looked at the car key in his hand and suddenly thought of a saying, a boy's desires are not easily obtained. Now, with money and luxury cars at his fingertips, he intended to enjoy life to the fullest. As noon approached, Su Chen was still lying in bed, lazily picking up his phone. Who is it? Brother Chen? It's me, Yang Feng, came Yang Feng's boisterous voice. Oh, old Yang, why are you calling me at this hour? What's up? Su Chen opened his sleepy eyes. Propping himself up with both hands, he sat up. Yang Feng was Su Chen's good friend. They had drunk and eaten skewers together that night, ending up being punished with a game of truth or dare. Almost blinded me. Yang Feng laughed heartily. Of course, we have plans. Let's go work out together later. He continued to complain. My girlfriend has been nagging me about being fat lately. She wants me to hit the gym because her friend's boyfriend is tall and muscular, and he has an 8-pack. I don't want to embarrass myself next to that, he sighed. I mean, I'm just a bit chubby. It's driving me crazy. But that's how women are, Su Chen understood, considering that most girls these days, don't they all expect a bride price of hundreds of thousands? And they want a guy who's at least 180 centimeters tall with an 8-pack, right? He also knew that Yang Feng really liked his girlfriend. Naturally, he'd do anything for her. So, Brother Chen, what do you say? Come keep me company, working out alone is just too boring, Yang Feng added. Don't worry, sticking with your brother will definitely have its perks. I'll get you a 6-month membership card. How does that sound? A yearly one costs 4,000 yuan. Su Chen could almost picture him winking through the screen. Alright, since you've offered, I'll accompany you, noble man. So let's meet at 1:30 p.m. at the Uber gym. After hanging up, The sunlight streamed through the window, and Suchin squinted, stretching lazily before getting up to get dressed. Days off from work are truly wonderful. At the entrance of the Bulgari Hotel, a group of bystanders gathered around a luxurious black sedan. With excitement on their faces, they took photos and discussed eagerly. Wow, this Mercedes model looks amazing. What type is it? I feel like I've never seen it before. My brother, you have no idea. This is the legendary Mercedes Maybach S680, the top-tier luxury sedan. Whoa, so this is a Maybach. No wonder it's so luxurious. This car must cost quite a bit, right? A young man stepped out from the crowd. Several million, I bet. Adjusting his glasses, he said expertly, the Maybach S680 has taken luxury to the next level, positioned higher than ordinary Mercedes models. It features a 6.0-liter twin-turbo V12 engine and a 7-speed automatic transmission, reaching a top speed of 250 km per hour. If I'm not mistaken, this Maybach is in ultra black. It's truly rare nowadays. It costs around 5 million yuan. Only the rich and powerful can afford it. The crowd listened in admiration, applauding. Indeed, we have many wealthy folks here. This car's prestige has risen even further. No wonder you're a car expert. As Suchen walked over, he overheard their discussion. Curiously, he asked, "Bro, what do you do? How do you know so much?" The bespectacled young man smiled slightly and humbly replied, "I'm just a car salesman. I'm currently a car salesman. When it comes to cars, I can say I know them inside and out." Su Chen nodded in approval. Indeed, professionals should handle professional matters. But is this Maybach really as good as you say? Su Chen became a bit curious. The bespectacled young man sized him up, a smile slowly forming on his lips, realizing that this guy didn't know much at all. With a mysterious smile, he asked, "Do you know what Maybach stands for?" Su Chen was taken aback, looking confused. The bespectacled young man shook his head and chuckled. He began an impassioned speech. The Maybach isn't the fastest car, but it can outpace many, and it's more than just a car. It's a symbol of your struggles and upward climb. When you have a girlfriend, you'll understand that it's not that the in-laws are unfriendly, it's that you don't have a Maybach, young man. The journey of hard work and climbing may be long, but the view from the top is worth the wait. Don't worry about your lack of eloquence. The Maybach will speak for you. His words resonated deeply. The crowd's eyes sparkled with fervor, their blood boiling with desire for a Maybach, a symbol of status and proof of resilience. Su Chen pondered, saying lightly, "It seems the Maybach suits me well." The bespectacled young man nodded in satisfaction. "If we start working hard now, we still have a chance. If we save 100,000 a year, we could own our own Maybach in 20 years. Why does it have to take so long? We can't just own it now." Su Chen frowned, looking at him strangely. The bespectacled young man anxiously replied, "I'd love to have one right now too. But where's the money coming from? It's tough to make money nowadays." Just as he finished speaking, he watched in disbelief as Su Chen pulled out the Maybach key and pressed it lightly. The powerful and majestic Maybach S680 illuminated with dazzling headlights, leaving everyone in shock. "Whoa, you're the real deal. We're still at the foothills. You've already reached the top. Why is there such a huge gap between people? Why don't I have a Maybach? I'm in tears. Others have it now while I still have to work for 20 years. The bespectacled young man couldn't help but swallow hard, watching Su Chen drive off in the Maybach. He had thought everyone was suffering like him, but the reality was different. Su Chen cruised through the bustling streets of New City in the Maybach S680, exuding charm and attracting countless envious gazes along the way. Even while waiting for the red and green lights, two long-legged beauties actively approached to threaten. Unfortunately, their looks do not meet Su Chen's standards. At 1 p.m., at the Euro Fitness Club, this is one of the most high-end gyms in Xinhai City, equipped with the most advanced equipment and materials in the world. Consumption is also quite high, and many fitness enthusiasts are getting involved, burning their calories. The surroundings are great. Looking around, there are big muscular men working out, and there are also hot girls in yoga pants running on the treadmill. They twisted their waists, boldly releasing their charm, truly a feast for the eyes, simply a paradise for men. Su Chen casually looked around, preparing to find a place to sit in the rest area. A graceful girl greeted with a Didi, asking if the handsome guy was also working out. Su Chen raised her eyes, and a message box appeared. Name, Lulan, age, 34 years old, height, 166 centimeters, overall attractiveness score, 74 points, likability, 55. Dating experience 17 people, current state good, wanna fall in love, the more I think about it the harder it is to bear. Su Chen can't help but take a deep breath. Oh my gosh, this romantic experience is too rich. I'm waiting for someone, sorry sister. Su Chen smiled and rejected the seal. The young woman awkwardly smiled, turned around with some regret and left. Just as Su Chen wanted to sit down and play on her phone, she noticed a fitness beauty striding over with long legs, smiling at her. The woman was tall, wearing a sports tank top, with a proud chest. Her long legs, outlined by tight yoga pants, were extremely graceful, and her full waist and thick legs presented a perfect S-shaped curve. Her exceptional figure was very soft, and she had a high ponytail. Her healthy wheat-colored skin made her look very capable and full of wildness, a standard athletic beauty. Name, Shin Yufei. Age, 22 years old. Body, height 170 centimeters, perfect figure. Overall appearance score 95, favorability 35, dating experience Lingua. Current state really wants to find a sugar daddy. Dad asked me to start Danya. Looking forward to it, Su Chen's eyes lit up. This 95-point gorgeous beauty surprisingly has zero dating experience. Too rare. Shin Yufei smiled and said, Sir, I am the fitness coach here, Shin Yufei. It's your first time at our Obwa bar. He saw Su Chen's handsome and charming appearance, plus the Maybach car key in his hand. He is indeed a rich young master. This kind of customer with spending power. When Su Chen lightly nods, Shi Yufei's eyes sparkle with an expectant invitation. If you don't mind, let me show you around the gym and chat with you for a while. When you chat, aren't you just trying to sell a course? Just say how much a class costs, and what's so great about visiting the gym. Aren't they just some broken boats? I'm not interested. I'm also very interested in fitness and was just wanting to learn more. Once these three options come out, Su Chen didn't think too much. Egg Island is fine. I've been quite interested in fitness lately, and I want to learn more about it. Oh, that's really great. Shin Yufei was excited to see the opportunity, clapping her hands, and the two walked into the gym together, chatting as they went. Shin Yufei enthusiastically introduced Arobwa Gym. With a history of 15 years, it is one of the most prestigious and well-known gyms in Shanghai, and most of this equipment is imported from abroad. The price is very expensive, and there is also a heated swimming pool, high-end bathing rooms, yoga studios, etc. Every day there are many beautiful young ladies, and with your handsome image, you can easily make many friends. He introduced it like a treasured collection, and certain places are indeed very attractive. Moreover, every coach here is very professional, serious, and responsible. Don't be fooled by my young appearance. I have obtained Pilates certification, yoga certification, and a level 2 nutritionist certificate. It is definitely worth it. His smile is confident and beautiful. Clearly, these are all assets he takes pride in. Shin Yufei is not very familiar with your favorability towards Su Chen, but it does sound quite impressive, and it has also increased the favorability. Feeling pleased, Shin Yufei became more and more enthusiastic as she spoke, smilingly asking Mr. In your impression, what do you think fitness is? Su Chen thought for a moment and said, I think it is about strengthening the body. Shin Yufei nodded in satisfaction and said, to put it simply, indeed, it is like this, but the benefits of fitness are not limited to these. When our body exercises, it releases endorphins. This is a type of happiness hormone that can alleviate stress, reduce negative emotions such as depression and anxiety, and working out can also make you disciplined and strengthen your will. The whole person is sublimated from the inside out. After listening to these words, Su Chen suddenly realized. No wonder he and Lin Shuya were so carefree when indulging themselves. It turns out that the joy hormones produced by exercise can be quite reasonable and robust. Shi Yufei even promoted a membership card, saying that at this stage, it is particularly suitable for you to apply for a membership card. There happens to be an event recently. The annual card only costs 8,800, and the membership card is even cheaper, only 2,800 yuan. Of course, if you need quick results, you can hire a personal trainer for one-on-one sessions, which will be more effective. He looked at Su Chen with anticipation, waiting for the latter's answer. I don't come to the gym often, so give me a guest pass. Second, if you call me Sugar Daddy, I'll get you a yearly membership. Third, I don't come to the gym often, so I might need a personal trainer more. I think you are quite professional. Su Chen fell into deep thought. Both options 1 and 3 seem quite reasonable. But thinking carefully, if I just get a seasonal pass, wouldn't that be too petty? Or should I just be a bit more straightforward? Shi Yufei is a stunning beauty in the sports department with a score of 95. Both her looks and figure are very impressive, especially her full and perky peach butt, with an angelic face and an S-shaped perfect body. No man can resist such temptation and must decisively take action. Su Chendan smiled and said, I'm usually very busy and can't come to the gym often, so I seem to need a personal trainer. I heard you say so much just now and feel that you are quite professional. You won't let me down, right? Shin Yufei was slightly taken aback, feeling that his professionalism was being challenged, which further stimulated his desire to perform. In your case of not coming to the gym often, a personal trainer would indeed be more suitable. My one-on-one personal training sessions cost 1,200 yuan each, lasting at least 120 minutes. I will customize a fitness plan for you, create a nutrition package, and solve all fitness-related problems. If you are willing to choose me, please trust my professionalism. I will definitely put your mind at ease in this gym. The consumption is indeed higher than an ordinary gym, 1,200 yuan for 2 hours, which is something most people cannot afford, but this amount of money is nothing for Su Chen now. That's simply neither painful nor itchy. His main purpose is not for fitness. Su Chen is running around, so let's try a few sessions first. If it feels good, I'll continue at home. Xin Yufei nodded in agreement and looked forward to asking how many classes you are preparing. Su Chen did not speak and extended a finger. Xin Yufei felt a bit lost. How about a glance at the post? Okay, Jie is fine. After all, I haven't shown my professionalism yet. However, Su Chen's calm voice immediately sounded. I was talking about Yao 00 something. What Chi Yufei was stunned, his eyes wide open. The golden patron really descended, serving the front desk. Chi Yufei's favorability towards you increased by 10. Current favorability 10. Just 10 points away from receiving the reward. Efficiency is fine. Su Chen smiled faintly. Xin Yufei patted the shoulder of the girl at the front desk and said with a bright smile, help this gentleman apply for a gym membership, and then purchase 100 sets of my one-on-one personal training courses. The young girl was taken aback and blurted out, Sister Li Fei, didn't you never take male students' classes before? Xin Yufei instantly covered her mouth, her cold gaze almost killing her, then turned around, revealing an awkward yet polite smile, and explained, Mr. Su, although my previous private students have all been female, there isn't much difference in essence, and Qiming believes in my professional abilities. When Yen Su Chen was momentarily stunned, good heavens, this Qin Yufei has never guided male students in private teaching. It turns out that he is her first male student, and this seems to make her prefer to see him silent. Xin Yufei became even more anxious. Mr. Su said in a wronged and spoiled manner, could you please give me another chance? If you are not at ease, you can consider choosing one class. After you see my professional skills, if you are not satisfied, then we can think about it again. Do you think it's acceptable for a bad person? He previously only took female private coaching classes because he felt that those men looked at him with lewd eyes and had impure intentions. Because of this reason, his performance has always been poor, and he has been very troubled recently. However, today, his interaction with Su Chen made him feel very comfortable, like being in a spring breeze. Moreover, Su Chen was very bold and directly wanted to buy 100 private coaching classes, totaling 120,000 yuan. According to their 65% payout, he could earn a commission of 78,000 yuan. With so much money, who wouldn't be tempted? 1. I'm here to work out, not for you to give me random guidance, and I will just turn around and leave. 2. Then I will buy from the top coach and see your professional quality before making a decision. I promised him. T. Sanwo doesn't like to go back on his word, so let's stick to the agreement we made first. Su Shen's face remained calm, and he smiled and said, I don't like to go back on my word. Just according to the previous agreement, that's great. Thank you, Mr. Su. Xin Yufei was so excited that tears were about to fall. Someone like Mr. Su, who is handsome, wealthy, and particularly easy to get along with, is simply impossible to find even with a lantern. If he lets go, those female coaches will definitely rush up to grab it. No one knows those women's craziness better than him. Hungry desires, flying fish your favor vacation, 5 current favor martial arts. Su Chen smiled slightly, there is a system for love. Simply holding the handle, too refreshing suddenly, his expression was consistent, slightly frowning. He noticed that young lady at the front desk seems to have an unhappy expression. Name Chang'e, age 20, attractiveness 84 points, current status extremely cursing him for being such a white lotus. What was with pretending to be pure before? Why should he be able to meet such a handsome sugar daddy? Seeing this, Su Chen has already become strict. It turns out this ready to wear. Just now, it was intentional to let it slip, wanting to make Qin Yufei lose this deal. The jealousy in a woman's heart is terrifying. However, Qin Yufei was still immersed in the joy of closing the deal and didn't notice any of this. Cheng Yi sweetly asked, young man, your platinum VIP gym card has been processed. You have a consumption of 120,000. How much would you like to prepay now? Let's start with a small 300,000. Since I can't spend too much at once. Su Chen calmly handed over his bank card. Xin Yufei and Chang Yi were both stunned. My goodness, a small 300,000? Are you kidding? How is that even human? So extravagant, so domineering. Chang Yi's face flushed as she helped Su Chen swipe the card. With the password entered, a beep sounded, and the receipt rolled out from the POS machine. Wow, Qin Yufei's mouth dropped in shock, her hands covering her burning cheeks. Did she save the galaxy in her past life? How could she have such luck now? Usually, many high-end individuals come to their gym. It's quite common to recharge 2,000 or 3,000 at a time, but a membership recharge of 100,000 is rare. Not to mention someone like Su Chen, who casually spends 300,000. And he was so calm about it. Just how rich is he? Young man, here is your platinum membership gym card, bank card, and receipt. Your current balance is 180,000. Please keep it safe. Chang Yi's voice was sweet as she respectfully handed over the items with both hands. Su Chen accepted them with a faint smile. To be honest, this little green tea knows how to put on an act. At least on the surface, you can't tell that Chang Yi harbors such hostility towards Qin Yufei. Qin Yufei's pretty face flushed slightly as she respectfully asked, Mr. Su, shall we start the first lesson now? To be honest, she was a bit nervous. After all, she had never taught a male student before, especially not one who was such a big spender. Let's begin. Su Chen noticed that he was only 5 points away from increasing his favorability with Qin Yufei to claim a reward, so he had to seize the opportunity. In the private gym, Qin Yufei held a small notebook, looking serious. Now, I need to understand your basic physical condition to tailor a fitness plan for you. If she wore black-rimmed glasses, she would really look like a teacher. Su Chen was a bit curious. Oh, what do you want me to do? Qin Yufei's face flushed slightly as she handed him a brand new pair of sports shorts. You change into these shorts, and you don't need to wear a top. I want to see what your physique looks like. Su Chen silently took the shorts. Qin Yufei consciously turned around. Su Chen moved quickly. In less than a minute, he had changed into the sports shorts, standing bare-chested on the measuring device. All set. Hearing the man's voice behind her, Qin Yufei turned around, and when she saw Su Chen standing on the measuring device, her eyes widened in shock. 8-pack abs, a V-line, well-developed tendons. The lines of his muscles, illuminated by the cold light in the room, were simply perfect, full of masculinity. Qin Yufei's breath quickened. She blinked hard, realizing this was not an illusion. How can your physique be so good? Do you even need to work out? Qin Yufei was already dumbfounded. She reached out her soft little hand to touch the man's tan skin, feeling the strength in every inch of his muscles. She fantasized about finding a flaw. But the more she understood, the more shocked she became. Because, from her professional perspective, Su Chen's muscles could only be described in 2 words, perfect. Moreover, it was her favorite type. Qin Yufei suppressed her excitement and calmly said, Turn around, let me see your back. Then strike a strongman pose for me to see. Su Chen was confused. How do I do that? You don't know? Qin Yufei's eyes sparkled, and then she demonstrated briefly for him. Su Chen raised his hands, mimicking a strongman pose, and the beautiful lines of his muscles instantly became apparent as his strength shifted slightly. Qin Yufei's mouth dropped open as she curiously touched his back, exclaiming in amazement, My goodness, your back's V-shape is truly perfect. How did you do it? How many years have you been training? She looked at Su Chen with a face full of suspicion, posing a soul-searching question. Su Chen replied earnestly, I usually do exercise at home, just push-ups and squats. As for systematic training, I really haven't. No way. Qin Yufei found it hard to believe. You can achieve this kind of result just by working out at home? That means your fitness talent is extraordinary. Or maybe you've just happened to find the workout method that suits you best. Despite saying this, her mind was in chaos at that moment, because Su Chen's physique was simply too perfect, disrupting all her original plans. She felt at a loss for how to proceed. At this moment, Su Chen's expression changed, and he began to speak slowly. I don't know, but I've been feeling sore all over lately, so I think there might be a problem with my training method, especially my abdomen. It always feels like it's being torn apart, which is why I came to the gym to ask a coach for advice. At this, Qin Yufei's beautiful eyes sparkled again. I understand. She looked enlightened and analyzed seriously. Your fitness talent is indeed very high, but you don't know how to manage it properly, which puts a serious load on your muscles, causing the side effects you're experiencing now. Where does it hurt? Let me take a look. She looked at Su Chen with concern, suddenly feeling revitalized, because if that were the case, her presence would be very necessary. She could help Su Chen find the best workout method. Su Chen, looking harmless, pointed to his abdomen. It's this area. Oh, Qin Yufei seemed to ponder, then placed her small hand on his abdomen, pressing gently with her fingers, asking, Is it here? Su Chen confirmed. Qin Yufei lowered her head and began to gently massage Su Chen's abdomen. She also explained, like this, gently rubbing, can relieve your muscle soreness. Do you feel a bit better? And this technique is quite simple, you can watch and learn. Her small hands were soft, and from this angle, her stunning figure was quite impressive. Su Chen was very satisfied, experiencing ultimate pleasure. So comfortable suddenly, Qin Yufei paused her movements, smiling as she asked, Mr. Su, you're not playing with me, are you? Actually, Are you some fitness big shot? Or a fitness blogger just here to mess with me for fun? Suchin was taken aback, unable to hold back a laugh. Do you think I'm that bored? No, I was overthinking it. Shin Yufei's face turned slightly red, feeling a bit presumptuous. She could tell that Su Chen was indeed very unfamiliar with fitness. He didn't even know what a strongman pose was, which didn't seem like an act at all. Besides, who would spend 300,000 just to play house with her? At that moment, a phone rang. Su Chen knew without thinking that it was that guy Yang phone calling. He picked up the phone on the table and answered. Old Yang, are you here? Oh, we're coming out now. Su Chen and Shin Yufei walked directly to the rest area. A sturdy-looking young man with a simple appearance was curiously looking around. When he saw Su Chen, his eyes instantly lit up. Hey, brother Chen. Yang Feng ran over excitedly and said with a smile, you came so early. I almost thought I was late. Hey, who is this beautiful lady? Could it be your sister-in-law? He glanced at Shin Yufei, who was simply a super beauty, and felt he had to help his brother out, so he patted Su Chen on the shoulder. Brother Chen, this is really not cool. You got a girlfriend and didn't tell me? Then, he gave Su Chen a knowing look. After this exchange, Su Chen was left completely bewildered. Shin Yufei explained, I am Mr. Su's personal trainer, Shin Yufei. Nice to meet you. Personal trainer? Oh, hello. Yang Feng nodded, acknowledging her. He sensed something was off and immediately pulled Su Chen to a secluded corner. The two brothers began to whisper. Hey, Brother Chen, didn't we agree that I would treat you to a 6-month membership today? Why did you call in a personal trainer first? Are you really that into some girl that you're spending so much money to pursue her? Yang Feng usually seemed carefree, but he was actually quite sharp. Su Chen shook his head and smiled. I do have plans to pursue her, but the main issue is, I've hit it big. What? Yang Feng was taken aback and suddenly a bit excited. Su Chen said seriously, remember I talked to you about the crypto market a while back? I invested 30,000, and guess what? It multiplied over 500 times. The crypto market was incredibly wild, and Su Chen had been keeping up with it. Many people had become overnight millionaires, with fortunes in the tens of millions or even billions, just by seizing the right opportunity. Wow. Brother Chen, you're a business genius. Yang Feng was thrilled. 30,000 multiplied by 500 times, that was 15 million. He patted Su Chen on the shoulder, genuinely happy for him, and then asked, but Brother Chen, when do you plan to cash out? Didn't you say this thing is extremely risky? Su Chen nodded slightly and casually replied, yeah, so I plan to use a bit of pocket money to keep playing, and invest the rest in some businesses. With money, you absolutely can't get carried away, you must stay rational. Awesome. Yang Feng was shocked and admired him deeply, exclaiming, if only I had half your smarts, Brother Chen. In his view, it was truly rare for someone with so much money to remain as calm as Su Chen. At least, he couldn't do it. Moreover, in his impression, Su Chen had always shown a kind of leadership quality that made people willingly follow him. Su Chen also patted his shoulder and chuckled lightly, come on, today I'll take you to enjoy the gym's services. Brother? Yang Feng shook his head and said seriously, no, now Brother Chen, you are my godfather. Are you kidding me? Su Chen shook his head and couldn't help but laugh. After their chat, they returned. Shin Yufei was still standing patiently in place, wearing a beautiful smile and a respectful attitude. Su Chen casually instructed, Coach Yufei, please help my friend find a good trainer, and then get him a yearly membership and buy 50 classes to try out. Upon hearing this, Shin Yufei's eyes sparkled with surprise. Okay, Mr. Su, please wait a moment. She picked up her phone and dialed, but found no one answered. The other party was probably working out. So, Shin Yufei communicated with Su Chen briefly and then got up to find someone in another gym area. Yang Feng was a bit curious and asked, Brother Chen, I know the yearly membership is 8,800. What about the 50 classes you mentioned? How much is that? Su Chen replied nonchalantly, aren't you looking to work out? It's just for the personal trainer I found for you. It's not expensive. Probably around 60,000 for 50 classes. 60,000? Yang Feng was stunned. His brother Chen actually spent 60,000 to hire a personal trainer for him. That was just too damn extravagant. It truly confirmed that saying, when one person achieves success, even the chickens and dogs rise to the occasion. He excitedly patted his chest and said, Brother Chen, I'm willing to be your watchdog from now on. Whoever dares to mess with you, I'll bite them. Su Chen, just a 6. On the other side, Shin Yufei, with her long legs, hurriedly searched. Finally, she spotted a short-haired beauty in the bench press area, working out on the equipment. And Ching, stop training, get up and get to work. Shin Yufei waved her hand, anxiously urging her. She was just short of taking a little whip to spur her on. The fitness coach named In Chang looked confused. What's wrong? I just finished my set. Shin Yufei excitedly recounted, I was super lucky today. I met a particularly generous sugar daddy. He was so extravagant and so generous. And let me tell you, he's handsome and has an amazing body. He looks like he doesn't even need to work out. It's like he was born that way, you know? The more Ching listened, the more confused she became. So what does he want with you? Does he like you? No. Shin Yufei's cheeks flushed slightly. Someone as outstanding as him could never be interested in a little coach like me. Oh, let's go over first. There's a big deal. She grabbed Chang's hand and on the way back, she briefly described what happened today. Ching's eyes widened in amazement. Wow, Yufei, you are so lucky. How did you meet such a great sugar daddy? Could it be? Is it because you've been single for so long? She couldn't help but tease, then glanced at Shin Yufei's stunning figure. Shin Yufei was very beautiful, with an amazing figure, and many men pursued her, but she had high standards and had never settled for anyone. And Chang sometimes wondered what kind of man her best friend Shin Yufei actually liked. Little Chang, are you getting cheeky again? Shin Yufei's face turned crimson and she waved her little fist in threat. Humph, if you dare to tease me, be careful, I won't let you take this deal. And Chang immediately surrendered. Don't, little ancestor, being single is good, long live being single. A moment later, Shin Yufei brought Chang back and walked up to Su Chen and the others. Mr. Su, this is Coach Chang. She has a lot of coaching experience and is very professional. She should be able to provide your friend with a pleasant fitness experience. Hello, Mr. Su. And Ching gracefully extended her hand and shook hands with Su Chen. It was then she realized that Shin Yufei wasn't exaggerating. Su Chen was indeed very handsome. Then, she shifted her gaze to Yang Feng and respectfully asked, Sir, what do you go by? Yang Feng cleared his throat and said confidently, My name is Yang Feng. With Su Chen beside him, he felt completely assured. He couldn't be weak. After a brief introduction, the arrangement was happily confirmed. Coach Chang would be Yang Feng's personal fitness trainer. This made Yang Feng overjoyed, secretly giving Su Chen a thumbs up in admiration. Although Chang wasn't as beautiful as Shin Yufei, the system rated her an 83, and her figure was also very attractive, definitely a stunning beauty. So, having such a beauty as his fitness coach, how could Yang Feng not be motivated? They split into two groups and began their fitness plans for the day. In the private gym, Shin Yufei quickly got into work mode, testing some basic data about Su Chen's body. Su Chen, height 182, 4 centimeters, weight 75, 7 kilograms, body fat percentage 10%. After Shin Yufei finished speaking, she fell silent for a long time. She was really starting to doubt life, because she had seen too many people at the gym of all heights and sizes, but someone with a perfect figure like Su Chen's was a first for her. Whether it was body measurements or muscle dimensions, every aspect was incredibly perfect. At least, from her perspective, Su Chen was undoubtedly the standard male god physique. However, such a perfect body, and Su Chen actually said he achieved it just by casually working out? Seeing her silent for a while, Su Chen suppressed a smile and asked, Yufei coach, what's wrong? I heard that people nowadays prefer to be a bit slimmer. Would it look better if I lost a little weight? This made Shin Yufei anxious, quickly stopping him. No, stop your foolish thoughts. Our focus in fitness is health, rejecting the aesthetic of being thin and delicate. Your current physique is perfect. All you need to do is maintain it. Oh, Su Chen nodded honestly. Even though she had scolded him, he felt quite pleased. What was going on? Shin Yufei finally put down the data sheet and said seriously, I just thought about it carefully. You mentioned feeling a tearing sensation in your muscles due to exercise, and I think there are two possibilities. First, it could be overtraining. Second, it might be due to long-term incorrect training postures, leading to adverse effects. Right, that's very true. Although Su Chen usually didn't work out at all, he listened attentively at that moment, nodding frequently. The emotional value was certainly at its peak. Shin Yufei finally revealed a beautiful smile and said, So now, do a squat for me. I want to see how you usually do it. Squat. Su Chen frowned. What's wrong? Shin Yufei found it a bit strange. I remember you said you could do it. 1. I can indeed do it, so I'll do it now. Honest. 2. If you ask me to do it, then I would lose face, unless you beg me. Sundara, I can do it, but doing it alone is too boring. By the way, I saw someone online doing weighted squats while holding their girlfriend. I want to challenge that too. Inviting her, challenging Princess Carrie squat. The first two options didn't seem very reliable. As for the third option, are we really going to go that far? Doing squats while holding her? Su Chen cleared his throat and said seriously, I can do it, but doing it alone is too boring. By the way, I saw someone online doing weighted squats while holding their girlfriend, and it looked quite fun. So Yufei coach, I want to challenge that. Ha! Qin Yufei suddenly froze, her face turning red. So, you mean, you want me to cooperate with you? Yes, besides you, are there any other girls here? I'm just curious and want to experience the fun of working out, otherwise, it would be so dull, don't you think? Suchen looked like he was ready to throw in the towel at any moment, which made Qin Yufei a bit flustered. This was a big client, she couldn't let him be unhappy. But, weighted squats require a lot of arm strength, and most people really can't do many. Are you sure you want to try? Qin Yufei was still holding on to her last bit of stubbornness, hoping Su Chen would change his mind. After all, as a fitness coach, doing princess carry squats with a student seemed a bit too intimate, right? Hearing this, Su Chen became even more determined. Just right. You can also test my arm strength and then check my squat form. Isn't that killing two birds with one stone? Qin Yufei? Her clever little brain suddenly crashed. She felt like she had stepped into some incredible trap. Before she could react, Su Chen naturally made a princess carry gesture and said, Coach Yufei, come on up. I don't want to train with the wrong posture anymore. It could cause significant damage to my body. We still have so many classes to go. Qin Yufei's beautiful face had long turned crimson, but she really couldn't find a reason to refuse. Correcting the wrong training posture was her suggestion, and now he could demonstrate for her, yet she would say no? Moreover, if she just turned him down with a cold face in the first class today, how would they proceed afterward? What if she got complained about? Well, come on then. Qin Yufei's face was so red it seemed like it could drip water, and her voice was as small as a mosquito's. Su Chen crossed his arms and directly picked Qin Yufei up. Her figure was simply stunning, but Su Chen's face remained completely unfazed. He glanced at Qin Yufei in his arms and said calmly, Coach Yufei, I'm starting now. He began the training, his body exerting a slight force. He easily performed deep squats. He had a perfect physique and strong stamina. Holding a girl in his arms, his combat power doubled. Qin Yufei felt shy and lifted her gaze to look closely at the man. He was really super handsome and his strength was surprisingly good. It felt like he had done several deep squats, yet he didn't seem tired at all. She was a bit dazed, but the next second, Qin Yufei had already calmed down. She turned her head to see Su Chen's movements, only to find her view was blocked, and she couldn't see anything. Instead, her own figure was fully exposed. Qin Yufei's face turned beet red, and she shyly stopped him, saying, Stop. Okay. Su Chen set her down, looking innocent as he asked, Coach Yufei, what's wrong? Qin Yufei was silent for a moment, feeling both shy and amused as she said, It's all your bad idea. How can I see your movements like that? She suspected she might have been tricked, but she couldn't find any evidence. Ha! Su Chen slapped his forehead. We forgot to record a video. We should have filmed it. Then you could see it, right? You. Qin Yufei was so embarrassed she really wanted to find a hole to hide in. If they recorded a video, what would that scene look like when she saw it? A fitness coach openly being carried by a handsome male student? How could that be acceptable? But what Su Chen said seemed to have no flaws. That was the scariest part. Qin Yufei, who hadn't exercised, suddenly felt exhausted and said, Mr. Su, am I heavy? Ugh, no. She was so flustered she almost lost her mind, wanting to slap herself. A fitness coach actually asked such a question? That was a lack of confidence in her own figure. Su Chen said seriously, Not heavy at all, it's just right, very perfect. As soon as Qin Yufei heard this, a smile appeared on her face, and the earlier frustration disappeared. Women always like to be complimented. Her mood was delightful. After all, I'm a coach, how could I not be good? Qin Yufei felt a bit proud, but her pretty face was already flushed. Ding! Qin Yufei's favorability towards you +4, current favorability 59. Su Chen's lips curled slightly. It was increasing quite fast. He wondered what rewards he might receive. After further testing, Qin Yufei had a rough judgment of Su Chen's physical condition. Su Chen's physique had no issues. In fact, it could be said to be very perfect. In terms of strength, stamina, speed, and various physical data, he had exceeded her expectations, leaving her very surprised. After all, just now, Su Chen had been holding her while continuously doing deep squats. Of course, Su Chen was actually holding back his strength. Otherwise, if he were to unleash his full power, it would surely stir up the entire fitness community. There was also one thing that surprised Qin Yufei greatly. Su Chen's workout movements were very unstandardized, completely like a beginner. She had her doubts about whether Su Chen was a fitness expert pretending to be a newbie just to mess with her. But through the testing process, Qin Yufei had already dispelled her doubts. Therefore, The only reason Su Chen could train to achieve his current physique was due to one reason: Su Chen's fitness talent was particularly extraordinary, a 1 in a billion kind. In internet terms, Su Chen possessed a fitness holy body. After reaching this conclusion, Qin Yufei began to redesign Su Chen's fitness plan, then correct his workout movements, and finally customize a meal plan to guide his dietary habits. 2 hours later, training ended. The two beautiful coaches escorted Su Chen and the others to the gym entrance. Qin Yufei smiled and said, "Mr. Su, you usually have a busy schedule and can't come to the gym. If you need fitness guidance or a training partner, feel free to contact me." Her wealthy patron, Su Chen, had purchased 100 personal training sessions. She certainly had the obligation to provide personal training, available at any time. Well, let's leave it at that for today. Su Chen smiled faintly, supporting the already exhausted young Feng as they left. Mr. Su, Mr. Yang, please take care. Qin Yufei and Qing smiled broadly, slightly bowing as they sent them off. Attitude and service must be on point. Once they were far away, the two women straightened their bodies. They exchanged glances, excitement evident on their faces. "Yufei, I really love you to death," and Shang hugged her best friend, excitedly saying, "With this deal, I can earn over 40,000. When I have time, I must treat you to a big meal." What date is it today? Let me check." Qin Yufei glanced at her phone, silently noting down today's date, and Qing grabbed Qin Yufei's arm, smiling enviously. "Yufei, you are so lucky. You actually met such a young and handsome client like Mr. Su. By the way, didn't you say his physique is great? I find it hard to believe. Can you show me?" "Pa, you little pervert. You still don't believe it?" Qin Yufei pulled up a photo of Su Chen's physique on her phone, boasting, "Look, isn't it the perfect male god's body? Are you drooling? Big greedy girl. Wow." And Chang was stunned, her eyes wide open. "Mr. Su, this physique is incredible. I love it. I would be willing to be his personal trainer for free." She showed a lovesick expression, then puzzled. "But, if his physique is so good, why does he still need to find you as a personal trainer? That seems a bit unreasonable." Qin Yufei nodded. "I initially thought the same as you, but later I realized that he managed to train like this completely by random practice. He was just relying on his physical talent to hold on. If it were an average person, their body would have collapsed long ago. So, he seeks me out for maintenance and care." "Got it?" She smiled confidently, laying out her thoughts. "Then your job is too easy." And Xing envied her, giving an example. "You're like doing maintenance for a Ferrari, while the Mr. Yang on training needs to be transformed from a bicycle into a Lamborghini. That's a big project." As she spoke, her eyes twinkled, jokingly saying, "How about we switch? You let me train Mr. Su for a few days?" Qin Yufei immediately became displeased, pushing Chang playfully and scolding, "Get out of here." Seeing her protective demeanor, and Xing laughed heartily. "I was just joking." She waved her hand and curiously asked, "So, during your guidance of Mr. Su, did anything intimate happen? Mr. Su is so handsome and wealthy, he should be quite to your liking, right? Didn't you feel anything? You really should seize the opportunity. There aren't many outstanding men in this world." Upon hearing this, Qin Yufei's charming face turned shyly red. She recalled the scene of being lifted by Su Chen while doing squats. Just thinking about it made her blush and her heart race. "Oof, no, stop gossiping." Qin Yufei shyly turned her head away, ignoring her. And Xing, being someone with experience, could tell there was potential. If Qin Yufei could find such an excellent boyfriend like Su Chen, wouldn't she, as her best friend, also benefit from it? In the Obwa gym, downstairs. "Congratulations, host. You have received a love boost from Chang. Ding. Qin Yufei's affection for you has increased by 2. Current affection level is 61. Su Chen's eyes lit up. It was quite a pleasant surprise. He didn't expect that the beautiful Cochin Chang would actually give him a boost, increasing Qin Yufei's affection by 2 points. This is great. The money wasn't wasted. "Shengu, your stamina is so good. You don't even seem to be out of breath." Young Feng, exhausted and sore, sighed, "I'm already worn out. This gym thing is really not something ordinary people can stick with." Su Chen glanced at him. "Didn't you say you wanted to work out quietly and then amaze your girlfriend?" Young Feng nodded and laughed. "That makes sense. I have to make her see me in a new light. Let's see if she still dares to call me fat. Plus, Shingu, you bought me so many classes. I can't waste them." Su Chen smiled. This kid hasn't changed at all. Moreover, thanks to him, he had the courage to confess to Lin Shuya that night. "Let's go. You have to work this afternoon, right? I'll give you a ride." Su Chen patted his shoulder. Yang Feng's eyes widened in surprise. "Chingu, you bought a car?" "Yeah, isn't it right over there?" Su Chen said nonchalantly, looking towards the nearby Maybach, then pressed the car key in his hand. Beep beep, the steady and imposing Maybach S680 awakened like a beast, its diamond-like headlights shining. My god, a big Benz. Yang Feng was shocked, running over excitedly to touch the sleek, shiny body of the Maybach S680, his face full of excitement. He couldn't take his hands off it. Suddenly, Yang Feng's gaze froze, and he was stunned. This car actually has a V12 emblem. This doesn't seem like an ordinary big Benz. Could it be? Yang Feng seemed to think of something and immediately ran to the back of the car. He was utterly shocked, because he saw the Maybach emblem and those characters representing luxury, S680. No way! This is actually a Maybach S680. Today, I finally saw the real car. Incredible, Chenggu. Yang Feng was ecstatic, giving Suchen a big thumbs up. At the gaming company, the steady and handsome Maybach S680 came to a smooth stop. I'm off, Chenggu. Yang Feng got out of the car, waved goodbye to Su Chen, and walked into the company. Feeling the envious gazes around him, he felt like he was walking with the wind. The aura was different. Inside the Maybach, Xin Yufei's affection for you has reached 61 points. You can claim the reward for this stage. Would you like to claim it now? Claim. Su Chen silently thought and directly chose to claim it. Ding! Congratulations, you have received the reward, a cashback card with a limit of 10 million. Your spending will receive a cashback at a random ratio of 2 to 5 times. Quota, 10 million usage period, 7 days. Wow! 10 million? Su Chen was excited. This cashback card had a cashback limit of 10 million. That means, as long as he spent 10 million within 7 days, he could maximize his profits. But I don't even have 10 million in my card right now? Su Chen suddenly felt dazed. He indeed only had 6 million in his bank account. But the next moment, he slapped his forehead hard. Damn, I'm a bit of an idiot. Even though I don't have 10 million, I can just use my left foot to step on my right. First, spend a portion, then use the cashback to spend again, right? I'm really a genius. Su Chen was pleased, already calculating in his mind. Suddenly, the system popped up another prompt. Ding! Favorability task has been released. Goddess, Lin Shuya task, the first cup of milk tea in autumn. Girls in love pay attention to details. They like to be remembered and enjoy being cherished. Use your actions to warm her entire autumn. Su Chen was a bit taken aback. It seemed to be true. Most girls really do care about details. They may not say it, but they hope men will take the initiative, enjoying when men guess their thoughts. If they guess wrong, they get sulky. Shuya gave herself to me last night, and I even made her take medicine. I really should show her some small concern. Thinking of this, Su Chen's face turned red. But if he boldly sent Lin Shuya a cup of milk tea alone, it would attract the attention of so many employees in the company, which clearly wouldn't work, right? Their relationship was supposed to be a secret. Su Chen thought carefully and a method surfaced in his mind. It should be feasible. He stepped on the gas, and the Maybach S680 sped away. Ti Qian Dao Tea Shop. Su Chen walked straight to the front desk and casually asked, "Beautiful lady, what's good to drink here?" The young waitress blushed instantly upon seeing the sunny and handsome Su Chen. It felt like first love. This one, the Xian Xian lemon, and the colorful fruit tea, and she introduced several popular drinks in the shop. Su Chen understood and said, "Alright, then give me 5 cups of each of these, large if available. Then, please call a delivery guy to deliver them with me. I'll tip him." "Okay, sir." That's a total of 35 cups, 710 yuan. The young waitress smiled. Su Chen scanned the code to pay. Ding! Host spent 710 yuan, triggering a random 5x cashback reward. Cashback amount, 3,550 yuan. So refreshing. Su Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. Spending money could earn cashback. It was indeed rewarding. Soon, the young waitress called over a delivery guy in a yellow outfit. Su Chen gave him 200 yuan as a tip and asked him to accompany him to Jianshan Media to deliver the order. Thus, on the streets of Shanghai City, a scene unfolded. A luxurious Maybach S680, accompanied by a delivery guy on an electric bike. Countless passers-by looked on in confusion. The delivery guy couldn't help but think, rich people really know how to have fun. Jianshan Entertainment Media, Talent Scout Department. Everyone was sitting in front of their computers, either working or slacking off. The glass door swung open. Su Chen's figure appeared in the public eye, followed by a delivery guy. "Brothers and sisters, you've worked hard. Come, have a cup of milk tea from autumn." Su Chen's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for most people to hear. The delivery guy suddenly understood. He thought Su Chen was most likely the company's young master, and this was a way of giving benefits to the employees. A truly good boss. The male colleagues, seeing this, immediately rushed over. "Wow, Su Chen, you're generous. Why did you buy us so much milk tea?" "Wow, it's from Ti Qian Dao. Their milk tea is really delicious." The company instantly became lively. The female colleagues also stopped being reserved, gathering around to choose their milk tea. Su-chan is so thoughtful, he even brought us milk tea. Whoever gets Su-chan as a boyfriend must be really happy. Yeah, exactly. This bubble milk tea is so good, it bursts in your mouth. Su-chan seems different today, especially handsome. With so many cups, it must have cost a lot. What a waste. When it comes to food, people are soft-hearted. Even colleagues who usually don't say much could compliment a few words at this moment. However, at this moment, the delivery guy was already dumbfounded, because he realized that Su-chan didn't seem to be some young master, but rather, an employee here. What kind of script is this? A rich second generation experiencing life. The Maybach S680 downstairs is solid proof, right? The delivery guy didn't dare to speak, trembling in fear. At this time, junior sister Chen walked over. She didn't rush to get the milk tea but instead asked with concern, Su-chan, why didn't you come to work today? Were you feeling unwell this morning? Are you feeling better now? She smiled gently and beautifully, like a breath of spring. Su-chan was slightly taken aback and didn't want her to worry, so he casually explained, no, I stayed up late playing games, so I took a day off. He was indeed playing a game, and it was a two-player game. That's good. Chen patted her ample chest, seemingly relieved. Su-chan suddenly felt a bit guilty and handed her a cup of milk tea. Here's a cup for you, drink it. Don't be polite with me. Looking at the milk tea in her hands, Chen exclaimed in surprise, wow, it's my favorite burnt grass milk tea. Thank you, Su-chan bro. Ding. Chen favorability towards you +5, current favorability 74. Su-chan's mindset was somewhat collapsing. Girl, could you please stop increasing your favorability towards me? I can't handle it. Just as the two were chatting, among the many colleagues, a young man with a dark expression flashed a sinister look in his eyes. In the manager's office, the stunning CEO Lin Shuya had just finished her work. Suddenly, the HR department sent her a message. When she saw the content, her breath momentarily stopped. Her hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. HR Shaoli, someone anonymously reported that Su-chan from the talent scouting department is suspected of having an office romance. No way. Lin Shuya panicked, her eyes flickering. Had her underground relationship with Su-chan been leaked? Lin Shuya felt a bit flustered. She thought her relationship with Su-chan had been exposed. The next moment, the HR department sent another message. Shaoli, it seems that Su-chan is in a relationship with a girl from the talent scouting department named Chen. Image O. So it's not me. What a false alarm. Lin Shuya breathed a sigh of relief, then suddenly realized something. Wait, not me? That scoundrel Su-chan is dating another girl? Playing both sides, huh? Her eyes turned cold, and in anger, she clicked on the image. It was a post from Chen. Hee. Carrot asterisk, the first cup of milk tea he sent me this autumn. Photo holding the milk tea sure enough. This bastard. Lin Shuya clenched her delicate little fists, furious and wanting to hit someone. If this were true, wouldn't she have been deceived in her feelings? Recalling everything that happened between her and Su-chan last night, the sweet and ambiguous scenes flashed through her mind like a revolving lantern. Her inner fury surged straight up. Anger level +1+1+1. Knock knock. A knock on the door sounded. Lin Shuya regained her composure. Come in. The door opened cautiously. Su-chan entered, holding a drink, his smile radiant as he said, President Lin, I brought you a drink. Ha! Why do you look like you're not in a good mood? He sensed a heavy aura of hostility. Lin Shuya coldly pointed at her phone. Look for yourself. Su-chan tilted his head and glanced. He was instantly startled, his eyes widening. Damn! Who's reporting this? It's simply nonsense. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuya's brows furrowed slightly, her eyes glinting with a chilling light. What's going on? Explain. It's like this. Su-chan shrugged and explained honestly, I wanted to bring you a drink, but I was afraid that delivering it alone would be too conspicuous. So to cover it up, I brought a drink for everyone in the department. They're all drinking it now. He laid bare his good intentions. Lin Shuya was speechless, the frost on her delicate face melting away. It seemed she had indeed misunderstood. However, for the sake of bringing her a drink, Su-chan had actually bought one for everyone? That cost was a bit too much. Are you stupid? Why spend so much unnecessary money? Lin Shuya reproached coldly, yet her heart felt sweet. Oh, don't mind that. Sister Shuya, try it and see if it's good. I heard from the people at the shop that this drink is their signature. If it's not good, I'll go complain. Su-chan handed her the drink, thoughtfully inserting a straw, and the complaint was just a joke. Peach Blossom Cherry? What a girly name. Lin Shuya held the drink and took a small sip, sour and sweet. The taste is quite nice. Su-chan looked at her smiling face, his mood lifting. By the way, are you and Chen from your department close? I saw her post on social media, the first milk tea of autumn he brought me. The beautiful president's tone was light and seemingly indifferent, but it concealed hidden dangers. 1. That's a must. My damn charm is just that great. 2. No way, I didn't feel anything anyway. 3. Maybe she has a bit of a crush on me. Suchin pondered for a moment and replied, maybe she has a bit of a crush on me, but she hasn't really communicated much with me privately. I can't narcissistically say I want to distance myself from her, but I do keep my distance. We're just ordinary colleagues. Lin Shuya nodded slightly. I'll consider that an acceptable answer. Suchen chuckled and tentatively asked, so, since I'm performing so well, shouldn't you reward me a bit? What reward do you want? Lin Shuya raised her cold, charming eyes to look at him. Suchen pointed to his handsome face. Just give me a kiss, it won't be hard for you. This is the company. Are you really that bold? Come on, there are no cameras, and no one can see. Fine, just one. Lin Shuya had no choice but to tiptoe and gently peck Su Chen's handsome face, like a dragonfly touching the water. But the next moment, she realized she had been tricked, because Su Chen had already taken the opportunity to wrap his arms around her waist, pressing against her beautifully red lips. Lin Shuya's body lost its balance and fell back, her beautiful back hitting the desk. You rogue. What happened to just one kiss? Hee, Sister Shuya is so sweet, she just loves to be jealous, which is not a good habit. Pervert, weirdo, don't you dare tease me at the company, or I'll make sure to get you fired. Fired? Perfect. Then I'll spill the beans about us. You dare. Ugh. Lin Shuya's beautiful eyes widened, but her mouth was blocked again, her charming face turning red with embarrassment. The once domineering beauty CEO revealed a shy, delicate side in front of Su Chen, a rare and utterly adorable contrast. Lin Shuya suddenly realized that she seemed to have boarded Su Chen's pirate ship. He was not the docile little lamb at all, but a big bad wolf in sheep's clothing. Leaving the company. Inside the Maybach. Ding! Congratulations on completing the favorability task. Lin Shuya's favorability towards you +3, current favorability is 88, loving couple. Feels great. Su Chen was in an exceptionally good mood. Just moments ago, he had shared a passionate kiss with the stunning CEO Lin Shuya in the office, and he could still taste the sweetness lingering at the corner of his mouth. It was so enjoyable and thrilling. He was getting closer to reaching 90 points in favorability with her, and then he could claim a generous favorability reward. It was simply a double harvest in love and career. This is what life is all about. Su Chen had previously thought about living a single life forever, but now experiencing the joy of love, he could only describe it in 2 words, so fragrant. At that moment, his WeChat notification chimed. It was a call from LV sales assistant Yisinu. Mr. Su, are you free today? I want to introduce my best friend to you. Her best friend, Xiaomian, had been rated as a 94-point goddess by the system, and increasing his favorability with her would also yield rewards. This was an opportunity. I'm free, where are you? Su Chen arranged to meet them and drove over directly. At the entrance of Hongfeng Community, 2 super beauties stood gracefully, becoming a stunning sight. The rate of head turning was off the charts. Yisinu wore a light blue pure desire dress that hugged her curves perfectly, her long legs very eye-catching. Xiaomian's figure was even more explosive, wearing denim shorts paired with a white crop top adorned with patterns, her 36E figure almost bursting forth, radiating a strong feminine glow. Her long legs were smooth, fair, and slightly plump. Some younger men might prefer Yisinu's slender standard figure, but men with a bit of experience would know that Xiaomian's voluptuous body was truly exceptional. Many men, upon seeing this pair of stunning goddess sisters, could only admire from a distance, not daring to approach. Without some strength or capital in their pockets, would they really want to humiliate themselves? At that moment, inside an Audi A7, a successful man dressed like a social elite was fidgeting with anticipation. He was an executive at a small financial company, earning nearly $1 million a year. He prepared his business card, stepped out with a bright and confident smile, intending to strike up a conversation. But then, a flashy Maybach S680 slowly drove in, coming to a steady stop under everyone's gaze. The car door opened. A handsome figure emerged. Yisinu and Xiaomian, this pair of stunning goddess sisters, instantly had stars in their eyes. Maybach S680, luxurious, flashy, and cool. The owner, Su Chen, was even more handsome and extraordinary. The smile on the Audi man's face vanished in an instant, completely frozen in place, his hand holding the business card trembling. He had just mustered the courage to take the first step, only to be overshadowed in an instant. His heart suffered a tremendous blow. He couldn't help but recall a very cruel and realistic saying from the animal kingdom: powerful male animals can freely possess other female counterparts, while weaker males can only watch. Yisinu pulled her best friend and quickly walked up to Su Chen, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. Mr. Su, you look so handsome today. Wow, you actually drive a Maybach. I've never been in a car like this before. By the way, this is my best friend Xiaomian. I hope she doesn't disappoint you, Mr. Su. The photos they posted on social media had been slightly edited, so Yi Sin-yu was a bit worried that Su Chen might think Xiao Mian's photos didn't match her real appearance and feel dissatisfied. Hello, Mr. Su, it's a pleasure to meet you. Xiao Mian extended her fair, delicate hand, her voice very gentle. She had that kind of obedient demeanor, the type that wouldn't get angry no matter how much you bullied her, with a very good temper. Su Chen was a bit surprised and gently shook her hand. Hello. Xiao Mian's hand was soft, with delicate skin. The touch was wonderful. Looking at her stunning figure and her innocent, youthful face, she was simply adorably cute. Name, Xiao Mian. Age, 21. Body, height 169 centimeters, 56 kg. Overall attractiveness, 94 points. Favorability, 41. Romantic experience, 0. Current status, woo woo. Little Meow wants to lie flat, doesn't want to work hard anymore. Su Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. He didn't expect that Xiao Mian actually had no romantic experience. The system's insight was indeed unique, and she was such a contrast, wanting to lie flat, not wanting to work hard. Inside the Maybach S680, the sound of Berlin played energetic DJ music, creating a lively atmosphere. Su Chen operated the steering wheel with one hand, looking calm and relaxed. The luxurious interior made both women show expressions of astonishment. The top-of-the-line Maybach, worth 5 million, was said to be the epitome of luxury, and it was no joke, especially Yi Sin-yu, whose small face was excited as she touched everything, feeling the texture of the genuine leather seats, unable to put it down. That was the scent of money. The co-pilot, Xiao Mian, appeared relatively quiet, maintaining a graceful and dignified sitting posture, her long legs slightly together, her skin fair and smooth, breathtakingly beautiful. The seatbelt, unfortunately, accentuated her figure even more, making her look voluptuous and alluring. It inevitably reminded one of a woman named Yu Rong. Of course, Xiao Mian also enjoyed this luxurious and comfortable life. Her dream was to do nothing at all. Lying flat would be even better. Mr. Su, the air conditioning in the car seems a bit cold. Look, Mian is shivering. Yi Sin-yu was very clear about her role today. She was just a wingman, trying to match her best friend with Mr. Su. Xiao Mian's expression was adorably naive. Me? Shivering? How could she not know? Su Chen glanced sideways. Should I lower the temperature? Yi Sin-yu quickly waved her hand, her smile cunning. No need. As long as Mr. Su personally helps Mian warm up a bit, that's enough. 1. I'm a gentleman. I can't do such things. 2. Don't you have hands? Why do you need me? 3. Ask Xiao Mian if she's cold, warm her up for a whole day. Su Chen smiled, seemingly understanding something. This Yi Sin-yu really knew how to play the game. Are you cold? Su Chen asked with a faint smile, turning to the little obedient Xiao Mian. Xiao Mian was slightly taken aback and nodded. A little. Su Chen calmly extended his hand and placed it on her soft, white thigh. It was soft and very elastic. Xiao Mian closed her eyes, her face turning shyly red. Ding! Xiao Mian's favorability towards you +5, current favorability 46. Su Chen was delighted. Such good fortune should come more often. At the Elk Cafe, the environment was elegant. Su Chen and the others found a quiet spot and sat down. Then they ordered 3 cups of coffee and some snacks. Yi Sin-yu comfortably slumped in the armchair. Hi, being served by others feels much better. At the LV store, I have to carry things every day and smile at the customers. If I could be like you, Mr. Su, and have financial freedom, that would be wonderful. Her personality was very straightforward. She said whatever came to her mind. Su Chen agreed. Yes, work does often feel beyond our control, but we can try to relax and enjoy life whenever we can. Well, I still have to thank you, Mr. Su, for spending so much last time. I don't have any performance pressure this month. Yi Sin-yu smiled brightly and continued. If you don't mind, you can just call me Sin-yu from now on. As for her, just like me, call her Mian. By the way, she used to have a nickname, Little Lamb. She playfully winked at Su Chen. Xiao Mian pouted. Sister Sin-yu, I don't want the nickname Little Lamb. I want to be called Little Meow. Hee, Little Lamb is so cute, just like you, soft and cuddly. Mr. Su must really like it. Yi Sin-yu was lively, deliberately pinching Xiao Mian's waist, who was very ticklish and kept dodging. Watching this pair of exquisite sisters competing for attention was truly delightful, lifting one's spirits. What do you think, Mr. Su? I think, whether Mian is called Little Lamb or Little Meow, she is very cute. Let her decide what she likes to be called. Su Chen thought so and said it directly. Exactly, Mr. Su is right. Xiao Mian immediately aligned herself with Su Chen. Su Chen waved his hand. All right, you don't have to call me Mr. Su anymore. My name is Su Chen, and I should be a bit older than you. Yi Sin-yu looked delighted. Great, then I'll call you brother from now on. Nian Nian, you should change how you address him too. Brother Su Chen. Xiao Mian's voice was soft and sweet. It made one's heart melt, evoking a desire to tease her. Soon, the coffee and desserts were served. Su Chen and the others began to eat and chat. It turned out that Yi Xinyu and Xiao Mian had known each other since childhood. Xiao Mian was her neighbor's younger sister. Whenever Xiao Mian was bullied, Yi Xinyu would step in to protect her. Later, Xiao Mian even worked at the LV store through Yi Xinyu's introduction. However, after just a few days, the store manager found Xiao Mian too slow to learn and not sweet-tongued enough, so he fired her. He even scolded Yi Xinyu, and later Xiao Mian cried and apologized to Yi Xinyu. The two of them felt wronged for several days because of this incident. After hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect Yi Xinyu to be quite righteous. She was a very competent sister. However, Su Chen was curious about just how slow-witted Xiao Mian was to get fired. He couldn't help but glance at Xiao Mian, who was beautiful and had a great figure, but her eyes did indeed have a silly innocence, like that of a naive college student. Does Nian Nian have a job now? Su Chen casually asked. This question left both girls momentarily speechless. Xiao Mian nodded and honestly said, yes, it's online. Cough cough. Yi Xinyu immediately interrupted, quickly adding, she's currently a social media influencer, a fashion blogger, selling clothes. Right. Su Chen. He felt something was off. A fashion blogger? On which platform? I want to check out her account. Su Chen was indeed curious. The other party was a fashion blogger and seemed to be an internet celebrity? He was a talent scout for internet celebrities, so this was right up his alley. Yi Xinyu still seemed a bit shy. Xiao Mian sweetly said, let's tell brother Su Chen, it's not good to lie. Alright. Yi Xinyu sighed and said, brother Su Chen, do you have a Yinfufu platform? Search for, Nian Nian is a meow. The account with 120,000 followers. Impressive, 120,000 followers. Su Chen was somewhat impressed. With this number of followers, if managed well, a fashion blogger could easily earn 30,000 to 40,000 a month, no problem at all. But he noticed, Yi Xinyu was holding her head, looking distressed. So, what was the reason? Out of curiosity, Su Chen took out his phone and opened the Yinfufu video platform. Searching for, Nian Nian is a meow. There indeed was an account with 123,000 followers. As he clicked in, Su Chen's eyes widened instantly. Xiao Mian was indeed a fashion blogger, changing outfits every day, wearing a mask and shyly twisting her waist, her stunning figure on full display, complemented by the dynamic background music. It was so exhilarating there were several outfit change videos, all with particularly high views. The comments section was already in an uproar. Rejecting beauty. Forget it. I can't do it. So spicy. I really can't hold back when I see this. Sister, do you sell stockings? Used ones are fine, no need for new. Oh no, I really like this one. Everyone step aside, this is my wife. Sister, hurry and pamper me, kick me with your foot. However, her showcase did have a lot of clothes, so saying she was a fashion blogger was not wrong at all. But this was clearly skirting the edge. Seeing Su Chen fall into silence, Yi Xinyu immediately explained, brother Su Chen, this idea was actually all mine. Because Nian Nian is a bit slow, she can't do other jobs. So she can only clean the glass and such. And we are only selling normal clothes, not doing anything shady. Our Nian Nian is actually very innocent. She has never been in a relationship, really, she explained fervently, trying her best to make Su Chen believe. Because in the public's mind, such bloggers were the kind that couldn't be seen, it would be embarrassing to speak of it. Who would believe she was really innocent? 1. What? You say this kind of borderline blogger is innocent? I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. 2. Of course I believe it, because I've already seen it. Nian Nian is still untouched. 3. Of course I believe it. I just feel a bit sad. It feels really uncomfortable. You say a pure girl, struggling hard in a way she doesn't like for a living. Isn't that inspiring? If it weren't for a lack of options, who would choose this way? It's just that reality is too cruel. Seeing the third option, Su Chen really wanted to slap himself hard. Right, that was so damn right. He had just fleetingly thought that Xiao Mian was not clean? I really should die. Su Chen brewed his emotions and said solemnly, of course I believe it. I just feel a bit sad. It feels really uncomfortable. He shook his head with a bitter smile, then helplessly spread his hands and said deeply, you say a pure girl, struggling hard in a way she doesn't like for a living. Isn't that inspiring? Isn't it worthy of respect? If it weren't for a lack of options, who would choose this way? It's just that reality is too cruel. Su Chen seemed to embody an acting master. His performance soaring. Yi Xinyu and Xiao Mian were both stunned. They exchanged glances, their eyes turning a bit red. So touching. These words really struck a chord with them. Indeed, Yi Xinyu was truly out of options. Living in the starry sea is stressful. Although the two sisters have a good relationship, she can't always support Xiaomian. So she thought of ways to give Xiaomian advice, to help her shoot videos and find collaborating businesses. The goal is to sell a few pieces of clothing, earn some living expenses, and make a meal. If it weren't for that method, how could they attract traffic and draw in customers? However, Su Chen saw through all of this. Xiaomian, on the verge of tears, said, "Brother Su Chen, you are really so good. Thank you for not despising me and for understanding me." Wu as she spoke, she couldn't help but choke up a bit. Oh dear. Su Chen couldn't stand to see a girl cry, so he quickly got up, grabbed a tissue, and handed it to her, then gently patted her head. "Silly girl, I've suffered too. How could I despise you? I feel for you. Woo brother Su Chen, you are really too good." Xiaomian's nose turned sour as she thought of her own hardships, grievances, and struggles, and she immediately cried like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Yi Xinyu also had tears in her eyes, comforting her friend. At the same time, her perception of Su Chen underwent a dramatic change. Su Chen was nothing like the typical rich second generation, aloof and high above. Instead, he was very down-to-earth and able to empathize with others. Moreover, she looked into Su Chen's deep eyes and felt that he must have his own story. Perhaps he had endured more suffering than anyone else, because only by being in that environment could one truly understand others' actions and empathize with them. Ding! Yi Sinyu's favorability towards you +10, current favorability 75 points. Ding! Xiaomian's favorability towards you +20, current favorability 66. You can claim the reward for this stage. Wow, that increased so fast? Su Chen had just been empathizing when he saw the notification and instantly got excited. I can claim rewards again. Awesome. Half an hour later, Su Chen left the cafe with them. The room a roar. The Maybach S680 cruised down the street, stylish and impressive. Su Chen's expression was calm as he steered with one hand, but it felt like something was still missing, especially the moments when he had taken advantage of Xiaomian and comforted her. That feeling grew even stronger. Suddenly, he noticed his empty wrist. Got it. As the saying goes, the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches. Now that he had money, shouldn't he buy a high-end watch to experience it? Brother Su Chen, where are we going next? Yi Xinyu asked curiously. Su Chen came back to his senses and said lightly, I want to buy a watch. Do you have any good suggestions? Yi Xinyu, being a sales associate at LV, definitely had a better understanding of high-end luxury goods than he did, so he wanted to hear her opinion. Yi Xinyu felt valued and was delighted, seriously suggesting, Brother Su Chen, you're so young. If you're looking for a watch in the 100,000 range, you could choose Omega. Their latest Sunlight Power series is really good. Upon hearing this, Su Chen nodded and continued, what about the more expensive ones, like over $1 million? Xiaomian and Yi Xinyu were both taken aback. Starting with a watch over $1 million? Brother Su Chen is so extravagant. Yi Xinyu excitedly said, if it's over $1 million, then of course it's Patek Philippe, known as the Emperor of Watches. Their celestial tourbillon is a major feature, and Vacheron Constantine's overseas series is also very good. Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantine. It seems these two watch brands are indeed very famous, similar to Su Chen's initial thoughts. Su Chen said lightly, do you have any friends working in those stores? We could go support her business. Unfortunately, I really don't. What a pity. Yi Xinyu shook her head, looking regretful. She now wished she could transform into a watch salesperson. Wouldn't that mean she could close another deal? Alright, let's go check out Patek Philippe, Su Chen said, reaching for the navigation to change the destination. Beside him, Xiaomian spoke softly, her voice sweet and gentle. Sister Xinyu knows so much and can help Brother Su Chen. I really am too stupid. I'm sorry, Brother Su Chen. Seeing her face full of self-reproach, Su Chen was slightly taken aback and comforted her. It's okay, everyone has their own expertise. You certainly have your own strengths. What strengths? Xiaomian asked, her eyes wide with curiosity and anticipation. Before Su Chen could respond, Yi Xinyu interjected, your strength, of course, is that you have a broader perspective. Anyway, it's much broader than mine. She looked down at herself, feeling indeed inferior. Even Xiaomian, no matter how foolish, understood and instantly blushed. Sister Xinyu, you're teasing me again. She shyly covered her face with her arm but still couldn't hide her blossoming beauty. Su Chen couldn't help but steal a glance. Her beautiful face was flushed like peach blossoms, her figure voluptuous and exquisite, an S-shaped silhouette, simply an angelic beauty. And her personality was such a contrast. She was just too adorable, wanting to. No. 36 Bund, Patek Philippe flagship store. The three of them got out of the car and were instantly captivated by the dreamlike scenery before them. The ancient building, full of strong British style, was well structured, with a modern sign at the entrance, Patek Philippe. Wow, I thought I had come to the wrong place, he said, a bit surprised. This was indeed different from what Su Chun had imagined. Yi Sin-yu explained, "This Patek Philippe is located in the former residence of a 19th century British lord, so its architecture has retained its original appearance. But I've never been inside, it should be modernized, right? Oh, then let's go." Su Chen's expression quickly returned to calm. In the past, coming to such a high-end place would have made him nervous, but now that he had money, he naturally felt confident. Yi Sin-yu linked her arm with Su Chen's, looking relaxed. Xiao Mian, however, was quite anxious and said cautiously, "Brother Su Chen, I'm a bit nervous." Seeing her timid demeanor, Su Chen took her hand. "Let's go, don't be afraid. It's just a small scene." Feeling the warmth of Su Chen's large hand, Xiaomian finally felt a sense of security. They officially stepped into Patek Philippe. The first thing that caught their eyes was the grand French chandelier overhead, dazzling and radiant. The floor beneath their feet was made of mahogany, and exquisite murals adorned the walls. Looking around, everything exuded an air of high-end luxury, resplendent and magnificent. In the pristine glass display cases, various models of Patek Philippe watches were showcased. On the central advertising wall was a Patek Philippe Sky Moon Tourbillon 5002P watch, accompanied by a tagline, "No one can own a Patek Philippe, you are merely safeguarding it for the next generation." Su Chen couldn't help but be taken aback. Is this Patek Philippe really that prestigious? He had previously thought that Patek Philippe stores were similar to mobile phone shops, but now it seemed they were on a completely different level. So extravagant. No wonder it was called the emperor among watches. Yi Sin-yu and Xiao Mian also looked around in amazement, like country girls stepping into a big city. At that moment, a female sales associate in a suit approached them with a smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Patek Philippe." She wore white gloves, her hands elegantly placed in front of her abdomen. Her posture was dignified, and her appearance was beautiful. Su Chen quickly regained his composure and said calmly, "I'd like to see some watches." "Certainly, sir, this way please." The female sales assistant made a gesture inviting them in, her face still adorned with a faint smile. Su Chen couldn't help but marvel. The more upscale the place, the better the service. There was absolutely no hint of neglect or that feeling of being looked down upon. They arrived at an exquisite display case. The sales assistant extended her gloved hand and smiled as she introduced, "You can take a look at these Aquanaut Diver Series watches. They complement your noble temperament very well." Su Chen glanced into the display case. He found that the styles of this series were quite ordinary, and they all shared a common point. The prices ranged from 100,000 to 200,000. He understood. The sales assistant had positioned herself for entry-level clients, which was why she introduced him to such inexpensive watches. However, her service attitude was indeed very respectful, even complimenting his noble temperament. After pondering for a moment, Su Chen said, "This one is a bit cheap. By the way, don't you have a complicated timepiece series that's quite good?" Upon hearing this, a hint of a dry smile flashed across the sales assistant's face as she replied, "Yes, sir, our super complicated timepiece series is indeed our most high-end collection. Of course, its price is relatively expensive." Her words seemed to carry a hint of discouragement, as the products in this series started at $1 million. Most people couldn't afford that. To her surprise, Su Chen replied nonchalantly, "Then let's go for the more expensive one. I still have a bit of a budget." The sales assistant was instantly thrilled. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her smile radiant. "All right, this way, please, sir." The watches in this display case, both in design and price, were several levels higher than the previous ones. This 5370P is a very classic piece from the super complicated timepiece series. Some say wearing it is like wearing the world's time on your wrist. A big star in our country wears this watch. You can see its price. It's 1.86 million. The sales assistant was diligently promoting, fearing that the high price would scare Su Chen away. Su Chen, of course, had his own opinions, and when he saw a watch that caught his eye, he immediately made up his mind. "I want this one." He pointed to a watch in the display case. Everyone followed his gesture. It was a watch with a black starry sky background, dotted with countless stars, resembling a galaxy. The crocodile leather strap, transparent sapphire crystal dial, and champagne gold bezel set with diamonds all spoke of its extraordinary nature. The sales assistant was stunned for a few seconds and confirmed, "Sir, you mean this 6104 or 001 Starry Sky model? Its price is 4.12 million. Su Chen replied calmly, "That's right, that one. Wrap it up." The sales assistant was completely taken aback, her smile becoming even more radiant. She had previously been promoting watches worth around 100,000 to Su Chen, then pushed for those over $1 million. But now, Su Chen had directly stated he wanted a watch worth over 4 million. This was simply extravagant beyond reason. Okay, sir, I'll prepare it for you right away." The sales assistant, who had been very composed, now spoke with evident nervousness and excitement. Yi Sinyu seemed to see her own shocked expression from when she faced Su Chen's lavish spending. It was exactly the same. The only difference was that instead of buying clothes, it was now about buying watches. To think this was a watch worth over 4 million. Su Chen actually said he would buy it without even blinking, as if it were as simple as drinking water. Xiao Mian looked utterly dazed. She counted on her fair fingers, her not-so-bright mind trying to calculate the cost. She now makes short videos to sell clothes, earning just over 10,000 a month. After deducting expenses for clothes and cosmetics, she can save at most 3,000 a month. That amounts to 36,000 a year. Oh my! If I want to buy this watch, it would take me over 100 years. Xiao Mian couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Yi Sinyu was stunned. Over 100 years? Then I would have turned to dust long ago. The wealthy Su Chen is terrifying. Patek Philippe, service front desk. After completing some purchasing procedures, Su Chen swiped his card to pay. Ding! Your total spending amount is 4,120,000 yuan, triggering a random 3x cashback reward. Congratulations, you have received a cashback of 12,360,000 yuan, 3 times cashback. It really feels great. Su Chen was very excited inside. He bought a watch worth 4 million and got back over 10 million. This cashback card is truly a good thing. Moreover, there's still over 5 million in credit left, so he could probably get back quite a bit more. Mr. Su, would you like me to put it on for you? The female sales assistant's face turned slightly red. Having witnessed Su Chen's financial power, her gaze became fervent. Sure, go ahead. Su Chen sat in the chair, calmly extending his left hand. The sales assistant solemnly took out the 4 million Patek Philippe 6104 Starry Skywatch from its exquisite box. She carefully put it on Su Chen. Wow, Mr. Su, you look really handsome wearing it. It perfectly matches your noble temperament. She clapped her small hands, showing an expression of admiration. The emotional value was quite on point. Yi Sinyu felt a strong sense of crisis upon hearing this. This sales assistant is no pushover. Then I'll compete with you. She immediately switched to a cute girlish voice, exaggerating. Oh my, this Patek Philippe can only truly reflect its value when worn on your hand, Brother Su Chen, right? Under the glow of your noble aura, it sparkles so brightly. Brother Su Chen is simply so handsome. Explosive. The sales assistant felt a wave of pressure, sensing that the other party was a master. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but smile. Although these words were quite exaggerated, they felt great to hear. He looked at the Patek Philippe on his wrist with satisfaction. A 4 million item, just like that, worn on his hand. It was like playing a game and equipping a top-tier item. It couldn't be cooler. Mr. Su, let's exchange contact information. For any after-sales issues regarding the watch, you can contact me anytime. My name is Lu Xian, just call me Xiao Lu. Su Chen glanced at her, and the system immediately popped up a prompt. Name, Lu Xian, age, 27 years, height, 168 centimeters. Overall attractiveness, 81 points, favorability, 56. Seeing this, Su Chen could only shake his head. Clearly, she did not meet the system's goddess standard. Yi Sinyu felt even more threatened upon seeing the sales assistant trying to build a connection. She quickly whispered to Xiao Mian, Nian Nian, you have to make a move. Otherwise, Brother Su Chen is going to be snatched away. That bad woman is no good. Ha, me, make a move? Xiao Mian's pretty face flushed, feeling dizzy and unsure of what to do. So, she cautiously tugged at Su Chen's sleeve and gently said, Brother, when are we leaving? Su Chen turned back to look at her adorably dazed face. 1. What's going on? Why are you pulling me, silly? Be harsh on her. 2. Let's leave now. Conservative. 3. You've accompanied me for so long, and I haven't rewarded you yet. Go pick one out. I'll pay. It seems we can only choose between 2 or 3 options. He still has a cashback system. Why don't we just go all out? Su Chen glanced at Yi Sinyu and smiled lightly. You two have accompanied me for half a day. It must have been quite tiring. Come on, Sinyu, take Xiao Mian and pick out 2 watches you like. I'll pay. The 3 women were instantly stunned, frozen in shock. Yi Sinyu was even more excited inside. She didn't expect Su Chen to buy them both watches. The cheapest ones cost over 100,000. It seems that silly sister Xiao Mian is quite useful. In the future, it all depends on her. Yi Sinyu was very sensible, leading Xiao Mian to only look at entry-level watches. Of course, even entry-level ones still cost over 100,000. For ordinary people, that's not a small amount. But Su Chen thought entry-level watches were too ordinary, the styles weren't very appealing, so he encouraged them to be bolder and look at higher-end options. The saleswoman, Lu Xian, was practically envious, her eyes filled with admiration. Accompanying Su Chen for a shopping trip could earn her a watch worth hundreds of thousands? She would gladly do it 100 times over. She would even be willing to accompany Su Chen for other activities. After all, he was so young and handsome. Meanwhile, a couple was also looking at watches in the same showroom, both dressed very stylishly. The woman wore heavy makeup, looking quite glamorous, with a score of about 80 in looks and figure, definitely a beauty. She wrapped her arms around the man's, sweetly saying, "How can you buy me a watch? I really like this rose gold classic watch. It's only 250,000. For you, it's just a small matter." Hauke scoffed, displeased. "Only 250,000. Do you think money is easy to earn? Just take a look and be done with it." Ha! The glamorous woman was unhappy, complaining, "Other people's boyfriends buy them bags, watches, and cars, and you only bring me to look? What else?" Hauke said proudly, "Bringing you to see the world is already good enough, and you still have such high demands. Do you see that man over there?" He pointed at Su Chen not far away. The glamorous woman nodded. "Yeah, so what?" Hauke laughed. "He's with two beautiful girls, and aren't they just here to look as well? Are you feeling unbalanced?" The glamorous woman fell silent, unable to refute. Who would have thought? The next moment, Su Chen pointed at the display case and said calmly, "This one, and this one, wrap them up for me." The women were taken aback. They looked at the two dazzling diamond-studded ladies' watches in the display case. Yi Xinyu and Xiao Mianmian's mouths dropped open, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Patek Philippe 24-4908/platinum with diamonds, 965,000 yuan. Patek Philippe Gondolo 7099/rose gold, 920,000 yuan. Oh my god, Su Chen, these two watches are too expensive, right? Yi Xinyu couldn't help but exclaim. Even though Su Chen had previously said they could choose a watch, the ones she had been looking at were all under 300,000. Who would have thought Su Chen would directly decide on two ladies' watches, both close to $1 million? It's really too expensive. Xiao Mianmian's chest rose and fell slightly, breathing rapidly. "Su Chen, how about we choose something cheaper?" Su Chen smiled lightly. "Don't you like these two models?" "We like them, of course. It's just the price." Yi Xinyu paused, her face turning crimson and hot. She was afraid that if she continued, Su Chen might really change his mind. No one dislikes money, and she was no exception. But such an expensive gift still left her a bit overwhelmed. Su Chen didn't think too much about it and said calmly, "Liking it is enough. The price doesn't matter. Xiao Lu, take care of it." He waved his hand. The female sales assistant immediately snapped back to reality. "Okay, Mr. Su, please wait a moment." She began to prepare. Nearby, the alluring woman watched this scene, her envy and jealousy turning her eyes red. She quickly grabbed the man's arm and shook it wildly. "How goo? Didn't you just say they were only looking at watches with their girlfriend? Now they're buying one. What do you have to say? I want you to buy me one too." Upon hearing this, Hao Ji's face turned extremely ugly. "If they have money, let them buy it. Why can't you be a little more understanding and stop comparing yourself to them?" The alluring woman continued to chatter, unconvinced. "What's wrong with that? Is it so hard for you to buy me a watch? Don't you have tens of millions in assets at home? Why are you unwilling to spend a little money on me? That's my family's money. You casually look at a watch, and it costs 250,000? How the hell can I afford that?" Hauge was so angry his face turned red. "I don't care, you must buy me one today, or we break up. Damn it, if we break up, then we break up. Fine. You said it, don't come looking for me again, scumbag." In a fit of anger, the alluring woman tossed her head and walked away. "Wait, you." Hauge was dumbfounded. How could she really just leave? He noticed the strange looks from the crowd and awkwardly wanted to find a hole to hide in, quickly chasing after the woman. Seeing this scene, Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. It's good to have money. Otherwise, if a girlfriend wants to buy something and you can't afford it, that would indeed be very awkward. Even if the girlfriend understands at the moment, what about in the long run? Would there be conflicts due to material reasons? At that time, should he blame the girlfriend for being materialistic and realistic? Or blame himself for not being capable enough to provide a good life for his girlfriend? In any case, having money makes all these issues trivial. Yi Xinyu exclaimed, "Brother Su Chen, it seems they really broke up." "Su Chen, so what? Xiao Mian?" After finishing the payment at the Patek Philippe service desk, Yi Xinyu and Xiao Mian, the two stunning goddess sisters, extended their fair, delicate hands and simultaneously wore the $1 million Patek Philippe watches. The diamonds on the watches sparkled like stars, and the platinum and rose gold were even more eye-catching, elevating their aura to a whole new level. Noble and elegant. Their smiles bloomed like peach blossoms as they took photos of their watches with their phones, praising them endlessly. Wow, so beautiful, the diamonds on this are so shiny, I love it. Brother Su Chen, it's really amazing. Your taste is superb. I really love my 7099 or rose gold. It has such class. Brother Su Chen is simply the best man in the world. Whoever can marry him will definitely be happy for a lifetime. Hearing the two women's cheerful chatter, Su Chen felt very good. The system continuously sent prompts. Detected host spending of 965,000, triggering random 2x cashback. Detected host spending of 920,000, triggering random 3x cashback. Cashback amount received 1,930,000 yuan. Cashback amount received 2,760,000 yuan. The multiplier is average, but I still earned nearly 3 million. Su Chen silently glanced at his phone. He found that the balance in his bank account had skyrocketed to over 17 million. It was simply exhilarating. However, his cashback card limit was down to just over 3 million. Let's claim the new rewards. He opened the favorability panel. Yi Sinyu's favorability towards you +5. Current favorability, 80 points. Xiao Mian's favorability towards you +5. Current favorability, 71 points. The current goddess Xiao Mian can be claimed, with rewards at 60 and 70 favorability levels. Does the host want to claim them immediately? Is there any cashback card left? Can I get another one? Su Chen's lips curled slightly as he chose to claim all. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, a one-night stay in the presidential suite at Junyue Hotel. Value, 228,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a critical hit, receiving the reward, 20% partnership shares in the Michelin 3-star restaurant Taiyan Pavilion. Value, 80 million. Holy crap, 80 million? Su Chen was completely thrilled. He was still conservatively thinking about wanting a cashback card, and unexpectedly, he hit the jackpot with a critical reward? 20% partnership shares in Taiyan Pavilion, a Michelin 3-star restaurant. This is a great deal. It means Su Chen can just lie at home while the chef works for him. He only needs to collect dividends at home. Moreover, if Su Chen really doesn't want it, he can sell the partnership shares. Even if he can't sell it for 80 million, selling it for 40 or 50 million would be easy. So awesome. Just as he was lost in thought, a soft, moist sensation touched his cheek. Mua, two overlapping kissing sounds rang out. Yi Sinyu and Xiao Mian, the exquisite sister duo, stood on either side of Su Chen, tiptoeing to gently peck his left and right cheeks simultaneously. Brother Su Chen, thank you for the gifts. We really like them. Yi Sinyu blushed shyly and gently asked, "What were you thinking just now?" After taking a photo, she suggested to Xiao Mian that they both give Su Chen a kiss to express their gratitude. After all, the watches Su Chen gifted them were worth nearly 2 million combined. Such a heavy sentiment. If they didn't show their appreciation, wouldn't that be ungrateful? Su Chen quickly regained his composure and smiled. I was thinking about what to eat tonight. How about Taiyan Pavilion? Taiyan Pavilion? Yi Sinyu's eyes lit up, quite surprised. That's a Michelin 3-star restaurant. I heard you need to book a week in advance to get a table. Xiao Mian nodded, looking adorably naive. Yes, I saw it online too. Many people go there to check in. Brother Su Chen, if we book now, we probably won't make it in time. Hearing them say this, it seems that this Taiyan Pavilion Michelin 3-star restaurant has some prestige. They even require a week in advance for reservations? I'll call and ask. Maybe there will be a surprise? Su Chen's lips curled slightly as he picked up his phone and dialed the chef's contact, Anderson Matt. The call was quickly connected. A slightly awkward Chinese voice came through, very respectful. Hello, Mr. Su. I am the chef of Taiyan Pavilion, Anderson Matt. Thank you very much for your favor in becoming our only partner. This is a recognition for me. Su Chen smiled calmly. You're too polite, Chef Anderson. Your culinary skills are well known, and I enjoy gourmet food and investments. So, I guess it's fate. Upon hearing this, Anderson couldn't hide his joy and excitedly said, Mr. Su, thank you for your praise. I wonder when you are free. I sincerely invite you to visit Taiyan Pavilion, so I have the opportunity to personally host you to express my gratitude. Su Chen casually replied, I happen to be free tonight. I hope it won't disturb you? Oh no. That would be my utmost honor. Anderson's expression was excited. He knew very well that Su Chen could spend so much money to invest in his restaurant. He must be a big shot. They must get along well, even flatter him. They chatted briefly and agreed on a time. Su Chen hung up the phone first. Xiao Mian and Yi Sinyu both looked at him in shock. Oh my god. Su Chen is actually the only partner of the Taiyan Pavilion 3-star restaurant? The chef even personally invited him to taste the delicacies? That's incredible. In Shanghai City, the night has arrived. The night sky is dotted with stars. The Michelin 3-star Taiyan Pavilion is located near the coastal garden. The surrounding residential buildings twinkle with billions of lights, creating a warm and intimate atmosphere. There's a sense of comfort that comes from being away from the bustling city, a tranquility that feels far-reaching. The steady and handsome Maybach S680 comes to a smooth stop not far away. Suchen walks hand in hand with two stunning beauties towards Taiyan Pavilion. Upon seeing this scene, Chef Anderson, who had been waiting at the entrance for a long time, immediately broke into a broad smile and stepped forward to greet him along with a young Chinese man beside him. Mr. Su, welcome to Taiyan Pavilion. I am Anson Matt, the one you spoke with on the phone. Anderson is undoubtedly French, with blonde hair and blue eyes. His career could easily fill a book, becoming a chef at 25, earning 2 Michelin stars in France at 33, and at 43, giving up everything to pursue love and start a business in China. Last year, at the age of 48, Taiyan Pavilion finally won the Michelin 3-star crown. Foreigners are inherently proud, but at this moment, he displays exceptional warmth, respect, and humility, perhaps influenced by Chinese culture, but more so out of respect for Su Chen's status. Yi Xinyu and Xiao Mian, the exquisite sister duo, were already stunned. They had never encountered such a scene before. To think that one would need to make a reservation 7 days in advance just to eat here. The chef coming out to greet them? It felt like a dream. Hello, Chef Anderson, it's a pleasure to meet you. Su Chen exchanged a brief handshake with him. Anderson smiled and continued, this is our sous chef, Zhu Wei, who is a native of Shanghai City. My Chinese is not very good, and I hope Mr. Su can be understanding. You're being modest. Su Chen smiled lightly and gave a thumbs up. Your Chinese is quite good. Good. Everyone laughed heartily. Sous Chef Zhu Wei also respectfully extended his hand. Mr. Su, I am Zhu Wei. I will accompany Chef throughout the evening to ensure you have a wonderful dining experience. Alright, thank you. Su Chen smiled and shook his hand politely. Since he was also Chinese, communication was indeed much more convenient. The group entered Taiyan Pavilion. The decor exuded French charm, with an elegant atmosphere that felt very romantic. Chef Anderson welcomed Su Chen and the two ladies inside, clearly becoming the focus of the entire restaurant. Diners cast fiery, envious glances. To have Chef Anderson personally receive them meant he was the restaurant's most distinguished guest. Yi Xinyu and Xiao Mian were deeply shocked, their previous perceptions completely refreshed. They truly felt what it meant to be noble. The sense of honor was particularly clear to them at this moment. In their eyes, admiration for Su Chen sparkled like little stars. Moments later, the group arrived at the second floor of the restaurant. Anderson seated Su Chen and the two ladies at a windowside table. Outside, the night was tranquil, and the scenery was beautiful. The wine-red semicircular sofa was paired with a large round marble table in gray-black adorned with beautiful patterns, a bouquet of bright red roses in the center vase, and candle flames lit, filling the air with romance. Sous Chef Zhu Wei smiled and said, Mr. Su, this is the best table we have reserved for you. Over there is your personal pianist. You can request any song you like at any time. Tonight, the chef said, you can just enjoy yourself. There's no need for any expenses, all dishes are on him. Once again, thank you very much for your generosity. After hearing this, Yi Xinyu and Xiao Mian widened their beautiful eyes, looking at the blonde, blue-eyed pianist at the piano on their right, their hearts even more excited and stirred. Even Su Chen was somewhat taken aback. This is just. No need to order, no need for any consumption. The chef personally prepares the dishes for you. Having money is truly enjoyable. Spending 80 million to become a partner at Taiyan Pavilion, the treatment I receive is indeed different. A quarter of an hour later, led by Chef Anderson, 6 formally dressed waiters followed behind, each pushing a small cart. They approached Su Chen's table with smiles, creating a grand scene. Diners, regardless of gender, cast astonished glances. Such a spectacle is indeed rare. What kind of esteemed guest deserves such imperial treatment? Chef Anderson lifted the most exquisite bottle of red wine from the cart and smiled as he approached Su Chen. Mr. Su, I apologize for the interruption. This is a bottle I have treasured for many years, a 1996 Romani Conti. Today, as you honor us with your presence at Taiyan Pavilion, I offer this small token of respect. I wish you a romantic evening. His smile was gentle, and he carefully placed the bottle of 1996 Romani Conti on the wine rack. Then he turned to instruct the waiters. Serve the dishes. Following that, the waiters began to place the items from the small carts onto Su Chen's table. Although the portions were small, the presentation was exquisite and appeared very high-end. The 1996 Romani Conti red wine also began to breathe under Su Chen's instruction. Yi Xinyu and Xiao Mian's eyes lit up. These French dishes looked so delicious. They couldn't wait to dig in and enjoy. Moreover, out of curiosity, Yi Xinyu searched for the price of the 1996 Romani Conti red wine. The result left her utterly shocked. A single bottle costs around 300,000. Having money doesn't even guarantee you can buy it. Anderson smiled respectfully, saying, Mr. Su, here are 24 dishes for you to enjoy. The rest will be served shortly. If you have a favorite among them, you can instruct Zhu Wei, and we will prepare it for you immediately. Tonight's menu was clearly meticulously prepared by Chef Anderson, with a total of 60 different dishes. It was all to entertain Su Chen and show goodwill. Thank you. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, then glanced at the exquisite sisters sitting on either side of him. Then let's dig in. Okay. Yi Xinyu was excited, picking up a fork from the table, but suddenly hesitated. But, Brother Su Chen, these dishes are all unique. Can I eat whatever I want? Su Chen replied nonchalantly, feel free to eat. There are still dozens of dishes to come. We can change up the flavors. Then I won't hold back, Brother Su Chen. Xiaomian was eager. She couldn't wait any longer, her stomach already growling. They officially began their meal. Whenever they encountered something delicious or particularly special, they could ask Zhu Wei about the preparation methods or ingredient combinations. Originally the sous chef, Zhu Wei now played the role of a waiter, enthusiastically introducing the dishes. This dish uses traditionally grown carrots for the carving, and the clever pairing of yogurt and curry sorbet allows your taste buds to fully bloom. This one employs molecular gastronomy, with oysters paired with small balls made of cassava, complemented by icegrass, making the oysters taste fresh without being greasy. This dish features red magic shrimp with sea asparagus, paired with kumquat and mountain pepper sauce. And this one looks a bit like tofu, but it's actually made from scallops and beef tripe mushrooms. As Su Chen and the others enjoyed their food, they listened to Zhu Wei's introductions. It was quite interesting. Moreover, French cuisine could combine many unrelated ingredients together. Some of the food tasted quite good, but there were a few that Su Chen found hard to accept. Su Chen Gij, try this one of mine, it's really delicious. Yi Xinyu forked a piece of food and held it up to Su Chen's mouth to feed him. Su Chen opened his mouth and accepted the offering. Xiaomian was not to be outdone, also holding up food. Su Chen Gij, try my scallops, they're so fresh. In the night, a candlelit dinner. The melodious sound of a piano filled the air. The wine glasses clinked in the candlelight, reflecting the joyful shadows of everyone. As they exchanged cups, the atmosphere felt enchanting and romantic. Yi Xinyu and Xiaomian, both slightly tipsy, had rosy cheeks like blooming peach blossoms. I'm so happy tonight. Yi Xinyu looked at the romantic scene and said joyfully, Su Chen Gij, can I take a picture? Su Chen glanced at her. The light blue dress she wore accentuated her perfect figure, and with her charmingly beautiful little face, she was very captivating. He withdrew his gaze and said, sure, you can take it however you like. Yi Xinyu smiled seductively, then, you hug me and Nian Nian, and we can take a few group photos together. Hee, is that okay, Su Chen Gij? Come on. Su Chen couldn't be bothered to think too much. It was just a photo, after all. He smiled and leaned back on the sofa. All the beauty was embraced. Enjoying it to the fullest after taking the photos, Yi Xinyu looked at the beautiful pictures on her phone, her smile radiant and lovely. Suddenly, her thoughts shifted, and she raised her eyes to say, Su Chen Gij, how about, you take care of Nian Nian from now on? As soon as these words were spoken, Su Chen and Xiaomian were both stunned, exchanging a glance. Xiaomian's cute face turned even redder. Yi Xinyu smiled gently and continued, look, Su Chen Gij, Nian Nian has a great figure and can have babies at the Valley of Abstinence. Plus, she's very obedient and well-behaved. If you let her be your little girlfriend, your life will definitely be very happy. Su Chen glanced over. Name, Xiaomian, current status, longing, sobbing I don't want to try anymore. If only Su Chen Gij would take care of me, I want to be his little cat. He smiled faintly and looked at Xiaomian. She was wearing a cropped white t-shirt today, showing off her impressive figure. However, she had a cute, youthful face, which was quite a contrast. So adorable at this moment, Xiaomian was looking at him with an expectant gaze. 1. Call me master, and I'll take care of you. Hugging her waist, with a charming smile. 2. Want a future? I'll give it to you. 3. Nian Nian, I want to hear your true thoughts. Do you want to be with me? I want you to be happy. After pondering, Su Chen held her small hand and gently asked, Nian Nian, do you want to be with me? I just hope you can happily do what you want. His gentle approach made Xiaomian, who was already a bit shy, have tears glistening in her anxious eyes. She bit her cute, flushed face and said with difficulty, Su Chen Gij, I'm very happy being with you. I like you. As long as Su Chen Gij doesn't dislike me, I will be obedient and very well behaved. I won't cause any trouble for Su Chen Gij. Hearing these words, Yi Xinyu was somewhat surprised. Because Xiaomian had always been poor at expressing her feelings, yet Su Chen managed to make her say I like you. It was simply unprecedented. Su Chen's face was filled with heartache as he wiped away the tears from the corners of Xiaomian's eyes, comforting her, Nian Nian is so good, so cute, and I like you the most. From now on, you don't have to try hard anymore, just be my baby, okay? Xiaomian's eyes sparkled with surprise as she firmly said, okay, I want to be the best baby for my brother. With that, she jumped into Su Chen's arms, seeking a hug, like a cute little kitten acting spoiled with its owner. She was so soft and adorable that Su Chen really liked her, feeling extremely happy. Ding! Xiaomian's affection for you +4, current affection level 75. The scene was beautiful. Yet Yi Xinyu wore a face full of envy, her emotions very complex. She didn't want to try hard. She had feelings for Su Chen too, but despite her obvious efforts, Su Chen never seemed to notice her. She was puzzled. Clearly, her gap with Xiaomian wasn't that big, so why did Su Chen prefer Xiaomian and not show any interest in her? Yi Xinyu shook her head, picked up her wine glass, swirled it lightly, and took a sip. Then she put on a smile again and said, Mian, let's have some more red wine. This is Romani Conti, worth 300,000 a bottle. We can't waste it. This sip is quite precious, Xiaomian said, her cheeks slightly flushed as she raised her glass, feeling that what she was drinking was not just red wine, but the taste of money. Su Chen's lips curled up, having seen through Yi Xinyu's thoughts. She wanted to get Xiaomian drunk and then let herself take advantage of the situation, right? Truly a good best friend. After a few rounds of drinks and delicious food, Xiaomian said, Brother Su Chen, we're drunk. Let's go rest. Brother Su Chen, I'm feeling dizzy too. I want to sleep. Yi Xinyu and Xiaomian's faces were flushed. Their eyes seemed to be veiled in mist, hazy and dreamy. Su Chen remembered the reward he received today, which included a presidential suite at a hotel. It couldn't be wasted. He decided to end the dinner early. After chatting briefly with Chef Anderson, he had Zhu Wei drive them to the city center. In the center of Shanghai City stood a building with a total height of 630 meters and 127 floors, known as the Pinnacle of Shanghai. The three of them took the high-speed elevator to the front desk of the Grand Hyatt Hotel to check in. Under the guidance of the hotel manager, they arrived at the presidential suite on the 98th floor. The space was spacious and bright, filled with a luxurious atmosphere. World-renowned brand furniture was everywhere. Even the shower gel and shampoo were luxury brands. Sisters Yi Xinyu and Xiaomian touched and looked around, their faces unable to hide their joy. Oh my gosh! Staying here for one night costs 220,000. It feels like closing my eyes to sleep is a waste. Wow, there's an indoor hot spring, a massage bathtub, and a sauna. I want to enjoy it. If it weren't for Brother Su Chen, we could never stay here in our lifetime. Su Chen remained calm, standing in front of the spacious floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the dazzling nightlife of Shanghai City, feeling particularly relaxed. Brother Su Chen, what are you looking at? Xiaomian joyfully ran to his side, exclaiming, Wow, it's so high here. I'm a bit scared of falling. Hey, brother, look, that's the Oriental Pearl. From here, it looks so short and small. She grabbed Su Chen's arm, feeling both scared and excited. Su Chen chuckled, Are you afraid of heights? Xiaomian nodded, a little, but with you here, I'm not afraid. Su Chen's lips curled up as he naturally wrapped his arm around Xiaomian's slim waist. Nearby, Yi Xinyu's teasing voice rang out, It's better to be higher. Even if you and Mian do some naughty things here, no one will see. Suddenly, Xiaomian's little face turned even redder as she said innocently, Sister Xinyu, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Her eyes sparkled like stars as she looked at Su Chen with anticipation, her lips moving slightly as if hinting at something. The night view here is indeed quite romantic. It would be a pity not to do something, Su Chen said, gazing at her adorably naive expression, pulling her closer and lowering his head. Xiaomian let out a soft sigh and obediently melted into the man's embrace. Yi Xinyu was taken aback. She had just said it casually. Did she really take it seriously? She quickly turned away and ran off as if escaping. A few minutes later, beep beep beep, his phone rang. The romantic atmosphere between the two was interrupted. Xiaomian opened her beautiful eyes, her breath a bit hurried, shyly burying herself in his arms. Su Chen glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Lin Shuya calling. This was troublesome. 1. Answer? What the heck? Reject Lin Shuya's call and let her have fun by herself. 2. Answer Lin Shuya's call in person and let her know what love is, a ray of light. 3. Let Xiaomian step aside first, then answer Lin Shuya's call. Su Chen felt a bit overwhelmed. He quickly thought for a moment and chose the third option. Mian, go take a shower in my room and wait for me. Su Chen gently ruffled her hair and smiled. I'll take a company call, talk about some things, and I'll be back to find you soon. Xiaomian nodded with her pretty face flushed, her voice soft and sweet as she said, Baby will be good and wait for Brother Su Chen. So obedient. Su Chen stroked her cute face and watched her walk into her room. Ding! Xiaomian's favorability towards you +1. Then, Su Chen immediately answered Lin Shuya's call. Su Chen, I'm feeling sleepy. The beautiful CEO's voice was soft, having shed her usual sharpness, revealing a gentle side. Su-chen knew she hadn't slept much today. At this time, she had just returned home after work. Then you should sleep. I'm here. Lin Shuya puffed her cheeks and made a muffled sound, her adorable appearance rare as she spoke in a spoiled tone. I can't sleep. I want to hear you tell me a story. If you notice I haven't replied, then hang up. Women can be particularly cute when they are sleepy. Su-chen nodded and smiled. Then I'll search for some short stories online to tell you? Lin Shuya softly replied with a her voice dripping with charm and tenderness. Hurry up and tell me. If you don't, I'll fall asleep. As Lin Shuya's drowsiness took over, she lay on her pillow, mumbling, and her voice gradually faded. Su-chen, Sister Shuya, so you have such a cute side too? Meanwhile, in the presidential suite, in the master bedroom, Xiaomian walked out of the bathroom, her S-shaped figure on full display, glistening water droplets sliding down her beautiful curves onto the carpet, a sight to behold. Brother! Xiaomian lifted the blanket and lay on the bed, wrapping herself up, her shy and flushed face filled with joy and anticipation. I want to be good and be a good baby, waiting for brother Su-chen to come back. I drank a lot of red wine, feeling a bit dizzy. Xiaomian lay on the big bed waiting, her drowsiness gradually creeping in. Half an hour later. Ding! Your favorability with Lin Shuya +1. Current favorability 89. This time, it took me half an hour to coax her to sleep. But being able to increase my favorability with Shuya a bit more isn't bad. Then I can claim the grand reward for reaching level 90. Su-chen felt pleased and then returned to his room. Discovering that Xiaomian was already lying in bed, sweetly asleep, Su-chen was momentarily taken aback as he sat by the bedside, quietly admiring her lovely appearance. Xiaomian's eyelashes fluttered gently, her breathing steady and light, her demeanor charming and delightful. This little girl is really well behaved, Su-chen chuckled softly. Suddenly, his gaze shifted, and he noticed that all of Xiaomian's clothes from today were neatly arranged beside her. Could it be that she? Gulp. Su-chen swallowed, unable to resist his curiosity, and gently lifted the blanket. Incredible. At 3 a.m, Xiaomian nestled in Su-chen's arms, her voice soft and delicate. Brother Su-chen, I'm sleepy. She seemed drained of energy, her voice becoming weak and feeble. Su-chen affectionately ruffled her hair. It's getting late, let's rest. Ding! Xiaomian's affection for you +4, current affection 79. Name, Xiaomian. Age, 21. Height, 168 centimeters, ultimate goddess. Overall attractiveness, 94 points. Affection, 79. Romantic experience, 1. Current state, truly happy. I wish time could freeze at this moment. Mian is indeed my good little cat. Almost at 80. Affection, I can claim a reward. Awesome! Su-chen felt elated, contentedly putting away the system. The next day, sunlight poured into the living room of the presidential suite, bright and dazzling. Yet it felt full of life, warm and very comfortable. Su-chen leaned back on the sofa, smiling casually at the two women. I had the hotel send breakfast over. You can tell me what you want to eat. Yi Sin-yu was easy to please. I'll just follow brother Su-chen's arrangements. I'm not picky. Xiaomian, with a rosy glow, cutely said, I want to eat the same as brother Su-chen. She looked much more natural today than yesterday, no longer so restrained and shy. Her complexion appeared rosy and radiant, adding a touch of pure allure. All right. Su-chen nodded and then took out his phone to call the hotel butler. Breakfast in the presidential suite could be delivered to your room as quickly as possible if ordered before noon. Noticing the change in Xiaomian, Yi Sin-yu curiously asked, Mian, why do you look so good? Is it the charm of love? Xiaomian was slightly taken aback, shyly replying, it should be. And brother Su-chen has such a great body, with 8-pack abs. Hiss! Yi Sin-yu's eyes lit up, unable to help but glance at Su-chen, who was on the phone. She hadn't realized in the store that Su-chen had 8-pack abs and such a good figure. Jealous. She patted Xiaomian's little hand and sincerely said, Mian, I really envy you. You must hold on to brother Su-chen's thigh tightly in the future, be a good little woman behind him, and not add any trouble or worries for him. Do you understand? Xiaomian nodded, looking adorably naive. Sister Sin-yu taught me, and I remember it all. I will definitely be super well behaved, not competing or fighting, so that brother Su-chen will cherish and spoil me. Exactly. Yi Sin-yu smiled and continued to ask, so have you changed how you address him? Do you still call him brother Su-chen? I have changed. Oh, does brother Su-chen want you to call him husband? Or? Yi Sin-yu was a bit curious, her eyes sparkling. Neither. Xiaomian shook her head. Yi Sin-yu was surprised and even more curious. Huh? Neither? Then what do you call him? Xiaomian cutely replied, you'll find out later. Yi Sin-yu? What is it? So curious. Time flew by, and it was noon. Leaving the hotel, Su-chen took the two women to a top-notch restaurant for a lavish seafood feast. The supersized king crabs, East Star groupers, red wine foie gras, peony shrimp, salmon, caviar imported from Elrose. It was simply a seafood feast. Then Suchen took them to the nearby Yonglong Mall to shop for a while, buying them luxury goods, designer clothes, bags, and perfumes. Yi Sinyu and Xiao Mian were in awe of Suchen, their eyes sparkling like little stars, completely transformed into little fans. Suchen Gij is so handsome. The universe's #1 handsome. I love you so much. Suchen Gij Mua. Wow, Suchen Gij has such great taste. I really like this bag you picked out. The emotional value provided by the two girls was off the charts, and Suchen felt quite comfortable listening to them. Detected spending of 46,000 yuan, triggering 3x cashback reward. Cashback amount, 138,000 yuan. Detected spending of 718,000 yuan, triggering 5x cashback reward. Cashback amount, 3,590,000 yuan. Wow, I actually triggered a 5x cashback? I'm making a killing. Suchen's mood was even better. Buying things for the two girls made them very happy, and they provided plenty of emotional value for Suchen. He could also trigger the cashback card rewards, making money flow into his pocket. It was simply a win-win situation, exhilarating. Hongfeng community. The Maybach S680 came to a stop. Xiaomian reluctantly threw herself into Suchen's arms, her eyes glistening with tears as she pouted. Suchen Gij, you have to come find me often. Don't leave me behind, okay? I promise to be super good and won't cause you any trouble. If you think I'm too clingy, just tell me. Please don't hate me. Her thoughts were very simple, yet she felt insecure. She could accept sharing Suchen's love with others, but she absolutely could not accept being abandoned by him. Suchen was subtly touched, ruffling her hair and indulgently saying, "Don't worry, Mian, I like you the most. After a while, when I settle down, I'll buy you a car and a house. You can live carefreely as my little princess, okay?" Upon hearing this, Yi Sinyu felt so sour she was about to cry. Buying a car? Buying a house? Living carefreely as Suchen Gij's little princess? How could this be so blissful? Really? Suchen Gij. Xiaomian's eyes lit up, looking at him with a dazed expression. 1. I'm just kidding, silly. Am I really going to buy you a car and a house? Dream on. Harshly hitting her, making her cry. 2. It depends on your performance. If you do well, then of course, no problem. If you don't perform well, putting pressure on her. 3. Of course, I can't deceive a girl. Gently hugging her. Suchen thought for a moment and still gently hugged Xiaomian, smiling. Of course it's true, I can't deceive a girl. Xiaomian nodded, firmly believing. Mian believes in Suchen Gij. Ding! Xiaomian's favorability towards you +1, current favorability 80. You can claim the reward for this stage. Suchen then transferred 1 million to Xiaomian as her living expenses for the recent period. Xiaomian was so touched that she hugged Suchen and cried for a long time. Yi Sinyu was even more envious. With someone to support her, who would want to work hard? Moreover, Suchen was so handsome. To be noticed by Suchen was definitely a stroke of incredible fortune. Of course, Suchen's thoughts were quite simple. Since he promised to support her, he had to follow through. He didn't like going back on his word. Besides, Xiaomian was indeed very cute and lovable, obedient and well-behaved. Whatever Suchen asked her to do, she was willing to. This made Suchen, who had a bit of a traditional masculine mindset, feel quite pleased. What man doesn't enjoy the feeling of being the sole focus? Suchen was driving his Maybach S680 on the way to the company when Xiaomian sent a message. Little Cat Nian, Master Little Cat has already cancelled the account. From now on, I'll only wear nice clothes for you to see. Little Cat Nian, do you like this dead stock swimsuit? It seems like I should lose some weight. Video. Suchen clicked on the video. He saw Xiaomian wearing a deep blue dead stock swimsuit, perfectly showcasing her exquisite S-shaped figure, with long, fair, and curvy legs that were simply stunning. It was too hot. Looking at her adorably silly expression, her innocent waist twists and movements, the contrast was overwhelming. Suchen, looks good, love it. No need to lose weight, health is the best. Little Cat Nian, hee, does Master have any characters he wants to see? Little Cat can cosplay. Suchen, let me think. There are too many characters. Let's just start with the original spirit. Little Cat Nian, okay, then I'll go buy the costume, I'll wear it for you next time. After chatting, Suchen felt very happy. He finally experienced the joy of having a pet. It was so much fun. By the way, he could also claim a reward. Ding! Your affection level with Xiaomian has reached 80. You can claim a stage reward. Would you like to claim it immediately? Claim. Congratulations, you have received a reward, 10 million yuan in cash. What? Suchen was excited. With Xiaomian, he had received a Michelin 3-star restaurant partnership worth 80 million at 70 affection points, and now he received another 10 million. Together, he was almost at 100 million. Was this an ordinary little cat? She was simply his money-making cat. I love her to death. Su-chan was in a great mood. He decided to treat Xiaomian even better, to have more intimate interactions, and raise the subsequent affection level to 100. The rewards would surely be even richer then. 6 p.m. Jianshan Media Company. Su-chen arrived at his workstation and opened his computer. He had been in the industry for half a year, working as an internet celebrity scout, essentially a half-internet celebrity agent. His job was to recruit streamers online. It seemed quite easy and was not tiring at all. However, there were monthly performance targets. If he didn't meet them, he wouldn't receive the corresponding salary, which still put some pressure on him. However, Su-chen now had money, so he didn't care much about this job. He was even thinking about whether to just quit. But considering he had just started dating Lin Shuya, quitting would ruin the beauty of their underground romance. Not beneficial for increasing future affection levels. Forget it, let's just work for now. Just treat it as experiencing life. Su-chen was too lazy to think further and opened his account. He began to patrol. He wanted to check how his female streamers had been performing lately. Their gift revenue also affected his commission income. His gaze sharpened as he saw a name in his attention list that left a deep impression. Naifu Xiaoluo was currently live streaming. She was a 19-year-old beauty, a sweet and pure schoolflower. Earlier this month, under Su-chen's grandiose talk, he had brought her into the guild. After that, he handed her over to the operations team and hadn't really managed her. But since she's a schoolflower, is there a chance she meets the goddess standard? Su-chen's mind stirred, and he immediately looked at her current streaming situation. Naifu Xiaoluo, current fan count, 5,277. Title, I want to be your exception and preference. There were only a pitiful 56 people in the live room, and the bullet screen wasn't very active. Xiaoluo was wearing a JK uniform, resting her chin on her hand, smiling with her dimples as she chatted and interacted with her fans. The streamer has only been live for less than a month, so she doesn't understand streaming well. That's why there are fewer people. The streamer doesn't have any talents, but I can chat with everyone for a while. I'm majoring in finance and accounting, and I'm really good with calculators. I'm also great at counting money. Is the host the campus beauty? I guess so. But it doesn't seem to be of much use, does it? Why did I become a host? Well, my agent told me that being a host is relatively easy and I can earn some pocket money. I usually have nothing to do anyway. But now, he's just left me to fend for myself, ignoring me. Xiaoluo's pitiful appearance made one of the fans in the livestream send her a gift. Thank you for the romantic fireworks, Nai-he. She smiled sweetly and made a heart gesture with her hands. A lively young beauty who captivated some of the older viewers in the stream. Ding! New goddess character card detected. Name, by Luoyan, age, 19, body, height 166 centimeters, 52 kilograms, pure campus beauty, overall attractiveness, 95, favorability, 26, number of romantic encounters, 0, current status, so troubled, am I really suitable to be a host? Didn't Su-chen say that with my face, I could make a lot of money? Doubtful, have I been deceived? Su-chen's eyes lit up. Bai Luoyan scored 95, meeting the goddess standard. Moreover, she was a pure and innocent campus beauty with no romantic encounters. How many boys must see her as their white moonlight? It was necessary to raise her favorability. Time to send rewards. Su-chen thought for a moment and directly logged into his private account, Ao-chen. Then he charged 1 million into this account. Detected host spending of 1 million yuan, triggering 3x cashback. Cashback amount, 3 million yuan. Your current Do coins, 10 million. The special effect gifts from the Qianlong series have been activated. What gift should I send? Su-chen pondered, unsure of where to start. At that moment, someone with the ID, Jianshan Media, Xiaona, connected to the stream. Su-chen frowned, surprised. Lu Xiaona, the head of their company's operations department, usually sharp-tongued. What was she doing coming on now? Su-chen was curious. He decided to stay hidden for a while to see what was going on. In the live stream, Bai Luoyan greeted sweetly, Sister Na, you came on, what's up? Lu Xiaona wasted no time and directly criticized, I've been watching you for a long time. What's going on with your live stream? It's so boring. Didn't I send you the host manual? You need to liven it up. If you don't know how to engage the audience, how can you expect the big shots to like you? Will they send you gifts? She came on just to unleash a barrage of criticism. Bai Luoyan was stunned and said pitifully, but, Sister Na, I'm not used to it. Plus, I'm still live streaming, and you just come on to scold me? Isn't that a bit much? The viewers in the live stream began to defend Bai Luoyan. Hey, that's a bit too much, sister. Everyone has their own streaming style. You can't demand that from Xiaoluo. I find it quiet and quite comfortable in this stream. We like it this way. No matter what, the girl is still streaming. At least give her some face. Lu Xiaona sneered and continued, face? There are only about 50 people in the stream. What face do you need? You all say you like her, but aren't you just freeloaders? How many of you actually send gifts? I've been in this profession for years, and I've managed over 12 million follow influencers. Do I need you to teach me how to do my job? The live stream fell into silence in an instant. Trembling. Bai Luoyan felt very wronged. Sister Na, you said I could, but please don't talk about my fans. Lu Xiaona, upon hearing this, became even angrier and shouted, how can you still have the face to say that? How many little hit videos did our operation team shoot for you this month? I remember last week your peak traffic was 600 people in the live stream, and yet you've only received a little over 1,000 in gifts until now? You were given the traffic, but you couldn't seize it. What use are you? Hearing these words, Bai Luoyan fell silent for a moment and said, Sister Na, give me one chance. I will definitely work hard to retain the fans and achieve better results. She was a strong-willed girl. When others thought she couldn't do it, she wanted to prove herself even more. Moreover, she remembered Suchin telling her that in this era, being an online streamer would definitely earn more and be easier than being an accountant. She needed money to improve her family's living conditions. Lu Xiaona sneered and said arrogantly, there is indeed an opportunity. You just need to add your homepage and the social accounts we provide you, and we will help you manage and maintain your fans. As long as you cooperate well, won't you get gifts then? This, Bai Luoyan wasn't foolish. She understood immediately. This was the common practice of guild chat accompaniment and hosting services. They would have professional customer service to help her chat with those fans, asking about their well-being and building relationships. Then, those fans would willingly send her gifts. But in reality, it wouldn't be her chatting at all. She wouldn't even know what the chat content was. It felt somewhat deceptive towards the fans' feelings. Bai Luoyan shook her head and refused. No, I can't do it. I can't get past my own conscience. She had her own principles and bottom line. She truly couldn't compromise on this matter. If that's the case, then forget it. You won't have any resources next month. Just fend for yourself. Lu Xiaona was too lazy to argue with her and added, anyway, I'll tell you, with your current state, no big brother will like you. If it really doesn't work, just stop streaming. At this moment, the number of people in the live stream rose to 70 and was still increasing. One by one, they were indignant, criticizing Lu Xiaona. Damn, this woman is so disgusting. Using resources to coerce a girl into compromising. Is this how ugly the guilds have become? Originally, chat accompaniment wasn't a secret, and you media companies dare to say it outright? So arrogant. Desperate for traffic. Are you crazy? This is a script. It must be a script. I won't buy it. Get off the mic. Hurry up and get off. Let the streamer do her thing. Suchin understood that Lu Xiaona was bullying the small streamer he had brought in. How could he tolerate this? He sent a message from his alternate account, Aocheng. We like streamers like her, so what? Seeing these messages, Lu Xiaona's expression became even more arrogant. Are you anxious? I love seeing you all flustered and powerless. It's truly laughable. Honestly, do you think a streamer like Xiao Luo is good? Does anyone really like her? Girls like her, sweet and naive, are everywhere. She won't survive on the internet. At this moment, a wave of gifts suddenly surged in the live stream. Fairy paper crane, universal fireworks, park rabbit, hot air balloon. Bai Luoyan expressed her immense gratitude. Thank you for the gifts, everyone, you don't need to send more. I'm going to end the stream soon. I need to study hard. Why are you in such a hurry to end the stream? These people say they like you, and this is all the strength you have? Lu Xiaona began to call out names in the live stream. That Imo Huesho, you're level 30 and only sending a pair of sunglasses? Also, that, Aocheng, you're just a new account, and you're here saying you like the streamer? Liking someone doesn't require any cost? She scolded one by one, and finally sneered, shouting, hee hee. If these people can give you 3,000 yuan in 10 minutes today, next month we'll invest 5,000 yuan in doja for you. Plus we'll shoot 10 high-quality short videos for you. The people in the live stream were so furious they gritted their teeth, starting to send gifts in a crowdfunding effort, but they were still far from the 3,000 yuan goal. Seeing everyone standing up for her, Bai Luoyan was very touched, choking back tears as she said, thank you, everyone. Xiao Luo will definitely work hard to become a streamer who brings joy to everyone. Although I may not reach 3,000, I will remember this moment and the support you've given me. It's the motivation for me to keep going. She stood up and deeply bowed to the barrage. The next moment, a screen full of special effects shot up into the sky. Buzzing, the deafening dragon roar, accompanied by the intense shaking of the phone screen. Aocheng, send out Dragon Knight Ranger X1, X2, X3. Aocheng, sent out Dragon Knight Ranger X10. Suchin smiled calmly and silently typed a few lines. Ouching, so what if it's a new account? Who do you look down on, old lady? What's going on? The slap in the face came too quickly, and Luciana's smile froze instantly. 1. Dragon Knight Ranger is worth 3,000 soft sister coins. 10 is a solid 30,000. She didn't expect that someone would really give Bai Luoyan such gifts. Moreover, it was that new account brother Oucheng who she had just called out, with no spending level? Does he have to be so low-key? The live stream room was completely boiling. Everyone straightened their backs and became bold. Old woman, speak up. Damn, this special effect from the Hidden Dragon series is really damn cool. Ouching is awesome. Bai Luoyan's eyes sparkled, excitedly thanking him repeatedly. Thank you, Ouching, for sending 10 Dragon Knight Rangers. In my life, Xiao Luo has never received such an expensive gift. Ouching is really handsome. Xiao Luo will definitely remember your kindness. She was still a college student, and her family was quite ordinary. 30,000 yuan was a year's living expenses for her, but she never expected that this suddenly appeared rich brother would directly send her so much at once. It completely stunned her. By the way, Sister Na, the promise you made earlier, is it still valid? About investing in Doja for me, and shooting short videos? Bai Luoyan asked expectantly, innocently. Luciana hesitated for a moment, no longer having the previous arrogance, feeling as uncomfortable as if she were constipated. Moreover, the barrage was continuously putting pressure on her. She finally said with difficulty, alright, since a big brother is willing to give you so much, our guild is also willing to invest a bit more in you. Let's leave it at that for today. After saying that, she directly left the stream, disappearing without a trace. Ouching, you gave Xiao Luo so much. Do you have anything you want Xiao Luo to do? Although I'm not very good at dancing or singing, if you don't mind, Ouching, I can give it a try. Bai Luoyan was very happy, her smile like a blooming flower. Originally, Luciana was like an old witch, almost bullying her to tears. But then Su Chen appeared like a knight, protecting her delicate little princess, giving her a strong sense of security. Bai Luoyan's favorability towards you +5. Bai Luoyan's favorability towards you +5. Ding. Triggered the goddess Bai Luoyan favorability task. Be her guardian and give her preferential treatment. Task content. Help Bai Luoyan obtain the note platform and achieve first place on the hourly leaderboard. Su Chen naturally understood this well. The so-called first place on the hourly leaderboard was actually just the gift leaderboard. One only needed to send enough gifts to reach the top. The current time was close to 7 p.m., and the competition wasn't too fierce, making it not difficult. Ao Chen, let's go, I'll take you to do a PK. Bai Luoyan's little face flushed slightly, feeling shy as she said, Brother Ao Chen, I don't have much PK experience. I'm afraid I'll embarrass you. What should I do? In the more than a month of her streaming, she had only done 2 or 3 PKs, and the gifts were all given by fans who chatted with her. She was a bit unaccustomed to the atmosphere of shouting and felt too shy to ask others for gifts, so she felt uncertain and a bit stage fright. Ao Chen, don't be scared. I give you superpowers. Just shout 321 and leave the rest to me. Upon hearing this, Bai Luoyan was instantly filled with confidence. Okay, then I'll connect for a bit. She started the streamer PK connection. Before long, she connected with a female streamer who had 360,000 fans, Geisher Xiao Jia Jia, and her live stream had as many as 6,700 viewers. Hello, miss, can we do a PK? Bai Luoyan smiled and greeted politely. The female streamer Jia Jia frowned slightly, seemingly a bit disdainful. Oh, little sister, I clicked too fast. Your fan count isn't even as much as my audience number. Does your side have any strength? Bai Luoyan nodded firmly. Yes, we have superpowers. Xiao Jia Jia laughed. Are you sure? Let me tell you, little sister, I'm currently terrifyingly strong. I just ranked 3rd in the top 100. Are you sure you want to PK with me? Let your big brother show his strength first. Okay. Bai Luoyan nodded cutely and then said, Brother Ao Chen, I'm going to start shouting now. 3, 2, 1. The moment her voice fell, the carnival effect soared into the air. Ao Chen sent out Carnival X1. Ao Chen sent out Carnival X2. Ao Chen sent out Carnival X3. Boom! Geisher Xiao Jia Jia has disconnected. In the live stream, a wave of question marks immediately appeared. Ao Chen? Bullet screen? Wow! Brother Ao Chen's superpower is too effective. It scared that streamer away. Bai Luoyan smiled brightly, her shallow dimples very cute. Who would have thought? The next moment Geisher Xiao Jia Jia actively applied to reconnect. Huh, why are you back again? Bai Luoyan's eyes widened in surprise. Ahem. Xiao Jia Jia eased the awkwardness, acting as if nothing happened, fully maximizing the show effect. She straightened her back and smiled proudly. Ha ha ha. The carnival just now should be all your strength, right? Now the PK game has officially started. Let me tell you, little sister, I'm still terrifyingly strong. I wasn't joking at all. Come on, family, give this inexperienced little sister a good lesson. With a command from Xiao Jiajia, her diehard fans immediately showered her with gifts. Oh, thank you to Brother Youth without regret for the Porsche. Thank you to Little Green Bean for the helicopter. Instantly, both sides' scores were 688 votes versus 14,800 votes. Gaisher Xiao Jiajia took a significant lead. Xiao Jiajia's smile was incredibly bright. Little sister, you're done, right? Have you seen the dangers of the PK circle? Next time let your big brother slow down. Ah ha ha ha. Bai Luoyan was initially a bit worried, until she saw the message Ao Chen, continue. She completely relaxed, then extended her hand, making a countdown gesture. 3, 2, 1. Buzz. The deafening roar of the dragon echoed once again in the live broadcast room. Ao Chen sent out Dragon Soaring 9 Heavens X3. With the support of 90,000 votes, the situation instantly reversed. 90,915 votes versus 15,600 votes. A significant lead. Under the influence of Su Chen, this wealthy supporter, the audience in Bai Luoyan's live room grew to 100 people. Some fans willingly acted as little brothers charging forward, sending small gifts to support her. Bai Luoyan was deeply moved. She had never imagined that she could receive so much support from so many people. Thank you to Chunfeng for the sunglasses, thank you to Tianming for the shining stars. No matter the size of the gift, she thanked each one by name. The atmosphere in the bullet comments began to heat up. They must be anxious over there now, with Brother Ao Chen holding the fort, leading by 70,000 votes. It's a sure win. Brother Ao Chen is truly a big shot. When he makes a move, it's several dragons at once. Following Brother Ao Chen feels so prestigious. I'm going to check out the other streamer. They must be pulling their hair out. Brothers, wait for my good news. Su Chen also casually opened the Great Xia Jiajia's live room. The entrance effect of Urban Ranger was very cool. Wow, has Brother Ao Chen from the other side come over? Xiao Jiajia's eyes lit up, and then, as if energized, she shouted at the top of her lungs. Family, let's charge again. We're just 70,000 points away. 3 carnivals can turn the tide. The little streamer on the other side only has 5,000 fans, not even as many as our live room. Let's give it our all. It's the last minute. We can't let the little streamer on the other side look down on us. Raise the blood bar. Wan Wuxing sent out Carnival X3. And there's a master. This level 46 big brother named Wan Wuxing finally made a move, directly sending 90,000 votes, rewriting the score and taking the lead. Wan Wuxing, I'm drained. We should be able to win, right? It was clear that this 9,000 yuan was likely the big brother's last resort. If he pulled this out to spend, wouldn't he be drained? He probably needed to recover for a while. Thank you, Brother Wan Wusheng. You're amazing. Xiao Jiat Xin became cocky again, shouting, what does the little streamer on the other side have to say? Do you see our family's unity? I don't believe you have any points left. Only 20 seconds left. Can you really take me down? Upon hearing this, Bai Luoyan was momentarily stunned and called out, Brother Ao Chen, do we still need to count down from 321? Before Su Chen could reply, the screen was filled with carnival effects, soaring up. Ao Chen sent out Carnival X10. This wave of 10 consecutive carnivals completely crushed the previously close blood bar, rewriting the votes to 392,680 votes versus 107,836. Xiao Jiajia's live room was utterly dumbfounded. The atmosphere was incredibly awkward. Their live room had over 6,000 online viewers, yet they couldn't even beat a little streamer with just over 5,000 fans? If this got out, where would they put their faces? One by one, they chose to remain silent. Silence was the theme of the night. Wan Wuxing, spitting blood / this Ao Chen, no sense of martial ethics. Seeing this, others stopped sending gifts, as no amount of gifts could change the outcome of the loss. Xiao Jiajia's face fell, dark as a pot bottom. Bai Luoyan excitedly jumped up and down. The fullness hidden beneath her white shirt was about to burst forth, making people's eyes widen. Yay! Brother Ao Chen, we won. This is my first time winning a PK. Thank you, Brother Ao Chen. Thank you to all the friends in the live room. Love you all. She sweetly made a heart gesture. Truly a pure school beauty, her youth radiated vitality, sweetness, and beauty. The fans in the live room exclaimed, First love. Love it. Love it. Anchor, can you dance again? Bai Luoyan realized something. Her little face flushed as she sat back up straight. Sister, you lost. Shouldn't there be a punishment? Can you dance? Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiajia felt hurt and helplessly said, Sure, go ahead. Little sister, you really know how to play the fool. I guess I've fallen into your hands. He. Bai Luoyan said proudly, mainly because our brother Ouchin is just too amazing. Xiao Jiejia was envious and was about to get up when she suddenly saw the carnival effects floating on the screen. Ouchin sent out a carnival X2. Oh my god. Brother Ouchin, thank you for the medical expenses. For this dance, I have to bring out 90% of my strength from back in the day. Everyone put your hands up. Don't secretly do bad things, okay? Xiao Jiejia was a star host from the Shark platform, and dancing was like second nature to her. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. This girl really knows how to put on a show. Then, dynamic music started playing. Xiao Jiejia's eyes were charming as she showcased a hot dance for the audience. That alluring gaze, those dance moves, particularly sultry, her body twisted like a water snake, flaunting her slim waist and perky hips. The men watching couldn't handle it at all. Her fans, although feeling frustrated from losing, still watched the entire dance with tears in their eyes. Who would have thought? Just as she finished dancing, the live stream was shut down. The bullet comments exploded. Damn! Limited edition dance, one performance, one ban. Is this the power of a star host? I guess the super admin just finished their work? They only banned it after watching. That's so unfair. You can imagine how well the previous platform treated them? Now our Yinfa's platform is just too strict. Bai Luoyan shyly said after watching the hot dance on the other side. Brother Ouchin, that kind of dance. I can't do it. If you want to see, I can do something simple. Just don't laugh at me, Ouchin. Stop dancing. Sing a song instead. Singing? That sounds good. Bai Luoyan's face lit up with joy. Although she wasn't a professional at dancing or singing, she had sung on some karaoke apps in her spare time, so she felt a bit more confident. Brother Ouchin, what song do you want to hear? Ouchin, the DJ version of Last Page. This song is an old one that recently became popular again with a catchy dance. Oh, Last Page. I know a little bit of that. Wait for me, I'll find the accompaniment. As the DJ accompaniment played, Bai Luoyan smiled gently, lost in the world of music, and her pleasant singing voice began. The rain stagnates between the sky, like tears swirling in the eyes. This may be the last time we meet. The past we passed along the way, there's no time to reenact it. Her voice was that clean and natural girl's voice, sounding vibrant and pleasant. Although her singing technique was a bit lacking, she sang with a lot of emotion, and the melody and rhythm were very much on point. It was quite nice to listen to. Su Chen was enjoying it. After all, old songs with DJ beats, although he didn't appreciate them as a child, he gradually understood them as he grew up. Ouchin, quite interesting. How ting. The anchor's voice is so nice. It feels like a good friend is singing to me, very heartwarming. Love it, a beautiful anchor who can sing like this is definitely worth encouraging. Little Luo is amazing. Ha ha. Brother Ouchin has good taste. Little Luo is simply a treasure girl. It reminds me of my first love in high school, that pure feeling, which many female anchors today lack. Being young is great. One song finished. Bai Luoyan smiled with a shallow dimple, humbly saying, hee hee, I'm a bit nervous and didn't sing well. Brother Ouchin, do you want to hear another song? Ouchin, not for now. Let's go for a PK. Su Chen needed to complete the favorability task and help her climb the hourly rankings for an hour. If they missed it, they would have to wait for the next time slot. There was still half an hour left before the hourly rankings refreshed, and they were still far from their target score. This little girl had no sense of crisis at all? What a joke. Alright, I'll go find someone to connect for a PK. Just as Bai Luoyan was about to start a random connection for the PK, she saw. Ouchin, wait. Just have Lu Xiana find a big streamer for you, and let's have a century PK. Century PK? Bai Luoyan's eyes widened in surprise. Clearly, she was just a small streamer. Brother Ouchin actually wanted to take her to a century PK? Was he treating her like a little princess, pampering her to death? How blissful. The live broadcast room was in an uproar. Wow. I just came in and heard we're going for a century PK? Is this something a streamer with over 5,000 fans should be doing? Upstairs, you probably haven't seen Brother Ouchin's strength, right? Ha, I'm about to follow Brother Ouchin to become a big streamer. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Brother Ouchin is too awesome. I want to cling to his leg if we do a century PK. Little Luo will probably gain a lot of fans. Brother Ouchin's love for streamers is definitely true love. If I were a streamer and met such a big brother, I'd be all in. Hey, are you Brother Ouchin's alternate account? Come clean. After communicating with the other side, Bai Luoyan found that the operations department of Jianshang Media was very efficient, directly giving her the century PK position that originally belonged to a female streamer in the guild. Having resources allows for such arrogance. Ah, someone is pulling me in. Chen Bo, the all-round king? Bai Luoyan's eyes lit up, and she accepted the connection request. Soon after, two other big streamers quickly appeared in the public eye. Chen Bo, the all-round king. 6. 52 million fans. Live room audience, 100,000 plus. Brother Lao Sha. 5. 77 million fans. Live room audience, 40,000. Little Yao Yao. 1. 18 million fans. Live room audience, 20,000. Chen Bo and brother Lao Sha were old acquaintances. The former was nicknamed Zhu Ganglai, and the latter was known as Sha Shidi, claiming to be the Journey to the West duo. As for little Yao Yao, she was a rising star who unexpectedly became popular this year due to an opportunity. Although she had no particular talent, she was very likable and had great audience appeal. Bai Luoyan beamed with a bright smile, happily greeting everyone. Hello, brother Chen Bo, brother Lao Sha, and sister Yao Yao, I really like you. My roommate and I love watching your streams. You're so funny. She looked pure and cute, and with this introduction, the audience in the live room instantly surged to 6,000. They were all passers-by coming over from those big streamers. Upon hearing this, Chen Bo playfully flicked his bangs and seriously teased, little sister, you look quite sweet and cute, but it's a pity you don't know me. It's okay, I should introduce myself. Remember this, little sister. My name is Chen Bo, originally named Hubapan, the ceiling of the autumn flying car Douyin, the only idol in the hearts of all flying car streamers and professional players across all platforms. I am also a champion from the Huaxia region, the runner-up in the world competition, the national champion of the 8th anniversary, and the team champion of the 7th anniversary, known as the most perfect man in the world. With this classic introduction from Chen Bo, the atmosphere in the room was instantly lifted. The live room was going wild with comments. 66666, triggered passive. Now, little sister, do you know what you should call me? He looked expectantly, hoping Bai Luoyan would say those few words, the most perfect man. Who would have thought? Bai Luoyan glanced at the comments and said seriously, I got it, they all say you should be called Skinny Dog. Chen Bo spat blood directly, collapsing onto the chair in convulsions, then immediately sat up straight. Come on, get those who are spamming Skinny Dog out of here. Ban them. Before the PK even started, the show was already in full swing. Su Chen found it amusing and went over to send gifts. Ao Chen sent out 3 Carnival X3. Thanks to brother Ao Chen for the 3 carnivals. Did you see that? This is a man who truly appreciates me. Then, he saw a reminder in the comments and changed his tone. Oh, so it's actually little Luo's big brother. Brothers, we must give the sister some attention. She's at 6,000 followers now. Let's get her to 10,000. They interacted briefly. Bai Luoyan's followers shot up to 10,000. Originally, we had arranged to PK with another female streamer from your guild, but now it's you. I guess you're the new star your guild is promoting? In that case, I love supporting newcomers. I'll take you along. We'll team up to take on Lao Sha and Yao Yao's group. Chen Bo, being the biggest streamer, immediately started directing traffic. Lao Sha teased, as expected of you, old pig, seeing a pretty sister, huh? Sister, tell me, who's better looking, me or him? Little Yao Yao played the drama queen. Hey, you used to call her little sweetheart. Now that you have a new sister, you forget about her. What a heartless man. Chen Bo couldn't be bothered with the two. Sister, don't mind him. Lao Sha is just a scumbag, and he's about to humiliate himself. I'm the most handsome man. Who has any objections? Hurry up and start the PK. You guys are waiting for punishment. As soon as he finished speaking, a 10-minute epic PK showdown began. Unlimited gifts, whoever sends more wins. Chen Bo, being a major streamer, naturally teamed up with Bai Luoyan, who had the weakest apparent strength. Lao Sha and little Yao Yao were both very strong streamers, and their team had powerful firepower. Lao Sha's comments were already heating up. Wow, this match is interesting. Old pig is with the newbie sister, Lao Sha. Can you handle them? This new sister is really pretty. I've already followed her. Lao Sha, you must win. Let the sister dance for us. I'm going over to send gifts to the sister. Let her call me brother. Sorry, Lao Sha. I heard there's a very strong big brother on the sister's side. Winning against them might be a bit difficult. The PK began. Bai Luoyan's follower count was continuously rising, quickly surpassing 20,000. Her live stream was unprecedentedly lively, with the number of viewers exceeding 10,000. Wow, so many people, I can't keep up with the comments. Thank you all for your support. Thanks to Little Lion Leo for the Porsche, and to Fong Fong for the little hearts. Bai Luoyan looked at the flood of gifts, personally thanking each one, and was already overwhelmed. Various popularity votes, light sticks, sunglasses, it was simply dazzling. Although Bai Luoyan didn't have much of a fan base, she already had over 6,000 votes at this moment. All were scattered votes from those who were just there to watch the fun. The other 3 live streams were frantically pulling votes, and their numbers were skyrocketing. Chen Bo still had strength, having already received 700,000 votes. Lao Sha and little Yao Yao, with their army of scattered votes and big brothers, had combined to reach 1 3 million. At this point, Chinbo's fans in by Luoyan's livestream were starting to get anxious. Brother Ochin, where are you? Hurry up and put in some effort. Old Pig is already beaten black and blue. Don't fall too far behind, or it will be embarrassing if we can't catch up. Old Pig can't hold on alone. Old Sha and Yao Yao are like they've been injected with chicken blood, determined to take us down. We really need to step up our game here. Sister, where's your big brother? Most of the onlookers here are fans of Chinbo, and since their streamer is teamed up with Bai Luoyan, they definitely don't want to see their streamer lose, so they start urging. Bai Luoyan feels a bit flustered and quickly tries to calm everyone down. Everyone, don't worry. Our brother Ochin will definitely step in. Right, brother Ochin? Detected host spending of 2,200,000 yuan, triggering 4x cashback. Cashback amount, 8,800,000 yuan. Su Chen puts the remaining balance of the cashback card into the account. Let's start the show. The next moment, a rain of carnival effects descends upon the livestream, with special effects flooding the screen. Ochin sends out Carnival X10, X11, X12. The dazzling carnival effects make people's heads spin, and Bai Luoyan's score starts to soar wildly. Moreover, the carnival combo is still refreshing. Ochin sends out Carnival X103, X104, X105. The brilliant effects fill the air, and the livestream is completely engulfed in madness. The number of viewers skyrockets, attracting over half of the fans from the other three families. The online count surges to over 80,000. Oh my god, a godly rich person. This is really a godly rich person. So exhilarating. So many carnivals, each one costs 3,000 yuan. How much is this? Damn, it's already 150, about to break 200. How long is this going to keep going? Ochin sends out Carnival X237, X238, X239. It's already broken 200 and still climbing. Bai Luoyan's eyes widen, her pretty face flushed as she exclaims, "Ah, brother Ochin, stop it. It's already way too much, you can stop now." She looks like a startled little deer, staring at the screen full of carnival rain, her breathing becoming rapid. One carnival costs 3,000 yuan. Over 200, how much would that be? She wants Su Chen to stop because the votes have already exceeded the limit. If it goes on, her little heart really can't take it. However, Su Chen shows no signs of stopping, still going all out. Don't stop? Alright, I'll satisfy you. Bai Luoyan is stunned, covering her soft, chubby face, her little heart racing. It feels like a dream. Why is brother Ochin so good to her? It's about to break 400, and he still hasn't stopped. What should she do to repay him? Brother Ochin, that's enough. How about we take a break? Bai Luoyan's cute little face has already turned a deep red, her voice trembling a bit, because this rain of carnival effects is just too overwhelming. So romantic, so wonderful. Bai Luoyan's favorability towards you +3. Bai Luoyan's favorability towards you +5. Su Chen smiles lightly. The more her favorability increases, the more he sends. Girls are often contradictory, she says, that's enough, stop. But deep down, she's quite honest, does she really want it? Ochin sends out Carnival X400. The live stream room is already boiling with excitement. Wow, this is too exaggerated. It's already broken 400 carnivals and still going. How much more will it take to stop? It's full. Little Luo has already been filled to the brim by brother Ochin. After 400 carnivals, can the streamer handle it? Little Luo, hurry up and give it back. Knelt before the rich boss, do you still need a son? Dad, is this the happiness of the wealthy? The feeling of spending money like dirt is just too exhilarating. Su Chen's move was truly astonishing. In the blink of an eye, Naifu Xiao Luo's votes soared to over 12 million. Ranked first, with a staggering lead. In second place was Lao Shagu with 1.5 million votes. Chen Bo, Lao Shagu, and Xiao Yao Yao, the three major streamers, all stared wide-eyed. They couldn't react as they watched Bai Luoyan's votes skyrocket. Over 12 million votes meant a solid 1 million plus soft sister coins. This wasn't a seasonal or annual PK, yet the votes were piling up so rapidly. This was incredibly powerful. Damn! So it turns out Ao Chen-gu is the perfect man, treating the carnival as a popularity vote? The situation has changed, brothers. We must switch sides and join Lao Shagu and Xiao Yao Yao's camp. Let's form the journey to the West Trio and fight against Ao Chen-gu, this chaotic demon king. Only 5 minutes left. Those with popularity votes, hurry up. If you have a Porsche, bring it out. If you have a carnival, throw it all at my face. We must combine our strength, or we really can't win. Alright, thanks to my brother Timmy for sending the carnival. Thank you. Seeing the momentum shift, Chen Bo, the all-round king, immediately switched sides and joined Lao Shagu and the others. Originally, Chen Bo's loyal fans in Bai Luoyan's livestream quickly turned their guns and returned to support their own streamer. They began to unleash their firepower. Lao Shagu received the news and stood up, shouting passionately, "Brothers, old pig has joined us. We have a chance to win. Do you still want to see the pure sister dance? Hurry up and get some votes. Only 4 minutes left. Hold on. We can win." Seeing them so supportive, Xiao Yaoyao put her hands on her hips, striking a pose. "Oh, Ao Chen-gu is really too powerful. He's forced us to form the Journey to the West trio. Then Yao Yao, must be the most beautiful Chang'e in Journey to the West, right? Now I decree, shrimp soldiers and crab generals, bring out the beer and sunglasses. Even more powerful heavenly soldiers, get on the rockets and carnivals. Tell Ao Chen-gu what true divine power is." Under her command, fans began to frantically send gifts. In the last 2 minutes, the combined votes of Qinbo, Lao Shagu, and Xiao Yaoyao had already surpassed the 10 million mark, and they were still chasing. In Naifu Xiao Luo's livestream, there were 30,000 viewers left. The carnival effects continued to pulse. Aochin sent out Carnival X653, X654, X655. Woo Aochin Gu. Bai Luoyan felt a pang in her nose, almost crying. She had just experienced Qinbo's betrayal and the shift in her fans' support. Only Aochin Gu stood like a mighty guardian deity, unwaveringly behind her, protecting her. Even if the whole world turned against her, as long as Ao Chen-gu was by her side, she felt an unshakable sense of security. Ao Chen-gu was truly so handsome. Tears shimmered in Bai Luoyan's eyes, sparkling like little stars. A faint smile graced her lips, exceptionally beautiful. She resembled a young lady, eagerly awaiting the triumphant return of a general from battle. Bai Luoyan's favorability towards U+10 Su Chen's lips curled slightly, eager to finish clicking on the carnival. Clicking so many votes at once was making his hand a bit sore. Meanwhile, Jianshan Media, Operations Department Supervisor's Office. Aochin sent out Carnival X838, X839. Supervisor Luciana watched this scene, her mouth involuntarily agape. Ao Chen, the god of wealth, is indeed terrifying. If I had a little face like Xiao Luo, I would also become a beauty streamer. Brother Ao Chen, please support me ahem. Luciana fantasized for a moment, her old face turning red. After all, Su Chen had just crazily sent millions in cash. Which woman wouldn't be dazzled? Of course, Luciana only thought about it briefly before quickly regaining her seriousness and switching to work mode. This time, Brother Ao Chen had sent so much money to the streamers in their guild, it was definitely a big deal. Not only did this mysterious Ao Chen need follow-up maintenance and attention, but even the talent scout who brought Bai Luoyan in deserved to be praised and recognized as this month's model talent scout. Who was the talent scout that brought Xiao Luo in? Luciana flipped through the records, and a name floated into her mind. Oh, it's him, Su Chen. In the live broadcast room, the carnival rain finally stopped. The numbers froze. Ao Chen sent out Carnival X1000. Naifu Xiao Luo with a vote count of 30,024,866 surged ahead, crushing the combined 12,660,000 votes of Qinbo and the all-rounders, winning this century's PK. From the original team battle to Qinbo's sudden betrayal midway, even with the change in circumstances, Su Chen didn't give them any chance to breathe, showcasing his formidable strength and achieving a crushing victory. Naifu Xiao Luo had already topped the 100-strong list. Husband, ah no. Bai Luoyan came back to her senses, shook her little head to wake herself up, and said with a flushed face, Brother Ao Chen, we won. She was incredibly moved, her sparkling tears twinkling like stars. Right now, she felt as if she were dreaming. As a rookie streamer, she had actually managed to punch Qinbo and kick Lao Sha, winning with such a huge advantage. Thank you, Brother Ao Chen. And thank you to the fans who have always supported me in the live room. Bai Luoyan knew very well. Although there were tens of thousands of people in the live room, the only one she could truly rely on was Ao Chen, her guardian angel. The bullet screen was going crazy. What? Did I just hear something? The streamer called him husband? Wow, that sounds so nice. So soft, so sweet. Brother Ao Chen is amazing. Sending 1,000 carnivals, calling him husband is totally reasonable. Even 100 times would be justified. Brother Ao Chen, do you accept adopted sons? I'm from a single-parent family, lacking paternal love since childhood. My mom is 38 this year, still a flower nut bro? I'm a bit confused. Everyone took a moment to breathe. Qinbo sincerely apologized. Sister Xiao Luo, I must apologize to you. Just now, Brother Ao Chen was really too fierce. Lao Sha and Yao Yao couldn't withstand Brother Ao Chen's bombardment at all. I just wanted to help balance things out. I hope you can understand. Su Chen actually saw this matter very clearly, because for these streamers, winning or losing in a PK was not important at all. What mattered? It was the votes from the fans, the money from gifts. If Su Chen's side was too aggressive, it could easily lead to a negative attitude from the other few families, making them lose confidence, and naturally, the fans wouldn't want to send gifts. Conversely, if the situation could be balanced, the more gifts they could receive. So the so-called PK had nothing to do with teaming up, everyone was fighting for themselves. The amount of gifts received was the key. However, these big streamers can bring so much traffic and fans to buy Luoyan, so it's only right to show some appreciation. Suchen smiled lightly and casually sent out some special effects. Ao Chen sent Chenbo the All-Round King, 10 Dragon Knights. Ao Chen sent Old Sha Good, 10 Dragon Knights. Ao Chen sent Sha Yao, 10 Dragon Knights. This extravagant display once again ignited the live stream rooms of several people. Over 20,000 viewers flooded the screen with comments. Wow, 10 Dragon Knights for each? That's another 90,000 gone. Brother Ao Chen is so generous. At Ao Chen, brother 666666. Look at brother's vision, so calm and collected, just casually sending medical fees as a reward. Awesome. So extravagant. No wonder he's rich. The perspective of wealthy people is just different. Chen Bo and the others' eyes lit up when they received the gifts. They repeatedly thanked Brother Ao Chen, "You're amazing and generous." Then they immediately got to work, urging people to follow by Luoyan. In the online world, it's all about human connections. Brothers, quickly help little Luo from Brother Ao Chen's family get some follows. Right now, I see she only has 16,000 fans. That's too few. We have 170,000 to 180,000 in our live stream. Getting her to 50,000 isn't too much, right? Come on, just 3 minutes. I want to see our family's unity. Get her to 50,000. Charge. Chenbo, Old Shago, and Xiaoyao all mobilized their fans to help Bai Luoyan gain followers. Her follower count skyrocketed at a visible rate. 16,000, 19,000, 21,000. Moments later, Bai Luoyan's follower count had reached 55,000, exceeding expectations. Seeing the task completed, Chenbo and the others exchanged greetings and happily exited the call. Su Chen's kindness towards her did not go unnoticed by Bai Luoyan. Not only did he help her in PKs, guarding her like a guardian angel, but he also sent gifts to others, helping her gain followers. Bai Luoyan was both touched and incredibly happy, her eyes reddening as she said, "Brother Ao Chen, you were so good to me. I'm about to cry." "Ao Chen, don't cry, be good. Your husband will be heartbroken." At this, Bai Luoyan's pretty face turned even redder. Even her ears were flushed with a beautiful hue. Hadn't she just spaced out? She had thought of the scene in the novel where the young lady eagerly awaited the general's triumphant return, and then she blurted out husband. She didn't expect. Everyone heard it. Even Brother Ao Chen was teasing her about it? How embarrassing. Bai Luoyan bit her lip, shyly saying, then, "Brother Ao Chen, do you want to hear me call you that?" After saying this, she immediately regretted it. Wouldn't that be a bit too forward? Would Brother Ao Chen think she was a very casual girl? Su Chen's lips curled up, showing interest. Ao Chen, of course, husband would love to hear what the young lady wants to call him. Bai Luoyan's pretty face turned even hotter, like a steam princess, cautiously asking, then, can I send you a voice message privately? Her shy demeanor was like a female lead from an anime stepping into reality, simply adorable. The live stream room erupted in excitement, filled with envy. Wow, Brother Ao Chen, taking the lead. So jealous, I'm eating lemons. Why am I not a rich person? Roaring. Being a big brother is so good, eating so well. The pure school beauty at 19. My first love. Just so effortlessly captivated? Hee hee, if you send me 1,000 carnivals, I, a man, could kneel and sing conquer for you. Ah, so frustrating. Why can't we hear the streamer call husband? Brother Ochin is hogging all the food. It's simply too much. Ochin had already exited the live stream. Seeing this, Bai Luoyan lost all desire to continue broadcasting. Everyone, that's it for today. Bai Luoyan cheerfully waved to the audience, and with the support of 60,000 viewers in the live stream, she chose to end the broadcast. The fans were completely stunned. Just ranked first in the top 100, and she ended it? So willful? But then they thought, the host probably wanted to go privately with Brother Ochin. Imagining that ambiguous scene, they felt like biting their back teeth. Damn, so envious. Ding! You have completed the favorability task with the goddess by Luoyan. Current favorability 63. You can claim the reward for this stage. Suchen didn't rush to claim the reward because he found that his Douyin account's private messages had exploded. 99 plus. Various red dots, friend requests, he couldn't keep up. There were many pretty girls' avatars, all kinds of little Lolas, mature sisters, and aunts. The private message content was even more explosive. Brother Ochin, you're so handsome. Can you be my boyfriend? I'm 20, a pure girl from college. Brother, can we chat privately? I can come to your city if you buy me a plane ticket, Brother Ochin. You look so handsome at the carnival. How about treating your little sister? I'm also a new streamer, as long as fate is right. Seeing these, Suchen smiled lightly. It really proved that saying, once you have money, you realize how proactive women can be. At this moment, Bai Luo Yan also sent a private message. Milk puff little Luo, hee hee brother Ochin, there were too many people just now, I was shy. Can I call you hubby now? Ochin, call me. A few seconds later, Bai Luo Yan sent a voice message. Hubby is the most handsome, thank you, hubby. Her youthful voice was very pleasant, soft and sweet, and she knew how to act cute. No wonder they say, women who act cute have the best lives. With a little lady like this calling him hubby every day, which man wouldn't cherish her? Su Chen listened comfortably and replayed it twice. Previously, he had only pulled Bai Luo Yan into the guild for work, but now suddenly playing coy, he was still a bit unaccustomed. But thinking about it, teasing and then running away was quite thrilling. Ochin, little lady, let's leave it at that for today. Milk puff little Luo, okay then brother Ochin, let's add each other on WeChat. Can I treat you to a meal? Bai Luo Yan's eyes sparkled. She was someone who repaid kindness. Today, Su Chen had given her 3 million, guarding her like a guardian angel. With him treating her so well, was this kindness only worth a hubby? She thought about treating him to a meal, and by the way, getting to know what kind of person this brother Ochin really was. But she found that Su Chen's account had not posted any works, making him too mysterious. However, from Su Chen's speaking style, she could sense that he should be a young person. Even, she vaguely felt a sense of familiarity upon first meeting. Seeing this, Su Chen hesitated for a moment. It seemed there was no need to hide anything. Moreover, letting her know his true identity might enhance favorability and make things easier. Su Chen replied, add me on this WeChat number. Bai Luo Yan suddenly felt a bit dazed. This WeChat number seemed familiar, giving her a sense of déjà vu, but she didn't think much of it. She copied the WeChat number into the friend ad window, and the moment she saw the search result, Bai Luo Yan's eyes widened instantly. She confirmed it twice. This was indeed the WeChat ID sent by Brother Ochin. She immediately replied, Naifu Xiao Luo, huh? Brother Ochin, isn't this Brother Su Chen's WeChat ID? Naifu Xiao Luo, are you good friends? Ochin, you're getting closer to the truth, guess bolder. At that moment, Bai Luo Yan's mind exploded, quickly pondering. The fragments of their conversations, styles, and the things they did all flashed in her mind, then naturally overlapped. Ochin, could it be Brother Su Chen's online name? Are they actually the same person? No wonder she always felt a familiar yet strange sensation when facing the two. But, Brother Su Chen is a talent scout, right? How could he have so much money to send gifts to himself? Bai Luo Yan still found it hard to believe and cautiously sent a message. Naifu Xiao Luo, Brother Su Chen, is it really you? Ochin, MHM. Naifu Xiao Luo, ah, Brother Ochin, no, Brother Su Chen. What is going on? You guys don't think I'm easy to bully and are deliberately messing with me, right? Ochin, no, how could we mess with you? Naifu Xiao Luo, isn't this a script planned by the guild? Let Sister Xiaona deliberately provoke me, then you come to act like a big brother and send me gifts, then hype it up. Whoa, so it turns out I was just happy for nothing, and I called you husband for nothing. Brother Su Chen, you guys are so bad, big bad guys on the other end. Bai Luo Yan really cried, tears streaming down her face. She felt like a famous detective, thinking this was a script for traffic hype, and it was quite plausible. Su Chen was dumbfounded. It really seemed like that. But the problem was, the gifts he sent were all real money. He didn't need her to refund anything. Ding! Naifu Xiao Luo's favorability towards you -10. Current favorability 53. Damn. Looks like I need to explain this little lady. Su Chen picked up his phone and went to the rooftop of the company. Then, he called Bai Luo Yan with a voice call. Once connected, before Su Chen could say anything, Bai Luo Yan's sobbing voice came through, pitifully complaining, Woo Brother Su Chen, you guys are really too bad. Why didn't you tell me in advance about the script? You made me really think I was so lucky to meet a soft-hearted god. 3 million, I was really happy for a long time. You owe me, you owe me. This was like someone winning the lottery, only to suspect that they might be a plant for the lottery shop. Who could accept that? Su Chen couldn't help but laugh, comforting her, don't cry yet. Is it possible that this isn't a script? Not a script? Bai Luo Yan choked, sniffing. Then what about Brother Ochin? Sending so many gifts, what's going on? Su Chen smiled lightly, of course, it's me personally sending them to you, little lady. Bai Luo Yan paused for a moment, stunned, husband no, Brother Su Chen, are you serious? Her face instantly flushed. She had seen Su Chen's moments on social media and knew he was incredibly handsome. If Brother Su Chen was Brother Ochin, wouldn't that be even better? Is it really not a script? You didn't lie to me? Bai Luo Yan still felt a bit uneasy and wanted to confirm to have some peace of mind. Su Chen said seriously, MHM, if it were a script, we would have contacted you long ago to discuss when to refund the money. Oh, right. Bai Luoyan nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed. Sorry, Brother Su Chen, I spoke a bit too loudly just now. Bai Luoyan's favorability towards you plus 10. Su Chen deliberately maintained a stern face and said in a muffled voice, I am indeed a bit angry right now. I need you to say some sweet things before I feel better. Husband, the school beauty Bai Luoyan immediately sweetly pouted. Don't be mad at me, I was wrong. After hearing this, Su Chen felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. That's more like it. He. Bai Luoyan smiled like a blooming flower, realizing that she was quite happy calling Su Chen a husband, and continued to curiously ask, Husband, why did you give me so many gifts? Over 3 million. While 3 million was an enormous sum for her, a 19-year-old college student from an ordinary family. After deducting the guild's 20% cut, she would still get over 900,000. This was just from a single livestream. 1. The pure and innocent school beauty at 19, who wouldn't love her? However, I have some doubts about your studies. I want to see if you're really a college girl. Inquisitive spirit. 2. I purely admire you, don't feel too much pressure. Understanding. 3. I just can't stand that old woman Luciana bullying you. The streamers I recruit can only be bullied by me. Domineering CEO. What the? These options seem pretty good, right? Which one to choose? After hesitating for a moment, Su Chen snorted coldly and said proudly, how could I just stand by and watch that woman Luciana bully you? The streamers I recruit can only be bullied by me. While Bai Luoyan's eyes sparkled with little stars, her heart blooming with joy. She felt as if she was filled with dreamy pink bubbles of love, feeling cherished. So domineering, so warm, so handsome. She loved being a little wife, enjoying the feeling of being spoiled and favored. Husband, if it were another girl today, would you protect her like this too? She curiously and eagerly asked. Su Chen frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, Little lady, you're getting a bit too demanding. I'm sorry, husband, don't be angry. I just can't help but be curious. Bai Luoyan quickly pouted and apologized, looking pitiful. Su Chen's lips curled up slightly as he said domineeringly, maybe only for you would I be willing to give so much. After all, I said you would be a millionaire internet celebrity in the future, earning a lot of money. If you can't do it, then I'll do it for you. Upon hearing this, Bai Luoyan's face flushed, her heart racing wildly. If you can't do it, then I'll do it for you? Su Chen, you're so domineering and so handsome. I love it. Bai Luoyan's heart fluttered, and she shyly asked, Brother Su Chen, I want to treat you to a meal, is that okay? Bai Luoyan's favorability towards you plus 3, current favorability 66. You can claim the reward for this stage. Su Chen felt secretly pleased for a moment and said casually, Sure, let's set it for tomorrow, and we'll discuss the specific time later. Okay. Bai Luoyan was very obedient, like a little wife. After that, the two chatted casually for a bit. When it was time to hang up, Bai Luoyan felt a bit reluctant and sweetly said, Then, husband, see you tomorrow. After saying that, she still hesitated to hang up. It was Su Chen who said, Bye, little lady, before he took the initiative to hang up the call. Xinli Financial College, Girls' Dormitory. Bai Luoyan held her phone in her arms, her face flushed with the look of a girl in love. Suddenly, the dormitory door was pushed open. 4 girls rushed in excitedly, shouting loudly, Oh my gosh, Luoyan, you're famous on Douyin. We just saw you on Douyin. Someone gave you so many carnival gifts, and they edited it into clips. You're amazing. Are you going to become a big female streamer? Do you still remember our group of roommates? You have to treat us to dinner tonight. Xiao Luo. The roommates surrounded her like stars surrounding the moon, their expressions rich and varied. There was envy, jealousy, and genuine happiness for their sister, a true display of human emotions. They feared for their sister's hardships and also the feeling of her driving a Range Rover. Bai Luoyan didn't expect things to escalate so quickly. She smiled awkwardly but politely. Okay, can I treat you to a small restaurant? A girl in denim shorts with long legs expressed some dissatisfaction. Just a small restaurant? You've received millions in gifts, and you can't treat us to a lavish meal? Upon hearing this, the bespectacled girl next to her nudged her shoulder and smiled apologetically. A small restaurant is fine. It's already great that Xiao Luo can treat us to a meal. Besides, I know some gifts can't be cashed out immediately. Is that so? The long-legged girl crossed her arms and casually nodded. But it's true, Xiao Luo earning this little money must be tough. There are so many weirdos on Douyin. That big brother might be some old man in his 50s. That would be a pity for our Xiao Luo. Her words clearly carried a hint of sarcasm, laced with a sour undertone. After all, if the beautiful campus flower of Xinli Financial, Bai Luoyan, were to sacrifice herself for an old man, such a topic would definitely cause a huge stir. A few girls chuckled, their smiles carrying deeper meanings. The girls' dormitory was far from the harmony of the boys' dormitory. In reality, it was full of scheming, comparable to palace intrigues. Another girl with a ponytail laughed and said, "Ha, Luan, what are you talking about? Money is hard to earn now, and Xiao Luo doesn't come from a wealthy family. While she's still young and beautiful, it's normal to make some sacrifices. Once she passes her prime, it won't be easy to rely on her youth." She seemed to be smoothing things over but was actually mocking Bai Luoyan. Bai Luoyan wasn't foolish. She saw everything clearly, but she wasn't angry, still maintaining her innocent and harmless demeanor. "No, the brother who gifts me is super handsome. And he's really domineering, saying he only supports me and doesn't even look at other girls. Look, this is his photo." Bai Luoyan opened Su Chen's moments, filled with Su Chen's handsome life photos. His melancholic and deep gaze, features as if chiseled, incredibly handsome. He wore a platinum ring on his index finger, adding a touch of aloofness and dominance to his aura. Carefree yet slightly rebellious, filled with aggression and that masculine tension. A perfect male lead template. The smiles on the girls' faces instantly vanished, unable to suppress their gasps. "Oh my god, he's really handsome. Is this really the brother who gifts you? Shouldn't they all be ugly uncles in their 40s or 50s? Or short, fat, rich second-generation kids? Luo Yan, what kind of luck is this? It's not fair. This world is unfair." The four girls were filled with envy, their gazes particularly fervent. Who wouldn't love a man who was both handsome and wealthy? They would willingly dedicate themselves to him 1,000 times over. Bai Luoyan put away her phone and casually urged, "Let's go, there's nothing to see. It's getting late. Let's go out for dinner." The long-legged girl Lu Wan's face darkened, and she chuckled dryly, "Hee, I'm suddenly a bit unappetized. How about you just order takeout?" "Sure, what do you want to eat?" Bai Luoyan smiled brightly, clearly already the victor in this palace intrigue. Jianshang Media. Su Chen finished his call on the rooftop and was about to return to his workstation. At that moment, Chen Yan approached him with a smile. "Brother Su Chen, would you like some coffee? I just ordered takeout, and since I needed to share the order, I ended up getting an extra cappuccino." She lifted the cup of coffee in her hand as a gesture. Since she had seen Su Chen order the same kind before, it was quite coincidental that she ordered the same tonight. Name, Chen Yan, affection level, 74, overall attractiveness, 85. Su Chen's expression darkened. "Girl, why are you so generous? The affection level keeps increasing?" She wore gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a gentle and refined aura. Her figure was curvy and full, with long legs that were straight and shapely. Such a woman, at first glance, seemed destined to be a virtuous wife and loving mother, which made her particularly sought after. "Unfortunately." Sigh. Su Chen sighed, just about to reach out to take the coffee, thanking her for her kindness. But before his hand could touch it, the coffee was snatched away by another man. Liu grinned and said, "Shen Yan, don't give it to Su Chen. He looks reluctant. I'll drink this cup for you." He was also an employee of Jianshang Media, like Su Chen, but he had more experience, with 2.5 years under his belt. Moreover, he had excellent performance, having been awarded Model Scout for several months in a row. Shen Yan panicked and tried to grab the coffee back. "Liu, give it back to me. If you want to drink it, I'll order you another cup. This one, you should give to Su Chen first." Upon hearing this, Liu pulled the coffee further away, his inner anger reaching its peak as he scolded, "Su Chen, you're always slacking off. You just left your post to goof around, and here you are, drinking coffee? What good does it do to perk you up? Your performance isn't improving. It's almost the end of the month, and your results are still at the bottom. Do you know that?" After venting his dissatisfaction, he turned back to Chen Yan with a smile. "Chen Yan, don't give it to Su Chen. He doesn't deserve your kindness." Chen Yan fell silent, her gaze filled with hope as she looked at Su Chen. Su Chen was, of course, displeased with Liu's words. First of all, his relationship with Chen Yan was their own business. Moreover, regarding performance, Liu wasn't his superior, so why was he blaming him? Can a person not have a low point? Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. "I know, it was you who reported me yesterday, right? Liu." Su Chen raised an eyebrow, a cold smile playing on his lips. Liu trembled, a bit flustered, and hurriedly said, "What? Report? I didn't do that. Didn't you?" Su Chen continued seriously, "Wasn't it you who deliberately took photos to report to HR, claiming that I was having an office romance with Chen Yan? What's your intention, Liu?" Chen Yan was a bit angry now, her cheeks flushed. "My relationship with Su Chen is just a normal colleague relationship. You maliciously reported us? Do you want us to lose our jobs? You're too despicable." "Oh dear." Liu looked bitter and quickly explained to Chen Yan, "I didn't. Don't listen to Su Chen's nonsense, okay? Am I that kind of despicable person?" Su Chen's gaze was already locked onto him as he said calmly, "HR has a record of the report. If it wasn't you, who else would be so bored? Besides, I brought milk tea to the office for everyone yesterday, and it seems you were the only one who deliberately didn't take any, right? Upon hearing this, Shen Yan instantly remembered. Indeed, as Su Chen said, everyone was excited about the milk tea yesterday, while only Liu stayed at his workstation, quietly working. But everyone also knew that Liu and Su Chen had never gotten along well. It was understandable that he wouldn't give face. However, considering Liu's private expressions of affection towards her, she was already able to confirm. It must be him, the one who reported me secretly. I never expected Liu to be this kind of person. Shen Yan didn't say anything, but her eyes were filled with resentment as she glared at Liu. Seeing this, Liu became even angrier, gritting his teeth and boldly admitting, "Yes, it was me who reported you, but so what? As a member of the company, I have reason to suspect that you two are in a relationship, so I reported it casually. What's wrong with that? Aren't you fine now? Doesn't that just mean I was wrong in my suspicion? I don't think I did anything wrong." And the more Liu spoke, the more he felt justified. He stared fiercely at Su Chen and said loudly, "Don't try to change the subject on purpose. Have you been working properly this month? Your performance is at the bottom of the rankings. Isn't it because you're not focused on your work? You still don't take your job seriously, getting involved in all those workplace politics, and yesterday you even deliberately sent milk tea to sway people's hearts, right? Do you think that by winning people's favor, everyone will vote for you in next month's supervisor election? Can you do something practical and improve your own performance? Compete with me fairly and squarely?" As he said this, he gritted his teeth and pointed at Su Chen's chest. Their supervisor competition involved first selecting 3 candidates, followed by a public voting system. Finally, the votes from several high-level executives in the company, along with all the staff from the talent scouting department, would determine who would become the supervisor of the talent scouting department. So even if his performance was excellent, he couldn't be sure of getting promoted. And Su Chen, although his performance this month was poor, had shown great potential in the previous months, making him a strong candidate for the supervisor position. If he were to be selected as a candidate, it could really change things. He didn't want to lose the opportunity for promotion at the end of next month just because of workplace politics, despite leading in performance. Moreover, the girl he had always liked, Chen Yan, was showing an unusual fondness for Su Chen. How could he not be furious? Did he have to suffer setbacks in both career and love because of someone else? Su Chen, what right did he have? Thus, he had always been at odds with Su Chen, unable to coexist. After hearing all this, Su Chen understood everything. Even if he had previously been indifferent, there were still people who regarded him as a competitor, an imagined enemy. His existence was a significant threat to Liu. He hadn't done anything wrong. Liu, in his own position, using some means for promotion was understandable. But people are competitive. If you want to fight me, then I will accompany you to the end. Su Chen coldly smiled and said, "Liu, I respect you for being honest about this. Previously, my performance was indeed not as good as yours, and I have lost to you many times. But starting today, you have no chance of winning." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yan's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. She felt that the serious Su Chen at this moment was shining brightly, exceptionally handsome. He actually dared to formally challenge Liu, declaring war on him. So cool. After hearing this, Liu was stunned for 3 seconds before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Liu laughed heartily, his demeanor proud as he said, "From today on, you want to win against me? What do you have to win with? It's already the end of the month, and I'm still in first place, far ahead. The resources I've accumulated are many times stronger than yours. Besides workplace politics, what do you think gives you a chance to win? Genius is just the threshold to meet me. Don't think that just because you achieved some results in the past few months, you can really surpass me." Ha! Su Chen shook his head with a cold smile, calmly saying, "Loud thunder, little rain. If you were really that confident, you wouldn't be afraid of those things. To put it bluntly, you're still unsure and afraid of me, aren't you? Ridiculous. Am I afraid of you?" Liu sneered coldly, exasperatedly saying, "Su Chen, do you really think you're that important? By the way, didn't you say that starting today, you would beat me? Come on, show me how you can win." In the last sentence, he nearly roared in a fit of hysteria. Seeing this, the colleagues immediately gathered around, buzzing with discussion. "What the hell? What's going on? I just heard that Liu and Su Chen have officially declared war, apparently competing for the department head position at the end of the month." What? Su Chen is competing too? I thought that position should belong to Liu. Liu has a lot of experience. In the past year, he won the Model Star Scout title for 6 months. Although Su Chen, as a newcomer, has performed quite well, this month he is already. That's hard to say. The head position doesn't necessarily require outstanding performance. It's more about personnel allocation and management skills. The previous head was too domineering, causing dissatisfaction among employees. As a result, he was kicked out by the higher-ups. This time, they might adopt a more gentle strategy, and Suchen could be a good candidate. Yeah, Liu is too arrogant. If he becomes the head, he might just float away. If Suchen makes it onto the reserve list, I would definitely vote for him. So, it's really hard to say. Suchen's disadvantage lies in performance and experience. Look, this month, Liu is again the model star scout. Sigh, it might be a big upset by then, who knows? Amidst the heated discussions, the sound of high heels clicking echoed. They turned to look. Lu Xiaona approached with a smile, followed by an assistant. Clapping her hands, she congratulated, "Congratulations! Congratulations! Your Star Scout department has achieved great results this month." Ha, ha, ha. Liu immediately forced a smile, fawningly welcoming her, saying, "Sister Xiaona, what brings you personally to our Star Scout department today? Is there some good news to announce in advance?" Usually, the Model Star Scout Award is announced on the 3rd of each month, and it wouldn't be possible for Lu Xiaona to come in person. Today, Lu Xiaona brought her assistant to congratulate? Could it be that the operations department thinks his performance has reached a level that others can't surpass, so they are congratulating him in advance? Or has he set some impressive, terrifying record? In any case, he was both surprised and delighted. The smile on his face was almost impossible to suppress. Lu Xiaona nodded, "Pretty much. There is indeed an outstanding employee who deserves encouragement. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be the Model Star Scout this month." "Oh, Sister Xiaona, you flatter me like this. I really feel too embarrassed." Liu blushed, scratching his head and said, "Let's stick to the usual process. I really appreciate you making a special trip." Lu Xiaona paused for a moment, then smiled understandingly. "Oh, you misunderstood. I'm not here to find you." "Ah?" Liu was stunned, then, "Who is it?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaona quickly scanned the crowd, finally locking her gaze on a handsome young man. Suchen. She stepped forward, extending her hand to shake his, saying with immense admiration, "Well done, young man. As a Star Scout, you really have an eye for talent. You have a unique vision and can spot gems in a sea of people. Even I overlooked that female streamer, yet you discovered her treasure." Suchen feigned innocence. "Sister Xiaona, you're overpraising me. I just did my job." Hearing this, Lu Xiaona beamed with admiration and said to everyone, "Come on, let's give Suchen the warmest applause. Congratulations on breaking our company's record for the highest daily revenue from internet celebrities." As soon as everyone heard this, they first showed surprise and confusion. Then they burst into enthusiastic applause. Clap, clap, clap. The applause thundered. It continued for quite a while before it finally stopped. Liu was completely bewildered, his mind in disarray. "This, Sister Xiaona, what exactly is going on?" Before Lu Xiaona could speak, the assistant beside her laughed and said, "You guys still don't know, right? A new female anchor under Suchen's command won the favor of a wealthy big brother, who showered her with over 1,000 carnival gifts. Over 3 million. This has already broken our guild's record for the highest daily revenue for internet celebrities." As soon as the words fell, everyone was taken aback, their gazes all directed at Suchen. Envy, admiration, respect. "Wow, Suchen, you're amazing. You actually overtook everyone and directly secured this month's Model Star Scout." Now for Liu to regain the title of Model Star Scout, his internet celebrity would have to generate over 1.8 million in revenue, which is completely impossible. The Model Star Scout has a bonus of 5,000 yuan. I'm so envious. Who said Suchen has been slacking this month? Step forward if you dare. Suchen, truly the best newcomer. So cool, I bet brother Suchen has everything under control. Treating us to milk tea yesterday was a pre-celebration. Makes sense. Maybe he knows that wealthy big brother? Listening to everyone praise Suchen, Chunyan looked happy, her eyes filled with admiration as she gazed at Suchen. Truly, brother Suchen is amazing. Damn. Liu's face turned ashen, feeling a burning pain in his cheeks. He thought Lu Xiaona was here to congratulate him, but it turned out he was mistaken. It was Suchen who broke the record and surpassed him, locking in the title of Model Star Scout for this month ahead of time. Damn it. Suchen had been slacking off all month, and yet in the end, he still managed to overtake him and become the Model Star Scout? The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was unfair. He was so angry he could hardly breathe. Luck! Liu, his face flushed, glared at Suchen and roared, "You just got lucky, there's nothing to be proud of." Suchen chuckled lightly and said leisurely, "But you can't deny that luck is also a part of strength. You can't win this month, and next month, you'll have even less chance." He shook his head with a cold smile and snatched the coffee back from Liu's hand. No one could take away what belonged to him. Liu was so angry he trembled, unable to utter a word for a long time. He secretly vowed that next month he would crush Soo-chun with the most dazzling performance to avenge today's humiliation. Lu Xiona, seeing this scene, couldn't help but nod in appreciation, a smile of interest appearing at the corner of her mouth. The company should have such healthy competition to grow bigger and bigger. Thinking of this, Lu Xiana focused her gaze on Soo-chun, scrutinizing him closely. She felt he possessed a kind of leadership charisma that ordinary people did not have. This Soo-chun might not be simple in the future. After a brief interlude, the office area returned to calm. Chen Yan's favorability towards you +3, current favorability 77, Soo-chun, who was watching videos, almost spat out his coffee. How could this girl be so self-promoting? Favorability rising rapidly? Does that mean now, if he just said to Chen Yan, "Come to my house tonight, I'll show you my cat doing flips," she would immediately agree? What a sin! Soo-chun sighed inwardly, then opened the system. By Luoyan's favorability towards you 66, you can claim the reward for this stage. Yes/no to claim immediately? Claim. With a thought, the reward appeared before his eyes. Ding! Congratulations, you have received a reward, Photography Master. Skill Book. Introduction. After use, you will perfectly master the usage of various photography equipment. Master photography techniques, framing, exposure, depth of field, composition. You will become a photography master. Warm reminder, it's best not to be shy. Ahem. Soo-chun's face instantly turned red. How could the system give such a warm reminder? He wasn't even thinking along those lines. It's just like the warning on cigarette packs about the dangers of smoking. The more dangerous something is, the more alluring it becomes. Activate it. Soo-chun directly chose to activate the skill book. A stream of information quickly surged into his mind, revealing the usage methods of various photography equipment and shooting techniques one by one. When he reopened his eyes, he found that his perspective on the world had changed a bit. It seemed that beauty could be discovered everywhere. As long as he found the right angle and adjusted the parameters, even in shabby, unremarkable places, there was something unique about them. Professionals generally refer to this as art. Soo-chun really liked the skill of photography master. Because during his time with his girlfriend, taking photos was essential. If he could master photography techniques, it would be an added advantage. Skills never weigh one down. Moreover, many girlfriends complain about their boyfriend's poor photography skills, with various grievances, and some even post on Douyin to vent, leading to breakups. If he had photography skills, he wouldn't have to worry about such troubles. A casual snap would be stunning. He could even spontaneously shoot a short film to capture their beautiful moments together. Click. Soo-chun picked up his phone and took a selfie. Sure enough, the result was much better than what he usually took. So handsome. Beep beep. Suddenly, his WeChat notification rang. The stunning CEO Lin Shuya sent a message. Lin Shuya, Chen, congratulations. /throwing flowers. You broke the company's record and locked in this month's Model Scout ahead of time. That's great. Awesome. Seeing this message, Soo-chun felt joyful and particularly happy. Soo-chun, this is all thanks to my lucky goddess bringing me luck. Lin Shuya, who? Lucky goddess? Surprised, Soo-chun, don't play dumb, I'm talking about you. Lin Shuya, how would I know? Maybe it's that girl Chen Yan? 1. You can think that way, I can't help it. 2. If you say so, then it is. 3. Don't make such jokes, I don't want my baby to misunderstand. Soo-chun glanced and replied, don't make such jokes, I don't want my baby to misunderstand. In the manager's office, Lin Shuya couldn't help but smile, her lips curving into a beautiful arc, then quickly replied to Soo-chun's message. You have a sweet tongue, but your baby is about to get off work. Sister will pass by your department later, want to come see you? I kind of miss you. Seeing the last 4 words, Soo-chun felt incredibly happy. The feeling of being thought of by someone is truly wonderful. Shuya, so sweet. Soo-chun, I miss you too. How about you give me a kiss when you pass by? Lin Shuya, don't be naughty, no messing around in the office. She recalled yesterday, when she and Soo-chun shared a passionate kiss in the office, and her face turned red, her heart racing. Soo-chun, oh I get it, that means we can mess around outside the office, right? Lin Shuya, you're not acting right. Moments later, a stunning and charismatic figure appeared in the scout department, capturing the attention of countless employees. The breathtaking CEO Lin Shuya walked in with her long legs and black stockings, dressed in a powerful and elegant style, with an S-shaped figure and an elegant, fashionable aura, exuding charm. Her presence was incredibly strong. She was breathtakingly beautiful, yet there was a sense of dangerous distance that made one feel she was not to be approached. President Lin. Thank you for your hard work, President Lin. After a moment of daze, the employees greeted her one after another. Lin Shuya responded with a smile. As she passed by Soo-chun's workstation, their eyes met for a brief moment. There was a mutual affection, a silent exchange of feelings. Lin Shuya's gaze was as gentle as autumn water, and her smile concealed a hint of mystery. The two were in the passionate phase of a secret romance, and seeing each other filled their hearts with unspoken joy. But they had to suppress their emotions, not wanting to appear too obvious. The stunning president visiting Su Chen at work made him feel a delightful warmth inside. It was truly wonderful. This was the right way to experience love. Su Chen picked up his phone and, taking advantage of no one paying attention, snapped a beautiful photo of her. He then sent it to Lin Shuya. Su Chen, this is my wife. Isn't she beautiful? Image, Lin Shuya, wow. How did you manage to make me look like I belong on the cover of a fashion magazine? So impressive. Su Chen, maybe I'm just a man in love? Anyway, every move you make feels beautiful to me. What should I do? Upon seeing this message, Lin Shuya blushed. Recently, the more she looked at Su Chen, the more handsome he seemed, especially when he was close to Chen Yan. She felt particularly jealous and wanted to claim him for herself. This strange feeling was something she had never experienced before. She was so happy, her heart felt sweet. Lin Shuya smiled brightly and continued to reply, then you should set it as your phone wallpaper, so you can see it all the time. Su Chen, I want to, but I'm afraid my colleagues will see it, and that would be a disaster. Lin Shuya, yes, you absolutely mustn't change it. I just forgot for a moment. Su Chen, then darling, go home and rest. I still have to work for our future. Lin Shuya instantly felt warm and sweet. Su Chen not only cared for her but was also very career-oriented, understanding the need to strive for their future together. Truly, I made a great choice in a man like this. Lin Shuya, okay, isn't the audition for the head of the talent scouting department at the end of next month? You should work hard, there's a good chance. After reading the message, Su Chen understood immediately. His wife Shuya was hinting that she would support him. Although he had previously despised the unspoken rules of the workplace, now, Su Chen suddenly found himself as a beneficiary. It felt like his thoughts had undergone some subtle change. It seemed he could accept it. Sigh, let's mourn for Liu for 3 seconds. Lin Shuya's affection for you +1, current affection level 89. After chatting with Lin Shuya, Su Chen felt incredibly happy. As the saying goes, love is the best stimulant. Now, he truly felt it. He began to work, recruiting streamers, sending private messages to those he found suitable. Jianshang Media, Su Chen, hello, blogger, I'm a talent scout from Jianshang Media. I had a pretty good first impression of your video. I think it would be a waste if you don't become a streamer. If you're interested, we can chat privately. He had changed his approach. Unlike before when he was picky, now he would send invitations to anyone with a score of 70 or above in looks as given by the system. As for personnel reviews and training, those were the responsibilities of the operations and training departments, not his concern. His main job was still to recruit, acting as a sort of half-agent. 2 hours later, Su Chen's recruitment efforts that night went exceptionally smoothly. This was largely due to the new streamer, Naifu Xiaoluo, who had received over 3 million in tips, serving as a classic example of a successful internet celebrity. Several girls have already fantasized about becoming rich overnight like Bai Luoyan. They are eager to try their hand at being streamers. This is the charm of money power. Su Chen now feels that everything he does goes smoothly. He directly transferred those girls to other departments and leaned back in his chair, playing on his phone for a while. Beep beep, a WeChat message from the little cat, Xiaomian. Master, little cat misses you so much. Meow. Carrot? Carrot asterisk, little cat bought a lot of beautiful clothes online. Master, come and see image. Su Chen opened it and couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Little cat really knows how to have fun. He was pleasantly surprised, and the smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't be contained. Su Chen, Master also misses little cat. Wait for Master to pamper you. Xiaomian, hee, okay. Little cat also filmed some beautiful videos today. Do you want to see them? Su Chen, let me see if little cat was good today. Then, Xiaomian sent several videos, all of her wearing the beautiful clothes Su Chen bought for her, looking stunning. The perfect curves of her snow-white peaks, her plump legs, her figure presenting a perfect S-shaped curve, soft and cute, making him want to pinch. Looks like I need to find time to play with little cat, can't neglect her. Su Chen made up his mind and chatted casually with Xiaomian for a while. Suddenly, he found himself added to a group. He thought it was some kind of group buy, but the group name was actually Pingjiang High School Class Group? Huh? Isn't this my high school alma mater? Su Chen's eyes lit up, and the number of people in the group started to rise rapidly. Someone in the class group had already started directing traffic. Xiao Haodong, the group has been abandoned, so I'm creating a WeChat group chat. Long time no see, classmates. Everyone change your nickname in the group to your name. Hurry up. What is this Xiao Haodong up to again? Su Chen recognized him at a glance. Memories of high school gradually surfaced in his mind. Xiao Haodong was the class monitor in his high school class, always bossing the classmates around with a feather duster as if it were an order. He was also jealous of Su Chen's good looks and his beautiful deskmate, often reporting him. Thinking of certain things made Su Chen a bit angry, wanting to kick Xiao Haodong. At this time, more than 20 people had already joined the group. Xiao Haodong, classmates, have you changed your nicknames? Those who have changed will receive a red envelope. I have something to announce. Red envelope, 20 yuan, has been claimed. Lu Jian, what's up, Dongge? You're not getting married, are you? Xian Xiaoman, if you're getting married, I definitely won't have time, but other things are negotiable. Wang Xihan, class monitor, stop teasing us, just say what it is. I still need to do my nails. Now that everyone has graduated from university, they didn't pay much attention to their former class monitor, just responding out of politeness. Xiao Haodong, what are you all talking about? I'm still single. It's just that after all these years, I want to invite everyone to get together. Are there any classmates in Shanghai or nearby? Tomorrow night, I'll treat you all, just come. Xian Xiaoman, oh, class monitor, I heard that in Pingjiang. You want to invite our Lu to school beauty, right? At Xiaishui, Lu Zixue, once the number one beauty of Pingjiang High School, comes from a wealthy family, has excellent grades, and is the epitome of a rich and beautiful girl, a favored daughter of heaven. Over the years, as Lu's father's business has grown, the Lu family has now settled in Shanghai, living in a luxurious villa. They have long achieved financial freedom. Lu Zixue was the only daughter of the Lu family, a precious gem, born with a golden key in her mouth, showered with countless affections since childhood. Those who wanted to be the son-in-law of the Lu family had no idea how long the line would be. At this moment, Lu Zixue finally spoke up, still as cold as before. Zixue, who is coming? I'll consider whether to join. She hadn't even changed the note, her WeChat name was simply her name. Seeing this, Xiao Haodong immediately transformed into a sycophant. Zixue, I'll count the list for you right now. Everyone who wants to come, just reply with a 1, and I'll keep track of the numbers. Everyone, feel free to sign up, it's on me. In the group chat, a wave of ones instantly appeared. There were both boys and girls, about 11 or 12 people, including Qian Xiaoman and Wang Xihan, who had just agreed to participate. These people were either in Shanghai City or in Pingjiang, as Pingjiang was very close to Shanghai, only half an hour by train. Now that someone was treating, it was nice for classmates to gather. However, Lu Zixue seemed dissatisfied with this list. Zixue, Xiao Haodong was confused and asked, what's wrong? Everyone is so enthusiastic. The other classmates fell silent. Because Lu Zixue was famously cold, like an ice lotus flower in the sky, ordinary people found it hard to reach her, let alone guess her thoughts. At this moment, Chen Xiaoman suddenly said, hey, didn't I just see Su Chen join the group? At Su Chen at Zixue. You two were desk mates in high school, are you still in touch? At this time, a notification had already popped up in front of Su Chen. Ding! Detected a goddess character card. Name, Lu Zixue, age, 23, body, height 170 centimeters, 53, 5 kilograms, A4 waist, crane legs. Overall attractiveness, 97 points, favorability, unknown, number of relationships, 0, current status, heart like still water, indifferent. He and Lu Zixue were indeed deskmates in their senior year, and there were rumors in school that they were a pair of golden boy and jade girl. But in reality, Lu Zixue's personality was quite aloof and indifferent, and Su Chen had not had much private communication with her, so how could they still be in touch? Su Chen, no. Xian Xiaoman, isn't that perfect? Everyone can come tomorrow to reminisce about high school, it'll be fun, right? And, in my impression, Su Chen was really handsome. I wonder if he's even more handsome now. Hee, she didn't have Su Chen as a friend on WeChat, so she naturally couldn't see his recent photos. Memories always tend to be beautiful. She really wanted to see how the once popular figure in school, Su Chen, was doing now. Many girls immediately began to chime in. Wang Xihan, yeah, Su Chen, you have to come. Otherwise, this class reunion won't be interesting. Li Wan, Su Chen has to come with the school beauty Lu. I used to ship you two as a couple for a long time. Su Chen, I'm a bit nostalgic, so count me in. Xian Xiaoman, wow, Su Chen, you're coming. That's great. If Lu, the school beauty, doesn't want to join, we can just organize our own gathering. We can split the bill. Seeing this, a ripple appeared in Lu Zixue's lake-like calm eyes. It seemed she recalled some beautiful memories or someone. After pondering for a moment, she replied, Zixue, I was just handling some matters earlier. I didn't say I wouldn't join. Also, I'll split the bill tomorrow. I don't want to owe anyone a favor. Xian Xiaoman, then let's all split the bill. It's just a meal, we can afford it. Wang Xihan, alright, then let the class monitor choose the restaurant. make sure it's a good one. In an instant, the focus shifted from Xiao Haodong treating to everyone splitting the meal. Xiao Haodong felt a chill in his heart. Lu Zixue, this ice-cold beauty, was just too aloof and too hard to pursue. She completely gave no opportunity to show himself. Moreover, it seemed that she only agreed to attend the gathering after seeing Su Chen agree to it. Now Xiao Haodong had to help her choose a restaurant for their reunion with an old deskmate. Damn it! Why do I feel like I've become a tool? Xiao Haodong cursed under his breath but still obediently helped choose a restaurant. Because he still wanted to hold on a bit longer. What if he could win Lu Zixue's favor? After all, Lu Zixue was the jewel of the Lu family, a true rich beauty, sitting on billions in assets. What man wouldn't be tempted? Lu Zixue. Su Chen recalled the time when they were deskmates. In his memory, Lu Zixue was a very special girl. She was stunningly beautiful, like a flower on a high mountain, cold and unapproachable. He remembered once during a mock exam, Lu Zixue forgot to bring an eraser, and Su Chen kindly offered her one. As a result, Lu Zixue directly pulled out 100 yuan and handed it to Su Chen, saying coldly, "I bought this eraser, no need for change." It was a bit awkward at the time. Su Chen didn't accept it and just asked her to return a similar one the next day. The next day, Lu Zixue bought 10 high-end erasers and gave them to Su Chen, still with her icy demeanor, saying, "Here, take them all." Later, Su Chen treated her quite well, often helping her with small tasks, and Lu Zixue would always slip him money as thanks, although her wording varied each time. But Su Chen never accepted it. Even now, he couldn't quite understand what Lu Zixue's thought process was. Did she think that him helping her was just for her money? Forget it. Tomorrow night, I'll meet Lu Zixue. She's an ice-cold beauty with a score of 97. In the Tangong Villa, in a study, on a wooden bookshelf, there were only a few books, among which were a few related to finance, and the other 3 were about improving speaking skills, the art of persuasion, the charm of speaking, how to make people like you the moment you speak. Lu Zixue withdrew her cold gaze, returning from her memories to reality. Her fair, slender hand gently stroked the curled-up calico cat on the table, and her cherry lips parted to speak. "Xiaopai, do you think he's foolish, or am I foolish? He has no one to rely on, needs to work hard to earn his living expenses. Why can't he just happily accept the money I give him? He's really so stubborn, full of pride. I even learned so many persuasive techniques, yet none of them worked. Humph, really doesn't know a good person's heart." Lu Zixue frowned slightly, letting out a soft huff. Her serene gaze fell on the pencil case that held memories, and she carefully put it away, storing it in the drawer beside her. Let's take a look at today's market. She refocused her attention on the K-line chart on the computer, planning to dominate the stock market. The next day, the sun was just right. Su Chen had the day off and had arranged to meet Bai Luoyan at her college for lunch before going out to eat together. At the same time, the system issued a task. Bai Luoyan favorability task, sweet date with the goddess school belle. Tip: your sweet interactions with her will increase her favorability towards you. This task seems pretty simple. As long as I perform well and don't mess it up, it should be fine, right? Su Chen thought to himself. Half an hour later, Su Chen drove to Sini Financial College. It was said that the accounting, auditing, and financial management majors here were quite famous, making it easier to find a stable job after graduation. In the finance industry, female college students often deal with money, making them particularly sensitive to material aspects. As a result, each of them dresses flamboyantly, vying for beauty. Looking around, one can see slender beauties strutting with their long, fair legs, some even wearing Balenciaga. It's truly a feast for the eyes. Therefore, one must find a girlfriend in college. Life can be quite enjoyable in these few years. At this moment, Su Chen parked his Maybach S680 at the entrance. Instantly, it attracted countless gazes. The boys' eyes were ablaze as they took out their phones to snap pictures and chattered excitedly. Wow, a Maybach S680. At least 4 million. So cool. Which rich second-generation kid is this? He must have hooked up with one of our college girls. Tonight is probably going to be a showdown. I heard there are many beauties in the finance school, so I came here thinking I could find a girlfriend and have a sweet romance. But I forgot I'm just a poor guy. Being rich is great. Which department is that girl from? Is she about to land a good one? She found a rich second-generation kid so quickly, she won't have to worry anymore. She must be the campus belle from some department. Beautiful girls suffer. Hearing their chatter, a long-legged beauty nearby couldn't help but scoff. Humph, nothing to envy. I bet he's just an old man. If I were to find someone, he must be handsome, wealthy, and good to me. The moment she finished speaking, Su Chen opened the car door, revealing his handsome and striking appearance to everyone. Wearing LV sunglasses and holding a phone while leaning against the car, his demeanor was extraordinary and captivating. The long-legged beauty's eyes nearly popped out. This man, she felt she had seen him somewhere before. Yes, she remembered. Oh my, isn't this the mysterious big brother of Bai Luoyan, that dead white lotus? He looks so handsome in person, even better than in the photos. How did they progress so quickly? He's already picking her up at the school gate? That little vixen Bai Luoyan must have seduced him. Damn it, why is she so lucky? Lu Wan, Bai Luoyan's roommate, had just seen Su Chen's photo yesterday. Initially, she thought nothing of it, assuming Bai Luoyan was just using a random picture for appearances and lying. But now, she truly felt envy, jealousy, and hatred. Gritting her teeth, she quickly devised a plan to sabotage them. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she immediately made a call. Hello, Wang Haoqiang. Your goddess is about to be snatched away. Hurry! Su Chen hung up the phone. Bai Luoyan said she would be out soon. He was too lazy to return to the car. Now that he had money, he exuded confidence from the inside out, and even when faced with so many envious and heated gazes, he was slowly getting used to it. At this moment, two flamboyantly dressed beauties immediately approached Su Chen to strike up a conversation. Their eyes sparkled with infatuation, and their voices were sweet and coy. Brother, can we get to know each other? I'm with Tingting, we're both sophomores here. Are you waiting for someone? Brother, you're so handsome, and your car is so cool. Can we be friends? In the future, the three of us can hang out together. They looked at Su Chen with eager anticipation. The man before them truly made their hearts race. It's no exaggeration to say that Su Chen was not only handsome but also wealthy, and combined, that was a winning combination. With such quality conditions, he only needed to beckon with a finger, and girls would willingly throw themselves at him, ready to go anywhere with him. Su Chen glanced at the two girls, and the system immediately provided a prompt. 19 years old, 165 centimeters, 34B. Overall attractiveness, 74, 19 years old, 167 centimeters, 36C. Overall attractiveness, 79. Although good women should be cherished, bad women should not be wasted. Among ordinary girls, they are considered quite high quality. But for Su Chen, interacting with them is equivalent to wasting time. I'm waiting for someone, sorry, he politely smiled and declined. It's okay, we understand. The two girls clearly showed disappointment on their faces but still smiled and stepped aside. They didn't walk far, instead wanting to know which sister was so lucky. The next moment, a gasp came from the crowd. Oh my, look, the campus beauty Bai Luoyan is coming out. Curious gazes turned in unison towards the entrance of the academy. Bai Luoyan was dressed in a JK uniform, a black suit jacket, and a white shirt that perfectly accentuated her stunning figure, paired with a blue and brown plaid skirt and a pair of long, fair legs that were incredibly eye-catching. She resembled a beautiful girl from an anime, walking briskly towards everyone as if spring had arrived. The boys were completely going crazy. Ah, Bai Luoyan, the campus beauty, is so cute and beautiful. I want to be Bai Luoyan's dog. She's just like the female lead in an anime. Whoa, who is this super goddess dating? It can't be that handsome guy outside driving the Maybach S680, right? Even Bai Luoyan has fallen for him? My world is collapsing. Under everyone's gaze, the campus beauty Bai Luoyan joyfully ran up to Su Chen, her lively eyelashes fluttering as she looked up at the man with infatuation. Husband. Bai Luoyan's face turned red, almost blurting out husband, then with a dimpled smile said, Brother Su Chen, sorry to keep you waiting. I was putting on makeup, so I arrived a bit late. She saw how handsome Su Chen was, driving such a luxury car to pick her up. She felt so proud. Bai Luoyan couldn't help but think, if Su Chen were my boyfriend, how wonderful would that be? Looking at her up close, Su Chen found her even more beautiful than he had imagined. The light makeup she wore highlighted her youthful charm and vitality. No wonder she was the pure and desirable campus beauty, making one feel a fluttering sensation akin to first love. 1. You seem to have a makeup mishap. Looking at her seriously. 2. Knowing this, you should come to the entrance to wait for me next time. Complaining. 3. This makeup suits you very well, especially your eyes, which are lively and cute like a little deer. Complimenting details, seeing these three options, Su Chen curled his lips. He was almost grinning from ear to ear. It seemed that only the third option felt quite good. Su Chen said seriously, this makeup suits you very well, especially your eyes, which are lively and cute like a little deer. Hearing Su Chen's compliment, Bai Luoyan's face lit up with joy. Although girls love to hear compliments, they need to be specific. If someone only says she looks good, she would feel it's insincere. Bai Luoyan had put a lot of effort into her eyelashes today and had even worn colored contact lenses, making her look naturally lively and spirited like a little deer. Bai Luoyan smiled sweetly and deliberately asked, Brother Su Chen, do you know what's in my eyes that makes them so beautiful? What is it? Su Chen pretended to be clueless, asking curiously. Of course, it's only you. As Bai Luoyan said this, she raised her hands above her head, making a heart gesture, looking particularly sweet and cute. The boys watching were already struck by her sweetness, each one clutching their hearts. Ah, my heart, it hurts. Bai Luoyan, you're really so sweet. But can you not get into that handsome guy's car? Why? The one she made a heart gesture to isn't me. Bai Luoyan confessed to that handsome guy, saying, my eyes only have you. My first love is over. Sai the goddess is ultimately unattainable for us ordinary people. I don't want to watch anymore. I just want to go back to the dorm and cry it out. You're really mischievous, even playing with cheesy pickup lines. Su Chen wore a helpless expression as if he had fallen into a trap, smiling and shaking his head, then naturally took her hand. Let's go, get in the car first. Bai Luoyan's favorability towards you +1, current favorability 67. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The system is really impressive. Sometimes the answers seem a bit awkward, but as long as you say them naturally, they can have a great effect. The car door opened. The luxurious interior of the Maybach S680 was breathtaking. Bai Luoyan had never been in such a luxury car, feeling excited and expectant. Suddenly, an unpleasant voice rang out. Bai Luoyan, you stop right there. A 300,000 yuan Tesla model quickly parked beside them. The young man peered through the car window, seeing Bai Luoyan and Su Chen holding hands sweetly, his eyes burning with jealousy. Su Chen protectively shielded little lady Bai Luoyan behind him, walking up to the other car and coldly looking down at the young man. Little brother, if you have something to say, get out of the car. His deep eyes flashed with a chilling light, his tone commanding respect without anger. But the young man inside the car, Wang Haoqiang, was not so easily intimidated. Get out? I'll get out if I want. Wang Haoqiang gritted his teeth and got out of the car. When he stood in front of Su Chen, he realized he was nearly a head shorter, his aura instantly diminished, and he couldn't help but feel intimidated. Looking at the Maybach behind Su Chen, his eyes nearly popped out. He had thought it was just an ordinary Mercedes, but it turned out to be a Maybach S680, worth several million. He backed down, unable to suppress a gulp. Bai Luoyan frowned, displeased. Hey, Wang Haoqiang, we're not that familiar. Why did you suddenly call out to me? He. I'm here to wish the beautiful Bai a happy date. Sorry to interrupt. Wang Haoqiang was quite perceptive, quickly returning to his car, leaving in a huff. Su Chen and Bai Luoyan exchanged a bewildered glance. Wishing us a happy date? He seems quite nice. Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle, finding the guy a bit humorous. Then he took Bai Luoyan into the luxurious Maybach S680 and drove away. The onlookers erupted into a heated discussion. I took my pants off, and you show me this? I'm dying of laughter. This Wang Haoqiang is such a coward. He came and then left? I thought he would at least argue with someone and ruin the atmosphere. Instead, he wished others a happy date? That's just too unbelievable. But I think he knows his place. Even if he tried to meddle, it would just be self-humiliation. Why bother? Yeah, the handsome guy looks like Panin, while Wang Haoqiang looks like Zhao Benshan. The Maybach S680 versus a Tesla with faulty brakes. Anyone with eyes knows how to choose. Dude, are you preparing for grad school? How can you talk like this? On the other side, Wang Haoqiang found Lu Wan, furious and questioning. Lu Wan, what kind of useless information did you give me? That guy is nearly a head taller than me and so handsome. Driving a Maybach S680, and you tell me to go confront him? Do you really think I'm an idiot? Upon hearing this, Lu Wan was also enraged and retorted. Didn't you keep saying that Bai Luoyan is your goddess? She ran off with that handsome guy, and you were completely indifferent? Why not stir up some trouble, ruin the atmosphere a bit, make them uncomfortable? She is indeed my goddess. But tell me, what do I have to compete with her? Wang Haoqiang said anxiously, you called me over, and instead, I lost face. Are you trying to use me as a pawn? Poof, you can't do anything and still blame me? Lu Wan sneered, unable to hold back her insults. You coward, good for nothing. What did you say? Wang Haoqiang's eyes instantly turned red. I said you're a coward, a good for nothing. Lu Wan raised her voice even more. The next moment, a crisp slap echoed. Wang Haoqiang gasped for breath, his hands trembling, but he still said fiercely, damn, you think you can humiliate me just because of you? You, Wang Haoqiang, you coward who bullies the weak. I'm going all out. Lu Wan was furious, and with her fiery temper, she directly grabbed Wang Haoqiang's hair. The two instantly got into a scuffle. Slaps and shouts filled the air. Inside the Maybach S680, looking at the luxurious interior, Bai Luoyan's eyes sparkled, unable to hide her excitement. Previously, she felt that the life of the rich was far beyond her reach. The most expensive car she had ever been in was her relative's, $100,000 Volkswagen. But now, she was sitting in a 5 million yuan Maybach, personally experiencing the gap between wealth and poverty. She even felt that wearing a few hundred yuan JK uniform made her unworthy of sitting in this car. However, Su Chen's affectionate and gentle gaze gradually reassured her, preventing her from feeling inferior. The envious and jealous looks from people outside made Bai Luoyan feel proud. Her family background was quite ordinary, even a bit poor. She longed for such a life, wanted to become wealthy, and wished for her family to live well. Brother Su Chen, Bai Luoyan's doe-like eyes sparkled as she sweetly asked, "Can I take a few pictures in your car?" Su Chen glanced at her. Under the JK uniform, her long legs were fair and straight, stunningly beautiful. Bai Luoyan was at the most beautiful age of 19, exuding a charming youthful aura. It made Su Chen feel the youthful thrill of being in love during his university days. However, the Su Chen of university had little money, and that romance could only remain a memory. "Little lady, you can take pictures however you like." "Thank you." Husband Bai Luoyan was very happy, calling out a sweet name that belonged only to her and Su Chen. Hearing her soft and sweet voice call him husband felt special to Su Chen, and he enjoyed it. So, Bai Luoyan picked up her phone and took a few pictures of the luxurious interior of the car and a handsome shot of Su Chen focused on driving. Then, feeling something was missing, she blushed and sweetly asked, "Husband, can I hold your hand?" Su Chen was a bit surprised and extended his right hand. "Hold my hand." Bai Luoyan grasped Su Chen's large hand with her small one and took a picture of their sweet hand-holding moment. She felt Su Chen's hand looked great and holding it gave her a sense of security. Su Chen felt her soft little hand and turned to look at her. He found her gazing at him with a lovesick expression. Su Chen couldn't help but smile. "Little lady, what do I have that's good-looking?" "You're handsome, husband." Bai Luoyan's eyes sparkled. When she realized that the person who had sent her so many gifts was actually Su Chen, she was especially happy. Her original plan was to treat her brother to a meal and then quickly find a way to distance herself. If that didn't work, she would just refund the gifts. As for dating like this, that was definitely out of the question. So, she felt that heaven was very kind to her, sending her such a soft-hearted god like Su Chen. Bai Luoyan's favorability towards you +1, current favorability 68. Su Chen was very satisfied. Going on a date with the school beauty and receiving rewards, this was simply a great deal. Before long, they arrived at the bustling Nanjing Road pedestrian street. Su Chen and Bai Luoyan held hands sweetly and began to stroll. It was noon, and there were quite a few people around. This handsome and beautiful pair attracted a lot of attention. On both sides, there were many food stalls, featuring local specialties from Shanghai City, pan-fried buns, nanshang soup dumplings, pork rib rice cakes, white-cut chicken, and noodle dishes with toppings. "Brother, we agreed that whatever you want to eat for lunch, I'll treat you." Bai Luoyan's rewards from the guild couldn't be withdrawn for a week due to the rules, so she could only use her living expenses to treat Su Chen to some inexpensive food. Su Chen asked, "Is your living expense enough? You still have to last for 7 days, don't push yourself too hard." "It's enough." Bai Luoyan smiled sweetly and said playfully, "I still have over 4,000 yuan in my little savings. Ahem, although 3,000 of that is for next month's living expenses." Su Chen nodded. "You actually have quite a good sense of financial management. If it were other girls, they would probably have spent all of next month's living expenses by now. After all, 3,000 yuan a month is really too little for a girl. Besides eating, there's hardly anything else they can do. Not to mention, they are in the finance academy, where buying clothes and cosmetics requires spending money." Bai Luoyan smiled lightly and said, "Because my family's situation is quite ordinary. My dad works in a factory, my mom is a kindergarten teacher, and I have a younger sister in middle school. They really can't save much money each month, and the pressure of living is quite big. 3,000 yuan is already a lot for them. They always teach me that if I don't have enough money, I should definitely ask them for it and not do anything foolish. After graduation, I should ask relatives for help to find a stable accounting job." Su Chen listened and felt deeply moved. Bai Luoyan was a true reflection of an ordinary family. Her parents only hoped she would study well and work steadily in the future. They wouldn't demand that Bai Luoyan earn a lot of money and taught her not to go astray. A girl raised in such a family education would surely not be too bad. Moreover, her parents had already given Bai Luoyan the best innate conditions. With her looks and figure, as long as she understood the internet, wouldn't she be able to charm those men? "Your family seems quite warm," Su Chen responded with genuine feelings. Bai Luoyan nodded, her gaze shifting. "Yeah, I know they have it tough, so Su Chen, when you let me try being a streamer and said I could earn a lot of money, I was really tempted. Later, because of me, the streaming results were poor and didn't bring in much profit. It was still thanks to you, Su Chen, for gifting me so much. Without you, I would still be a little useless." She looked up at Su Chen, saying these words from her heart. Perhaps because of her family education, it was hard for her to let go and enthusiastically please those big brothers. Without Su Chen, she wouldn't have been able to compete in a century-long PK with those big streamers who had millions of followers yesterday, nor would she have received over 1,000 carnival gifts, which amounted to over 3 million. Suchin had also struggled before and could understand her very well. He rubbed her head gently and said, "Don't deny yourself. Everyone has to go through a process of growth. Maybe it was my mistake in positioning you. Perhaps if you don't become a beauty streamer and we switch to another track, it would be much better." Suchin had initially just seen her appearance and threw her into the beauty streamer track without considering whether it suited her. "Change the track?" Bai Luoyan's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed in delight, "Great! Brother Suchen, what other types of streamers do you think I can be?" Suchen pondered for a moment and asked, "Do you know how to play games like Mahjong or Dodiju?" "I do, but I'm not very good at it. I often lose all my chips." Bai Luoyan nodded cutely. "Not being good is perfect. We can go for a bankruptcy theme, entertainment plus beauty streamer. Just think about it, a beauty streamer who could easily rely on her looks to make a living. Instead, she plays Mahjong to get rich, but she keeps going bankrupt. Being both bad at the game and loving to play, wouldn't that make for explosive show content?" Su Chen, a graduate of a media university and now a professional talent scout, was not joking. Moreover, this type of streamer doesn't need to please the big shots. They mainly earn money through ads for small controllers. Bai Luoyan naturally wouldn't feel any psychological burden. More importantly, she was going to be Su Chen's woman in the future. How could he let her continue being a beauty streamer, trying to please other men? Upon hearing this, Bai Luoyan excitedly grabbed Su Chen's arm and shook it. "Yay! This is great! Brother Su Chen, you're really so smart. How come I never thought of this before? Playing games to make money is so much better than chatting with those people every day." Su Chen looked at the pure and sweet girl beside him, feeling incredibly pleased, and smiled lightly. "This requires a certain fan base. The gifts I sent yesterday should help you attract some attention today. Those people are fans of entertainment streamers, and now that you're changing tracks, the timing is just right." Bai Luoyan's eyes sparkled with admiration as she sweetly pouted, "Husband, you're so good to me. I'll follow your arrangements." She felt that Su Chen was really smart and capable. She was lucky to be with the right person. As long as she followed Su Chen's plans, everything would be fine. "Let's go eat first. I said I was hungry. Later, I'll have a chat with that old woman Lu Xiana." Su Chen chuckled lightly and led Bai Luoyan into a nearby Heidileo. Heidileo is essentially hot pot, just with a different name. Their corporate culture is all about customer first. Every waiter has a bright smile on their face, very enthusiastic, and the service is attentive. Walking in here makes one feel particularly pleasant, with a warm atmosphere. In fact, a netizen once said that he was dining at Heidileo and needed to catch a train but couldn't get a taxi. The store manager saw this, asked about the situation, and directly drove out his SUV, saying, "Hurry up and get in, there's not much time left." Su Chen didn't know if that was a joke or true, but the service here was indeed quite warm. Soon, the two ordered a few simple dishes: Iberian black pork, lao pai beef, golden shrimp rolls, crispy tripe, and so on. The total came to 320 yuan. Before long, a hot pot was boiling, and some of the food was ready to eat. Bai Luoyan bit her lip and asked, "Brother Su Chen, does this count as a date?" Although their interactions were somewhat ambiguous, she wasn't sure if Su Chen had romantic feelings for her. She needed to confirm. Deep down, she felt a bit insecure. Su Chen looked up and smiled lightly. "Of course it counts. Why do you ask?" "Hee. Then Brother Su Chen, why don't you try this piece of tripe? Their tripe is quite delicious." Bai Luoyan dipped the piece of tripe in her sauce and held it out to Su Chen. Her little face turned red, and her thoughts as a young girl were unmistakable. Su Chen's lips curled into a smirk as he said, "If you call out something sweet, I'll eat it." Bai Luoyan's face turned even redder as she softly whined, "Husband, are you eating?" Su Chen, satisfied, took a bite of the tripe and looked at the shy JK beauty across from him, feeling very pleased. He then picked up a small piece of beef tripe and smiled, "My dear, let husband feed you a bite." Bai Luoyan opened her small mouth and swallowed the food. For some reason, she felt that this piece of beef tripe tasted better than what she usually ate. Her heart raced. The sweet interaction between the two was simply enviable to others. The couple at the table to the right, seeing this, refused to be outdone. The girl glared at the skinny boy and shouted, "What are you staring at? Hurry up and feed me. I'm the queen here." She opened her mouth wide, truly a fierce girl from Sichuan and Chongqing. "Baby, don't be angry, eat some meat." The skinny boy quickly picked up food to feed her. The girl snorted, "That's more like it. Whatever other girls want, I want too. Do you understand?" The boy weakly nodded, trembling. Then, the girl proudly smiled and looked over at Su Chen and Bai Luoyan, flaunting and showing off. Bai Luoyan couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, then sweetly whined to Su Chen, "Husband, your little wife isn't that fierce. I'm actually very gentle. Husband has worked hard today. Wife will feed you this piece of beef to replenish your strength. She got into the spirit of it, picked up a piece of meat, and fed it to him. Soo-chun chewed for a moment, swallowed, and praised, "The beef fed by my wife is really delicious. Is my wife actually a little fairy, secretly using magic? Hee hee, I'm a little fairy just for my husband," Bai Luoyen said. And then she was so happy that she giggled. Her eyes sparkled like stars, reflecting only Su-chen's figure. She loved this man so much. The fierce girl from Sichuan in Chongqing, seeing this, directly glared at the skinny boy and angrily said, "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and show me some affection? Milady. Here, eat the shrimp paste I prepared for you." The skinny boy trembled all over and quickly took action again. He truly felt like crying. Comparing people could be infuriating. Why was everyone else enjoying sweet romances with cute girls? But at home, he had a fierce girl from Sichuan in Chongqing? Could he return her? Whoa, it's so hard for me. The couple's wonderful performance made Su-chen and Bai Luoyen very happy. They enjoyed their meal joyfully. After eating and drinking enough, it was time to get down to business. Su-chen took out his phone and opened his Ouching Rich account. Last time, Lu Xiana had already added him as a follower. She even chatted with him privately, saying she would take good care of their little Luo in the future. However, Lu Xiana didn't know that he was still an employee of Jianshan Media, and they had met just yesterday. Su-chen had also received the title of Model Scout of the Month. Bai Luoyen, with curious eyes, sweetly asked, "Husband, are you a rich second generation, experiencing life at your company?" "I'm a rich first generation. Scouting is my main job. I make my fortune through my side business," Su-chen replied casually. Bai Luoyen was amazed, her eyes shining with admiration. "Wow, a rich first generation, making so much money through a side business. Husband, you're amazing." Deep down, she was curious about what side business could be so profitable. But since Su-chen didn't say, she wouldn't ask further. That would seem too foolish. "Not amazing. Can I be your husband?" Since the conversation had reached this point, Su-chen continued smoothly, smiling lightly, "You study finance, so you should know there are people called Midas, right?" Midas? Bai Luoyen had indeed heard of this title, but very few dared to call themselves that. She nodded seriously. "I know, it refers to those people in the financial circle who can turn the tide with a flick of their hand. I'm currently in the preliminary stage." "All right." Su-chen smiled lightly, not wanting to continue boasting with her. "Don't delay me from handling serious matters. Do you still want to switch tracks and become a gaming entertainment streamer?" "Yes." Bai Luoyen nodded obediently, grinning. "Husband, I won't disturb you. I'm here to cheer you on." Go. Husband is the best." Su-chen's lips curled up. Having a 19-year-old JK Beauty as a girlfriend was indeed quite nice. Spending time with her was sweet and joyful. He opened the chat window for Jianshan Media Xiana and sent a message. "Ao-chen, Xiana, I need to trouble you with something." A minute later, Lu Xiana replied. "Ao-chen, what's the matter? Just say it. If we can help, we'd be more than happy to." "Ao-chen, I want you to switch Xiao Luo to a different track. Let her become a gaming entertainment streamer, the kind that takes on advertisements. You know, the currently popular bankruptcy streamers, right?" At that moment, in the operations manager's office of Jianshan Media, Lu Xiana noticed that the other party wasn't asking for a refund, and her attitude became even more enthusiastic. But she still had some doubts. "Xiana, Ao-chen, isn't Xiao Luoyen doing quite well as a beauty streamer? Why suddenly switch to the entertainment streamer track? Can she adapt?" "Ao-chen, don't worry, I've discussed it with her offline. We want to do a combination of gaming entertainment and beauty. And since there's still traffic, now is the perfect time to switch tracks." My goodness! Lu Xiana was suddenly taken aback. The combination of gaming entertainment and beauty streamers highlighted a contrast. This was indeed a good track and very suitable for the shy and reserved Bai Luoyen. Moreover, had the other party even budgeted for the current traffic's residual heat? This Ao-chen felt very professional. He didn't seem like an ordinary big brother at all. "Ao-chen, switching tracks is no problem. However, the advertisements you mentioned will require us to negotiate with the gaming companies. If Xiao Luo's traffic isn't stable, it might not last long, so I need to communicate this with you in advance." "Ao-chen, no problem. Just arrange it. Every month, I will provide her with a certain amount of traffic support plus over $1 million in gift revenue. You negotiate the unit price for the game advertisements, she shouldn't be shortchanged." Upon seeing this message, Lu Xiana's eyes widened. Providing her with traffic support and over $1 million in gift revenue every month? Was this to make her a big streamer? That cute girl by Luo Yan had found a true love big brother? Lu Xiana felt envious. If only she were 10 years younger, with Bai Luoyan's cute face, and then met such a big brother. She couldn't imagine how wonderful that would be. Unfortunately, she was now 32 years old and had already lost her competitive edge. Otherwise, she really wanted to say, Ao-chen, do you think I can do it? Support me. Alright, Ao-chen, I'll go help Xiao Luo negotiate the advertising collaboration now. Under normal circumstances, she can start streaming games tonight. We'll send some information and materials to Xiao Luo, so she can review them before streaming, to avoid any mistakes. This matter was mutually beneficial for the streamer, the guild, and the gaming company. Since a big brother was willing to support the streamer, she had no reason to refuse. Putting down his phone, Suchen casually said, "It's done. Just wait for them to notify you." "Ha, so fast?" Bai Luoyan exclaimed, her mouth agape in surprise, her eyes blinking. She couldn't quite process it. Had it only been a few minutes? Her husband had already settled everything for her? Is it really that easy? After a good meal and tea, Suchen decided to buy a few mobile phones. He happened to know that the recently acclaimed light of domestic products, Hualien, had released a new model. It was called the Mate XT Extraordinary Master, and it seemed to be a groundbreaking digital product with milestone significance. Suchen was quite curious, so he took Bai Luoyan into a Huawei flagship store. The advertisement for their new flagship was displayed on the lightbox. 3 folds, no matter how you fold it, it looks good. With a heart full of a vast world, be a good ordinary person, Hualien Mate XT Extraordinary Master. It was endorsed by several big-name celebrities, including Lu Huazai, Yang Mi, Sushi, and so on. Whether the phone was good or not was still unknown, but Hualien must have spent a lot on endorsement fees. Wow, this phone feels pretty good. It's a bit thinner than I imagined. Suchen picked up the display model of the XT Extraordinary Master to feel it. Indeed, as the advertisement said, the screen could unfold, transforming from one screen into 3, like turning a phone into a tablet, and the thickness when folded was acceptable. However, judging by this evolutionary path, it was likely that in a few years, one could fit a 35-inch monitor in their pocket. So creative. As for the configuration and parameters, Suchen glanced at them and had a rough idea. After all, those who bought Hualien phones were mostly driven by the sentiment of supporting domestic products. "Shall Bai, let you experience the charm of our domestic phones." Suchen smiled lightly and handed the phone to her. Bai Luoyan was currently using an iPhone. She took it and looked at it for a while, her eyes gradually brightening. "Wow, this phone is so cool. The screen can actually fold. Watching TV on it is much more comfortable than on other phones. And look, brother, doesn't it look like a memorial? Husband, I have something to report." Giggle. She held the unfolded 3-fold screen phone and made a bow with great flair, then amused herself. Seeing this, Suchen couldn't help but chuckle. "Alright then, we'll each get one. Just right for you as a streamer. You'll need an Android phone. Who would have thought?" Bai Luoyan glanced at the price, her eyes widening. "Wait, this phone. The lowest configuration version is 19,999 yuan? Are you serious?" Suchen hadn't looked at the price before, but now he focused and saw it was true. The lowest configuration of 16 GB plus 256 GB was 19,999 yuan. The top configuration of 16 GB plus 1 TB was 23,999 yuan. It was even 1,000 yuan more expensive than the top configuration of the iPhone 16 Pro Max next door, which was 13,999 yuan. No wonder Hualien claimed to be far ahead. It really seemed to be the case. However, Suchen now had money, so he didn't need to worry about the price. Buying it to play with was also nice. At worst, he could just change it. It wasn't a big deal. Suchen called over a store employee and asked, "Hey, do you have the Mate XT Extraordinary Master in stock?" The employee nodded. "Yes, sir, you came at just the right time. It was out of stock for a while, and it was even being sold online for 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. A new batch just arrived today. What specifications do you want?" Suchen couldn't be bothered to care if he was telling the truth and said lightly, "Give me the top configuration, one in red and one in black." "Alright, sir, please wait a moment." The employee smiled slightly and walked towards the warehouse. "Brother, if we use the same model, does that count as using couple phones?" Bai Luoyan suddenly asked with a shallow dimpled smile, and I must say her point of focus was quite special. Suchen chuckled softly. "Yeah, if we don't use the same model, how would you submit your memorials to me?" Hee, then in the future, I'll use it to submit memorials to you every day. You better not find me annoying." She happily held Suchen's large hand, gently shaking it while acting cute, her smile incredibly sweet. For a moment, Suchen was somewhat captivated by her. Is this the charm of a 19-year-old girl? It really feels like youthful romance. By Luoyan's favorability towards you +1, current favorability 69. Afterward, having bought 2 Mate XT Extraordinary Masters, the staff also recommended a small keyboard that costs 299 yuan. Su Chen, of course, didn't mind this little expense and decided to get it as well. After buying the phones, the two of them came out of the store. Bai Luoyan was holding Su Chen's large hand, her pretty face full of a sweet smile. She tilted her head, gazing at him dreamily, and asked in a soft, sweet voice, "Brother, can we go watch a movie later? I did some research last night, and the recent Transformers Origins seems really good. They say it's the best movie in the Transformers series in the last 6 years." Transformers? Su Chen's eyes lit up. This was indeed an animated series he watched as a child. It was about robot cars, like Megatron and Optimus Prime, but he had long forgotten the plot. Moreover, it seemed like this was more popular among boys, right? It appeared she had put some thought into this date. "Sure, I haven't watched a movie in a long time either. I already booked the tickets yesterday at the Hanglung Plaza. But the movie doesn't start for another hour, then let's go browse the mall first." Su Chen decided, so they put the phones back in the Maybach. They then drove to Hanglung Plaza. The mall was packed with people, and the first floor was hosting a comic exhibition. Many cosplaying girls were dressed in colorful outfits, portraying characters from the two-dimensional world, some of them quite attractive, with slender figures. Especially one ghost girl, although her cute little ghost hood covered her face, there were many onlookers around her. Her figure was particularly stunning, and the tight white silk dress accentuated her S-shaped body perfectly. Su Chen glanced a few times, finding it quite interesting. Nowadays, people's acceptance of the two-dimensional world is very high. Even large malls hold comic exhibitions. He was also scanning with the system, hoping to see if he could encounter a goddess standard girl. But the little lady by Luoyan beside him was not having it. She puffed up her cheeks in jealousy, reached out to cover Su Chen's eyes, and said in a spoiled tone, "Brother, can't we not look at this? It's not interesting at all. If you like watching cosplay, I can cosplay any character you want in the future, okay?" She was very afraid that Su Chen would be taken away by other girls, especially with so many girls around. Particularly that ghost girl, she was too hot. Seeing her jealous little expression, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. "Okay, little lady, you said it. Whatever I want to see, you'll cosplay for me, and you can't go back on your word." Cough. Bai Luoyan's little face turned red, and some shy characters flashed through her mind. It felt like she had boarded the husband's pirate ship, but now she couldn't get off? I won't go back on my word, husband, just say it." Bai Luoyan puffed out her impressive figure, feeling quite confident about herself. Su Chen thought for a moment and hesitated, then, how about Shiranui Mai? It has to be very accurate. Ah. Bai Luoyan let out a delicate protest, her pretty face immediately turning red. Because Shiranui Mai's character hardly wore any fabric, wouldn't that mean her husband would see everything? What? Didn't you just say that whatever I want to see, you'll cosplay for me? Now you want to go back on your word? Su Chen frowned, looking at her with great interest. Bai Luoyan's face turned red with shyness as she softly said, "Then, can I wear it for my husband to see next time, okay?" "Sure, but it can only be for me." Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Only my husband can see it." Bai Luoyan's face blossomed with a sweet smile, her flushed cheeks incredibly cute, her little heart already racing. "Bai Luoyan's affection for you +1. Come on, while the movie hasn't started yet, I'll take you to buy pretty little dresses and bags." Before Bai Luoyan could react, she was domineeringly pulled away by Su Chen. At the Hermes flagship store, with previous shopping experience, Su Chen had the sales assistant pick out 3 sets of autumn outfits for the young lady Bai Luoyan. All of them belonged to the sweet style of little princesses and young ladies, very suitable for her age of 19, a pure young girl. However, Hermes bags were indeed expensive. The highest-end ones cost over $1 million, and there were many styles in the 70 to 80,000 range. But considering that Bai Luoyan was still in college, being too ostentatious wouldn't be good. It would invite jealousy. So, Su Chen chose 2 bags around 70,000, which were more low-key. It was Bai Luoyan's first time seeing such luxurious items costing tens of thousands, and she naturally felt nervous. But as long as she held onto Su Chen's arm, she felt at ease. Seeing that Su Chen seemed to want to buy her shoes as well, Bai Luoyan couldn't help but softly remind him, "Brother, that's enough. If we buy more, we won't be able to carry it all." Su Chen treated her well, spending money on her, which made her very happy. But the prices were really too high. It was all a lot of money, and she felt heartache. What she didn't know was that Su Chen now had a system, and increasing his affection with her would yield rich rewards. Earning money was as easy as pie. So, for Su Chen, spending hundreds of thousands was just a small matter. "All right, then let's leave it at that for now." Hearing her say that, Suchin also decided to stop, although he himself hadn't fully satisfied his shopping cravings. But since it wasn't for himself, it didn't matter. Sir, your total expenditure is 367,000 yuan. The sales assistant was beaming with joy, seeing Suchen's attire and the Patek Philippe on his wrist. She knew he was quite capable, but she didn't expect Suchen to be so generous, directly spending over 30,000 for his little girlfriend. She glanced at Bai Luoyan, a very beautiful and pure young girl, still young, with a face full of collagen, her skin fair and tender, especially with Bai Luoyan's alluring figure, full of youthful charm, and an innocent demeanor. What man wouldn't like a girl like this? Swipe the card. Suchen took out his bank card and paid without hesitation. Bai Luoyan's affection for U+1, current affection level 70. Moments later, the two of them emerged from the Hermes flagship store, carrying large and small bags. Bai Luoyan smiled lightly and said, "Brother, do you know? 30-some thousand might be money that my parents have worked their whole lives to save up, and you spent it in less than an hour, buying it as a gift for me. You tell me, why am I so lucky to have met you?" Su Chen was silent for a moment. He felt that fate was indeed quite mysterious. Before he activated the system, he had already met Bai Luoyan, thought she was beautiful, and brought her into the guild as a streamer. But at that time, it was merely a relationship between a talent scout and a subordinate internet celebrity. Now the system recognized her as a goddess, and he naturally brushed up his affection level, and then they were together. Later, you can also receive a reward of 70 affection points. Thinking of this, Suchen couldn't help but feel excited and smiled. Meeting you is also my luck. Brother, you're talking nonsense. Bai Luoyan pouted her little lips, looking adorable as she said, "It's you who has been giving so much for me, yet I feel like I can't do anything for you. How are you lucky?" Hearing this, Su Chen's eyes lit up, and he whispered, "In that case, you could try doing something to make your husband happy?" Bai Luoyan's face instantly turned even redder. Then, she mischievously looked around, and on tiptoe, she kissed Su Chen on the cheek. Mua. After that, Bai Luoyan acted as if nothing had happened, smiling brightly as she exclaimed, "Husband, let's go watch a movie, it's about to start." "Okay." Su Chen savored the soft sensation on his face, his heart racing. This little girl really is endearing. Bai Luoyan's affection for U+2. In the cinema, the big screen lit up. Su Chen and Bai Luoyan found their seats. The surroundings were pitch black, perfect for a couple's date. Especially for a pair in the ambiguous stage of a relationship, they could take advantage of the atmosphere for some sweet private interactions, both romantic and suggestive, with a thrilling sense of secrecy. "Brother, what kind of story do you think these Transformers will have?" Bai Luoyan blinked her big eyes curiously while feeding Su Chen popcorn. Su Chen enjoyed the feeding and replied honestly, "I'm not sure, I only watched it when I was very young. I just remember a few robot names, I'll recognize which car is which later." "I see, I'm quite curious about it," Bai Luoyan said with an expectant look. Not long after, the movie Transformers, Origins, began to play. The visuals had a futuristic tech style, with a hint of cyberpunk. Various machine transformers zipped through the sky, looking very cool. As the plot progressed, people gradually immersed themselves in it. The movie's storyline was actually simple, telling how Optimus Prime and Megatron met and how they went from fighting side by side to being enemies. There were also many humorous moments that elicited laughter from the audience. Bai Luoyan lowered her voice and quietly discussed the plot with Su Chen. How did Optimus Prime fall out with his good brother? Megatron is so bad. This bumblebee has such a sharp tongue. Every time he appears, it feels so funny." Hearing her say this, Su Chen was also happy to discuss the plot with her quietly, of course, being mindful of the volume so as not to disturb others. If they said nothing and just watched the movie, it would indeed be a bit dull. So the two of them leaned close, whispering to each other. Su Chen naturally placed his large hand on her smooth thigh, warming her. Bai Luoyan blushed, placing her small hand on Su Chen's hand to prevent him from moving around. Otherwise, if Su Chen touched her sensitive spots and made her cry out in the cinema, that would be too embarrassing. Time passed quickly, and the movie finally reached a perfect conclusion. The entire audience stood up to applaud the film. It must be said that it was indeed a very exciting and outstanding movie, with almost no dull moments throughout. Even those who had never seen Transformers could understand its story. Su Chen felt like he was reliving childhood memories and had a good impression of the film. Bai Luoyan's affection for U+3. This was quite good, very thrilling. And looking back, I found that Megatron doesn't seem so bad after all. For the Cybertronians, he's still a hero. After leaving the cinema, Bai Luoyan and Su Chen enthusiastically discussed the plot they had just seen. She had never really watched this kind of movie before. She just thought that since Su Chen was a boy, she would indulge his interests and accompany him. Su Chen agreed, "Yeah, people aren't absolutely good or bad, it's just that their positions and perspectives are different. Right, my husband summarizes it so well. Bai Luoyan smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling like little stars. After watching the movie, it was already late. Suchen felt the youthful energy of the campus beauty by Luoyan today. She was lively and adorable. Going on a date with her felt like a first love, bringing great joy. Not only did she get jealous, but she also considered Suchen's preferences, choosing movies he liked, and looked at him with admiration like a little fan, thinking he was amazing and capable of anything. Suchen really enjoyed this feeling. However, he still had to attend a class reunion that night, so this date had to come to an end. Suchen drove, taking the little lady back to school. In the passenger seat, Bai Luoyan wore a pure and charming smile reminiscent of peach blossoms. She recalled her date with Suchen today. Although it was brief, she was genuinely happy, feeling sweeter than honey. I guess my husband and I are dating, right? Bai Luoyan thought to herself, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. But she didn't have much confidence. Although their interactions were quite ambiguous, resembling a couple, Suchen had never clearly stated their relationship. She was a girl who needed affirmation, hoping for a definitive answer about their relationship. She didn't like this vague ambiguity. When the Maybach S680 stopped at the university gate, Bai Luoyan mustered her courage and asked, "Brother, do we count as a couple now?" She looked at Suchen, her eyes shining with expectation. 1. Not really, you're just a little fish in my pond. Heartless. 2. If you say it counts, then it counts. Anyway, I'm just playing around. Casual. 3. Of course, how could my little lady have such doubts? Indulgent. Suchen was initially a bit dazed, but upon seeing these three options, he quickly found his answer. He reached out to ruffle her hair, smiling gently and indulgently. Of course, how could my little lady have such doubts? Am I not obvious enough? Hearing his affirmative answer, Bai Luoyan's heart blossomed, and she said shyly, "I'm sorry, my husband, I'm a bit clumsy, but just getting your answer makes me feel so secure." Suchen suddenly realized that she lacked a sense of security. "Come here, let your husband hug you." He waved her over, indicating for her to come into his arms. The interior of the Maybach was quite spacious. Bai Luoyan's face turned red, and obediently, she unbuckled her seatbelt, leaning over to embrace Suchen. Their faces were very close, and an ambiguous atmosphere instantly filled the car. They could both tell from each other's eyes what they wanted to do next. Bai Luoyan slightly parted her lips, gently closing her eyes, revealing her long, beautiful eyelashes. She had a milky fragrance about her, a unique charm of youth that made Suchen restless, and he leaned in to kiss her. Ming. A few minutes later. "Husband, are you going to be busy now?" Bai Luoyan's face was flushed and hot, her voice soft and sweet, with a hint of reluctance in her gaze. "Yeah, if I don't go now, I'll be late. By the way, don't forget to take all these things back with you," Suchen said, pulling out the big and small bags he had bought for her and handing them over. "Okay, then I'm going back now." "Hubby, bye-bye Moa." Bai Luoyan smiled brightly, blowing a sweet kiss, then picked up her several bags and walked towards the academy's entrance. Suchen stood by the car, watching her leave. Bai Luoyan had only taken a few steps when she turned back to look at Suchen and waved him goodbye. Her figure gradually disappeared from view. Suchen sat back in the car, just gripping the steering wheel when Bai Luoyan's WeChat message came through. "Hubby, am I too clingy? I just started missing you after not seeing you for a little while. Also, hubby said I should cosplay as Shiranui Mai today, so I'm going to buy the costume tonight. Maybe when we meet next time, I can wear it for you. Alright, I won't disturb you anymore. Be careful on the road? Carrot?" Asterisk. Seeing this, Suchen's lips curled up slightly. The system then popped up a prompt. "Your affection level with Bai Luoyan +3. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the affection task with the goddess Bai Luoyan. Current affection level with Bai Luoyan is 78. Would you like to claim the reward for this stage? I've been waiting for you, claim it." With a thought, Suchen directly chose to take the reward. In the girls' dormitory, when her roommates saw Bai Luoyan return, they immediately surrounded her like stars around the moon. "Xiao Luo, why are you back so soon? We thought you would definitely stay out overnight. Oh, did that handsome brother of yours buy you all these things? Let's take a look." They grabbed the gift bags from Bai Luoyan's hands, and when they saw what was inside, their eyes lit up, mouths agape in shock. "Oh my god, this is the latest extraordinary master from Hualien, right? I remember it costs over 20,000. And in Hermes' bag? My goodness, I looked it up online, one is 78,000, the other is 86,000. Isn't that too extravagant? Not only bags, but also so many beautiful Hermes clothes. How much did that cost? Xiao Luo, we're so envious of you. To meet such a handsome and wealthy brother, you're being spoiled like a little princess." Their eyes were filled with heat and envy, truly jealous to the point of wanting to cry. First, gifts worth over 3 million, now tens of thousands in offline gifts. More importantly, the other party is a super handsome guy. If there were any flaws, they wouldn't be this envious. At that moment, Bai Luoyan suddenly realized. The usually lively Lu Wan was surprisingly quiet today. She walked over to Lu Wan's bed and found her eyes bandaged up, looking like a one-eyed dragon, which was particularly funny. Bai Luoyan couldn't help but laugh unkindly. Lu Wan, what happened to your eyes? Are you playing a pirate from the Caribbean? Lu Wan felt even more embarrassed and buried her head in the blanket. The glasses girl quietly explained. Lu Wan got beaten up by Wang Haoqiang. Her eyes are swollen like a panda. Oh, Bai Luoyan's eyes flickered with surprise. Could it be that Lu Wan tipped off Wang Haoqiang, trying to sabotage her date with Su Chen? And then it backfired, leading to infighting? Lu Wan really could do something like that, so she deserved to be beaten. Bai Luoyan chuckled lightly and then didn't pay much attention to it. She picked up her phone and posted the hand-holding photo taken with Su Chen in the car today to her moments to announce it. It's the breeze, it's the sunset, it's the heartbeat. It's irreplaceable. Image. The comments below exploded. The news quickly spread throughout the entire academy. Whoa, Bai Luoyan, the school beauty is in love. I'm heartbroken. My goddess. Just holding another guy's hand like that? I'm so envious. Why don't I have a Maybach? Woo, why am I not the school beauty? I want a handsome guy like that too. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, 1 stock market prediction card. After use, you will gain information on a stock that will surge tomorrow. Tip, all stock market related accounts have been opened for you, and all procedures are complete. Wishing the host great success in the stock market. No way, have I really become a golden hand? Su Chen's eyes lit up. This reward was incredibly thoughtful. It even helped him directly open various accounts, and all the paperwork was done. It meant that as long as he obtained the information on that stock, he could log into the account to buy stocks and make a fortune. Use. Information on a stock appeared. Changlian Technology Stock, 688XXX. This is a new stock on the SciTech Innovation Board, with no limit on price fluctuations for the first 5 trading days. Tomorrow is the last day, and the stock price will surge. Then I have to buy it now, otherwise, if I miss the opportunity for the price increase, this prediction card will be wasted. Su Chen immediately made a judgment and logged into the account opened for him by the system. He still had over 40 million in his bank account, and he took out 30 million to buy this stock. Although it was a surge, the prediction card did not specify how much it would rise. The specific situation would only be known tomorrow. I'll wait for good news. Su Chen felt a bit of anticipation in his heart. He then accelerated in his Maybach, heading to the place they had agreed upon for tonight. The night was tranquil. Hanmo Roast Lamb Restaurant. Everywhere were various Mongolian-style buildings, giving a sense of being on the vast grasslands. A group of brightly dressed young men and women gathered at the entrance. We have a total of 11 people. We're just missing Su Chen, right? Xiao Haodong counted the number of people, his brows furrowed deeply, clearly displeased. Lu Jian beside him suggested, Brother Dong, why don't we go in first and not wait for Su Chen? Xiao Haodong was about to agree. However, Shen Xiaoman spoke up against it. That won't do. Didn't we agree to gather at the entrance first and then go in together? It's not even time yet. Why can't we wait for Su Chen a little longer? Wang Xihan also agreed. Yes, we made an appointment, so we should go in together. Fine, then let's wait a few more minutes. Xiao Haodong pouted, feeling quite unhappy. Seeing this, Lu Jian put his arm around Xiao Haodong's shoulder, grinning. Brother Dong, among our classmates, besides the school beauty from Lu University, you are the most successful. What can Su Chen do when he arrives? He's just a backdrop for you. Your BMW M4 must cost at least $1 million, right? He patted the car, his eyes showing envy. You make a good point. Xiao Haodong nodded, sneering, even if Su Chen comes, he's only fit to be my stepping stone. I bet when he sees the school beauty from Lu University, he won't even have the courage to talk to her. What right does he have to compete with me? Yeah, the school beauty from Lu University is truly a cold goddess, a rich beauty. Not to mention having the fortune to marry her, even becoming a son-in-law in the Lu family would be a blessing beyond measure. Lu Jian also shook his head in lament. The two of them focused their gaze ahead, on the exceptionally beautiful woman. Lu Zixua leisurely leaned against a blue Maserati, her sleeves fluttering, hair flying, exuding an air of coolness, her deep eyes shimmering with a faint glow, her skin as cold as frost, ethereal and stunning. Her demeanor was otherworldly, like a fairy. Not only did she possess a breathtaking beauty, but her figure was also graceful and slender, with a delicate waist and a pair of fair, long legs that were simply mesmerizing. She had actually heard the conversation of her classmates just now. However, Lu Zixua's face remained as cold as ice, showing no signs of emotion. 3 more minutes. If he doesn't come, I'll just go back. Her cold gaze lingered on her watch for a moment, already having made up her mind. Just then, a dazzling Maybach S680 approached. its bright headlights capturing everyone's attention. It finally stopped beside Lu Zixue's Maserati. The car door opened. A handsome figure emerged. Everyone was taken aback, their eyes wide with surprise. Su Chen? You are Su Chen, right? Xian Xiaoman and Wang Xihan, the two most enthusiastic girls, rushed to greet Su Chen excitedly. Seeing him in person, they found it hard to believe, because Su Chen was incredibly handsome, with an extraordinary aura. He was completely different from what they had imagined. Moreover, they had just graduated from university, uncertain if they could stabilize their jobs, yet Su Chen was already driving a luxury car worth millions? Over the past few years, he had undergone such a transformation? He was so successful now? Su Chen scanned the crowd, exuding an air of superiority, and smiled lightly. Classmates, I'm not late, am I? Xiao Haodong and Lu Jian snapped back to reality, unable to believe what they were seeing. Su Chen had clearly been a poor, helpless boy. How could he be so wealthy now? Impossible. There must be something fishy going on. They exchanged glances, already planning to uncover Su Chen's secret. No, how could I be late? Xian Xiaoman smiled, pulling out her phone to indicate, look, Su Chen, you're only late by a minute, we arrived early. Seeing her so eager to flatter, Wang Xihan was not to be outdone, playfully asking, Su Chen, do you still remember my name? Su Chen recognized the two girls, of course. Xian Xiaoman. Favorability, 46, Wang Xihan. Favorability, 43, they hadn't had much interaction during high school. Although their favorability wasn't high, they were quite enthusiastic. I remember, Xian Xiaoman, Wang Xihan, right? Yes. It's been so many years, Su Chen, you've changed so much. You look so composed and handsome. I wonder if you have a girlfriend. Xian Xiaoman gazed at her handsome former classmate, her eyes sparkling with admiration. After all, it was a high school reunion. It was common for sparks to fly among classmates. Unfortunately, Su Chen's thoughts were not on these two girls. I'm currently still single. After saying that, Su Chen slowly turned his gaze to the cool beauty, Lu Zixue, their eyes meeting for a brief moment. Clearly, Lu Zixue had also been paying attention to Su Chen, just like all the other classmates. However, after locking eyes for a moment, she quickly averted her gaze, maintaining her calm demeanor. 1. If she ignores me, I'll ignore her too. Being proactive means losing. 2. Beauty, your legs are so fair. A dramatic opening to catch her attention. 3. Old friends meet, take the initiative to greet. A real man should be straightforward. Why be so timid? Su Chen suddenly came to his senses. Right, so many years have passed. What was I being timid about? He gathered his courage and walked straight up to Lu Zixue, extending his hand openly. Deskmate, long time no see. Su Chen's smile was bright and handsome. A glimmer shone in Lu Zixue's cold eyes. The boy from back then now stood before her. He seemed changed, yet everything felt the same. Long time no see. Lu Zixue examined the man before her, her tone slightly pausing, then extended her snow-white delicate hand to gently shake his. Feeling her small, icy hand, the wonderfully delicate touch that seemed almost boneless, her stunning beauty, illuminated by the night, appeared even more enchanting. For a moment, Su Chen felt a bit dazed. In everyone's hearts, Lu Zixue was like a flower on a high mountain, a sacred and noble existence. During the time when Su Chen sat at the same table with her, it would be impossible to say he didn't have feelings. The youthful, innocent flutter of the heart is something everyone experiences. But the young Su Chen clearly recognized the gap between himself and her. It was a chasm that was hard to cross. With empty sleeves, how could he dare to mislead a beauty? So, Su Chen merely kept this fondness in his heart, playing the role of a classmate well. Those days were still worth reminiscing, especially since she always liked to slip him money, something Su Chen still couldn't understand about her inner thoughts. Could it be having money makes one willful? Meanwhile, the affection level that had originally been in an unknown state with Lu Zixue had already appeared before his eyes. Lu Zixue's current affection level with you is. Before he could check it, Xian Xiaoman had already grabbed his wrist, enthusiastically saying, Come on, Su Chen, let's go in and eat roasted whole lamb, and then catch up? Good idea. Su Chen came back to his senses and smiled lightly. The group entered the Hanmu roasted lamb restaurant. Guided by a server dressed in Mongolian ethnic attire, they arrived at a luxurious Mongolian private room. On the two barbecue grills in the center, two pre-prepared lambs were skewered, still sizzling with oil, the skin crispy and the meat tender. Exuding an enticing aroma, the square wooden table was laden with many sumptuous side dishes, looking very appetizing. Once everything was set, a group of servers in ethnic costumes began the grand roasted whole lamb ceremony. In the future sky, the sun and moon are the masters, and the colorful world of mountains and rivers is the backdrop. At this auspicious and beautiful moment of fate, after a long string of blessings, they repeated it in Mongolian, followed by an ethnic dance. Everyone felt as if they were experiencing the warm hospitality of the Mongolian people, making them feel hungrier when it came time to eat. However, as they looked at the 2 roasted whole lambs, they were somewhat unsure of where to start. Xiao Haodong excitedly stepped forward. This was a great opportunity for him to show off. He couldn't miss it. He put on gloves, picked up a large pair of scissors, and with a bright smile introduced himself to everyone. Classmates, this is the Hylar lamb from Yulunbur, raised on wild chives, so it has no gamey taste at all. I chose this restaurant after a long search. Since I was once your class monitor, it's now necessary for me to serve you. Just tell me which part of the lamb you want to eat and how much, and I'll help you get it. As soon as he finished speaking, he was instantly flattered by several classmates, who eagerly grabbed plates and began to boss him around, asking him to help cut the lamb. In no time, several classmates gathered around him. After all, with someone helping with the hard work, there was no reason to refuse. At the gathering, the group quickly split into 2 distinct factions. The few people sitting on Su Chen's side, Xian Xiaoman, Wang Xihan, and the aloof Lu Zixue clearly had no intention of moving, cutting, just showing off, still calling himself class monitor? Serving us? How did he boss us around back in high school? Always acting like a little tyrant. Xian Xiaoman recalled some unpleasant memories and couldn't help but complain. Wang Xihan, with a beaming smile, asked, Xiaoman, can you cut lamb? Can you help us get some food back? Hearing this, Xian Xiaoman was momentarily speechless, then readily said, I'll do it. It doesn't look like a difficult task, right? I'm a tough girl. She had just stood up. Su Chen had already reached out to stop her, smiling lightly. You all sit down. This kind of laborious task should be done by men. Everyone in the class knew that he and Xiao Haodong were like fire and water. They didn't ask Xiao Haodong for help, which clearly indicated their stance, siding with Su Chen. Girls naturally like to show their ladylike side in public. As a man, if Su Chen let the girls do such a rough task as cutting lamb, would he still have any gentlemanly demeanor left? Xian Xiaoman's face flushed, and she sat back down. Alright then, I'll trouble you, Su Chen. What part do you want? I'll cut some for you. Su Chen scanned the 3 girls, showing no obvious preference. Xian Xiaoman, I'll have lamb leg. The meat here is delicious. Wang Xihan, then I want lamb chops, or tenderloin. Anyway, whatever you cut, Su Chen, I'll eat. Both girls thought Su Chen was so manly and handsome. Xian Xiaoman's affection for you +3, Wang Xihan's affection for you +3. Although there were no rewards, increasing affection wasn't a bad thing. What about you, desk mate? Su Chen finally asked the ice-cold beauty. Lu Zixue lifted her beautifully frosted eyelashes, looking at the handsome man, feeling an inexplicable nervousness in her heart. Then I'll have lamb chops too. Thank you for your hard work. Her voice remained cool, and her expression gave no hint of the turmoil within. But Su Chen, through the system, keenly sensed Lu Zixue's emotional fluctuations towards him. Name, Lu Zixue. Affection, 70. Current status, curious, a little conflicted. I really want to know Su Chen's current situation. Should I ask him? Or, while cutting the lamb, Su Chen studied the information status of Lu Zixue in the system. His eyes widened. Lu Zixue's initial affection for him was actually 70? This was already in the ambiguous stage. Why did she have such a high affection for him? Don't be fooled by Qian Xiaoman and Wang Xihan's enthusiasm. Their affection for him was far lower than Lu Zixue's. Could it be that the system is malfunctioning? Or is it that I, as her deskmate, actually hold some weight in her heart? Maybe she even considers me a good friend. Isn't she supposed to be aloof and uninterested in everything? Su Chen frowned, his mind already a chaotic mess. Su Chen took several plates of lamb and returned to his seat. Xian Xiaoman and the others were also busy, helping to bring some side dishes. The 4 of them gathered around a table to eat and chat happily, the atmosphere lively. I remember Su Chen was very low-key in high school, but now he's become so composed and handsome. There must be a lot of girls chasing you, right? So you're still single now. Could it be because of Zixue? Upon hearing Wang Xihan say this, Xian Xiaoman immediately took over the conversation, saying, back in high school, there were all sorts of rumors that you and Zixue were secretly dating. Now that both of you are here, can you reveal what the situation was back then? We're really curious. She looked at Su Chen with burning eyes, not only curious about the past but also wanting to know if she still had a chance now. Hearing this, a ripple appeared in Lu Zixue's cold eyes as she looked expectantly at the boy from the past. Su Chen, you tell. She was eager to hear what kind of story Su Chen would tell. 1. We never dated, so those were just rumors. Clearing the relationship. 2. This is a little secret between me and Zixue, so I won't disclose it. Arousing her curiosity. 3. I admit, I did have feelings. Who hasn't had a white moonlight in their youth? Bravely expressing one's feelings, Su Chen's thoughts raced between the last 2 options. Clearly, both answers felt quite good, but which one to choose? He felt a bit conflicted. In the end, Suchen gritted his teeth and decided to go for it. I admit, I have indeed been moved. Who hasn't had a white moonlight in their youth? His tone was firm, as if stating an undeniable fact. His deep gaze gently swept over her cold demeanor. In the moment their eyes met, Lutsishua's cold eyes rippled, her frosty, delicate face flushed slightly, and she quickly took a sip of ice water to mask her flustered heart. Cough! She choked on the water. Current status: blushing, shy, happy, smug. If I knew it, Suchen likes me. Did he think I couldn't tell? Am I his white moonlight? So happy. Lutsishua's favorability towards you +2, current favorability 72. Gulp. Suchen's throat rolled in surprise. So, Lutsishua was this happy after knowing he once liked her? Had she seen through it long ago? Had he really been that obvious before? Xian Xiaoman and Wang Sihan looked a bit disappointed upon hearing this answer. But upon reflection, how noble and aloof Lutsishua was, with family assets in the billions, a true rich girl, an existence unreachable by mere mortals. Even if Su Chen once regarded her as his white moonlight, it didn't necessarily mean he could have any story with Lutsishua now. So, they still had a chance. Although their conditions were not as good as Lutsishua's, at least they were proactive. A girl chasing a boy is like a layer of gauze, you know? Shen Xiaoman didn't give up and wanted to delve deeper. Su Chen, what are you working on now? As soon as she said this, Lutsishua became even more curious, eagerly awaiting Su Chen's answer. Su Chen replied casually, my main job is as an internet celebrity scout, but to make big money, I have to rely on my side job. Side job? What is it? Xian Xiaoman's mouth dropped in surprise. She was very curious about what side job Su Chen had that could earn him millions to buy a luxury car like a Maybach. Before Su Chen could respond, Xiao Haodong strode over aggressively, sneering as he spoke. Su Chen, can you stop being so mysterious? What else do you have to prove your strength besides a Maybach? Tonight was a gathering he organized. But now these girls had already started listening to Su Chen's stories, especially the goddess Lutsishua, who not only enjoyed the heart-shaped lamb chops Su Chen had cut for her but also listened with great attention and delight. How could he not feel angry, envious, and resentful? Xiao Haodong waved his hand, looking at his watch, and said proudly, although my car is worth over $1 million, at least my watch is a Rolex worth over 200,000. Su Chen, you don't have one, do you? As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Xiaoman immediately looked at Su Chen's wrist, her eyes lighting up. He does have one. Su Chen's watch looks so expensive and beautiful. Xiao Haodong squinted and asked, what watch is that? How much? Su Chen casually glanced at the Patek Philippe on his wrist and said nonchalantly, over 400, just a toy. Ha ha ha, a toy worth over 400? Xiao Haodong laughed heartily, as if he had seized some evidence, making quite a noise. Xian Xiaoman frowned and said unhappily, Xiao Haodong, what does it matter to you how much Su Chen's watch costs? Why don't you go somewhere cool and stay there? You're really annoying. Hearing this, Xiao Haodong quickly explained, Shen Xiaoman, this isn't just about the watch. I'll ask you, if you had the money to buy a few millions worth of Maybach, would you only wear a $400 watch? This. Xian Xiaoman was momentarily stunned by the question, unsure how to respond. It seemed, indeed, to be the case. A whispering murmur arose among the classmates. Lu Jian deliberately led the conversation, saying with a smirk, could it be that Su Chen's Maybach is actually rented? Their clumsy acting made Su Chen unable to hold back a laugh. It seemed this had been premeditated, an attempt to target him. Unfortunately, they had picked the wrong person. Xiao Haodong, seeing this, curiously asked, Su Chen, what are you laughing at? Did I expose you? He had never gotten along with Su Chen and wished nothing more than to completely suppress him. Su Chen coldly smiled, a few millions worth of Maybach, do you really need to rent it? This is all you can amount to. His icy tone dropped, and the atmosphere instantly plummeted to freezing point. What? You say I have no ambition? You vain little man who pretends to be rich by renting cars. Xiao Haodong's face turned red, furious and humiliated, old grudges and new enmities combined, marking a complete fallout with Su Chen. However, the next moment, a clear, cold female voice rang out. Stop embarrassing yourself, Xiao Haodong. You don't even recognize a Patek Philippe worth over 4 million. You and Su Chen are not even on the same level. Lu Zixue frowned slightly, her cold aura radiating, giving Xiao Haodong no face whatsoever. The entire room fell into silence. Attention shifted to Su Chen's wrist. Eyes gradually revealed a burning intensity. Shock. Immediately after, a wave of exclamations erupted. Holy crap! The watch Su Chen is wearing is the Patek Philippe Sky Moon Tourbillon 6104 or 001, worth over 4 million. My god, a watch worth millions, just casually worn on his wrist. Buying a Maybach seems reasonable, right? Yet, Su Chen says this Patek Philippe is just a toy? How rich is he really? Xiao Haodong hit a steel plate, a 20-something thousand Rolex, trying to pick a fight with a 4 million Patek Philippe, how dare he? Several classmates were in heated discussion, instantly turning into fence-sitters, thinking Su Chen was impressive, showering him with various praises. Wow, it really is a Patek Philippe. Lu Jian looked at his phone, seeing the exact same model as Su Chen's watch, his face turning beet red. Xiao Haodong couldn't help but swallow hard, completely dumbfounded. Damn it! So the 400 he mentioned actually had a 10,000 behind it? Are you kidding me? Why didn't you say it earlier? He was about to go crazy. Half an hour later, the gathering came to an end. Su Chen went to the front desk to settle the bill, holding the receipt and addressing everyone. No one else needs to pay. Xiao Haodong, Lu Jian, you two come over to scan and pay, a total of 12,600. You each owe me 1,050. Hurry up. He took out the QR code on his phone, urging the two to scan and pay. Xiao Haodong gritted his teeth in anger, unable to hold back his sarcasm. Su Chen, you're so rich already, it's just over 1,000, and you still want to charge us, how stingy. He knew very well that Su Chen was clearly trying to annoy him. Su Chen shrugged, indifferent, then be generous, you can pay the bill tonight and treat me to my share. Alright, I won't argue with you, you're impressive, okay? Xiao Haodong was speechless, directly scanning to pay, then suddenly thought of something, revealing a smile, but, you treating tonight actually doesn't mean much. The school beauty, Lu, proposed splitting the bill yesterday, she won't owe you any favors. Upon hearing this, Lu Zixue slightly nodded, her gaze serene, then, how about this, Su Chen? I'll treat you to a meal another day. Xiao Haodong? Damn it, did I just assist again? The other classmates expressed their gratitude to Su Chen, showering him with compliments. They knew that Su Chen was no longer the same as before. At the entrance, in front of the Maybach S680, Su Chen, you shouldn't be busy later, right? Should we go to KTV and have some fun? I plan to stay overnight at Shanghai tonight. Xian Xiaoman looked at the handsome man in front of her with hopeful eyes. She had never been in such a luxury car as a Maybach and really wanted to experience it. Plus, it was still early. The long night stretched ahead. Who knows, maybe something romantic could happen between her and Su Chen tonight. Wang Xihan also smiled and chimed in, yeah, if you have time tonight, Su Chen, we could sing, have a few drinks, and catch up. Wouldn't that be fun? Upon hearing this, Su Chen's lips curled slightly. His two female classmates were really taking the initiative, inviting him to sing and drink? Weren't they afraid of getting drunk and something inappropriate happening? At that moment, a cold voice came from in front of the Maserati nearby. Damn it, why is my car broken? It was fine just a moment ago. Lu Zixue frowned, looking distressed, but her gaze inadvertently glanced at Su Chen. 1. Only kids make choices, let's all go together. I want to take them both home. 2. Going to KTV with Qian Xiaoman and Wang Xihan for double the fun. Lu Daxue? Who is that? I'm not familiar. 3. I want to be a devoted man and take Lu Zixue home. Seeing these three options, Su Chen already had an answer in his heart. Although the two wildflowers were fragrant, Lu Zixue, the high and cold flower, was even more attractive. Classmate, you helped me just now, so let me take you home? Su Chen smiled faintly and took the initiative to propose. Lu Zixue's eyes flickered, seemingly a bit concerned. What about Qian Xiaoman and the others? Su Chen shrugged and looked at the other two girls. I can only say I'm sorry. Qian Xiaoman's smile became a bit awkward. Her rival was Lu Zixue. Moreover, Su Chen had just said that Lu Zixue was his white moonlight, that he had once had feelings for her. So how could she compete with someone else's white moonlight? Yet even so, she still felt displeased. It's okay, Su Chen. We're just ordinary girls. We can just call a taxi. After all, Lu Daxue comes from a noble background, spoiled and pampered, so of course she needs someone to pick her up. Qian Xiaoman's tone was a bit sour, and being spoiled was not a good term. Wasn't it just mocking Lu Zixue for being precious? Upon hearing this, Lu Zixue's face remained as cold as ice, and she said proudly, don't be envious, maybe in your next life, you can too. Damn, that was harsh. Qian Xiaoman's face turned a bit ugly from the retort, and for a moment, she couldn't find her words. Su Chen, then we won't disturb you. Let's keep in touch if there's a chance. After she finished speaking, she grabbed Wang Xihan's hand and left in a hurry. Su Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. Was this the legendary battlefield of love? It was terrifying. The night was bustling yet tranquil. The Maybach S680 drove steadily on the road. The cold beauty Lu Zixue sat in the passenger seat, calling the family butler to send someone to handle her broken Maserati. Ding! Lu Zixue's favorability towards you +1, current favorability 73. That increased pretty quickly. Su Chen glanced sideways, his heart fluttering. Lu Zixue was wearing a light blue dress with a flowing neckline tonight, her figure graceful, and her aura was noble and cold, exuding the air of a rich heiress, very high-class and stylish. A pair of white, slender crane-like legs gently crossed, capable of mesmerizing anyone, leaving them enchanted and longing. She was too beautiful. Seeing her put away her phone, Su Chen quickly averted his gaze. Lu Zixue said calmly, "It's taken care of. My car butler has gone to handle it. I don't know what went wrong. It just broke down for no reason. Luckily, you gave me a ride back, or I might have had to wait there for a long time." "It's nothing," Su Chen said with a smile, then casually changed the subject. "I remember Uncle Lu was a financial tycoon. Every time he picked you up from school, he drove a Rolls-Royce. All the students envied you. So what are you busy with now?" "Me?" Lu Zixue felt a bit pleased at the mention and was naturally eager to share her situation with Su Chen. "I'm taking over my father's business, learning stock trading from him. I studied financial management in college, but in reality, no amount of theoretical knowledge can compare to practical experience. Moreover, the A-share market has been extremely volatile recently, causing significant losses for many investors. Our family has also been affected, losing quite a bit. So, stocks carry a lot of risks." She didn't want to delve too deeply, so she just gave a general overview. "What about you, Su Chen? You mentioned a side business. What is it?" Lu Zixue tilted her head, looking at the man, her frosty eyes sparkling. She couldn't help but feel curious, wanting to know more about him. Su Chen's eyes lit up, intrigued. He had just activated a stock market prediction card today. Wasn't this the perfect topic? He said leisurely, "I'm also into stocks." "What? You're involved in this too?" Lu Zixue was surprised. Wasn't Su Chen studying media? How did he get into stocks and become successful, making a lot of money? Could he be the legendary financial genius? "So, which stocks do you usually focus on? Has this recent turmoil affected you?" Her curiosity grew. Could it be that she and Su Chen shared the same interests? "Not at all," Su Chen replied with a faint smile, continuing, "In fact, I doubled down and bought a newly listed tech stock. Life and death are fated, wealth and nobility are in the heavens." His Lu Zixue, usually calm and composed, couldn't help but shiver after hearing him. The stock market was unstable, and everyone was busy retreating. Yet he was increasing his stakes, buying a newly listed tech stock? There were no limits on price fluctuations. Wasn't he afraid of losing everything? "Su Chen." Lu Zixue's cold gaze shifted, worriedly advising, "Shouldn't you calm down a bit? Tell me which stock you bought. I can ask my father for some holding advice. After all, he's been in the stock market for over 20 years. I think he should have the qualifications, right?" She genuinely cared for him, fearing that just as Su Chen's career was starting to take off, he would be severely hit by a bad investment, wasting all his previous efforts. After all, without price limits, it was high risk, high reward, but it was truly terrifying. With bad luck, he could easily go bankrupt overnight. Moreover, Su Chen himself said that life and death are fated, wealth and nobility are in the heavens. It didn't sound very reliable at all. "I'm very calm right now." Su Chen still wore a calm expression but suddenly shifted his tone, saying, "However, you do have a point. After all, I'm a novice, and Uncle is a financial tycoon. If I could get some advice from him, it would definitely be beneficial for me." Setting aside the fact that he had a stock prediction card and knew that this stock would soar in the future, having the guidance of a successful senior in the financial world is undoubtedly a great honor. He also knew that Lu Zixue meant well, so how could he act aloof? Lu Zixue sighed in relief. "That's good. What's the stock code you bought?" "Changlian Technology, 688735. "Okay." Lu Zixue opened her phone and searched, and sure enough, she found the stock Su Chen mentioned. However, she felt much more at ease now. After all, Su Chen was very receptive to advice. Later, when she got home, she would just ask her father's opinion. After that, the two talked about some high school memories. Su Chen then realized that Lu Zixue had a great memory and remembered many things from their time as deskmates. She wasn't as hard to approach as he had imagined. Instead, they got along quite well. Su Chen also rarely saw her smile, and when she did, she looked really beautiful. Ding! Lu Zixue's favorability towards you +2, current favorability 75. You can claim favorability rewards. Su Chen wasn't in a hurry and planned to wait until he got home to claim it. Deskmate, see you next time. Su Chen accompanied Lu Zixue to her doorstep, waving goodbye through the car window. Bye-bye. Lu Zixue waved back, watching Su Chen drive away in the Maybach. Then she turned and entered the fingerprint code for the gate. Inside the villa, the decor was luxurious and extravagant, with high-end furniture visible everywhere, worth a fortune. A middle-aged man with a stern and deep demeanor sat on the sofa, bearing some resemblance to Lu Zixue. He was Lu Deming, Lu Zixue's father. Currently, he was the second largest shareholder of a financial company, worth billions, a definite success story. But even though he was thriving in the financial world, he had recently faced setbacks, losing over 30 million in the turbulent stock market. His mood was somewhat irritable. However, when he heard from the servant that his precious daughter had returned, the gloom on his face quickly dissipated. Moments later, his daughter Lu Zixue appeared, greeting him cheerfully, sounding in good spirits. "Dad, I'm back." Lu Deming looked up and asked, "Did you see him?" He knew his daughter attended this class reunion purely for a poor boy named Su Chen, whom he had a strong impression of handsome and had been his daughter's deskmate in high school, reportedly an orphan. Lu Zixue often talked to him about Su Chen and their situations, even asking for his advice on what to do. He found it very annoying, so he gave Lu Zixue a lot of misguided advice. The result, of course, was that misunderstandings with Su Chen increased, and Lu Zixue returned home feeling frustrated each time. He saw it all but was secretly delighted. Wanting to be their family's son-in-law, wouldn't he have to endure some tests? But he never expected that after so many years, that brat named Su Chen would reappear. So, he took it seriously. Lu Zixue seemed unaware of the hidden circumstances back then, nodding slightly. He drove me back tonight." "What?" Lu Deming's eyes lit up, somewhat incredulous. "You mean that Maybach is his car?" Seeing her father's reaction, Lu Zixue proudly said, "Humph. Don't underestimate Su Chen, he's quite impressive now. He started from scratch and has a good eye for investments, making quite a bit of money." Lu Deming fell silent immediately. What was going on? The poor boy from back then was now so successful, driving a Maybach, and his daughter was singing his praises? This was what people called, once a girl grows up, she can't be capped? TCH. Young people achieve a little success and start flaunting their cars. Back when I started from scratch, he wasn't even born. Young people nowadays are just too restless, lacking the depth we older generations have. It's hard to accomplish great things. He boasted a bit, secretly putting down Su Chen. Otherwise, where would his authority as a father be? Lu Zixue, upon hearing this, weakly said, "Dad, you started from scratch too. If it weren't for Mom giving you 2 million as startup capital back then, you definitely wouldn't be where you are today." "So what?" Lu Deming raised his handsome brows and said confidently, "Your dad was good-looking back then, and I won your mother's favor with my charm. Later, it was my abilities that helped me thrive in the financial world, earning recognition from your maternal grandparents." Yes. Lu Zixue nodded, not wanting to argue further, because she needed to help Su Chen. Otherwise, she would have mentioned that Su Chen was also quite handsome. Her tone softened as she said, "Dad, I want to ask you something." "What is it?" Lu Deming was pleased. His daughter had something to ask him, which was a chance for him to show off. "Dad, look at this." Lu Zixue took out her phone and pulled up the stock for Chinglian Technology. "I've been eyeing this stock lately. Do you think I should buy it?" Upon hearing this, Lu Deming felt something was off. "Do you really need to ask me about this? Don't I usually let you do as you please? Just buy whatever you want. If you lose a bit, it's no big deal. Why are you suddenly being so hesitant?" Hearing this, Lu Zixue bit her lip and said with difficulty, "Oh, just don't mind that. I've been feeling a bit insecure lately, so I wanted to ask for your opinion, Dad." No one knows a daughter better than her father. The sweeter her words, the more Lu Deming felt something was wrong. There must be something fishy. "Ha, you're not asking for that brat Su Chen, are you?" Lu Deming's smile stiffened slightly. Seeing this, Lu Zixue couldn't hide it anymore and simply told the truth. "All right. It is indeed about Su Chen. He's encountered some difficulties and has already bought a lot of this stock. If it drops tomorrow, do you think he should hold on or sell? Please give your advice." Upon hearing this, Lu Deming couldn't help but sneer. "That kid has poor judgment. I was keeping an eye on Changlian Technology when it first came out. Just look at its fluctuations these past few days. It's clearly very unstable. Tomorrow, it's highly likely to plummet. I estimate he'll lose his pants. At that point, I bet he'll come crying to you for money to make a comeback." After hearing this, Lu Zixue clearly panicked. "So what do you mean? If it drops, should he hold on or run? If it drops by more than 50%, just hold on. If it doesn't drop much, sell quickly to cut losses." Lu Deming gave his advice with great experience, then added, "But I must warn you in advance, if he asks you for money, you can't lend him a single cent." Lu Zixue immediately got a bit angry, looking like a proud little princess. I will lend him. If he loses money, I'll lend him 2 million just like Mom did back then. No, prices have gone up now. I'll lend him 20 million. After saying this, she turned and walked away. "No, that's my money. My money." Lu Deming was somewhat at his wit's end. emphasizing repeatedly. Lu Zixue turned back, frowning adorably, and retorted, "It's not yours, it's the money I've earned these past few years. But that's still resources I provided you. You lost a few million at the beginning, why don't you mention that?" Lu Deming stood up directly, his emotions a bit agitated. "Humph, I don't care. I just hope the stock goes up, that way, everything will be fine." Lu Zixue finished speaking and turned directly to go upstairs, leaving Lu Fu, Lu Deming, standing there in a daze. "Damn, what kind of love potion did that brat Su Chen give my daughter? I must meet him in person another day. This is really infuriating." Lu Deming was quite angry, placing all the blame on Su Chen. After all, his daughter Lu Zixue was his precious jewel. He had spoiled her since she was little, how could he bear to blame her? It must all be someone else's fault. In the bedroom, Lu Zixue looked at the stock of Changlian technology on her computer, hesitating whether to buy some. Yes, she wanted to buy some. Although her father told her that the stock would definitely plummet tomorrow, she felt that if she bought it, wouldn't that mean she could share the ups and downs with Su Chen? Even if she lost, she would still have the right to comfort him. What if she made a profit? What would her father say then? "Let's buy 2 million worth. Not too much." Lu Zixue quickly operated and bought 2 million worth of Changlian technology stock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." The female housekeeper walked in, handed her a spare car key, and smiled. "Miss, your car key seems to be broken. Here's a spare for you. Please give me your current one, and I'll have someone check it." Lu Zixue waved her hand. "No need. The key isn't broken at all." "Ha?" The housekeeper was completely confused. If it wasn't broken, then why have someone come over to drive it back? Chi Su Chen sneezed suddenly in his rental apartment. "Someone thinking of me? Or is it this rental place, a bit cold and damp, making me catch a cold?" Su Chen didn't want to think too much and planned to buy a house soon. Wouldn't that solve everything? However, he wanted to check Lu Zixue's favorability first to see what rewards he could get. Lu Zixue's favorability towards you is 75. Since the initial favorability was 70, you can claim a critical reward. Claim. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, a top luxury apartment, Suehu Tiandi Ruiyuan, Phase 5, property. The property certificate and related documents have been temporarily stored in the system space, and the host can claim them at any time. House specifications: large flat of 529 square meters, 4 bedrooms, 1 living room, value, 230 million yuan. What the hell? Lu Zixue is indeed different from others. How many zeros is that? 200 million. Su Chen was shocked. A 529 square meter apartment actually costs over 200 million. Is it really that exaggerated? That's equivalent to 400,000 yuan per square meter. He quickly looked at the details and immediately understood. Suehu Tiandi is currently the most top-tier luxury apartment in Shanghai, located in the most prosperous area of Shanghai City, where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. When the property was first launched, buying a house here required asset verification and a lottery. Generally, those with assets under 1 billion didn't even qualify to live here. Yet now, Su Chen was directly rewarded with a 529 square meter top-floor luxury apartment. It was said to be one of the best units. 200 million for a 529 square meter apartment? That's too extravagant. Su Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. He had never imagined that he could live in such an expensive and high-end place, let alone what a terrifying concept it was to have 400,000 per square meter. Truly, poverty had limited his imagination. This feels amazing. Su Chen was incredibly excited. He even had the impulse to rush over that very night. But he knew clearly that the more money he had, the more he needed to stay calm. He couldn't let wealth cloud his judgment. However, he could preview his top luxury apartment first. Due to at that moment, his ringtone rang. Seeing it was her, Su Chen answered the call. "Hello, my wife Shuya." On the other end, the stunning CEO Lin Shuya spoke with a charming voice laced with laughter. "Stinky man, are you in such a good mood tonight?" "Yeah, hearing your voice makes me very happy, of course. You sure know how to sweet talk." Lin Shuya smiled brightly and continued, "My mom is coming to see me tomorrow. Why don't you come over for dinner with us tonight?" "Ha, I have to meet your mom?" "Yes. Are you unwilling?" "No, of course I am willing. I just don't have experience in this area, and suddenly I feel a bit nervous." Hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Shuya felt a sweetness in her heart and gently said, "It's okay. It's my first time bringing a boy to meet my parents too. My mom is quite easy to get along with." "All right, is there anything I should pay attention to?" Su Chen steadied himself and asked her seriously. After all, it was his first time meeting the parents, and he valued it. He didn't want to mess it up. Lin Shuya pondered for a moment. "Just don't mention that we work at the same company, and you can act normally for everything else." "Got it." Su-chen had a rough idea in his mind. The two then sweetly chatted for a while, and the matter was happily settled. As they were about to hang up, Su-chen mischievously said, "Wife, give me a kiss before we hang up." Was satisfied now? Her mature voice was incredibly alluring, and the sound of the kiss was so sweet it made one's bones feel weak. Satisfied? But when will you call me husband? I want to hear it. Oof, I won't call you that, just to annoy you. Who told you to bully me at the company last time? You stinky rogue. Lin Shuya was quite vengeful. Remembering how Su-chen had bullied her at the company last time made her grit her teeth in anger. Moreover, when Su-chen kissed her then, he had threatened her in various ways, saying he would expose her. That was just too bad. Although she had enjoyed it and felt very happy at the time. But now that she had a chance to get back at Su-chen, wouldn't that make her even happier? Alright, so you wanna play like this, huh? Just wait. I'll deal with you tomorrow. Hearing the man's gritted teeth and fierce threatening voice, Lin Shuya's mood improved even more, her smile becoming even brighter. Okay, sister is waiting for you, I'm not afraid. The call ended. Su-chen smiled, already having made up his mind. Wife Shuya is really mischievous. I can't let her off easily tomorrow. Ding! Lin Shuya's favorability towards you +1, current favorability 90. You can claim the reward for this stage. Is this the benefit of having a goddess? Can I claim a reward again? Claim. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, 20 million. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, Swimming Master, Skill Book. Description: after activation, you will master all swimming techniques. Whenever you want, you can easily break any world record in individual swimming events and accomplish the feat of crossing the Pacific Ocean without pressure. You will be the world's undisputed swimming master. As expected of a reward for 90 favorability, this is so powerful. Swimming master? I can even cross the Pacific? Awesome! Su-chen couldn't help but shine with excitement as he accepted the reward. The next morning, Su-chen organized his things and moved everything into the Maybach. Today he was moving to a 200 million mansion in Suehu Tiandi. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. At that moment, he received a message on his phone. Coach Yufei, Mr. Su, good morning. You didn't contact me at all yesterday. Have you been slacking off on your fitness? Su-chen didn't expect her to be so responsible. He indeed didn't have a habit of working out, and now with his perfect physique, he was a bit lazy. I was a bit busy yesterday, so I really didn't work out. Coach Yufei, I knew you were slacking off. You need someone by your side to supervise you, otherwise, you won't be aware at all. Su-chen, so, isn't that why I'm looking for you, Coach Yufei? Coach Yufei, do you have time now? Are you brave enough to join me for an endurance training session? Su-chen was a bit surprised. This girl is actually challenging him? Does she really think of herself as a sick cat? Fine, let's do it. Who knows, maybe your endurance isn't even better than mine. Seeing this, Shin Yufei's competitive spirit was ignited. Alright, so arrogant. Let's have an endurance competition then, and I'll show you the strength of this coach. Su-chen couldn't help but laugh. This Coach Yufei is quite interesting. Such a strong sense of competition? Su-chen changed into a suitable outfit for exercise and drove his Maybach to the agreed location, Century Park. Su-chen parked the car and met up with Shin Yufei through a phone call. Mr. Su, I'm over here. The beautiful Coach Shin Yufei waved at Su-chen with a bright smile. Today, she wore a tight top and gray shark pants, perfectly outlining her exquisite S-shaped figure, extremely alluring. Su-chen feasted his eyes and smiled. Coach Yufei, what kind of endurance training are we going to do? It's very simple. Shin Yufei pointed to the park's walking path and said, we'll start from here, run a full lap around the park, a total of 5 kilometers. Whoever arrives first wins. If you really can't make it halfway, you can admit defeat. After all, we're just testing your endurance, no need to take it too seriously. A black line appeared on Su-chen's forehead. Can't make it? Who does she look down on? Sure, it's just 5 kilometers, right? I don't believe I can't beat you, he said confidently, then added, but if one of us loses, there should be a punishment, right? Shin Yufei's eyes sparkled with surprise. Going that far? You really think you can win against me? What if? Su-chen shrugged casually. I just think that having a reward and punishment mechanism makes it more motivating and interesting. Shin Yufei found some reason in that. True, then how about whoever loses has to do 20 squats? After saying that, her pretty face flushed as she remembered how he had taken advantage of her when they first met, so she cleverly added, but if you lose, you can't ask to hold me while doing weighted squats. I'm not as easy to fool as last time. She playfully made a no gesture with her index finger, looking quite cute. Clearly, she had learned from her previous experience and became smarter. Su-chen nodded. Alright, if you lose, you have to do the squats however I say, no problem? Sounds good. Shin Yufei agreed readily, looking confident. Soon, the two began their warm-up exercises before the 5-kilometer run, stretching their muscles. The most common injuries while running are to the knee joints and ankles. We warm up to let the body adapt first, otherwise, if you start running suddenly, it's easy to get injured. Also, you must pay attention to your breathing rhythm, using the 3 steps in, 3 steps out method I taught you. Shin Yufei spoke professionally, sharing fitness knowledge that Su Chen had never heard of before. So he maintained a humble attitude, listening attentively to Coach Yufei's lecture. After the warm-up, the 5-kilometer run officially began. The two entered the track and started their training journey around the park. Shin Yufei adopted a slow running strategy, her gaze firm, her graceful figure exuding a heroic spirit. Su Chen steadily ran alongside her. As Shin Yufei focused on her exercise, her exquisite figure swayed lightly, indeed extremely alluring. So, with her perfect physique, Su Chen was not in a hurry to surpass her. Instead, she watched with great interest as Yufei exercised passionately. At that moment, Su Chen's mind stirred, and she chuckled, saying, "Coach Yufei, you're running way too slowly. Look at me, I'm keeping up effortlessly. Can you step it up a bit?" "Oof." Coach Yufei replied proudly, "I'm just jogging, you can definitely keep up. But wait until we reach the halfway point. Then you'll know how tiring it is." To her surprise, Su Chen pouted, "I don't believe it, unless you speed up right now and leave me behind." With a defiant look, she provoked Shin Yufei's competitive spirit. "Is that a challenge? Then I'll speed up. Don't say I didn't give you a chance." "Alright, then go for it." Hearing Su Chen's taunt, Shin Yufei didn't hold back, throwing down the gauntlet. "Fine. See you later." Then she immediately put in all her effort, accelerating to her fastest sprinting speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the first second or two, she indeed created some distance from Su Chen, but as soon as she slowed down even a little, Su Chen was already right beside her. The two sprinted, maintaining a standoff for over 200 meters. Finally, Shin Yufei gasped for breath, slowing down to a brisk walk. "Hey, Coach Yufei, here we are again." Su Chen appeared as if they were inseparable, wearing a cheeky smile. Shin Yufei's face turned a bit awkward, both angry and amused. "Well, you are a boy, your physical condition is inherently stronger than a girl's, but don't get too proud. There's still a long way to go, and you definitely won't be able to keep this up. I'm not talking to you anymore. Focus on running." Looking at her dramatically rising and falling perfect curves, Su Chen couldn't help but smile. "Coach Yufei, why don't you just surrender half the way? Don't push yourself too hard." "I won't." Shin Yufei was very competitive, eager to prove her authority as a coach. Even if Su Chen was a boy, she had to win. After more than 10 minutes, the two had run 4 kilometers without stopping, nearing the finish line. However, Shin Yufei was now panting heavily, her chest rising and falling violently. Su Chen had disrupted her rhythm, constantly changing speeds to try to create distance, but Su Chen was still right on her tail, pushing her hard. "Haha." Shin Yufei breathed rapidly, her lips dry as she said, "Mr. Su, why don't you just admit defeat? I know you can't hold on much longer. There's no need to force it." She had just taught Su Chen the 3-step breathing method, yet she was the one gasping for air. Su Chen was taken aback. "I think it's you who can't hold on. Do you want me to call an ambulance for you, little chick?" "Coach Yufei, who are you calling a little chick?" Shin Yufei's face turned bright red. Being mocked by her student and financial backer was unacceptable. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh, suggesting, "How about we take a break, drink some water, and then continue?" Shin Yufei, with a proud expression, replied, "You said it, we both take a break, but don't you dare sneak off." "Alright then." Su Chen felt helpless, as if after the break, she would somehow be able to beat him. So, the two rested in place, drinking water to recover some stamina. Suddenly, a loud shout from a woman by the lakeside pier broke the moment. "Help! Help! A child has fallen into the water. Is there anyone who can swim? Hurry and jump in to save them." Seeing this, the surrounding people quickly gathered around. A little girl had already fallen into the water, struggling and splashing, occasionally choking on water. Everyone's hearts tightened, their expressions urgent as they began to shout and brainstorm ways to help. "Yes, stick, someone go find a stick. Let the little girl grab it first, don't let her sink deeper. Who are this child's parents? Call the parents. Who can swim? Go down and save her. I can't swim. Damn, is there really no one who can swim? Someone go call the park security." Then shout in a crowded place. Time waits for no one. 7 or 8 adults gathered together, unable to find even one who could swim. A 13 or 14-year-old girl with a ponytail pulled at the ant beside her, tears streaming down her face in desperation. "Auntie, what should we do? Who can save my sister? She was too naughty, playing on the railing and accidentally fell down. My parents are probably at work right now and can't come over in time." "Don't worry, little girl, the adults are already thinking of a way. The aunt comforted her, but deep down, she felt uncertain. In the midst of this, Su Chen and another person had already rushed over. After a quick glance at the situation, Qin Yufei immediately took out her phone and said anxiously, "I'll call an ambulance right away." She couldn't swim either, so she could only do what she could. Seeing this, Su Chen had no time to say more. He directly took off his clothes and pants, climbed over the railing of the walkway, and jumped in. Splash! The sound of him hitting the water echoed. "Ah, Mr. Su!" Qin Yufei's eyes widened in shock. She didn't even have time to react before Su Chen disappeared. All she could see were his clothes and pants. But Su Chen had just run a 4-kilometer race, right? Could his stamina hold up while saving someone? "Mr. Su, please don't get into trouble." She looked worried, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, her heart tightening. The aunt and the little girl immediately showed joy upon seeing this. "Great! A kind person has gone down to save your sister." The crowd gathered again, some holding long sticks, others with fishing nets, all trying their best to help. They watched Su Chen in the lake, their hearts racing, nervous, holding their breath. They saw that Su Chen was an excellent swimmer, and after a few strokes, he swam to the little girl's side. He supported her back with one hand, lifting her head above water. The little girl was already terrified and struggled a bit. Su Chen shouted, "Don't move. If you keep moving, I'll just leave you in the water." With his shout, the little girl indeed dared not move anymore. Su Chen then clamped her with one arm and performed a one-handed side stroke, dragging her towards the shore. In just a minute or two, he successfully brought the little girl to the shore. The little girl immediately threw herself into her sister's arms, sobbing. Everyone cheered excitedly, looking at the man before them like a hero, their eyes filled with admiration. They saved her, they finally saved her. "Well done, young man. Just look at his swimming style, it's clearly professional. So impressive. Thank goodness for this handsome guy, otherwise that little girl would have been in serious trouble. This big brother is so brave, he's really cool." The crowd gave Su Chen a thumbs up, their praise unreserved. The other adults began to take care of the little girl who had fallen into the water, helping to call her parents and contact an ambulance. "Mr. Su, here's a towel, quickly dry off, don't catch a cold," Qin Yufei said with concern, handing him her towel. The stone in her heart finally fell, and she let out a long sigh. Qin Yufei's favorability towards you +5, current favorability 66. Thanks. Su Chen took the towel, first drying off the water on his body before getting dressed. If it weren't for his swimming master skills, he wouldn't have been able to jump into the water to save someone. With great power comes great responsibility. He couldn't just stand by and watch a vibrant life slip away, could he? Qin Yufei looked at the handsome him, lost in thought. She never expected that Su Chen, usually mischievous and a bit of a rogue, would display such charming personal heroism at a moment like this, acting bravely to save someone. How many people in today's society could do that? An older woman, with a look of intrigue, said to Qin Yufei, "Young lady, it's hard to find a handsome young man with good character these days. You should seize the opportunity. Miss this village, and there won't be this store again." Upon hearing this, Qin Yufei's face flushed red, and she fell silent, unable to resist sneaking another glance at Su Chen. "Let's go, I need to go home and take a shower. I feel quite uncomfortable right now." Su Chen felt a bit uneasy, having just come out of the lake, and his underwear was still damp. Before Qin Yufei could respond, the girl with the ponytail had already jogged over. Her eyes sparkled as she excitedly thanked Su Chen. "Big brother, thank you for saving my sister. Uncle and auntie said she just swallowed a bit of water and is fine. Can you give me your contact information? When I get home, I'll have my parents thank you." She blinked her big eyes, looking sincere. In response, Su Chen smiled lightly. "No need, it was just a small effort." He turned and left with a cool demeanor, leaving behind a handsome silhouette. The girl couldn't help but stare, silently memorizing Su Chen's appearance. Su Chen and Qin Yufei quickly walked the remaining kilometer back to the park entrance. Then they got into the Maybach and set off for home. Suihu Tiandi Ruiyuan, located in the bustling Huangpu district. The 5-minute living circle encompasses the top commercial, educational, office, and environmental resources of Shanghai City, with a location that is worth its weight in gold. Su Chen drove in, and the road was smooth. At the center of the community was a 2,000 square meter clubhouse, providing a place for residents to socialize and entertain, with luxury cars everywhere, dazzling to behold. Qin Yufei was already stunned. She realized that Su Chen was wealthier than she had imagined. The 5 million luxury Maybach, and now he was also an owner in Suihu Tiandi Ruiyuan, which is the top luxury residential area in Shanghai City, with terrifyingly high property prices. Even the cheapest unit costs over 20 million. So Su Chen's net worth must be in the hundreds of millions. What does being worth hundreds of millions mean? Qin Yufei imagined for a moment. Even if she earned 300,000 a year, it would take her over 300 years. Terrifying. She never thought she would one day come to such a wealthy community. She truly felt she had seen the world. Thinking of this, Shin Yufei couldn't help but steal a glance at Su Chen, her pretty face turning red. She had to admit that the older woman was right. A man like Su Chen, handsome, wealthy, and with good character, was truly one of a kind. Shin Yufei's favorability towards U+1. Su Chen was suddenly a bit confused. Why did his favorability increase a little? He looked at the passenger seat with interest and asked, Yufei, what are you thinking about? And nothing. Shin Yufei came back to her senses, awkwardly waving her hand. Su Chen said casually, our long-distance running competition earlier should count as my win, right? You were a bit exhausted at the 4-kilometer mark. Shin Yufei felt a bit hurt but still smiled and said, alright. Given how heroic you were in saving the little girl, it should indeed count as your win. She was also stunned at the time. After running 4 kilometers, Su Chen still had the stamina to save the little girl. Moreover, Su Chen's swimming skills seemed to be particularly impressive. Alright, then I'll have to punish you later, so you better be prepared. Su Chen was secretly mischievous, but his face remained expressionless. Isn't it just 20 squats? No big deal, Shin Yufei said with a bright smile, waving her hand as if it were nothing. Soon, the Maybach stopped at Su Chen's designated parking spot. He grabbed his suitcase and walked with Shin Yufei towards the entrance of Building A5. The automatic glass doors opened. The opulent lobby instantly came into view, with a grand French chandelier and a pristine marble floor, all telling tales of its high-end luxury. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and a young couple stepped out, laughing and discussing how beautiful a certain apartment's layout was and how expensive it was. When they saw Su Chen and Shin Yufei approaching, the stylishly dressed short-haired woman immediately showed a look of surprise. Oh, Shin Yufei, is that really you? Zhu Shan? Shin Yufei's eyes lit up. She recognized her former university classmate. It was only polite to greet her. Yufei, I know you're a fitness coach, so are you? At work? Zhu Shan scrutinized Shin Yufei's gym outfit, her smile revealing a hint of mockery. She was now working at a bank through connections, with a glamorous job. However, the former campus belle, Shin Yufei, was now a fitness coach providing offline services? It seemed a bit beneath her, right? Shin Yufei suddenly felt awkward, her expression darkening. 1. Why do you care if I'm working? Retort back. 2. She's my exclusive personal trainer. What's it to you? Blunt. 3. My girlfriend and I just finished working out. She never takes male students for personal training. Casually holding her hand, pretending to be a couple. Su Chen glanced at the 3 options and already had an answer in mind. He took Shin Yufei's hand and smiled. I'm Yufei's boyfriend. We just finished working out together. She never takes male students for personal training. So, miss, you might be overthinking it. Upon hearing this, Shin Yufei's beautiful eyes widened. Besides Su Chen, she indeed had never taken on other male students for personal training. But Su Chen actually said he was her boyfriend? She suddenly felt so confident. Yes, this is my boyfriend. Shin Yufei also linked her arm with Su Chen's, looking sweet. Not getting the answer she wanted, Zhu Shan's mouth twitched slightly, forcing a smile. So what are you and your boyfriend doing here? Is he also in real estate? She glanced at Su Chen, finding him quite handsome, much more so than her own boyfriend. However, her boyfriend was the top sales agent, with exceptional business skills and a high income. Plus, his family owned 2 properties in Shanghai City, worth over 20 million. So what could Shin Yufei's boyfriend compare with her own? The young man beside her straightened up, feeling particularly proud to be introduced by his girlfriend. He sized up Su Chen and said with a smile, Hey, handsome, which real estate company are you with? I might have friends in the same company. Maybe we know each other. Oh right. Are you here to shoot materials for that apartment on the 9th floor? My girlfriend just helped me finish shooting. If you need it, I can send it to you directly, so you won't have to shoot it again. He was indeed the top sales agent, very friendly. The more Shin Yufei listened, the more amused she felt, and she wrapped her arm around Su Chen's, proudly saying, Oh, my husband is the owner here. He's not a real estate agent at all. We're just about to head home. Although their relationship was fake, saying it felt so good and so prestigious. What? Zhu Shan opened her mouth wide in surprise. Impossible, impossible. The man shook his head, looking incredulous as he said, I'm very familiar with the properties around here. Logically, if you were an old owner here, I should know you. But you look very unfamiliar, unless... He thought of something, his eyes widening even more. Unless he is the mysterious owner who bought the penthouse in full yesterday, Mr. Su Chen. The man stared blankly at Su Chen, whose calm expression already told him he was right. Zhu Shan couldn't help but feel her throat go dry. No way. The penthouse you mentioned costs 230 million, right? Yufei, is your boyfriend named Su Chen? Did he buy that apartment? Why yes. Shin Yufei's eyes flickered. Her little head buzzed with disbelief. Although she knew Su Chen had a house here, she had no idea it was a penthouse, and he bought it in full? It costs over 230 million? So extravagant. Seeing the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, Su Chen quietly took out the keycard and keys from his pocket, smiling calmly. Since you are Yufei's friends, would you like to come up and sit? See, can we? Zhu Shan's face was flushed, her eyes revealing desire. Zhu Shan's favorability towards you +5 Su Chen was a bit confused. Girl, isn't your boyfriend right next to you? What do you mean by increasing your favorability towards me? Sure, let's go. The four of them got into the elevator and pressed the button for the 28th floor. Xin Yufei looked sweet, linking her arm with Su Chen's. After all, Zhu Shan and the others were still there, so she naturally had to play her part. Xin Yufei's favorability towards you +3, current favorability 69. Su Chen felt extremely pleased, unable to help but glance at her. Her figure was stunning, no matter how many times he looked. She felt incredibly charming. The elevator ascended quickly. They arrived at the 28th floor. This was a special unit in Suehu Tiandi, with only one resident per floor. Su Chen used the key to open the door. The 230 million mansion was fully revealed before everyone's eyes. The brand new modern style decoration was custom made, with even the soft furnishings imported from Italy, costing several million, looking luxurious and very high quality. The layout of the interior was perfectly arranged. 4 bedrooms, an oversized living room, and several uniquely designed activity spaces for the owner to define. The panoramic curved floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of the most prosperous scenes in Shanghai City, including Taiping Lake, the Oriental Pearl, and New World, all in sight. Zhu Shan's hair was blown up, and she exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, is this really a 200 million mansion? It feels so different." Standing in front of this floor-to-ceiling window with the breeze, it feels so refreshing. If we look at the night view from here at night, it must be even more beautiful. She was really envious of Qin Yufei, who had such a wealthy boyfriend. This apartment cost over 200 million. Her boyfriend, no matter how hard he worked, would he even be able to earn enough for a bathroom in this lifetime? Seeing this, her boyfriend tugged at her wrist, advising, Shan, we should go back. Don't disturb the young couple. Zhu Shan didn't respond directly, grabbing Qin Yufei's hand, excitedly saying, Yufei, let's be best friends from now on. We should go out for afternoon tea and chat sometime. Qin Yufei couldn't help but want to laugh. Just a moment ago, the other party looked down on her, and now that they thought Su Chen was her boyfriend with a 200 million mansion, they wanted to be best friends? Are you kidding me? Is this a Sichuan opera face-changing act? She politely pulled her hand back, jokingly saying, oh, let's talk about it another time. I might be very busy usually. All right. A hint of disappointment flashed across Zhu Shan's face as she reluctantly glanced at the mansion. Then her gaze couldn't help but linger on the handsome Su Chen for a moment. Su Chen glanced at her. This woman's figure was quite nice, and she was clearly a gold digger. If he secretly contacted her, it would probably be easy to win her over. Her boyfriend, seeing this, instantly turned green with envy. Sorry to interrupt. The man quickly pulled Zhu Shan away, hastily leaving the mansion. Qin Yufei let out a sigh of relief, excitedly plopping down on the soft designer sofa, her perfect curves incredibly alluring. She felt that ever since entering this mansion, the air she breathed was fresher than outside. The breeze that blew and carried a scent of luxury. It was such a delight, so exhilarating. How wonderful it would be if she were truly the mistress of this place. She raised her eyes and saw Su Chen still standing there, immediately realizing she had overstepped. She stood up again, her cheeks flushed, and said, I am sorry, Mr. Su, I was a bit rude. It's fine. Su Chen waved his hand, smiling lightly, make yourself comfortable. I'm going to take a shower, so I won't be sitting with you. He had just jumped into the water to save someone and still felt sticky. Ha! Qin Yufei patted her chest, letting out another sigh of relief. She was afraid Su Chen would be angry because of her moment of excitement. That would be disastrous. Alright, then Mr. Su, you go take a shower, and I'll wait for you here. Su Chen pondered for a moment, then changed the subject. What did you call me downstairs just now? It was that 2-character title. Think quickly, I can't remember. Hubby? Qin Yufei blinked her beautiful big eyes, answering him somewhat shyly. Correct, my good wife. I'm going to take a shower now, wait for me to come back. Su Chen was in a great mood, and after saying that, he headed straight for the bathroom, leaving the blushing Qin Yufei, her small hands covering her burning red face, muttering softly, Mr. Su, you're such a bad guy. So bad the smile on her charming face could no longer be contained. 10 minutes later, Su Chen came out wearing a pair of shorts, his upper body bare, revealing his strong muscle lines. If it had been another girl visiting today, he would have put on a shirt out of politeness. But Qin Yufei was a fitness coach, so there was no need to cover up, it was unnecessary. As a coach, Shin Yufei looked at his physique and found him very masculine and handsome. It was just the right kind, completely in line with her aesthetic. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This fitness novice, Mr. Su, could achieve such a physique. It was simply a blessing from heaven. His talent was extraordinary. But it was also good that Su Chen was a newbie in fitness, which gave her, as a fitness coach, a reason to exist. Su. She just opened her mouth to say something. Su Chen had already spoken first. I just took a look around and found a serious problem. My mansion worth over 200 million actually has no gym, no fitness equipment? Can you believe that? He couldn't help but complain. Shin Yufei couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, Mr. Su, you're too funny. But I saw several unique spaces just now. We could DIY and turn one into a small gym. I was thinking the same. Su Chen nodded, then continued. Can your gym order some fitness equipment? I want the best kind. Price is not an issue. He didn't really want to buy it to train hard. He just felt that having some fitness equipment at home to fiddle with occasionally would be very satisfying. Okay. Shin Yufei replied seriously, but since this is for home use, we don't need to buy too much. The treadmill from Techno Gym is the best, but it costs 340,000. And the Nordic Track 14 station power rack is 230,000, and, alright. Su Chen waved his hand to stop her from continuing. Since he wouldn't understand anyway, he said directly, give me your bank card number, and I'll transfer you 2 million. You can help me with the order. Ha! Shin Yufei was stunned. Is this how rich people shop? Bank card number? Transferring money? Bye. Su Chen chuckled lightly. Don't worry, Coach Yufei. I'll transfer you an extra 200,000 as a reward for your hard work. This? Shin Yufei's eyes widened in shock. Oh my, happiness came too suddenly? 200,000 as a reward? Is it that easy to earn this money? What's wrong? Do you think the reward is too little? Then, before Su Chen could finish his sentence, Shin Yufei, excited, breathed a little faster and said, It's enough, Mr. Su. I will definitely arrange everything for you. Su Chen was satisfied. Bank card number. Then, with a few operations, Su Chen transferred 2 million to Shin Yufei. This house is too small. It's hard to fit a lot of fitness equipment. Let's just buy a few essentials and have some fun. Don't buy too much, he added, worried that Shin Yufei would go on a shopping spree and there would be no place to put it all. At most, he could clear out 30 square meters in his gym, and no more than that. Oh, okay. Shin Yufei looked at the amount in her bank card, feeling very excited and a bit dazed. So much money. 200,000, still my reward. Just as she was happily lost in her thoughts, Su Chen's leisurely voice rang out. Alright, Coach Yufei, now I have to punish you. Remember the 20 squats you owe me for losing? His aggressive gaze swept over her perfect S-shaped figure, and a hint of a mischievous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Shin Yufei came back to her senses and honestly said, I remember. I'll do them right now, it won't take long. She adjusted her posture and was about to start. Su Chen reached out to support her, looking concerned. Slow down, don't pull a muscle. Oh, Shin Yufei felt a bit nervous and began to exert herself. Her movements were quite standard, very graceful. As a fitness novice, Su Chen found himself giving her advice from the side. Slow down, adjust your pace. Yes, just like that. Being a coach is indeed interesting. Watching others do it is much more fun than doing it himself. Shin Yufei had no choice, after all. She lost the competition to him. A bet is a bet. Moreover, she had a good impression of Su Chen, who was also her benefactor. How could she not obediently follow his instructions? Suddenly, Shin Yufei let out a soft ah, as her foot slipped, and she sat down on the ground, leaning back. Faced with this sudden situation, Su Chen was stunned, and instinctively stepped forward to catch the woman. A smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Little rookie Yufei, what's wrong with you? If I hadn't caught you, you would have fallen. Shin Yufei looked up at the handsome face of the man, pouting. It's all your fault. It's because you taught me wrong that I. She gently pushed against the man's large hand, seemingly wanting to escape his embrace. Oh, wasn't it you who pretended to fall on purpose, wanting me to catch you? Little Yufei, you're quite scheming. Ah, no way. Shin Yufei's pitiful appearance was simply adorable. Are you sure it's not? Su Chen chuckled, then changed the subject. Since I saved you, shouldn't you offer yourself in return? Saying this, he deliberately tightened his hold on the woman in his arms. Ah, don't bully me, that's not right, Shin Yufei protested with her mouth, but her voice was quite coy, showing no intention of breaking free. Clearly a case of wanting to refuse yet welcoming. Coach Yufei, you're too cute. Then I will bully you. You, Shin Yufei let out a soft sigh, biting her lip. Her gaze firm as she said, if you dare to mess around, I will cling to you for the rest of my life and make you responsible. You better think it through. I'm not that easy to bully. She had already made up her mind. If Suchin dared to toy with her feelings and then wanted to back out, she would definitely fight him to the end, haunting him for life. Suchin understood deep down. Coach Yufei, so it turns out, was afraid he wouldn't take responsibility? Responsibility is responsibility. Can't I afford to take care of you? He chuckled lightly, reaching out to stroke her soft hair, his eyes signaling her. Mr. Su, you big bad guy, I'll remember what you just said. Shin Yufei tightly closed her eyes, her breathing quickening, visibly nervous, but her little face was indeed beautiful enough to stir one's heart. Suchin smiled, just about to kiss her. Who knew? His phone beside him rang at the most inopportune moment. Beep beep beep, the lovely atmosphere was shattered. Shin Yufei opened her eyes, seeing Suchen's surprised expression. She quickly scrambled up. Mr. Su, let's pretend what just happened didn't happen. I'll step away for a bit. She suddenly realized she had been a bit impulsive, losing her rationality in that atmosphere. She hadn't even considered whether there would be serious consequences. Go ahead. Suchen nodded, his face dark as he went to grab his phone. She fled like the wind, jogging away. Ding! Shin Yufei's favorability +1, current favorability 70, whose call is it? He picked up his phone to see. It was actually the cool goddess, Lu Zixue. She took the initiative to call him? Suchen chuckled, sitting back on the sofa after answering the call. Lu Zixue's voice was light and pleasant, clearly a bit cheerful at the moment. It's gone up. The stock of Changlian technology that we bought has risen by 16%. Suchen was taken aback. So she called specifically to tell him this? Really? That's great. You weren't paying attention? Lu Zixue sounded a bit curious. I didn't check, just waiting for the market to close this afternoon. Suchen actually didn't need to look, because he knew the stock would continue to rise, and by the closing phase, the price would reach its peak. Thinking of this, he keenly caught something. You just said, our stock? Could it be? You bought it too? Yeah. Lu Zixue chuckled lightly. Yesterday my dad said this stock would plummet today. I didn't believe it. So I bought a bit too, and came to discuss it with you. What she was thinking was to stand shoulder to shoulder with Suchen. Even if the stock fell, she would have a reasonable stance to comfort him. But unexpectedly, the stock price actually rose today? Suchen pondered for a moment, surprised. Uncle Lu is a financial tycoon, and you went against his advice to buy? You really have money, how reckless. Hearing this, Lu Zixue almost burst out laughing but still tried hard to hold it in. Don't mind that. It's up now anyway. It shows his judgment isn't necessarily accurate. Alright. Suchen was a bit speechless. The young lady from a wealthy family was indeed willful. So how much did you buy? Not much, 2 million. Suchen. This cool beauty, Lu Zixue, actually went against her father's wishes and bought 2 million? This financial opportunity is something that ordinary people could never anticipate. He also had a stock market prediction card, which is how he learned about this news, and he deliberately pretended to be unreliable. How could she dare to buy? Suchen, why aren't you speaking? When should we sell? I want to hear your opinion. Lu Zixue, current status, happy, discussing stocks with Suchen. It feels like we're fighting side by side. Fighting side by side? Suchen was a bit curious. What is this cool beauty Lu Zixue really thinking? Forget it, let's take her for a ride. I plan to wait until it closes before saying anything. Then, what if there's a better price in between? Hold on. Lu Zixue's eyes sparkled, clearly surprised by this answer. She thought Suchen would at least analyze a bunch of things according to the situation. But in the end, Suchen was straightforward and said just 2 words lightly, hold on. Ding! Lu Zixue's favorability towards you +1, current favorability 76. Favorability increased? Suchen felt a surge of joy inside, unable to stop the corners of his mouth from rising. At the same time, Shin Yufei, with her stunning long legs, returned. She had just taken a cold shower and now felt very awake. Mr. Su, was it Mrs. Su who called you just now? She blinked her beautiful eyes, cautiously probing. She had seen many scenes online where mistresses were beaten up by the original partners in public, which were simply hard to watch. If she accidentally became a mistress and got caught by the original partner, wouldn't that lead to disaster? 1. Maybe it's my future girlfriend. Show charm. 2. What does it have to do with you? Stop talking nonsense. None of your business. 3. It's my friend, discussing some investment matters. Speaking the truth, Suchen already had his answer. He was naturally honest, so he had to tell the truth. My friend is discussing some investment matters with me. How could it possibly be Mrs. Su? Hearing it was just a friend, Shin Yufei felt a bit pleased and weakly asked, so, Mr. Su, do you have a girlfriend? Suchen shrugged, a bit helpless, almost had one just now, but now it seems like I don't. With the ambiguous atmosphere gone, it was unlikely for him to have any improper thoughts about Qin Yufei. Thinking about it, he still felt a bit regretful. Qin Yufei finally showed a smile, playfully saying, "If you want to blame someone, blame that phone call for its bad timing." She knew very well that if it weren't for that phone call interrupting, something should have happened between her and Suchen by now. In fact, they might even be in the heat of the moment. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel shy, her cheeks flushing red. Ding! Qin Yufei's favorability towards you +1, current favorability 71. Current favorability reward available. Although he didn't win her over, he could still claim the favorability reward. As for Qin Yufei, he could only increase some favorability before taking the next step. Claim. Suchen silently thought. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, a 30 million cashback consumption card. Your spending will randomly be refunded 2 to 5 times, limited to 3 days. Wow, a cashback consumption card? That's great. Just in time for tonight when I have to meet my future mother-in-law, I need to prepare some gifts. Coach Yufei. Later, you'll accompany me to go shopping. I need to visit my friend's house tonight and prepare some gifts for her mother. Su Chen's mouth slightly curved up, his tone not allowing for refusal. Oh, okay. Qin Yufei nodded, then hesitated, but if we're going shopping, I need to change my clothes. Wearing this to go shopping is a bit embarrassing. She still pays a lot of attention to the occasion. If she wore this fitness outfit to the mall, although the attention she would attract would be off the charts, it would clearly be inappropriate. Suchen carefully examined her and deliberately said, I think this outfit looks great on you, your figure is so good. Qin Yufei strongly resisted, shaking her head furiously, no, this really won't do. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Suchen smiled, looking at her stunning figure, and suddenly asked, Yufei, coach, did you go to take a shower just now for some reason? The weather. It's a bit hot. Qin Yufei's expression flickered, as if she was hiding something. Leaving Suehu Tiandi, Suchen drove, taking Coach Yufei to the entrance of her apartment complex. A few minutes later, Qin Yufei, wearing sexy denim shorts, walked towards Suchen with her beautiful, healthy, tan long legs, radiating charm. Her perfect S-shaped figure was undoubtedly showcased in this outfit. Suchen couldn't help but be dazzled. This outfit, just like the previous fitness ensemble, was top-notch. Those long legs were simply mesmerizing. Qin Yufei got into the car, sitting in the passenger seat, her curvy hips and slim waist forming a stunning sight with her long legs, extremely eye-catching. If one could be her man, it would definitely be a happy life. Noticing Su Chen's gaze, she couldn't help but smile, her lips curling up. Mr. Su, do I look good? Women always have a competitive spirit. She couldn't believe that her sizzling outfit, which could charm anyone, wouldn't win Su Chen's heart. 1. It's okay, your score is 95. There are 2 goddess-level beauties with higher scores than you. 2. Beautiful. Such lovely legs, it would be a shame not to ride a tricycle. 3. You are the most beautiful fitness girl I've ever seen. You are one of a kind. The first option was immediately dismissed. Coach Yufei had worked hard to look beautiful. Why bring her down? As for the second option, it was a bit too blunt. The atmosphere was clearly off. So, the last option. Suchen smiled lightly and naturally and seriously praised. You are the most beautiful fitness girl I've ever seen. You are one of a kind. He had figured out the system's options. Sometimes, what seemed like awkward phrases could have a great effect. Most beautiful? One of a kind? Hearing these words, Qin Yufei's heart blossomed. Mr. Su, you really know how to make me happy. Am I really that good? Suchen continued, the healthy beauty you possess is unparalleled. Because of this, I deeply appreciate the charm of fitness. So, Qin Yufei was intrigued, her beautiful eyes sparkling. So, I see that your thighs are so well trained, with beautiful lines. I want to feel the results of your fitness and experience the charm of working out. I think you wouldn't extinguish the passion of a fitness enthusiast, would you? After saying this, Suchen still wore a serious expression, looking at her in confusion. No, I wouldn't. Then that's good. Suchen didn't give her a chance to react and directly placed his hand on her tan long leg, experiencing the charm of fitness. Qin Yufei suddenly trembled, snapping back to reality. She widened her eyes in disbelief, looking at Suchen's bold hand. How could he be so natural just because she answered no? Did she fall into his trap again? In the next moment, she bit her lip, her face flushed, and quickly shyly pressed down on Suchen's hand, shaking her little head gently. Mr. Su, don't move your hand, ding. Qin Yufei's favorability towards you +1, current favorability 72. Oh, alright then. Suchen smiled with satisfaction, the corners of his mouth lifting. He said not to move around, yet his favorability was steadily rising. A man who isn't bad is a man women love. This is wisdom passed down from the older generation. Su-chen withdrew his hand. If it weren't for Coach Chin Yufei being right next to him, he would have liked to take in the scent of fitness. After all, he was a man, and curiosity was normal. He drove his Maybach to the bustling bund nearby. After getting out of the car, Su-chen had already done his homework last night and headed straight to a store with Chin Yufei, the Imperial Bird's Nest flagship store. This was a specialty store for birds' nests, a top brand in the country, frequented by many wealthy individuals and female celebrities, with an excellent reputation. The decor was also in a royal style, extraordinarily grand. The counter displayed many exquisitely packaged birds' nests of various grades, with the lowest price in the 4-digit range. "Sir, welcome to the Imperial Bird's Nest. How may I assist you?" A beautiful salesgirl approached with a smile. She saw Su-chen's attire and recognized him as someone of considerable means, especially the Patek Philippe on his wrist, which sparkled brilliantly. "Show me your best bird's nest." "Certainly, sir, this way please." The salesgirl was delighted and led Su-chen and Chin Yufei to the most luxurious counter in the center. She took out a sample and began her introduction. "This is our Imperial Bird's Nest, the top-grade Tianjin level, imported from Malaysia. Each piece has its unique serial number and can be traced back to its origin, with specific codes for each nest of the golden-threaded swallow. It is also praised as the best skincare product for women, enhancing beauty and moisturizing. Madam, you are so beautiful. If you enjoy our top-grade Tianjin, you will surely be like a water lily, delicate and dripping with charm." After hearing her words, Chin Yufei felt a bit shy, her curiosity piqued. Did this top-grade Tianjin bird's nest really have such miraculous effects? Not only could it enhance beauty, but it could also make one as radiant as a water lily? It sounded as if she had become several years younger, feeling as fresh as if she had just turned 18. If given the chance, she really wanted to try it. Seeing her shy and amazed expression, Su-chen knew the salesgirl had successfully made her pitch. Women are naturally fond of beauty and have no resistance to skincare products that promise to enhance their looks. "How much is it?" Su-chen suddenly became interested. The salesgirl pointed to the label at the counter, her attitude exceedingly enthusiastic. "Sir, look, this is the price for the top-grade Tianjin. 68,000 yuan, very fitting for your esteemed status. It is also freshly stewed, ready to eat. Each box contains 7 pieces, each 100 grams. You and your wife won't need to stew it yourselves. Drinking a piece before a romantic evening will yield even better results." She went on to detail the knowledge of birds' nests, promoting the benefits of this particular product. Su-chen's lips curled slightly. It seemed that this top-grade Tianjin bird's nest was indeed a good thing. Not only could it enhance beauty, but it also had nourishing effects. It would be perfect as a gift for his future mother-in-law. Moreover, he could also give it to his wife, Shuya, and then they could experience whether it was as miraculous as the salesgirl claimed. Su-chen's thoughts flowed, and he decided to buy more at once. "I'll take 10 boxes of this top-grade Tianjin." "All right, sir, please follow me to the checkout." The salesgirl was thrilled. Such a generous customer was rare. She couldn't help but envy Chin Yufei, thinking how lucky she was to have such a good boyfriend. After completing the purchase, ding! Detected host spending of 680,000, triggering a 5x cashback reward. Cashback amount, 3,400,000 yuan. Unexpectedly triggered a 5x cashback. That means these 10 boxes of bird's nest are essentially free, and I've even made over 2 million. What a profit. Coach Yufei, when you go back later, I'll give you 2 boxes. You can try the effects and then give me some feedback, okay? Chin Yufei was pleasantly surprised, but her pretty face instantly turned red. "Mr. Su, which aspect are you referring to when you mention effects?" "Ahem." Su-chen smiled mischievously and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "It's the aspect you're thinking of. Would you like the bird's nest worth over 100,000? Chin Yufei couldn't help but swallow hard. 2 boxes of premium Tianjin bird's nest are worth over 130,000, which is her half-year salary. Just asking her to use it and share the effects. That doesn't seem too unreasonable, right? I want to." Chin Yufei weakly agreed, then shyly added, "But I have to say in advance, I won't send you any photos." Upon hearing this, Su-chen felt a rush of warmth. What? Coach Yufei wants to send him photos? Why didn't he think of that earlier? In that case, he must get her to take photos, otherwise, wouldn't that 130,000 be wasted? Chin Yufei didn't realize that her attempt to give Su-chen a preemptive warning had instead dug a pit for herself. Su-chen was in a great mood and directly took Chin Yufei's hand, walking towards the shopping area by the bund. Soon, they spotted a Morton Western restaurant. Su-chen and Chin Yufei walked in together, and the waiter warmly welcomed them and guided them to their seats. They chose a table by the window and quickly ordered 2 steak sets, which weren't expensive, only a little over 5,000. Detected host spending of 5,600 yuan, triggering 5x cashback. Cashback amount, 28,000 yuan. Su-chen had a cashback card, so he definitely wanted to trigger the cashback. Even a small amount counts. Before dining, they needed to place a napkin on their laps to prevent their clothes from getting dirty. There were several knives and forks for eating. The West considers this elegant, but many find it pretentious. Moreover, the portion sizes were pitifully small. For Su-chen, it was hardly enough to fill him up, just that steak could barely satisfy his hunger. However, for fitness coach Qin Yufei, it seemed just right. Anyway, she was enjoying her meal. Wow, this filet steak is so delicious. Just like my name, anything with Fei in it is extraordinary. Qin Yufei's face was filled with a sense of satisfied happiness, and she even indulged in a bit of self-love. Su-chen curiously asked, "Can you eat steak while working out? Won't it be unsuitable because of the high calories?" Qin Yufei chuckled and shook her head. As expected, Mr. Su was completely clueless about fitness. She proudly explained, "It's actually the opposite of what you said. Beef is a high-protein food favored by fitness enthusiasts. It's healthy, low-fat, and nutritious. If the economic conditions allow, everyone would prefer to eat steak. Who would want to eat that tasteless chicken breast?" After hearing this, Su-chen suddenly realized, "Oh, so what did you eat before?" Qin Yufei immediately drooped her head, her voice becoming soft. "Chicken breast, because I didn't have money." Ahem. Su-chen almost choked on her words and laughed unkindly. "Alright, from now on, you should eat steak, don't shortchange yourself. But the portion sizes at this Western restaurant are really pitiful. I feel like I barely ate a few bites, and it's gone. Just this piece of steak. Can it even fill the gaps between my teeth?" He cut into the sirloin steak on his plate, feeling like he would finish it quickly, with no sense of fullness at all. Qin Yufei felt that the man in front of her was very down-to-earth and smiled. "Mr. Su, don't be fooled by the small portions of Western cuisine. In fact, their set meals are carefully balanced according to the body's required calories and nutrients. You could say that Western food is actually quite suitable for fitness enthusiasts." "You know quite a bit," Su-chen complimented with a smile. Just then, the phone rang. Beep beep beep, the call connected. "Su-chen, our stocks have gone up again. And it's a huge surge. Do you know how much? 156%, that's more than double." Even the usually cool Lu Zixue couldn't contain her excitement at this moment and wanted to share her joy with Su-chen. Because this stock was chosen by Su-chen, and despite her father's extreme disapproval, it surged at this midday point. By chance, she had also invested 2 million. It felt just like winning the lottery. How could she remain cool and composed? Then, Lu Zixue curiously asked, "Su-chen, how much did you buy?" 30 million. Su-chen smiled nonchalantly, casually picking up a piece of beef. It wasn't just Qin Yufei who was surprised. Even the Lu family duo in the Tangong villa were taken aback upon hearing this number. 30 million? Lu Zixue was stunned. She never expected Su-chen would buy so much. She thought the maximum he would invest was 10 million. To suddenly invest 30 million required immense courage. Wasn't he afraid that if he lost, he would really go bankrupt? Lu Deming stroked his chin, somewhat suspiciously asking, "Schwer, didn't you say that Su-chen is a novice in the stock market? Where did he get so much capital?" "Yeah." Lu Zixue's cold eyes flickered, and after a moment of contemplation, she said, "Dad, I think I misjudged Su-chen. Maybe Su-chen is really a financial genius, and he has already accumulated this wealth through his own abilities. Perhaps he doesn't want to show off and wants to hide his strength. He must have some insider information or a keen sense for finance to make such a decision." After hearing his daughter's analysis, Lu Deming felt there was some truth to it. This kid Su-chen might really be extraordinary. Now that the stock price has risen to this level, it should be at its peak, right? Did Su-chen tell you when to sell? He was no longer sure about this stock. After all, he had predicted a problem yesterday, and now he couldn't rashly express his opinion. If he followed his current thoughts, he would sell and safely pocket the money, which would definitely be the lowest risk choice. Who knew? Lu Zixue said, "It seems Su-chen had already anticipated this situation. He only told me 2 words. "What 2 words? Hold on." Lu Zixue's gaze was firm as she said calmly, "He told me this morning to hold on until the market closes." That kid is so ruthless? Lu Deming gasped. The stock had just started to rise this morning, and he was already planning to wait until the close? Was he aiming for a big score, to make a hefty profit? How could it be that easy? He's still young and underestimates the unpredictable nature of the stock market. Lu Deming couldn't help but shake his head. If the closing price is lower than it is now, he might regret it. What if it's higher than now? "Dad, what would you say then?" Lu Zixue looked at her father with great interest. Lu Deming's expression darkened, and he frowned. "Just consider it good luck for him. What else can I say?" Lu Zixue pondered for a moment and said, "As long as you recognize him, it proves that my decision to have you support him through college was an incredibly correct one. Otherwise, such a financial genius might really be buried. Lu Deming fell into deep thought. He remembered back in high school, his daughter always said that Su Chen was great and had even slipped him money several times, but Su Chen never accepted it. Later, he anonymously funded Su Chen's college education. Was that Su Chen really that special? But I remember he went to a media university, right? How did he get into finance and become so impressive? Upon hearing this, Lu Zixue naturally replied, that's exactly why he's a financial genius. Lu Deming. That actually makes a lot of sense. Ding. Lu Zixue's favorability towards U+1, current favorability 77. Wow, it's almost 80. Su Chen was a bit surprised. He was dating Qin Yufei, which could increase her favorability. And talking to Lu Zixue could also boost his favorability. It was a double win. After leaving the restaurant, Su Chen planned to go shopping for some jewelry as a formal meeting gift for the evening. Bird's nest is a food item, and even if he sent 2 boxes, they would be gone in 2 weeks. It would only be a taste, not very meaningful. He needed to give a more valuable gift, and jewelry was perfect. That way, when his future mother-in-law went back, she could show off to her relatives what her son-in-law had given her. How impressive would that be? Plus, he wanted to prepare a gift for Lin Shuai, to play a little romance and make it a surprise. Since that's the case, it seemed he couldn't favor one over the other. Coach Yufei needed some attention too, right? Hey, little chick Yufei, do you usually wear jewelry? Like necklaces or bracelets? Su Chen teased, smiling at her. Hearing him call her little chick, if it had been before, Qin Yufei would have been furious and very unconvinced. Now it sounded quite cute. No. Qin Yufei shook her head and said seriously, I don't like wearing jewelry because I need to work out. Wearing those makes me feel like I'm in shackles, very uncomfortable. I see. Su Chen realized, a bit regretful, I was going to buy you a necklace as a gift, but since you don't like it, forget it. Wait. Qin Yufei immediately changed her expression, quickly organizing her words. What I said earlier was my previous thought. Now I actually like being locked up by you, Mr. Su. Mr. Su, I apply to wear a necklace. All right. Su Chen laughed. Women really can change their minds in an instant. Tiffany & Company. Flagship store. Su Chen casually looked at the display case and quickly bought 3 necklaces, each priced around 50,000. The front desk girl respectfully handed him 3 small receipts. Sir, here are your receipts. Ding. Detected host spending of 159,000 yuan, triggering 3x cashback of 477,000 yuan. After taking the receipts, Su Chen saw Qin Yufei beside him, already eagerly putting on a Tiffany necklace, excitedly taking selfies with her phone. How does it feel? It feels like I have more motivation to work out. Thank you, Mr. Su. Qin Yufei was very happy, as if she had found a treasure. Ding. Qin Yufei's favorability towards U+2, current favorability 74. Finally reached 74, not bad. Although he missed the process of getting to know Qin Yufei better, at least the favorability had been restored through his efforts. If all goes well, he would completely win over Coach Yufei at their next meeting. Thinking about it, Su Chen felt a bit excited. Beep beep beep, his phone rang again. Su Chen directly asked, Hey, deskmate, how much have our stocks gone up this time? It's already closed, up 327%. Oh, more than 3 times, right? Su Chen wore a calm expression and roughly calculated, then I should be able to earn over 90 million. That's not bad. Earning over 90 million? Qin Yufei's eyes sparkled with admiration. No wonder Mr. Su could afford a 200 million mansion. Just look at his ability to make money. Unmatched. In the Tandong villa, Su Chen's indifferent voice came through the phone. The market has closed now. The price is fixed. We can sell. There's no need to wait any longer. Okay. Understood. Lu Zixue nodded slightly, like a good student listening to teacher Su Chen's lecture. Beside her, Lu Deming had already found out about the soaring stock price of Changlian Technology and quietly moved his computer closer. Today's major news from the SciTech Innovation Board: Changlian Technology has made significant breakthroughs in the field of semiconductor-specific photoresists. Lu Zixue's cold eyes flickered as she asked, Su Chen, did you know about Changlian Technology's internal news in advance? Their company has made significant technological progress, which is why the stock price has skyrocketed today. This news was tightly sealed, only leaking out 10 minutes before the market closed. In those last 10 minutes, the stock price surged from an initial increase of 186% to the current closing price. The stock market was in complete uproar. Everyone was going crazy. If Su Chen hadn't received insider information beforehand, how could he have bought 30 million worth of stocks yesterday? But Su Chen said, I don't know. It's purely luck. Let's leave it at that for today. I need to collect my money." After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone. The father and daughter exchanged glances, both able to see the astonishment in each other's eyes. This father-daughter duo from a financial family had been completely subdued by an outsider. Not a hint of anger remained. "Daughter, you guessed right," Lu Deming said. "That kid Su Chen is just playing the fool. He clearly understands everything and is strategizing behind the scenes. Yet he claims to know nothing, just a game of luck? He clearly doesn't want to reveal his true strength. Such a person, when you can't see through him, is often the most terrifying." Lu Zixue thought for a moment and explained, "Maybe Su Chen is just being humble. After all, he probably doesn't want to show off how capable he is in front of me. Because back in high school, he quietly did a lot for me without ever asking for credit. When I offered him money, he didn't want to take it. He seems to have always been that kind of person." After listening, Lu Deming fell into silence. After a long while, he blurted out 3 words, "Bought too little. Since you trust Su Chen so much, why did you only buy 2 million? If you had bought 20 million, wouldn't all the money I've lost during this time have been made back?" Lu Deming spoke with justification, even with a hint of complaint. Lu Zixue was left dumbfounded. She had heard that women are fickle, but how could her father change his mind so quickly? "Wasn't it you who said the stock would plummet and told me not to follow Su Chen's bad example, and to wait until Su Chen went bankrupt before lending him money? Now you're blaming me for buying too little? Dad, under your pressure, I already bought 2 million. What more do you want?" Lu Zixue frowned slightly, feeling a bit angry. Lu Deming changed his tone again, laughing. "Schwer, Dad is just venting. Let's hurry up and sell the stocks. Let's recover some losses. Now that's more like it." Lu Zixue smiled and quickly started operating her account. This time, she made quite a bit, a full 6 million. This was the most she had ever earned from stocks in her life. And surprisingly, it was alongside Su Chen. The most terrifying part was that Su Chen's major in college was in media studies. She doubted that all the finance she had learned over the years was real. If it weren't for her thin skin, she would have wanted to say directly, "Su Chen, please take care of little Schwer." Inside the Maybach S680, Su Chen was operating his phone, listing stocks on the trading market for sale. He currently owned over 10 million shares, worth 128 million, and selling them all could earn him nearly 100 million. He placed a capped order for 1 million shares, and within minutes, it was all bought up. He also saw in the stock software that Changlian technology had made progress. However, according to the stock market prediction card, today's closing price was already a stable price, with little change expected afterward, so he saw no need to hold on to them. Xin Yufei was very curious, stretching her neck to watch him operate. She saw the amount in the account rising steadily. Before long, it had climbed to over 30 million. "Su, Mr. Su." Xin Yufei was incredibly astonished, unable to help but admire. "You are really amazing. These are transactions worth tens of millions, even over 100 million. You don't even blink, and just seeing this amount makes my heart race. Just get used to it." Su Chen smiled lightly, then deliberately asked, "My hands are getting sore from operating. How about you help me sell some stocks?" No, my hands shake." Xin Yufei quickly refused. If she made a mistake, she wouldn't be able to afford the loss. About an hour later, Su Chen sold all his stocks, passing them on to those buyers, and after deducting a 0.5% handling fee, he still made over 97 million. It felt so damn good. Moreover, just then, another notification came through. Ding! Lu Zixue's favorability towards you +2, current favorability 79. This girl Lu Zixue, her favorability is increasing quite fast. Su Chen was a bit surprised, but after all, an increase was a good thing. He then drove Qin Yufei to the entrance of the Obwa gym. He placed his hand on Qin Yufei's smooth, firm thigh for a moment, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Coach Yufei, see you next time. Take this bird's nest with you." Just like that, he let her go, but Su Chen felt a bit reluctant. However, there was nothing he could do. Having missed that opportunity, it wouldn't be good to force it. Mr. Su, see you next time. Thank you for the gift you gave me today." Qin Yufei smiled brightly, happily getting out of the car, holding 2 boxes of premium bird's nest. She walked to the door, waved goodbye in Su Chen's direction, and then entered the gym. Su Chen smiled and then drove away. Obwa Gym. Qin Yufei's best friend, and Cheng, saw her return and curiously approached. "Yufei, how's it going with Mr. Su?" "Well, it's going quite smoothly," Qin Yufei said with a blush, in a low voice, "but there was a little incident in between. I almost became his woman." She then briefly recounted what had happened that day, and Cheng's eyes lit up even more, exclaiming, "Wow, Mr. Su is so amazing, he can swim and even saved someone. You were almost his woman, but it got ruined by a phone call? Who the hell can't pick a better time?" "Hey, don't say that, he's Mr. Su's good friend." Shin Yufei lightly tapped her best friend's arm, then smiled and asked, "Anqing, do you see anything different about me today?" Anqing looked at her suspiciously and noticed a shiny gold necklace around Shin Yufei's neck. "This necklace, did Mr. Su give it to you? It must not be cheap, it looks so beautiful." She picked up the necklace and examined it closely. Shin Yufei nodded slightly. "Yeah, it's Tiffany's, 51,000. And oh, look at this." She lifted the bird's nest in her hand, and Cheng blinked. "Premium Tianzan? How much is this bird's nest?" "One box, 68,000. "What? This bird's nest is so expensive? He gave you 2 boxes? My goodness." And Cheng was almost fainting from envy. "Hee, jealous, right?" Shin Yufei smiled brightly, her heart blooming with joy. "And he also gave me 2,200,000 as my reward for hard work and 2 million for me to order some fitness equipment for him. Wow." And Xing lost her balance and almost fell, but thankfully Shin Yufei helped her steady herself. "Yufei, you have to seize this opportunity, you can't miss Mr. Su. If you miss this chance, you'll definitely regret it for the rest of your life. It's a good thing you didn't have a boyfriend before. If you give him your first time, he will definitely cherish you. You believe me, if you miss him, you will absolutely regret it." And Sheng was serious. She was genuinely thinking about Shin Yufei. Such a good man, handsome and wealthy, with good character, and more importantly, he treats Shin Yufei so well. If she misses out, what kind of man could she find in the future? Besides, Shin Yufei also had a good impression of Su Chen. "I know, I don't want to miss it either," Shin Yufei said softly. "If it weren't for that phone call, I would have already made up my mind. But afterwards, Mr. Su didn't express himself. I can't just appear too eager, can I? Well, just know that." And Xing felt relieved and said, "In the future, if you become a rich wife, you have to help me out a bit." Okay. Shin Yufei and Xing had a very good relationship, like sisters. She knew that the other truly cared for her. Ding! Detecting best friend Xing sending support. Shin Yufei's favorability towards you +2, current favorability 76. Wow! Su Chen's eyes lit up. Shin Yufei's friend Cheng was simply the best friend in Huaxia. She helped him last time, and now she's supporting him again, adding 2 points? So great! At that moment, he received a new message on WeChat. Lin Shuya, Stinky Man, 6 p.m., Moon Emerald Lake No. 1, remember to be on time. Finally going to meet the parents. Su Chen's heart stirred, and a confident smile appeared on his face. Even if his future mother-in-law was a gold digger who would make him buy a car and a house and demand a high bride price, he could still feed her well. This is the confidence that money brings him. Moon Emerald Lake No. 1. This is a local cuisine restaurant, well-reviewed and very popular among diners. In the private room, Lin Shuya wore a gray Chinese-style bodycon dress, accentuating her S-shaped figure, alluring like a vixen. She exuded the charm of a mature woman, breathtakingly beautiful. A graceful and charming woman gently patted her hand. "Yeah, you're 26 this year, it's really time to settle down. Now that you found a boyfriend, Mom is really happy for you. What kind of guy is he?" As a mother, she still wanted to learn about the boy's situation from her daughter in advance. Thinking of Su Chen's figure, Lin Shuya's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she smiled sweetly. He's down-to-earth, steady, and ambitious, with great potential for the future. Upon hearing this, the woman keenly sensed something and said gently, "You mean he's a potential stock? Although he doesn't have much achievement now, he has ambition and a heart that loves you." Lin Shuya said seriously, "Mom, although Su Chen's career is in its early stages, he's still young. As long as we work hard together for a few years, we'll have everything." She now has the ability to earn money on her own. As long as she helps Su Chen become the head of the talent scouting department next month, the two of them can work hard together for a few years, and the future will still be very bright. Of course, the premise is to keep their relationship a secret, and she is quite confident about that. "Mom, of course, I believe in your judgment. After all, he is the man you found among thousands." The beautiful woman smiled, feeling even more curious about Su Chen. She knew very well that her daughter had remained single and had high standards. After holding out for so long, the boyfriend she found would definitely be exceptional, with shining qualities. At that moment, the door to the private room was pushed open. A sunny, handsome man with a striking figure walked in. Su Chen. Lin Shuya saw her man and stood up with a bright smile to greet him. She walked with her charming long legs, her figure graceful, her angelic face radiating beauty, and her eyes filled with tenderness, reflecting her own image. Su Chen was momentarily mesmerized. No matter how many times he looked at her, Lin Shuya was still breathtakingly beautiful, making him want to hold her in his arms and shower her with endless affection. She took Su Chen's wrist and led him in front of her mother, introducing him. "Mom, this is Su Chen." The beautiful woman sat in her chair, looking at Su Chen with a warm smile. Her curvy hips accentuated her voluptuous figure, creating a beautiful silhouette. Name, Zheng Suqin, age, 46, overall attractiveness, 82, height, 165 centimeters, weight, 55 kilograms. Come, Xiao Chen. Sit here, don't be shy. We've been waiting for you to join us for dinner. Oh, this child is really handsome, Zheng Suqin said with a gentle smile, looking at Su Chun with satisfaction, unable to help but compliment him. She immediately understood that her daughter was definitely someone who valued looks, liking Su Chen's handsome appearance. Su Chen came back to his senses. He didn't expect his mother-in-law to not only be a beautiful woman but also, as Shuya had said, to be quite easy to get along with. 1. Auntie, you really have a timeless charm. If Shuya hadn't said you were her mother, I would have thought you were some beautiful older sister. 2. Auntie, you're in your 40s, yet you maintain yourself so well. Are you trying to seduce me? 3. Thank you, Auntie. I was quite nervous at first, but seeing you makes me feel very at ease, like meeting a family member. Su Chen frowned. The first 2 options seemed too frivolous, so he had to choose the third one. Thank you, Auntie. Su Chen said politely, I was quite nervous at first, but seeing you makes me feel very at ease, like meeting a family member. Zheng Suqin nodded in surprise. I didn't expect your intuition to be quite accurate, Xiao Chen. Auntie is a middle school teacher and often interacts with children. The most common compliment I receive is that I am approachable. She was quite proud of this. Every Teacher's Day, the gifts she received were almost the most among all the teachers in the school. Some male teachers even brought her flowers. Isn't that right, Su Chen? Lin Shuya smiled sweetly. My mom is very gentle, isn't she? Su Chen was indeed surprised. His future mother-in-law was actually a middle school teacher? No wonder she looked so graceful and approachable. That was the result of years of accumulated experience. By the way, Auntie, this is a gift I prepared for you to celebrate our meeting. Su Chen remembered something important and quickly handed over the gift bag he was holding. Xiao Chen, you really shouldn't have gone to such expense. It's just a meal. It's enough that you came. Why bring a gift? Zheng Suqin received the gift with a radiant smile and saw that inside was a jewelry box with the brand logo Tiffany on it. She was taken aback for a moment, then picked up the small receipt to take a look, her eyes widening in surprise. Tiffany rose gold inlaid olive-shaped sapphire necklace. 56,000 yuan, wow. Xiao Chen, why did you buy such an expensive gift? She had just heard her daughter say that Su Chen's career was still in its early stages, and yet he gave such an extravagant gift? Mom, why are you making such a fuss? No matter how much it costs, this is Su Chen's heartfelt intention. Hearing this, Zheng Suqin was a bit confused. But this necklace is from Tiffany. It costs 56,000. Isn't that really expensive? She began to doubt whether her values were skewed. They were just an ordinary family. 56,000? Lin Shuya's eyes sparkled as she quickly took the receipt to look. Indeed, it was a Tiffany sapphire necklace. 56,000 yuan. Su Chen, you. Her eyes widened as she looked at the man beside her in astonishment. She remembered Su Chen saying he made some money from stock trading. He spent 60,000 at the bar last time, and now he spent so much again? Su Chen smiled lightly, gently taking Shuya's hand, and said, Auntie, as Shuya said, this is just a small token of my appreciation. I hope you like it. Don't worry about the price. But, didn't Shuya say your career is just starting? Zheng Suqin was somewhat skeptical. She had thought Su Chen was just a poor boy, but now he seemed quite different from her expectations, being so generous instead. Su Chen frowned, glancing at the charming woman beside him. How many pits had Shuya dug for him? He replied, it is indeed in the early stages. I plan to start a business and open a company. Lin Shuya? Oh, Zheng Suqin nodded thoughtfully. So that's what early stages meant? Then, what did Shuya mean when she said if you work hard together for a few years, you'll have everything? As a language teacher, she was sensitive to these phrases and felt something was off. Little did she know. Su Chen replied casually, starting a business is a big deal. Of course, Shuya and I need to work hard together. Lin Shuya bit her lip, nearly bursting into laughter. She understood now. Su Chen was definitely doing this on purpose to get back at her for not calling him husband last night, holding a grudge and wanting to make her look good tonight. And now he was blowing it up, and so seriously? In the future, if mom asks where your company is, let's see how you answer. She thought to herself, but didn't expose him, just watching Su Chen perform quietly. So that's how it is. Zheng Suqin felt everything made sense now, then glanced at her daughter, complaining, Shuya, can you improve your language skills a bit? Xiao Chen is clearly such an outstanding young man, but the way you described him made me think he was struggling at work and needed your help to grow. Now it seems, obviously, it's Xiao Chen who is supporting you. Hearing her mother's words, Lin Shuya was truly at a loss for words, holding back a belly full of thoughts she wanted to share with Su Chen immediately. Mom, shall we eat first? She forced a smile, trying to change the subject. Zhang Suqi nodded gently. Let Xiao Chen order first. Whatever he likes to eat, just order that. Thank you, Xiao Chen, for your gift. From now on, Shuya will trouble you to take care of her. Su Chen said seriously, I really like Shuya, and I will treat her well. Hearing this, Lin Shuya couldn't help but blush a little, holding Su Chen's hand even tighter. But she still worried about what Su Chen had just boasted about. If this were to come to light later, it wouldn't end well. Ding! Lin Shuya's affection for you +1, current affection level 91. Soon after, the dishes were served. The local cuisine here was indeed quite good. Zheng Suqin kindly served Su Chen some food, encouraging him to eat more. She also took the opportunity to learn about Su Chen's family situation. Upon discovering that Su Chen was an orphan with no family background yet still managed to stand out, she felt a mix of sympathy and immense admiration. She specifically advised her daughter Lin Shuya to get along well with Su Chen. As a teacher, she understood that children like Su Chen, who possessed a resilient character from a young age, often lacked the love and care of those around them. Such a man needed a woman to support him from behind, to provide warmth, and perhaps there could be infinite possibilities in the future. Moreover, Lin Shuya happened to be 3 years older than Su Chen. A woman 3 years older, holding onto a golden brick. Isn't that quite auspicious? Zheng Suqin was very satisfied and highly regarded Su Chen. The atmosphere was harmonious. Su Chen felt quite warm. His mother-in-law was indeed easy to get along with, just as Lin Shuya had said. Lin Shuya kept her eyes on him, with so much she wanted to say. In the middle of the meal, Su Chen went outside to use the restroom, and Lin Shuya seized the opportunity to follow him. Then, at the restroom door, she caught him. Su Chen, come with me. She pulled Su Chen to a secluded spot, pinning him against the wall, both charming and assertive. Su Chen, are you doing this on purpose? Is it because I didn't call you husband yesterday? The stunning CEO Lin Shuya raised her eyes, looking at the man before her, feeling both amused and exasperated. She had let Su Chen act freely, but she didn't expect him to take it so far. Su Chen chuckled, wrapping his arms around her slim waist, and whispered, if you call me husband now, I'll tell you. His wife's figure was truly beautiful, and she was stunningly attractive, exuding a seductive charm that he adored. You're annoying. Lin Shuya frowned slightly, but her lips were curved in a smile. Husband, you better come clean. Su Chen was satisfied. What do you want me to tell you? About the necklace you gave mom and what you said about starting a business. Lin Shuya's eyes sparkled mischievously. If we can't start a company in the future, how will you explain it to mom? Although she had her own plans, she wanted to make the man anxious, to make him realize the seriousness of the situation. To her surprise, Su Chen tightened his embrace and said gently, Shuya, I am indeed starting a business, and I will open a company in the future. Do you think I'm joking with you? Feeling the warmth of the man and his confident tone, Lin Shuya began to believe him, raising her eyes to ask, so do you have a plan? How much do you need me to invest? Su Chen smiled. His idea of starting a business was not what Lin Shuya understood it to be. You don't need to do anything, just wait to be the boss's wife. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuya rolled her eyes playfully. Are you just painting a picture for me? Yes. Would you like to eat it? Stop joking, be serious. Do you really have a business plan? Lin Shuya seemed quite serious about this matter. Seeing this, Su Chen simply asked, so how much money can you give me? A little over $1 million. If it's a small project, it should help. Lin Shuya took it seriously. She thought if Su Chen was confident about starting a business, she was willing to invest, but if he was just talking, then forget it. $1 million? Ha! Su Chen shook his head and sighed lightly. That's too little, you should keep it. I've been earning much more than you lately. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuya seemed to be provoked, glaring at him with anger in her eyes. You look down on me. You think that just because you earn more than me, you can start looking down on me. Her nose tinged with bitterness, feeling wronged, she almost wanted to bite Su Chen's neck, just to end it all. Su Chen was taken aback. Is it really not okay to tell the truth? Why are you starting to dislike her? 1. What are you angry about? My husband has plenty of money now. Scaring her will make her behave. 2. I can earn $1 billion in a minute. What can your $1 million do? Fill the gaps in my teeth? Hands on hips, I'm feeling pretty awesome. 3. Honey, you misunderstood. I feel for you. I know it's not easy for you to make money. I just want you not to worry about me. How could I possibly dislike you? Gently comforting her, Su Chen glanced at the 3 options. His wife, Shuya, seemed to be angry. He needed to comfort her. Honey, you misunderstood. I feel for you. I know it's not easy for you to make money. I just don't want you to worry about me. How could I possibly dislike you? I like you the most. He reached out his large hand and gently stroked the corner of her eye. If he didn't comfort her soon, she might start crying. Su Chen truly felt heartbroken, his heart tightened, feeling somewhat blocked. Looking at him like this, Lin Shuya also felt sorry for him, but she really felt wronged, her delicate brows furrowed, looking pitiful. I just wanted to help you. Maybe that much money is no longer important to you, but it's what I've saved up over the years with great difficulty. Her lips trembled slightly, and by this point, she could no longer continue. Su-chen suddenly realized, right, that more than 1 million was her savings over the years, and her willingness to take it out to start her own business was such a huge affirmation of herself. He hadn't even realized this. Instead, he had said her money was too little. Honey, you're really great. Su-chen was subtly moved and leaned down to kiss her. You're bad. The woman first pretended to struggle, then immersed herself in the man's domineering tenderness. A few minutes later, the small misunderstanding between the two had long dissipated with the passionate kiss expressing their love. Lin Shuya was touching up her makeup in front of the mirror. Her lipstick had been kissed off by the man, so annoying the mirror reflected her bright smile, exceptionally beautiful and charming. Su-chen waited beside her, and the system sent a bunch of notifications. Ding! Lin Shuya's affection for you +2, current affection level 93. Tip: when the host's affection with the goddess reaches 100, you can obtain the title of Sweet Lovers. After the title is activated, you can receive a super reward. This affection information bar will automatically upgrade to the Intimacy information bar. Intimacy 0-100. Every 20 points increase allows you to claim rewards for that stage. Wow! Su-chan's eyes lit up. When the affection level reaches 100, it will automatically upgrade to Intimacy, and it can continue to increase. In the future, if he and Shuya live together, wouldn't it rise quickly, allowing him to claim rewards at will? This is awesome. Su-chen felt a bit excited and then began to preview the title. Sweet Lovers, title only envious of the Mandarin ducks, not the immortals. You and she walk hand in hand through the sunset, becoming a sweet couple. Pretty good. Su-chen felt quite pleased upon seeing this evaluation. He was still 7 points away from being able to claim this title. After activation, he would receive a super reward, but he didn't know what the reward was. Back in the private room. Mom, we can go back now. Lin Shuya returned to her mother, Lin Mu. Zheng Suqin looked up and said with a smile, "Where did you two go to show off your love? You didn't even answer the phone, at least let me know." "All right," Lin Shuya whined, pulling at her mother's arm. Come on, I just talked to Su-chen about something important and didn't have time to tell you. We'll chat more when we get home." "Sorry, Auntie." Su-chen also felt a bit apologetic. Leaving the elders in the private room for so long was indeed a bit inappropriate. Leaving the Yuchui Lake restaurant, the three of them stepped outside. Zheng Suqin smiled and asked, "Xiao-chen, are you coming back with us for a bit?" "Well," Su-chen glanced at the alluring woman beside him. "Sure." Lin Shuya smiled beautifully. Although it was just her rented apartment, Su-chen had never been to her home, so it would be nice to take him there. Su-chen felt a bit excited. "Then I'll go get the car and meet you guys." Upon hearing this, Lin Shuya's eyes sparkled. It seemed that Su-chen had indeed made a lot of money from stock trading recently. He even bought a car? Soon, Su-chen drove over in his Maybach S680 from not far away. Zheng Suqin's eyes lit up with delight. Unable to help herself, she said to her daughter, "Shuya, is this the Xiao-chen you said is just starting his career? You two are going to struggle for several years together? I see, you want to stay home as a full-time wife, spending money and holding him back, making him struggle alone for so long." Lin Shuya was at a loss for words, silent for a long time. It seemed she couldn't find anything to refute, but deep down, she was very happy. With Su-chen being so capable now, what could possibly hinder their relationship? Wouldn't it be able to progress smoothly? In the Nanxing community, the two cars stopped in front of the residential building, one after the other. Su-chen got out of the car and took out 4 boxes of premium bird's nest from the trunk. Then he joined Lin Shuya and her mother. "Auntie, these 2 boxes of bird's nest are for you." Zheng Suqin's eyes brightened, and she exclaimed, "Xiao-chen, you are really so thoughtful." She picked up the bird's nest to take a look. Although she didn't know the exact price, just from the packaging and the name, it felt very expensive. "Shuya, you have some too." Su-chen casually handed her the other 2 boxes. "Premium Tianjin?" Lin Shuya was taken aback, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This seems to be the highest grade of bird's nest, and it's not cheap. She remembered that once when she bought bird's nest, she had searched for related information, and premium Tianjin was indeed the highest and most expensive type. She recalled that the dried version of premium Tianjin seemed to cost several thousand yuan per pound. Moreover, the kind Su-chen bought was freshly stewed, which would be even more expensive. Seeing her staring at him in astonishment, Su-chen smiled calmly. "Let's talk more when we go up." The three of them took the elevator. Entering the house, Lin Shuya's apartment was a rented 2-bedroom, 1 living room. Although it looked small, it was very cozy. She usually lived alone, and it was more than enough for her. Occasionally, her mother, Zheng Suqin, would come from their hometown to visit her in Shanghai City. Shuya, I'm tired. I want to go back to my room to watch some shows. You two lovebirds can play by yourselves. I won't chat with you anymore. Zheng Suqin glanced at the two and returned to her room with a slightly meaningful smile. Suchen was a bit confused and reminded her, remember to tell Auntie that this bird's nest has a shelf life and needs to be eaten within 15 days. Right. My mom rarely eats bird's nest and doesn't know these things at all. Lin Shuya felt he was very considerate, then asked, alright, bad man. Now can you tell me how much this bird's nest cost? Did you spend money recklessly again? Ha! Suchen frowned. How is buying bird's nest for my future mother-in-law and wife considered reckless spending? Not telling? Huh? Oof. I'll check myself. Lin Shuya picked up a box of premium Tianjin and scanned the QR code on it. 68,000 yuan, Isn't this just wasting money? There are only 7 bottles, 700 grams, and it costs 68,000? That's almost 10,000 for just one drink? Lin Shuya was very happy, but seeing Suchen buy such an expensive gift still made her feel a bit sorry for him. After all, if you want to give bird's nest, why not just get a regular one for 2 or 3,000? Anyway, her mother didn't really understand these things. Suchen knew her character. She never wasted money, probably due to her good upbringing. You probably don't know the effects of this bird's nest, do you? Beauty and skin nourishment, moisturizing and hydrating, and it can even make you look like a water lily. I just want to ask you, are these effects worth it? Hearing this, Lin Shuya frowned slightly. That's their advertising slogan. False advertising, do you really believe it? Who says it's false advertising? You haven't tried it. How do you know? Suchen suddenly flashed her a mischievous smile. Lin Shuya's face instantly turned red. Bad man, I knew you had ulterior motives. Suchen took the opportunity to wrap his arms around her waist. Come on, help me test if this bird's nest really works. By the way, I'll show you a treasure. He pushed open the master bedroom door and then naturally locked it. You, how can you act like you're back in your own home? Lin Shuya felt both angry and amused. Clearly, it was his first time here, yet he seemed more familiar than her, his movements seamless. Suddenly, a sparkling diamond-studded platinum necklace appeared before her eyes. Her eyes lit up. She was filled with surprise. Suchen held the necklace up in front of her, gently saying, Shuya, do you like it? I picked it out just for you. I like it. Lin Shuya's beautiful face broke into a bright smile as she took the necklace, cradling it in her hands. She looked at the diamond-embellished olive leaves on the necklace, finding it beautiful and unique, clearly a style he had carefully chosen. So, what Suchen meant by showing her a treasure was this necklace? She felt filled with happiness, overjoyed. Do you want me to put it on for you? The man's gentle voice rang out. She nodded, okay. Suchen took the necklace from her hands and placed it around her fair, noble neck. All done. Listening to the man's voice behind her, Lin Shuya touched the pendant, feeling a sense of happiness as if she had found a treasure. She turned around and, like a swallow returning to the forest, leaped into the man's embrace. Suchen, what's wrong, wife? Why do you look like you want to cry again? I'm not crying, I'm just a bit happy. The charming woman's eyes sparkled with tears, clearly filled with joy. Suchen gently kissed her. I'm very happy too. Lin Shuya had already wrapped her arms around the man's neck, looking spoiled. One kiss isn't enough. I want more. Suchen held her waist and kissed her deeply. The woman let out a soft moan, her words dripping with charm, tender as water. Bad man, you haven't even showered yet. The next morning, Lin's mother, Zheng Suqin, was very diligent, going out to buy some breakfast and calling her daughter and Suchen to come eat together. Last night, when she went out to get water, she noticed there was quite a bit of noise coming from her daughter's room, and it took several hours to quiet down. However, she could understand, after all, they were young. At the same time, she felt very happy and expectant. At this rate, she might soon be holding her grandchild? Auntie, the millet porridge you bought is really delicious. Well, I'll head back now. Suchen had breakfast with them, feeling warm and experiencing a sense of happiness in this little home. But later, Lin Shuya was going to take her mother shopping, to buy some clothes for her to take back. As a big man, there was no need for him to intrude any further. Okay. Zheng Suqin smiled, looking at her daughter, Shuya, see Xiaochen off. Lin Shuya's lips curled slightly, giving the bad man a playful glare, then stood up and walked towards the door with him. Last night, it felt like she had been hit by a truck. Now her legs were so numb that she could barely walk. She had come to understand what it meant to anger Suchen. She had shouted many times, "Husband, I was wrong." But when he asked her if she would dare next time, she cheekily replied, "I would dare next time. TSK. Suchen, drive slowly later, okay?" Lin Shuya sweetly hugged the man at the door, her tone filled with concern. Okay, you go back. Suchen felt warmth in his heart, looked at her deeply, and then turned to leave. Although he said that, Lin Shuya still watched the man's figure disappear. Only then did she close the door and return to the living room. Mom, remember to eat a small bottle of the bird's nest Suchen bought you yesterday every day. It's good for beauty and very beneficial for women's health. Lin Shuya recalled what Suchen had told her and casually reminded her mother. I ate a bottle yesterday, and it was quite tasty. Zheng Suqin smiled, looking at her daughter's radiant smile, and continued, you look great today, right? I ate some yesterday too. It must be that the bird's nest really works. Lin Shuya touched her soft, elastic face, feeling like her skin had improved. Who knew? Zheng Suqin suddenly teased. Are you sure it's not because you've been nourished by love? Lin Shuya's face flushed. Mom, where did you learn such words? How inappropriate. I've been through it all. What don't I understand? Love is the best skincare for a woman. As long as you're in a good mood, you'll naturally look beautiful. Zheng Suqin, being a teacher, indeed spoke very sensibly. Oh, Lin Shuya pondered, hesitating, but the 2 boxes of premium bird's nest Suchen bought you were quite expensive. 136,000 for 2 boxes. What? Zheng Suqin's eyes widened. This was over 100,000 for bird's nest, equivalent to the 1 bottle she ate yesterday. Was it really 10,000? Mom seems to feel several years younger. She immediately broke into a flower-like smile, unable to help but curiously ask, how much is Xiaochen earning now? So generous? It should be around 10 million? Lin Shuya raised the corners of her mouth, estimating her answer. After all, Suchen hadn't told her how much he actually earned. Zheng Suqin smiled widely. I told you, Shuya. Xiaochen is much more capable than you, just 3 years younger, yet so talented. Hearing this, Lin Shuya looked proud. The man I choose is naturally outstanding. Suchen was driving a Maybach S680 on his way home. Scenes from last night kept flashing through his mind. Her exquisite, enchanting figure, her charming expression, and that incredibly pleasant mature voice calling out husband. It was simply etched in Suchen's mind. How could he forget? Wife Shuya, so beautiful ding. Lin Shuya's favorability towards you +2. Current favorability 95. Name, Lin Shuya. Age, 26 years. Figure, height 171 centimeters, 53 kilograms, a goddess. Overall attractiveness, 97 points. Likability, 95, in a passionate relationship, dating experience, 1 person. Current status, happy, I really want to have a home with him in the future. Shuya, do you want to have a home with me? Suchen felt a warmth in his heart, feeling very happy, but he knew very well that he must continue to grow and strengthen himself. Otherwise, what capital or ability would he have to give them a home? Only with sufficient personal strength can one enjoy the love and respect they deserve. However, the way others strengthen themselves might be through hard study, diligent work, intense training, and so on. His way of becoming strong, however, was drifting among the flowers, dating a goddess. It seemed a bit exhilarating. Suchen's lips curled up, feeling great. Then he picked up his phone, planning to ask Coach Yufei for a photo. Maybe it could even boost his likability. Suchen, little chick Yufei, are you awake? Coach Yufei, good morning, Mr. Su. I just finished washing up and plan to go to the gym. I've already asked the boss to order those gym equipment for you. I'll send you the order shortly. It cost a total of 1.41 million, and I'll refund you the remaining 590,000. Suchen, don't rush to refund. Keep it for now. Let's talk about serious matters. Serious matters? Xin Yufei was a bit confused when she saw this message. Could it be that even ordering gym equipment wasn't a serious matter? Coach Yufei, what serious matter? Suchen, the feedback on the bird's nest. Did you forget? Coach Yufei, oh right. I drank a bottle yesterday, and now I feel like there isn't any obvious change. Suchen, I don't believe it unless you take a photo to show me. Otherwise, what evidence do you have to prove you haven't changed? Coach Yufei? Suchen, hurry up, don't dawdle. Xin Yufei's face turned red. Mr. Su was really too bad. He deliberately set a trap for her. She had been struggling internally for a long time, not wanting to refuse him, but she was really too embarrassed to take such a shy photo, mainly fearing that if she sent it to Suchen, he would think she was cheap. She gritted her teeth and edited the message to send. You come see for yourself. Suchen's lips curled up. Okay, it's settled then. You promised me. Next time, I must personally verify whether there's a water lily blooming. Xin Yufei's face instantly turned red. Mr. Su wants to verify in person? Wouldn't that mean she realized she had truly fallen into Suchen's sweet trap, deeply stuck in the mud, unable to extricate herself? What drove her a bit crazy and made her feel like she was on the verge of collapse was that Suchen had hugged her, touched her, yet he wouldn't clearly express that he wanted to be with her, irresponsibly flirting with her, making her heart flutter. Shin Yufei was almost unable to hold on. She really wanted to directly ask Su Chen what he meant, whether he liked her, and if he was responsible. After pondering for a moment, she replied, if you want to verify in person, then Mr. Su must give me a promise. Otherwise, I absolutely won't agree. Alright, we can discuss it then. Su Chen smiled and replied directly. He knew very well that Shin Yufei currently had a likability of 76 towards him, in a very ambiguous stage, so discussing these topics wouldn't make her uncomfortable. The distance to breaking that layer of glass was actually just a few words away. As long as he could coax her and give her some confidence at that time, everything would naturally fall into place. They hadn't even met yet, so he couldn't be too hasty. Dudu's soft little cat, master, the little cat misses you. When will you come to see the little cat? Xiao Mian. Su Chen's eyes lit up. It would be nice to pamper the little cat. He also really liked this sweet girl with a youthful and soft appearance, mainly because she was very obedient and well-behaved, and her figure was simply stunning, fiery. He picked up his phone and called back. Xiao Mian's voice was filled with surprise, soft and cute. Brother, Mian misses you so much, really. I'll come to your house to find you. Which building and number? Su Chen had been to their community and knew he could go over if he had the specific number. Hongfeng Community, Building F. Su Chen had a smooth journey and walked straight in. He scanned his surroundings and suddenly saw a door open. Yi Xinyu and an older woman seemed to be arguing, and the situation was quite intense. Nearby, Xiao Mian looked very obedient, and as soon as she saw Su Chen, she immediately ran over, like a cute pet seeing its owner. Su Chen gid, she pounced into the man's arms, hugging him tightly, rubbing against him like a little kitten. Meow. Su Chen patted the cute little cat's head. Mian, you miss me this much? Xiao Mian looked up at Su Chen, missing him dearly. What is Xinyu arguing with that ant about? Su Chen held Xiao Mian's hand and curiously leaned closer. Aunt Xiao, you didn't notify us in advance that we have to move out today? We are 2 girls, and we have so much stuff. How can we manage? Yi Xinyu frowned, reasoning with the older woman. Oh dear. My daughter is returning to the country tomorrow and is about to get engaged. We have already contacted someone to sell this house. It's not suitable for you to still be living here. Aunt Xiao had a sharp and mean face, pretending to be distressed as she tried to persuade them. Yi Xinyu's expression darkened. Fine. If you want us to move out now, you must follow the contract and give us a month's rent as compensation. Upon hearing this, Aunt Xiao's expression changed instantly. How can you be like this? I've rented my house to you for over a year, and you have no sense of humanity. Clearly, there are only 7 days left in this month. Can't you move out a few days early? Do you really want me to compensate you? Hearing this, Yi Xinyu angrily replied, we have rented for over a year, and during that time, you even raised the rent, which is hundreds more than others, and we didn't say anything. Now you can't even give us a couple of extra days, and you call us inhumane? Aunt Xiao looked down on them, condescendingly saying, I can see it clearly, you 2 poor girls from the countryside can't afford to buy a house. Now that I'm asking you to vacate, you just want to extort me, right? Fine, move out now. When my house is assessed later, I'll settle the deposit and compensation with you. A hint of malice flashed in her eyes, as if she was calculating something. I don't even want to live in your shabby house. Yi Xinyu was furious and turned to go back inside to pack her things. But, unexpectedly, a large hand grabbed her wrist. Su Chen wore a faint smile. Xinyu, don't fall for it. This landlord is trying to provoke you. If you listen to her nonsense and move out now, after she drags it out for 7 days, you won't get a single cent in compensation, and she might even deduct your deposit. Right, old aunt. He narrowed his eyes, staring at the old woman. He wouldn't indulge such a disgusting landlord. Su Chen Gij, you're here. Yi Xinyu's face lit up with joy, feeling a sense of security as he held her hand. Aunt Xiao, so you were trying to trick me? That's disgusting. With Su Chen's reminder, she had finally realized. The other party was setting a trap for her. Aunt Xiao was like a rat caught by its tail, furious. No, who are you, this man? I'm talking to Xiao Yi. What does it have to do with you? She clearly didn't have to pay anything and could find a way to blackmail Yi Xin유's deposit, but in the end, Su Chen came out and exposed her with just a few words. What? My girlfriend is a tenant here, and I don't have the right to manage it? Su Chen wrapped his arm around Xiao Mian's waist, his gaze icy as he stared at her. Exactly. Xiao Mian and Yi Xinyu straightened their backs, with Su Chen backing them up. They felt emboldened. Aunt Xiao assessed Su Chen and felt he had some power, which made her a bit intimidated, and her tone softened considerably. So what do you want? Su Chen replied straightforwardly, if you want them to leave, then let's assess the damages right now and refund the rent. According to the contract, you also need to compensate for 1 month's rent. Fine, so you want to play it this way? Aunt Xiao gritted her teeth in anger. Then I won't kick them out. let them stay as long as they want. Xiao Mian and Yi Xinyu were overjoyed, clapping their hands in celebration. Who would have thought? Su Chen's expression darkened as he continued, then we won't stay. We'll terminate the lease immediately. Moreover, I will post your house's information online, saying that you, the landlord, are trying to force us out. You want to sell the house? Fine, let's make that happen. Wait, kid, you're slandering me. Aunt Xiao was completely dumbfounded. She had clearly compromised, yet they still wanted to terminate the lease early and smear her online, claiming she was the one who kicked them out? If this situation got complicated, it would be impossible to explain. Xiao Mian and Yi Xinyu's eyes sparkled. Su Chen was amazing. With just a few words, he had already turned the situation around and was domineeringly demanding to terminate the lease. So cool. Su Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. In that case, you will terminate the lease and pay 1 month's penalty. If you don't agree, I have plenty of time to play with you. He raised his hand and glanced at the time. The Patek Philippe watch gleamed brightly. Damn, Aunt Xiao's mentality was starting to crumble. This brat was clearly a rich young master, a spoiled child. How did she end up with such a plague? There was no way she could not refund. If he really went against her and ruined the reputation of the house, she would lose even more. The best solution was to pay to avoid disaster. Quickly send this plague away. Alright, I admit I'm afraid of you. You all hurry up and pack. Move out today. She was the typical type who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Seeing Su Chen's strength, she didn't dare to cause trouble. Upon hearing this, Yi Xinyu looked at the man with admiration, her eyes filled with even more affection. Then, the old woman began to check the general condition of the house, and after confirming there were no issues, she didn't linger and transferred 9,000 yuan to Yi Xinyu, leaving with a dark face. Yi Xinyu's favorability towards you +2, current favorability 83. Xiao Mian's favorability towards you +2, current favorability 84. Su Chen carefully examined the pair of exquisite sisters. They were both wearing thin, sheer home pajamas, their figures subtly visible, making it hard to look away. Yi Xinyu was tall and slender, her S-shaped curves very appealing. Yay, Su Chen is so handsome. He dealt with that old witch in no time. She smiled brightly, wrapping her arms around the man's arm. Xiaomian hugged the other side, her voice soft and cute. Yes, brother is the best. If brother hadn't come, we would have definitely been bullied by that old witch, and we might not have gotten a single cent back. Yi Xinyu frowned slightly and retorted, Nian Nian, you didn't dare say a word. And you still have the nerve to say we were bullied? I'm the one who was most frustrated, okay? I didn't dare. I didn't know what to say. Xiao Mian's little face flushed as she hid beside Su Chen. The two exquisite sisters bickered daily, and Su Chen found it quite amusing. Su Chen. Yi Xinyu's eyes sparkled as she asked, how about I treat you to dinner later? Then we can rent a new place, and it will be more convenient for you to come over. Rent a place? Su Chen frowned slightly and replied, it's precisely because of renting that you two get bullied by others. After all, the house belongs to someone else. If they want to kick us out, there's nothing we can do about it. Then, what can we do if we don't rent? Should we live at your place, brother Su Chen? Yi Xinyu's eyes lit up, thinking this idea seemed quite good. Unexpectedly, Su Chen casually said, didn't I mention buying a house for Mian Mian last time? If we buy a place, won't that solve the problem? Brother, are you really going to buy me a house? Am I too lucky? Xiao Mian's eyes widened in excitement. She even doubted if she was hearing things. Yi Xinyu was stunned. She had thought Su Chen was just saying that to comfort Xiao Mian. After all, the housing prices in Shanghai City were ridiculously high. But she didn't expect Su Chen to fulfill his promise so quickly. She was truly envious. Su Chen drove towards the Lishan Garden Tanyu sales office. Lishan Garden was a high-end community, only a little over a kilometer away from Su Chen's Tsuehu Tiandi. Raising Xiao Mian here would be absolutely perfect. As long as Su Chen missed her, he could go over any time or let her come. The two sisters, Xiao Mian and Yi Xinyu, had excited expressions on their faces, until Yi Xinyu received a phone call. Her wonderful mood was instantly shattered. The call was from her mother, saying she needed to return home for a blind date, as she had found a rich second-generation heir with a family fortune of several tens of millions. Mom, I'm only 23. It's not like I can't get married. Why do you keep introducing me to blind dates? 200,000 in betrothal gifts? So you think it's worth selling your daughter? What? It's for your own good. If you want to marry, go ahead. I can't be bothered to talk to you anymore. Yi Xinyu hung up the phone directly, her chest heaving with anger, her eyes already red. She looked out the window, truly hating her family for repeatedly introducing her to various rich heirs under the guise of loving her and wanting the best for her. This time, her mother said the other party was willing to give 200,000 in betrothal gifts for her to go on a blind date, which made her even angrier. The atmosphere grew a bit heavy. When Su Chen heard her finish the call, he couldn't quite understand why he felt a strange discomfort in his heart. Xiaomian turned back to Yi Sinyu and said, "Sister Sinyu, Auntie has taken care of me these past few years. How about this? I can take out 500,000 to give to Auntie as a way to repay her kindness over the years. It might also stop her from pressuring you into blind dates, okay?" As she spoke, she asked Su Chen, "Brother, can I use your money?" Su Chen nodded in agreement but was a bit curious. Xiaomian had actually been taken in by Yi Sinyu's family for several years? There must be a story behind that. Yi Sinyu's face was cold as she said, "No, we can't give them money, otherwise, they'll just keep asking for more. I suspect my brother wants to pursue that rich girl now, which is why the expenses have increased. They want to cross classes and are getting anxious, thinking about marrying me off." "All right." Xiaomian sighed softly, her gaze fixed on Su Chen, unsure of what he was thinking. At the Lixiang Garden sales office, as Su Chen entered with the two girls, a beautiful saleswoman greeted them. "Sir, are you here to look at houses?" The saleswoman's smile was lovely, her figure voluptuous, with long legs that had a pleasing softness and a unique mature charm. Name, Fuexayan, overall attractiveness, 79 points. Su Chen glanced at her and didn't pay much attention, directly stating his requirements. "I want to see a unit over 100 square meters, 2 bedrooms and 1 living room." He currently had over 100 million in cash in his account, along with a 30 million cashback card. Buying a house for Xiaomian worth over 20 million would just about use up the remaining limit. A unit over 100 square meters with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room would be quite good, with large rooms and comfortable living. Not only could he get cashback, but it would also enhance his favorability, and the rewards were extremely tempting. Xiaomian and Yi Sinyu's beautiful eyes sparkled. Before long, other saleswomen brought over tea, which was quite good quality and smelled fragrant. The saleswoman brought up the floor plans for Su Chen to choose from. "Mr. Su, let me give you a brief introduction. Feel free to interrupt me if you have any questions." Immediately, the saleswoman Fu Xian enthusiastically began guiding Su Chen through the home buying process. The properties in Lixiang Garden are all finally renovated and ready to move in, with prices ranging from 180,000 to 210,000 per square meter. Naturally, good floors and layouts will be a bit more expensive. "Take a look at this unit in Building B. What do you think?" During the conversation, the saleswoman couldn't help but be attracted by Su Chen's handsome appearance and demeanor, sneaking glances at him. Fu Xian's favorability towards you +10, Su Chen remained calm and collected, glancing at her profile again. Name, Fu Xian, age, 26, height, 167 centimeters, weight, 56.5 kilograms, overall attractiveness, 79, number of relationships, 3, favorability, 47, while Su Chen was talking with the saleswoman. Yi Sinyu pulled Xiaomian aside and whispered, "Nian Nian, Su Chen is really good to you. Seeing you so happy makes me feel at ease. If uncle and aunt could see you living so well, they would definitely be very happy. From now on, just obediently follow Su Chen and be his little princess." "No, according to what you said, I should be his little cat?" Xiaomian's eyes couldn't help but turn red. Her parents passed away in a car accident when she was 16, and her relatives were utterly cold-hearted. Before the mourning period was even over, they started arguing over dividing her parents' house. Later, she received over 100,000 and lived in Yi Sinyu's home, giving some money to Ye's parents as living expenses, maintaining a sister-like relationship with her until now. "Then, what about you, Sinyu? What about your future?" "Me?" Yi Sinyu smiled and pretended to be strong. "Of course, I'll continue being my LV sales associate. My salary isn't low, you know." "No, I mean, what about your future happiness? Auntie keeps pressuring you, and I'm really worried." "Hey, don't worry, I can handle it." Yi Sinyu waved her hand dismissively. Seeing her like this, Xiaomian bit her lip, feeling she had to do something. Since childhood, Yi Sinyu had always been there for Xiaomian, telling her, "Don't worry, I'm here." During her most desperate and sad times, it was Yi Sinyu who stayed with her, crying all night. Yi Sinyu had remained single all this time to maintain the image of a good sister, saying she would only look for a man after Xiaomian found a good place to settle down. But now, while Yi Sinyu had helped her find Su Chen, she herself was trapped. She didn't want Yi Sinyu to leave her, nor did she want to see her sister unhappy, ultimately marrying someone she didn't like. At that moment, Su Chen had already chosen a house, a 130 square meter fully renovated 2-bedroom apartment priced at 20,000 per square meter, totaling 26 million. The floor, location, and layout were all quite good. "Nian Nian, did you bring your documents? We can handle the procedures now." He walked over, took Xiaomian's hand, and noticed that the atmosphere between the two women seemed a bit strange. "Brother, I want to tell you something." Xiaomian glanced at Yi Sinyu, then looked deeply at the man in front of her. Oh, Su Chen was a bit curious, but before he could speak, Xiao Mian pulled him outside the sales office. Master, the little cat has a request for you. Xiao Mian looked at him, her eyes already red. Su Chen felt a pang of heartache and hugged her tightly. Don't be like this. If there's something, just tell me directly. You don't need to use the word request. Brother Su Chen, can you take care of Sister Xinyu in the future? Xiao Mian mustered her courage to voice her innermost thoughts. Sister Xinyu really likes you. I don't want to see her get married. Brother, don't you like Sister Xinyu at all? Hearing this, Su Chen was instantly stunned, his heart tightening. Did he like Yi Xinyu? To be honest, he quite liked her, especially when he heard she was going on blind dates. Su Chen actually felt a bit uncomfortable deep down. Brother, Sister Xinyu is a really good girl. Xiao Mian began to share the story of Yi Xinyu, laying everything bare. Since her parents passed away, it was Yi Xinyu who had been by her side. For her, Yi Xinyu was a beam of light shining into the darkness, guiding her forward and preventing her from falling into confusion. Otherwise, she couldn't imagine what kind of situation she would be in now. Would she have chosen to give up on herself due to the blow from her family's misfortune? Or even, now, Yi Xinyu had helped her find Su Chen, who was her son, warming and illuminating her entire world. After hearing the sister's story, Su Chen felt a shock in his heart. He never expected that the cute and naive Xiao Mian had gone through such bitter and desperate experiences, losing her parents and facing cold-hearted relatives. Yi Xinyu was truly too warm, having no blood relation, merely the identity of a neighborly sister, yet she accompanied her through the most difficult days, even willing to remain single to set an example for Xiao Mian, helping her find a worthy man to rely on. In Su Chen's impression, Yi Xinyu was indeed a vibrant and energetic girl, but he also didn't expect that Yi Xinyu's thoughts could be so delicate and gentle, her kindness to Xiao Mian surpassing even that of a biological sister. How could one not love such a woman? Okay, I promise you. After Su Chen finished speaking, he smiled and asked her, but aren't you afraid that your love will be divided? I'm not afraid. If brother is willing to buy me a house, I also want to write Sister Sinyu's name on it. Xiao Mian's gaze was incredibly firm. It was rare for Su Chen to hear her say so much. Usually, she was the type to remain silent. Was it because of the bond between sisters? Back in the hall, the saleswoman, Fu Xian, who had been attending to Su Chen, was talking to Yi Xinyu about something, probably inquiring where Su Chen and the others had gone. After all, Su Chen had just promised to buy a house, and then he suddenly ran off. Mr. Su, you're back? The house you were looking at earlier. The saleswoman approached eagerly to ask. Su Chen walked over, intimately wrapping his arm around Yi Xinyu's waist. Xinyu, you brought your documents with you, right? His ambiguous gesture, along with Xiao Mian's subtle hints, made Yi Xinyu, being very clever, guess the general idea. I brought it, brother Su Chen. As she spoke, she leaned closer to Su Chen's body, wanting to be more intimate with the man, responding to her own passionate feelings. Well, Xiao Fu, go get the contract. The apartment I just looked at, I want it. Write both their names on it. Su Chen directly instructed the saleswoman, then looked at the exquisite pair of sisters beside him. The two women smiled like flowers, sweetly wrapping their arms around his. The air around him was filled with the faint fragrance of the women, beautiful women in his embrace, so refreshing. Seeing this, the saleswoman Fu Xian was even more envious. A house worth over 20 million, just one name would be over 10 million. She also wanted to be the woman by Su Chen's side. She also wanted to live in a big house. Su Chen swiped his card to buy the house, and the remaining procedures went smoothly. The property tax and various small fees added up to hundreds of thousands, and after that, there was nothing more for him to do. Ding! Detected that the host spent 26 million, triggering a 3x cashback reward. Cashback amount, 78 million yuan. Ding! Detected that the host spent 780,000, triggering a 4x cashback reward. Cashback amount, 3,120,000 yuan. I made over 50 million. Su Chen felt secretly pleased. His bank card balance was already close to 200 million. The more he spent, the more he earned. Yi Xinyu's favorability towards you +3, current favorability 86. Xiao Mian's favorability towards you +3, current favorability 87. If I work a little harder today, maybe I can receive the reward for reaching 90 points of favorability with Xiao Mian. Su Chen already had a plan in mind. Later, he would go to the new house to deepen their relationship and interact intimately. Beep beep, his phone received a WeChat message. Real estate Fu Xian, Mr. Su, are you still lacking a girlfriend? What do you think of me? If you feel I'm bothering you, please don't report me to the company. I just think Mr. Su is so handsome, and I'm a bit captivated by you. Upon seeing this message, Su-chin couldn't help but raise his eyes to scan the figure of the sender. Sure enough, the saleswoman Fu Xan was watching him from not far away, dressed in an OL uniform, her face and figure quite nice. After all, she was a 79-point beauty. She even held her phone, giving him a flirtatious look. Fu Xin. Favorability, 65, current status, excited, expectant, desiring, Mr. Su is so handsome. If he's willing, I'd rather be his little lover. I also want to live in a big mansion, a grand villa. This Fu Xin has quite a wild imagination. Su-chen found the process of handling the paperwork rather boring, so he replied with a message. Beauty, you're quite bold. Do you know I'm your client? Fu Xin looked at Su-chen with a charming glance and replied, I know, but I have even bolder and more beautiful places. Does Mr. Su want to see? Su-chen felt a heat rise within him. Damn, this woman is too hot. Can't resist. Before long, the procedures related to buying the house were completed. Yi Sinyu and Xiao Mian, the exquisite sisters, were very excited and kissed Su-chen on the cheek. Returning to the Red Maple community, they called a moving company, quickly packing things up and organizing for the move. Landlady Aunt Shou peeked into the house, walked over to the group, and spoke with a somewhat disdainful tone. Oh, you two little girls are quite efficient. You found a rental so quickly and are moving in? It would have been better if she hadn't said anything, but as soon as she did, Yi Sinyu got fired up and proudly showed off the property deed. Old woman, open your eyes and see what this is. This is the house that brother Su-chen bought for us. Loshan Garden, 130 square meters. Do you know how much it costs? Not counting other fees, it's 26 million. And it was bought outright. Who would want to live in this broken house? Seeing the property deed in front of her, Aunt Shou's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Su-chen. Wait, this handsome guy. You're buying a house worth over 20 million just like that? So what? You could buy my place instead, then you wouldn't have to move. Aunt Shou was somewhat at a loss. She never expected Su-chen to be so wealthy. You think too highly of yourself. Is your house even comparable to ours? You really have no idea, do you? Su-chen shook her head with a laugh. To be honest, her shabby little community was something she wouldn't even want to give away. Lushan Garden was a high-end community, with a great environment, first-hand property sources, brand new and exquisitely decorated, ready to move in. How comfortable and delightful would it be to live there? The old woman's face darkened. A big shot, not to be trifled with. In Lushan Garden, on the 12th floor of a spacious apartment, the sisters' belongings had all been moved in. Stepping inside, it felt incredibly spacious and refreshing. Yi Sinyu and Xiao Mian were both excited, unable to contain their inner thrill. They ran around the new house, curiously touching everything. Everything felt so fresh and tempting to them. The bright and spacious living room, 2 oversized bedrooms, all kinds of high-end furniture, everything one could wish for. There was even a huge bathroom with a soaking tub. Just imagine the feeling of lying in it, an unparalleled enjoyment. A house worth over 20 million was truly a delight to live in. At that moment, the sky outside was exceptionally clear, with not a cloud in sight. Su-chen gazed at the scenery, feeling a sense of peace and joy. Wow, brother, the location of this house you chose is amazing. The lighting is perfect. It feels so warm. Xiaomian excitedly wrapped her arms around Su-chen's, basking in the sunlight with him, feeling so happy that she almost wanted to cry. Su-chen gu. Yi Sinyu hugged his other arm, her pretty face slightly flushed, suddenly feeling a bit shy. Thank you for giving me and Mian a home. Su-chen looked at her curvaceous figure beside him. Yi Sinyu was undoubtedly a stunning beauty, with a delicate and charming appearance. Her personality was also very likable, especially knowing the various stories between her and Xiao Mian. It made one unable to resist wanting to cherish her. Sinyu, be my woman. Upon hearing this warm statement, Yi Sinyu's eyes sparkled with happy tears, nodding firmly. Su-chen gu, I've been waiting for this sentence from you. Will you take me? Let me be by your side in peace. Xiaomian's little face turned red. I didn't sleep well last night. I'm a bit sleepy. I'm going to my room to sleep. After saying that, she seemed to escape in a hurry. Yi Sinyu smiled brightly, taking the initiative to wrap her arms around the man's waist, her eyes filled with affection. Is that okay? Su-chen gu. Looking at her alluring lips, Su-chen already understood her feelings at that moment. Yi Sinyu really liked herself, and her personality was quite brave and resilient. Time passed, though how long it was, he couldn't tell. Yi Sinyu had a sweet smile, nestled in the man's embrace, feeling incredibly secure. Su-chen gu, Sinyu really likes you. I'm so happy. You look so beautiful when you smile. Usually, you seem a bit tired, but today it seems to have disappeared. Su-chen gently brushed her hair. Suddenly, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Ding! Yi Sinyu's favorability towards you +5. Current favorability 91. Congratulations, host. for providing Lee Sin-yu with a warm support. Lee Sin-yu's overall attractiveness has increased to 92 points. Promoted to Goddess. Goddess profile card has been refreshed. Name, Lee Sin-yu. Age, 23. Height, 168 centimeters. Overall attractiveness, 92 points. Dating experience, 1 person. Affection level, 91. Current status, happy, in Soo-chen's arms, feeling so warm. What the hell? Soo-chen was shocked, his eyes wide open. What's going on? Lee Sin-yu's overall attractiveness has increased, reaching goddess level? Is love really the best beauty treatment for women? Makes sense, too much sense. Soo-chen was very excited and surprised. He never expected the system to be so user-friendly, allowing the goddess's attractiveness to be enhanced in this way. However, Soo-chen calmed down and thought for a moment. It must be because Lee Sin-yu's attractiveness was already 89 points, which is quite high. Only 1 point away from 90, so she could break through the barrier and ascend to the ranks of goddesses. Thinking of this, Soo-chen couldn't help but reach out and pinch the cute face of the woman beside him. Sin-yu, you really are impressive. What? I don't understand. Lee Sin-yu's little face turned red, not knowing what he meant. Nothing, you can rest now. Soo-chen rubbed her head and then planned to check what rewards he could claim. Current goddess Lee Sin-yu has an affection level of 91 with you. You can claim rewards for this stage. Wait, Soo-chen was stunned. He could only claim the rewards for the 90 stage, meaning he couldn't claim the rewards for the previous 3 stages? But then he thought, Lee Sin-yu still had the 100 affection level stage rewards, as well as the intimacy stages from 0-100. These rewards were clearly more substantial. Moreover, Lee Sin-yu's affection level had originally been a byproduct of Soo-chen trying to increase Xiaomian's affection level. Now that she had ascended to goddess status, could he also claim her affection rewards? This was an unexpected delight. Soo-chen felt incredibly relaxed, holding the woman's slim waist beside him, soft jade in his embrace. So comfortable in the living room, Xiaomian saw that Sin-yu Jie was walking a bit unsteadily and couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Lee Sin-yu blushed and played around with her for a while. After they settled down, they sat on the sofa. Shingu, I want to call my mom and tell her you're my boyfriend. Otherwise, she keeps trying to set me up on blind dates. It's so annoying. Lee Sin-yu wanted to resolve this troublesome matter, as it was bothersome to think about. Sure, Soo-chen didn't hesitate. These trivial matters were easy for him. So, Lee Sin-yu quickly connected to her mom's video call. On the phone, a woman in her 40s appeared, smiling happily. Oh, Sin-yu, you called your mom. Did you come to a decision? Planning to go back home for a blind date? No, I want to tell you that I already have a boyfriend. What? Ye's mother was even more surprised. How did you get a boyfriend so quickly? You must be joking. Don't you believe me? Lee Sin-yu huffed lightly, directly wrapping her arm around Soo-chen's and moving the phone camera over. Mom, take a look for yourself. This is my boyfriend, Soo-chen. Ye's mother was silent for a moment. No, what are you really doing? Just randomly finding a man and trying to fool your mom? You think just saying you have one is enough? Do you think your mom is a 3-year-old child, easily deceived? She hadn't heard before that her daughter had a boyfriend. Today, she asked Lee Sin-yu to go on blind dates, and suddenly there was one? What a coincidence. It must be fake. I'm not lying to you, Soo-chen-gu. Kiss. Lee Sin-yu turned her head, sweetly looking at Soo-chen, and even pouted her little lips. Then, the two of them unabashedly displayed their affection. Ye's mother's eyes widened in shock. Stop kissing. Stop kissing. I believe, isn't that enough? She was afraid that if she didn't call for a halt, these two would do something even more outrageous. What to do? Poof. It's a good thing you stopped, otherwise. Upon hearing Lee Sin-yu's words, Ye's mother's face flushed with anger. You, truly not the least bit shy. From now on, your marriage matters will be up to you. But, there must be a bride price. That's our traditional custom. Beep. The call ended. Lee Sin-yu was still a bit angry. To put it nicely, it's a custom. To put it bluntly, it's because they're afraid their daughter, will be a waste. After all, a daughter who was married off is like water that has been spilled. Soo-chen took her hand and said calmly, it's okay. From now on, I'll handle everything. Brother Soo-chen. Lee Sin-yu's eyes lit up, her happy smile blooming like a flower. With brother Soo-chen around, she felt an incredible sense of security. The sky gradually darkened. Ding! Lee Sin-yu's favorability towards you +2, current favorability 93. Brother, we're hungry. Xiaomian said cutely, blinking her big eyes. Soo-chen smiled and decided, I'll order takeout. We'll rest at home tonight and not go out. Lee Sin-yu's eyes brightened, nodding in agreement. Great, this house is so comfortable to live in. I don't want to go out. Later, we can watch a movie in the living room, eat something, and really enjoy life. She personally felt that living in this 26 million yuan high-end community house was indeed very pleasant. The breeze that blew in was fresh and sweet, making one feel joyful. In comparison, the damp and stuffy house she rented before was such a dump. Moreover, more importantly, she wanted to be Su-chan's little woman, to rely on him like this, feeling no constraints and immense happiness. How tired was she from work usually? She truly enjoyed the time spent with Su-chan now, feeling happy every moment. Su-chan agreed with her. Okay, I'll listen to you. Yi Sin-yu felt recognized and very happy. Then, brother Su-chan, I'll go tidy up the room. I brought a lot of clothes that still need organizing. Go ahead. Su-chan waved his hand with a smile, then picked up his phone, planning to order a table of 5-star dishes. Xiao Mian obediently nestled in his arms. What about the little cat? You can help me order food. Okay. Xiao Mian smiled sweetly, leaning against the man's shoulder. Su-chan gave her a home, gave her support. She just wanted to be Su-chan's little cat without a care in the world. She didn't want to manage anything else. She would be very obedient. Su-chan also spoiled her. Ding! Detected host spending of 136,000 yuan, triggering 5x cashback. Cashback amount, 680,000 yuan. Su-chan spent over 130,000 yuan ordering food from a Bulgari hotel, including fruits and pastries, the most expensive being 80,000 yuan for 16 ounces of almas caviar, and a bottle of 38,000 yuan 2018 Lafite red wine. After more than half an hour, the hotel delivery call came in. Hello, Mr. Su. Your Lixianjuan community does not allow outsiders in, so I can only leave it at the security room. Seeing this, Yi Sin-yu proactively said, Brother Su-chen, how about I change clothes and go down to get it? Although her legs weren't working well right now, she couldn't possibly ask Su-chen to go down. After thinking it over, she felt like she was the most suitable person for the job. Moreover, she was already used to playing the supporting role. Little did she know. Su-chen glanced at her, a bit annoyed, and pulled her into his arms, then said to the person on the other end of the phone, Put me through to the security room. I need to talk to them. After a brief communication, a young security guard took the call, his tone very respectful. Hello, Mr. Su. I'm Lee, the security guard at Luxian Garden. Since our community is a high-end one, it's clearly stated that outsiders are not allowed to enter. I hope you can understand. This rule had its pros and cons. The benefit was that it could prevent many idle people from entering the community, increasing safety. The downside was that it could be a hassle for deliveries and takeouts. Nowadays, high-end communities are inhabited by wealthy people, so they all choose to keep outsiders out, even if it means a bit more trouble for themselves. Su-chen replied lightly, I know, what I mean is, I need you to help deliver it. The security guard Lee twitched his mouth. I'm a security guard, I don't provide that service. 5,000 is a labor fee. Alright, I'll be there right away. The guard immediately changed his tone, agreeing in a flash. The guard, who had been standing straight, had to bend a little in front of money. 5,000 was no small amount. Su-chen chuckled, this guy doesn't even know to bargain a bit? Huh, that's your superpower, brother Su-chen, so cool. Yi Sin-yu laughed, snuggling against the man's waist and acting cute. You don't even care about yourself, still thinking of going down to get the takeout, isn't that tiring? Su-chen looked at her, his eyes full of affection. Yi Sin-yu felt very happy and couldn't help but kiss him again. Mua brother Su-chen, you're so good to me. A few minutes later, the doorbell rang. Su-chen walked over to open the door. A young security guard stood at the entrance, holding 2 large thermal boxes with the Bulgari Hotel logo on them. Although he looked like he was struggling to carry them, he wore an incredibly flattering smile. Mr. Su, right? Here's your takeout. And the 5,000 labor fee you mentioned? Su-chen took out his phone, scanned the code. Beep. The security guard Lee saw the transfer, and the smile on his face could no longer be contained. Mr. Su is generous. Awesome. Thank you. Everything is here. Not a single item missing. Absolutely perfect. He saluted Su-chen and walked away with a bright smile. Su-chen closed the door and brought the 2 large thermal boxes back. Yi Sin-yu was quite surprised. Wow, you bought so many dishes? Bulgari Hotel? She seemed to have spotted a bottle of Lafite red wine. Clearly not cheap. Su-chen placed the items on the dining table in the living room. Come on, we can eat now. Then I'll go get some plates to serve the food. Yi Sin-yu excitedly ran to the kitchen. Su-chen was a bit confused. Isn't there a takeout box? Can't we just eat directly? Why do we have to serve the food first? Soon, Yi Sin-yu and Xiao Mian got busy, transferring all the hotel dishes onto the home plates. The presentation was quite exquisite. Su-chen began to understand. This is where women differ from men. Men value practicality, while they pursue a sense of ritual, romance. Moreover, serving the dishes indeed made them more appetizing. Anyway, it wasn't Su-chen who would wash the dishes, so he didn't stop them and opened the bottle of Lafite red wine. Before long, a table full of sumptuous dishes was laid out. Duck tongues with clams, fragrant hand-pulled chicken with cherries, butter-roasted Alaskan king crab, double-skin milk with premium bird's nest dumplings. These dishes were made from high-end ingredients, looking delicious and exquisite. Alma's caviar, plump and glistening, resembled black pearls. Brother Suchen, can you take a few pictures of us? You took the pictures with more meaning. I want to post them on my moments later, Yi Sinyu said excitedly. She had just seen the bill, and the total for the table of dishes was a staggering 130,000 yuan? Especially that caviar, just that small dish, 80,000 yuan? So extravagant. Being Su Chen's woman is so blissful you want to post on moments? Sure. Su Chen was now a photography master. Any shot he took was like a work of art, effortlessly done. He took Yi Sinyu's phone, adjusted the settings, and began shooting from various angles, clicking away. He took group photos and individual shots of the sisters, as well as some close-ups of the dishes. In just a few minutes, he had taken dozens of exquisite photos, enough to meet all their requirements. Yi Sinyu and Xiao Mian were mesmerized, their eyes sparkling. Oh my Su Chen, how come it feels like you can make anything look so good just by taking a picture? Wow brother, your photography skills are just like those of an artist. This is practically cover level for a food magazine. You took so many, from every angle. This shot of the Lafite red wine is simply amazing. With Su Chen taking the pictures, this caviar can truly reflect its 80,000 yuan price tag. So impressive. So handsome. They looked at the photos on the phone, utterly thrilled. Compared to the pictures Yi Sinyu usually took, these were several levels more exquisite, practically art pieces. Each photo seemed casual, but in reality, Su Chen had carefully considered the angles, composition, and lighting. A master photographer at work. Absolutely extraordinary. Yi Sinyu was so excited that she began posting on moments. My first meal with my boyfriend in our new home, so lavish. Image. She usually had a great social circle and was quite popular on moments. The comments below exploded. In just a few words, there's so much information. What? Sinyu, you have a boyfriend? Congratulations. New home? Did you move? Wow. Vulgari Hotel. Are you guys eating a 5-star hotel feast at home? Is it really that extravagant? Oh my! Amla's caviar and Lafite red wine, that must be around 100,000 yuan? Damn, your boyfriend is a rich tycoon. Hey, Sinyu, who is your boyfriend? Spill the beans. Could it be? Sinyu, you got together with that Mr. Su from back then? I remember you mentioned him to me once. So envious. This life is so extravagant. Seeing these envious comments, Yi Sinyu smiled brightly, wrapping her arms around the man's arm, and said sweetly, Su Chen, it's so good to have you. Su Chen felt good seeing her happy. Tonight was yet another long night. The next day, after breakfast, Su Chen and the sisters were affectionate for a while, and when the time was right, he planned to leave. Before leaving, he transferred 1 million yuan to each of the two girls as pocket money, telling them to spend it first. He now had nearly 200 million yuan in his bank account, so this amount was just a drop in the bucket. He also transferred an additional 1 million yuan to Yi Sinyu, asking her to help buy some clothes for him, of course, not limited to the LV brand, otherwise it would be too monotonous. As for his body measurements, Yi Sinyu had looked into it deeply, so she was very clear. The sisters then sent Su Chen to the door, sweetly kissing him on the cheek and giving him a hug. They reluctantly watched him go downstairs. Xiao Mian and Yi Sinyu certainly didn't want to part with their man, but they were very understanding, knowing Su Chen had to focus on his career and couldn't be too clingy. Otherwise, that would be too disobedient at this moment. Yi Sinyu and Xiao Mian sat on the sofa, looking at the photos and videos of their daily lives taken last night. Those were beautiful memories, Mian. It's really thanks to your courage that Su Chen-gu accepted me. I really thought Su Chen-gu didn't like me at all. I was so sad. Before Yi Sinyu recalled how Su Chen had always doted on Xiao Mian, and she had always felt a bit neglected, which made her feel a little bittersweet, but at that time, she was also happy for Xiao Mian. But now, the kindness that Xiao Mian had shown her had already been returned. Only then did she realize that Su Chen actually liked her a lot too. He just couldn't say it openly because of Xiao Mian's presence. Now that everything was out in the open, with Su Chen as their warm support, she no longer needed to worry about Xiao Mian's future or about being forced into blind dates by her family. She was very happy and content. The pent-up feelings she had harbored for so long had vanished completely. She looked more beautiful than ever, more radiant than before. Xiao Mian smiled sweetly, hugging her sister. Sinyu Jia, you and Su Chen-gu are the people I love the most in this life. We must always be together. Don't think I look silly, but I actually understand everything in my heart. I have always known how good you are to me. Silly girl. Yi Sinyu couldn't help but feel a bit moved, ruffling Xiao Mian's hair. In the Maybach S680, leaving Luxiang Garden, he had lived freely and elegantly last night, but Su Chen knew clearly that he was just wealthy now, without any power of his own. He absolutely could not be satisfied with the status quo. He had to keep working hard and bloom in all aspects. Only then, with wealth and power, would he have the absolute ability to protect them and give them a beautiful future. Deep beep sinew, Suchin go without you by our side. Nien nien, and I feel so empty. We miss you once we buy the clothes. We'll put them in our little home, waiting for you to come pick them up, or we can bring them to you, okay? Okay, I'll come find you once I'm done with my work. After Su Chen replied, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He certainly knew they missed him, and how could he not miss them? But a man cannot be without a career. His mind stirred, and he opened the system information panel. Yi Sinyu, favorability, 94. Xiao Mian, favorability, 94. Both goddesses have reached the 90 favorability stage rewards, which can be claimed. Would you like to claim them immediately? Claiming 290 favorability rewards at once. So awesome. Claim all. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, 20 million cash. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, a top supercar, Bugatti Divo. Value, 50 million, currently parked in the parking space of Tsuehu Tiendi. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, 10 consecutive parking spaces in Tsuehu Tiendi, numbers 90 to 99. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, Supercar God, Skill Book. Description: after activation, you will master the driving methods of all vehicles, able to unleash their performance to the fullest. You will know all racing techniques and drifting like the back of your hand, truly mastering the track. Whenever you want, you can drive a race car and break any track record in the world. You are the king of the track. You are the Supercar God. Supercar God? Does that mean I can drive supercars and perform all kinds of drifting techniques? So cool. Su Chen's eyes sparkled as he accepted all the rewards. A stream of information flowed through his brain, and images of racing cars drifting through corners and the thrill of speed raced through his mind. His previous driving skills could only be described as average. Now, driving the Maybach S680 felt like a seamless integration of man and machine. If he wanted to drift, it was as easy as drinking water. This was the confidence that being a supercar god brought him. He had just noticed the favorability levels of the two women, both at 94. Originally, when Yisinyu truly transformed into a woman, her favorability had suddenly surged, putting her in the lead. But later, with Su Chen's efforts, Xiaomian's favorability gradually increased, catching up to her. Su Chen smiled and drove back to Tsuehu Tiendi. Tsuehu Tiendi, underground parking lot. With a sharp turn, Su Chen executed a stylish drift, parking the Maybach S680 sideways across his two parking spaces numbered 10. After all, these 10 spaces numbered 90 to 99 were all his. He could park however he wanted. In a good mood, he hummed a little tune as he got out of the car. In the middle space numbered 95, there was a car parked, but it was covered with a car cover, making it quite mysterious. Su Chen felt a bit excited and reached out to lift the cover. Suddenly, a hurried voice called out to him. "Hey, dude, what are you doing?" A young man, about Su Chen's age, jogged over. His name was Louis Feng, a resident here, with a family fortune of over $1 billion, a proper rich second generation. Ha! Su Chen was a bit confused. "I want to see this car. Is there a problem?" "There is a problem," Louis Feng said anxiously. "Do you even know how serious this is?" This parking space numbered 10 was bought by a mysterious wealthy person, and this car parked in space 95 means 95 supreme. "Do you dare to peek? Aren't you afraid they'll come looking for you later?" Su Chen laughed. He really wanted to know more. "Is this 10 space thing really that impressive?" "Definitely," Louis Feng recounted. "In Suehu Tiendi, each household can generally only buy 3 parking spaces to prevent someone from monopolizing them and reselling them at a high price. Although a single parking space isn't expensive, only costing $1 million, these 10 spaces are not just about money, they symbolize status and identity. I'm only reminding you because you seem to be around my age. I usually don't bother with ordinary people." Suehu Tiendi was home to wealthy individuals, so when he saw Su Chen driving a Maybach with an extraordinary aura, he naturally assumed he was a fellow rich second generation. His father had told him to make more friends and avoid trouble, which was part of his upbringing as a rich second generation. "Look at you, parking your Maybach like this in someone else's space? How reckless. Let's hurry and leave, don't stir up trouble. This is the upbringing of us rich second generations, understand?" Louis Feng directly stated what his father had taught him, feeling a sense of accomplishment if he could persuade a fellow rich second generation. Who knew? Su Chen was a bit taken aback by him. I understand, but it also seems like I don't." "Hey, you, why are you so stubborn and not listening to advice?" Louis Feng was really anxious. This young man was even more hard-headed than he was. He was exactly the kind of spoiled rich kid his father had mentioned. Seeing this, Su Chen simply laid his cards on the table. "Because these 10 spaces are all mine, and this car is mine too. Gulp. Lu Yifeng swallowed hard, stunned. So, he had been advising for so long, and this was the parking space the guy bought? Wait, are you serious? You're that mysterious wealthy person? He still found it hard to believe. I'm not, but I'm his friend. Suchin didn't want to exaggerate himself. Being humble was also quite nice. Alright, Lu Yifeng felt a bit more accepting upon hearing he was a friend. So what car is this? Start it up and let me see. He still found it hard to believe this was Su Chen's parking space. Even less did he believe this car belonged to Su Chen, so he wanted him to prove it. Su Chen didn't think much of it and directly pulled back the car cover. A blue-black supercar, entirely made of carbon fiber and exuding a sense of futuristic technology, appeared before the two. Lu Yifeng's eyes widened as if he had seen a treasure. Wow, isn't this the Bugatti Divo supercar? 50 million. Did you buy it? Yeah. Su Chen smiled slightly and pressed the car key in his hand. Beep beep. The Bugatti Divo, like a beast that had been asleep for a long time, opened its dazzling headlights. Lu Yifeng had no choice but to believe it now. He was completely in awe. Our neighborhood really has hidden talents. Bro, I'm Lu Yifeng, can we be friends? He took out his phone from his pocket. Sure. Su Chen. Su Chen and the other scanned the code and added each other as friends. He now had money, but not much influence, so he should indeed expand his social circle and connect with wealthy people. In high society, connections are as good as money. With connections, many things become much easier to handle. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. Su Chen casually opened the car door. Lu Yifeng nodded, excitedly saying, Great, your Bugatti is really cool. Let's go for a drive together when we get the chance. No problem. Su Chen smiled faintly and sat in the driver's seat. His perspective lowered, and everything felt completely different. The outstanding interior, made of carbon fiber, leather, and other materials, along with the flashy dashboard and steering wheel, created a racing atmosphere filled with futuristic technology. He pressed the accelerator. Vroom. The roar of the supercar's engine sounded like a beast awakening, deep and powerful. The Bugatti Divo slowly moved, gradually disappearing from view. Lu Yifeng watched the car drive away, filled with curiosity and amazement. What kind of family is this Su Chen from? Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Because he saw the parking space where the Maybach S680 was parked, there were several obvious tire drift marks. Wow, could it be that he drifted in? Lu Yifeng's eyes sparkled. Vroom vroom vroom. The Bugatti Divo sped down the road, the low rumble of the engine igniting excitement. Countless people turned their heads, their gazes intense. Wow, what a cool supercar. Isn't that the rich second-generation kid out causing a scene again? Damn, I've had a dream of owning a sports car since I was young, and now I can't even afford a single wheel. I'm so envious. Sister really wants to sit in that brother's passenger seat and let him take me for a ride. I think you want to sit on that handsome guy's lap. Ah, so annoying. Just thinking about it is so thrilling. Feeling the envious gazes of countless people, Su Chen's mood was incredibly pleasant. Driving a supercar was indeed eye-catching, so exhilarating. The strong pushback feeling from the car's high performance during acceleration was a true delight. At that moment, he stopped at the roadside waiting for the traffic light. Beep beep beep. A new message came through on WeChat. Lin Shuya, bad man, my stomach hurts. 1. Drink more hot water. 2. If you're sick, go see a doctor. If it's really bad, send me a photo, and I'll see what's going on. 3. Okay, wait for me, I'll be there soon. What's going on? Su Chen was puzzled. His current thought was somewhat similar to the second option. He immediately checked her status. Current status, uncomfortable, wronged, got my period. My stomach hurts so much, all because of that stinky husband. This time the bleeding is particularly heavy. Bleeding particularly heavy? Could it be because of? Su Chen seemed to understand, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift. Then he quickly replied to her message. Okay, wait for me, I'll be there soon. Lin Shuya, huh? Bad husband, why don't you ask me why my stomach hurts? Su Chen didn't reply and directly put down his phone. He knew that during the days when girls had their period, they were physically weaker and might feel irritable. Lin Shuya was complaining to herself, which surely meant she wanted his care, and that required actual action. Any additional words would be pointless. But before going to the company to find her, I need to prepare something first. Su Chen's mind raced, and then he stopped in front of a small supermarket. Screech! The supercar Bugatti Divo came to a halt, instantly attracting the attention of countless passers-by. Su Chen paid no mind and directly entered the small supermarket. He searched the shelves for a while, grabbed 2 cans of something, and went to the checkout. The cashier was very young, a part-time college student. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, Hey, are these 2 cans of brown sugar and black sugar for your girlfriend? Yes. Su Chen replied with a faint smile. I don't know which one she likes, so I bought both. Can't go wrong that way. Wow, you're so handsome, rich, and treat your girlfriend so well. I've never seen a man like you before. The cashier looked astonished. She had just heard the roar of the sports car outside, peeked out of curiosity, and saw Suchen get out, looking so handsome that she thought he was a celebrity. In the end, she secretly took a photo of him and searched online, but found nothing. She realized he must be the son of a wealthy family. Suchen chuckled lightly. No choice, maybe I'm just a bit love-struck. Ah, being your girlfriend must be so happy. The cashier beamed, her voice unconsciously becoming sweet. Hey, that'll be 240 yuan. I've tried this ancient brand of black and brown sugar, and it works great. If she says she doesn't like it, then she definitely has no taste. Then I can rest assured. Suchen took out his phone and scanned the code to pay. He picked these 2 cans because they were the most expensive. Works great? Then the higher price must make sense. Ding! Detected host spending of 240 yuan, triggering 5x cashback reward. Cashback amount, 1,200 yuan. He could earn nearly 1,000. Freebies are the best. In a good mood, he picked up the bag and turned to leave. The cashier watched his back with starry eyes until he got into his car and left gracefully. So handsome Jianshang Media. Su Chen was familiar with the route and slipped to the general manager's office. Knock knock, come in. Lin Shuya's cold and charming voice came from inside. Su Chen opened the door and closed it smoothly. Su Chen? Lin Shuya saw her man, her beautiful eyes sparkling with surprise. She thought it was an employee who needed her. But Su Chen came at this time? Yes. Su Chen directly placed the bag on her desk, smiling casually. Didn't you say your stomach hurt? I bought you brown sugar and black sugar, you can have whichever you like. Lin Shuya stood up in surprise. Her outfit today was an OL style, a small suit, white shirt, exuding the aura of a strong woman. Truly a stunning president, very commanding. How did you know I was on my period? And not something like a stomachache? She looked curiously at the man in front of her. Su Chen replied leisurely, no wonder people say that when you fall in love, you become foolish. That night, didn't I ask you if it was a safe period? You said yes, so I guessed it. I see. Lin Shuya smiled sweetly, feeling that he was very thoughtful and manly. After all, the safe period is just a few days before and after her period. Now that she says her stomach hurts, it's reasonable for the other party to guess that her period is coming. But she still feels that Su Chen is very confident, so certain. Has she really become foolish? Humph, I guess you're smart. And you even bought me 2 jars of brown sugar and black sugar? Still the ancient formula brand, how thoughtful. She picked up the 2 jars of sugar, her eyes shining with joy, and the smile on her lips hadn't faded since she saw Su Chen. Honey, can you help me brew a cup? I want the brown sugar. Cough. Sure. Su Chen felt secretly pleased. The stunning CEO calling out honey in a charming, sultry voice, who could resist that? No wonder people say that women who can act cute have the best lives. Not wrong at all. In fact, Su Chen now felt motivated to brew her brown sugar water. He picked up Lin Shuya's cup, casually tossed a few pieces of brown sugar in, then went to the water dispenser to fill her cup with hot water. Watching this scene, Lin Shuya felt so happy, her beautiful face already blooming with a smile. Su Chen moved quickly, returning with the brewed brown sugar water, and even stirred it with a spoon to dissolve the sugar evenly. All done. Oh, Lin Shuya took the cup, her eyes mischievously fixed on the man, deliberately bringing it to her lips and taking a small sip, her face filled with surprise. Ah, so hot, so bitter. Did you buy fake brown sugar? How could that be? Su Chen was a bit confused, taking her cup and sipping it himself. It was clearly sweet. Seeing Lin Shuya's barely contained laughter, he suddenly understood. It is indeed bitter, but I have a way to make it sweet. What way? Lin Shuya's beautiful eyes widened, very curious. Come, sit, and let your husband feed you. Isn't it sweet then? Lin Shuya's pretty face instantly flushed with a rosy hue, but she still nodded. Okay. So, she obediently sat in the chair. Su Chen took a small spoon, blew on it, and fed her. Here. Is it better now? Lin Shuya took a sip, her face filled with sweetness. It really is much sweeter. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh inside. It felt like feeding a little child. So much fun. Shuya, my wife, is so cute. After feeding her a few spoonfuls, the corners of his mouth gently lifted. Where does it hurt? Let me massage it for you. Is it here? Lin Shuya felt the gentle caress of his large hand, her lower abdomen warm and very comfortable. Moreover, since she was on her period today, she knew he wouldn't dare to go too far. Besides, this was still the office. The behavior was a bit bold. However, she thought that since Su Chen was so capable now, she wasn't too afraid of things getting exposed. Ding. Lin Shuya's favorability towards you +1, current favorability 96. Good, just 4 points left. Seeing the system prompt, Su Chen felt even more motivated. He then helped her massage for a while longer, feeling it was enough, and stopped. Lin Shuya looked at him deeply, her gaze never leaving. She even doubted if she had become love-struck. How did falling in love make her eyes only see this man? Her previous self-definition was, my life is only about my career. Men, climb. But now, so in love. Su Chen raised his eyes, looking at her particularly charming self. Is it better now? Much better. Lin Shuya smiled brightly, leaning over to kiss the man's cheek. Su Chen's eyes shifted, jokingly saying, how about I check your wound again? You pervert. Her playful and shy demeanor was very beautiful. Su Chen felt very satisfied. Since she was in a special situation today, he wouldn't tease her on purpose. Alright, then I'll head back first. Wait a moment. Lin Shuya picked up the other jar of sugar and handed it over. You should take the brown sugar back and drink it. It's really good for men's health. Su Chen looked skeptical. Is that true? You're not just saying that because you don't like drinking it yourself, are you? Why would I lie to you? Seeing her serious expression, Su Chen began to waver in his doubts. After leaving the office, Su Chen seriously considered whether he should brew a cup of brown sugar water to try later. As he passed by Qin Yan's workstation, she looked up and smiled lightly, greeting him. Su Chen, recently you've applied for remote work, and I feel like I see you less often. I'm still a bit unaccustomed to it. She wore gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an intellectual and elegant aura, sitting upright in her chair, the blue sweater accentuating her beautiful curves, showcasing her figure. However, her complexion today seemed a bit off. Chen Yan, are you feeling unwell? You look a bit pale, Su Chen said, genuinely concerned since they had a good relationship. Yes, Su Chen, Chen Yan blushed shyly and said, it's just that time of the month for girls, and today it's particularly painful. Su Chen immediately understood. Have you had any red sugar water? It should help a bit, right? I have, but I've already finished it. Plus, I prefer brown sugar. I feel like it works better. Chen Yan tried to maintain her smile, not wanting the boy she liked to see her in a weak and unappealing state. Suddenly, her eyes lit up with surprise. Oh, Su Chen, the ancient brown sugar you have is exactly the same as the one I usually drink. Su Chen was taken aback, a bit surprised. Chen Yan usually drinks this kind of brown sugar? He thought for a moment, since she needed it so much and he had no use for it, he might as well give it to her. It didn't cost much anyway. Here, take it. But you mustn't say anything about it, and definitely can't post it on social media, understand? Looking at the jar of brown sugar he handed over, Chen Yan gently nodded, her little face flushed as she looked at the man in front of her. I understand, I will keep our secret. She understood everything. Su Chen was quietly caring for her, so he specifically bought the same brown sugar to give to her. Otherwise, why would he have it? Men don't get their periods. Ding! Chen Yan's affection for you +3, current affection level 80. What? Su Chen's eyes widened. He suddenly realized that maybe he shouldn't have given this brown sugar. The affection level was rising rapidly, and that was definitely not what he wanted. He needed to sort this out. Chun. He was about to say something. Chen Yan blushed and said softly, Su Chen, I'll send you a time later, let's go to the corridor. I have something I want to say to you in person, you must come. Su Chen calmed down, feeling that he indeed needed to clarify things with her. She was a good girl, he couldn't lead her on. All right, he agreed and then walked back to his workstation, pondering what he should say to her later. Watching his back, Chen Yan's eyes were filled with deep affection. Would her secret crush blossom today? Sigh. Su Chen sat at his desk, letting out a breath. If Chen Yan were a 90-point goddess, he would definitely accept her feelings without hesitation to gain the affection reward. If she were a bad girl, he might just play around. But Chen Yan was clearly a good girl. Accepting her meant he had to take responsibility. What to do? Su Chen pinched his chin, lost in thought. Suddenly, he remembered Yi Xinyu. She had just been promoted to goddess status and could receive affection rewards. Could Chen Yan also do the same? Moreover, she was indeed very beautiful, with an exceptional figure and temperament. Even rating her as a 90-point goddess wouldn't be an exaggeration. But here came the problem. Yi Xinyu's original score was 89, so it wouldn't be too difficult for her to level up. However, Chen Yan's overall attractiveness score was 85. Even if their intimacy reached 100, she still might not ascend to the goddess ranks. What then? Could he just abandon her? Moreover, the other party was not a 90-point goddess, and the system wouldn't give him any hints. Everything had to rely on his own choices. So difficult. Su Chen sighed inwardly, holding a serious and responsible attitude towards relationships. Dudu the young lady by Luo Yan sent a voice message. Husband, my Shiranui my cosplay outfit has arrived. Husband, do you want to see it? Listening to her shy and sweet voice, Su Chen couldn't help but smile, his eyes sparkling. Luo Yan's cosplay outfit had actually arrived? It definitely wouldn't be interesting to just look at photos. 1. Then I'll come pick you up later, and tonight I'll book a hotel suite for us to study it. 2. Sure, then send me some nice photos. 3. I remember you posted on your moments last time about the gentle breeze and the evening glow. So today I'll take you to Yunlu Resort to enjoy the breeze and admire the sunset together? Oh right, she did post that official announcement on her moments. Yunlu Resort? That's a great place. Su Chen's mind raced as he replied, of course I want to see it. Didn't you post a moments about it last time? About the breeze and the evening glow. How about this? Husband will take you to the resort today to enjoy the sunset together. The scenery there is beautiful. Luo Yan felt sweet inside, realizing that her husband had been paying attention to her. He knew about the official announcement she posted. Now, her husband was actually going to help her make it a reality? How romantic. Luo Yan, okay, I'll follow my husband's arrangements. Su Chen, alright, then I'll call in advance to pick you up. Luo Yan, I'm looking forward to it. Luo Yan's affection for you +1, current affection level 79. 79 affection points? Doesn't that mean I can soon receive another reward? So awesome. Su Chen felt excited inside, but his face remained calm. Once they arrived at the resort, a lonely man and woman, everything would naturally fall into place, perfect for a couple to fall in love. With that thought, he picked up his phone and began to book a room at the resort. Yunlu Resort, built on Yunlu Mountain, was far from the city's hustle and bustle, with beautiful scenery and tranquility. The sunset viewing area at the top of Yunlu Mountain was a popular check-in spot, a great place for leisure and vacation. Moreover, it had a well-constructed mountain road with a high safety factor. Sometimes, some street racers and rich second-generation kids would race here. It was known as the Yunlu Racetrack. Although Su Chen had never been there, he had heard a bit about it. Today, he had activated the supercar god, just in time to take the young lady for a thrilling ride. At that moment, Chen Yan also sent him the time for their rendezvous. Su Chen had a clear idea in his mind. A few minutes later, he quietly got up and walked towards the company's corridor. The company had an elevator, and now everyone was lazy, so hardly anyone used the stairs. At the stairway entrance, Su Chen arrived first, and it wasn't long before Chen Yan opened the door and came over. Her little face was flushed, and she joyfully approached him. Thud, she jumped into the man's arms. Su Chen, brother, can we be together? I really like you, from university until now. Chen Yan raised her beautiful eyes, gazing deeply at him, yearning for the man's response. Looking at the beautiful girl in her arms and her open-hearted words, Su Chen was momentarily stunned, completely at a loss. Chen Yan, the junior sister, was his schoolmate, but he had no idea she had liked him since university. Now it seemed everything had a trace to follow. Chen Yan continued, I know, Su Chen, you like me too. Last time you bought milk tea for everyone, it must have been to cover up, wanting to give it to me, right? Today you even specially bought me the brown sugar milk tea I often drink, which makes me even more certain of my thoughts. Su Chen was dumbfounded, truly reluctant to reveal the truth and hurt her feelings. Su Chen, I know you have concerns and aren't brave. I'm willing to be the brave one. Chen Yan's eyes sparkled, as if she had made up her mind. She stood on her tiptoes and lightly kissed his lips like a dragonfly touching the water. Su Chen's heart trembled. Seeing her up close made it impossible to remain calm. Her impressive figure, full and rounded, and her long, straight, shapely legs, outlined by tight jeans, were incredibly beautiful. Her temperament was intellectual and elegant, her character gentle, a model of a virtuous wife and good mother. Whoever married her would definitely be very happy. Such a good girl, would she really be given to someone else? Chen Yan. Su Chen called her name, his heart in extreme turmoil. Chen Yan, however, seemed a bit anxious, her small hands clenched tightly. Su Chen, am I not showing enough enthusiasm? You don't want to respond to me. I'll be brave just this once. After saying that, she stood on her tiptoes again and lightly kissed Su Chen's lips. This time, Chen Yan didn't just kiss once but continued to test, wanting to receive a passionate response from him. Su Chen steeled his heart. Damn it! He wanted it. He directly wrapped his arms around Chen Yan's slim waist and sealed her small mouth. Choo. Chen Yan enjoyed the playful teasing, her pretty face breaking into a smile, responding with youthful passion. She had already closed her eyes, lost in the man's tenderness. She had been waiting for this day for a long time, from her university days until now. Previously, the man had seemed so distant, but now he was right in front of her. She no longer wanted to let him go. After a long while, everything returned to calm. Su Chen hesitated for a moment and said softly, our affair must be kept secret, no third person can know. He felt he might have been a bit impulsive. What if his wife, Shuya, found out? At least it couldn't be this quick. He wasn't prepared for anything. He had to keep Chen Yan steady, she was relatively obedient and could keep a secret. Chen Yan blushed and nodded. I won't tell anyone, this is our secret. Chen Yan's favorability towards you +2. Leaving the company. Su Chen couldn't wait to take a look at Chen Yan's profile. Name, Chen Yan, age, 22, height, 165 centimeters, weight, 55 kilograms, overall attractiveness, 85 points, number of relationships, 0, favorability, 82. Chen Yan's figure is indeed great, plump and comfortable to hold, it's a pity she has her period. Let's leave it at that for now. Su Chen smiled and didn't think further. It was about time. He was going to the academy to pick up his little lady, Bai Luoyan, and take her on vacation. Bai Luoyan was a goddess with a score of 95, and now her favorability was already at 79 points. As long as it increased, he could immediately receive a reward. Xinli Financial Academy. At the entrance, Bai Luoyan stood gracefully, quietly waiting for her beloved's arrival. Today she wore a white backless spaghetti strap dress, carrying an Hermes bag, exuding a sweet and pure vibe, looking extremely beautiful. The students' gazes were fervent, unable to help but discuss among themselves. Wow, Bai School Flower, are you going on a date today? Why are you dressed so beautifully? Bai Luoyan, you are too perfect. My goddess, no wonder you're a beautiful girl straight out of an anime. Every time I see Bai Xiaohua, my heart races. What are you talking about? Bai Xiaohua has already announced it. She's waiting for that guy who drove the Maybach. Last time I heard Bai Xiaohua returned to the academy early. She might have to spend the night outside today. Thinking about the scene where Bai Xiaohua was bullied by that guy makes me feel so bad. I'm heartbroken. I want to cry. Wait, it seems like a supercar is coming. Vroom vroom vroom. A loud roar of an engine gradually approaches. The Bugatti Divo comes to a steady stop at the entrance. So cool, so handsome. Everyone's eyes light up, mouths agape. Wow, a Bugatti supercar? Is there anyone in our school who can compare to Bai Luoyan? No, Bai Luoyan is one of a kind. Then, who is this car here to pick up? They were all astonished and shocked, engaging in various enthusiastic discussions. But Bai Luoyan's thoughts were completely not on this supercar. She remembered very clearly that her husband drove a black Maybach, and she even remembered the license plate number. Who would have thought? The door of the Bugatti supercar opened. Su Chen's handsome figure appeared, smiling and waving at her. Luoyan, don't just stare, I'm right here. Ha! Bai Luoyan's eyes sparkled with surprise like a little deer, and she quickly jogged over. Her little face flushed, feeling a bit embarrassed. She had waited so long for the Maybach and didn't see it. Did her husband change cars? The door closed again. The Bugatti supercar, carrying the stunning goddess Bai Luoyan, roared away. All the onlooking college students were already in a daze at still Bai Luoyan, the school beauty. Damn, that Maybach guy changed cars? To a supercar? Find out how much this supercar costs. I must make money to buy one like it. Damn it, I also want to chase after the school beauties from other colleges. Got it. This supercar is a Bugatti Divo, costing 50 million each. Its performance is incredibly powerful. 0 to 100 in just 2.4 seconds. 1500 horsepower, 8.0-liter 4-turbocharged W16 engine, matched with a 7-speed dual-clutch transmission. The top speed can reach 380 kilometers per hour. The ignition and suspension are perfectly tuned. It's truly a supercar born for the racetrack. Oh my god, forget it. I'll still aim for the Maybach S680. That still has some hope. This guy is really impressive. The Bugatti Divo slowly drove on. Su Chen controlled the steering wheel with one hand, unable to help but glance at the pure school beauty Bai Luoyan sitting in the passenger seat. She was wearing a white dress today, sitting upright in her seat, perfectly outlining her S-shaped figure. Her dress was short, and she wasn't wearing stockings today, her fair long legs looking very beautiful. Husband, why did you change cars today? This one looks so cool. Bai Luoyan's big eyes sparkled with surprise, exploring everything like she had discovered a new world. She felt that every time her husband appeared, he was refreshing her worldview. Su Chen smiled lightly and said, do you feel any difference sitting in this compared to the Maybach? Completely different. It feels like lying on the ground. The view is so low, like a racing game. Yes, just like a racing car. Bai Luoyan smiled brightly, excitedly sharing her feelings with the man beside her. After saying that, she curiously looked at Su Chen and asked, husband, then tell me, why are sports cars and racing cars designed like this? Is there any explanation? 1. You come over here, and when the car accelerates, you'll know what I mean. 2. Mainly because it looks cool, just to show off. There's not much explanation. 3. If you kiss me, I'll tell you. Seeing the first option, Su Chen was indeed tempted, but reason told him that this wasn't a good idea. This was the city, and if they got caught violating the rules, it would be a disaster. Besides, Bai Luoyan might not be able to let go either. If they were to play like this, they at least needed to deepen their feelings first, then go to a quiet place. Suchin smiled. If you kiss me, then I'll tell you. Okay. Bai Luoyan's little face turned shy, smiling sweetly and cutely. Then she unbuckled her seatbelt and leaned towards the man's cheek, wanting to give him a kiss. Unexpectedly, Suchin turned his head directly and gave her beautiful lips a sweet kiss. The sudden ambush made Bai Luoyan's pretty face flush. Her heart-racing husband is so good at this. She really enjoyed this kind of ambiguous interaction. Husband, we've already kissed. Can you tell me what the explanation is now? Bai Luoyan sat back in her seat, looking at the man expectantly. Suchin felt very comfortable. The little lady is so sweet. Moreover, he had just activated the supercar god today, and no one understood this better than him, so he patiently explained. Supercars and racing cars are essentially designed for speed. They pursue better speed and acceleration performance, keeping the body and chassis as close to the ground as possible to lower the center of gravity. This can reduce wind resistance and improve vehicle speed and stability. You mentioned the feeling of lying on the ground. It's because your body is influenced by the pushback feeling, leaning backward. And our posture of leaning back is also more suitable for drivers at high speeds. So you see, your seat is actually designed to lean back as well. After listening to this professional explanation, Bai Luoyan was stunned, observing her seat. It really was designed to lean back, and the angle was particularly obvious. She had no idea why it was designed this way before. Now that Suchin explained it, she completely understood. Wow, husband, you know so much, so professional, so amazing. She looked at Suchin with admiration, her eyes filled with little stars, feeling that this car was even cooler, and sitting in it was so stylish. Suchin smiled without speaking, his expression calm. Inside, however, he was thrilled. Bai Luoyan was even more curious. Then husband, your car looks very expensive. Is it more expensive than your Maybach? Not much more expensive, just about 10 Maybachs. 10 Maybachs, that's 50 million? Bai Luoyan's mouth dropped open, surprised enough to swallow an egg. This was money she wouldn't earn in several lifetimes. Is husband really that amazing? While she was still in shock, calculating how many hundreds of years it would take her to earn that much, the man's concerned voice rang in her ears. I might have set the air conditioning a bit low. Are you cold? Do you want me to turn it up a bit? Suchin glanced at her, and without waiting for her to answer, naturally placed his hand on her thigh, pretending to be concerned about her getting cold, enjoying it freely. Bai Luoyan's pretty face turned red, a bit dazed. I feel the temperature is just right, alright. Mainly I'm worried about you getting cold. Suchin's tone was calm, but his big hand didn't pull back. Husband's hand looked so good, so warm. Bai Luoyan's sweet face turned red. She finally understood that when her husband asked if she was cold, he actually wanted to touch her legs. She shyly placed her jade hand on the man's large hand to prevent him from making any sudden moves. At least she needed some psychological preparation. Her constitution was quite sensitive, and she felt shy. Ding! Bai Luoyan's favorability towards you +1, current favorability 80. You can claim the reward for this stage. Suchin smiled. The tricks that Yi Xin-yu taught him were indeed useful. If he wanted to touch her legs, he would ask, "Are you cold? Do you want to lower the air conditioning temperature?" And then naturally place his hand there. If she said she was cold, that would be even better. He could help warm her up. If she said the temperature was just right, it didn't matter. Anyway, he wouldn't have to pull his hand back. This trick was quite effective. Claim. Ding. Congratulations, host. Critical hit triggered. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, Supervision, Skillbook. Description: after activation, you will gain supervision. Abilities such as visual perception, motion perception, color recognition, and three-dimensional perception will be significantly enhanced. Your eyes will be a ruler, capable of seeing through so much. Supervision? The description sounds impressive. Suchin's eyes widened. He directly chose to activate the skill. Ding! His gaze felt as if it had been treated with eye drops, and everything in front of him became clear and bright. Everything appeared sharper than ever before. It was obvious that his vision had improved, but it seems that aside from better vision, there isn't much difference. Suchin was a bit dazed. He recalled the description that said he could see through so much, and he couldn't help but feel a bit pleased. Could it be that I can see through things? The corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift as he silently looked at Bai Luoyan's little skirt, only to find that aside from the skirt's texture being clearer, there was nothing special about it. This indicated that the skill couldn't see through? Then what specific use does this thing have? Suchin looked at the vehicles ahead, his gaze sharpening. He was astonished to discover that the speed of the vehicles appeared to him in slow motion, as if time had stopped. He understood. The most impressive aspect of this skill was its dynamic capture ability. If a car were to lose control and come crashing towards him, he could use this ability to make timely evasions. Moreover, he possessed a perfect physique and quick reflexes, which would allow him to keep up. If the skill were used in a street racing scenario, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Awesome! Suchin felt very excited. even boiling with enthusiasm. If it weren't for the speed limits in the city, he would have wanted to accelerate immediately to experience the racing thrill brought by the super driver and supervision. Fortunately, they were soon arriving at the Yunlu Mountains, where the Yunlu racetrack had no restrictions, allowing him to take Bai Luoyan for a thrilling ride. "Little lady, you don't get carsick, do you?" Suchin glanced at the beautiful girl beside him. It was something that needed to be asked in advance. Otherwise, if she got dizzy from the speed, that wouldn't be good. "No, will you take me racing, husband?" Bai Luoyan was slightly taken aback, her eyes filled with anticipation. She wasn't foolish. If she suddenly asked this question, there must be a reason. Besides, her husband was driving a supercar today. If they went slow like a turtle, what was the point of buying a supercar? Su Chen chuckled lightly. "You're quite clever. Later, we'll go to the Yunlu resort. There's a Yunlu racetrack there, and maybe I can let you experience it." "Great. I've been on roller coasters and pendulums before. They were so thrilling and fun." Bai Luoyan suddenly became excited, her gaze firm as she said, "And I believe in your driving skills. After all, you just spoke so professionally. It seems my little lady has quite an eye." "Hee." Of course. Bai Luoyan smiled lightly, feeling a bit proud. At the entrance of the Yunlu Mountains, on a nearby open space, two supercars were parked. A McLaren GT and a Ferrari 458, one black and one red, very eye-catching and cool. A pair of strikingly good-looking siblings were engaged in a pre-race chat. "Bro, didn't you say today that you met a handsome guy driving a Bugatti Divo in our neighborhood? Why didn't you call him over to train with us?" The stunning girl playfully blinked her big eyes. She was wearing a tight racing suit, her figure outlined in an S-shaped curve, incredibly alluring, radiating youthful energy, captivatingly beautiful. She was indeed very young, just turned 18. But don't underestimate her, she was a genius racer. Louis Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes at her words. "Xingyue, you're such a looks person. Just hearing about a handsome guy makes you lose your focus, huh?" "Not at all." Lu Qingyue pouted defiantly. "I mainly want to see if his Bugatti is fast." "Then how about I show you some photos from his social media?" Louis Feng raised an eyebrow, teasing her on purpose. "Sure." Lu Qingyue's eyes lit up. "Ha, I knew it. No chance at all." Louis Feng chuckled lightly and continued, "The race tonight is very important. They've already mocked us at our doorstep, and there's a 3 million bet on the line. We must win. Let's hurry and do a couple more laps." "All right, you rookie, I'll just accompany you for a bit," Lu Qingyue said, and just as she opened the car door, a roar of engines filled the air. Vroom vroom vroom. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she confidently analyzed. W16, for turbochargers, cars with this engine are currently only in the Bugatti series. "So, this is a Bugatti supercar. Another Bugatti?" Louis Feng had no doubts about his sister's judgment, as Lu Qingyue was not only a genius racer but also had the ability to identify vehicles just by the sound of their engines. He curiously looked into the distance. Sure enough, a blue-black Bugatti Divo sped towards them like a bolt of lightning, directly charging up Yunlu Mountain. Vroom. Like a black flash, its speed was astonishing. "Wow, it's him. What a coincidence. Hurry, let's get in the car and catch up to him." Louis Feng's eyes widened, unable to contain his excitement. "Interesting, I've caught you." Lu Qingyue's lips curled up slightly, her smile somewhat mischievous. She immediately took the driver's seat, her sharp gaze igniting her red Ferrari. Vroom. The McLaren and Ferrari, one black and one red, immediately chased after Su Chen's Bugatti Divo. Meanwhile, the Bugatti Divo sped along, the surrounding scenery flashing by like a blur. As Su Chen raced madly, Bai Luoyan screamed in shock, her hands gripping the seatbelt tightly, her face pale with fear. "Husband, so fast, it feels like playing a racing game. This is exhilarating." She felt like the car was about to take off. Especially when they overtook another car, zooming past it, it was particularly thrilling and frightening. It was a completely different experience from riding a roller coaster. Su Chen slowed down, glancing at the pale-faced innocent girl beside him, and smiled. "Are you scared? Should I drive a bit slower?" "And no, it's fine." Bai Luoyan adjusted her breathing, gripping the seatbelt tightly, her chest rising and falling violently, but her face was lit up with excitement. "I feel like I can do it. Although I'm really scared, it's so thrilling. And, husband, you're so calm. I feel especially safe." Su Chen understood. "All right, then I'll confidently overtake. Whatever car I see, I'll just pass it. How about that?" "Then, will the person being overtaken get angry?" Bai Luoyan blinked her eyes curiously. Su Chen nodded and estimated, he might get angry, right? But this is the Yunlu circuit, getting overtaken is quite normal. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a whoosh sound. A fiery red Ferrari zoomed past his car. Ruthless, deadly. Bai Luoyan was stunned and said innocently, "Husband, just now it seemed like a red car overtook us. It was as fast as a rocket. Should we try to overtake it back?" The more she spoke, the more excited she became, completely forgetting her earlier fear. A Ferrari, huh? Su Chen, the supercar god, sensed that the driver of this Ferrari had some skill. This ignited his competitive spirit. "Let's overtake it." Su Chen decided to get serious. This Ferrari had taken advantage of him slowing down to chat with Bai Luoyan to overtake him, leaving him in its exhaust. How could he tolerate that? Vroom! The Bugatti Divo accelerated again. Supercar god, supervision, go! Inside the fiery red Ferrari, Lu Qingyue gripped the steering wheel. Her eyes were sharp, her smile playful, and a proud expression was on her face. She was confidently showing off to Lui Feng, who was on the call. "Brother, I've already overtaken his Bugatti Divo. It seems that in front of me, even a 50 million supercar is nothing." On the other end of the call, Lui Feng was also surprised. "What, you completed the overtake in less than 30 seconds? I haven't even seen the back of the Bugatti yet." Lu Qingyue continued, "Maybe he relied on the Bugatti's fast straight-line acceleration, so he started off strong. But just now, his speed clearly dropped in the corner. I won't give him any chance to breathe. I'll finish the race directly." "Ah, sister, you truly are the pride of our family. It seems our father's racing genes have all been passed down to you." Lui Feng was also excited. Although he wasn't that great, at least his sister was impressive. However, after a moment's thought, he added, "But when we get to the mountain, we should apologize to Su Chen. Overtaking is quite an impolite act. We are neighbors, after all, we see each other often and then I'll handle the overtaking, and you can take care of the apology," Lu Qingyue said casually, as if it were a perfectly normal thing. However, in the next moment, her eyes widened in shock, because she saw in the rearview mirror, the Bugatti Divo was rapidly closing in on her. What? How could he possibly catch up? Lu Qingyue rarely felt flustered, a chill ran through her, and she sensed an overwhelming pressure. She pressed the accelerator to speed up, trying to create distance, but the Bugatti Divo was already going crazy, faster than her. In just a few seconds, the two cars were side by side. Ahead was a U-turn. Lu Qingyue's gaze sharpened. "My chance has come. I must execute a perfect drift to turn the tables." She lightly pressed down, turning the steering wheel left and right, perfectly controlling the Ferrari. Whoosh! The side of the Ferrari used inertia to perform a perfect sideways drift, taking the turn. However, a shocking scene unfolded. The Bugatti Divo was almost in perfect sync with her, executing the same sideways drift, gliding through the turn. In an instant, time seemed to freeze. The two cars were almost touching, just a few centimeters away from a collision. But the Bugatti Divo seized the inside line, pulling ahead first and drifting out of the turn. The entire sequence was fluid and seamless, perfect to the extreme. Lu Qingyue made no mistakes, her drift was flawless, and its execution could be said to be at a full score level. But the other party was actually faster than her. Vroom! The Bugatti Divo completed the overtaking and sped away. Both cars left behind tire marks on the track, a trail of drifting friction. Scrape! Who on earth is he? How can he have such superb driving skills? It's definitely not a coincidence. Lu Qingyue watched the distant Bugatti Divo, a hint of panic in her eyes. Lui Feng, hearing this, was incredibly surprised. "What's going on? Could it be? Qingyue, you were overtaken by Su Chen?" Lu Qingyue, yes. Lui Feng was astonished and curiously asked, "I know he seems to be able to drift, but how can he be this good? Even you can't outrun him? Is the difference in car performance that significant?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyue shook her head and corrected him. "No, it's the difference in drivers. If it were an average driver, they would have been afraid of colliding when I drifted around the corner just now, and would have given way to me. But he is different. He seized the only opportunity to synchronize his drift with me and completed the overtaking. This is definitely not something an average driver can do, and it's not just about the car's performance. Moreover, I feel like he didn't even use his full strength." She vividly recalled the scene of the two cars drifting in sync just moments ago. The pressure it gave her was terrifying. Furthermore, she clearly sensed that the other party completed it with great ease, as if racing and drifting were ingrained in his bones, as natural as breathing. Lui Feng was even more shocked upon hearing this. "Qingyue, don't scare me. He's the first person to receive such high praise from you. This is so interesting. I want to find him." Lu Qingyue's face flushed, her expression excited, her smile possessing a unique beauty. At the top of Yunlu Mountain, the Bugatti Divo came to a steady stop. "Husband, so amazing we did it. We overtook that Ferrari. So much fun." Bai Luoyan's expression was excited, but her little face was pale, constantly adjusting her breathing rhythm, clearly still shaken. She had just experienced the thrill of racing with Su Chen. The adrenaline rush was something she had never felt in her life before. Drifting around corners. Her whole body shook violently with the car one. I'm a supercar god. Just ask if you're impressed? Hands on hips, proud, too, or should I take you to do something even more thrilling? Click for details. 3. Are you scared? It's okay, I'm here. Reaches out to soothe her racing heart, helping her emotions stabilize. Su Chen's eyes widened. The second option was too wild. Now might not be the right time. So he chose the third. Soothes her racing heart. That seemed nice too. Is your heart racing? It's okay, I'm here. Su Chen smiled, placing his hand on her little heart to calm her anxious emotions. Husband. By Luoyan's little face instantly turned bright red, feeling shy. At the same time, the man's large hand made her feel at ease. Click. Su Chen directly unbuckled her seatbelt and then turned his head to the side. Don't panic, I'm giving you some comfort. Husband is so nice. By Luoyan closed her eyes, enjoying the man's tenderness. The 19-year-old beautiful school flower was indeed stunningly beautiful. After a moment, their lips parted. By Luoyan looked at the man, her gaze filled with sweet affection. Ding! By Luoyan's favorability towards you +2, current favorability 82. Are you feeling better now? Su Chen gently touched her tender face, looking at the little beauty with soft eyes. By Luoyan nodded obediently. Much better, husband. Not nervous at all now. I was indeed a bit flustered just now. Husband's method is really effective. I want a hug. She reached out, wanting to leap into Su Chen's arms, but she realized that in this sports car, the position wasn't very conducive to hugging. I'll get out and hug you. Su Chen got out of the car and then moved to the passenger side. Husband. By Luoyan immediately dove into Su Chen's embrace like a swallow returning to its nest, sweetly acting spoiled. The sweetness of the girl made the surrounding air seem to warm up several degrees. So cute. Indeed, bringing her to the resort to race cars was a fantastic choice. Su Chen was her only support, and in this unfamiliar environment, it was easy for their feelings to deepen. They hugged for a while. Su Chen felt very relaxed, holding her hand as they went to check in at the resort. The suites here were quite expensive, costing between 1,800 to 1,600 yuan per night. The little cabin Su Chen booked was the most expensive, featuring an indoor artificial hot spring where they could bathe together. Soaking in the hot spring was indeed a relaxing experience. After checking in, Su Chen held the beautiful girl's hand and began to admire the scenery of Yunlu Resort. Yunlu Resort had a decoration style somewhat similar to a homestay, with many exquisite little cabins, including some row houses. Su Chen pointed to the suite they would be staying in that night and smiled. See that house? That's where we're staying tonight. By Luoyan's eyes sparkled. Wow, it looks like a house from an anime. So interesting. You watch a lot of anime, right? Yes. Then you must know some Sakura language? I know some simple phrases, like, Onayakan ha, so cute. Su Chen's lips curled up as he ruffled her hair. By Luoyan's eyes twinkled as she sweetly said, Husband, didn't you ask me to cosplay as Shiranui my last time? I've learned her moves and lines. Really? My little lady is so obedient. I'm a bit looking forward to it. Su Chen was secretly delighted. A little lady like her, so well behaved and sweet, who wouldn't love her? She was ready with the moves and lines just to perform for him. Alright, little lady, you really listened to what your husband said, huh? By Luoyan nodded seriously. If I cosplay well, then you won't look at other pretty girls at the comic convention. If you want to see anything, I'll cosplay it. Versatile Xiao Luo, ready for battle. Husband, what do you think? She smiled adorably, looking very lovely. Su Chen then remembered. It was because he had glanced a few times at that curvy ghost girl at the last comic convention that Bai Luoyan felt a sense of crisis. She actually had quite a possessive nature towards him. Alright, those girls at the comic convention can't compare to my little lady's looks. I'll only look at your cosplay. In the future, he could have her cosplay some 3D characters for him. With her stunning figure and high fidelity, it would definitely be impressive. Okay. Bai Luoyan was satisfied and extended her pinky. Let's make a pinky promise. Su Chen linked his pinky with hers, and Bai Luoyan smiled happily. Being with her was completely relaxing, without any worries or burdens, and Su Chen doted on her a lot. Then, the two walked hand in hand forward. They saw a golden rice painting with the Yunlu Resort logo on it, exuding an artistic vibe. Standing there, it felt like returning to the countryside, away from the hustle and bustle, serene and far-reaching. Later, they would also get to see the sunset, which would be even more beautiful. Wow! Husband, this place feels so comfortable. Bai Luoyan spread her arms, welcoming the breeze, then closed her eyes to enjoy. Su Chen gazed into the distance, feeling relaxed and at ease. Staying in the city often, coming to a quiet place like this occasionally is indeed very comfortable. No one can disturb us. Later we can watch the sunset together and take photos. Bai Luoyan sweetly leaned against the man's shoulder. She felt that as long as Su Chun was by her side, no matter how unfamiliar the environment, she wouldn't be afraid, because she knew Su Chen would take good care of her and protect her. Deep down, she felt secure and at ease. However, just at that warm and sweet moment between the two, a lively and pleasant girl's voice rang out from behind. "Ah, I finally found you, Su Chen." "Ha!" Hearing someone call his name, Su Chen's eyes flashed with surprise. He was certain that this voice was completely unfamiliar to him. Turning around, he saw a stunning beauty in a tight racing suit, her S-shaped figure approaching him with an excited expression. Ding! New goddess character card detected. Name, Lu Qingyue, age, 18, adult, height, 167. 5 centimeters, 53 kilograms, overall attractiveness, 95 points, favorability, 20, number of romantic encounters, 0, current status, playful, jealous, curious. New goddess? What does her current status mean? Su Chen's mind buzzed with confusion. Before he could react, Lu Qingyue had already grabbed his wrist and pulled him away. This husband, who is she? Bai Luoyan, the little lady, was already dumbfounded. No, little beauty, who exactly are you? Su Chen snapped back to reality and immediately shook off her hand. Even if she was a goddess-level beauty, he was quite annoyed. She had already disturbed his tranquility. A husband? Sister's call is so sweet. Lu Qingyue glanced at Bai Luoyan with a playful expression, her aura instantly overpowering the other. Then, she mischievously sized up the man in front of her and said in a delicate voice, "Su Chen, don't you remember me? You just overtook me so fiercely, and now you've forgotten me? I didn't expect, brother, you're such a heartless man." Her acting was so convincing. If it weren't for Su Chen's excellent memory, he would have almost believed her, despite being sure he didn't know her. Bai Luoyan felt like she was facing a formidable enemy. Just a moment ago, she had told her husband that she could only watch her cosplay in the future, and now there was such a stunning beauty in a racing suit that accentuated her S-shaped figure? Didn't she look just like an anime character? She didn't even feel embarrassed? Who are you? Bai Luoyan immediately returned to Su Chen's side, linking her arm with his, angrily asserting her claim. Su Chen, brother has already said he doesn't know you. Exactly. Su Chen nodded in agreement. Is that so? Lu Qingyue's lips curled up as she stared at Bai Luoyan and said, "Then sister, why do I know Su Chen's name?" Bai Luoyan's eyes widened in an instant. Su Chen, brother, she is. Upon hearing this, Su Chen recalled Lu Qingyue's earlier words about him overtaking her and her racing suit, and an answer surfaced in his mind. I got it. Su Chen seemed to see through the truth and smiled lightly. You must be that red Maserati, right? You still need to practice, little sister. Don't blame me for overtaking. It's common on the Yunlu racetrack. Red Maserati? I still need to practice? Lu Qingyue's eyes widened as she loudly corrected him. I drive a Ferrari, okay? A Ferrari, huh? Then the level of Ferrari is even lower. You still need to learn for a few more years. Make her mad, let her play. Forgive me for being blunt. No matter what car you drive, it's all trash. I'm a supercar god. You drive a Ferrari? Well, your skills are decent then. Surprised praise. Drivers respect each other. Seeing these three options, Su Chen was a bit surprised. He didn't expect her to be that capable Ferrari driver. Logically speaking, the third option's response was actually quite good. But this Lu Qingyue, right from the start, was causing trouble. Did he really have to compliment her? It felt so frustrating. No way. He had to choose option 1, to infuriate her. Su Chen smiled proudly. Oh, you drive a Ferrari? Then your skills are even lower. You need to practice for a few more years. You little girl who hasn't even matured yet. Why bother learning to race when your skills are lacking? And wearing a racing suit, acting all professional? He didn't care anymore. He just wanted to vent his feelings first. Who cares if she's a goddess? You. Lu Qingyue suddenly turned red with anger, clenching her delicate little fists, wanting to hit someone. But she felt she couldn't take on Su Chen and didn't dare to make a move. After all, she was a genius racing girl. How many people praised her? How could someone say her skills were low? Seeing her so angry and unable to retort, Bai Luoyan wrapped her arms around Su Chen's, happily chiming in, exactly. My husband easily surpasses your car. She felt that Su Chen favored and pampered her so much that he directly confronted this stunning girl. It felt so satisfying. No respect for this girl. Ding. Bai Luoyan's affection for you +1, current affection 83. So refreshing. Su Chen felt very pleased. In this situation, he would definitely choose to lean towards Bai Luoyan, whose affection was higher. He was almost hitting a home run. Was he supposed to go and please this Lu Qingyue now? That would be throwing away all his efforts? He wasn't that kind of person. Who knew? The system popped up another notification. Ding! Lu Qingyue's affection for you plus 10, current affection 30. What's going on? Su Chen felt a bit confused in his head. Immediately after, Lu Qingyue suddenly stopped being angry and sweetly smiled. Su Chen, I figured it out. I really am a racing novice, so, she pretended to be shy, poking her fingers, looking quite cute. So, you can be my master once I practice well, no one will be able to surpass my car. What the? Su Chen was stunned. It could be like this? He had just said that to her, and she shouldn't have run away in anger? Now she wanted to call him master? Girl, are you out of your mind? Bai Luoyan, upon hearing this, was even more panicked. If she ended up calling him master, what would happen? In the future, she would sweetly call him master, and her Su Chen husband would be shaken. What to do? You shameless husband, let's go. Don't mind her. Bai Luoyan pulled Su Chen, wanting to leave. If they couldn't provoke her, could they not avoid her? Su Chen coldly glanced at Lu Qingyue and walked away with Bai Luoyan. If it were an ordinary man, facing Lu Qingyue's earlier cute and charming little moves, they definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. But he was very clear that this Lu Qingyue only had 30 affection for him, and she dared to ask to be his disciple? She was definitely trying to mess with his mind. However, he hadn't walked far when Lu Qingyue chased after them, her smile radiant. I'm not joking with you anymore. I'm Lu Qingyue. Louis Feng is my brother. Su Chen, do you remember him? We called you but no one answered, so we had to look for you separately. I'm still the more capable one, right? In such a big resort, I found you, she observed Su Chen with great interest, hoping to see a look of surprise on his face. Lu Weifeng? Su Chen recalled the young man he met in the parking lot and thought he was not bad. Well, where's your brother? Aren't you going to find him to meet up? Oh, right. Lu Qingyue nodded, then unzipped her jacket and pulled out a mini phone. Just as she was about to make a call, Su Chen noticed she was about to crash into a nearby utility pole. Without time to warn her, he reached out and pulled her to his side. Hey, if you're going to make a call, at least look at the road. Ha! Lu Qingyue seemed a bit startled by his sudden action. She glanced at the utility pole she had just brushed past and smiled. Thank you, Su Chen. I didn't notice that just now. After saying that, she looked curiously at Bai Luoyan. Seeing her angry expression, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Lu Qingyue's favorability towards you plus 2, current favorability 32. Su Chen saw the favorability increase but didn't care much. His current thought was to focus on increasing his favorability with Bai Luoyan. After all, the little lady was cuter, and he really liked her. As for the new goddess Lu Qingyue, he would put her aside for now. Bai Luoyan, seeing Lu Qingyue, who was about the same age as her, felt a surge of crisis. She couldn't help but grumble internally. Who's so good at playing tricks, even putting her phone in such a shameful place? Can't she just hold it? If I had known, I wouldn't have let my husband overtake her Ferrari. How can there be such a pretty girl who also plays racing? I wonder if she was joking when she said she wanted to take my husband as her master. I have to keep a close eye on her, so she doesn't cause trouble after all. Bai Luoyan was a girl, and she naturally felt hostility towards Lu Qingyue, thinking she was not simple and had deep schemes. Moreover, Su Chen was her boyfriend. Who would want such a pretty girl hanging around their boyfriend? And she was so good at acting? Who knows which of her words are true and which are false? At Yunlu Resort, in the tea room, Bai Luoyan sat obediently next to Su Chen, tightly holding his left hand, not wanting to let go for a moment. Lu Feng, sweating profusely, took a sip of tea and said, "Sigh, Su Chen, I finally found you. I ran around half the resort and didn't see you at all." Su Chen was a bit curious. You guys are in such a hurry to find me. Is there something going on? Although he hadn't paid attention to his phone at the time, if he had seen it, he would definitely have replied. If they weren't looking for him for something, or to say something, why would they actively seek him out? Lu Feng exclaimed, Su Chen, you probably don't know how fast you ran up Yunlu Mountain just now. You've already broken Qingyue's fastest record. Wow, broke a record? Bai Luoyan looked at him with admiration, thinking her husband was amazing. Su Chen didn't care much about it. He had just felt like running a bit at the time. In reality, he hadn't taken it seriously. Moreover, he actually knew that the driver of that Ferrari was quite skilled. 1. No way? Your sister's record? Breaking a rookie's record isn't really an achievement, is it? Keep teasing her, play along. 2. Alright, got it. It's not a big deal, no need to make a fuss over it, right? Underestimate. 3. Are you saying your sister is actually skilled? Throwing out a hint, Su Chen felt that all 3 response options were of high quality. He didn't know which one to choose. Earlier, he had chosen one and gained 10 points of favorability. Should he try choosing another one? No way? Su Chen said nonchalantly, isn't your sister a rookie at racing? Even if you broke her record, it wouldn't be something to be proud of, right? Lu Chotyue's brow twitched, feeling angry inside, but she still maintained a smile on her face. She had just thought that Su Chen was deliberately trying to annoy her, playing a joke on her. It turned out, he really saw her as a rookie? Lu Yifeng cleared his throat and explained, Xingyue is a genius racer. She has participated in various competitions since she was young, always coming in first. Moreover, on this Yunlu track, she completed the uphill section in 3 minutes and 6 seconds, which is already among the top 10 in the country. However, after reaching the finish line, she didn't even see a shadow of your car. One can imagine how fast you were running. Oh, Su Chen pondered for a moment, maybe my car's performance is better, so it goes a bit faster. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyue's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, her soft and sweet voice sounding quite affected. Oh, do you really think we are idiots? When you drifted past my car, your movements were absolutely perfect. Clearly, you are a racing expert. Why won't you admit it? 1. Aren't you afraid I'll cling to you and want to be your apprentice? With a look of disdain. 2. I do have some skills, but I don't think there's anything to brag about. Humble. 3. Both technique and car performance are important. I only mentioned one aspect and didn't deliberately hide my strength. Neither servile nor overbearing, Su Chen was confused. Which one to choose? He gritted his teeth, deciding to stick with option 1 and go all the way. Aren't you afraid I'll cling to you and want to be your apprentice? Humph. Lu Qingyue pouted, unconvinced. You're so narcissistic, are you really afraid I'll cling to you and become your apprentice? Since that's not the case, then it's good. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had shaken off a big trouble, and took a comfortable sip of tea. After all, the initial goodwill from the other party wasn't high, so he didn't care much about messing around. Seeing this, Lu Qingyue felt quite indignant. Not only was she beautiful, the school belle, but she was also a genius racer, both stunning and cool, captivating both men and women. Wherever she went, she was the center of attention, a beautiful girl who brought her own spotlight. Today, someone was actually afraid of being clung to by her? This person named Su Chen, so brazen, even looked at her with disdain? Alright, since you want to get rid of me, then I won't let you have your way. Lu Qingyue's expression changed, switching to a sweet girl persona. She said in a delicate tone, Brother Su Chen, how can you dislike me? I just wanted to be your apprentice anyway. You said I'm a newbie. Then I might as well cling to you. You teach me how to drive. If you don't agree, then I'll come to your house every day to bother you. Bai Luoyan almost spat out her tea, quickly saying, What? Which of your words is true? Didn't you just say Brother Su Chen is narcissistic? How come you want to be his apprentice now? What's it to you? Lu Qingyue shot her a cold glance, then sweetly said, Brother Su Chen, what do you think? You can't just move away from Suehu Tiandi because you're afraid of me, right? 1. Come on, I'm not home every day. Am I supposed to be afraid of you? 2. You said it, so now you're my apprentice. Call me master and let me hear it. 3. Fine, I admit I'm afraid of you, I apologize. I acknowledge your racing skills, but as for being your master, I know you're joking. Let's just forget about it. This matter ends here. Su Chen glanced at the 3 options. With a determined heart, he decided to continue being arrogant. Come on, I'm not home every day, am I supposed to be afraid of you? You Lu Qingyue's small mouth pouted in grievance, cutely whining. Then what do you want me to do to teach me how to drive? She didn't necessarily want to be an apprentice, she was just really angry about being looked down upon. Su Chen was annoyed. Nothing works. Hearing this, Bai Luoyan was very happy, wrapping her arms around Su Chen's, proudly boasting, You're just trying to get close to my husband because he looks handsome and drives well. But my husband is already mine. No apprentice is allowed. If my husband wants to take on apprentices, then I can be his apprentice too. I can learn to drive, and maybe I'll be even better than you. Lu Qingyue was so angry she laughed. Then go ahead and learn, and we can compete later? I don't want to learn. I just like sitting in my husband's passenger seat, letting him take me and overtake your Ferrari. Bai Luoyan smiled proudly, asserting her claim. Su Chen was thrilled. He didn't expect the little lady to be so fierce and cute. After all, Lu Qingyue was a goddess with a score of 95. How could she not be anxious when such a stunning beauty was vying to be her apprentice? Alright, so it turns out you were being mischievous. Lu Qingyue seemed to understand something, a playful smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she looked at the handsome man. No wonder Su Chen was so resistant and disdainful towards her. It was because his girlfriend was right beside him. How could he show friendliness to other girls? I want to see if you really are as upright as you seem, Su Chen. Man, you can't escape my grasp. Lu Qingyue clenched her palm, seemingly having made a decision. Ding! Lu Qingyue's favorability towards you plus 10, current favorability 40. Ding! Bai Luoyan's favorability towards you plus 2, current favorability 84. Hiss! Su-chen suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Something felt off. After a while, everyone chatted casually. Lui Feng warmly invited Su-chen and the others to watch the match that evening, and left with his sister. As they were leaving, Lu Qingyue's lips curled slightly, her gaze intentionally sweeping over Su-chen. Although Su-chen didn't meet her eyes, he sensed it, feeling as if he was being watched. In the evening, Su-chen held the beautiful girl's hand as they entered the sunset viewing area of Yunlu Resort. Many couples were sitting on the soft grass, intimately chatting, waiting for the most beautiful moment of the sunset, which was very romantic. Of course, ordinary tourists couldn't just come here, they had to book a suite at the resort, and even a casual expenditure would cost thousands. So, if you want romance, it requires investment. They found a nice spot and sat down. Bai Luoyan sweetly leaned on Su-chen's shoulder, hand in hand, enjoying the sunset and feeling the passage of time. The evening breeze lifted their hair. The scene was beautiful and pleasant. Husband, I'm so happy. Bai Luoyan smiled like a flower, tightly holding Su-chen's hand, beginning to open her heart. Before I met you, I felt so lost in life. I thought I would only be a small accountant, sitting in an office, earning a meager salary every month. Maybe my life would just be like this. But after meeting you, I found my direction in life. You encouraged me to be a streamer. Cough cough, I still haven't done well, but thankfully I have your support. You even thoughtfully suggested I become a gaming and entertainment streamer. Now I have a stable audience of 2 to 3,000 in my live stream, and I can earn over 2,000 every day. I can improve my family's life, so my parents won't be so tired in the future. They really work hard every day and hardly get any rest. I see so many wrinkles on their faces. Husband. She tilted her head to look at Su-chen, tears shimmering in her eyes, but her face wore a joyful smile. Su-chen felt a subtle tug at his heart. He knew that Bai Luoyan was just a girl from an ordinary family. She was very understanding and well-behaved. Making money isn't about enjoying it for oneself, but rather about wanting to relieve one's parents of their burdens. Don't cry, you'll look less pretty if you do. Su-chen gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Bai Luoyan's eyes sparkled as she sweetly pouted. If I get a kiss from my husband, I won't cry anymore, okay? Su-chen said nothing more, wrapped his arms around her slim waist, and kissed her deeply. The girl was so sweet, so soft. After a moment, Su-chen released her and smiled gently. My dear, are you done crying? Let's go back and eat. Husband, we haven't taken any photos for memories yet. Oh, that's easy. Hearing this, Su-chen casually took a dozen photos with his phone and sent them to her. All done. Do you like them? Wow. Bai Luoyan's eyes widened as she saw the photos. Husband, you took such beautiful pictures. So artistic, just a casual thing. Su-chen smiled nonchalantly and took her hand as they walked towards the restaurant in the resort. A photography master. That efficiency is impressive. Otherwise, when she wears the Shiranui my cosplay outfit tonight, they could take a few photos as keepsakes. Yunlu Restaurant. Su-chen simply ordered a few dishes. Boiled fish, crab roe lion's head, stir-fried prawns, dry-fried green beans, Buddha jumps over the wall, and so on, a total of 6 dishes and 1 soup, which didn't cost much, just over 2,000. The Buddha jumps over the wall was a bit more expensive at 888, but it contained many ingredients and had high nutritional value. Moments later, exquisite dishes filled the dining table, the steaming aroma greatly whetting their appetites. Wow, husband, these dishes you ordered look so delicious and so lavish. Bai Luoyan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she picked up her chopsticks, eager to dig in. Su-chen smiled and pointed to a jar, saying, This Buddha jumps over the wall is specially ordered for you. It's very nourishing for girls and can enhance beauty, so you should eat more of it. Okay, I won't let my husband's care go to waste. Bai Luoyan scooped some with a spoon. There are so many ingredients in here, it looks so tasty. Then, the two began to eat. Although the prices here weren't high, the flavors were excellent. Perhaps it was also because it was Chinese cuisine, which suited Su-chen's palate. Before long, Bai Luoyan had barely eaten much when she started peeling shrimp for Su-chen, personally feeding him. Husband, you've worked hard, eat some shrimp. This one's a bit big, Su-chen said, taking a bite that required a few chews to swallow. However, the feeling of not having to do anything himself was quite pleasant. Bai Luoyan giggled, Then I'll peel it for you, and you can take your time eating. Hearing this, Su-chen couldn't help but glance at the couple at the next table, where the situation was completely opposite. The guy was peeling shrimp for the girl, looking eager to please, even if she wasn't eating. My dear, you see, others have their boyfriends peeling shrimp for them, while you peel shrimp for me. Doesn't that make me seem quite incapable? He chuckled, pointing to the couple nearby. Bai Luoyan didn't hesitate, smiling sweetly. Husband, your hands are golden. For such a small task, why should you do it? I'm more than enough. Finally being able to help Su-chen made her very happy. Sometimes, when girls help boys, they shouldn't feel burdened, wanting to pamper them can actually dampen their enthusiasm. It's fine to ask them to do things, no need to spoil them. After this remark, the man next to them, who was peeling shrimp, suddenly stopped his movements. The woman shot him a fierce glare and shouted, "What are you looking at? His hands are golden, and what are yours? Salty pig hands. You only deserve to peel shrimp for me, got it?" I know. The man nodded, not daring to say another word. The woman smiled and nodded politely at Su Chen, indicating her courtesy. Because she could see that Su Chen had an extraordinary temperament, especially with that Patek Philippe on his wrist, which further showcased his strength. People with power are respected wherever they go. Su Chen chuckled lightly. Having money is truly enjoyable. After dinner, Su Chen sat leisurely on a swing with Bai Luoyan. The evening breeze blew. They gazed at the night sky. Bai Luoyan sweetly leaned on his shoulder and then began to post on her social media, hand in hand with him to enjoy the sunset. How romantic. Image. In the 9-grid image, there were photos of her making a heart with Su Chen, the evening glow over Yunlu Mountain, and the sumptuous dinner they just had. As soon as this post went up, the whole school erupted. Wow! Yunlu Resort? 3,000 per person. Wow, the scenery here is indeed beautiful. I'm so envious of By the School Beauty, having such a great boyfriend. Oh my, By the School Beauty really knows how to enjoy life. Yunlu Resort is dozens of kilometers away from our school. They definitely won't be back tonight. This also means that the guy with the Maybach S680 might be getting the first blood? I'm completely crazy. Please, By the School Beauty, stop showing off. You're happy and in love, and we're here feeling miserable and wanting to cry. I also want a handsome guy to shower me with 1,000 gifts, drive a 5 million Maybach, a 50 million Bugatti, and be so handsome. I'd do anything he asks. Countless boys, with fiery eyes, were pounding their chests in frustration. The girls were immensely envious, all wanting to find a boyfriend as outstanding as Su Chen, to be pampered endlessly. Bai Luoyan saw the school forum, which was already flooded with news about her, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Husband, look, so many people envy us. I want to always be by your side. To be your little wife. She tightly hugged Su Chen, feeling very attached. Su Chen was very satisfied, ruffling her hair to give her a sense of security. Don't worry, I will always be here. I believe in you, husband. Bai Luoyan raised her eyes, looking into the man's determined gaze, and she had no more worries. Ding! Bai Luoyan's favorability towards you +2, current favorability 86. By the way, Su Chen suddenly said, little wife, you should start your stream now. I'll send you some gifts to help you gain more traffic. He remembered promising Lu Xiana to send Bai Luoyan $1 million in gifts every month as support. Now that he had time, it was just right to switch her streaming category. Bai Luoyan's eyes sparkled, a bit surprised. Log in. Su Chen took out his phone and charged 1 million Douyin coins to his secondary account, Ouching. Ding! Detected host spending 2,100,000 yuan, triggering 4x cashback reward. Cashback amount, 8,400,000 yuan. This amount just happened to use up the 30 million cashback card. The leftover change didn't matter. Bai Luoyan obediently listened, using the extraordinary master phone Su Chen bought for her to start a personal live stream. The live room quickly filled with hundreds of people. Seeing that she wasn't playing Do Di Zhu, the fans were a bit confused. The bankrupt streamer is back online. Xiao Luo, why aren't you playing Do Di Zhu today? We still want to see you start a business and go bankrupt. With the streamer's looks, it's such a waste to be a card game streamer. I suggest the streamer switch categories to become a beauty streamer, competing with others every day. Wait, bro, are you new? Don't you know Xiao Luo just switched from being a beauty streamer to a card game streamer? Isn't that going backwards? Bai Luoyan smiled sweetly and explained, babies, I'm out with my boyfriend today, so I won't be playing Do Di Zhu. Just now, he asked me to go live, so here I am. The barrage of comments became even more heated. What? Boyfriend? Could it be Ao Chen-gu? No way. Ao Chen-gu moving so fast? Ao Chen-gu? Is he that rich guy? Spending 1,000 on the carnival in a day? There's still legends about him in the community. I was there too. It was so exhilarating. I want to be like Ao Chen-gu, spending 1,000 on the carnival, and then find a girlfriend like the streamer. So envious, you guys are so smart. Ao Chen-gu is now my boyfriend. He's sitting right next to me, but he can't show his face. I wonder if he can talk. Bai Luoyan looked at Su Chen, wanting him to say a few words to the viewers in the live stream. Su Chen smiled and shook his head, entering her live stream and sending a comment. Ao Chen, brothers, I'm here. Dad, you're here. Quickly accept me as your adopted son. Ao Chen-gu is awesome. Letting Xiao Luo go live this time, I bet something big is going to happen. Shouldn't we quickly do a PK to boost Xiao Luo's popularity? Haven't seen Ao Chen-gu in a while, really miss him. Ao Chen, no PK, let's just go for it. As soon as he finished speaking, a rain of carnival gifts began to pour down in the livestream. Ao Chen, send out Carnival X1, X2, X3. Jianshan Media, Operations Department. Ao Chen, send out Carnival X500, X501, X502. Ao Chen, sent out Carnival X520. Ao Chen Gu, this is too extravagant. He actually sent 520 again? That's over 1 million. Why didn't you ask me to let Xiao Luo do a PK to draw in traffic? Is this purely a confession? Why doesn't any man treat me like this? If there were, I would have married long ago. Lu Xiana's eyes widened. Soon after, she received a private message. Ao Chen, Manager Lu, can you help me activate Xiao Luo's gift withdrawal permission for the same day? Can you do that? Same day withdrawal? That's spoiling Xiao Luo too much. Woo, I'm so envious. Lu Xiana was extremely envious, her hands trembling as she replied, Ao Chen good, you truly love Xiao Luo. You're such a good man. If I could be a few years younger, I would definitely pursue you. I'll activate the permission for you right away. In the talent scouting department, Li Yu, with dark circles under his eyes, was furiously typing on the keyboard, handling various contacts and operations. As Su Chen's work rival, he was vying for the position of talent scout supervisor, working hard this month, putting in 12-hour days, neglecting sleep and food. He had already achieved a turnover of 500,000. He was feeling quite pleased with himself. Su Chen, I took off at the beginning of this month, 500,000 turnover. At this rate, I can reach 5 million by the end of the month. You have nothing now. What do you have to compete with me? Ha 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 ha. Li Yu was very proud, imagining the scene of completely suppressing Su Chen, which fueled his endless motivation. He wanted Chen Yan to know who was more outstanding. Who would have thought? A supportive colleague rushed over. Bad news. Yuge, the streamer under Su Chen has just surpassed you by over 1 million in turnover. Hearing this, Li Yu felt darkness before his eyes and collapsed directly into his chair. Chen Yan, not far away, also heard the news. A smile involuntarily appeared on her lips, feeling happy for Su Chen in her heart. Su Chen Gu, really amazing. Even working from home, he can connect with rich patrons and achieve great results. Looks like this month's best talent scout still belongs to Su Chen Gu. Chen Yan took a sip of the sweet soup, her face full of sweetness. The brown sugar that Su Chen gave me is indeed a bit sweeter than the one I bought myself. Husband, Bai Luo Yan had already embraced Su Chen, sharing a sweet kiss with him. Su Chen not only sent her 520 carnival confessions but also got her the privilege to withdraw gifts on the same day. Ordinary streamers can't have such privileges. This is the exclusive affection her husband gives her. The girl couldn't help but let out a pleasant sound, immersed in the man's tenderness. Doo-doo Bai Luo Yan's phone rang, incessantly. The beautiful atmosphere was shattered. Bai Luo Yan came back to her senses, her face flushed with shyness. Husband, let me see who's been calling. So annoying, she picked up her phone and, upon seeing the caller, her expression froze instantly. Mom? Bai Luo Yan nervously answered the call. But she knew this moment would come sooner or later. She had already prepared herself mentally. Mom, why are you calling? On the other end, a gentle voice came from a woman. Xiao Luo, Mom knows about your recent situation. I'm not against you dating, but if there's too much of an age gap, your dad's heart might not be able to take it. She followed her daughter's account and received notifications when she went live. So, she had been watching the entire stream and knew her daughter didn't even dare to let her boyfriend show his face, not even his voice? What could be the reason? It must be the age difference. Bai Luo Yan glanced at Su Chen and then shyly said, Mom, I actually wanted to tell you about this, but, Su Chen is very young, only 23 years old. She thought for a moment and felt it was better to just say it directly. What? Only 23? And he's that rich? Bai's mother was very surprised. Then why doesn't he show his face? Is he very fat or something? Su Chen, can you video chat with my mom? She really, I don't even know how to explain her. Bai Luo Yan looked helpless, wanting Su Chen to help her prove something. Sure. Su Chen thought for a moment. Showing his face in front of her family was not a problem. The voice chat quickly switched to video chat. Su Chen sat next to Bai Luo Yan and waved at the camera. Hello, Auntie, I'm Xiao Luo's boyfriend. Bai's mother covered her face, very surprised. Oh my, Xiao Luo, did you find a male star? So, you don't dare to show your face or speak? Su Chen was handsome, with a good image and excellent temperament, and with the previous factors, it was natural for her to think of that. No, Auntie. Su Chen smiled, but you guessed quite close. I'm a talent scout. I'm currently investing in finance and have achieved some small success. Oh, no wonder. Bai's mother breathed a sigh of relief and continued, Xiao Luo, you really are something. Your dad and I have been so worried, you know? We were afraid you would find someone older than us. That would be so embarrassing. Now we know, he's so young and so handsome. we can rest assured. Oh my, Bai Luoyan blushed and said shyly, I was planning to tell you tomorrow, who knew you would be so anxious? She originally wanted to wait until she confirmed her relationship with Su Chen before telling her parents, but unexpectedly, because of the earlier stream, her parents found out early, leading to this situation. Alright, are you on vacation? Bai's mother asked curiously. Mom, Bai Luoyan was a bit anxious. Can you stop asking so many questions? I'm already an adult. I'm dating, and you still want to control me? Brother Su Chen, we've already video chatted. Do you still need to ask? She felt, could mom really want her to go back to school right now? She had finally opened her heart to her husband. What if her husband thought she was a nuisance and didn't want her anymore? This was a lifelong matter. How could her parents be responsible? Bai Mu understood her daughter's meaning and smiled. Xiao Luo, mom just wants you to pay attention to safety. Alright, I'm hanging up. Beep beep beep, pay attention to safety? Bai Luoyan was a bit confused and looked at Su Chen. With my husband protecting me, I'm very safe ahem. Su Chen said softly, auntie means, don't let yourself get pregnant. Bai Luoyan's little face instantly turned hot. Mom is so inappropriate. How can she say that to me? Then, will my husband make me have a baby? She couldn't help but be curious and asked in a low voice. Su Chen hugged her, you're still in college, how could you get pregnant? Even if it happens, your husband will take responsibility. Bai Luoyan nodded, sweetly hugging the man's waist. She was just about to say something when they heard the roar of supercars and a lot of commotion coming from the leisure area at the top of Yunlu Mountain. Oh, it seems like Louis Feng and the others' race is about to start. Su Chen suddenly perked up. He had promised to go over and take a look, so he needed to say hello. Basic social etiquette was still necessary. Going back on his word was not his style. That Lu Qingyue seems to be participating too. Bai Luoyan suddenly found it amusing and excitedly said, husband, do you think she will be humiliated by others? Su Chen chuckled lightly, little lady, you're so bad. She's my enemy. I definitely don't want her to win. Bai Luoyan linked her arm with Su Chen's and shook it. What if she steals my husband away? She's quite pretty, a real drama queen, and she sweetly calls him master? And then she would unzip her top and pull out her little phone? She dramatically mimicked Lu Qingyue's action of pulling down her zipper. Although it wasn't quite like Lu Qingyue's natural charm at that moment, with Bai Luoyan's impressive figure, if she wore a tight racing suit and did the same action, the resulting scene would definitely be more enticing. Girls can be quite competitive. The appearance of the 95-point goddess Lu Qingyue had even pushed the harmless Bai Luoyan to her limits. A mimicry show? However, this was actually a good thing for her. Let's go, let's take a look. Su Chen took Bai Luoyan's hand and walked towards the leisure area. At the top of Yunlu Mountain, in the leisure area, explosive and passionate music blared from the speakers. Tourists were excitedly watching the race, discussing it animatedly. The three drivers from both sides were already posturing, ready to confront each other. The atmosphere was tense, each trying to overwhelm the other with their presence. Bai Luoyan's eyes lit up. Husband, this is the first time I've seen such a race. It's so interesting. Su Chen nodded in agreement. He had never seen such a street racing competition before. It felt quite unique. At this moment, Lu Feng looked at the blonde youth opposite him and said, Yan Bin, we will follow the agreed upon rules for the race, a 3v3 showdown. The team that scores 2 points first will be the winner. The losing side will have to pay a price of 3 million yuan. You have no objections, right? Upon hearing this, Yan Bin wore a rebellious expression and sneered, your father lost to my father before and even broke his leg, ending his racing career early. Tonight, I will give you siblings a painful lesson. My dad lost to your father in that match, and you can still hold a grudge until now? How ridiculous. Lu Feng gritted his teeth tightly. Alright, let's see who laughs last. Get ready to submit the roster to the referee. Wait. Yan Bin suddenly raised his hand to stop him, his cold gaze sweeping over Lu Qingyue. I want to add another bet. Lu Feng frowned. What kind of trick are you up to this time? I think Qingyue is quite beautiful. Yan Bin's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes flashing with greed. So if you lose, Qingyue will be my girlfriend? Are you out of your mind? Lu Feng's eyes turned red as he shouted. There's no way I would agree to such a brainless bet. Are you scared? Or do you not have any confidence in winning against me? Hearing Yan Bin's taunting words, the onlookers were eager for the drama, buzzing with excitement. Wow, this is interesting. You can win a girlfriend in a race? That girl named Qingyue is so beautiful. She's both pretty and cool. Her figure is amazing. I can't believe she can race too. Hiss. If it were me, I'd want to make that kind of bet too. Win the race, get money, and gain a girlfriend, how tempting. But this is just talk. There's no way they'd agree. Amidst the crowd's chatter, Lu Qingyue's lips curled into a playful smile. Sure, if your team wins, I can definitely be your girlfriend. But what if you lose? Upon hearing this, Yanbin felt a surge of excitement, his voice trembling with enthusiasm. If we lose, then we'll give you an extra one. 5 million. No! Lu Qingyue's gaze suddenly turned cold. You have to kneel and apologize to my dad. What? Yanbin jumped in shock, feeling a chill run down his spine. Kneeling to apologize? This was too much. If he lost, not only would he lose face, but he would also be severely beaten by his father when he got home. Such a scene was unimaginable. However, if he could win, it would not only help his father vent his anger but also win Lu Qingyue's favor, making her his girlfriend. The temptation was even greater. Just as he was caught in hesitation, his teammate stepped forward, smiling confidently, and whispered in his ear, Brother Bin, let's agree to her. We already have a perfect strategy. Even if Lu Qingyue is a genius racer and can't beat her, as long as we win against the other two, we can still win the match. After all, this is a best-of-3 format. Brother Bin, what are you afraid of? Don't you want Lu Qingyue to be your girlfriend? Yanbin couldn't help but smile, turning to say, alright, let's bet. But if you lose, you can't go back on your word about being my girlfriend. You won't win. Lu Qingyue coldly smirked, her peripheral vision catching sight of a man in the crowd. Su Chen met her gaze, unable to resist the curiosity to check her information panel. Why was she so confident? Lu Qingyue, current status, playful, he still wants me to be his girlfriend? In his dreams. Even if he wins, I won't acknowledge it. But maybe I've found a surefire way to win. This seems quite interesting. Playing dirty, huh? And a surefire way to win? Su Chen was a bit bewildered. Bai Luoyan, however, was laughing happily. Husband, this Lu Qingyue actually wants to bet with someone, and if she loses, she'll be someone else's girlfriend? Do you hope she wins or loses? To this life and death question, Su Chen replied nonchalantly, it doesn't matter to me whether she wins or loses. Let's just enjoy the match, as long as it's exciting. Husband is right. Bai Luoyan was very satisfied with his answer. It seems that my husband has no interest at all in Lu Qingyue, which is why he doesn't care about her winning or losing. Moments later, the 3v3 car racing competition has begun. V-Room. Lu Yifeng's first teammate to take the field, aside from Lu Qiuyue, is another teammate, while Yanbin sends out the kid he just conspired with. The two supercars dash off. Starting from the top of Yunlu Mountain, they need to descend to the entrance of Yunlu Mountain and then return. The round trip will take only a few minutes, testing the driver's knowledge of the track and their own driving skills. The screen projects the first-person view of the two supercars. Night, racing, speed and passion, it's like playing a real-life racing game. GGG. At first, Lu Yifeng's teammate had a slight lead, but midway through, Yanbin's teammate began to exert force, gradually taking control of the situation and scoring the first point. The score updates. Yifeng Racing Team 0 vs 1 Yanbin Racing Team. The teammate feels a bit guilty. Captain Yifeng, I'm sorry, I didn't perform well. It's good that you managed to gain an advantage at the start. I don't blame you. Lu Yifeng pats his shoulder in comfort and then says, Qingyue, it seems like you'll have to take the second round. If I lose, you won't even get a chance to compete. Then leave it to me. Lu Qingyue is incredibly confident, her expression showing no signs of wavering. She seems to have anticipated this outcome and is fully prepared. The second round of the competition quickly begins. Lu Qingyue drives the Ferrari, going all out. This red flame completely lights up the entire Yunlu track, bringing the audience a spectacular visual feast. Every time she drifts into a turn, the audience can't help but cheer for her. Oh my god, this is so thrilling. She's so fast, it's completely different from the previous two cars. She has complete control of this track, leading all the way. This is the genius beauty racer. Love it, I thought she was the weakest before, but it turns out she's the ace of the Yifeng Racing Team. So beautiful, so cool, I want to ask her for an autograph. A few minutes later, the race ends without suspense, with Lu Qingyue dominating and completing the segment. Not only did she break her personal record, but she also achieved a time of 5 minutes and 58 seconds, ranking in the top 3 nationwide, an impressive result. The entire audience is filled with excitement. At this moment, the fiery red Ferrari comes to a stop. Lu Qingyue, clad in a tight racing suit, showcases her stunning S-shaped figure as she steps out of the car, her long legs exuding charm, reappearing before everyone. She removes her racing helmet, and her long hair flows like a waterfall in the evening breeze, a faint smile gracing her exceptionally beautiful face. This scene makes many people swallow hard, their eyes glued to her. She is so beautiful, so cool. Bai Luoyan, seeing this, tightly grips Su Chen's arm in caution, fearing that she might really set her sights on her husband, And what if her husband can't resist this beautiful and cool younger sister? The score stands at 1-1, both sides are tied. Yanbin walks up to Lui Feng and his sister, sneering, "Qingyue, although you've set the third best record on the track. But next, it's Lui Feng and me racing, you've already lost for sure." Ha ha ha. He no longer hides his intentions, laughing wildly. Because everything happening now is part of his plan. Even the battle roster is exactly as his strategist had laid out. As long as a rookie from their team goes to give Lu Qingyue a free point, he will face Lui Feng in the end, with over a 90% chance of winning. Lui Feng grits his teeth and says, "Yanbin, who the hell do you look down on? Although my overall strength is indeed not as good as yours, but this is the competition. To uphold my father's dignity, for my sister, I must unleash my body's full potential. I will fight you to the death." Fight to the death? Don't go too far. What if something unexpected happens? Then your sister, and your father, will really have to rely on me to take care of them. Yan Bin's smile was sinister as he began to mock. Lui Feng trembled with anger, his eyes red as he assured his sister, "Qingyue, believe me, I will not lose." He seemed to have made a certain determination, ready to go all out. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyue shook her head and chuckled lightly, "Silly, stop acting. It's time to bring out our real ace driver." "Ha, what am I acting for?" Lui Feng looked confused. He had no idea what his sister was talking about. Yan Bin frowned. "You actually have an ace driver? Where are they?" "Just wait. I'll go get him right now." After Lu Qingyue finished speaking, she headed straight for Su Chen not far away, striding with her alluring long legs, her S-shaped figure swaying. Bai Luo Yan was dumbfounded. The thing she feared most seemed to be happening. Her husband was being entangled by her. Lu Qingyue, looking pitiful and wronged, grabbed Su Chen's arm, acting cute and playful, completely embodying the little green tea persona. "Wu Su Chen, please help us. My brother is such a loser, he can't compete with Yan Bin. If this goes on, we will definitely lose. I don't want to be his girlfriend at such a close distance." Su Chen could see her tight racing suit outlining her curvy S-shaped figure, and he felt a rush of blood. And she wasn't trying to play dirty? Was she still afraid of this? Su Chen knew in his heart and said lightly, "I don't seem to have the obligation to help you, do I?" Lu Qingyue nodded seriously, "You're right, but I can offer you a condition you can't refuse. If you win, the 3 million you win will all be yours. Of course, there's something even more important. Su Chen, you don't hate me, do you? If you help me, I won't bother you anymore." Hearing her words, Bai Luoyan's eyes lit up. Her husband was so skilled at driving. Winning the race should be a piece of cake, right? Not only could he make money, but he could also shake off Lu Qingyue's entanglement, and she would have one less competitor? This really was a good idea? Lu Qingyue's voice was sweet as she continued to persuade, "Sister, you wouldn't want me to cling to your husband every day, would you? Su Chen hates me so much, he definitely doesn't want to see me again. And for Su Chen, winning the race is as easy as breathing. Since that's the case, Su Chen, what reason do you have to refuse this race?" Su Chen smiled. So, Lu Qingyue's so-called surefire method was to make him compete? Lu Qingyue, current status, proud, joyful, extremely excited. He brother Su Chen, you've fallen into my trap, haven't you? Since you hate me, I will stick to you even if you win the race. You won't be able to shake me off. Come on, agree to me. Su Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Lu Qingyue was a goddess, sticking to him wasn't so bad, and there were affection rewards. But should he refuse or agree? He was a bit troubled. Then, the system sent out a prompt. 1. Okay, I agree to help you. The true hunter often appears as prey, pretending to fall into her trap while actually being in full control, making her your plaything. 2. If you win, you might as well become my apprentice. Master will teach you how to drive. Ambition. 3. I'm not interested in what you have to say. Let's forget it. Refusal. Su Chen seemed to understand. His best option now was indeed to agree. Lu Qingyue thought she was the hunter, but in reality, she was the prey, the goddess we had our eyes on. Wait until the time is ripe, then shoot her dead with direct violence. Toy with her in the palm of my hand. Moreover, Bai Luoyan will still think that she is trying to break free from Lu Qingyue's entanglement, thus making a passive choice. Perfect. Su Chen felt a surge of excitement in his heart and smiled faintly. All right, I agree. Yay! Lu Qingyue happily clenched her small fist in celebration, her playful smile growing stronger. Then, Su Chen, let's go compete. Bai Luoyan also cheered for Su Chen. Husband, go for it. I'll be waiting for you to come back. Lu Qingyue pulled Su Chen to the competition venue. Seeing the two of them so close, Yan Bin's eyes burned with jealousy. Qingyue, this guy is the ace driver you mentioned? Yes. Lu Qingyue smiled. Our rule only says to send out 3 drivers, but it doesn't say we have to stick to the same 3 team members. So, with my ace driver here, I dared to play such a big game. You really played me? Yan Bin was furious, feeling deceived. no wonder you agreed so readily and even said you'd be my girlfriend. Turns out you hired a master? I declare the additional bet void. He couldn't be sure facing an unfamiliar driver. What if he really lost? Lu Qingyue sneered, dream on. Who said it's void? With so many eyes watching, you think you can just say it's void? Unless you admit defeat and pay us the 3 million wager. Damn! Yanbin felt darkness cloud his vision, his mindset starting to crumble. Damn it, did Lu Qingyue want to take 3 million for free? Just because she brought out a master, did she really think he was afraid of her? Ah oui, where are you? He raised his hand, calling out. A sly-looking skinny guy immediately ran over. He was the one who won the first round by accurately predicting the opponent's choice. Ah Hui was the brain of the team, the strategist. Yanbin trusted Ah Hui very much. They began to whisper and discuss quietly. Ah Hui, we're in a bit of a bind now, what should we do? Yanbin said, glancing at Su Chen, feeling this person was very unfamiliar, unsure of his true strength, and he didn't dare to engage recklessly. The strategist Ah Hui confidently replied, Bingu, don't be afraid. Lu Qingyue is just bluffing. If she really had an ace driver, she would have sent him out first, then let this ace driver come out second. They would have crushed the competition and won long ago, so why drag it to the third round? Right. You're a genius. Yanbin suddenly realized he had been intimidated by Lu Qingyue's aura and had become a bit timid. It was still the strategist Ah Hui who thought deeply, so impressive. Ah Hui was quite pleased and continued, not only should we not be timid, but we should also raise the stakes. Add another one. 5 million. Take the initiative and see if they dare to accept. Okay. Yanbin now felt a surge of confidence. He had already understood everything. What ace driver? Just a paper tiger bluffing. Lu Qingyue, don't think that just because you brought out an ace driver, I'm afraid of you? I'll add another one. 5 million. Do you dare to accept? He turned around, his demeanor very arrogant. Su Chen and Lu Qingyue were both a bit stunned, unable to help but exchange glances. How did the other side change so quickly? Accept. Lu Qingyue decisively said, then if you lose, you'll pay an extra 5 million, totaling 5 million in bets. Plus, you'll have to kneel and apologize. Yanbin fell silent for a moment, feeling as if he had fallen into a pit. Ah Hui was smart. He immediately suggested, wait, what supercar is your ace driver driving? We need to understand that first, then we can decide. Yanbin nodded in agreement, exactly. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in every battle. He was driving a modified Lamborghini Huracan, a true performance beast. But what if the opponent's car was even more impressive? In fact, their strategy was very clever. Su Chen pressed the car key. The Bugatti Divo parked not far away flashed its dazzling headlights, a blue line wrapping around its black body, exuding a sense of futuristic technology and visual impact. Yanbin's eyes widened in realization. Damn, so this Bugatti Divo is yours. The performance of your car is definitely better than my Lamborghini Huracan. This is unfair. Ah Hui, what do you think? He asked the thin guy for his opinion. Ah Hui took out his phone, compared the data, and said, no, you can't use this Bugatti Divo in the race. If you need it, you have to set a time limit of 8 seconds. Otherwise, you can use any of the other 3 drivers' cars. That way, the race can be fair. The crowd was immediately in an uproar. In such races, if the drivers are not too far apart, the outcome is decided within seconds. Even the current track record is only 3 seconds faster than Lu Qingyue. Setting a time limit of 8 seconds would mean the Bugatti Divo would completely lose its performance advantage, even losing a few seconds. So their demand was clearly aimed at dissuading Su Chen, forcing him to compromise and choose someone else's car. Lu Yifeng realized their intentions and angrily said, you guys are so insidious. What can't be done? Why don't you just set the rules for the race yourself? Ha, we can't be blamed for that. The strategist Ah Hui smiled proudly. Who told you to suddenly bring out a mysterious driver? We have to respond reasonably. If we recklessly compete, wouldn't we be at a disadvantage? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyue's lips curled up slightly. The big fish had taken the bait, but she pretended to be troubled and said, you guys are too much. Not letting Su Chen use his own car. What advantage does he have? Yanbin laughed. That's exactly what we need, no advantage. That's fair. If you don't agree to our conditions, we won't accept this race. Just wait. I'll discuss it with Su Chen. Lu Qingyue pretended to be angry, pulling Su Chen aside, glancing at Yanbin and the others behind her, her face gradually revealing a playful, cunning smile. Su Chen, using your Bugatti is not as good as using my Ferrari. My car has better performance than Yifeng's. Plus, I've added an extra 5 million as a bonus. Just don't know if you'll like a change of taste? Su Chen felt there was something more to her words. However, he was also curious about how much faster he could run compared to Lu Qingyue's record using the same car. Then let's use your Ferrari. Are you trying to get me to drive your car? He raised an eyebrow, his smile equally playful. Lu Qingyue's face flushed, feeling as if her thoughts had been seen through, but she denied it. Not at all. I just want you to win the race easily and happily. That way, you can get rid of me, right? Oh, Su Chen nodded. Alright, give me the car key. Lu Qingyue took out the car key, placed it in Su Chen's hand, and whispered in his ear, my car's ignition and suspension have been modified a bit, so it's slightly different from a regular Ferrari 458. Su Chen, you should adapt quickly. It's really wonderful. Su Chen didn't say much and returned to the crowd. I'll use her Ferrari then. I don't know if I can get used to it. It's quite annoying. Upon hearing this, Yan Bin gained even more confidence. Good, then let's start the race. Lu Qingyue looked at Su Chen, her smile exceptionally beautiful. Su Chen, you've already fallen into my trap. Vroom vroom vroom. The engine of the supercar roared to life. Su Chen was already seated in the Ferrari, alongside Yan Bin's Lamborghini Huracan, both lined up at the starting line. The referee raised his hand, beginning the countdown. 3, 2, 1, go! The flag dropped. The Ferrari supercar, along with the green Lamborghini Huracan, surged into the night of Yunlu Mountain. Watching the first-person view of Su Chen driving the Ferrari on the big screen, Lu Qingyue felt her whole body heat up, emotions swirling within her. Ah, he got into my car. This feeling is so wonderful. Su Chen, I've already decided to cling to you. Just wait. I'll come find you at your house. Win this race for me. Become my hero. She was so excited that she couldn't help but place her fair fingertips on her lips, gently licking them, her eyes revealing a strange color, as if savoring something delicious. Bai Luoyan, witnessing this, felt a chill run down her spine. Unable to hold back, she asked, Lu Qingyue, what are you thinking? Why? Are you making such strange movements? How perverted. Lu Qingyue snapped back to reality, surprised. Why are you next to me? Are you spying on me? You're the pervert. Bai Luoyan explained honestly, I wasn't spying on you. I just wanted to get a bit closer to watch my husband's race. I happened to see you beside me. Oh sister, I'm just excited about the race. I'm a racing fan. Lu Qingyue immediately became obedient, continuing, anyway, as long as Su Chen wins this race, I won't bother you anymore sister. Are you afraid I'll steal your husband? I'm afraid you'll cling to my husband Bai Luoyan huffed and ignored her, proudly puffing out her chest. Lu Qingyue compared herself and felt furious, but she couldn't say anything, starting to secretly compete with her. The more Bai Luoyan opposed her, the more she pushed back. You big-breasted, brainless woman, just wait for me. Just as she thought this, the crowd ahead suddenly erupted. My God, this Ferrari is insane. So crazy, this ace driver. Did you see the drift around the corner? So fast. He's clearly crazier than Lu Qingyue, who just broke the record. Wait, what is he doing? In the S-curve, is he not slowing down, just shaking through? Holy crap, he really did it? Yan Bin actually slowed down. He's going to be a second behind. The gap between the two is probably already 3 seconds. The crowd was already stunned by Su Chen's extreme driving skills, all eyes glued to the big screen, watching Su Chen's first-person view. Lu Yifeng was trembling with excitement, his expression exhilarated. So strong. Brother Su Chen, so strong. This pressure is making me break out in a cold sweat. Lu Qingyue walked over to him, chuckling. Brother, I wasn't wrong when I said it. Su Chen is a true racing genius, the king of the track. Inside the Ferrari supercar. Ding! Lu Qingyue's favorability towards you plus 15, current 55. The prey is hooked, right? Su Chen's lips curled up. Lu Qingyue was a goddess with a score of 95. How could he let her slip away easily? Moreover, he already knew that Lu Qingyue was different from ordinary girls. The more he acted resistant and disdainful, the more it would attract her. That feeling of wanting something yet being unable to have it was undoubtedly fatal to Lu Qingyue. But since you want to be the hunter, I'll pretend to be your prey. Let's play with this thought. Su Chen felt exhilarated, gripping the steering wheel. Full throttle. The fiery red Ferrari supercar once again illuminated the night sky over Yunlu Mountain. It presented an exhilarating visual feast for all the spectators. He's going insane. He's going insane. The Ferrari is already several seconds ahead, showing no signs of slowing down, still accelerating. Oh my God, so fast. He has pushed the Ferrari's performance to the limit. Wait, isn't his car a Bugatti? Why is he driving a Ferrari and still going so strong? This is terrifying. Every corner he takes is absolutely perfect. It seems like he has complete control of the track. He has completely taken over the race. Perhaps now is the time for him to enjoy it. I'm so pumped up. This is freaking awesome. Everyone's attention was captivated by Su Chen's extraordinary driving skills. Completely ignoring Yan Bin, who was already drenched in sweat. Inside the Lamborghini supercar, he had reached the 7/8 mark of the descent and was about to reach the foot of the mountain. Yen Bin had been chasing for a long time. Ever since he was left behind at the first turn, he hadn't seen Su Chen's Ferrari. He was already soaked in sweat, feeling immense pressure. Damn, how fast is he driving? Why can't I even see his taillights? Could it be he's made a mistake due to his speed and crashed into the valley? Maybe I've already won? The moment this lucky thought crossed his mind, a car ahead flashed its dazzling headlights, rapidly approaching him. Crap! His eyes widened. Although he hadn't clearly seen the vehicle yet, this was a race, and the mountain was already closed off. What other cars could be out here? But Yen Bin still held onto a glimmer of hope until he clearly saw that the car was Su Chen's red Ferrari. His heart was struck with a violent shock. He was greatly astonished. This guy is simply a monster. Yen Bin's skills were not low, but how could the other party be so far ahead of him? Even the current record holder on the track couldn't do that. This meant Su Chen is about to break the track record. Lui Feng looked at the timer, excitedly saying, his descent time is 2 minutes and 33 seconds, a full 20 seconds faster than the current record. This is an insane lead. Lu Qingyue, with an excited expression, estimated 2 minutes and 33 seconds. The descent speed will be nearly 10 seconds faster than the ascent. Based on his performance, the final time should be around 5 minutes and 16 seconds. So, my Ferrari, when fully unleashed, can actually go this fast? Yeah, the same car, and he can be 40 seconds faster than you? That's terrifying. Lui Feng was equally thrilled. Tonight, we get to witness the birth of a new track record. Brother Su Chen, you're amazing. The title of genius racer that Lu Qingyue had prided herself on was now completely overshadowed by Su Chen. She clearly recognized the gap between herself and him, but the more it was so, the more excited she felt inside. Buzz! With the roar of the engine, the fiery red Ferrari 458 dashed across the finish line and came to a steady stop. The time froze at 5 minutes and 22 seconds. The entire venue erupted in excitement, loudly cheering for his astonishing performance. Dude, that was incredible. He broke the track record, first place. An overwhelming lead. God of cars, God of cars. Amidst the chorus of cheers, Su Chen calmly stepped out of the car. Bai Luoyan had already thrown herself into his embrace, sweetly saying, "Husband, you're back so handsome. I was watching you drive the whole time. So cool." Su Chen, with her soft body in his arms, felt great and ruffled her hair. Lu Qingyue's gaze remained fixed on him. She had so many questions she wanted to ask him, because she had just keenly noticed that Su Chen had reduced his speed on the way up the mountain. To an ordinary person, it might seem like a conservative strategy to win, but to her, it was clearly an intentional effort to suppress the data. The current time of 5 minutes and 22 seconds was not the limit of her Ferrari, nor was it Su Chen's limit. Ding! Lu Qingyue's favorability towards you +5, current favorability 60. You can claim the reward for this stage. Su Chen turned his gaze towards her and said, "Lu Qingyue, remember our agreement? I help you win the race, and you stop bothering me." Lu Qingyue frowned, clearly unhappy. He became my hero. Is he so eager to shake me off? Her heart felt bitter, yet she revealed a sweet smile. Yes, after all, I promised you, Su Chen, didn't I? The race wasn't officially over yet, so she decided not to turn against him for the time being, waiting until everything was over. Current state, control, desire, Su Chen, I won't let you escape from my grasp. Su Chen smiled. He was curious to see what tricks the other party could come up with. Then, after a long yet brief few seconds, the Lamborghini finally completed the segment and returned to the mountaintop. Yen Bin angrily got out of the car, realizing he had fallen into a trap. Damn! You guys are deliberately messing with me, right? You hired such an amazing expert? This is ridiculous. It must have broken the national record. You want me to race against him? Am I not guaranteed to lose? He glared at the Lui Feng siblings, then pointed at the man beside them. Lui Feng couldn't stop smiling. Huh, Yen Bin, all's fair in war. You agreed to the race yourself. You wouldn't want to back out now, would you? Besides, we followed your request and didn't use Su Chen's Bugatti. Otherwise, you would have lost even worse. No way. I demand a rematch. This one doesn't count. Yen Bin shouted loudly, his face already flushed. Losing this race meant he would not only have to pay 4.5 million but also kneel and apologize to Lui Feng's father. After returning, wouldn't he get beaten up by his father? He couldn't bear such a dire consequence. Lu Qingyue's expression turned cold. If you want to back out, you need to ask the audience present if they agree. Are you really expecting Su Chen to run with you for free? You are gaining experience from racing against a racing god. What are you dissatisfied with? After you go back, take the first-person race video from Su Chen and study it well with your father. If you're not good enough, practice more. The audience nodded in agreement. That's right, if you're not good enough, practice more. The racing god ran a lap with you. Just consider it a tuition fee. Ordinary people don't get this kind of treatment. You agreed to the wager yourself and arrogantly wanted the beautiful girl to be your girlfriend. How can you not afford to lose now? Exactly. You said the Bugatti would let you win by 8 seconds, or you could drive the other 3 team members' cars, and he agreed. Now you're backing out. You're really losing face. Hearing the crowd's support for Lu Qingyue, Yan Bin's face turned red, and for a moment, he felt unsteady, almost fainting. Bin Gu, calm down. The strategist Ah Hui immediately stepped forward to support him, then said to everyone, Brother Su Chen is indeed very strong and has even broken the national record. Racing god, we can afford to lose, and it's our honor to race against him. After all, opportunities to compete with a racing god are rare. However, asking Bin Gu to kneel and apologize is clearly unrealistic. At the critical moment, it was still Ah Hui. What's there to be ashamed of losing to a racing god? It should be a point of pride. After all, anyone who encounters Su Chen is bound to lose. But who has the opportunity to race against a racing god? Yan Bin smiled, instantly revitalized, and said with strength, that's right. 5 million, I can give it. Consider it my congratulatory gift for this car god breaking the track record. But kneeling to apologize? Absolutely not. Lu Qingyue frowned in dissatisfaction. No, you must kneel and apologize to me. Lu Qingyue, you're really pushing your luck. Yan Bin, who had already found a way out for himself, suddenly became furious and exposed the other party's flaws. As if you could just be my girlfriend honestly after losing? Who doesn't know that you, Lu Qingyue, are notoriously willful? You turn your back on people. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifeng felt like a cornered rabbit ready to bite. He weighed the situation and mediated, you two stop arguing, kneeling, I think we should skip that. Yan Bin, just apologize by saying Uncle Lu, I was wrong. Then we'll record a video, and this matter will be settled. The siblings took turns playing their roles, one as the white face and the other as the red face. Yan Bin raised the corner of his mouth, having already compromised in his heart. But after looking at the strategist Ah Hui and receiving a nod of approval, he agreed. Alright, hurry up and record the video. Lu Yifeng smiled, took out his phone, apologize. Uncle Lu, I was wrong. Yan Bin quickly finished, his face still dark. The earlier arrogance had long since vanished. However, when he returned, he would have an excuse. After all, he lost to Su Chen, this car god, and there was nothing he could do about it. He could only say he tried his best. The audience couldn't help but laugh out loud. Alright, Lu Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. Yan Bin, then transfer the money. It's time to settle the bill. He was genuinely pleased. They had originally been in a deadlock, but it was Su Chen who turned the situation around. Otherwise, they might have lost 3 million and faced all sorts of humiliation from this petty Yan Bin. Now that they had won, they didn't have to pay any price and even made Yan Bin apologize. It was simply the best outcome. Subsequently, Yan Bin transferred the entire 5 million to Lu Yifeng, declaring the end of the match. Many audience members wanted Su Chen to sign autographs or even take photos, but Su Chen politely declined one by one. He didn't want to become a big celebrity and didn't want to be so high profile. The audience felt it was a pity, but they settled for taking pictures of Su Chen's Bugatti as a memento. The crowd gradually dispersed. Only Su Chen, by Luo Yan, and the Lu siblings remained. Lu Yifeng quickly took out his phone and smiled. Brother Su Chen, you should be a bit older than me. From now on, I'll call you Chen Gu. Come on, give me your account, and I'll transfer the entire 5 million prize to you. Su Chen thought for a moment. He felt Lu Yifeng was a decent person, but taking the entire 5 million prize felt a bit greedy. One should understand the ways of the world. How about this? Just give me 5 million. That Ferrari really performs well. It's a lot of fun to drive. I've worn it down a bit, so you guys take good care of it when you go back. After saying this, Lu Yifeng's eyes lit up, feeling as if he was basking in spring. Look at this guy's perspective. No wonder he could afford a Bugatti. Chen Gu, no wonder mysterious rich people are willing to be your friends. From now on, I'm your little brother. Su Chen smiled lightly. Making friends is fine, but calling me your little brother is a bit too much. I'll send you my account on WeChat later. Money still had to be collected. Putting too much pressure on the other party would be too much. Ha ha. Good. Lu Yifeng laughed heartily. Chen Gu, you really are a wonderful person. In the future, if you need anything from me, just call me on WeChat anytime. I'll definitely help with whatever I can. After saying this, he glanced at the beautiful girl beside him. Let's go home, Qingyue. Who would have thought? Lu Qingyue's eyes flickered as she held Su Chen's hand, cutely pouting. Su Chen, be my master, I'm serious this time. She just heard Su Chen say that driving her Ferrari was exhilarating, and it always gave her a strange thrill that made her heart race with excitement. Wait a minute. Bai Luoyan was taken aback, a bit confused. Lu Qingyue, didn't you say before that if your husband helped you win the race, you wouldn't pester him anymore? Why are you coming to me for guidance again? Lu Qingyue blinked her big eyes cutely and said in a sweet voice, I have a special skill, which is to play tricks. Su Chen, you fell for it too, right? Su Chen had long known that she would go back on her word and cling to him, but he still had to pretend to resist. He quickly pulled his hand back in a fluster, feigning surprise. How can you be like this, going back on your word? Su Chen, you should think about it, I'm just a little girl. Lu Qingyue pouted her lips adorably. You helped me, and you became my hero. How could I not cling to you? Be my master. Okay, she shook Su Chen's arm, acting cute. The fragrance of the beautiful girl made it hard for him to stay calm, but Su Chen knew he couldn't agree to her. The more he resisted, the more excited she became. Impossible. If I take you as my disciple, my girlfriend will definitely get jealous. Su Chen ruthlessly pulled his hand back and wrapped his arm around Bai Luoyan's waist. Ding! Bai Luoyan's affection for you +2, current affection 88. Bai Luoyan felt so happy and hugged her husband tightly. I can get jealous too. You're so nice. Su Chen waved his hand. Ifeng, take your sister away. Don't let her bother me anymore. Lu Ifeng felt a bit awkward. Yeah, Qingyue, let's go home. Oh, Lu Qingyue glanced at Su Chen with a hint of resentment, then turned to leave. In the night, the Ferrari and McLaren drove one after the other. The siblings were chatting on the phone. Lu Ifeng couldn't wait to say, Qingyue, are you an idiot? Right in front of his girlfriend, you act cute and want to be his disciple? Even if Brother Chen is willing to take you in, he wouldn't dare. What if they argue because of you? Lu Qingyue's smile was mischievous. That's exactly what I wanted to see. But unfortunately, Su Chen has a lot of self-control and didn't fall for it. However, I really want him to teach me how to drive. It's a pity. There's an annoying woman next to him. I'm so annoyed. Brother, do you think Su Chen really hates me? Lu Ifeng pouted. You always try to ruin their relationship on purpose. If I were Su Chen, I would definitely be annoyed with you. No, it's not like that. Lu Qingyue's smile was exceptionally beautiful. You think? When he's racing on the Yunlu track, is he also thinking of my figure? So, that's why he broke the track record. Lu Ifeng felt a chill run down his spine. Hey, you're so twisted. I advise you not to provoke Su Chen anymore, okay? Shut up. You're the twisted one. In this world, only he can make me this excited. No one else can. Beep beep beep. The call ended. Lu Ifeng felt a bit of a headache. It seems that what happened when we were kids has had a certain impact on Qingyue's personality. She won't start acting up after meeting Su Chen, will she? Suehu Tiandi. In a luxurious flat, in the living room, Lu's father watched Yan Bin's apology video, a look of excitement on his face, nodding in approval. Ifeng, Qingyue, you two really make me proud. This Yan family has been opposing me everywhere. It's been over 20 years of grievances, and they still won't let it go. It's one thing to entangle with me, but now they're dragging the younger generation into it. This time, let this be a painful lesson for them. It should keep them quiet for a while. Lu Hongjun tightly gripped his cane, his gaze revealing a fierce intensity. He is 45 years old this year, a legendary racing king. He won the championship in the Southeast Asia Rally Championship in 1999 during his first participation, and in 2001, he defeated the Drift King Kigo Sato from the island nation, clinching the championship there. He then achieved good results in major world competitions for 2 consecutive years, gaining fame in Huaxia. However, in a crucial race 18 years ago, an accident occurred with his vehicle, resulting in a disability in his right leg, which completely ended his racing career, and he has yet to recover. Coincidentally, the champion of that year's national championship was Yan Bin's father. Upon hearing this, Lu Ifeng awkwardly scratched his head and smiled. Dad, actually I didn't compete tonight, it was all thanks to brother Su Chen. Yan Hongjun was surprised. It's like this. Lu Ifeng briefly recounted what had happened today. From meeting Su Chen in the parking lot, to running into him again at Yunlu Mountain, and finally inviting him to team up, leading to their victory in the race. Look, this is Su Chen's first-person perspective during the race. He even broke the track record. He pulled out a tablet and played the race video for his father. Yan Hongjun was astonished and looked at his daughter. Isn't this your Ferrari? He knew his daughter Lu Qingyue had a cleanliness obsession. No one had ever been in her Ferrari, yet today she let a stranger she just met use her car? Lu Qingyue smiled lightly. You'll understand after you watch his race video. Yan Hongjun stopped asking questions and began to focus on the video, becoming increasingly shocked, his eyes widening. 5 minutes and 22 seconds, 33 seconds faster than the previous track record. His extreme racing style pushed the Ferrari 458 to its limits, but in the latter half, he clearly slowed down. Perhaps he was deliberately hiding his strength. Even so, this record he said is something even king-level racers would find hard to break. You have to know, in this kind of supercar racing environment, extreme racing demands a lot from the driver. They must have complete control over the vehicle and the track, and overcome their psychological fear of death, allowing for no mistakes. His ease surpasses all the racing kings I've ever seen. Perhaps calling him a god of cars is not an exaggeration. It's just too crazy. He had spent his life dealing with vehicles and now managed several automotive service centers, worth billions. He had seen countless racing kings, but the only one who could bring him such shock was Su Chen. Lu Yifeng and Lu Qingyue felt honored to hear their father's high praise for Su Chen, knowing his strength was beyond doubt, and he was even lauded by their father as the god of cars. In a large wooden cabin at Yunlu Resort, Su Chen had already finished his shower, lying on the big bed waiting for the little lady in the bathroom to come out. After a moment, the sound of water stopped, and Bai Luoyan walked out of the bathroom in a Shiranui Mai cosplay outfit, her long, fair legs on display. The minimal fabric highlighted her S-shaped figure, making it hard to look away. Bai Luoyan's little face turned red, holding a small fan of Shiranui Mai, looking quite adorable. Husband, does it look good? It looks great, very authentic. Su Chen took out his phone with satisfaction and started recording. Little lady, weren't you going to imitate Shiranui Mai? I'm recording a video for a keepsake, so you better perform well. Ahem, let me think about how to do it. Bai Luoyan bit her lip, feeling even shyer. Her husband actually wanted to record a video? Alright, husband. I don't know many moves, just a few. Can I start now? Su Chen nodded, looking forward to it. So, Bai Luoyan began to perform with a small fan, speaking the language of cherry blossoms. Although her pronunciation was not very standard, it was pleasant to hear and full of feeling. Fire Ganba Dai. Kakari na shiai arigato, mama hahat. She also imitated characters, making various beautiful movements, bouncing around. Particularly lively and cute. What about the fur? Su Chen directly threw his phone aside and walked towards her. Upon seeing him, Bai Luoyan's face turned even redder and hotter. Husband, why did you come over? She couldn't help but glance around, discovering that her husband had such a great figure. 8-pack abs, a V-line, a strong and masculine physique, perfectly fitting a girl's aesthetic. So manly Su Chen walked up behind her, wrapped his arms around her slim waist, and whispered, Little lady, do you know that Shiranui Mai is a ninja? Ninjas who make mistakes must be punished. But I didn't make a mistake. Bai Luoyan's voice was soft and sweet, so lovely to hear. You did. Your beauty is the original sin. It can be like this? Husband, aren't you bullying me? Then how will you punish me? Woo woo. Bai Luoyan blinked her curious big eyes, looking pure and cute, but her gaze seemed to eagerly anticipate what would happen next. The man's lips curled up. You want to know? Call me husband a few more times, and I'll tell you. Husband, husband, will you tell your little lady, okay? Bai Luoyan sweetly acted spoiled, her voice incredibly cute. More than an hour later, Su Chen held the beautiful girl, soaking in the indoor hot spring. Husband, it's so warm soaking in the hot spring. Do you like it? I like it so much. Husband, being with you gives me such a sense of security. I love being protected by you then. Su Chen held her soft body, as if he had everything. After a tiring day, he could finally rest well with his little lady. After all, today had been exhausting with the sports car, and this hot spring was just right to relax. In the past, he worked every day, alone, with no chance to enjoy life like now. Now that he had someone to accompany him, Su Chen felt very happy. Moreover, Bai Luoyan was sweet and cute, and she was the school beauty. Her figure was exceptional, with fair and delicate skin, simply breathtaking. So beautiful tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. The next day, Bai Luoyan opened her sparkling eyes, looking pure and sweet, nestled in the man's arms. Husband, Xiao Bai really likes you, ding. Bai Luoyan's affection for you +3, current affection 91. Goddess profile card has been refreshed. Name, Bai Luoyan, age, 19, figure, height 166 centimeters, 52. 5 kilograms, pure school beauty, special physique, click to view, overall attractiveness, 95, number of relationships, 1, affection, 91, current status, happy, blissful, so comfortable being with husband, wants to be his little lady for a lifetime. Current affection 91, rewards for this stage can be claimed, yes/no to claim immediately? Su Chen's lips curled up, his little lady was indeed a goddess with a score of 95, clearly hiding something. Claim, ding, congratulations, host. You have received the reward, investment project return prediction card X1. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, 100% shares of Junlin Capital, becoming the sole owner. Equity certificate can be extracted. Details: the company currently has fixed assets of 100 million, investment funds of 1 billion, located on the 16th floor of Yonglong Building. Capital company? Su Chen was stunned. He never expected that one day he would become the owner of a capital company. Adding it all up, there are a total of 1 billion? Impressive. After carefully reviewing the introduction, he finally understood. The inherent funds are his own money placed in the company, which is then invested to make a profit, generally used for capital circulation. He can take it out anytime he wants. Investment funds can be divided into private placements and public offerings, which are the money of high-end clients and ordinary people. The company will invest these funds to achieve profits. In summary, it's just one sentence: the essence of finance is that I use your money to make money. If I lose, it's not my concern, but if I profit, I take a cut. Truly the wicked capitalist. Su Chen couldn't help but smile. Although he had always heard this term before, he was now the boss of a capital company, spending other people's money. It really feels great. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but glance at the beautiful girl in his arms. My lady, you truly bring me immense joy. It's worth my affection for her. How about taking her to see this company today? She's from the Finance Academy. It would be good for her to see the world. Su Chen immediately made a plan in his heart. Ding! Lu Qingyue's favorability towards you is 60, and you have not yet claimed your reward. Would you like to claim it now? Oh right, I almost forgot. Claim. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, normal, stock market prediction card X1. Description: after use, you will receive information on an A-share stock, which will rise in the next 2 days. Daily increase of 5% to 20% range, a 20% limit up? It should be a Sci-Tech Innovation Board or Growth Enterprise Market stock. A small profit. When the time comes, I'll just use my investment company to buy some. Su Chen planned in his heart and put away the system. Then he happily embraced the beautiful girl. Money, beauty, capital company. I want them all. So exhilarating leaving Yunlu Resort. The Bugatti Divo drove on the road back to the city. Su Chen held the steering wheel with one hand, feeling the wind blowing in from the window, completely at ease. Truly a resort, soaking in hot springs is definitely a wonderful experience. It can quickly activate bodily functions and restore vitality. Bai Luoyan's face turned slightly red. She had become Su Chen's woman and felt very secure in her heart. She recalled the sweet moments with Su Chen, so deeply etched in her memory. She had become infatuated with the moments of being cherished by her husband. So happy, so sweet husband. Bai Luoyan blushed and asked sweetly, do I need to take medicine? What if I get pregnant and it's not good? Su Chen smiled lightly. Aren't you in the safe period? What are you afraid of? If it really happens, I will take responsibility. With his current financial strength, with 200 million in his bank account and having acquired an investment company, if an accident happens and there are more little babies, what does it matter? Moreover, being pregnant doesn't mean giving birth immediately. It takes at least 9 months. By then, his career will be booming. He wouldn't have to worry about those things. Okay, then I'll listen to my husband. Hearing the man say this, Bai Luoyan felt more assured. Although she wasn't ready to be a mother yet, after all, she was only a sophomore, 19 years old. But getting pregnant during the safe period is a low probability event. How could there be so many coincidences? Due to a phone rang. After answering, a pleasant female voice came from the other end. Mr. Su, I am Zhang Jingyi, the general manager of Junlin Capital. The financial statements have been sorted out, and you can come over for the handover at any time. Oh, I was just planning to come over. Good. What time do you think you can arrive? I'll come to the building entrance to pick you up. About half an hour. The call ended. Bai Luoyan was stunned, her eyes wide like a startled deer. Husband, what is your connection to Junlin Capital? Why do their general managers come to pick you up? She was from the Finance Academy and had heard of Junlin Capital, which had a strong background in power. The funds they controlled were in the hundreds of millions. What do you think? Su Chen smiled, enjoying her naive expression. Bai Luoyan gathered her courage to guess. Husband, you must be one of their shareholders. That's why they value you so much. Yes. Su Chen felt there was no need to hide it, smiling lightly. If I were the only shareholder, what do you think I should be? Completely controlling? Then you must be. Bai Luoyan covered her mouth in astonishment, feeling her worldview was being dramatically refreshed. Oh my husband, you are actually the boss of Junlin Capital? That's amazing. Then, does that mean I? Bai Luoyan was excited but didn't dare to say it outright. After all, her identity needed her husband to acknowledge it. All her glory came from him. 1. What are you so happy about? Does it have anything to do with you? 2. What does it count as? You know in your heart. I won't say more. 3. It counts. You are the lady boss of Junlin Capital. Su Chen couldn't stand the first two options. Were they even human words? Hurry up and crawl. Su Chen decided to indulge her little thoughts. His woman, he would definitely pamper. It counts. You are the lady boss of Junlin Capital. Although it was just a title, when Su Chen said it, it was a sign of his affection and recognition of her identity. Bai Luoyan was overjoyed, acting spoiled. Husband, you spoil me so much. I feel like with this title, I'm just like you, becoming so powerful, seeing her smile like a blooming flower, beautiful and charming. Suchen felt very pleased. Later, I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the company environment and let the managers over there get to know you. If you want to play in finance, I can have them open a 10 million account for you to play with as you like. No, Bai Luoyan shook her head repeatedly, laughing even more happily. Husband, I'm an accountant, I only know how to count money. I don't understand investments. She felt her husband spoiled her so much, even domineeringly opening a 10 million account for her to play with? How happy was that? Ding! Bai Luoyan's favorability towards you +2, current favorability 93. Alright, what a pity. Su Chen smiled, showing a face of regret. Did he not know that his little lady was studying accounting? If he really gave her a 10 million investment account, would she dare to touch it? Obviously not. But by saying this, Bai Luoyan would be very happy. This was the charm of language. On Financial Street, Yonglong Building, Su Chen parked the car and took Bai Luoyan's hand as they walked towards the entrance. A woman in OL uniform warmly approached them. Boss, I'm Zhang Jingyi, the one you just spoke to on the phone. Who is this beside you? She didn't know the other party's identity, so she naturally didn't dare to make random guesses. Name, Zhang Jingyi, height, 170 centimeters, 54 kilograms, slender figure, age, 26, overall attractiveness, 88 points, favorability, 35, romantic experience, 0, current status, respectful, surprised. The boss looks even more handsome in person than in the photos, so pleasing to the eye. Su Chen frowned slightly. Her figure was tall and slender. Her temperament was of the cold and elegant type, looking like a very career-oriented woman. According to the information provided by the system, she was a top student with dual master's degrees, quite impressive. Perhaps because she was highly educated, she found a partner later than usual. She is my girlfriend, Bai Luoyan. Su Chen smiled lightly and instructed, if she comes to the company to play in the future, remember to treat her well and don't neglect her. Understood, Mrs. Su, Zhang Jingyi said, glancing at Bai Luoyan and greeting her. She quickly noted the beautiful girl's appearance. Hello. Bai Luoyan felt very pleased, her little face inevitably turning red. She had never imagined such a scene before. The general manager of Junlin Capital calling her Mrs. Su, how impressive. Although she was still a bit nervous, with Su Chen holding her hand, she felt quite at ease. Entering Junlin Capital, all the employees in the office area put down their work, stood up, and slightly bowed to greet Su Chen. Mr. Su, good morning, Mr. Su. Su Chen scanned the crowd with a smile in response. Then, he needed to hand over some financial matters, so he asked the manager's female secretary, Zhang Yan, to take Bai Luoyan around the company to help her understand the capital firm. You must be the boss's girlfriend, right? You're really beautiful. Zhang Yan kindly linked arms with Bai Luoyan. Come, let me introduce you to our Junlin capital. You can ask me anything you're curious about. Okay. Bai Luoyan nodded obediently. At first, she felt a bit uncomfortable without her husband by her side, but she knew she had to stay calm and not be intimidated by such a grand occasion. She straightened her proud chest, gradually calming her mindset, and began to stroll around with Zhang Yan. She found the Junlin capital was bright and spacious, as new as if it had just been washed, filled with a business fashion atmosphere. The employees all looked very spirited, and when they saw her, they would show friendly smiles. They knew she was the boss's woman, so their attitude had to be respectful. She was also shocked to discover a fact. Every employee working at Junlin Capital came from prestigious financial schools. Those from second-tier financial colleges were simply not accepted. But she didn't tell Zhang Yan that she attended a second-tier financial college, because if that got out, how embarrassing would that be? Moreover, the rent here costs several million every year. After all, it's on Financial Street, and as a capital company, it must have a good facade to support it. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, the prosperity of Financial Street was fully visible. Bai Luoyan had never imagined that one day she would tour a financial company as the boss's wife. The more she walked around, the more she felt that her husband was truly amazing. She felt that in her past life, she must have protected the galaxy to have such luck now. She actually found such a good boyfriend in Su Chen. Thinking of the affectionate moments they shared, Bai Luoyan couldn't help but blush and her heart raced. Miss Bai, let me show you our interview room. Every day, we have many university students from financial schools come to our company for interviews. But after screening, only 10 can intern with us each quarter. Do you know how cruel that is? Zhang Yan's task was to show the boss's little girlfriend around the company and expose her to the world. Of course, she had to do her job well. Bai Luoyan felt very surprised, that's really cruel. Does that mean those from second-tier financial schools don't even qualify for an interview? Pretty much. Zhang Yan nodded and continued, if her external image is good, we might give her a chance. But for other aspects, we are quite strict. At the very least, she must be proficient in 2 languages, come from a well-off family background, and be able to bring certain resources to our company. Many top graduates from prestigious schools sometimes don't meet these conditions, and we won't hire them. Oh my, that's so difficult. Bai Luoyan felt her scalp tingle. No wonder the employment rate in financial investment is so low. It's really competitive. Fortunately, she has her husband, so she doesn't have to worry about work at all. Zhang Yan smiled. How about this? I'll take you to experience what it's like to be an interviewer. It's very impressive. Sounds great. Bai Luoyan's eyes sparkled. Being the girlfriend of her husband is truly amazing. So much love in the chairman's office. After some understanding, Su Chen gained a deeper insight into his capital company. Conservatively estimated, it can bring him an income of over 70 million each year. Currently, his 1 billion in inherent funds has not yet been activated. Additionally, there are 600 million in the investment fund, with over 60 million in idle status, which can be considered as liquid funds that he can use now. Su Chen had a plan in mind, to first activate that stock market prediction card. Ding! Beginner, stock market prediction card has been activated. Information, code 301172 Galaxy Magnet will experience continuous growth in the next 2 days. Daily increase of 5 to 20%. Tip, the increase will be affected by the number of shares you purchase. The fewer you buy, the higher the increase will be. So that's how it is. Su Chen's lips curled up, waving his hand. Xiaoxiang, help me check how many shares of 301,172 Galaxy Magnet are still available in the stock market. Zhang Jingyi operated for a moment and quickly replied, Mr. Su, there are still over 380 million. Oh, if I buy 100 million, is that too much? Hiss. Zhang Jingyi was taken aback, and after a moment of thought, she analyzed seriously. In terms of proportion, 100 million is less than a third, which is moderate. But in terms of amount, 100 million is a lot, very much. Then let's buy 100 million. Su Chen didn't want to dwell on it, instructing her, use that money from my inherent account to buy. Okay. Although Zhang Jingyi didn't understand why the boss wanted to buy this stock, she believed that since Su Chen could become the boss, it meant his financial insight, depth of character, and methods were definitely more profound than hers. Zhang Jingyi's favorability towards you +5, current favorability 40. Su Chen looked at her calmly. This woman was tall and slender, dressed in an OL professional suit, capable and brisk, a typical office beauty. Having a story with such a beauty would definitely be exciting. However, she was his subordinate, and he wouldn't deliberately pressure her just because of his position. It's more important to focus on his own career first. Ding! Investment project return prediction card has been activated. Usage period, 24 hours. Introduction, you can see the investment return ratios of all projects, choose one project to lock, and the prediction card will officially take effect. Tip, the investment return rates you see for projects not locked with the prediction card will not take effect. Host, please invest cautiously. Oh, Su Chen understood. This investment return prediction card could only take effect for one project. As for other projects, even if the return rates looked high now, without the prediction card locking them in, investing could lead to losses. Then I'll focus on one big project and make a big profit, right? Su Chen's lips curled up as he opened the investment application for Junlin Capital. Information prompts appeared one after another. Project, AI Simulation Silicone Doll. Description, constant temperature, voice-controlled benefits, can adjust to any posture. Investment amount 10 million. Investment return rate 30% to 36%. Project, National Chain Private Couple Cinema. Description, offline interaction, intimate and close, can order playmates to play together with the host. Investment amount 12 million. Investment return rate 0%. Project, high-end housekeeping app. Description, is your child not making progress in learning? Is your home not clean enough? Isn't it a bit dull without a wife? A high-end housekeeping app, on-demand service, solving all your life troubles. Investment amount 5 million. Investment return rate 0%. Su Chen was a bit surprised. The last two projects sounded tempting, so why was the investment return rate 0%? Had the boss been arrested? TSK, can't just invest randomly. Su Chen continued to look down the list. The investment projects were quite varied: custom furniture industry, old clothing recycling, biomedicine, and so on. He saw that the highest return rate was in biomedicine at 180%, but he wasn't ready to decide just yet and planned to check out the film and television projects. Sure enough, the return rates for the film and television projects suddenly increased significantly, mostly short dramas. Nowadays, short dramas are low-cost and high-profit. Many people no longer enjoy watching movies. They prefer mindless, entertaining short dramas. Short drama, reborn as a young lady, she's gone crazy. Synopsis: 5 years of companionship can't compete with the White Moonlight's return. Investment amount $5 million. Investment return rate 1,200% to 1,400%, 50% per 60% share, return rate of over 10 times? Doesn't that mean we could earn several tens of millions? That's a huge profit. Su-chen marked this short drama project and then finished reviewing all the projects applied for this year. Still, this short drama had the highest return rate. Alright, I'm investing. Su-chen pulled out the application for that short drama and handed it to Zhang Jingyi. Xiao Zhang, please call the project leader over so we can discuss the details. Okay. Zhang Jingyi immediately complied and picked up the phone. In a cafe, 3 beautiful young women were negotiating with a middle-aged man with a big belly. The 3 of them were students from Shanghai Drama Academy, each with their own role. Director, Zhang Sha, 23 years old. Producer, Lu Shushen, 23 years old. Actress, Wen Leking, 20 years old. At this moment, Zhang Sha smiled brightly and said, Director Wang, you've seen our short drama project. Are you satisfied? Can you give us a chance? Wang Ruiguang was a shareholder in an entertainment company, worth hundreds of millions, very powerful. I've seen it, but do you think you can just ask for a $5 million investment based on these few words? That's not a small amount. You should know some of the rules of the entertainment industry, right? He leisurely took a sip of coffee, deliberately scanning the few women, giving them hints. Zhang Sha nodded. I understand. Director Wang, don't you just want some company? If you agree to invest, I can send a friend to your hotel tonight. She had already thought it through. If the other party agreed to invest, she would send a wild woman to accompany Director Wang. As for offering themselves, she felt he wasn't worthy. Wang Ruiguang wasn't a fool either. He stopped hiding his intentions and sneered. Just for one night, you think you can send me off like that? Do you think $5 million just falls from the sky? I have an idea. I wonder if you're willing to accept it. Zhang Sha felt something was off. What do you mean? I want all 3 of you to accompany me for the next month. If I want you, just one call, and you have to come. Wang Ruiguang finally revealed his true intentions. The other party was just inexperienced college students, with no background or experience. He could easily exploit and manipulate them. Zhang Sha was both angry and amused. Director Wang, aren't you being a bit too arrogant? Are we that cheap? Isn't it? Wang Ruiguang laughed proudly. You're just college students wanting to start a business with $5 million to set up a crew. Do you think the entertainment industry is that easy to enter? Have you ever thought about paying a price? We certainly thought about the price, but we really can't accept your demands. Zhang Sha shook her head, knowing the darkness of the entertainment industry, but never expected it to be this dark. To directly propose that the 3 sisters accompany him alone, and be at his beck and call? Did he really think of himself as the Jade Emperor? Upon hearing this, Wang Ruiguang seemed to have anticipated it, his expression darkening. Then how about this? I want this woman, let her accompany me for a month. He pointed to the youngest and most beautiful actress among the 3, Wen Leking. She was indeed stunning, looking like a pure little white flower, with a graceful figure, especially her long, fair legs, incredibly alluring. But upon hearing his filthy words, her face instantly flushed red, and she angrily said, You're disgusting. I won't agree. You, stupid woman, are you still pretending to be reserved? Wang Ruiguang gritted his teeth. I've been with all kinds of women. Women like you who pretend to be reserved always end up obedient in the end, right? If I don't invest, do you think you girls can attract any interest? Just as his words fell, the phone rang. Zhang Sha saw the caller ID and quickly answered. Hello? Is this Junlin Capital? What? You are interested in investing in our short drama? You want us to bring the contract and come for a meeting? Okay. Give us 10 minutes. We'll be right there. After hanging up, Zhang Sha couldn't help but smile. Excuse me, President Wang, we need to go discuss a project elsewhere. Let's go, Lekung, Shushen. We're heading to Junlin Capital, let's perform well. She took her 2 sisters' hands and left the cafe together. Only Wang Ruiguang was left, dumbfounded in place. Someone really wants to invest? Zhang Sha and the others quickly hailed a taxi. Inside the car, Zhang Sha patted her sister Wen Leching's hand, smiling as she advised, Lekung, were you scared? This kind of situation is normal in the entertainment industry. If you want to become a female star, you have to pay the price. We have nothing. What can we use to attract investment? It's just our pretty faces and young bodies. It's perfectly normal for him to be interested in you since you're so beautiful. You really should find a backer. That way, your star path will be smooth sailing in the future. When Leking nodded, I know the importance of having a backer, but that Wang Rueguang is clearly not worth relying on. He's just a disgusting fat otaku. With that pig-like face of his, so fat, who could stand it? How could I possibly agree? Yeah. Zhang Sha smiled and said, I was thinking, if he wants to play by the rules, just arrange for him to have a casual fling with an escort. I didn't expect that guy to have such a big mouth, proposing that the three of us accompany him for a month? Sitting in the passenger seat, Lu Shuxian couldn't help but sigh. It's a bit difficult for us young girls to start a business. I wonder if Junlin Capital will really invest in us. We need to see how the meeting goes. 10 minutes later, they arrived at Junlin Capital, and under the reception of manager Zhang Jingyi, they directly entered the chairman's office. This is our boss, Chairman Su. When they saw the handsome and charming Su Chen sitting in the boss's chair, the eyes of the three women instantly lit up. Oh my, so handsome. He was like a real-life domineering CEO, even more handsome than the male stars they had seen, with an extraordinary aura. Chairman Su. Hello, Chairman Su. The three stepped forward, taking the initiative to shake hands. Su Chen briefly shook hands with them while casually scanning the three women. Zhang Sha, 23 years old. Appearance 82, 167 centimeters, favorability 52, Lu Shuxian, 23 years old. Appearance 77, favorability 47, DDDD. New goddess character card detected. Name, When Liking age, 20 years height, 169 centimeters, 53 kilograms, perfect figure overall attractiveness, 92 number of relationships, 0 affection level, initial affection level, refreshing. Current status, helpless, yearning, woo-woo why are there so many disgusting men? I really want to find a handsome, domineering CEO. Even if it means being under the table, I can do it. I want to become a big star. Ding! Affection level refreshed. When Luching's affection level for you, 50 current status updated, surprised. The boss of Junlin Capital is so handsome, my favorite domineering CEO. I wonder if he will propose to be under the table with me. If he does, should I pretend to be reserved, then half push and half agree? Is there such a thing? Su Chen didn't expect that this seemingly pure little flower was thinking about being under the table with him, wanting to become a big star? That's quite a big dream. But on the surface, he remained unperturbed. You all sit. The three women sat down together, and soon Zhang Jingyi served tea to everyone. Smelling the fragrance of the tea, the women looked delighted. Wow, what fragrant tea! Zhang Sha couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. Capital companies are indeed different, very formal and proper. And with such a handsome domineering CEO, it's truly love. Su Chen said lightly, I've looked at your project proposal. I plan to invest, with me holding 60% of the shares. You have no objections, right? In this kind of short drama investment, the industry rule is to hold 50% to 60% of the shares. Holding 60%, Su Chen could achieve a 1,400% return rate. Hearing this, Zhang Sha was overjoyed. It was simply unbelievable. They were lucky to have someone invest. Why would they care about that little bit? What they needed was startup capital to get their crew up and running. That was the key. No, we have no objections. Her expression became excited. Su Chen said calmly, then you can discuss the details with Xiao Zhang, and you can sign the contract. Zhang Sha and the other two exchanged glances, all bewildered. As expected of a domineering CEO, look at his decisiveness. He directly agreed to invest. In comparison, that general manager Wang from before was like a dead rat in a sewer, utterly disgusting. Okay. Zhang Sha's gaze was firm, then she instructed the person next to her, Xu Shen, you go discuss with General Zhang, and we will communicate with Director Su about other details. Lu Shuxian heard this and left the office with Zhang Jingyi. At this point, only the three of them were left. Zhang Sha couldn't help but walk to Su Chen's desk and said, Director Su, now it's just us left. You should have some additional requirements, right? Additional requirements? Su Chen smiled. What do you want me to ask for? Zhang Sha got straight to the point. You know how dark the entertainment industry is. It's not easy for us college students to make a name for ourselves. We need a strong backing, a background. Otherwise, even with startup capital, we feel a bit uneasy. So, we want to repay you. Su Chen was stunned. Need a strong backing, feel uneasy with startup capital, and want to repay him? This puts me in a difficult position. It's the first time I've seen someone actively ask to repay. Su Chen pouted, pretending to be troubled. Zhang Sha straightened her chest, her eyes shining. Director Su, you don't need to have any concerns. I'm a very clean girl. The last boyfriend I had was 2 years ago. Wait. Su Chen's eyes widened. Are you saying that you want to repay me? Yes. Zhang Sha nodded. I'm the project leader, so I should contribute a little for our team. But I'm not. I've already promised to invest, right? Su-chen felt that it was quite different from what he had imagined. He originally thought that this Zhang Sha wanted to send Wen Leking into his arms. Then, he could just push back a little and it would naturally fall into place. Unexpectedly, Zhang Sha wanted to come herself? Zhang Sha blushed and said, Director Su, we've encountered a lot of difficulties, and several girls have hit a wall everywhere. Only you agreed so readily. It's simply too handsome. So, to repay you, I want to dedicate myself to you. 1. Wow. You think I'm handsome, so you want to dedicate yourself? If I were ugly, you would have nothing to repay me with, right? 2. Just you? 3. Calm down, I am a gentleman. Seeing the 3 options, Su-chen felt that the first 2 didn't seem quite appropriate. The first option was humorous but clearly out of place. The second option seemed to have some substance. But the third was better, a strategy of feigned indifference. You calm down, I am a gentleman. Oh my! Zhang Sha's eyes sparkled even more. Director Su, I've truly never met a man like you. You're simply a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. Can't you give me a chance to repay you? She gazed at Su-chen. This was her dream opportunity to climb the social ladder. If she didn't actively pursue it now, when would she? The opportunity was in her own hands. Ding! Wen Leching's favorability towards you plus 10, current favorability 60. Ding! Zhang Sha's favorability towards you plus 15, current favorability 67. Su-chen was now quite troubled. If he played the hidden rules with Zhang Sha, he felt he would miss out on Wen Leking. Directly saying he wanted Wen Leking felt a bit abrupt, so he had a sudden idea and glanced at Wen Leking, hoping she could understand his meaning and help him out. Their eyes met. Wen Leking seemed to grasp the hint and stepped forward. Sister Sha, Director Su is a good man. He doesn't play the dedication game. If you do this, you'll scare Director Su. Seeing this, Zhang Sha's eyes lit up even more as she grabbed her arm. Director Su, Leking hasn't dated before. We really have no support and are struggling. We won't be a burden to you. What are you worried about? The entertainment industry was really hard to navigate. If you didn't pay a price, how could it work? Moreover, she saw that Su-chen was so capable, young, and handsome. Dedicating herself to him didn't seem like a loss at all. On the contrary, they could have a reliable support. And wouldn't their path in the entertainment industry be smooth sailing in the future? Wen Leching's little face turned slightly red. Director Su, what Sister Sha said is indeed true. It's really too difficult for us to establish ourselves in the entertainment industry. If you could support us a little from behind, it would definitely make things much easier for us. Su-chen pondered for a moment. It seemed that these women in the entertainment industry would definitely need help if they wanted to continue. Rather than being helped by others, it would be better to give them some support himself. It could be considered a contribution to the investors who worked hard to start their businesses. Who knows, this investment forecast card might require this step to yield investment returns. You really have it tough, but let's skip the dedication part and just chat to relieve some boredom. Su-chen chuckled, planning to make friends with them. He was just too soft-hearted. Zhang Sha's eyes brightened, holding the man's big hand, gratefully saying, Director Su, thank you then. Chatting is my strong suit. An hour later, Zhang Sha received 5 million in her bank account and left Junlin Capital with her 2 sisters. At the entrance of the building, Zhang Sha sent a message to Su-chen, Mr. Su, I have booked the hotel, Ife Hotel 1022. My sister Lekang and I will be ready in advance, waiting for you to come over and chat. When Lekang was surprised, Sister Sha, you really know how to chat. You can talk about one topic for so long. Zhang Sha smiled, the opportunity is right in front of us, should we miss it? It's just chatting anyway. Mr. Su is so handsome and accomplished. Being friends with him is our blessing. In the future, with Junlin Capital as our backing, will we lack funds to make movies? You're absolutely right. When Leking nodded in agreement, then shyly said, but I don't know what topics to talk about, and I'm a bit nervous. Don't be afraid, isn't there an older sister accompanying you? Zhang Sha patted her shoulder. Come on, let's go buy some pretty clothes first, so that Mr. Su can have a good time chatting. Junlin Capital, chairman's office. Su-chen opened the window and breathed in the fresh air. He felt incredibly refreshed. Ding! Zhang Sha's favorability towards you plus 5, current favorability 72. Ding! Wen Leching's favorability towards you plus 5, current favorability 65. Anyway, he invested in this project with a 1,400% return rate, making 70 million. Just being friends with them is a side benefit. In the future, as he advances into the entertainment industry, they might become his good helpers. Besides, they are female college students wanting to start a crew and enter the entertainment industry. Now that he has the ability, helping them would be great. Supporting them from behind, giving them the capital to make movies, helping them realize their dreams. Isn't that wonderful? It can also prevent them from suffering under other big bosses, saving them from the fire and water. Suchen thought carefully and felt he could be honored as one of the top 10 most touching figures in Huaxia. So great. Dudu Zhang Sha, Mr. Su, I have booked the hotel, Ife Hotel 1022. My sister Lekang and I will be ready in advance, waiting for you. Su Chen's lips curled into a smile. This is life. In the Bugatti Divo, Su Chen had finished his work and was taking Bai Luoyan back to school. Husband, you are amazing. You are actually the boss of Junlin Capital. Sister Yen just took me to experience being an interviewer, and those who came for the interview are all top students, including some from rich families in Qingbei. I feel they are all so impressive. But your interviewers had a cold expression and directly told them to go back and wait for news. So impressive. Bai Luoyan looked at him with admiration. Su Chen took her to Junlin Capital today, which completely refreshed her worldview. She used to be an ordinary person at the bottom, but now she has suddenly become the boss's girlfriend of Junlin Capital, feeling like she is one person below, 10,000 above. So exhilarating. Ding. Bai Luoyan's favorability towards you +1, current favorability 94. Arriving at the school gate, Bai Luoyan was reluctant to part with Su Chen and kissed him. After the sweetness, Bai Luoyan's eyes were filled with tenderness, reluctant to leave. Husband, I won't be able to see you again. I'm so reluctant. Su Chen hugged her waist gently and spoiled her. After a while, I'll buy you a house so you can move out. Then it will be much more convenient for us to meet. What? Husband is going to buy me a house? I'm so happy. Bai Luoyan felt her world was filled with sweetness, all pink bubbles. She hugged Su Chen like this, full of attachment. Husband, Bai Luoyan's soft voice was quite alluring. Little lady, are there any secluded places nearby? Husband, drive that way, behind our school. There aren't many people there. Su Chen understood and directly took her to the back mountain of the academy. On the way, Bai Luoyan began to whine and act cute. An hour later, girls' dormitory. Bai Luoyan's face flushed pink. She felt that her husband had spoiled her. She was originally quite innocent, but now she was surprisingly proactive. Her roommates gathered around her like stars surrounding the moon. Oh my, Bai Luoyan, you really are living like a princess. You actually found such a tall, rich, and handsome boyfriend. He dotes on you so much. You are so lucky. Last night, we saw you at the resort. He gave you 520 carnival declarations, totaling over 1 million. So romantic, so envious, I want to cry. Why didn't my mom make me a little prettier? Their expressions were colorful and full of envy, each one more excited than Bai Luoyan herself. It was known that they were all ordinary college students, suddenly living a life of luxury. Who wouldn't be envious? Moreover, Bai Luoyan's family background was even worse than theirs. But who could blame Bai Luoyan for being so beautiful and having such an amazing figure? Some people can just live off their looks, but what made them the most jealous was that Bai Luoyan had found a young and handsome man. If it had been an older man, they definitely wouldn't have been this envious. They might even have said some derogatory things behind her back. There was no way around it. The facts were right in front of them, and they were truly envious. Lu Wan was so jealous that she lost interest in scrolling through videos. At that moment, the girl with the big eyes curiously asked, "Last night, how was your honeymoon at Yunlu Resort?" Bai Luoyan decided to satisfy her roommate's curiosity and shared a bit of her experience with them. After hearing it, they were extremely excited. Oh my! Su Chen can drive so fast, how cool! He won 4.5 million directly? He only took 1.5 million? That's so extravagant. Wow, sleeping at Yunlu Resort must be so enjoyable. There's a hot spring? You soaked in the hot spring with Su Chen? Just thinking about it makes me blush. Did it hurt, by school beauty? I've never experienced that kind of thing. Bai Luoyan's face turned hot. I won't tell you about that. But weren't you all curious about what my boyfriend does? I'll tell you secretly, but don't spread it around. He is the boss of Junlin Capital. The girl's eyes sparkled even more. Cough, cough, cough. Luan couldn't stay calm and coughed several times. The girl with the big eyes laughed. Luan was thinking about interviewing at Junlin Capital next year, and it turns out your boyfriend is the boss there? What a coincidence. Really? Luan. Bai Luoyan was also surprised and continued. Today, I even went to Junlin Capital with my husband. They let me experience being an interviewer. I took a lot of photos at the company. She had asked Zhang Yan for permission, so she took a few photos to commemorate the occasion. After all, she was an ordinary girl visiting such a high-end place for the first time. If she didn't take some photos, who would believe she had been there? Luan was so angry she felt like spitting blood. The other roommates were even more excited, urging her to show them the photos. Bai Luoyan opened her phone to satisfy her roommate's curiosity. which included a photo with Zhang Yan. Oh my! By Luo Yan, you are amazing. This is the secretary of the general manager, Zhang Yan. She is a top student from the finance department of Qingbei University. Very impressive. I had some doubts before, but now I completely believe it. So amazing. Junlin Capital, that's a capital company controlling $1 billion fund. Your boyfriend is actually the boss there. Oh my, what kind of divine roommate have I met? The roommates were too excited. A company of this $1 billion level was completely beyond their reach. Even going for an interview felt like buying a lottery ticket. And now, Bai Luoyan's boyfriend was the boss here? The gap between people was just so vast. Truly, the same dormitory, different fates. Lu Wan could no longer hold back and burst into tears. Bai Luoyan, let's make up. It was my fault for deliberately targeting and mocking you. Can you help me out in the future, using your boyfriend's connections to get me a job at Junlin Capital? I studied finance and investment. I just want a good job. She knew her situation. Getting into a financial company was as difficult as climbing to the sky. She could only bow her head to Bai Luoyan. After all, this was a shortcut to achieving her goal. Let's talk about it later. After all, you won't be interviewing until next year. Bai Luoyan smiled sweetly, feeling that her life had undergone a tremendous change since meeting her husband. Her husband was amazing. All right, I can treat you all to a big meal tonight. Because my husband has already helped me activate the instant withdrawal feature, I can withdraw the gifts right now. The expressions on everyone's faces were very complex, envious to the point of tears. You really are the little wife of a domineering CEO. How can you have such a good boyfriend? Oh heavens, grant us one too. The roommates felt a huge impact, staring at the ceiling with a long sigh. Bai Luoyan smiled slightly, deciding not to reveal the news about her husband buying her a house. Otherwise, how would her roommates cope with the blow if they couldn't handle it and broke down? Bai Luoyan returned to her computer, opening her live streaming backend. Su Chen had sent her over 1,500 carnival gifts, totaling over 4 million. She had signed a contract with the guild to withdraw 30%, so she withdrew a neat 1,350,000, leaving the rest in her account. Your bank card has received a gift withdrawal remittance from the Douyin platform, amounting to 1,350,000. 00 yuan. Bai Luoyan was overjoyed and then called her mother, planning to transfer some money home. Beep beep beep. Bai mother's voice came through. Hello, daughter, why are you calling mom? Bai Luoyan, mom, what's your bank account number? I want to transfer some money to you. You and dad can take a break from work and rest at home. Bai mother, what? You're sending us money and we don't have to work? How much are you planning to transfer? Bai Luoyan, is 500,000 enough? Bai mother, oh my good daughter, when are you bringing Su Chen home? Mom will prepare a lavish dinner for him. No, let's just come pick you up at the station, then we can go eat at a 5-star hotel. Bai Luoyan laughed out loud. Mom is so funny. The change of face is so quick. If a hotel, room 1022. Su Chen knocked on the door. A moment later, Zhang Sha opened the door, her beautiful face showing surprise as she pulled the man into the room. Mr. Su, we've all been waiting for you. Su Chen then noticed that she had dressed up specially, wearing a sheer nightgown, and she looked quite good. Look, I've dressed up beautifully for you, Wen Lekang. Do you like it? Zhang Sha gestured to another beautiful girl on the sofa. Wen Lekang was wearing a demure professional outfit. Her looks and figure were top-notch. No wonder she was a goddess with a score above 90. She saw Su Chen come in and immediately stood up, her movements a bit shy and awkward, her face flushed as she called out, "Brother, big brother." Upon hearing this, Su Chen glanced at Zhang Sha beside her. You taught her? Zhang Sha giggled. Yes, Su Dong, you invested in our short drama. You're our benefactor. What's wrong with calling out? I can call out to Ahem. Su Chen really felt a bit overwhelmed. In front of them, he seemed so innocent. They really knew how to have fun. However, this feeling of being a benefactor was quite pleasant. Alright, I'm tired. You guys tell me a story later, I'll take a break. Su Chen shrugged, genuinely a bit looking forward to it. Of course, we'll make sure Su Dong relaxes. Look at this. Zhang Sha pointed to the big waterbed in the room. You rest, and we'll tell you a story. It will definitely help you sleep. Su Chen couldn't help but smile, lightly saying, Sure, Zhang Sha, you're very considerate. It's worth my investment of 5 million in you. After this film, I'll continue to invest. Oh, Su Dong. Zhang Sha shouted even more excitedly, quickly wrapping her arms around Su Chen's, charmingly saying, Su Dong is really too good to us. Le Chang, bring out the story I prepared for you. She gave Wen Le Chang a knowing look, implying that she should perform well later. With Su Chen as support, would they ever worry about not having films to shoot? Wen Le Chang, holding a storybook, obediently approached the man. Mr. Su, I'm your sleep assistant Le Chang. Today I'm going to tell you the story of the big bad wolf and the little rabbit. When you want to rest later, I'll tell you, okay? Mei-chem, alright. Su-chen rubbed her head, giving her praise. He had never experienced the treatment of listening to someone tell a story to fall asleep. It should be very restful. Evening. Su-chen left the hotel, and unknowingly, 4 hours had passed. The story was very exciting. Life is so wonderful. Ding. When Lu Cheng's favorability plus 10, current favorability 75. You can claim 60, 70 stage favorability rewards. Would you like to claim immediately? Claim. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, a Bentley Continental GT top configuration. Glacier Blue, latest model, worth 4.8 million. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, 10 million cash. So refreshing. Su-chen couldn't help but smile. It wasn't because of how valuable these two rewards were, but because all of this was a chain reaction triggered by a project investment forecast card. He only needed to invest 5 million, could earn 70 million, and also gain the favor of the goddess Wen Luchang. Plus, he received 2 additional favorability rewards, 15 million? Completely a bonus surprise. If Wen Luchang knew that she had given him so much value, she would feel like a bonus herself. Would she angrily pound her chest and call him a bad guy? But she would never know in her lifetime and would still think Su-chen was a good man. Ding! Goddess data card has been refreshed. Name, Wen Luchang. Age, 20 years. Body, 169 centimeters, 53 kilograms, a perfect figure. Appearance, 92. Number of relationships, 1 favorability, 75. Current status, happy, yearning, with Mr. Su's support. I feel the future is bright. Starting tomorrow, I will work hard to act. One day, I will stand under the spotlight and let everyone know me. Let Mr. Su see me completely, proving that his judgment was not wrong. This Wen Luchang has quite a dream. She's already thinking about becoming a big star, wanting me to see her completely? Alright, seeing her so inspirational and with a connection to me, I'll support her a bit more. Still can get favorability rewards. Thinking of this, Su-chen suddenly looked at her physique bar, his eyes widening. Golden spring and jade body? Is this her special constitution? He struck gold. Suehu Tiendi. Underground parking lot. V-room. Su-chen parked the Bugatti and walked towards his parking space number 99. He reached out to pull off the car cover, revealing the Bentley Continental GT in Glacier Blue before him. The car is quite beautiful, but this color looks like something a girl would drive. Let's leave it for now. Su-chen ignored it, planning to go home to rest a bit before considering what to eat later. As he reached the parking lot exit, he was captivated by a little girl about 4 years old. The girl was very cute and innocent, playing with a crystal bouncy ball, constantly throwing it on the ground. Bounce, fall, repeatedly. Su-chen had supervision, able to slow down actions, so he lost himself in the moment. A sudden sense of danger filled his mind in an instant. Hee, the bouncy ball is so much fun. The little girl was having a great time, but the next moment, the bouncy ball suddenly veered off course and rolled onto the driveway. Her expression changed, and she instinctively ran forward to pick it up. Vroom vroom vroom. The roar of vehicles grew closer, and she saw a car speeding out of the parking lot. A massive shadow instantly enveloped her. Danger was imminent. She froze, standing there in shock. Just at that critical moment, thud! A figure rushed past, and the little girl felt herself lifted into the air and then landed safely on the grass. The passing Mercedes G-Class drove away mercilessly. Su-chen let out a sigh of relief, squatting down to ask her, "Little girl, do you know how dangerous that was just now? Where are your parents?" He possessed supervision and a perfect physique. The adrenaline that surged earlier, combined with his dynamic capture ability, allowed him to react in time and save the little girl. If it weren't for him, this little girl would have been in grave danger. Big brother, woo woo woo. The car just now was so scary. The little girl finally realized the danger, throwing herself into Su-chen's arms and crying loudly. Su-chen rubbed her head to comfort her. Don't cry, it's okay, it's okay." But the little girl was completely frightened, continuing to cry wah-wah non-stop. Seeing this, Su-chen took out a tissue from his pocket and wiped her tears. At that moment, a beautiful woman in a purple dress with long black stockings walked over quickly, then squatted down beside the little girl. Her curvy figure outlined a perfect S-shaped curve, incredibly charming. Yeah, why are you crying? Did you fall somewhere? Does it hurt? Mom just took a phone call, it might have taken a bit long. She looked worried, urgently comforting her daughter. Yaya pouted in grievance. Woo, just now a car was going to hit me, and it was this big brother who carried me away. Yaya was so scared a car was going to hit you? The beautiful woman recalled the Mercedes G-Class that had just passed by, instantly breaking out in a cold sweat. Sir, it's my negligence. Thank you for saving Yaya. I am Chi-ing. How should I address you, sir? She stood up, gratefully extending her fair hand, feeling very fortunate. Thank goodness this handsome guy saved her daughter, otherwise, the consequences were unimaginable. Ding! System detected a new goddess. Name, Qiying, age, 30, height, 167 centimeters, weight, 56 kilograms, overall attractiveness, 90, number of relationships, 1, favorability, 42, current status, still shaken, grateful. Her figure was simply exquisite, truly a beauty of the world. Moreover, at the age of 30, she is in the prime of her life, full of beauty and vitality. How happy would a man be to be with her? And she meets the goddess standard? That's amazing. But even though Su Chen felt a surge of emotions inside, he quickly calmed down. She already has a daughter. Perhaps her husband is still at home? Hello, Su Chen. He extended his hand and politely shook hers. The soft little hand felt wonderful. Qiying smiled brightly, not sensing any disrespect in his eyes. Wherever she went, there were always strange gazes directed at her. Having a good figure isn't her fault, right? However, this Mr. Su didn't let his gaze wander, making her feel that he was quite a gentleman. Mr. Su, I wonder if you have other plans tonight. You saved Yaya, and I would like to treat you to a meal. What do you think? The little girl Yaya's eyes sparkled as she looked at the beautiful young woman. Okay, mommy, Yaya wants to eat with big brother too. 1. I saved your daughter, and you just want to treat me to a meal? You should give me some real benefits. Exposing needs. 2. Alright, I happen to want to go out for a meal too. Naturally. 3. It's just a small matter, you don't need to take it to heart, as long as the child is fine. Hidden purpose, reasonable pull, then deliberately ruffle the little girl's hair to make her dependent on you. Su Chen glanced over. The third option was simply the standard answer. Just copy it. It's just a small matter, you don't need to take it to heart, as long as the child is fine. He smiled with a warm, sunny demeanor and ruffled the little girl's hair. Is everything alright now, Yaya? Then big brother will be leaving. You and mommy go have a feast. After saying that, he turned to leave. However, he hadn't taken a few steps when Yaya started crying again. Whoa, mommy, I want big brother. All the other kids have their daddies to protect them, but I don't. Big brother protected me, I want big brother to eat with us. Mommy, she clung to the beautiful young woman's leg, shaking it and acting cute, her face still showing signs of shock. Oh dear, Yaya, big brother has things to do. Please don't cry. I don't care, I just want you to bring big brother back. Qiying tried to comfort her a couple more times but found that her daughter wouldn't be soothed no matter what. Indeed, her husband had passed away when she was pregnant, and she hadn't looked for another man since. Her daughter hadn't experienced a father's love in these 4 years. Now that her daughter was frightened, she must have developed a dependency on the man who saved her. Qiying pursed her lips, then took her daughter's hand and hurried to catch up with the man. Mr. Su, please wait. Upon hearing this, Su Chen turned back. Everything was under control. Ms. Why is Yaya crying again? He pretended not to know and helped wipe Yaya's tears, gently saying, Yaya, what's wrong? Why are you crying when mommy is right beside you? Yaya is scared that the car will come and hit me again. I want big brother to protect me. Mommy just knows how to talk to people on her phone and doesn't care about me. Yaya suddenly hugged Su Chen's leg, clinging to him like a little koala, refusing to let go. Hearing this, Qiying couldn't help but facepalm, her smile a bit awkward. Mr. Su, Yaya is frightened right now, so she wants you to stay with her a little longer. How about this? If you really have urgent matters, just be tough and ignore her. She'll stop crying and making a fuss eventually. If you're free tonight, I hope you can keep her company. Tomorrow I will bring a gift and visit you. I'm really sorry for the trouble. Oh dear. Su Chen sighed softly, not answering, but instead picked up the little girl and smiled. Yaya, where are you and mama going to eat tonight? Yaya was very happy, feeling as if she had suddenly grown taller, her eyes sparkling, and she said in a sweet voice, Mama said we're going to eat big spider? Is it a pig? Su Chen was confused and looked at the beautiful woman beside him. Qiying smiled and corrected, we're going to have a seafood feast. Yaya doesn't know what a king crab is and thinks it's a spider. Su Chen realized, oh, so we're eating king crab. That thing is amazing. If Yaya eats it, she'll become brave. After that, she won't be afraid of anything. Really, big brother, if I eat it, will I be as amazing as you? Will you swoop in and carry me away? Yaya laughed happily, her innocence shining through, as if she hadn't just been crying. Children are like that. They cry quickly and laugh just as fast. Qiying, seeing this, felt a bit dazed, thinking that having a man around wasn't so bad after all. Just like that, a few comforting words, and her daughter stopped crying? She was laughing so joyfully she had never seen Yaya this happy before. Ding! Qiying's favorability towards you +10, current favorability 52. Su Chen smiled, holding the little girl, and walked up to a silver Porsche 911. This car is yours, right? Qiying snapped back to reality. wondering how the journey had gone by so quickly. Yes, all right. Su-chen set the little girl down. The mother and daughter were momentarily stunned. Yaya quickly hugged Su-chen's thigh. Big brother, don't go. Don't leave, Yaya. I'm not going. I'm just going to drive my car. You can ride in Mama's car, okay? Su-chen genuinely didn't intend to leave. He thought it was more appropriate to drive his own car. The little girl Yaya shook her head like a rattledrum, sweetly pouting, no. Big brother, you must be lying like Mama, saying you're going to drive, but then you won't come back. Big brother, she started to look like she was about to cry again. Su-chen was a bit speechless and shot a glare at Xi-ying. What kind of mother are you? Your daughter has no trust in you at all. Xi-ying's face turned red, not expecting that one day she would be schooled by a young man. She had no way to refute, but it felt oddly warm to hear. She leaned down slightly and spoke gently. Yaya, big brother won't lie to you. Let's wait for him, okay? Big brother won't, Mama, you will. Yaya blurted out. Xi-ying was speechless. Su-chen helplessly took over. Yaya, let's make a pinky promise. Wait for me for 2 minutes, and I'll be right back. The little girl was particularly happy, extending her pinky to make a promise with him. Big brother, you must come back, okay? Su-chen nodded and quickly walked towards the parking lot. Watching him leave, the little girl looked up and said, Mama, can we let big brother be my daddy? Xi-ying was stunned. Wait, you just met him, and you want him to be your daddy? Yaya said innocently, yes, big brother seems like a superhero. Oh, he can fly. Xi-ying chuckled, thinking her daughter was exaggerating, and casually said, then you can ask big brother later if he wants to be your daddy? Okay, when big brother comes back, I'll ask him. Seeing her daughter take it seriously, Xi-ying regretted saying that without thinking. No. Yaya, don't ask. Mama will be so embarrassed. Please don't ask. Oh, Yaya nodded, seeming to understand, but also seeming not to. At that moment, a Maybach S680 slowly drove up and stopped beside the mother and daughter. Su-chen looked through the car window and smiled. We can go now, you drive ahead, and I'll follow. The little girl, Yaya, lit up with excitement. Wow, such a beautiful car. Mommy, I want to ride in the big brother's car, not yours. Xi-ying felt a headache coming on. Yeah, you've already caused a lot of trouble for the big brother, do you know that? We need to be a bit more obedient. Little did she know. As soon as she finished speaking, Su-chen had already gotten out of the car, opened the door, and clapped his hands. Come on, yeah, get in the car. Woohoo, the big brother is the best. Mommy is the bad guy. Yaya completely ignored her mother and jumped into Su-chen's arms, wanting him to carry her into the car. Xi-ying was left speechless. So all the good things were done by Su-chen, and she became the bad guy? But seeing her daughter sitting in the car alone made her a bit uneasy. She was afraid Yaya would cause more trouble inside. Mr. Su, how about? She found it hard to say. After all, she wasn't without a car. Su-chen didn't wait for her to finish and said directly, you should come along too. It will be easier for you to take care of Yaya. I might be a bit careless as a big man, and you can be more attentive. Xi-ying blushed at his words. If she were attentive, her daughter wouldn't have had that kind of accident earlier. If Su-chen hadn't saved Yaya, she couldn't imagine what would have happened. Thank you, Mr. Su. She felt a bit embarrassed as she got into the Maybach, letting her daughter sit on her long black silk legs. Moments later, Su-chen drove the Maybach smoothly, gliding along the road. Yaya was very excited. Wow, big brother, your car is so comfortable to sit in, unlike mommy's car. I always feel dizzy and my stomach hurts. Hearing this, Su-chen finally understood. It turned out that Xi-ying, this female driver, wasn't very skilled, so the ride was bumpy, making the little girl uncomfortable. Is that why she wanted to ride in his car? He was a super driver. Driving this kind of car was a piece of cake. Xi-ying covered her daughter's mouth, not wanting her to speak anymore. Yeah, mommy punishes you to be quiet until we reach the restaurant. She actually felt that riding in Su-chen's car was very comfortable and stable. But her driving skills weren't that bad, were they? Beep beep beep. Su-chen's phone rang. He glanced at it and saw it was a call from Lu Zixue. He answered with one hand. Hello. Lu Zixue's cold voice carried a hint of anticipation. Su-chen, didn't I say last time that I wanted to treat you to a meal? Are you free tonight? Su-chen's brows furrowed slightly. Lu Zixue, this little darling, why does she always want to ruin his good plans? Is she asking for trouble? I have an appointment tonight. Can we do it another time? Oh, okay. Lu Zixue's voice instantly turned disappointed. After a pause, she still asked, are you very busy today, not having time to check WeChat? Yes. Su-chen suddenly felt a bit flustered. She couldn't have already made plans with him, could she? Then it's nothing. Next time, I'll call you in advance. Lu Zixue's voice grew even more dejected. Su-chen could only say, next time I'll pay more attention to messages. I really have been busy today. Lu Zixue, I understand. Then I won't disturb you. Okay. After Su-chen finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Then he casually glanced at WeChat and found that Lu Zixue had indeed sent him a message around noon, saying she wanted to invite him to dinner that night. However, he had been quite busy at that time. First, he was investing in stocks, then he took the young lady back to the academy, and he also helped when Lekang and Zhang Sha realized their dreams of entering the entertainment industry. How could he have had time to check messages? Putting down his phone, Su Chen looked calm and composed, still holding the steering wheel with one hand, steady as a rock. Qi Ying's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked, "Mr. Su, your driving is so steady. I feel like you drive better with one hand than I do. Is there a trick to it? When your driving skills are fine, your mindset must be calm." Su Chen glanced at her and asked, "When you drive, do you feel your heart racing faster than usual?" Qi Ying placed her delicate hand on her chest, only to realize it was too large, very faint. She instantly blushed. "I'm sorry, Mr. Su, this might be a bit difficult for me, but when I drive myself, I do feel a bit flustered, afraid of hitting someone." "I see." Su Chen pondered and said, "Then next time, I'll ride in your car and guide you a bit, so that in the future, when Yeye rides with you, she won't feel uncomfortable." Upon hearing this, Yeye's eyes lit up. Big brother is right, hurry and teach mommy how to drive, she doesn't know at all. Qi Ying frowned, feeling that her dignity would eventually be lost because of her daughter, but she thought Su Chen's suggestion was indeed good. "Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Su." Su Chen nodded, already planning to teach her how to drive next time, using the trick of helping her listen to her heartbeat, and then directly getting hands-on. This charming mature woman was truly exceptional. Of course, he needed to raise his favorability first. Beach No. 5. Crab Ferry Banquet. This is a top-tier seafood restaurant, serving creative cuisine, showcasing the grandeur of the Tang Dynasty Moon Banquet, and is a feast of aesthetics and gastronomy. Each dish averages 700 yuan, with a per capita cost of over 2,000, yet many people spend over 10,000 and still claim they didn't eat enough. If you have money, you can also order a lady in ancient-style clothing to dance for you, as poetic as a painting. A dance lasts about 3 minutes and costs 300 yuan. These ladies are all professional dancers, and working here is considered an honor because they earn a lot of money. Guests can sit quietly in the restaurant, enjoying the ancient-style dance and the bustling night view of the Bund. However, ordinary people can only envy from the street, catching glimpses through the windows. In the Magic City, being rich or poor is entirely two different worlds. At this moment, in a luxurious private room, there was a feeling of stepping into a palace. Qi Ying had ordered a lavish seafood feast. In the center, a fiery red Australian king crab stood out, costing 12,000 yuan. There were also Australian lobsters, tuna sashimi, caviar, and various crab delicacies served in small dishes, tempura bamboo shoots, black truffle crab meat chawanmushi, and so on. There were also dishes named after famous paintings, the Ode to the Goddess of Luo, Dwelling in the Fujian Mountains, Lady with Flower Hairpin, etc. These dishes were served on specially customized plates featuring these paintings, and until they were served, one wouldn't know exactly what they were. Qi Ying's table cost over 60,000 yuan. Originally, just for her and her daughter, they might only need to spend 20,000. But since Su Chen was there today, she deliberately ordered a lot to treat him and express her sincerity. "Mr. Su, if it's not enough, we can order more. Please don't be polite with me." Qi Ying smiled charmingly, wearing a custom-made purple dress that accentuated her proud curves, her voluptuous figure forming a perfect S-curve, stunningly beautiful. Her demeanor was regal and luxurious, a true wealthy lady of Shanghai, an exquisite beauty. Su Chen smiled, his face still showing no ripples. He nodded, then looked at the little girl sitting between them. Yeah, what do you like to eat? I'll get it for you." The little girl sat in a children's chair, her short arms unable to reach some things. Yeye's eyes sparkled as she pointed at the king crab in the middle. "Big brother Yeye wants to eat the big spider." "Okay." Su Chen put on gloves, stood up, and broke off 2 legs from the Australian king crab in the center. This 12,000 yuan Australian king crab weighed 11 pounds, truly thick and large, with plenty of leg meat, absolutely delightful to eat. He held the crab leg, not bothering to get scissors, and smiled at the little girl. Yeah, how about I show you a superpower?" "Superpower? Sure." Yeye was very excited, clapping her little hands. Su Chen held the crab leg and with a bit of force, crack, the crab leg split open. Then, he took out the crab meat whole from inside. "How about that, Yeye, isn't it amazing?" "Wow, so amazing." Yeye wants to try too. Yeye's eyes lit up, wanting to squeeze it herself. Su Chen handed her another intact crab leg, but she found it too big for her little hands to grasp, and it had many sharp spines. "Big brother, this is prickly, let mommy try it." Qi Ying felt a wave of dizziness and couldn't help but laugh in anger. "Yeah, you know it hurts. You want mommy to try? Do you want to make me suffer?" Yeye innocently replied, "Yeye wants to see if mommy has superpowers." Qi Ying shook her head. No, mommy isn't like Big Brother. She doesn't have that much strength to crush it. Oh, I knew it. Big Brother is amazing. He has superpowers and can fly. Mommy, you still don't believe it. Yaya looked proud. Xiying looked at the man with a charming smile. Look at how Yaya sees you. You've become a superhero in her eyes. When you crushed it, it really didn't hurt? Not at all. Su Chen extended his hand to demonstrate. Men naturally have a bit more strength. Plus, using hands to break it feels even better. As he spoke, he crushed another crab leg and neatly packed the crab meat into a bowl, handing it to the beautiful young woman. Thank you. Xiying looked at the full bowl, her cheeks slightly flushed, feeling a warm happiness. The feeling of being cared for was truly wonderful. Ding! Xiying's favorability towards you +5. Current favorability 57. She picked up the crab meat, dipped it in sauce, and tasted it. Perhaps due to psychological effects, she really felt it was tastier than usual. Su Chen smiled faintly and casually started eating as well. He occasionally took care of the little girl Yaya, feeding her. Yaya was very happy, dancing around with her hands and feet, her mouth full of grease. Having grown up in an orphanage, he knew what children needed: companionship and parental love. Now, he was playing the role of a father. Although there was an element of acting, he was indeed doing very well. The beautiful young woman Xiying was very happy and couldn't help but take a few photos with her phone. She deliberately took pictures of Su Chen and Yeye together, but only showed Su Chen's arm, not his face. Then, she posted it on her social media. My daughter is very happy today, with a kind big brother accompanying her for a meal. Image. The comments section instantly exploded. Oh my god, is there something going on? Jia, are you in love? Is there a man accompanying you and your daughter for dinner? Why didn't you take a full photo of the guy? Let us see what he looks like. We can help you screen him. Oh, she always needs a man by her side. It's really time to find a stepdad for Yaya. So many CEOs are pursuing Jia, but she doesn't fancy them. This man must have his merits. Big brother? He should be a young guy? Not bad. She always. Incredible. This is Jia. The first time she posts on social media with a man in the frame, although it's just a silhouette. Xiying's beautiful face turned even redder upon seeing these comments. Alright, stop guessing. It's not what you think. Though she said that, she couldn't help but feel a little moved by the words. Su Chen was very handsome, strong and masculine, and he had saved her daughter, leaving a good impression on her. Moreover, as she aged, her desires grew stronger, and sometimes it was really hard to bear. However, she hadn't thought that far yet. After all, it was their first day meeting, and they didn't know much about each other. Xiying's affection for you +2, current affection level 59. Su Chen's lips curled up slightly. He knew he had to take it slow, steady and gradual. Yeah, do you want to eat some tuna? It's magical. I want to eat. Okay, look, after you finish eating, the meat in my hand will disappear. Isn't that amazing? Yes, I want to eat another piece. Su Chen fed her another piece. Yaya's eyes sparkled. It really is. After I eat, the meat in your hand is gone. Xiying was dumbfounded. This works? You ate it. If it's still there, that would really be a ghost. A man's mouth is a deceptive ghost. Su Chen also found it amusing to tease the child. Sometimes, they were so naive, it was easy to fool them. Xiying couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. In the past, when she fed Yaya tuna, her daughter would refuse to eat it no matter what. Although she had said a lot about how nutritious tuna was, containing protein, fat, vitamin D, and calcium, and how it had a significant effect on children's brain development, her daughter completely didn't understand. She even said her mother was trying to feed her poison. But now, with a few tricks from Su Chen, her daughter was eating it happily. Sai Qiying suddenly felt that as a mother, there was still much she needed to learn. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the door to the private room was opened. A well-dressed middle-aged man walked towards Qiying with a smile. President Qi, sorry to disturb you. I saw the photo you posted on your moments, and coincidentally, my daughter and I are also dining here, so I came to say hello. Upon seeing the visitor, Qiying immediately stood up. Oh, it's President Liu, what a coincidence. Liu Deming's smile was a bit awkward. I'm sorry about the 10 million you asked me to invest before. Unfortunately, due to the recent stock market turmoil, you lost over 2 million. Qiying smiled gently. It's fine, just transfer the remaining amount back to me. I guess my luck hasn't been great lately. Although she didn't say much, losing over 2 million in less than a month still bothered her a bit. It was better to take the money back and cut her losses. Liu Deming forced a smile. I'll transfer the funds back to your account later. I've also lost over 20 million. The stock market is unpredictable. No one can guarantee profits. He said this to make the other party feel better, even hoping to change her mind and trust him once more. However, Qiying did not change her mind and avoided the topic, saying, I understand. Has your daughter come as well? I've met your daughter Sishue once. She really resembles you, like a princess from a fairy tale. Wait, Sishue? Hearing this name, Su Chen, who had been interacting with the little girl, suddenly froze. Shocked, he secretly raised his eyes and glanced at the man. He shivered unexpectedly. Lu Deming? So he really was the father of Lu Sishue, which meant that Lu Sishue, who had stood him up, was now in another private room? Damn! Su Chen, for a moment, didn't know how to respond and could only hope the other party hadn't noticed him, otherwise, that would be a bit awkward, right? His daughter Yao Shuchen was rejected, and the other party was dating a beautiful young woman while also helping to take care of a child? Ha ha! Lu Deming laughed heartily. That girl Schwer is fine in every way, but her temperament is a bit cold. Tonight, she originally wanted to invite her classmate to discuss stocks. That boy should be a financial genius. He might have some unique insights on stocks. Unfortunately, the other party is very busy, probably dealing with something important. So, C.I. Shui booked a private room and dragged me along. He casually complained, but in fact, he was already quite displeased with Yao Shuchen. After all, he had seen his daughter pacing back and forth in the living room, looking distressed because Yao Shuchen hadn't replied to her messages. She even asked him why Yao Shuchen wasn't responding. Asking him? How would he know? He was already annoyed by the questions, feeling that Yao Shuchen was probably just putting on airs, acting all high and mighty now that he had money. Xiying wasn't very clear about it and could only smile. Young people nowadays have their own careers, it's normal to be busy. Lu Deming nodded slightly, and since he had already greeted them, he planned to leave. But he remembered that social media post and curiously glanced at Yao Shuchen. He found that the boy's profile gave him a feeling that was both familiar and strange. Had he seen him somewhere before? Mr. Shi, who is this young man? Oh, this is. Xiying was about to give a brief introduction, but Yaya was very excited and chimed in with a babyish voice. This is the daddy that Mama found. Yao Shuchen's mindset was a bit on edge. Xiying blushed, but since she wasn't very familiar with Lu Deming, it didn't seem necessary to explain too deeply, so she smiled casually. Yaya really likes this Mr. Su. Mr. Su. Lu Deming frowned, observing Yao Shuchen from various angles. Haven't we met somewhere before? You seem very familiar. Yao Shuchen felt a bit flustered, not knowing how to respond. So it's you, old Bai Deng. I'm the one who stood up your daughter, Yao Shuchen. Hands on hips, feeling quite impressive, too. What a coincidence. I'm your daughter's classmate, Yao Shuchen. Do you remember me? Old friends meeting. 3. Uncle Lu? Could it really be you? Pretending to be surprised, Yao Shuchen suddenly froze and quickly made a decision. Now, he couldn't directly say he had recognized the other party long ago. He had to choose 3. He immediately got into character, pretending to size up Lu Deming, his eyes gradually lighting up. Uncle Lu? Could it really be you? This time, Lu Deming was a bit stunned, his whole body shaking. You. Could it be? Yao Shuchen looked surprised. I just heard you mention C.I. Shui, and I thought it was a coincidence, so I didn't dare to identify myself. Now that I see you up close, you're just as I remember, with an extraordinary demeanor. I must not be mistaken, you are C.I. Shui's father? You are. Yao Shuchen. Lu Deming felt as if his mind had exploded. He remembered the handsome young man he had seen before, and now the figure perfectly overlapped with the young man in front of him. Shi Ying's beautiful eyes widened, covering her mouth in shock. She recalled the call Yao Shuchen had taken in the car earlier, which seemed to be a rejection of someone, opting to have dinner with them instead. Now it seemed, wasn't the one he rejected Lu Deming's daughter, C.I. Shui? So, Mr. Su and C.I. Shui were actually classmates? Yes, Uncle Lu, what a coincidence. Yao Shuchen's smile was naturally sunny, even though he felt a bit uneasy inside, but he couldn't let himself panic. In fact, he hadn't done anything wrong. What was there to be afraid of? Wait a moment, let me gather my thoughts. Lu Deming held his head, overwhelmed by the amount of information he was processing. Yao Shuchen rejected his daughter and went on a date with Qi Ying? Now, Qi Ying's daughter said Yao Shuchen was the daddy that her mother found? Mr. Qi, I must ask, are you and Suchen dating? Qi Ying was momentarily taken aback, just about to explain. Lu Zishua's figure appeared. Dad, why aren't you back yet? Be careful, or I'll tell Mom. She remembered very clearly that Qi Ying was very beautiful, with a particularly alluring figure. If her father developed feelings for such a woman and cheated, what would happen? Lu Deming's expression turned serious, revealing a cold smile. Coincidentally, Dad is going to introduce you to someone. You will definitely be surprised. He took his daughter's hand and walked in. The moment Lu Zishue saw Su Chen, she also spotted Qi Ying on the other side, and her mind exploded. The man she had been thinking about was actually on a date with a beautiful woman? Was this what he meant by being busy with work? Su Chen, what is this between you and Mr. Qi? She asked, wanting to clarify the situation from a classmate's perspective. The little girl, Yaya, immediately pulled Su Chen's hand with vigilance. There's a bad woman trying to steal daddy away. Lu Zixue felt like her brain was suffocating, nearly fainting. Su Chen stepped forward to support her, calmly saying, Zixue, I didn't mean to decline your invitation. I just have my principles. Principles? Lu Deming was quite angry, pulling his daughter close. You have Mr. She, why hide it? Just say you have a girlfriend and refuse her. Would Zixue still cling to you on purpose? Do you know how much Zixue has silently done for you? He recalled the high school days when Lu Zixue asked him to sponsor Su Chen's college education, and he had refused several times, but Lu Zixue was stubborn, threatening to stop eating. He finally softened and agreed to anonymously sponsor Su Chen. But now, Su Chen had grown outstanding yet was trying to toy with his daughter's feelings. Could he tolerate this? Seeing this, Xiying was also confused and quickly explained, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Although I don't know what entanglements you have, I just met Mr. Su today. Sigh, it's my fault as a mother for not being more attentive to my child. In the evening, I received a very urgent business call. Yaya was playing on the lawn in the community and almost had an accident. Fortunately, Mr. Su appeared just in time, disregarding his own safety, and carried Yaya away, thus avoiding a disaster. So, Mr. Su is our savior. Yaya was also frightened by that car and needs someone to give her a sense of security. Mr. Su is truly wonderful. After rejecting us for so long, it was only because Yaya kept crying and pleading that Mr. Su finally softened and accepted. After this statement, Lu Zixue and Lu Deming suddenly realized, my goodness, it turns out they had misunderstood Su Chen. Su Chen was a good man who acted bravely. He saved the little girl without regard for his own safety, and he and Xiying were not in a romantic relationship at all? Yaya danced with joy, nodding, that's right, big brother is a superhero. Seeing this, the Lu father and daughter exchanged glances and smiled in unison. Children really do speak without reservation. Terrifying. Lu Deming patted Su Chen's shoulder, praising, Xiao Chen, it seems I jumped to conclusions. My words were a bit too harsh, please don't take it to heart. After hearing Qi Ying's description, he felt immense admiration for Su Chen, who had saved Yaya from under the vehicle without regard for his own safety. Young people with such passion are rare these days. Su Chen's lips curled slightly. I adhere to my principles. Since I promised She to accompany Yaya for a while, I cannot go back on my word. I hope uncle can understand. Understood. Lu Deming nodded. Since things weren't as he thought, how could he break the agreement that had already been made with Qiying? As for Wei Xian not seeing the message, it just goes to show that the other party is indeed busy with work and hasn't seen it. This is also quite reasonable. Ding. Lu Zixue's affection for you +2, current affection 81. Ding. Qiying's affection for you +3, current affection 62. Seeing this, Qiying silently observed Lu Zixue, her smile carrying a hint of meaning. She understood that Lu Zixue merely liked Su Chen as an old classmate, nothing more. It made her feel a bit flustered just now. Now it seems that Su Chen is indeed the one Lu Deming mentioned, the financial genius? No wonder he can live in Suehu Tiandi. Such an outstanding man is indeed in high demand. Lu Deming smiled and suggested, since we all know each other, why don't we just sit together for a meal? General Manager Qi, you wouldn't mind us interrupting you, would you? Qiying came back to her senses and smiled sweetly. Of course not, feel free to sit. Lu Deming raised his hand to call the waiter, take our order. The waiter asked, Mr. Lu, do you still need the dishes from your table? No, let's order again and have it brought over here. Lu Deming added several tens of thousands worth of dishes. Since they were going to eat at someone else's table, how could they not add more food? Even if they might not be able to eat all this seafood, the important thing is face. Remembering what Lu Deming had just said, Su Chen felt a bit curious. Lu Zixue had silently done a lot for him? What exactly was it? In the private room, the atmosphere returned to harmony. Xiying was taking care of her daughter. Su Chen still sat next to the little girl, not changing seats. If he were to change seats just because Lu Zixue was there, that would be a sign of guilt. Moreover, Lu Zixue and he were merely friends now, so he had no need to be so sensitive. He just needed to be natural and confident. As long as he was good enough, he could attract others. At this moment, Lu Deming smiled and said, Xiao Chen, you've been busy all day today. Were you busy with stocks? Yes, I bought a stock today, feeling that it has upward momentum. Su Chen replied casually. Lu Deming immediately became interested. I happen to have my eye on a stock today. one with great potential. How about we chat about it? The stock market is unpredictable. No one knows whether it will rise or fall. Moreover, there are many scattered stocks in the market, and if everyone buys the same stock together, it might actually drive the stock price up. Su-Chen replied lightly, sure, I bought 301172 Galaxy Magnetics. Galaxy Magnetics? Lu Zixue looked up this stock on her phone and found that it had been very stable over the past year. The highest fluctuation was within 5%, making it a very stable tech stock. If it continues to develop like this, it means that this stock, regardless of profit or loss, won't cause any volatility. It is indeed a stock worth playing with in the short term, with good luck, catching a rise and pulling out in time. Lu Deming glanced at it and smiled. Xiao Chun, you seem to be aiming for stability this time. Today I was looking at the stock for Fantiango. A friend told me some news that a small county in Fujian province will soon open a highway route. So this stock might continue to rise in the coming month, suitable for long-term investment. But nothing is absolute. I'm just sharing the information I have. Do you have confidence in Galaxy Magnetics? Upon hearing this, Su-Chen smiled faintly. This Lu Deming is indeed a cunning old fox, speaking so cryptically, throwing out a stock tip while claiming to have insider information suitable for long-term investment. In this case, if he had insider information about Galaxy Magnetics, he would definitely share it with him. Then Lu Deming pondered for a moment, first considering the authenticity of the matter before deciding whether to follow the trend. But the problem was, Su-Chen really had no insider information. He only knew that the Galaxy Magnet was going to rise. How could he know the specific reasons for the increase? I don't have any information, I just feel that based on the upward trend, the Galaxy Magnet should rise tomorrow, but I'm not sure how much it will rise. In any case, this stock is very stable. Regardless of profit or loss, there won't be much fluctuation. He was speaking the truth, very officially. He just told them it might rise, without explaining the reason. Whether they believed it or not was their business. In any case, how much they bought or whether they bought it all had no impact on Su-Chen. Lu Deming furrowed his brows, staring at the K-line chart of the Galaxy Magnet for a long time. How do you see that it will rise from this trend? As a financial mogul, his brain was working overtime. He couldn't see it, he could only tell that it was indeed very stable, but for such a stable stock, the rise and fall were quite reasonable. After thinking carefully, he could only conclude that Su-Chen was indeed buying based on his feelings, and there was no insider information. After all, everyone has their own interpretation of the K-line chart. Perhaps Su-Chen just believed that this trend meant the Galaxy Magnet would rise tomorrow? In any case, he personally decided not to buy, not wanting to waste funds on a stock without a clear upward trend. It might take a month without any movement, and he could even incur some losses. Wouldn't that be a waste of funds and time? However, Lu Zixue had an opposite view from her father. Dad, I've decided to invest 10 million with Su-Chen. Lu Deming was a bit speechless but did not oppose. Okay, since it's so stable, you can play around with it. Stable. That was what reassured him. Shi Ying's beautiful eyes sparkled as she said, Mr. Lu, with the remaining 7 million I have, could you also help me buy this magnet stock that Mr. Su mentioned? Lu Deming felt his eyes go dark. Goodness. His daughter was following Su-Chen to buy, and even Shi Ying was following Su-Chen to buy, and Shi Ying didn't even know what the stock was specifically called? This was outrageous. He even felt that if he didn't follow the trend and invest a little, he would seem out of place. Who was the real financial mogul here? In that case, I'll also invest 10 million. Everyone can play with this stock, it sounds quite interesting. For him, 10 million wasn't much. He had already lost quite a bit, so it was better to follow the trend once, run if it lost, and take profits if it gained. Su-Chen took a sip of tea, looking confident and composed. Seeing his expression, Yeya's eyes suddenly lit up. Mommy, I want to buy too. 10 million. Everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud. The stern-faced Lu Deming was starting to lose his composure. Shi Ying laughed. Yeah, you don't even know what a stock is. How are you going to buy it? And 10 million. Mommy, you have money, you help me buy. Yeya wants to buy 10 million. Yeya raised her little hand high, looking very grand. Shi Ying was at a loss. But mommy doesn't know about stocks, I don't know how to buy them. What should I do? Then let daddy teach you how to buy. Anyway, Yeya wants to. Yeya pulled Su-Chen's hand and said in a sweet voice, Daddy, can you help mommy buy, okay? Seeing this, Lu Zixue pursed her lips, feeling like she wanted to punch something. But she still smiled and gently said, Yeya, Su-Chen is not your daddy, you should call him big brother, okay? Yeya immediately showed a face of hostility. You are a bad woman, I won't listen to you. This was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. Lu Zixue's face turned cold. You teach your daughter how she can casually call someone daddy? Shi Ying chuckled lightly and then coaxed her daughter. Alright, yeah, then I'll ask the big brother if he can help us by 10 million? Don't shout randomly anymore. She then looked at Su Chen, her smile as bright as a flower, and said, Mr. Su, could you please help Yaya make an investment? All the profits will go to you, and if there are losses, I'll take the blame. Mainly, I want Yaya to feel involved. All the profits go to me? Is that still considered an investment? Su Chen was bewildered, looking at the beautiful young woman in disbelief. How was this any different from giving money to herself? Shi Ying's face flushed. I don't really understand these things. I just want Yaya to be happy. Su Chen shook his head. No way, even if I were to help, I would still have to take a share of the profits. Alright then, Mr. Su, you can decide how to proceed. Let's exchange contact information, and then you can give me an account, and I'll transfer the money to you. Shi Ying said logically. Su Chen scanned his WeChat for her to add him. Lu Zixue and Lu Deming exchanged glances upon seeing this. They felt something was off. Oh no, Shi Ying might be serious about this, using the pretense of helping her daughter invest to flirt with a handsome guy? Lu Zixue was getting anxious. She picked up her phone, wanting to secretly message Su Chen. Why aren't you being more cautious? Can't you see what Shi Ying is up to? But after editing it, she didn't send it. She thought carefully and felt she couldn't send it. What if Su Chen had no interest in Shi Ying, and her reminder ended up backfiring? She quickly deleted the message, feeling quite distressed. At the same time, she realized that the boy she once knew was now too outstanding, too dazzling. What should she do? Su Chen, that dense head. It made her so mad. Lu Zixue rarely sulked, her pouting face looking quite adorable. Shi Ying noticed this, and a hint of disdain flashed in her charming eyes, as if a silent competition had begun. Ding! Your favorability with Lu Zixue +1, current favorability 82. Ding! Your favorability with Shi Ying +3, current favorability 65. Su Chen saw the notifications and smiled slightly. Lu Zixue was a 97-point cool goddess, with a stunningly beautiful face, an S-shaped figure, ethereal and breathtaking, too beautiful. Shi Ying had the aura of a noblewoman, with a voluptuous figure, mature and charming. What should he do? Dinner ended. After greeting each other at the door, everyone drove home. Although Lu Zixue was usually cool and rarely showed her emotions on her face, Su Chen could still sense her emotional fluctuations tonight through her current state. She was jealous, and a bit sulky. Su Chen was somewhat concerned but didn't say it outright. Moreover, the words Lu Deming had said, about how Lu Zixue had silently done many things for him, what did that really mean? Adding to that, Lu Zixue's initial favorability towards him was as high as 70. Could it be that during high school, it wasn't just him who had feelings for her, but she actually liked him too? Su Chen had many questions in his heart and decided to wait until he got home to clarify everything. Lu Deming was driving, somewhat distracted, as he noticed his daughter in the passenger seat, her thoughts almost written on her face. It was clearly because of Shi Ying, who had appeared next to Su Chen, and that little girl who kept calling Su Chen daddy. How could his daughter, who had liked Su Chen all this time, not care? He saw everything, and felt quite uncomfortable. Although he had never thought highly of Su Chen before, he had to admit that the other party was indeed an excellent man. Excellent men do attract attention. He had encountered similar situations when he was younger, and even now he faced various temptations. He had fallen into the sweet traps of beautiful women several times, but as soon as he thought of his wife and child, he would immediately wake up and pull away. He pondered for a moment and sighed. Schwer, you can't go on like this. You and Su Chen are both not good at expressing your feelings. You like him but have never told him. What's the point of suppressing your thoughts? Are you really going to wait until Su Chen gets married and has children, and then cry and tell him you loved him? Just be straightforward, don't leave yourself with regrets, talk to him about your feelings. You know, Dad sees this and feels very uncomfortable, do you understand? Hearing her father's words, Lu Zixue's eyes flickered with curiosity. Dad, haven't you always disliked Su Chen? Seeing me so down, almost heartbroken, shouldn't you be happy? Why are you giving me this advice? Upon hearing this, Lu Deming was so angry he almost cursed, scolding, Are you really stupid or pretending to be? I'm your dad. Seeing you sad, should I laugh instead? What a lunatic! Lu Zixue smiled, her stunning beauty unfolding like an ice mountain melting, breathtakingly beautiful. Suddenly, she changed the subject and asked, Dad, why did you also buy stocks in Galaxy Magnet? I could tell you seem to have no intention of buying at all. Oof. Seeing his daughter finally smile, Lu Deming felt much better and explained, Isn't it to give Su Chen some face? If everyone buys and I don't, wouldn't that make me seem out of place? More importantly, that stock is very stable, just treating it as a plaything. So, you still don't believe in Su Chen's judgment? Lu Zixue was a bit surprised. She thought her father recognized Su Chen's insight, so even if he couldn't grasp it, he still followed the trend. Lu Deming chuckled lightly. He definitely had insider information last time. This time I tested it, there shouldn't be any, just a regular stable investment. I don't believe he can still make money from this stock. Anyway, I don't care, I believe in Su Chen. If he says it can rise, there must be a reason. Lu Zixue had already thrown her financial knowledge out the window, choosing to follow the trend blindly. She looked at the stock background in her hand, thought of Su Chen's figure, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Suehu Tiandi, parking lot. A Maybach S680 was parked steadily in the 10 consecutive parking spaces. Shi Ying's eyes widened. Su Chen, so he is the legendary mysterious rich man? The owner of the 10 consecutive parking spaces? The little girl Yaya saw the cool Bugatti, pointed at it with her small hand, and innocently said, "Mommy, look at that car, it looks like a toy car." Su Chen glanced at the Bugatti supercar. It really counts as a toy. Ahem. Xiang cleared her throat and slightly leaned down. Yeah, you must be polite, that car also belongs to the big brother. Seeing this, Su Chen politely shifted his gaze. Yaya's eyes sparkled again. Wow, so it's the big brother's car, that's so cool. Xiang was very pleased with her daughter's response and smiled. Mr. Su, children speak without reservation. I'm sorry for the trouble tonight. It's fine, Yaya looks very happy now, she shouldn't be scared anymore. Let's go, yeah. As Su Chen spoke, he casually picked up the little girl. Woohoo! The little girl was very happy. Her baby voice said, "Big brother, can you lift Yaya high? I see other kids' big brothers lift them high. So cool, I want it too." Then you have to be ready. Su Chen lifted her up and tossed her slightly higher. Then he caught her. Yaya was having a great time, shouting to do it again. At first, Xiang was startled, but when she saw Su Chen's handsome and strong figure, so powerful, she felt very safe and stopped worrying. Leaving the parking lot, they arrived at the flat ground of the community, returning to the silver Porsche 911. Xiang smiled and asked, "Mr. Su, you must have just moved into the community, right? I haven't seen you around before." "A few days ago," he replied. "Oh, then if I'm not mistaken, you must be living in the penthouse of building A5, right?" If it were any other house, Xiang wouldn't have paid attention, but the fact that a resident moved into the penthouse of building A5 was no secret. Given her current understanding of Su Chen, it seemed that this mysterious owner could only be him. Su Chen smiled slightly. "You're very clever, Yaya's mom." "Not at all, I'm just an ordinary woman." Xiang smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes gazing at the man in front of her, feeling a bit reluctant to part. "Alright, it's getting late. You should head back to rest. Bye-bye." Yaya. Su Chen waved goodbye to the mother and daughter with a smile, not prolonging the conversation, and turned away gracefully. Sometimes, the more one desires something, the more one must learn to restrain oneself. At this point, saying more would just be ineffective chatter. Little Yaya didn't throw a tantrum this time. She just watched his departing figure for a long time. Xiang saw the man's silhouette fade away and smiled, leaning down to ask, "Yaya, do you like Big Brother?" The little girl unabashedly replied, "I like him. Yaya wants Big Brother to be my daddy." Xiang laughed, "You're something else. Big Brother is quite popular, you know? That beautiful big sister today likes Big Brother. How could mommy compete with her?" Hearing this, Yaya started to cry again. "I don't care. Yaya just wants Big Brother. I don't want that bad woman. Alright, let's go home first. Next time, I'll take you to see Big Brother, okay?" Mommy can't lie otherwise. I'll go tell Big Brother and let him spank you." Qi Ying's face suddenly flushed. "You can't say that in front of Big Brother. Mommy would be really embarrassed, you know?" Oh, Yaya seemed to understand again. She noticed that every time Mommy told her not to say something, but when she did, Mommy seemed very happy. Building A5, 28th floor, inside the spacious apartment. Su Chen returned home and took a shower, looking at himself in the mirror. He was surprised. Who is this handsome guy? A face that even the gods would envy? Oh, so it's me. Then it's nothing to worry about. Su Chen indulged in a moment of self-admiration, feeling refreshed, draped in a bath towel while sitting on the soft sofa. He picked up his phone and simply replied to the numerous messages from girls, chatting with them. Lin Shuya, Yi Sinyu, Nian Mian the little cat, Junior Chenyan, Bai Luoyan the young lady, Coach Yufei. After a round of communication, over an hour had passed. Yi Sinyu had already bought him clothes, which she would deliver tomorrow. The fitness equipment ordered by Coach Yufei was also arriving soon. Young lady Bai Luoyan was still live streaming playing cards, going bankrupt every day, but having a great time. However, compared to being a beauty streamer, she was indeed more suited to being an entertainment streamer. She could chat freely with her fans without any burden. Although her fans often got so frustrated with her poor skills that they nearly had strokes, that was precisely what they enjoyed watching about her. As for Shuya, she hadn't finished work yet, but with Su Chen chatting with her, she was very happy. From what Su-chen knew about Lin Shuya, she was a very career-oriented woman and quite capable. Letting her be a canary, doing nothing but enjoying life, would actually make her feel bored. Not all girls are like Mian Mian the little cat, who just likes to lie back and enjoy. Once I make some more money, I'll buy Jianshang Media. Let Shuya be the real president, and Shen Yan can be her assistant. That way, their pressure will be much lighter, right? Perfect. Su-chen already had a rough plan in mind. But Jianshang Media is currently valued at over 2 billion, and Shanghai's Jianshang Media is actually just a branch, with the headquarters in Xinchuan City. To achieve absolute control, he needs 67% of the shares, which requires tens of billions in cash flow. He still has some way to go to reach this goal. With that thought, Su-chen picked up his phone and initiated a video call to Lu Zixue, planning to have a heart-to-heart talk, hoping to increase their rapport. Beep beep beep. Meanwhile, at the Tangong Villa, Lu Zixue, wearing a white sheer nightgown, leaned against the bed, looking at the stock market on her laptop. Her originally cool demeanor was thrown into a bit of a fluster by the incoming video call. Su-chen is video calling. Should I change my clothes? But if I change and he gets busy again, what should I do? After a quick thought, Lu Zixue decided to answer the call directly, but she pulled up the blanket to cover her chest, preventing any accidental exposure. After all, this sheer nightgown was only suitable for indoor wear. She couldn't even step out of her room. It was too transparent. Su-chen, why are you calling? Are you not wearing a shirt? Did you just take a shower? Lu Zixue's cheeks flushed slightly. She hadn't expected him to be shirtless. Moreover, his physique was impressive, with abs. I'm a man, not a woman. Being shirtless is normal. What are you doing? Why are you hiding and being all secretive? Are you up to no good? Su-chen laughed, noticing her shy demeanor. Lu Zixue blushed even more at his words, her tone unconsciously turning a bit coy. I am not up to anything bad. Don't say that. Su-chen raised an eyebrow, sensing something was off, and continued, then why do you keep pulling the blanket up? Is there something you don't want me to see? Could it be that you wear those cute pajamas at home? So you're that kind of desk mate. What? Lu Zixue panicked, not knowing how to explain. This is just a normal nightgown. It's not anything cute. If it's a normal nightgown, then why not show it to me confidently? You make me feel like you don't trust me at all. Su-chen shook his head in disappointment and sighed. Seeing this, Lu Zixue became anxious and explained, this nightgown is made of custom silk. It's just very sheer, but it's really comfortable. I can only wear it in my own room, others can't see silk? That sounds nice. Su-chen said with curiosity, then let me see how it's made. I raised silkworms when I was a kid, but I've rarely seen silk artworks. Lu Zixue was silent for a moment. Then, what if I accidentally expose myself? So silly, what do you think your other hand is for? Can't you use it to cover up? After he said that, Lu Zixue felt it made sense, but she quickly realized something was off. That won't work either, it's still very sheer. She was a very conservative girl. Even if she used her hand to cover up, there would still be outlines, and it would look quite awkward, right? Zixue, I want to talk to you. I didn't know you didn't trust me this much. Su-chen's expression darkened, seeming a bit unhappy. Upon hearing talk and trust, Lu Zixue felt a pang in her heart, feeling very sad she was just shy. How could she think like that? Su-chen misunderstood her again. Su-chen, wait a moment, then I'll show you. Lu Zixue said, first placing her phone aside, then pulling the blanket open, using her left hand to cover her chest before picking up the phone again. Her face had long been flushed, completely different from her usual aloof demeanor. Su-chen watched with great enjoyment, though his expression was one of studying fabric. Very white, very beautiful. It feels like Zixue, your arms are very slender, your skin is great, and it matches this outfit well. The material looks quite nice too. Lu Zixue nodded, explaining, my mother's family is in the clothing business, and they help many clients customize various silk garments. There are other colors too, like pink, gold, and black, which are common colors, and of course, they can also be dyed later. Oh, I see. Su-chen nodded repeatedly, looking very serious. Her shyness, that subtle feeling, was quite charming. Lu Zixue's figure was indeed exceptional, although not as striking as Qi Ying's. It was just right, with delicate curves. Oh, is this a little dress? Or just a top? It's a little dress. Then let me see the whole thing. It feels like your mother's clothing skills are amazing. This doesn't even look like sleepwear. It's a work of art. Lu Zixue looked down, her face turning red. Su-chen, don't blame me for not showing you I don't have a third hand. Su-chen replied matter-of-factly, just turn on the rear camera, right? Rear? Lu Zixue furrowed her brows slightly, lifting her phone to the side, wanting to test what would happen if she turned on the rear camera. She stretched out her small hand to cover it, realizing that this position was too embarrassing. She wasn't bold enough to show Su-chen taking back the phone. she resumed the action of covering her chest. Su-chen, I don't have. Her eyes suddenly widened, realizing that the phone video had switched to the rear camera. Those long, fair, delicate legs were completely exposed to the lens. So beautiful. She froze for a few seconds, quickly turning off the screen, her face burning all the way to her ears. It must have been when I picked up the phone just now. I accidentally hit the flip button. So embarrassing. Lu Zixue covered her face, so shy she could almost cry. Su-chen was thoroughly enjoying the view, a smile creeping up the corners of his mouth. Little Shue's figure was truly stunning. Lu Zixue calmed down after half a minute and picked up the phone again, video calling Su-chen. This time she cautiously pulled up the blanket, determined not to do anything so risky again. Su-chen, did you see everything? Lu Zixue asked, holding on to a glimmer of hope. Su-chen smiled lightly, very white, very beautiful. Lu Zixue fell silent for a moment, her pretty face heating up again. But she thought calmly, it was Su-chen after all. If they were together, it was bound to happen sooner or later. Su-chen, you just said you wanted to talk to me about something heartfelt? Hearing this, Su-chen asked seriously, did you secretly do a lot for me? Why won't you tell me? This. Lu Zixue's gaze flickered. I didn't want to put so much pressure on you. Su-chen boldly inferred, so, the money you gave me in high school was actually to help me live a little better, not because you wanted to distance yourself from me? Lu Zixue nodded, yes. Su-chen's eyes widened. He was just guessing casually? And it was true? But you never accepted it even once. I don't know what you're being stubborn about, Lu Zixue recalled that time, feeling a bit wronged. The other party had repeatedly rejected her good intentions. How frustrating. Su-chen felt a flicker of emotion. He had finally understood. It wasn't just his illusion. Lu Zixue actually liked him. But at that time, he was in a poor situation and felt somewhat inferior. So how could he dare to take the initiative to ask her? Zixue, so you're actually this cute when you act spoiled? Su-chen smiled, looking at her with gentle affection. Lu Zixue couldn't help but smile, proudly saying, where am I cute? I'm very hard to get along with, quite aloof. As long as I think you're cute, that's enough. Su-chen actually felt that she must have done more than just that one thing. There must be other things. Otherwise, how could Lu's father say that Zixue had done so much for him? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. Could it be that the mysterious wealthy benefactor who funded his college education, and the several unexpected scholarships he received during university, were actually all Lu Zixue silently helping him? Oh my god. He looked at Lu Zixue in the camera and genuinely found this woman adorable. But right now, he didn't want to dig deeper into the truth. He would wait for the right moment to ask her. Su-chen, what are you looking at? Just now realizing that I'm prettier than Xiying? Lu Zixue teased, confident in her appearance and figure, and she was much younger than Xiying. However, Xiying had a completely different style, possessing a certain feminine charm. Although she believed she was prettier than Xiying, she couldn't guarantee who was more attractive to Su-chen. Su-chen didn't answer directly, chuckling. Are you jealous tonight? Still not admitting you're cute? She has a child now. Not feeling very confident. Are we, deskmate? Upon hearing this response, Lu Zixue covered her mouth and chuckled softly. She remembered Su-chen had said she was his white moonlight, but that seemed to be in the past. I'm not lacking in confidence. Who knows what kind of girl you like now? Aha, that's you admitting you're jealous. You are not funny at all. Seeing the smile on the man's face, looking at her with great interest, Lu Zixue turned her head away, feeling a bit shy. She didn't want him to see her looking like a jealous little girl. The next moment, the man's serious voice rang out. The type of girl I like has never changed. At his words, Lu Zixue blushed, the corners of her beautiful mouth involuntarily curling into a joyful arc. You're annoying. I'm going to sleep. She quickly hung up the phone, then pulled the blanket over herself, covering her flushed cheeks, leaving only her beautiful lake-like eyes exposed. She was feeling extremely shy right now, and she couldn't let the man see her. Otherwise, he would tease her again. Who knows if he was deliberately trying to make her happy? Beep 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 ding. Lu Zixue's favorability towards you +5. Current favorability 87. Su-chen smiled with satisfaction. It seemed that tonight, without the system's prompts, he had performed quite well. After all, he had answered according to the system's responses too many times. He had gained some experience now. Little tricks, he could come up with them easily. If it weren't for Lu Zixue's operational error, he actually had some tricks up his sleeve too. But that unexpected scene kept replaying in Su-chen's mind. Little Shui is so cute, I want to touch her. After the call ended, Su-chen and Lu Zixue had opened their hearts to each other, knowing each other's feelings, and the atmosphere was very ambiguous. They were both moving towards each other, but it was clear that the atmosphere hadn't yet reached the point of breaking through that layer of glass. They needed some opportunity. But ever since Lu Zixue heard that sentence, her heart had been racing. and there was no longer any negative emotion. She was already as beautiful as a celestial being, and when she smiled, she looked even more stunning. Seeing her happy, Suchin felt an immense sense of joy. Moreover, there were still 2 rewards today that he had yet to claim. Shi Ying's favorability towards you, 65. Lu Zixua's favorability towards you, 87. Both goddesses' favorability stage rewards can be claimed. Claim. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, a 5 million cash back card. Your spending will receive a random cash back of 2 to 5 times. Valid for 24 hours. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, 30 million cash. Not bad. Su Chen accepted the rewards with satisfaction. Although he had over 200 million in his bank account, 35 million was neither here nor there for him. But after all, it was just the beginning, and having these rewards was quite nice. Moreover, every little bit adds up. Every penny now is a cornerstone for his future ascent to the pinnacle of the world. Without accumulating small steps, how can one reach 1,000 miles? The next day, Suchin was still sleeping in, when the phone by his bedside rang. Beep beep beep. Yisunyu's cheerful voice came through. Brother Suchin, you said last night to let me bring you clothes. Nian Nian and I are coming to find you now? Suchin woke up a bit, realizing it was already 9 o'clock. Okay, I'll give you the address. Just call me when you're close. MMHM. Suchin got up, washed up, tidied himself a bit, and was ready to go downstairs to meet them. Suehu Tiendi. At the entrance, Yi Sinyu and Xiao Mian, the pair of beautiful sisters, were quietly waiting for their man to arrive. They were youthful and stunning, with an S-shaped figure that was incredibly alluring, causing many passing men to steal glances. At that moment, Su Chen's handsome figure appeared, walking towards them slowly. The security booth respectfully opened the pedestrian passage for him, smiling and greeting. The sisters joyfully welcomed him, linking their arms through his, their faces filled with sweet affection. Brother Suchan, I missed you so much. When you're not by our side, it feels so empty inside. Yi Sinyu gazed at her beloved man, her eyes brimming with love. Little cat feels the same, it's so lonely without the master. Xiaomian, the little cat, was not to be outdone, tightly hugging the man's waist, her voice soft and adorable. The security guards were dumbfounded. Rich people really have it good. These 2 stunning goddesses, either one of them was a goal they could never achieve in their lifetime. Yet this handsome owner was embracing both, with beauties in his arms. What a true enjoyment! Su Chen was aware of the 2 women's attachment to him, and the faint scent of their perfume made him feel pleasant. I have time today, I can spend some time with you. Great. Yi Sinyu nodded happily, then pointed to the large cardboard box behind her. Brother Su Chen, these are the clothes Mian Mian and I picked out for you. Should we lift it up together? Mainly because there were so many clothes, and they were quite heavy, otherwise, she would have taken on the task herself. Su Chen smiled and looked towards the security booth. If you can let others do the work, why do it yourself? Yi Sinyu understood immediately. Su Chen was going to use his cash power again. So, he spent 1,000 to have a security guard help carry it upstairs. The security guard was quite happy, thanking and flattering him in various ways before leaving. All the way, Yi Sinyu could hardly contain her laughter. She remembered very clearly that last time Su Chen was at her place, he spent 5,000 to hire a security guard. If this security guard knew, he would probably feel unbalanced inside. But she wasn't foolish. How could she bring this up? Back at home, upon seeing this 529 square meter luxury penthouse, the sisters' eyes widened. The spacious living room, high-end decor, exuded an air of luxury everywhere. Yi Sinyu couldn't help but be curious, so she searched for the housing prices in Suehu Tiendi and found out that this large flat costs at least 200 million. The owner's house is so big, if the little cat wanders around a few times, it might get lost. It's still better to be by the owner's side. I don't want to leave. Xiao Mian hugged the man, very attached, not wanting to let go for even a moment. Su Chen affectionately patted her head. Then I'll take you to see if the owner's big bathtub is nice? Okay. Su Chen ordered breakfast delivery from a nearby place, having the security guard bring it over. Century egg and lean meat porridge, pumpkin porridge, and some steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and milk. Although it only cost a little over 200, it tasted quite good. Breakfast, being light, was actually quite nice. Everyone ate with great enjoyment, creating a sense of home, very warm. Ding! Xiaomian's favorability towards you +1, current favorability 95. Ding! Yi Sinyu's favorability towards you +1, current favorability 95. Yi Sinyu hesitated for a moment and asked, Su Chen, there shouldn't be any women at home taking care of you, right? That's right. Hee. How about I help you take care of the house in the future? I just saw your Kasarut refrigerator at home, and you don't even use it. Why don't we go buy some things later and fill it up? In the future, if you want to eat something, you'll have it in your own fridge. How convenient. Yi Sin-yu had just taken a tour of the house with Xiao Mian and was truly amazed. All the furniture was top brand, starting from tens of thousands, and that Kasarut refrigerator in the kitchen actually cost 300,000. Yet it was empty, essentially just a decoration. Such a waste. She also wanted to do something for the man to prove her worth. She was quite good at managing household chores. Alright, from now on, you'll take care of my house. Just in time, I need to go out shopping today, so you all can come with me for a big purchase. Su Chen's 5 million cashback card had a time limit, so he needed to spend it quickly. He planned to spruce up the esports room at home and buy a laptop for work. Watching stocks on a laptop was much more comfortable than on a phone, right? Okay, Su Chen, after we buy the things, I'll cook for you and Mian. Yi Sin-yu was very happy. Being able to help Su Chen with household management was a very blissful thing. Su Chen smiled. Great. I haven't tasted your cooking yet. I'm looking forward to it. Su Chen took the two sisters out of the happy little house and arrived at the parking lot, at his exclusive 10 consecutive parking spaces. He picked up 2 cards and a car key, handing them to Yi Sin-yu. Sin-yu, this is the access card for Tsuehu Tiandi and the key card for my house. It will be much more convenient for you to come over in the future. After all, in a high-end community, outsiders were not allowed to enter, and Tsuehu Tiandi was no exception. Without the access card, they would have to wait for Su Chen to contact the security office next time they came over, which was quite troublesome. Moreover, giving her the house card also had another meaning, which was the greatest recognition of their identity as his women. Yi Sin-yu was very happy, tiptoeing to kiss Su Chen on the cheek. Mua Su Chen, you are so good to us. Then she looked at her hand and found not only 2 house cards but also a car key with a B character on it. Ha, did you give the wrong one? This seems to be a Bentley car key, right? Her eyes widened in surprise as she handed the car key back. I didn't give the wrong one. It's a gift for you to drive. Take a look and see if you like it. Su Chen smiled calmly, then turned around and pulled off the car cover. Whoosh! A glacier blue Bentley Continental GT made a dazzling appearance in front of everyone. Xiao Mian and Yi Sin-yu's eyes lit up. The color of this car was specially designed for girls, and the body lines were very beautiful and soft, looking extremely pretty. Oh my god! Yi Sin-yu covered her mouth in astonishment. This is a Bentley Continental GT, right? The base price is at least 4 million. She often came into contact with luxury goods and recognized the car at a glance. Moreover, this color and model were clearly chosen by Su Chen just for them. Su Chen, I love you to death. She hugged Su Chen, burying her head in his embrace, rubbing against him vigorously while making little cat-like murmurs. Xiao Mian was stunned, then laughed. Sister Sin-yu, are you copying me? Not at all. You need to be gentler to be like a well-behaved little cat. You're acting like a wild cat. She laughed so hard her mouth couldn't close, finally finding a chance to tease her sister Sin-yu. Humph. Yi Sin-yu's little face turned red. I didn't learn from you. Even if I'm a wild cat, Su Chen still loves me. Of course he does. Su Chen rubbed her head, looking doting. Xiao Mian felt jealous. Little cats also want head pats. Alright, you can pat too. Su Chen patted her head again. They enjoyed their affection for a while. Sin-yu, why don't you try driving the car and see if you're used to it? Yi Sin-yu pressed the car key and then sat in the driver's seat. The luxurious and exquisite interior was spotless, looking as good as new. She grasped the leather steering wheel, unable to contain her excitement. This was her first time driving a car worth millions. Su Chen, can I take it for a spin? Su Chen wrapped his arms around Xiao Mian and watched her drive the Bentley out of the underground parking lot. Watching the car fade into the distance, Xiao Mian chuckled. This is great. From now on, Sister Sin-yu can be my driver. What a perfect arrangement. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. You really know how to enjoy yourself, Nian. Xiao Mian looked up, smiling sweetly at the man. But the little cat still prefers to stay in her owner's arms. Yi Sin-yu skillfully drove the Bentley back, and as soon as she got out, she immediately leaped into the man's embrace, her smile radiant. Su Chen, this car is my dream car. It's so perfect. I like it so much. Thank you for the gift. Su Chen smiled. As long as you like it, then get in the car and let's set off together. Xiao Mian agreed. Sister Sin-yu, you drive the car that your brother gave you, and I'll sit in the passenger seat. Yi Sin-yu frowned slightly. No way. I want to sit in Su Chen's car too. And this time, I want to sit in the passenger seat. Nian, you go sit in the back. Ha! Xiao Mian was stunned and said aggrievedly, why is that? Sister Sin-yu, usually, I sit in the passenger seat with brother. Why are you trying to take it from me today? Can't you let your sister have it just this once? Yi Sin-yu also put on a pitiful look. Alright, Xiao Mian compromised. From now on, we'll take turns. Su Chen smiled faintly. They had a car but still wanted to sit in their own passenger seat? Interesting. Baihui Digital City. This is a very formal digital city, filled with electronic products from major brands. Su Chen brought the two girls in, and along the way, they received countless envious glances from boys. Because most of the people who come to the digital city are boys, and girls are generally not interested in this stuff. If a girl is willing to accompany a boy to the digital city, there's only one reason: she truly loves her boyfriend. However, besides Su Chen, there were two stunning goddesses, which meant what? Double the true love. Not long after browsing, Su Chen first arrived at the Alien flagship store and bought 5 units of the latest high-end Alien M18, each priced at 56,000 yuan. He swiped his card to pay. Ding! Detected host spending of 280,000 yuan, triggering 5x cashback. Cashback amount, 1,400,000 yuan. Then, let their staff help load it onto the Maybach. The Alien laptop, with its configuration, quality, and after-sales service, is top-notch. The only drawback is its price. However, this single drawback, with the cashback card, has instead become its advantage. If it's too cheap, Su Chen wouldn't buy it. After finishing this, Su Chen took the two women and stepped into a store called Starshine Computers. He had done his homework yesterday. This computer store's Douyin account has over 1 million followers, and every day, staff members take turns live streaming sales. The reputation is quite good. Finding a setup for an esports room should be no problem. At this moment, the store was bustling with activity, with employees live streaming, assembling computers, and debugging machines. A thin young man wearing glasses was free and approached them. Handsome guy, beautiful lady. Are you looking to assemble a computer? What are your requirements, and what price range? I can help you. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Upon hearing this, Su Chen replied, I want to assemble a computer that ranks first in Asia. It seems it only costs a little over 1 million, right? Ha! What? First in Asia? The thin young man's eyes lit up, and he pushed up his glasses, continuing, handsome guy, you must be talking about the computer of the current Prince Wang Xikong, right? He indeed spent a little over 1 million. Currently, it ranks first in Asia and fourth in the world. But his internet connection is a dedicated fiber optic line pulled from the server room, enough for 5,000 computers to be online simultaneously. The monthly internet fee is as high as 200,000, totaling 2.4 million a year. So, it's not just the cost of one computer. The subsequent internet fees are the major expense. Are you sure you still want to proceed? He made it very clear that assembling a computer costing around 1 million is relatively simple for the wealthy. However, to maintain the #1 ranking in Asia, one would need a dedicated fiber optic line, incurring an annual internet fee of 2.4 million. If these conditions cannot be met simultaneously, achieving the top spot in Asia would be impossible. Moreover, if the internet speed cannot be fully utilized, then it would be burning money every year. This is purely a play for the super rich. Too extravagant. Su Chen calculated a bit and felt the price was quite reasonable. Alright, let's go with this configuration. Can you assemble it? If not, I'll just go to another store. We can assemble it. Absolutely. The thin young man was taken aback. If the other party said so, why would he be joking? But he couldn't handle this big task alone. Handsome guy, please wait a moment, I'll go call our store manager out. Right away. He wore a flattering smile and quickly ran to the office, fearing that if he was late, the customer would leave. Soon, he returned with a middle-aged man in a blue shirt, quickly explaining the situation along the way. The middle-aged man in the shirt immediately extended his hand to Su Chen, smiling respectfully. Sir, what should I call you? I am Wei Jishue, the store manager. I just heard from Xiao Wu that you want to assemble a computer costing over 1 million? Yes, my surname is Su. Su Chen nodded. Can it be assembled today? Yes. Wei Jishue replied confidently. Our Starshine is one of the top players in the industry, with very broad connections. Whatever parts you need, I can get them quickly. I will provide you with a configuration list shortly, and once you are satisfied, we can start assembling immediately. You just need to give me 3 hours. For him, assembling such a large-scale computer with a few employees might only take about an hour. But the main time would be spent on the parts. Some graphics cards and the like are not in such large stock and need to be sourced from others. With their connections at Starshine Computers, he was confident he could gather all the parts within 3 hours. After that, Wei Jishue began to personally configure this $1 million computer for Su Chen. He just needed to replicate the configuration of the #1 $1 million computer in Asia and then upgrade it. In just a few minutes, he printed out a computer configuration list. Mr. Su, take a look at the configuration of your computer. It is an upgraded version based on that $1 million computer. We will also record the entire installation process on video, so you can use it with peace of mind. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, and I will answer them for you. The list read: CPU, Ryzen 7980X, graphics card, 4090 Raptor X2, solid state, Optane P580X1, 6TX7, price, 1,060,000 yuan. Suchen glanced at it, the configuration was top-notch, and the price seemed reasonable. By the way, I also want to assemble 4 subcomputers around 200,000 each based on this configuration. I want to take my girlfriend to team up and play games. He held the hands of the two sisters, showing off his affection again. Yi Sinyu and Xiao Mian hugged him tightly, their faces full of sweetness. Brother is so nice. Let's trio together later. I'll play as a cat, and you play as an archer. I'll hang on to you. Xiao Mian winked at him, seemingly implying something else. Yi Sinyu nuzzled against the man, acting cute. Then I'll start learning today. Su Chen, you can let me play any position. Everyone present looked on with burning eyes. Bringing 2 stunning goddesses to play trio? How blissful. Wei Jishua pondered for a moment and said honestly, if Mr. Su is just looking to play games, based on the configuration of your main computer, we can use virtualization technology to turn your main computer into multiple servers, which means you won't need to assemble multiple hosts, and you can split it into 4 computers. Of course, he had considered not mentioning this method and letting the other party assemble 4 more computers. This way, they could naturally earn more money. However, their Xinghua computers relied on reputation to stand firm. They could not do anything deceitful. Moreover, if the other party found out, it would lead to very serious consequences. Who would have thought? Suchen shook his head and smiled. I know virtual servers can design multiple computers, but in that case, the configurations would also be shared. Each person using an independent computer has higher performance, and the experience is much better. Do you understand the value of a 5-person seat in an internet cafe? After saying that, he patted the 2 girls' perky peach-shaped bottoms. You can each choose a case you like. That computer will be exclusively yours in the future. Yay, the sisters were very happy and high-fived to celebrate. Store manager Wei Jishua and the bespectacled young man were both dumbfounded. They thought the other party didn't understand computers. It turned out they not only understood but were also very knowledgeable. They were clearly not short on money, living extravagantly. It was purely to let the 2 girlfriends have fun and enjoy themselves. Exclusive computers, exclusive hosts. How romantic does that sound? How classy. Next, Wei Jishua configured 4 computers worth 200,000 each based on the $1 Million Foundation. The 200,000 computers had top-notch configurations. Many big game streamers used computers that only cost 50,000 to 60,000. Yi Sinyu and Xiao Mian each chose their cases, one in a cyan color and the other in pink, both very transparent and dreamy, with a futuristic textile that looked great. The total expenditure was 1,860,000 yuan. Ding! Detected host spending of 1,860,000 yuan. Triggered 5x cashback. Cashback amount, 9,300,000 yuan. 5 times cashback? Directly netting over 7 million. Awesome! Suchen was very satisfied, a faint smile on his face. In the official live broadcast room of Xinghua Computers, the bullet comments were already boiling over. Wow! $1 million computer. Are you planning to open an internet cafe? You could split it into 50 virtual machines. They don't lack money at all. They look down on splitting machines. They just bought 4 more computers worth 200,000 each. Whoa, godly rich, so damn extravagant. The streamer even said that this godly rich person is going to take it home to play games with their girlfriends. They said they want to do trio queues. So happy. I wish I were that rich too. Ha ha ha, streamer. Weren't you the first to see that customer? Wrong billion, wrong billion. Seeing these comments, the staff responsible for the live broadcast were almost in tears. Stop talking, the more you say, the more tears. I just don't have that kind of luck. Who told the streamer to be in charge of the live broadcast today? Leaving Xinghua Computers, Su Chen glanced at the cashback card, with 286 million remaining in cashback. After deducting the 4 million he needed to spend on fiber internet fees, he still had 460,000 to spend. So, he took his sisters and continued to shop. Tablets, Bluetooth headphones, game consoles, digital cameras, and so on. He spent over 420,000 in total, with the most expensive being a Leica DSLR camera, costing 300,000. He is now a photography master, owning his own camera. That's not too much to ask. Ding! Detected host spending of 426,000 yuan, triggering 3x cashback. Cashback amount obtained, 1,278,000 yuan. Click. Su Chen took a few sets of photos of the 2 girls on the street, then showed them the pictures on the camera. Come, appreciate how you look in my heart. Yi Sinyu and Xiao Mian took the camera, and upon seeing the photos taken of them, their eyes instantly sparkled. Oh my! Brother Su-chen, you took such beautiful pictures. You must have studied professional photography. It's simply an artistic photo. You made me and Sister Sin-yu look so good, no wonder it's a 300,000 camera. It's so clear when zoomed in. Wow, Min, your skin looks great. Even the camera shows how smooth and tender it is. I drink milk every day, of course TCH. Your bear is really big. I feel at a disadvantage taking pictures with you. Next time I'll have Brother Su-chen take a solo shot of me. The two girls looked at the camera excitedly, discussing animatedly. Suddenly, Xiao Mian blinked her curious eyes and said cutely, Brother, can we record a video of us together to capture beautiful moments? Ahem. Yi Sinyu's little face instantly turned red. You little flirt. You should say it's to record life. Xiao Mian retorted, it's just daily life. What do you think it is, Sister Sinyu? Haha, no problem. Su-chen patted Xiao Mian's head. After all, he is a photography master. Recording life is just a casual thing. Master is so nice. Xiao Mian snuggled into Su-chen's arms, rubbing like a little cat. Yi Sinyu sighed softly. Brother Su-chen really dotes on you. Next, Su-chen took the two girls to shop at the supermarket, buying many snacks, fruits, food, and various ingredients. The trunk of the Maybach was completely stuffed. Ding! Detected host spending of 16,800 yuan, triggering 5x cashback. Cashback amount, 84,000 yuan. Suehu Tiendi. The home was spacious and very comfortable. Su-chen and the two girls sorted the things they bought today, and the originally empty refrigerator was now full. Yi Sinyu did the most work, busy inside and out, finally organizing everything. She even categorized the items meticulously. Even the arrangement in the refrigerator was very particular, with milk here, vegetables there, and fish and meat over here. However, it's a good thing to have her. The house is neatly organized by her. Su-chen also realized that having such a capable woman at home is truly wonderful. He felt that he had only lifted a little heavy work and then didn't help much. The rest, anyway, was all up to Yi Sinyu. Done. Yi Sinyu clapped her hands, looking at her masterpiece with great satisfaction. Su-chen hugged her gently and said, Sinyu, you really are my good wife. At this moment, a woman needs a man's praise. A warm hug, just right. Hubby? Yi Sinyu's little face flushed red, hugging the man's broad shoulders, feeling a bit moved. Su-chen-gu, can I call you husband too? She knew that this title carried a lot of weight. Moreover, Su-chen had given her the room card, the car, and called her a good wife? What could it mean? It must be a huge affirmation of her. Silly girl, of course you can. Su-chen stroked her hair. She was both virtuous and capable. In the future, she would definitely be more than just a little lover. She would surely stay by his side. Husband Yi Sinyu was very happy, her voice becoming extremely gentle and spoiled, quite different from her usual cheerful tone. When it was time for lunch, Yi Sinyu went to the kitchen to cook, and Xiao Mian helped her wash some vegetables before coming out. Su-chen was on the living room sofa with the little cat, playing a racing game on a handheld console. Master, how does it feel to be behind little cat? You've been bullying little cat all along. If you have the ability, go faster, don't let me catch up to you. Okay, huh? Master, what are you pinching? Now you know you were wrong, huh? Too late. Su-chen activated the cheat and directly took first place. Woo-woo master is so bad, actually snatching my game controller. Little cat lost again. Xiao Mian lost the game and had to lean into Su-chen's arms to act cute. Doo-doo. At this moment, Su-chen's phone rang. After answering, Lu Zixua's pleasant voice came through. Su-chen, you're amazing. The galaxy magnet we bought has actually gone up again. Su-chen was a bit curious. How much has it gone up? He remembered the system's description that this stock would rise for 2 consecutive days, in the range of 5% to 20%, and the less he bought, the more it would rise. But he didn't know exactly how much it had risen. Lu Zixue exclaimed, it has already gone up 5%. This is the highest rise for Galaxy Magnet in the last 3 months. That's why I said you're amazing. 5%? Su-chen frowned. He bought 100 million, and a 5% rise would only earn him how much? 5 million? Too little. Hearing his seemingly dissatisfied tone, Lu Zixue quickly said, isn't 5% enough? It's already a historical high. Should we act now, or wait until the market closes like last time? It still feels a bit low. Let's wait until the market closes. Su-chen thought for a moment and instructed the soft girl beside him, little cat, go get my alien notebook. I want to check the situation of this stock. Little cat? Lu Zixue's eyes sparkled with surprise. Su-chen, how can your little cat help you get a laptop? That's amazing. Su-chen suddenly realized that the call hadn't been hung up yet, but he reacted quickly and immediately said, yeah, my little cat can do a lot. Why don't you come to my house, and I'll show you. Lu Zixue let out a silver bell-like laugh, clearly delighted. Are you teasing me on purpose? You might as well say your little cat can do somersaults. Su Chen glanced at Xiaomian. She probably really can't. Alright, I won't banter with you. Lu Zixue smiled. But, I do have a calico cat at home. Do you want to guess what its name is? What? It wouldn't be called Chen, little Chen, would it? Ew, how cliché. I won't tell you. You guess. After saying this, Lu Zixue hung up the phone. Su Chen was a bit confused. What does her cat's name have to do with me? Can I guess? That would be a miracle. But, my little cat does have a name. Is it Nian the little cat? He rubbed Xiaomian's head, as if petting a pet. Xiaomian cooperated. Yes, Master Meow. Moments later, Yi Xinyu came out with steaming dishes, her face beaming with a smile. Hubby, Nian, it's time to eat. Hearing this title, Xiaomian perked up her ears. Sister Xinyu, how dare you call him hubby? Did you get my brother's permission? I just call him that. I like it. Nian, do you want to bite me? Yi Xinyu playfully pouted, trying to tease her. Xiaomian was unhappy. Master, Sister Xinyu is calling you hubby? Su Chen laughed. I agreed to let her call me that. Oh, Xiaomian's eyes sparkled. Then I want to call you hubby too. Not calling you master anymore. Want to call hubby? Woo, can I call you both? Sure. Hee hubby, but I still prefer to call you master. Being the only little cat of the master, Su Chen smiled faintly. He knew very well that both Yi Xinyu and Xiaomian were smart women. They both knew their boundaries. They would never overstep, nor would they make Su Chen feel uncomfortable. Their desire to call him hubby was merely a wish for recognition of their status. This small need, Su Chen could still satisfy. Moreover, he was not a heartless man. When the time was right, he would give both women a proper identity. After finishing the heartfelt lunch prepared by Yi Xinyu, although in terms of taste, it wasn't as good as a five-star chef's cooking, Su Chen could feel her love. She put her heart into every dish. Moreover, there was a warmth of home that outside food could never provide. Su Chen kept praising her cooking, making Yi Xinyu feel shy, her smile radiant. She even said she would learn more cooking skills in the future and make meals for Su Chen. Seeing her happy, Su Chen felt equally joyful. Doo-doo, another ringtone sounded. Hello, have you arrived? Su Chen saw the incoming call and knew it was Xinghua Computers delivering the computer. Yes, Mr. Su, we've also called the technician to install the fiber optic, but they are at your community entrance and can't get in. Give the phone to the security. Moments later, security Xiao Zhao answered the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Su from Building A5? Su Chen recognized his voice and deliberately asked, Yes, is that Xiao Zhao who helped me deliver clothes last time still there? Yes, it's me, Mr. Su. What a coincidence. Here's 1,000 for you. Thanks for accompanying them on this trip. I'm too lazy to go down. Okay, Mr. Su is so generous. The call ended. Yi Xinyu seemed to understand something and excitedly analyzed. Hubby, I get it. Last time you gave 5,000, this time 1,000. Because you're afraid if you feed them too well, they won't work if they don't get 5,000 in the future. And if other rich people want to ask them to do something, they won't budge without this amount. You're giving other rich people some leeway. Su Chen was taken aback after hearing this. Then, he nodded in satisfaction. You're right. It turned out he was operating space for other wealthy people. Impressive. Not long after, security guard Xiao Zhao led a large group, including personnel from Wei Jixue and Lei Xian Communications, to Su Chen's mansion. It was then that Wei Jixue and the others realized that Su Chen's wealth was no small matter. Suehu Tiandi, the king of buildings. Over 200 million. What kind of godly rich family was this? Truly loaded. Mr. Su, where should we install the computers? We'll get it done for you in one go. Su Chen led everyone to the esports room, right here, my main one in the center, and 2 on each side. Got it. Wei Jixue received the order and immediately instructed the young man with glasses he brought along with 2 assistants, to start setting up the machines. From Lei Xian Communications, 2 fiber optic technicians and a customer service representative arrived. The customer service girl, dressed in uniform, had a delicate figure and was quite cute. She smiled respectfully. Sir, I am customer service Yu Zilin. You are applying for our exclusive fiber optic service, which makes you a super VIP user. We can offer you a premium number, with 5,000 yuan in monthly phone credit, no minimum requirement, and unlimited data usage. If you don't need it, you can download our app and pay for 1 month of fiber optic service, and we can set up the exclusive fiber optic broadband for you. Regular customers don't get the door-to-door service from customer service girls, and a premium number card with 5,000 yuan in credit and unlimited data? Only super clients like Su Chen, who spend 200,000 a month on exclusive fiber optics, could enjoy such treatment. Of course, people like him were few and far between. Even among the wealthy, very few would opt for exclusive fiber optics, only large companies would indulge in such luxury. Who else would spend so much just for personal use like Su Chen? Name, Yuzilin. Attractiveness, 84 points. Height, 165 centimeters, 51 kilograms, 34 c. Su Chen glanced at her briefly. Oh, then let me download your app, and as for the number card, pull up the backend so I can see what the premium numbers look like. He actually knew that Lei Xin was giving him the phone card just to encourage him to renew the exclusive fiber optics. Spending 200,000 a month for a number card that was merely data to them, they could distinguish what was important. Soon, he downloaded the official Lei Xin app and, following the customer service girl's guidance, selected the exclusive fiber optic option. He directly paid for a year's service. 4 million. Ding. Detected host spending of 2,400,000 yuan, triggering a 3x cashback reward. Cashback amount, 7,200,000 yuan. Nice, finally used up the cashback card. Su Chen felt pleased. This cashback card had brought him over 10 million in returns. However, Yuzilin was already stunned, looking at the handsome Su Chen, her face involuntarily turning red. Sir, you don't need to pay so much at once. 200,000 is enough. Ah, it's nothing. Just a small amount, Su Chen thought. After finally spending the cashback card, you want me to pay 200,000? What a hassle. Yuzilin was shocked by Su Chen's extravagance, her speech becoming nervous. Then, Mr. Su, would you like to see your premium number? She moved her laptop closer, her body unconsciously leaning towards Su Chen. Her heart raced. After all, he was a big shot living in a 200 million mansion, and a super handsome guy at that? How could she handle it? She couldn't help but fan her flushed cheeks with her small hand. Seeing this, Su Chen chuckled. Is it hot in my house? You look like you're about to sweat. And no, Mr. Su, you don't need to worry about me. Just pick a number. Pick a number. Yuzilin tried hard to calm herself. She had a strange illusion that Mr. Su was flirting with her, but she couldn't let herself be distracted any longer. Su Chen just thought the girl was quite cute and was deliberately teasing her. He didn't expect her to be this shy. Alright, let me take a look. He leaned down, looking at the numbers on the laptop, and found that they were indeed all pretty good numbers. The last digits were all similar to 666666, 888888, 999999, various 6 consecutive numbers, and even some with 7 consecutive numbers. Su Chen pointed to a number on the computer. Which number do you think is better? Yuzilin's pretty face flushed. I feel 7/8 seem pretty good. Oh, you like longer numbers? No, Mr. Su, it's fine if you like it. What I like isn't important if I get a card. Will you get a commission? Yes, and quite a bit. After all, you are our super VIP customer. Alright, then I'll choose the one you like, 7/8. Yuzilin's face turned even redder, her ears flushed pink. Although she clearly knew Su Chen was being a bit mischievous, she couldn't bring herself to dislike it. Just like that saying goes, when a poor person is mischievous, it's sleazy. When a rich person is mischievous, it's called charming. Yuzilin's favorability towards you +10, current favorability 62. Su Chen took out his ID and smiled. Come on, get me a card. After all, I can't let you make a trip for nothing, right? Thank you, Mr. Su. Yuzilin didn't even dare to look up at Su Chen, feeling too shy. If it had been an ugly guy, she would have been very calm. After all, she was professionally trained, an elite in customer service. Otherwise, how could they have sent her to do such an important task? After completing the formalities, Su Chen received a phone card with the last digits being 7/8, which was nice as a toy. Then, Yuzilin also asked Su Chen to add her work WeChat, saying she was his exclusive customer service representative, and he could ask her any related questions. So if I get bored, can I chat with you? If it's during my break time, sure. Alright. Su Chen smiled lightly and walked away. Watching his stylish figure leave, Yuzilin was lost in thought, wondering if any stories would happen in the future. Who knew? A tall, beautiful woman walked out of the bedroom, wrapped her arms around the man's neck, and sweetly called out, "Honey," and even kissed his cheek. Yuzilin's face turned even redder, and she lightly scolded in her heart. So bad. Mr. Su is so bad. He has a girlfriend and is still deliberately teasing me. What does that mean, bad person? An hour later, in the esports room, Wei Jishua had already set up all 5 computers, connected them to a dedicated fiber optic line, adjusted the network, and the download speed was very fast. A 20 gigabytes movie could be downloaded in less than 30 seconds. He also thoughtfully installed some useful software for Su Chen. Mr. Su, I'm going to run a benchmark on the computer now. It should meet the requirements for the number 1 configuration in Asia that you mentioned. What name do you want to give the computer? Su Chen thought for a moment and decided to use his online name. Ouchin. that's indeed a good name. Wei Jishue took the opportunity to flatter him, then entered the ID into the Cinebench benchmarking software, pressed the enter key, and started running the benchmark. The computer ran at high speed, various data displayed on the screen, along with some ultra-high-definition videos that stressed the CPU and GPU. The computer's score began to rise rapidly. A few minutes later, the dust settled. A prompt appeared on the computer. Congratulations! Your computer option has broken the Asian record, achieving a score of 12,400,000. Performance flawless. You have defeated 99.9999999% of computers in the world. Your computer is currently ranked third in the world, first in Asia. Wei Jishue let out a sigh of relief and exclaimed, Mr. Su, we did it. We achieved first place in Asia. Suchin patted them on the shoulder. Well, you didn't disappoint me. As long as you're satisfied. Wei Jishue smiled and stood up. Mr. Su, why don't you test your computer's performance? You can turn on all the special effects and play any game in the world. If you feel any lag, I'll slap myself. He was incredibly confident in this computer. After all, it was the first $1 million computer in Asia that he personally configured and supervised the assembly of, equipped with exclusive fiber optics, making it capable of running all games without a hitch. Hearing this, Suchen looked at the cute girl beside him. Nian Nian, let's test a two-player game together and see if there's any lag. Sure. Xiaomian's eyes sparkled. She was a gaming girl and had played quite a few games. The two sat down together. Suchen opened the browser and found that he couldn't even feel the web page refreshing. As soon as he clicked in, the screen appeared immediately. The internet speed was astonishing. Then, he skillfully found a two-player game, Fire and Ice, clicked in, and could start playing right away without any loading, and soon he was playing Fire and Ice with Xiaomian. They controlled two little characters, one blue and one red, having a blast. Brother, let's race to see who reaches the finish line first. I'm really good at this. Alright, I'm a pro. Wei Jishue, the bespectacled guy, and others were left dumbfounded, completely stunned. Damn, can rich people really play like this? After assembling a $1 million computer, they're playing the most basic web game? Unbelievably extravagant. Performance testing was complete. Suchen said lightly, that's enough, Manager Wei. I'm very satisfied with the computer. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Su. Do you need to test the other computers? No need, I trust your expertise. Alright, if you encounter any issues while using the computer, feel free to contact me anytime, and I will resolve it for you immediately. I won't disturb you any longer. Wei Jishue maintained a smile throughout, his attitude respectful, and then he left with his staff. At home, it was finally quiet. Suchen glanced at his phone. Lu Zishue had excitedly reported good news to him several times. Suchen, it's up again, now at 8%. Oh my, what's going on with this stock? It's insane. It's already at 11%. With this momentum, it feels like it's unstoppable. Could there be some major event with Galaxy Magnetics? You're amazing. The stock of Galaxy Magnetics gradually rose to 11%. Not bad. Suchen's lips curled slightly. When it was at 5%, he felt he was earning very little, but now at 11%, he felt there was still some profit to be made. Feeling intrigued, he wrapped his arm around Xiaomian's waist and led her towards the big sofa in the living room. Alien laptop. He opened it. He logged into the inherent account of Junlin Capital and started looking at the stock of Galaxy Magnetics. He found that the stock price had risen again, now up to 11.8%. There's still more than an hour until the market closes. How high will it go? Suchen held the soft Xiaomian while watching the stocks. The feeling of having money and beauty under control was simply exhilarating. Master, little cat is feeding you grapes. Xiaomian picked up the fruit from the platter, peeled it, and fed it to the man. Suchen swallowed his food with a satisfied expression and smiled. Nian Nian, you probably don't understand finance. Do you know what I'm doing? Xiaomian looked at the messy lines on the computer screen, feeling a bit dizzy. With a naive expression, she shook her head. I don't know, little cat can't understand. I'm trading stocks. Let me teach you. This is the stock I currently hold. This is the stock price. And this is called a K-line chart. If it goes up, it means it's rising, and the more I earn. Although Suchen didn't fully understand either, in front of the completely clueless Xiaomian, he could show off a bit of knowledge. Xiaomian nodded innocently, her smile sweet as she said, Oh, I think I understand, but, Master, do you like trading stocks, or do you like little cats? Suchen couldn't help but smirk. What do you think? Ah, Xinghue Computer Store. Wei Jishue, having received Suchen's permission, immediately sent out a Douyin video. Title, What is it like to help a rich guy install Asia's number 1 million level computer? The video was already edited, featuring him showcasing the components during the installation, along with footage of the computer's performance test, complete with professional voiceover. Online, it instantly exploded. What the hell? The rich guy is indeed terrifying. Living in Suehu Tiandi and has Asia's #1 computer? Spent over $1 million? And there's a 2.4 million exclusive fiber optic line for a year. In this case, Principal Wang's title of Asia's #1 computer is going to be snatched away? Ha ha ha. Principal Wang wakes up. Did I get robbed? The #1 is gone? I bet Wang Sikong received this news and upgraded his computer configuration overnight to reclaim the title. By the way, did you notice the name of this computer? Aochan? Could it be the recently popular Aochan Gu? Oh my god, could it really be Aochan Gu? I'm his 10-year-old fan, and I'm also a shipper of Naifu Xiaoluo and him. I need to DM him quickly and ask if he bought this computer. I think his DMs are going to explode this time. The news spread quickly online far away in Kyoto. Wang Sikong, who was playing with cars, had already received this news. His eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted into the phone. What? Someone surpassed my Asia's #1 computer configuration? Which rich second generation is so impressive? He had held the title of Asia's #1 computer for 2 consecutive years, and suddenly one day, someone was even more extravagant than him? It's said to be a network tycoon named Aochan, living in Suehu Tiandi. Aochan? Wang Sikong was stunned. Which rich second generation is this? I need to ask around in my circle. As a result, he asked everyone in his Shanghai rich second generation circle, but no one knew this person. Who on earth is it? Wang Sikong scratched his head, feeling like his brain was about to smoke. In the living room at home, Xiaomian looked at the ever-changing K-line chart above, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Master, the stock seems to have risen to 15%. 15%? Could it be that it's going to hit the limit again? Su Chen lay quietly, having taught Xiaomian how to read stocks, and now he let her report back to him. By the way, where's Sinyu? Why has she disappeared? Xiaomian looked at the man and replied, Sister Sinyu said she went to clean your several rooms. She said she saw some dust. Sinyu is really virtuous. Su Chen smiled, unable to help but sigh. But, does that make me seem lazy? Not at all. You keeping me company is the same. But next time, let Sinyu not work so hard. For this kind of housework, we can just hire a cleaning service. Su Chen smiled faintly. Alright, you come help me with a massage. I'll take a look at the stocks myself. Okay. Xiaomian cheerfully ran behind the man and began to massage his shoulders. Su Chen looked at the computer and found that the stock of Galaxy Magnet had risen by 17%. 17%? His eyes suddenly lit up. Didn't that mean he could make several million again? There's half an hour until the market closes. Rising this fast, could it be that it will hit the limit early? The corners of Su Chen's mouth slightly lifted. Although he knew this stock would rise between 5 to 20%, he didn't expect it to be this strong? Doo-doo-doo-doo Lu Zishue's call came in. Oh my god. Su Chen, are you a stock god? This stable stock, in your hands, can actually come back to life? It's risen by 17%. It has broken the historical high of nearly 3 years. At this momentum, it seems like it will hit the limit early. Lu Zishue's voice was excited and thrilled. Galaxy Magnet had never been favored by seasoned investors, and they often scoffed at it. Only some newcomers in the stock market would buy such relatively stable stocks. But Su Chen had struck gold, selecting Galaxy Magnet from countless similar stable stocks and predicting that this stock would see a rise today. If he wasn't a stock god, then what was he? And until now, there had been no news leaks about this stock. Its rising trend seemed like a sudden explosion from silence. Investors now didn't even know what caused the stock price to surge so suddenly. The comments section for Galaxy Magnet stock was completely boiling over. Countless investors exclaimed that heaven had eyes. Damn, I've held this stock for a year, and I finally got to eat some meat. Awesome. Let it rise fiercely. Directly hit the limit. I feel that 17% is enough. I'm going to start selling. Brothers, I'm sorry. Stock friends, I'm crying when it rose to 10%. I sold all my 2 million stocks. Now it's risen to 17%. I've lost big. Haha, seeing you lose money makes me happy. I'll hold on until the close. Damn it, I just sold 500,000 stocks yesterday, and now it's risen so much. Is it against me? Damn. Brothers, don't rush to sell. Look at the stock. It's already hit the limit early. What the hell? I just sold, and you tell me it hit the limit? I'm losing my mind. 301172 Galaxy Magnet, rise of 20%, limit. The K-line chart for Galaxy Magnet had already reached its peak, maintaining the limit stage without moving for now. Moreover, there were still 15 minutes until the market closed. Many people, taking advantage of this time, had already started to frantically sell their stocks. After all, it had hit the limit. Why not run? Were they waiting for the fluctuations in the next few minutes to drop? In the living room of the Tang Palace Villa, Lu Deming checked the news, his eyes widened, shaking his head in shock. Zishue, Su Chen is incredible, terrifyingly so. He found it hard to believe the financial information he had received. Lu Zixue's clear eyes sparkled. What do you mean? I just found out the reason for Galaxy Magnet's rise. It was due to trading anomalies, possibly someone big manipulating it from behind. Today, the trading volume for Galaxy Magnet reached an astonishing 5.6 billion. Someone is frantically acquiring Galaxy Magnet stocks, and all the small shareholders have run away. The shares have all been consumed by a mysterious operator. This is what led to the stock's rise, even hitting the limit. Lu Deming was considered a financial tycoon, worth 4 billion, but the liquid funds he could mobilize were only about 200 million. He knows better than anyone what it means to manage a cash flow of 5.6 billion. That requires at least a capital company at the level of 50 billion to have such operations. Lu Zixue exclaimed in surprise. So you mean, Su Chen might know this mysterious operator? Lu Deming nodded and said seriously, if that's the case, it's only natural that he can stand out now. Considering his accurate prediction of Changlian Technology's surge last time, I feel these things are not coincidences. Lu Zixue bit her lip. Deep down, she thought, Su Chen, you hide so well, but are you telling us exclusive news because you want me to make some money too? As she thought this, Lu Deming changed the subject. However, this could also all be coincidental. We must prove it with facts again. Facts? What do you mean? Call Su Chen and ask him whether we should hold or sell now. Ha, I just hung up. Do I need to call again? Won't he think I'm annoying? It must be to sell, right? It's already at the limit up. Could it possibly go up again tomorrow? Hey, daughter. I told you to ask, just listen to me and go ask. Okay. Lu Zixue thought carefully and felt that asking Su Chen was indeed more reliable. She felt that after meeting Su Chen, her financial knowledge seemed to be of little use. Perhaps, she was wrong again? The call connected. Su Chen's gentle voice came through, teasing, Zixue, are you missing me? That's why you've been calling me? Lu Zixue's face turned slightly red. What he said was true. She had been looking at stocks all day. And wasn't she thinking of Su Chen? She wanted to fight alongside Su Chen. Ahem, do you think I'm annoying? How could that be? I was just waiting for your call. You knew? Of course. Are you wondering whether to continue holding or to sell? Wow, Su Chen, you can guess that? Didn't you ask for my opinion last time? You wouldn't have already sold the stocks, would you? No, if I sold them and then came to ask you, wouldn't I be a little fool? Lu Zixue chuckled lightly, and suddenly she caught a very crucial point. Wait. You mean I shouldn't sell? Yes, the bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. Let the storm come even stronger. Beep beep beep. After Su Chen finished speaking, he casually hung up the phone. Su Chen, why did you hang up? Lu Zixue glanced at her phone, feeling a bit dazed. She wanted to chat with Su Chen a bit longer. Just hearing his voice made her very happy, but he just answered and ran off? What does that mean? After listening to their conversation, Lu Deming nodded in agreement. It seems Su Chen is indeed not simple. I said long ago that he is different from others. Lu Zixue's face was filled with pride, looking very cute. She suddenly remembered something and asked her father, Dad, did the Vantian high-speed rail you bought for 50 million go up? I haven't checked today. Upon hearing this, Lu Deming's face showed a bit of embarrassment. It did go up, but only by 1%. Oh, Lu Zixue smiled lightly, already having the answer in her heart. It seems her father is getting old. Now it's Su Chen's world. Junlin Capital. Zhang Jingyi saw the news of the Galaxy Magnet hitting the limit up and couldn't help but show a look of astonishment, which gradually turned into admiration. Boss, as expected of the boss, this kind of stock can still have operational space? It directly hit the limit up. How immense is his power, really? So cool. Zhang Jingyi's expression was excited as she recalled the scene from yesterday when Su Chen unhesitatingly purchased 100 million in stocks. Naturally, she believed that he was manipulating everything behind the scenes. With such a powerful man leading her, she was undoubtedly thrilled, because as long as Junlin Capital grew larger, her position as general manager would naturally rise, and a salary increase would be a given. There was a high probability that a president position would also be established, and she, as the general manager of the company, was undoubtedly the best candidate for the future president. But, the boss is good or bad? Yesterday he was still flirting with Director Zhang in the office. If in the future, Junlin Capital expands, will the boss also want to have unspoken rules with me? Otherwise, won't he let me take the position of president? Thinking of this, Zhang Jingyi's beautiful eyes sparkled, lost in thought. Suehu Tiandi. Qiang received a message from Su Chen. President Qi, the 10 million you asked me to help invest has hit the daily limit today. After tomorrow's closing, I'll operate it again and return the money to you without charging any fees. Ah, Mr. Su, you are really too upright. Qiang sighed, but her lips couldn't help but curl into a charming smile. Generally, financial investors wouldn't help others make money like Su Chen did and not take a single cent. Moreover, she had previously asked Lu Deming for help to invest 10 million, but not only did he fail to help her make money, he caused her to lose over 2 million. She even specifically checked Lu Deming's investment in the Vientiane high-speed rail, which only rose by 1% today. However, the Galaxy magnet that Su Chen invested in had directly hit the limit. The difference was too great. No wonder that girl Lu Zixue likes Su Chen so much. But, she is so close yet can't get it? Then don't blame me for being ungracious as a woman. Xiang also had a competitive spirit, especially since the other party was much younger than her and as beautiful as a fairy, Lu Zixue. It was hard for her not to compare herself to her. She liked excellent men too, so why should she give way? Just as she was thinking this, her daughter Yaya's voice rang out beside her. Mom, you should go find Big Brother for help. The teacher assigned a holiday task. Oh, Yaya, you really make it hard for Mom. Qiang pretended to be helpless. Alright, then Mom will change into another outfit and go find Big Brother, okay? Yaya danced with joy, and whenever Su Chen was mentioned, she smiled brightly. Ding! Zhang Jingyi's favorability towards you plus 10, current favorability 62. Ding! Shi Ying's favorability towards you plus 3, current favorability 68. Ding! Lu Zixue's favorability towards you plus 3, current favorability 90. You can claim this favorability reward. Awesome! Su Chen was very excited. His investment in stocks not only made money but also increased their favorability towards him so much. It was exhilarating, especially Lu Zixue, whose favorability towards him had already reached 90. They were only a word away from officially dating. However, he couldn't be too hasty. He should have an open-hearted chat with Lu Zixue, as there were still many things between them that hadn't been discussed. He needed to find a suitable opportunity to ask her out. Wow, husband, you bought 100 million and made 20 million? That's amazing. Yi Sinyu's eyes sparkled, covering her small mouth in astonishment. A principal of 100 million, plus a profit of 20 million, completely exceeded her understanding. Su Chen came back to his senses and said lightly, "It's just the beginning. After tomorrow, I'll harvest again. If it hits the limit again, that would be the best." Xiaomian counted on her fingers, looking innocent. If the little cat hasn't miscalculated, if it hits the limit again tomorrow, the master will earn over 40 million in 2 days? Just earning over 40 million? That's too much. Yi Sinyu was very excited, hugging Su Chen's arm and sweetly leaning on his shoulder. "Hubby, you're amazing. I really admire you, master." The little cat wants a hug too. Xiaomian pounced over from the other side. With soft jade in his embrace, Su Chen smiled contentedly. "You two are my lucky twin stars. If it weren't for you, this stock probably wouldn't have surged so much today." His words were sincere. After all, Yi Sinyu and Xiaomian were both goddesses. He had gained quite a bit of favorability from them, and in the future, when he upgraded to the intimacy level, the rewards would be even more generous. Yi Sinyu smiled sweetly and said, "Hubby, it's all your credit. Nian Nian and I are just here to accompany you. We don't even understand stocks." Xiaomian blinked her eyes mischievously and said, "Sister Sinyu, you really didn't contribute. It was me giving the master a massage just now. You didn't come." Yi Sinyu's face turned red. "I was cleaning the house for my hubby, you naughty Nian Nian." "Woo hubby, Nian Nian is bullying me." Usually composed and strong, she now showed a delicate and charming side that others couldn't see. Su Chen chuckled and looked at the plump yet youthful-looking woman. "Nian Nian, how about next time you help me with the cleaning and let Sinyu help me with the massage?" Upon hearing this, Xiaomian immediately pouted and cried for mercy. "Woo, no, please don't, master. The house is so big. The little cat will be exhausted." Yi Sinyu smiled triumphantly. "Nian Nian, do you see the consequences of bullying me? I have my hubby backing me up." "Woo, master, you're being biased." Xiaomian cried pitifully for a while longer. Su Chen laughed and rubbed her head. "Hey, I was just joking. Next time, we'll hire a cleaning service." "Master, you really spoil the little cat." Mua Xiaomian immediately brightened up and kissed his face. Ding dong! The doorbell rang. Su Chen frowned slightly. Very few people knew his address. Who could be visiting at this time? Could it be her? Yi Sinyu, perceptive as always, took her friend's hand and said with a smile, "Nian Nian, let's go to the esports room. You teach me how to play games, and tonight we'll have hubby take us for a trio queue." Master, then Sister Sinyu and I will head to the esports room first." The two sisters said goodbye to Su Chen and happily went to the esports room. Su Chen got up and walked to the door. He glanced at the surveillance outside and saw a voluptuous beautiful woman holding a gift bag. Just as he thought. The answer was exactly what Su Chen had in mind. Xiang had mentioned last night that she would come to visit today. He opened the door, revealing a calm smile. "President Qi, you're here." "Mr. Su, I hope I'm not disturbing you." Xiang smiled charmingly, her voice as gentle as an older sister, alluring to the core. Not at all, please come in and sit. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged as he invited the elegant woman inside. Xiying took off her high heels, slipped on the house slippers, and officially stepped into the house. She curiously looked around and couldn't help but say, Mr. Su, your home is indeed very spacious. This living room must be over 100 square meters, right? Su Chen nodded slightly. When I bought it, I was drawn to this super large living room. I thought having a larger area for free movement would feel more comfortable. Xiying smiled, living alone in such a big house, don't you feel lonely? 1. Yes, otherwise you should come over often to chat about investments, and I can help you make some money. 2. No, because I'm often not at home. Yes, if there's a chance, Mr. Chi, you can bring Yeye over for a visit. It would make the house livelier, and I would be very happy. Su Chen glanced at the options and smiled faintly. Yes, if there's a chance, Mr. Chi, you can bring Yeye over for a visit. It would make the house livelier, and I would be very happy. Sure. Shi Ying's face flushed slightly. Yeah, I was just talking about you. The two chatted casually for a few moments, and Su Chen invited her to sit on the sofa. Xiao Ying's posture was gentle and graceful as she placed the gift bag on the coffee table. Mr. Su, this is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you like it. Su Chen took a look at her. The beautiful lady was clearly well dressed today, exuding a mature charm that matched her age. Is this tea? Su Chen shifted his gaze to the gift box and noticed the large characters on it, Xiaozhou Phoenix Dan Song. Although he didn't know the exact price, just the name and packaging suggested it wasn't cheap. Mr. Chi, this is truly to my liking. I do enjoy drinking tea. However, this Phoenix Dan Song, as far as I know, isn't inexpensive. You saved Yaya. This little gesture is nothing at all. Xiying smiled sweetly and then said seriously, by the way, about the 10 million you invested for Yaya, don't return it to me tomorrow. Just keep it with you. If it drops below 10 million, let me know, and I'll make up the difference. Su Chen was taken aback. What does that mean? If it drops below 10 million, she'll help make up the difference? Isn't that the same as giving away money? Mr. Shi, did I hear you right? This kind of investment is a complete loss. How can you ask for money back if it's gone? No way. Tomorrow I'll help you make money, and I'll return the money to you. Mr. Su, please don't. Xiying looked a bit anxious at his stubbornness and quickly explained, I can't trust others. I trust you, so I feel safe with the money with you. Besides, I want to invest again in the future. You wouldn't want to see me get cheated by someone else, right? As a single woman, I don't understand finance at all. Last time I invested, didn't I lose over 2 million because of Lu Deming? She almost blurted out that she was cheated but thought better of it since Lu Deming knew Su Chen, so she softened her words a bit. Hearing this, Su Chen felt there was some truth to her words. What you say does make sense. Xiying finally sighed in relief, smiling contentedly. And, I actually came today to ask you for a small favor, but I don't know if Mr. Su is free the day after tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? Su Chen pondered for a moment and said, I should be free. What do you need my help with, Mr. Shi? I'm not sure if I can help. It's very simple. Xiying smiled charmingly. It's about yeah. Her kindergarten assigned a parent-child activity task, where parents are supposed to take their children on an outing during the holidays to strengthen the bond between parents and children. They also need to film a short video to submit. I find it quite troublesome. I've never filmed anything before. This time, Yaya cried and begged me, and I really feel sorry for her. I just wanted to ask Mr. Su if you could help out? As she spoke, her eyes turned a bit red. Being a single mother is so hard raising a child alone. Without the companionship of a father, Su Chen could tell that there were some inconsistencies in what she was saying. But between men and women, you understand my ulterior motives, and I understand your feigned modesty. Now, Su Chen seemed to be the one feigning modesty, but since it was like this, he decided to play along. I see, Yaya is indeed a little darling, and it's truly heartbreaking. All right, Mr. Shi, don't be sad. I promise I'll help you. He patted the back of the beautiful lady's fair hand, gently comforting her. Xiying's face turned slightly red as she gently grasped the man's large hand. Mr. Su, thank you for understanding. I'll go back and tell Yaya that Big Brother has agreed. She will definitely be very happy. Your favorability with Xiying +3, current favorability 71. You can claim the reward for this stage. Su Chen smiled and nodded, not making any excessive moves. This level of favorability was still a bit lacking. He needed to enhance it further. I actually quite like that little girl Yaya. Yaya is quite mischievous. The other adults all dislike her, but Mr. Su, you spoil her. Xiying covered her mouth and laughed, looking stunning. Su Chen wasn't sure if she was joking or serious. Maybe, I have a fate with Yaya. Xiying smiled sweetly, Mr. Su, then it's settled. you can't go back on your word. If you really don't have time, just let me know a day in advance. I can explain it to yeah. Okay, no problem. Su-chen nodded slightly and stood up, wanting to see Chi-ying off. However, as Chi-ying stood up and took a few steps, she suddenly stumbled, exclaiming, "Ah," and fell towards Su-chen. Su-chen instinctively reached out to support her, a smile tugging at his lips. Chi-ying turned back, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Mr. Su, I'm sorry. I lost my balance and almost fell. Luckily, you were here. It's fine." Su-chen chuckled, naturally wrapping his arm around her waist. "Be careful, let me walk you to the door." Chi-ying nodded, her slender waist swaying as she walked towards the door. What a charming woman, so good at captivating people. After the beautiful woman left, the exquisite sister duo stealthily emerged from the corner of the esports room. Yi Sin-yu wore a gossiping smile. "Hubby, who is that noblewoman? She seems very interested in you?" She wasn't jealous, just curious. At the same time, she felt Su-chen's charm was immense. Even that seemingly wealthy beauty was interested in him. Su-chen briefly introduced her. "Chi-ying, General Chi. I don't know what business she does, but she is indeed a rich woman. Mainly, I happen to save her daughter." Oh, Yi Sin-yu suddenly understood. "So, this General Chi must be attracted to you because you're handsome and wants to repay you. But she really takes good care of herself. She looks like she's only 25 or 26, not much older than me." "Sister Sin-yu, are you sure she's not much older than you?" Xiao Mian proudly straightened up. "General Chi is about my age, and your little bun is still saying she's not much older than you?" Hey, blushing face. Upon hearing this, Yi Sin-yu's face instantly turned red, and she began to bicker with Xiao Mian. "You little Mian. I was talking about age. Age. Don't tickle me, I'm ticklish. Help master, save me." As night fell, heavy rain began to pour outside. Yi Sin-yu was cooking in the kitchen, wearing a sheer flesh-colored nightgown that accentuated her exquisite figure, her long legs standing straight. Her back view was stunning. Su-chen wrapped his arms around her slim waist from behind. "Sin-yu, how many dishes have you cooked?" "Just the last one, hubby." "You and Mian wait a bit longer. Dinner will be ready soon." "Oh, then no rush. I'll keep you company, you continue." "Okay." Yi Sin-yu held the spatula, and the man quietly embraced her, watching her cook. It felt very warm. There was a sense of home. "Hubby, it feels so sweet being held by you." In the kitchen, their simple embrace was enough to convey warmth. After dinner, Su-chen brewed a pot of tea with the tea leaves Chi-ying had given him, and the three of them sat together on the sofa, enjoying the tea. This oolong tea is so fragrant. It's refreshing and rich." Yi Sin-yu took a sip and savored the aroma of the tea in the empty cup, her face full of enjoyment. "Oh my gosh, this tea is so expensive." Xiao Mian's eyes sparkled as she had already checked the price online. "This Chaozhou Phoenix Dan Song variety no? 1 pound costs 500,000. The 2 jars given by Chi Fubao total 600 grams, which means it costs 600,000. Wow, no wonder it's so delicious. I want another cup." Yi Sin-yu first poured for Su-chen's empty cup, then filled her own, happily sipping away. Su-chen smiled. "You both really enjoy tea, Sin-yu. Take a jar back with you tomorrow." "Thank you, hubby." Yi Sin-yu pounced on the man and pecked him on the lips. Soft and sweet. Su-chen was very satisfied, wrapping his arms around her tiny waist. Xiao Mian said cutely, "Master, then Sin-yu and I will go wash up first, and then we can play League of Legends. We bought so many ingredients for a late-night snack." "Alright, I finished my work too, let's do it together." Su-chen took her hand, and they both stood up. It was a rainy day, perfect for staying at home and enjoying each other's company. However, just as they took a few steps, the doorbell rang urgently, interrupting the moment. "Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong." Yi Sin-yu's eyes flickered. "Hubby, could it be Chi Fubao? Is she here to find you again? Should we avoid her?" Su-chen frowned. It might not be her. She wouldn't ring the bell so urgently unless it was an emergency. But if it were an emergency, she would definitely call me. "Then who is it?" Xiao Mian asked curiously, wondering if the master had other little kittens. "I'll go take a look, you two wait for me here." After Su-chen said this, he walked towards the door. He noticed that the door camera was blocked by a black umbrella held by the visitor, making it impossible to see who it was. Who is playing a prank? Su-chen was puzzled and decided not to open the door. But the person at the door kept ringing the bell, relentlessly. It was annoying. "I don't think I've offended anyone recently, right? And Suehu Tiandi definitely wouldn't let outsiders in. This means this person must be from our community. Could it be her?" Su-chen had an answer in his heart, but he remained cautious. When the person rang the bell again, he immediately opened the door. Whoosh! He burst out with incredible speed, his figure flashing out, and with a dragon claw hand, he directly grabbed the person's neck. Thud! He slammed her against the wall. the black umbrella fell away. Cough, cough, cough. The beautiful girl's face turned red, struggling to breathe. After a few coughs, the man's grip loosened a bit. She revealed an unusually beautiful smile, gazing deeply at the man. Su-chen, if you squeeze a little harder, you might just choke me to death. Aren't you scared? Hearing this, Su-chen didn't loosen his grip, looking at her with annoyance. Lu Qingyue, that question should be directed at you. You almost got choked to death. Do you know that? Oomph, you wouldn't do that. Lu Qingyue smirked playfully, as if everything was under her control. You think this is funny, playing a prank? Su-chen found it somewhat amusing. Lu Qingyue, this beautiful girl, was indeed a bit childish. So annoying. Lu Qingyue pouted in grievance. Humph, if I hadn't shown myself, would you have opened the door? I know you dislike me. Su-chen fell silent for a moment, his tone softening. Alright, then what do you want from me? Of course, I came to ask you to be my master and teach me how to drive. Lu Qingyue's eyes sparkled as she casually said, I'm about to participate in the WRC World Rally Championship held worldwide, and I must secure first place in the Huaxia leg. I don't seem to have the obligation to help you, do I? I'm quite busy and have no time. You should go back and let me think about it. If you spend the night with me, I might consider your request. He chose option 1 again. Su-chen chuckled lightly. I don't seem to have the obligation to help you, do I? I'm quite busy and have no time. Lu Qingyue, upon hearing this, suspiciously sniffed him and coldly laughed. Busy, huh? Heh, what are you busy with? You smell like at least 2 women's perfumes. It's definitely different from my Luo Yan last time. Su-chen was a bit surprised. Are you a dog? Your nose is so sensitive? No, I'm just sensitive to smells. Lu Qingyue pretended to be nonchalant and suddenly got up. In the midst of their conversation, she took advantage of Su-chen's distraction and slipped into his house. She took a breath, inhaling the scent inside. I seem to smell the scent of a seductress. Let me see where they are. As Lu Qingyue paced, she had already spotted the exquisite sister flowers sitting on the sofa, dressed in sheer nightgowns, their wonderful figures barely concealed. Just as she had guessed, there were indeed 2 women. Hello, sisters. I'm Su-chen's little girlfriend, Lu Qingyue. Please take care of me from now on. She slightly bowed and extended her hand to the 2 women. Yi Xinyu was a bit dazed and also extended her hand. Are you Qingyue? Hello. I'm Yi Xinyu. You look much younger than me. You can call me Xinyu Jia. This is Qiao Mian. You can call her Mian Mian. Oh, so it's Sister Xinyu and Sister Mian Mian. Lu Qingyue's playful spirit was ignited, and she deliberately asked, do we have any other sisters? Why didn't they come? Yi Xinyu and Xiao Mian exchanged confused glances. Su-chen's calm voice sounded behind her. Lu Qingyue, have you had enough fun? I have nothing to do with you, don't scare my girlfriend. Oh, Lu Qingyue was a bit displeased. Su-chen, are you protecting your girlfriend so well? I just wanted to play a little joke with the sisters, is that not allowed? Yi Xinyu suddenly snapped back to reality, a bit angry. You little girl, so you're not my husband's girlfriend? Then why did you shake our hands? She felt tricked, realizing the other party looked like a girl who had just come of age. Lu Qingyue was neither angry nor upset, not now, but maybe in the future? It's fine to get to know each other in advance, right, Sister Xinyu? Xiao Mian giggled, as long as you can make Su-chen gidge like you, we will naturally be friends. But for now, it seems unnecessary. Oh, then what do I need to do to make Su-chen gidge like me? You all seem to know. Why not teach me some tricks of seduction? How to win hearts? Lu Qingyue's eyes sparkled, her lips curling into a playful smile, full of sarcasm. She was like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Clearly here to cause trouble. Lu Qingyue, get out. I won't teach you how to drive, so give it up. His voice was cold, directly issuing an eviction order. Why? Am I not pretty enough? Lu Qingyue's eyes turned red, as if she had suffered a great grievance. Am I not worthy of your affection? In her view, Su-chen was such a scumbag. By normal reasoning, he should have some feelings for her. But the reality was that Su-chen disliked her so much. She only wanted him to teach her how to drive, yet he refused to agree. She wanted to know the answer in his heart. Su-chen didn't answer, coldly grabbed her hand, and quickly walked towards the door. Thud Lu Qingyue was like an abandoned girl, ruthlessly thrown outside. Stop! Her eyes were red, and she shouted loudly. Su-chen stopped in his tracks. What do you want to say now? Give me a reason. Lu Qingyue's voice trembled with grievance, tears already swirling in her eyes. You're so loving, can't you spare me? Why is it so hard for you to be my master? Am I that detestable? 1. Because you are a good girl, and I don't want to delay you. To catch and release. 2. Yes, look at your performance tonight. If I had a disciple like you, my home would be in chaos. Straightforward. 3. You're not that detestable. If you could be a bit more obedient, maybe I could be your master. In her thoughts, Su-chen's expression darkened, and he said seriously, because you are a good girl, and I don't want to delay you." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyue was taken aback and asked, "If you think I'm a good girl, then why can't you help me?" I have to say, her reasoning was very clear. But the system already had a follow-up answer. "Because I'm not a good man. If I were to develop feelings for you while teaching you racing, I wouldn't want to delay you. I have to suppress my feelings. How difficult do you think that would be for me?" Suchen sighed helplessly. Seeing this, Lu Qingyue turned her worry into joy. "So you're afraid of falling for me? Coward." "Yes, I have my own principles." "What about them? Are they not good girls? You treat them poorly and feel justified?" Suchen smiled. "They are also good girls, but they are different from you. They can accept each other's existence. I know you are not that kind of girl. So, let's spare each other. I won't force you anymore. Goodbye." The light in Lu Qingyue's eyes dimmed, and her mood seemed very low. She didn't say anything more and turned to leave. The elevator descended. Her figure completely disappeared from Su Chen's sight. Ding! Lu Qingyue's favorability towards you -5, current favorability 55. No way! Su Chen was stunned. He clearly followed the system's best option and the subsequent answers. How could he lose favorability? There must have been some detail he missed. What exactly did he overlook? Or was there a crucial step missing? Boom! A thunderclap echoed outside, and lightning split the night sky into a stark white. Su Chen woke up. Tonight was a rainy night, and it was already pouring outside. Su Chen's gaze fixed. He saw the umbrella Lu Qingyue had brought. He understood. He could refuse Lu Qingyue, but he couldn't be too heartless. He had to leave her with some hope. Just now, he had been too ruthless, too harsh. Lu Qingyue, feeling disheartened, naturally turned to leave, and losing favorability was to be expected. Thinking of this, Su Chen's lips curled up slightly as he picked up the umbrella and rushed after her. The rain poured down. Lu Qingyue cupped her hands to catch the raindrops, gazing at the dim night sky, murmuring to herself, "Does my life have to be as dark and dull as this rainy night? Even the only thing that can light up the night sky is just a fleeting flash. Ah, what a despairing night." She walked into the rain, letting the droplets soak her completely, her chestnut hair clinging to her beautiful face, desolate and cold. The WRC rally is the stage that all drivers dream of. If Lu Qingyue could secure first place, she would not only gain a sponsorship but also a ticket to the World Championship. Only by winning the championship at the World competition could she become a true racing queen, fulfilling her father's lifelong unfulfilled wish. However, the level of rally racing in Huaxia, compared to the world, is just entry level. Her current level is such that there are no coaches in the country who can teach her anymore. All of her father's racing knowledge and experience have been completely imparted to her. She now needs to break through her bottleneck and elevate her skills to compete on the same stage as world-class drivers. She needs a master with top-notch racing skills and a navigator partner. Su Chen is undoubtedly a presence that could astonish the world. He is the best candidate. However, he has swept her out the door, refusing her entry. "Su Chen, I need you. Don't be so heartless. I'll count to 3, and you just show up, okay?" She silently counted to 3 in her heart, hoping against hope, and looked back. A handsome man in a white t-shirt was walking towards her quickly, holding a black umbrella. Lu Qingyue stood there dazed, touching her burning forehead. "Am I having a fever? Am I hallucinating?" Until Su Chen reached her, placing the umbrella in her hand, his tone softened a bit. "You should go home and take a hot shower, you'll catch a cold." After saying that, he turned away gracefully, the raindrops soaking him completely. Watching the man's handsome back, Lu Qingyue couldn't help but smile, her eyes sparkling again. Damn bad man. Although the rainy night was so cold, the girl's body had already become heated. Ding! Lu Qingyue's favorability towards you +15, current favorability 70. You can claim the rewards for this stage. +15? Is it really that intense? So nice. When Su Chen returned home, his perfect sister flowers greeted him with concern. "Hubby, why are you soaked all over?" "Just in time, we've prepared warm water in the bathtub, go warm up." Yi Xinyu supported Su Chen's arm, her eyes full of concern, afraid he would catch a cold. My wife is so considerate." Su Chen affectionately ruffled her hair. It felt very comfortable to be with Yi Xinyu and Xiaomian. Lu Qingyue, that beautiful girl, is actually quite difficult to conquer, but a challenge now and then is also good. Who told her to treat herself as prey? When the time comes, once he completely captures her, she'll know who the real hunter is. Moments later, Su Chen comfortably soaked in the large bathtub, enjoying it immensely. In the Quilaki world, in the girls' boudoir, racing competition videos from Yunlu Mountain were playing on the tablet, the man's profile handsome and charming, with a carefree smile at the corner of his mouth. Lu Qingyue had a cold and fever, her pretty face flushed and hot, the images in her mind constantly surfacing. "Su Chen, when you drove my Ferrari, you were clearly very excited. You and I are the same kind of person. I'm already running a fever. Would you feel heartbroken if you knew? A hint of sadness flickered in her eyes, making her seem pitiful. Ding! Lu Qingyue's favorability towards you +2. After the rainy night, sunshine poured into the spacious apartment, warm and comfortable. Su Chen, with his perfect physique, felt refreshed. But today, Xin Yufei was coming over to arrange the fitness equipment, and he needed to seize the opportunity to deepen their friendship. After being affectionate with Yi Xinyu for a while, he let them head back first. Hubby, then we'll head back now. Muai as Yi Xinyu and Xiao Mian left, they both planted another kiss on Su Chen's cheek, their pretty faces filled with deep affection. Ding! Yi Xinyu's favorability towards you +1, current favorability 97. Ding! Xiao Mian's favorability towards you +1, current favorability 97. Soon, two of them will hit 100. What super rewards can I claim then? Su Chen felt a bit excited inside and then clicked on the rewards information bar. Shi Ying's favorability towards you 71. Lu Qingyue's favorability towards you 72. Lu Zixue's favorability with you is 90. 3 goddesses, 70, 70, 93 favorability stage rewards, all can be claimed. Claim. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, a 10 million cash back card. Your spending will bring you a cash back amount of 2 to 5 times. Usage period, 30 days. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, top configuration, worth 8 million. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, 10 million. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, 70% shares of the Azure Sports Center swimming pool, becoming the largest shareholder. Share value, 180 million. Wow, little cutie Lu Zixue is so powerful? And a Rolls-Royce? Moreover, this cashback card has a limit of 10 million and a usage period of 30 days. Guaranteed to earn another 20 to 30 million. So awesome. Su Chen pocketed the 3 rewards. Thinking of spending, he suddenly remembered the exquisite imperial bird's nest from the royal court. Lin Shuya had told him that it had great effects. After all, its price is there, with benefits for beauty and skin. He should also treat the exquisite sister flowers, maybe it could increase their favorability? He picked up his phone and dialed the customer service of the royal court. Now he was a VIP. The respectful voice of the customer service representative came through. Hello, Mr. Su, this is the royal court, we are pleased to serve you. I want to order bird's nest. Yi Xinyu was driving a Bentley and had already returned home to Lushan Garden. It only took a few minutes to get to Su Chen's house, very convenient. Yi Xinyu looked at the pile of items on the coffee table, including room cards, car keys, electronic devices, and was full of excitement. My husband is handsome and treats us so well, so happy. My friends are still working hard, and I've already started enjoying life. Mian Mian, we are so lucky. She hugged the soft and cute girl beside her, her face full of joy. Xiao Mian, however, said with a pout, but I really miss the master. I don't know how long it will take to be with the master. As soon as I leave him, I just want him so much. I miss my husband too, but we have to be sensible. Being too clingy isn't good. But I still really want the master, so I'll send him a message. Hee hee. Xiao Mian missed Su Chen so much that she sent him a message. Master, little cat misses you. It's the first day of missing you, but the little cat will be good and wait for you to find me. Ding. The message was quickly replied to. Su Chen, the master, little cat is so good. I'll come find you after I'm done. By the way, pay attention to your phone. I bought some supplements for you and Xinyu. Xiao Mian, the little cat is so good. Love you, master. Huh? Yi Xinyu's eyes sparkled. Did my husband buy us supplements? What are they? Doo-doo. Her phone rang. Yi Xinyu, hello? Who are you? A pleasant female voice came from the other end. We are from the royal court, mister. Su has ordered a 6-month package of exquisite bird's nest for you, a total of 2 people, each for 26 weeks. Would you like to choose a delivery once a week or once every 2 weeks? Yi Xinyu thought for a moment and replied, let's go with once every 2 weeks for now, it's more convenient. Customer service, okay, you can also modify the delivery method later. We already have your address, and we will deliver it to the community entrance shortly and call you again. Half an hour later, Yi Xinyu and Xiao Mian received 4 boxes of exquisite bird's nest delivered by the royal court at the entrance. Exquisite bird's nest is the highest grade among bird's nests. My husband ordered it for us for half a year. He must have spent a lot of money. I love my husband to death. Xiao Mian curiously scanned the QR code, her eyes sparkling. Wow, Xinyu Jia, do you know how expensive this bird's nest is? This box costs 68,000 yuan for a week, so for 26 weeks, doesn't that mean? She counted on her fingers for a long time. Yi Xinyu chuckled, don't calculate it, you silly. 26 boxes cost 1,768,000 yuan, and for the 2 of us, That's 3,530,000 yuan. Oh my god, this bird's nest is so expensive. Is it made of gold? Xiao Mian's little face turned red. She wasn't really interested in bird's nest. She preferred something more practical, staying close to her master Su Chen, hugging him. It made her feel the warmth of home, love, and a strong sense of security. Yi Sinyu rolled her eyes at her and laughed. This is also your husband being good to us, so you have to eat it obediently every day, no wasting. Bird's nest is good for beauty and very delicious. Okay, Sinyu Jie is right, so when you eat, remember to remind me. I want to eat together too. Pfft, you lazy cat. Ding. Yi Sinyu's favorability towards you +1, current favorability 98. Ding. Xiao Mian's favorability towards you +1, current favorability 98. Ding. Detected host spending of 3,536,000 yuan, triggering 5x cashback. Cashback amount, 17,680,000 yuan. Remaining balance on cashback card, 6,464,000 yuan. 5x cashback? Wow, so awesome. I just made over 14 million, and my favorability went up by 1 point. Su Chen felt incredibly pleased. The money in his bank account was rapidly increasing. Dudu the exquisite sister duo sent him a voice message. Yi Sinyu's voice was charming and coy. Husband, we received the bird's nest you sent. We just ate a jar. It's so delicious. I looked at the instructions. This bird's nest has many benefits. Later, we'll take some effect pictures to show you, okay? Xiao Mian's voice was still soft and cute. Master, the little cat has eaten 2. Sister Sinyu said it's good for the body, so the little cat will eat on time. Hee master, look quickly. It seems to be effective. Xiao Mian, video 10 as Su Chen opened it to admire. Xiao Mian's adorable face was radiant. Her figure was also quite good. He smiled and messaged Yi Sinyu. Sinyu, look at Nian Nian. She's already showing results. Why do you still want to wait? Yi Sinyu, /shy. Husband, wait a moment. I'm going to give Nian Nian a good beating about 2 minutes later. Yi Sinyu, video 20 s. Yi Sinyu, husband, my results are even better. Su Chen, good. So beautiful wife is so obedient. Alright, husband is going to start making money to support the family. You just need to look beautiful. Yi Sinyu, husband, you've worked hard. Moa Su Chen felt exceptionally happy. A favorability of 98 points was indeed not in vain. He really liked such obedient, exquisite sisters. Dudu's phone rang again. But this time it wasn't the sister duo, it was Qin Yufei calling. Qin Yufei's voice was cheerful. Mr. Su, the fitness equipment has been fully delivered and is being loaded onto the truck. I'm at your doorstep now. Hurry and open the door, okay? I'll be right there. After hanging up, Su Chen got up and walked downstairs. Qin Yufei had made a promise to show him the effect photos, but last time, she said she wanted him to see it in person, which actually meant she wanted him to take responsibility, afraid he would just play around and leave. Moreover, his favorability with her was 76. It was time to seal the deal. Su Chen quickly arrived at the entrance of the community and could see the sports goddess Qin Yufei from a distance, standing in front of a truck. Upon spotting him, Qin Yufei waved with a smile, happily greeting him. Su Chen approached her, sizing her up. Yufei, why aren't you in your yoga outfit today? Don't you plan to work out with me? Qin Yufei was wearing denim shorts today, her sun-kissed long legs full of vitality, her figure perfect and stunning. Qin Yufei's cheeks flushed slightly, as if she indeed had other plans. Ahem, I can still guide you in your workout like this after all. I'm a coach, right? That makes sense. Su Chen smiled faintly, then let's get the stuff loaded up. I've been feeling a bit uncomfortable in one area lately. Can you help me check it out later? Sure. Qin Yufei nodded and then instructed the loaders behind her. Master Chiu, let's drive the truck into the community first. Mr. Su and I will guide you. Understood. The loader nodded, and the 2 vehicles entered the community. The truck and van arrived together at the foot of Building A5. 4 strong men got out, all of them burly. Qin Yufei began directing. Master Chiu, you can unload now. There's an elevator inside. You just need to move it to the elevator, and our people will handle the installation. Thank you for your hard work. Soon, the 4 strong men began to move. Qin Yufei had been to Su Chen's home before, so she was quite familiar with the layout. Various shouts and commands filled the air. Come on, this way. Everyone be careful, these items are very expensive. After several trips, it took about an hour. The gym equipment was all installed. The originally empty gym had transformed into a rather professional space. Treadmills, dumbbells, resistance bands, power racks, and more everything commonly used in a gym was there. A total of over $1 million was spent, all on high-end imported equipment. Qin Yufei settled the workers' wages, and they left. In the house, only the 2 of them remained. Shin Yufei looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction and smiled. Mr. Su, what do you think? Do you want to try it out, especially this treadmill worth 340,000? I've never used such a good treadmill before. Suchin looked troubled. I want to, but I have a muscle strain in one area, and I need your help to treat it. Where are you feeling uncomfortable? Shin Yufei showed a worried expression and asked, as your coach, should I give you a massage? I was waiting for you to say that. Suchin smiled, pulling her small hand over. Shin Yufei lowered her head, her face turning red to the roots of her ears. Suchin took the opportunity to wrap his arms around her slim waist, chuckling. Yufei, it seems you remember our agreement? Shin Yufei raised her eyes to look at the handsome man in front of her and said softly, I remember. But, Mr. Su, do you really just want to take a look? Whether I just want to take a look depends on what I think after seeing it. You're quite sly. Shin Yufei chuckled, her eyes sparkling, then furrowed her brows in a mock fierce manner. If you don't take responsibility, I'll show you my methods. Suchin scrutinized her closely, the corners of his mouth lifting. Alright, then let me see what methods you have. Humph, this coach has plenty of tricks, I'm not afraid of you. In the living room, on the soft large sofa, Shin Yufei's eyes were red, clearly having cried just moments ago. Suchin smiled. Aren't you supposed to have many tricks? Humph woo, she sniffled pitifully, hugging Suchin's neck, looking adorably vulnerable. Bad man, I don't have as many tricks as you. You haven't even promised to take responsibility yet, and you're bullying me like this. Woo, I want your promise in person. Her tears of grievance flowed again, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Suchin smiled, noticing that Shin Yufei's obsession was quite deep. She insisted that he take responsibility for her before she would relent. Suchin deliberately teased her and didn't say anything. Unexpectedly, she started to cry. Feeling wronged, she needed some coaxing to feel better. Alright, don't cry anymore. Seeing her adorable expression made Suchin feel a bit heartbroken. He pulled her into his arms and laughed. Of course, I will take responsibility for you. How much rice can you eat? I can't afford to support you, can I? Well, that's more like it. I might eat you poor. Shin Yufei's voice turned into a spoiled tone, then, unable to contain her frustration, she bit down hard on the man's shoulder. However, she had stopped crying, and her face was filled with smiles. With the man's promise, she felt reassured deep down. Ding! Shin Yufei's affection for you +5. Current affection level 81. Humph. Your muscles are so firm, I can't bite through. After a few bites, Shin Yufei realized she only left some shallow teeth marks. She couldn't break through his defenses at all. This bad man's physical condition was too strong. Who was really the fitness coach here, right? These muscles I trained casually are pretty good, aren't they? Shin Yufei said with a hint of grievance. It's not just pretty good. Your strength, stamina, endurance, and overall physical condition are all exceptional. I can't understand how you train to be like this. It's amazing. Suchin couldn't help but laugh inside. It was all thanks to the system's reward for a perfect physique that he was this strong. He wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes and asked with a smile, Did you feel particularly sad when I was teasing you just now? Yeah. So sad. Shin Yufei puffed out her cheeks and nodded, looking incredibly cute as she acted spoiled. Then if I treat you better, are you happy now? The man's gentle voice rang out, and looking at his charming face, Shin Yufei's cheeks flushed again. She gently nodded. She was a fitness coach and had been single until now. After receiving Suchin's promise, she felt at ease, without any other worries. If it were just a verbal promise from the man, she had taken a significant step forward, showing great determination. Later, the two went to the gym for training. High-intensity endurance training could indeed burn a lot of energy. Suchin learned quite a bit about fitness alongside her, and they were both sweating profusely. However, with his perfect physique, he already had a great body, so he just needed to watch and didn't need to work out deliberately. Otherwise, it would ruin the original aesthetic, which wouldn't be good. Watching her exercise, he clearly felt she was more relaxed and at ease. Ding! Shin Yufei's affection for you +3. Current affection level 83. I burned so many calories. I feel like today's workout efficiency is equivalent to what I usually do in 2 days. Shin Yufei wiped the fragrant sweat from her forehead with a towel, panting heavily, then looked at the man in surprise. Mr. Su, why do you seem not tired at all? Your stamina is incredible. Suchin helped her smooth her hair behind her ears. Yeah, that's why I said you're a little chick. Humph, my stamina is better than many girls, I just can't compare to you. Shin Yufei smiled beautifully, saying seriously, you must have trained hard in the past. This is just the result of your training. I'm very smart. Don't think I don't know. You figured that out? You're too smart. Suchin found it amusing, but after working out, he indeed felt much more energized. Since I'm this smart, you definitely can't abandon me, okay? I've made a huge decision. Shin Yufei's voice grew softer as she nestled into the man's embrace, shyly looking up at him. She finally expressed her true feelings. Actually, Mr. Su, you're so handsome, I really like you. She felt captivated by the bad man in front of her. Just looking at him made her feel like he was shining. No matter his looks or physique, he was incredibly handsome and so capable. With such an outstanding man, of course, she liked him. Su Chen's lips curled up. Xiao Yufei turned out to be a face control? Afraid of being abandoned by him? He was not that kind of scumbag. No way, don't bring up such topics again. From now on, I will be your support. You just stay by my side, and I'll pamper you. Mr. Su was really nice. Shin Yufei felt completely at ease, sweetly hugging the man and even giving him a kiss. So sweet in the underground parking lot, Su Chen took Yufei, the coach, preparing to go out for a meal. A black, imposing Rolls-Royce Cullinan, exuding an air of authority, appeared before them. Su Chen pressed the car key in his hand. Beep beep, the engine started. The SUV Cullinan, like a beast awakened, had the spirit of ecstasy on the grille slowly rising, showcasing understated luxury. Shin Yufei was stunned. She had already stopped in front of the Maybach, not knowing that Su Chen had other cars, and it was a Rolls-Royce? Too luxurious. Su Chen casually opened the passenger door, chuckling, Yufei, stop acting like a silly goose and get in the car. Okay. Only then did Shin Yufei come to her senses and happily sat in the passenger seat. She curiously examined the interior of the Rolls-Royce, her eyes sparkling. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan felt even more luxurious than the Maybach S680. It was her first time riding in such an extravagant car. It was no exaggeration to say that an 8 million Rolls-Royce was something she could never own in her lifetime. But for Su Chen, who owned a 200 million mansion, it seemed like an easy feat. Thinking of this, Shin Yufei suddenly noticed the Bugatti supercar ahead. At that moment, Su Chen also sat in the driver's seat, and she couldn't help but curiously ask, Mr. Su, that supercar in front, it wouldn't be yours too, would it? V-room. Su Chen started the vehicle, casually saying, yeah, you're really smart to guess that. Shin Yufei smiled brightly, completely transforming into a cute, curious baby. Then, how much does that supercar cost? It looks really expensive. She was just a fitness coach. Supercars were too far removed from her world. How could she know? Su Chen remained calm as he answered her, it's about 50 million. To be honest, it's just flashy and cool. In reality, it's not as easy to drive as the Rolls-Royce or Maybach, and it's quite noisy. Shin Yufei was shocked, unable to speak. My goodness, only 50 million? And it's not even as easy to drive as a Rolls-Royce or Maybach? Is that even a thing? If someone else said such things, she would definitely not believe that a 50 million car could be worse to drive than a few million car. But that Bugatti supercar and Maybach were both Su Chen's, and since the owner said so, it must be authoritative. She believed it. She sighed and lamented, if I could just drive a 200,000 car, I would be so satisfied. Unlike you, who has 3 cars to switch between, even a 50 million supercar, and you still complain about it? Su Chen glanced at her, amused. Yufei, now that you are my woman, is it that easy to support you? A 200,000 car, and you would be satisfied? Upon hearing this, Shin Yufei's pretty face flushed, stammering, you just bully the honest ones who haven't seen the world. If it were a bad woman, she would definitely empty your pockets. Su Chen's lips curled slightly. Bad woman? Why would I want that? I like you, my little good girl. Upon hearing this, Shin Yufei felt sweeter than honey, adorably puffing her cheeks. Mr. Su just knows how to bully me. Just now, I made her cry. Thinking about it makes me feel so wrong. Little chick Yufei, you really hold a grudge, huh? Of course. After all, it was my first time, and it really hurt at the beginning. Then should I give you a massage? Bad guy, what if someone sees us? Looking at the man's large hand reaching over, Shin Yufei panicked like a little white rabbit and quickly pressed it down. They were already on the busy street. Outside, it was so lively. Su Chen was actually just teasing her on purpose. Seeing her anxious expression made him feel it was very cute. Before long, they arrived at the Morton restaurant on the Bund. Su Chen ordered 2 steak sets again, spending 7,200. Ding! Detected host spending 7,200, triggering 5x cashback amount, 36,000 yuan. Remaining limit, 6,456,800 yuan. Shin Yufei really liked Western food and steak. For her identity as a fitness coach, Western food was very healthy, meeting all her nutritional needs for each meal, just right. Wow, Mr. Su, the steak here is really delicious. I feel like I could eat it endlessly. She forked another piece of steak and brought it to Su Chen's mouth. Want a piece of my filet mignon? Seeing her expectant gaze, Su Chen swallowed it in one bite and casually praised, the texture is nice, very tender. But compared to eating the filet mignon, he was more curious about little Fei Fei's texture. He hadn't had the chance to try it earlier, but it shouldn't be a problem tonight. Shin Yufei's lips curled into a sweet smile, seemingly enjoying the ambiguous atmosphere of their meal. Seeing this, Suchin also forked a piece of his steak and fed it to her. After savoring it carefully, she also gave a good review. At that moment, her phone rang. Beep beep beep, hello, Anqing. Anqing's straightforward voice came through. Hi, little Fei. Are you done with your business? Shin Yufei glanced at Suchin shyly. We're done. Ah, that's good. Anqing chuckled and continued. I finished my work today too, no classes in the afternoon. I'm planning to go to my neighbor's little sister to learn swimming. I promised her several times but kept letting her down, so this time I have to show my face. I remember you said Mr. Su can swim, right? Shin Yufei, yes. He can dive in and save people, very impressive. Anqing, that's right, learning to swim alone is quite boring. How about you both come with me? It would be perfect for Mr. Su to teach you how to swim. Having an extra skill is great, right? Shin Yufei became interested and looked at the man. Mr. Su, can you come swimming with us? You teach me? She felt a bit shy. After all, she was a fitness coach, and now she wanted Suchen to teach her how to swim. Wasn't she losing face? Suchen raised the corner of his mouth. If you want me to teach you, there will be a tuition fee. How much? In kind. If I knew you would bully me, bad person. Shin Yufei blushed and pouted, then said to the woman on the phone, Mr. Su agreed. We'll finish our meal and come find you, or, Anqing, I don't have a car, it's a hassle. How about you come pick me up? We still need to buy swimsuits. The swimsuits at the swimming pool are very professional and too tight, I don't really like them. Shin Yufei's face darkened, and she complained. Are you going to show off your figure or learn to swim? Anqing, definitely showing off my figure while learning to swim. Shin Yufei was speechless and looked at the man, asking for his opinion. Suchen smiled, then let's go pick her up. Buy a few swimsuits, it won't take long. Shin Yufei, okay. Are you at the gym now? We'll come over after we finish eating. Anqing, sorry to trouble you thinking about swimming later. Suchen felt a bit excited. He now had a swimming master, and it was just the right time to use it. He also wanted to transform into a flying fish, surfing, and enjoying himself in the swimming pool. After finishing the Western meal, Suchen drove Shin Yufei, and in just over 10 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the Obo gym. Anqing was wearing a sports outfit, leisurely leaning against the wall, with a lollipop in her mouth. Anqing, get in the car. Shin Yufei waved at her outside the window, shouting excitedly. Wow, good stuff. Anqing's eyes lit up, and she excitedly opened the back door of the car. She got in, closed the door, and sat on the soft, comfortable leather seat, unable to resist touching it. It exuded luxury. Mr. Su, you drive a Rolls-Royce? Yufei, didn't you say last time that he drives a Maybach? Shin Yufei excitedly introduced, that's Mr. Su's other car, and he also has a 50 million supercar. It seems to be a Bugatti. Wow, that's impressive. Anqing couldn't help but give a thumbs up, feeling like her worldview had been refreshed. Any car he casually owned was a goal she had to strive for in her lifetime. Suchen took the two women to a nearby mall to buy some swimsuits. They didn't want to wear those overly professional swimsuits, saying they were too tight and not good looking, so they wanted to buy various colorful styles, which looked really nice and were also cheap. Thus, Suchen first bought 3 pairs of swim trunks and then let them choose 10 sets. Shin Yufei and Anqing picked according to their own sizes. Suchen, feeling bored, observed the two of them from the side. They were both fitness trainers with great figures, small waists, and peach-shaped bottoms. That was standard. Shin Yufei's lines were more graceful, her S-shaped body curve just right, truly exceptional. With her tan skin and long legs, she looked healthy and full of vitality, quite charming. Moreover, she was very beautiful, with an oval face, high nose bridge, and delicate features. She looked stunning even without makeup. Anqing had a stronger presence, with a pear-shaped figure, and her muscles were better developed than Shin Yufei's, exuding a powerful girlfriend vibe. If any man let her punch him, he would probably scream in pain. Haha, Yufei, this 3-piece swimsuit suits you very well. Once you put it on, Mr. Su will definitely be all fired up. You annoying Anqing, how can you say that with the boss lady here? Aren't you ashamed? Alright, I won't tease you. Mr. Su asked us to choose 10 sets, so it feels like we can take one of every style. These swimsuits are all so revealing. I feel like I should be more conservative. This dead stock swimsuit seems to suit me better. Conservative my foot, with Mr. Su by your side. Who are you afraid of being seen by? Mainly, the swimming pool isn't just us, right? Forget it. Anyway, just take one of each style, and you can decide how to wear them later. They didn't linger too long and quickly chose their swimsuits. Ding! Detected host spending of 3,700. triggering 5x cashback. Cashback amount, 18,500. These two women really didn't spend much. 20 swimsuits only cost a little over 3,000. After shopping, the three of them left the small mall and returned to the Rolls-Royce. Su-chen looked at the women in the back seat. Anqing, which swimming pool are we going to? Oh right, I almost forgot the main thing. Anqing picked up her phone to check the address and said, the Blue Sports Center swimming pool is about 30 kilometers away from here. Not bad, it'll take half an hour by car. Su-chen adjusted the navigation and found the swimming pool's address, which indeed matched what Anqing said, needing 9 kilometers. Suddenly, his expression froze. The name of this swimming pool seems a bit familiar. He remembered that he seemed to have rewarded himself with a swimming pool today. He hesitantly opened the system. You have become the largest shareholder of the Azure Sports Center swimming pool. You hold 70% of the shares. Value, 180 million. What a coincidence. Su-chen's lips curled up slightly, then he started the vehicle. Azure Sports Center swimming pool. The weather was clear, and the sun was warm. People were coming and going from the swimming pool in an endless stream. Many were wearing various types of swimsuits, and a few old lechers were whispering to each other about the figures of passing beauties, discussing all sorts of things. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce stopped. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn. Wow, a Rolls-Royce? This sports center is really impressive. So many rich people come here to swim, mainly because the Azure swimming pool has a great environment, it's very clean, and the coaches are all very professional. Sometimes, even provincial swimming teams come here to train. I'm actually not here to learn swimming. I just love watching the beautiful figures by the side. It's simply a treat. Dude, you really are something. Damn, bro, look quickly, Coach Su Miao is coming out. Her figure is amazing, so beautiful. She's the swimming goddess. She used to be a provincial team swimmer. The men's gazes all turned to the swimming goddess they were talking about, Su Miao. She wore a white coat, looking pure and sweet, with a pair of long legs and smooth, fair skin that made one drool. His coach Su Miao, my goddess, I could play with these legs for a lifetime. Tisk tsk, you loser, don't even think about it. Can Coach Su Miao even look at you? On the other side, Su Chen and the others had already gotten out of the car, and Xing held her phone, saw Su Miao, and quickly ran over. Ah, my Miao Miao, long time no see. Hug. She immediately embraced her warmly. Su Miao smiled like a flower, very beautiful, and her voice was gentle and pleasant. Hee sister and Xing, you're still so enthusiastic. You promised to come play twice, but you stood me up both times. In the blink of an eye, it's been over a year since we last met, right? Pretty much. And Xing chuckled awkwardly, then explained, I've been busy teaching students, and I didn't want to trouble you. This time, I took the initiative to come find you. Are you free today? If I didn't have this little time, would sister and Xing dare to come find me next time? Su Miao smiled gently, as soft as water. At the same time, Su Chen's system popped up a prompt. Ding! Detected a goddess that meets the evaluation criteria. Goddess profile card has been refreshed. Name, Su Miao. Age, 21 years. Figure, 166 centimeters, 54 kilograms, full of pregnancy aura, special physique. Click to view. Overall attractiveness, 95. Top goddess. Number of relationships, 0. Favorability, to be refreshed. Come, Miao Miao. Let me introduce you to my friends. And Xing enthusiastically pulled Su Miao over for the introduction. This is Qin Yufei, you've met her once. Su Chen is also our good friend. You can call him Mr. Su. Sister Yufei, Mr. Su, hello, I am Su Miao. Su Miao extended her hand and politely shook hands with the two. Ding! Favorability refreshed. Su Miao's initial favorability towards you is 36. Su Chen's lips curled up. This Su Miao was indeed very well behaved and gentle. With such fair skin, she wore a deep blue swimsuit, boasting an impressive S-shaped figure, simply stunning. Moreover, her special physique, could it really be that? And she was full of pregnancy aura? It's amazing. Everyone walked together towards the swimming pool. Anqing was still on the way, proudly introducing them. You might not know Su Miao very well, but she's really impressive. She joined the city swimming team when she was young, later became a first-level 100-meter freestyle athlete, won a provincial championship in Xiantang province, and almost qualified for the World Games. Wow! Qin Yufei covered her mouth, unable to contain her amazement. So Su Miao is that amazing? Su Miao's face turned red, and she quickly fanned her cheeks with her small hands, explaining, that was all in the past. I gained a bit of weight later, and my performance has been declining. That year, I didn't even make it into the top 24 in the national rankings, let alone participate in the World Games. Actually, the competition in sports is very fierce. If you fall behind a little, you'll be caught up by those behind you. I'm one of those who got eliminated. As she spoke, she felt a bit sad. In fact, there are many first-level athletes. Countless like her have been brushed aside, people only know the famous athletes who appear on camera, unaware of those who are eliminated in the selection process. To truly participate in the World Games and be known by the entire nation is reserved for the rarest of talents. Seeing this, Anqing quickly smiled and comforted her. Su Miao, don't belittle yourself, you're amazing. At least you've accomplished something that many people can't. While we were still playing with Barbie dolls, you were already training, planning to bring glory to the country. I'm proud of you, hee. Anqing, you really know how to comfort people. Su Miao smiled, the gloom on her face dissipating. After all, being an athlete was 3 years ago. Everyone arrived at the service desk of the swimming pool. The pricing list was quite varied. There were single-use cards, multiple-use cards, annual cards, and different rates for children and adults. A single-use ticket for children was 88 yuan, while for adults, it was 138 yuan. Single-use cards allowed visitors to swim freely, with lifeguards supervising but no coaches providing guidance. To have a coach, one had to upgrade to a training card, which cost 2,388 yuan for 10 sessions for adults. This was an additional charge. However, the training card, which included coaching, was limited, akin to a group class. To learn swimming professionally, one needed to purchase 1v1 or 1v2 courses with a coach. The fees varied according to the coach's level. Each private lesson lasted an hour and cost between 500 and 3,000 yuan. After upgrading, one could systematically learn various swimming styles: butterfly, breaststroke, freestyle, etc. Of course, the coach wouldn't teach everything. One could only choose one style to learn. If one wanted to learn an additional style, they would have to pay more. Su Miao was a senior coach here. Her hourly private lesson fee was 1,800 yuan. Although it was very expensive, her daily schedule was fully booked. To find her for private lessons, one had to make an appointment. After looking at the fees, Su Chen couldn't help but smile. Their swimming pool charges were quite steep. How much money would they make in a year? At that moment, Su Miao smiled with dimples and said to the front desk girl, Xiaofeng, please get a single-use card for these 3 friends. She picked up her phone, intending to pay for the 3. Miao, let me scan. Anqing rushed to pay. Miss, how much is it? The front desk girl replied, 3 adult tickets, a total of 414 yuan. Upon hearing this, the 2 girls began to scramble to scan and pay. Seeing this, Su Chen calmly waved his hand. Wait, don't pay yet. Our single-use card is for mixed swimming, right? That means many people in one pool? Su Miao paused for a moment. Yes, that's how the swimming pool operates. Is there a service to book an entire pool? I didn't see it on the price list, but we don't want to be disturbed while swimming. Su Chen wasn't being pretentious. It was mainly because Qin Yufei was going to put on a swimsuit later. What if it was one of those revealing types? Could he let other men see such a benefit? This was his private exclusive. Su Miao explained, yes, we have some, but they are quite expensive, and usually, very few guests request to book a pool. So, do you want to book one? Yes. Xiaofeng, can you check for Mr. Su if there are any available pools? Su Miao smiled and looked towards the front desk. Xiaofeng checked the computer and replied, currently, there are 2 available pools. One is a 50-meter standard competition pool, but a provincial swimming team will come to train later. The other is a standard indoor swimming pool, measuring 25 meters long by 11 meters wide, and 6 meters deep, just filled with fresh water. It's 15,000 yuan for 4 hours. Su Chen thought it would be more expensive. It turned out to be just 15,000? I'll take this indoor swimming pool. Alright, sir, please settle the payment here. She gestured to the payment QR code. Su Chen picked up his phone and quickly made the payment. Ding! Detected that the host spent 15,000 yuan, triggering a 3x cashback reward. Cashback amount, 45,000 yuan. Su Miao, Qin Yufei, and Anqing, 3 super beauties, all looked at him, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Booking a pool just for them was indeed too enjoyable. The joy that only money could buy. Ding! Su Miao's favorability towards you +5, current favorability 41, ding. Qin Yufei's favorability towards you +1, current favorability 85, ding. And Qing's favorability towards you +5, current favorability 67, Su Chen's lips curled up. How did Qing's favorability reach 67? I am your best friend's boyfriend. Beautiful lady, please have some self-respect. Su Chen spent 15,000 yuan to book the indoor swimming pool, so they wouldn't need to buy tickets and gained 4 hours of pool usage rights. In front of the changing room, Su Miao curiously asked, Sister Yufei, do you and Mr. Su not need a coach? I might have to teach Sister and Qing how to swim later. I might not be able to pay attention to you. For a better swimming experience, I think you should at least have one coach. Qin Yufei wrapped her arm around Su Chen's and waved her hand with a smile. Don't worry, Miao, Mr. Su is very good at swimming. I'll just have him teach me. You focus on teaching little Enqing how to swim. Later, I can compete with Enqing to see who learns to swim first. Su Miao glanced at the two holding hands, clearly showing their close relationship. However, she didn't pay much attention to it. She was still a bit worried about Su Chen's swimming skills. Alright, this pool isn't deep. If you wear swimming rings, you shouldn't have any problems. Also, we have real-time monitoring, and if any issues arise, alarms will sound. I will also keep an eye on your situation at all times. Upon hearing this, Enqing happily took Su Miao's little hand and praised, "Our Miao Miao thinks of everything." Su Miao's little face turned red. Then we should go change into our swimsuits. I'll take you to my exclusive coach's changing room." Mr. Su, you can't come. You have to go to the men's changing room." Su Chen, as if he wanted to go. In the coach's changing room, Qin Yufei chose a more conservative deep blue swimsuit that perfectly outlined her figure, but it was a bit too tight, making her uncomfortable as she kept adjusting the edges. And Qing was very bold, directly wearing a three-piece swimsuit, with just that little bit of fabric covering her. However, her figure and skin tone were quite athletic, and it didn't look revealing. She had the vibe of a beach beauty, very pleasing to the eye. Su Miao was also changing. She was preparing to wear a professional swimsuit, the one-piece kind. Suddenly, Enqing launched a sneak attack from behind her. "Ah, Sister Enqing, what are you doing?" Su Miao's pretty face flushed red, shyly pouting. Enqing had a mischievous look. "Wow, this is so bouncy. Your skin is so fair and you've cleaned up so well. What hair removal cream did you use? Recommend it. The effect is amazing. Meow meow, whoever gets to be your boyfriend is really lucky. After I started working out, I don't have that fair and tender feeling anymore. Sigh, I miss my old self." Hearing this, Qin Yufei couldn't help but laugh and tease. "Little Enqing, you're bragging again. You weren't that great before either. I barely made it tch, you only know how to compare with me. If you have the ability, compare with Meow Meow." She's at her peak, Enqing playfully teased, making Su Miao even more shy. "Sister Enqing, I still need to put on my clothes." Su Miao didn't explain. In fact, it was her natural physique, but she had heard online that this kind of physique seemed to be bad for husbands. Although it was superstitious, she didn't want to tell others, so she just pretended it was something she developed later. Enqing let go of her hand, grinning. "Hee hee meow meow, you just said you used to gain weight, which affected your grades. Is it related to your development? With such a good figure, swimming must create resistance, right?" Su Miao slipped the one-piece swimsuit over her feet, gently pulling it up along her beautifully curved S-shaped body while answering the question. "It's true, but back then, my weight went up to 110 pounds, so I couldn't swim. Later, although I lost weight, my performance never returned to its peak." "Oh, then wearing this tight professional swimsuit now, are you sure it won't distort your figure? What if it doesn't look good? Anyway, you're not an athlete anymore. Why not change into something pretty? We bought a lot today, and there's your size." And Qing didn't wait for Su Miao to refuse and enthusiastically said to her best friend, "Yufei, you and Su Miao are about the same size. Go find her something she can wear this." Su Miao's face turned even redder. The other party was so enthusiastic. Qin Yufei had already found a nice blue and white striped swimsuit and handed it to her. Su Miao thought for a moment. Since they were all familiar, she quickly agreed. The three girls exited the changing room and walked towards the E3 swimming pool. Su Chen, lying on a lounge chair, brightened up when he saw them come out, three super beauties in swimsuits, possessing perfect S-shaped figures and angelic faces. They walked towards him with their enchanting long legs, and the air seemed to be filled with the fragrance of youth, intoxicating, so beautiful. Su Chen was thrilled to watch. Fortunately, he had strong self-control, or it would have been very awkward. Qin Yufei shyly said, "Mr. Su, this swimsuit is too tight. I think I got a size too small. It feels uncomfortable no matter how I wear it." She actually wanted to change earlier, but everyone was already dressed. She thought it would be too much trouble, so she decided to make do, but she found the marks a bit obvious. Su Chen stood up and looked at her hand covering the marks, the corner of his mouth curling up. "Is that so? Let me help you adjust." He directly moved her hand away and helped pull the edge of her swimsuit. "Oh dear." Qin Yufei pouted. "Mr. Su and Qing and the others are here." Su Miao's little face turned slightly red. Sister Yufei, this kind of swimsuit usually needs a cute sticker to prevent exposure. I forgot to get one for you earlier." Qin Yufei looked at it. After Su Chen adjusted it, the marks weren't as obvious anymore. Since there were no outsiders here, she was too lazy to change again. "Let's just leave it like this for now." "Okay." Su Miao nodded slightly, her gaze inevitably falling on Su Chen, her small mouth slightly agape in surprise. "Did you used to study swimming professionally? Is that why you can teach Sister Yufei?" She hadn't expected the other person's physique to be so good. It was even better than the male athletes she had seen on the swimming team, clearly the result of unimaginable hard training to achieve such results. Who would have thought? Su Chen replied nonchalantly. No, I just practiced freely, my level is just average. Oh, Su Miao smiled gently, her expression thoughtful, and did not press further. Then, shall we start swimming training? Yu Fei, you and Mr. Su will be in a group, and I will keep an eye on your situation at all times. Don't worry, our swimming pool is very safe. And Sheng was very excited. I'm already looking forward to it. I want to beat little Yu Fei. The swimming pool at the Azure Sports Center is officially partnered with a perfect safety rating. Many coaches and lifeguards are retired athletes. There have been no accidents so far. Although the fees are high, customers still come in droves. The swimming training began. Su Miao guided in Xing, stepping into the shallow water first. And Xing couldn't help but let out a delighted cry, her face full of surprise. Ah, so comfortable to be in the water. The water here is different from what I imagined. It's quite gentle. Su Miao proudly said, our swimming pool meets national standards. Of course, it's very professional. After she finished speaking, she turned her gaze to Su Chen and Qin Yufei on the other side. There, Su Chen was already helping Qin Yufei into the water, beginning to teach her how to swim step by step. Now, I will teach you to get familiar with the water. We will start in the shallow area with simple breathing exercises to help your body adapt to the feeling of being in the water and overcome your fear of it. Don't be nervous, just adjust your breathing rhythm. Qin Yufei tightly grasped Su Chen's hand, feeling very nervous, but after hearing his words, she made an effort to adjust her breathing, using her usual method. Breathe in, breathe out. I feel much better now. I don't seem to be as afraid of the water anymore. What's next? After adjusting her breathing, Qin Yufei felt less scared. Nearby, and Chang was dumbfounded and quickly asked, Meow meow, what about me? What should I do? Su Miao looked a bit dazed, feeling like Su Chen had stolen her lines. What was she supposed to say? We also adjust our breathing to help our bodies overcome the fear of water. This is a crucial first step in learning to swim. Oh, what you said seems pretty similar to what Su Chen said. And Qing felt like she was hearing the same thing and began to adjust her breathing as well. Su Chen patiently taught Qin Yufei, the second step is to learn how to hold your breath and breathe out. Don't be afraid now, take a deep breath, put your head underwater, and when you're ready, come up. Okay. Breathe. Qin Yufei took it very seriously, and after a deep breath, she plunged her head into the water. Su Miao looked on in surprise, unable to help but curiously ask, Mr. Su, didn't you say you practiced freely? How come you teach your students so professionally? It feels almost like our coaches? Su Chen replied calmly, yes, that's how I learned. Su Miao was a bit stunned, then directly told Xing, you should learn to hold your breath and breathe out like Sister Yufei. And Xing couldn't help but glance at Su Chen, nodding thoughtfully. No wonder Qin Yufei said he could save people in the water. Su Chen's level was at least that of a coach. She also imitated Qin Yufei and dove into the water. Splash ding. Su Miao's favorability towards U+3, current favorability 44. Splash. At that moment, Qin Yufei emerged from the water splashing everywhere, her face full of excitement. Wow, that felt amazing. How many seconds did I hold my breath? It should be at least a minute, right? Su Chen smiled, not bad, about 50 seconds. This is thanks to your regular workouts, so your lung capacity is quite good, better than an average beginner. Hee Qin Yufei said proudly, looking adorable. So what's next? I feel like I should have quite a talent for swimming, right? Su Chen replied decisively, Step 3, let's just start swimming directly, no need to wait any longer. Start swimming directly? Su Miao was startled, her beautiful eyes widening in alarm. Hey Mr. Su, you're teaching too fast. There's still a step in between, learning the swimming strokes, right? You should demonstrate the swimming posture to Yufei first, so she can imitate it. Otherwise, how can she swim? Hearing this, Su Chen shook his head. Normally, that's how it is. But in my philosophy, it's not necessary. Is it really possible to do it this way? Su Miao blinked in disbelief, unable to contain her curiosity. Which teacher taught you this? It sounds very unreliable. She wanted to see how he could skip that step and let someone start swimming directly without learning the posture. Su Chen ignored her and turned to the woman in front of him. Yufei, do you trust me? Of course I do. Qin Yufei nodded firmly. With Su Chen teaching her, learning was a gain, so she had to put in her best effort. Alright, you must have seen others swim, right? Do you know how to do the dog paddle? Good, then focus your weight on your head, and don't use your legs to sink. Imagine yourself as a fish, with your legs as your tail. Qin Yufei closed her eyes to feel for a moment and said, I think I understand. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, because I won't let you swim alone. Su Chen smiled, placing his large hand on her abdomen, lifting her with strength. Okay, you can start swimming using the method I taught you now. I'll be right beside you, swimming with you. Alright, I'm starting. Qin Yufei began her dog paddle, and with Su Chen supporting her abdomen, she felt a strong force lifting her up. No matter how she swam, she felt like she couldn't sink. Splash, 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 water splashed everywhere. Although Qin Yufei's swimming posture wasn't pretty, she swam in the pool with a certain style. Su Chen continued to support her body, leisurely accompanying her. A swimming partner seeing this scene, Su Miao was stunned, her eyes wide open. This is impossible. Mr. Su, how can you have such powerful control, maintaining your own balance while also providing strength to help another person swim? My coach back then taught me to swim using this method, but I was only 6 years old at that time. Yet Qin Yufei must weigh at least 100 pounds? How much strength and swimming skill does he need to perform such a feat? And Xing, who didn't understand swimming, was even more confused. Is it really that difficult? Why does Mr. Su look so relaxed? Look at Yufei, she's swimming so happily, like a joyful little fish. Su Miao's expression firmed as she saw Su Chen swimming effortlessly. Unable to help her curiosity, she boldly speculated, Mr. Su must be a first-level swimmer, then became a lifeguard. That's why he has this swimming experience. This level of swimming skill can't be developed overnight. It's truly impressive. And Xing shook her head. That shouldn't be the case. Mr. Su's main profession is business. How could he be a first-level swimmer? Su Miao insisted on her idea. That doesn't conflict. He might be doing business now, but perhaps he was one before? She planned to wait for Su Chen to swim back and ask him personally. Qin Yufei, who swam to the other side, was having a great time. I think I can swim now. I'm swimming, it feels so good. She was completely unaware that Su Chen had already taken his hands away. In fact, she was swimming all by herself. You're swimming quite well, let's swim back together. Su Chen lay back on the water, doing the backstroke with both hands. Qin Yufei suddenly felt something was off. Mr. Su, weren't you holding me? Where are your hands? She suddenly felt like she had lost her anchor and choked on some water. Puff lulu Su. Qin Yufei panicked completely. Her whole body flipped over and sank into the water. But she kept her eyes open underwater, struggling to reach out, wanting to call for help from the man. Without a moment's hesitation, the man swam over to her, held her, and brought her back to the surface. Qin Yufei clung to the man's body, surfacing, her heart racing in fear. You bad person, why did you take your hands away? I'm so scared. I thought you wanted to learn to swim by yourself? If you don't panic, you've actually already learned. Swimming is just like riding a bike. It's not as hard as you think. Su Chen supported her as they swam towards the shore. They quickly returned to the bank. Wow, you're amazing. You almost taught me, someone as clumsy as me, how to swim. Did I really swim a bit by myself just now? Qin Yufei sat on the edge, tilting her head to look at the man beside her. Yes, you swam about 20 meters, not bad. Su Chen smiled lightly, ruffling her hair as a form of praise. At that moment, Su Miao walked up to the shore, her eyes filled with curiosity. Mr. Su, were you once on the national team? That's impressive. Su Chen shook his head. How could that be? I've never participated. Su Miao was even more surprised. But your freestyle and backstroke techniques are so standard, you know? They're textbook level. And you can also support someone while swimming. And the way you saved Sister Yufei when she was drowning, those are actions only top lifeguards can perform. Su Chen glanced at her. Su Miao, wearing a blue and white striped swimsuit, had a full and graceful triangular figure, with cute bows tied on her swim shorts. Her fair and exquisite body was alluring. If he could win her favor, that would definitely make him a winner in life. However, trying to please a goddess of swimming who had been an athlete was of no use. Maintaining his mystery and sparking her intense curiosity was the way to attract her. Don't be too curious, hurry up and teach Anqing how to swim. We need to rest for a bit and then continue. Right. Su Miao's face turned slightly red, feeling a bit embarrassed. She almost forgot that Anqing was still waiting for her guidance. Ding! Su Miao's favorability towards you +5, current favorability 49. Su Miao quickly returned to Anqing's side. Anqing couldn't wait to ask, Meow meow, Mr. Su, so did he really used to be an athlete? Su Miao replied, he said no, which should be the truth. But he said he learned by himself, and I definitely don't believe that. It's really hard to learn that professionally on your own. Oh, Anqing understood, then you teach me how to swim. At the very least, I should be able to splash around like Yufei did just now, right? Su Miao was silent for a moment, then said with difficulty, no, it's not that quick. I'll swim a lap first to demonstrate, and you can mimic my movements. Then I'll teach you how to float, and finally, we'll try swimming. Anqing was shocked. What then? How did Yufei just dive right in? Are we the same as them? Well, that's too much for me. I can't do that. Su Miao cast a resentful glance at the man behind her. It's all because of that bad person Su Chen, who has made himself a first-class swimmer and a senior swimming coach, that even his good friends are starting to doubt him. Alright, then meow meow, you swim. I'll watch. And Ching felt a bit down. She saw how happy Su-chen was swimming with Yufei, and she wanted to be like that too. But Su Miao said she couldn't do it, so she could only follow what the other said. Thus, Su Miao began to enter the water, showcasing her swimming skills. Splash splash. Her swimming posture was graceful, like a mermaid, with her two long, fair legs moving freely, gliding through the water like flowing clouds. Wow, meow meow is so cool. And Chang was amazed and clapped for her. After Su Miao swam a lap, she returned to the shallow area like a water lily. Stunningly beautiful sister. And Ching, did you learn my posture? And Chang nodded, somewhat understanding. I think I learned it. Probably like this. She fumbled a bit, and her posture was somewhat similar to Su Miao's. Su Miao smiled with satisfaction. Close enough, now I'll teach you how to float, and later you can try swimming using my posture. And Ching, okay. Su Miao supported her waist gently, saying, relax, try to lift your feet off the ground and float up, shifting your center of gravity to your upper body. She patiently taught, and Ching followed her guidance, starting to learn how to float on the water. Who knew? Nearby, there was a sudden splash. Splash splash. Qin Yufei, under Su-chen's support, set off again, directly using the dog paddle style, swimming happily in the pool, her expression exceptionally excited. Su-chen smiled and instructed her, okay, I'm going to let go, don't be nervous, remember this feeling. Qin Yufei couldn't respond, only nodding slightly, and then she detached from his help and started swimming on her own, like a happy little shark. She was having so much fun and Chang was dumbfounded. She learns way too fast, right? I'm still learning to float. How did Yufei already learn to swim by herself? Meow meow, this isn't scientific. Su Miao's expression darkened as she explained. Actually, as long as you overcome the fear of water, swimming isn't that difficult. It's quite normal to learn to swim in a short time. Some people even have high talent and can swim without anyone teaching them, just by getting in the water. Hearing this, and Ching felt a bit embarrassed. Meow meow, are you saying my talent is too low? No, Su Miao's face turned red, quickly explaining. It's mainly because Mr. Su's way of teaching swimming is too simple and straightforward, giving Sister Yufei enough sense of security. So she has already overcome her fear of water and learned to swim. But we still have to take it step by step. We can't rush. Sigh, fine. And Ching sighed lightly, seeing her best friend Qin Yufei swimming so happily. She truly felt envious. Su Miao also noticed her expression and glared at Su-chen in her heart. No comparison, no harm. It's all this bad man who's stealing her spotlight. She is a first-class swimmer, yet under his brilliance, she felt like a complete novice, as if she had lost all her face. No, I must teach En Ching quickly. She pursed her lips and said firmly, Sister En Ching, with me here, don't be afraid. Once we learn to float, we can try swimming right away. Okay. And Cheng nodded and continued to learn to float according to Su Miao's instructions. Nearby, Su-chen had already sat back on the shore, smiling as he watched Qin Yufei slowly swim back to him. Soon, she reached the shore and let out a long breath. With an excited expression, she hugged Su-chen, her stunningly beautiful face blooming into a smile. That was amazing, Mr. Su. You taught me so well. This clumsy swimmer actually learned to swim in such a short time. Su-chen wrapped his arms around her slim waist and laughed. See? With such an amazing coach like me, you're really lucky. Yeah, but this swimsuit is still a bit uncomfortable. Qin Yufei's mind raced as she turned to Su Miao and said, Meow meow, I want to change into another swimsuit. Can I borrow your changing room? Sure. Su Miao nodded in agreement. Qin Yufei took Su-chen's hand. Come on, you need to protect me. After changing into her swimsuit, Su-chen and Qin Yufei walked out, feeling refreshed. Hasn't Anqing learned yet? Qin Yufei was a bit surprised as she looked at the woman in the pool. Anqing was still in the water, struggling desperately, clearly not having learned to swim yet. Su Miao was anxiously sweating, repeatedly going to rescue Anqing, who was about to sink. The main reason was that Su-chen had put too much pressure on them, teaching Qin Yufei to swim in less than half an hour. Moreover, Su-chen was still an unknown newcomer in the swimming world. And her? She was a swimming champion. She had to defend her own pride. Whose sister Anqing? Let's take a break first. We've been practicing for over an hour, and we're all tired. Su Miao decided to rest for a while before continuing. The two of them got out of the water. Anqing took a sip of energy drink, feeling a bit dejected. Meow meow, am I really that stupid that I need to learn for so long? Su Miao shook her head. For normal people, learning to swim usually takes 1 to 3 days. You're within the normal range. We still have time, and I'll try to make sure you learn on the first day. Oh, Anqing had to give up, then turned her gaze to Su-chen and Qin Yufei, jokingly saying, Mr. Su, you and Yufei have been changing swimsuits for almost an hour. Is it really that hard to choose a swimsuit? Qin Yufei laughed and huffed. Little Anqing, don't meddle. Focus on learning to swim. I already know how to swim, which means I have more talent than you. Oh really, you think you have talent? Why don't you try changing coaches? Anqing said, unconvinced. Qin Yufei proudly wrapped her arms around the man's arm, boasting, so what? I have Mr. Su teaching me, and I even paid tuition. Hee, how about it? If you have the ability, learn quickly and let's see who swims faster? Anqing felt a bit envious. Little Feifei, you just went to pay tuition, right? Did you pay enough? Can I also experience the feeling of being supported while swimming? Su Miao felt hurt upon hearing this. Not to mention that she was a girl, even top male coaches would find it hard to do what Su Chen just did. At the same time, she was also very curious. Was it really because Qin Yufei's swimming talent was indeed better than Anqing's? She turned her gaze and smiled gently. Mr. Su, why don't you teach Sister Anqing as well? She has already learned to float, she just can't swim yet. I'd like to see your unique teaching method. Upon hearing this, Qin Yufei immediately acted cute towards the man. You should teach Anqing too. She's my good friend. Su Chen remembered how Anqing had helped Qin Yufei gain more favor with him twice. This favor was just right to return. Then let's do it, Anqing. Anqing was very excited, but she didn't show it too obviously. She turned to Su Miao and said, Miao Miao, I still love you. I just don't want to hold you back. If I learn, I'll come to you to learn the freestyle stroke. Su Miao's smile became a bit stiff, and no problem. Deep down, she wanted to punch Su Chen's chest with her little pink fists. Ah, this bad man. He's stealing away her good sister student. Bastard ding. Su Miao's favorability towards you +2, current favorability 51. Su Chen grabbed Anqing's wrist and led her to the shallow water area. Seeing her unusually excited, Su Chen patted her shoulder. Don't get too worked up. Keep calm, take a deep breath. Anqing quickly adjusted for a moment, her expression serious. I'm ready. You saw Su Miao's swimming posture just now, right? Now you should follow her posture. The key is to keep your knees naturally bent, relax your muscles, and alternate your legs in a whipping motion. While you paddle with your arms, use your hips to propel yourself forward. That's the main force for moving your body. And don't forget to breathe. Su Chen briefly explained the key points. Her progress was different from Qin Yufei's, so it would be better to let her learn swimming using the freestyle technique directly. And Qing felt enlightened, her eyes brightened. I understand now. I was just too nervous before. I couldn't swim after just a few strokes. Now I feel much clearer. Let's start, Coach Su. Come on. Su Chen supported her abdomen with his hand, letting her dive into the water and start swimming. He quickly followed beside her, swimming sideways with one hand. As a beginner, she didn't swim fast at first, moving slowly through the water, but her posture was quite decent, clearly more graceful than Qin Yufei's dog paddles. Seeing this, Su Chen quietly let go of her, allowing her to swim on her own. And Cheng noticed, but, with Su Chen beside her, she didn't feel nervous. She began to follow Su Chen's tips, using her hips to propel her body, paddling twice, breathing once. Swish 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 splash splash splash. Su Chen watched her swim, smiling with satisfaction. It felt very rewarding. Moreover, Su Miao had actually taught her the basics of swimming for over an hour. Now she was just speeding up the process, turning those basics into practical skills. On the shore, Qin Yufei was stunned. Huh? Why does it feel like Anqing swims more smoothly than I do? Is this Su Chen's coaching level? That's amazing. Su Miao's face darkened, her little mouth pouting, feeling very complicated inside. She regretted it so much. It felt like her credit was being stolen. Clearly, she had taught for so long, and Anqing was almost able to swim, but then Su Chen stepped in. Goodness, she started swimming? Now, it was all Su Chen's credit. Anqing swam a lap, feeling more and more exhilarated, and then returned to the shore with Su Chen. Wow, haha, I did it. I learned. Xiao Yufei, the only thing missing between us is Coach Su. It's not that I lack talent. Oof. Su Miao wanted to be happy for her but couldn't quite smile. Current status, depressed, wronged, woo-woo unfair. That bad guy Su Chen stole my credit. I feel like air. Her fair little face showed a wronged expression, very cute, clearly a little victim. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but want to laugh. And Qing, if you attribute all the credit to me, someone might feel wronged. He gave her a look, hinting her to pay attention to Su Miao beside them. And Cheng's expression stiffened, suddenly realizing, oh right, Su Miao worked so hard to teach her. How could she forget about her just because Su Chen was teaching her? She awkwardly turned her head, quickly taking Su Miao's fair little hand, and giggled. Miao Miao, you taught well with a solid foundation. I could swim so smoothly. Now my progress should be ahead of Xiao Yufei, right? Su Miao's little face flushed, quickly returning to her usual gentle smile. Your freestyle posture is already quite good, a bit faster than Sister Yufei's progress. After saying that, she secretly glanced at Su Chen, feeling a hint of sweetness in her heart. This bad man still has a conscience. Know how to speak for me. But she was still very unconvinced. Ding. Anqing's favorability towards you +3, current favorability 70. Ding. Su Miao's favorability towards you +2, current favorability 53. Haha, Yufei, how about we have a competition? Loser treats dinner tonight? I'm not competing with you right now, let me practice a bit more. Shin Yufei wasn't that foolish, she could tell that Anqing had indeed swum a bit faster than her just now. Mr. Su, I also want to learn freestyle, can you teach me? Of course. Su Chen smiled in agreement. Shin Yufei was already his woman, and she had just paid the tuition, so what reason was there not to teach her? Su Miao's eyes lit up as she suggested, then how about this? Su Chen and I will swim together, and you two can seriously study the techniques. We'll explain later. She secretly rejoiced. Freestyle was her proud skill. Although Su Chen was great at teaching swimming, he might not be faster than her in freestyle. She wasn't trying to show off, she just wanted to prove her own pride and reclaim it with her own hands. Hearing that she would swim with Su Chen, Shin Yufei and Anqing were both excited, their eyes filled with anticipation. That's a good idea. Why don't you two compete and add a little incentive? Like we just said, the loser treats dinner tonight? Anqing, enjoying the spectacle, encouraged the two to race. Su Miao, of course, was unafraid and confidently said, Mr. Su, what do you think? Su Chen smiled. It seemed this little girl wanted to reclaim her honor? Then let it be as she wished. Sure, Coach Su Miao, don't hold back, show your true strength. Hee hee, alright. Su Miao also smiled, proudly glancing at the man. She was a first-level swimmer and had even won a provincial championship in the women's 100-meter freestyle. She couldn't believe it. In her strongest field, how could she lose? After warming up, Su Miao and Su Chen stood together at the edge of the pool. Anqing and Shin Yufei simultaneously took out their phones to record. Su Miao looked at the man beside her and announced the rules of the competition. This pool is 25 meters. We'll race one lap. A 50-meter freestyle competition. How does that sound? Sounds good. Su Chen nodded and looked at the two women not far away. You two will be the judges. Count down from 3:21, and we'll start when you say go. Shin Yufei understood, and when the two were ready, she raised her voice to shout, Ready, I'm starting the countdown. 3, 2, 1, go! With the command given, Su Miao leaped into the water, diving in first and then surfacing. Su Chen hesitated for a moment before following suit, diving into the water as well. Their movements were incredibly graceful, tracing beautiful arcs in the air. Splash! Water splashed everywhere. Su Chen transformed into a flying fish in the water, showcasing his formidable swimming mastery. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The two's arms moved rapidly, creating beautiful S-shaped trails. Su Miao had no advantage. Almost instantly, she saw the man had reached the same position as her and then quickly surpassed her. The speed was astonishing. Shock filled her eyes, but she didn't give up. Instead, she summoned all her strength and desperately chased after him. However, the distance only grew wider. Su Chen had already reached the end and was turning back, while she was still struggling. On the return trip, Su Chen slowed down, but he was still very fast. Shin Yufei and Anqing's eyes widened. My god, Su Chen is so fast. It's just too fast. Su Miao has been left behind by several body lengths. She can't catch up at all. Splash! Only about 20 seconds had passed. Su Chen had already completed the segment and climbed ashore first. He took off his goggles, looking relaxed, and casually fixed his hairstyle. Su Miao, the little mermaid, was still swimming. A few seconds later, she emerged from the water, her body rising in a white, full, and vigorous motion. My god, how fast did you swim to be ahead of me by so much? She gasped, and then climbed onto the shore as well. The race was over. Shin Yufei and Anqing were completely stunned and ran over excitedly. Su Chen, you're amazing. You finished the 50-meter freestyle in just over 22 seconds. Su Miao, you were great too, taking 28 seconds. Shin Yufei took out her phone to announce the results to the two. 22 seconds? Let me see. Su Miao was very excited and took the phone to examine it closely. She was shocked to find that Su Chen's freestyle technique was flawless. So professional. Moreover, he hesitated for a moment at the start, yet under such circumstances, he managed to complete the 50 meters in just 22 seconds. She checked the frames, calculating from the jump until the end of the race. Su Chen's actual time was 22.8 seconds. Oh my god, your level has already surpassed that of a first-class athlete. You're basically at the level of a swimming champion. Do you know that? Even. I feel like you swam so easily, so casually. You haven't even shown your true strength, have you? Shin Yufei and Anqing were even more excited upon hearing this. Wow, this is incredible, Mr. Su has reached the level of a swimming champion? Hee hee, I told you, Mr. Su is amazing. I was stunned when he jumped in to save someone. The two best friends exchanged words. Su Miao's expression was one of utter shock. She felt that Su Chen's performance this time was not his true level. He hadn't even brought out his competitive state. But even so, Su Chen could easily swim at the level of a champion. What if he gave it his all? Wouldn't he be an international champion? Mr. Su, were you once a first-class swimmer? Don't hide it, just tell everyone. Su Miao was eager to know the truth. In her view, aside from having undergone professional training, how could an ordinary person train to achieve such a level? The strength he displayed was hard for her to ignore. Who would have thought? Suchin shrugged, really not. Maybe I just have good athletic talent. Seeing this, Qin Yufei nodded in agreement. Right, meow meow, look at his physique, isn't it particularly perfect? I feel like he's the kind of innate athletic body that it would be a shame not to participate in the World Games. Su Miao was a bit distracted, reaching out to touch the man's firm abs, and couldn't help but exclaim, it's truly perfect. His physique is the most perfect I've ever seen. It seems flawless, as if he was born to swim. Look at these lines. Su Chen felt a ticklish sensation as her cool, soft hand slid over him. Although it felt quite nice, he couldn't help but remind her, hey, Coach Su Miao, what are you doing? Su Miao suddenly snapped back to reality, her face instantly turning red, and she hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I was just distracted. Qin Yufei felt very proud and giggled, but even though Mr. Su's physique is perfect, he sometimes gets muscle strains, and I'm the one who helps him with that. Suchin held back a laugh and said lightly, that's true, having such a perfect physique can bring certain burdens. With Coach Yufei's adjustments, I'm feeling more and more comfortable now. Qin Yufei blushed. She felt that what he said about adjustments seemed a bit different from what she had just said. Su Miao hesitated for a long time, her gaze pleadingly looking at the man. Mr. Su, the current 25-meter swimming pool is not a competition pool. Can you compete with me one more time, 100 meters freestyle? I want to see your true strength. Otherwise, I really won't be able to sleep tonight because of this. Qin Yufei and Qing's eyes lit up. They also wanted to see what kind of results Su Chen would achieve in a competition swimming pool. Moreover, Coach Su actually said she wouldn't be able to sleep because of this? How amusing. Please. Su Miao clasped her hands together, her pitiful expression and actions truly adorable. 1. Want to sneak a lesson? You have to pay tuition like Qin Yufei. 2. Ha, then you won't be able to sleep. 3. You can watch, but you have to promise to do something for me. Although I haven't thought of what exactly, at least you need to give me some motivation. Seeing these three options, Su Chen couldn't help but smile. The system is really mischievous. It actually took the opportunity to propose conditions? So impressive. You can watch, but you have to promise to do something for me. I haven't thought of the specifics yet, but at least you need to give me some motivation. Su Miao pondered for a moment, feeling that the man was too cunning. He actually had conditions? Usually, she could get those men to do anything, and they would all be eager to oblige. Why was it that with Su Chen, she had to beg him? An interesting bad man, alright. I agree, but if things get too excessive, I have reasons to refuse. Ding! Su Miao's favorability towards you +5, current favorability 58. Then let's go. Su Chen smiled lightly. The feeling of making others owe him something was indeed very satisfying. At that time, he could ask Su Miao to repay the debt. E2, 50-meter competitive swimming pool. There were professional timers and a professional 50-meter swimming lane. Su Miao glanced at the time. The provincial team hasn't come for training yet. We can swim a lap. How about it, Mr. Su? She looked at Su Chen with anticipation, eager to know what kind of result he would achieve. Qin Yufei played with the starting gun, her expression excited. Today, I can be the referee for 2 swimming champions. How fun! And Chang was equally happy, learning to swim from 2 champions. It will be hard for me not to improve in swimming in the future. The competition was about to start. Su Chen and Su Miao stood together at the starting point. Although Qin Yufei had no experience, she would call the start. I'll count down from 3. And at the sound of my starting gun, I'll also press the timer button. The 2 competitors nodded, ready to go. 3, 2, 1, bang! The sound of the gun shattered the silence of the 50-meter freestyle pool. Su Chen and Su Miao transformed into flying fish, diving into the water. Splash splash, the waves surged violently. The 2 swam like fish, gliding through the azure ocean. Su Chen had already taken the lead from the start. He was exhilarated, completely entering the competitive state. And Xing couldn't help but exclaim, so fast. Su Chen is swimming too fast. He's already surpassed Su Miao by several body lengths. Qin Yufei was dumbfounded. Although I know there is a difference in swimming times between male and female athletes, Su Miao is a professional swimmer and has even won provincial championships. Su Chen's swimming level is terrifying. I feel like he's swimming even faster than in the 25-meter pool just now. In the swimming lane, Su Chen had completely transformed into a flying fish, swimming freely in the ocean. His movements were fluid and unimpeded. It was exhilarating and thrilling. At this moment, a provincial swimming team coach was leading 3 little girls, aged 13 and 14, into the 50-meter freestyle pool. They were here to train for a swimming competition taking place tomorrow in Shanghai City. However, upon seeing 2 people competing in the water, Coach Yu Minhong silently set down her bag and widened her eyes. She couldn't help but curiously ask Qin Yufei, "Excuse me, ma'am, may I ask who those 2 in the water are?" Qin Yufei smiled and replied, "That's Coach Su Miao and Su Chen." Su Miao, oh, Yu Minhong chuckled. She used to have exceptional swimming talent, but during her development phase, her performance declined. However, among many top athletes, she still stands out. And what about that Su Chen you mentioned? Which provincial team is he from? I see he swims beautifully and quickly. Qin Yufei shook her head. Su Chen, he's not an athlete, just an amateur, competing for fun with Su Miao. What? Yu Minhong was taken aback, feeling as if she had discovered a treasure. Such an outstanding talent, and he's just an amateur? Oh my, what a surprise today. She focused her gaze for a moment until Su Chen pressed the button to signal he had reached the finish line. Beep, a sharp alert sound rang out. Everyone turned their attention to the timing board behind them. 45:21, my god, how is that possible? Yu Minhong's eyes widened again, feeling a chill run down her spine. The current world record is still held by Pan Zhanyue at 46 seconds 40. And this person swam of 45 seconds. He broke the world record. What on earth is going on? Her heart was shaken, feeling her worldview was being violently refreshed. She felt she would go crazy if she didn't figure out the situation. After all, he had broken the world record. Yu Minhong rushed over, her emotions running high. "Sir, which provincial swimming team are you from?" "I am Yu Minhong, coach of the Jiangning provincial swimming team. Here is my business card." Su Chen was bewildered. Why was someone suddenly approaching him? And it was a provincial team coach? Beep. Su Miao had also finished her race, with a time of 1 hour 3 minutes and 11 seconds. She looked up and saw Su Chen's result, her eyes filled with disbelief. He had actually broken the world record? Su Miao. Yu Minhong pulled Su Miao out of the pool and asked with a smile, "Is this Su Chen your boyfriend? How did you find such a great candidate? Why not introduce him to us?" She had just seen the latter half of his swim, which was fluid and astonishingly fast. From her professional perspective, he had an extremely high level of swimming skill. Even if there might be some timing discrepancies, even if he were a second slower, his result would still be impressive. Su Miao's face turned red, and she couldn't help but glance at Su Chen. "He is not my boyfriend, I just met him." "Oh, then how on earth did you manage to swim so fast?" Yu Minhong turned her gaze back to Su Chen, now truly excited. Su Chen rubbed his nose. This was bad. He had overdone it. He regretted competing so fiercely and swimming so fast. Although he hadn't exerted all his strength, he had accidentally broken the world record and was now being eyed by the provincial team coach. It was all Su Miao's fault. "I actually didn't swim that fast. The timer might have had some issues." He casually brushed it off, trying to evade the situation. But Yu Minhong was not so easily dismissed. She had already considered this point. "I know the timer might have some discrepancies, but my eyes won't lie. I just saw you swimming in the water, and your posture and speed are world-class. Your level is undoubtedly among the top athletes. Just now, I heard your friend say that you are still an amateur swimmer. Are you interested in joining the national team, to bring glory to the country?" Su Miao couldn't help but hold back her laughter. Yu Minhong directly invited Su Chen to join the swimming team. What an honor that was. But in the sports world, it really is about strength. She finally witnessed Su Chen's true ability, which was exceptional. No one knew better than her the intense pressure she felt when competing against Su Chen, forcing her to swim desperately from behind. Yet she could never catch up. Qin Yufei, seeing this, started to panic. She hurried over to persuade, "Coach Yu, please calm down. I must have pressed the timer too slowly. Su Chen didn't actually swim that fast." Su Miao couldn't help but chuckle from the side. Others would wish to swim faster, but here with Su Chen, she was desperately claiming she swam slowly? How amusing. Yu Minhong grew anxious. "No, you kids, I've said it, I saw it with my own eyes, how could it be false?" Then, with a smile, she said, "Su Chen, have you ever considered becoming a professional swimmer?" Su Chen shook his head. "At my age, I've already passed the peak period for athletes. I'm no longer suitable to be one." Yu Minhong sized him up. "How old are you this year?" 23. Yu Minhong felt a bit disappointed. That age was indeed getting up there. But since the other person swam exceptionally fast, she didn't want to give up easily on such a good candidate. "Don't worry, there are actually no age limits for swimmers. Some foreign athletes are still active in competitions at 30. As long as you can maintain your current level, I believe you can stand on the highest podium in the world, become the most dazzling hero draped in the national flag. And think about it. In 4 years, you'll only be 27. Looking at it this way, that's really not old, right? The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Even with a time of 46 seconds, Suchen could definitely amaze the world, and with her calculations, she felt the age issue was completely irrelevant. Who would have thought? Suchen still shook his head. Coach Yu, I understand your feelings. Today is already my limit. If I really became an athlete, I would surely disappoint you, so let's forget it. Oh, you child, you need to believe in yourself and in my judgment. Yu Minhong was a bit angry, then turned to Su Miao and asked, Su Miao, tell me, is Suchen fast or not? Su Miao didn't hesitate. Fast, very fast. Isn't it at the international top level? Yes. Then that's it. After hearing Su Miao's answer, Yu Minhong beamed with joy. Suchen, did you hear that? Su Miao has given you such great recognition. What are you still hesitating for? Why not join the swimming team, bring glory to the country, and make a name for yourself? Suchen felt a darkness before his eyes. Truly, fame is a double-edged sword. He had only slightly revealed his talent, and now he was being invited to become an athlete? That simply wouldn't do. After pondering for a moment, he began his heartfelt speech. My dream since childhood has been to become an athlete, so I trained hard to achieve it. However, I had no guide and missed the best opportunity. If Coach Yu had appeared when I was young, I would have undoubtedly agreed to your request without hesitation. But now, I'm not young anymore, and the younger generation has already achieved remarkable results, even winning world championships. I don't need to medal anymore. Let's give the young people a chance. His tearful words struck a chord in people's hearts, echoing in the spacious swimming arena. Everyone was deeply moved. Their hearts stirred greatly. Suchen had been thinking of bringing glory to the country since he was young, training hard on his own. Yet his talent had not been discovered, and he still maintained such a terrifying level of competition. And now he said, give the younger generation a chance? Greatness needs no further words. The crowd stood in sullen respect, their gazes towards Suchen filled with admiration. Yu Minhong looked at him, her eyes revealing endless appreciation, beginning to pound her chest in frustration. Ah, what a great talent! If only you had gone to any swimming pool and showcased your swimming talent to the coaches there, I believe you would not have been overlooked. Child, you must have had a very hard life back then, right? Even the ticket to the swimming pool was something you couldn't afford? What about your family? Why didn't you tell them? She asked with concern. No, oh my, child, you really have had a tough life. Yu Minhong shook her head in pain. Such a gifted swimmer had been buried for so long? Because of poverty, being an orphan, he had never learned professional swimming, relying solely on his hard work to train to this level. If his talent were allowed to shine, he would undoubtedly be a one-of-a-kind figure. Suchen, do you have a good job now? I know you always think of others, but you should also plan for your own future. I can recommend you as a provincial coach. With the level you've shown now, it's completely within reach. As long as you demonstrate your abilities and let everyone see you, you could even coach the top swimming athletes. Yu Minhong spoke earnestly, her gaze entirely focused on the plight of a suffering child. Moreover, Suchen displayed superb swimming skills, even having the potential to break world records. If he didn't showcase his talents in the swimming world, it would be a waste. Su Miao couldn't help but shake her head, secretly sighing. Suchen was too strong. When she retired, she didn't have such a direct opportunity to become a provincial coach. Instead, she was assigned to this Blue Sports Center as a junior coach. Although her salary was high, the honor was vastly different. The 3 girls from the provincial team also showed incredibly eager expressions. If such an impressive older brother taught them to swim, their results might improve even further. The more Yu Minhong spoke, the more excited she became, pulling Suchen, wanting to introduce him to become a provincial team coach. Qin Yufei couldn't help but speak up. Coach Yu, Mr. Su isn't living as hard as you imagine. He actually what? Is there a job better than being a provincial team coach? Let's hear it, Yu Minhong said proudly. However, as soon as she finished speaking, a group of people rushed over, striding quickly as if afraid of missing something. A woman in her 30s, dressed in formal attire, walked briskly towards the crowd. Su Miao's eyes lit up, curiously greeting her. Manager Liao, you're here too? Liao Elian didn't have time to respond, heading straight for Suchen, her face full of respectful smiles as she extended her hand. Boss, I'm sorry for the neglect. It was truly my fault. I hope you can forgive me. What? Qin Yufei and Cheng, Su Miao, and Yu Minhong all stood frozen in place. Stunned, the crowd was bewildered until Suchen and Liao Elian left the pool. They slowly came back to their senses. Yu Minhong was shaken, looking at Qin Yufei beside her and saying, so this is what you wanted to say earlier. Why didn't you say it sooner? Shin Yufei, huh? She had just found out too. How could she have said it earlier? Yu Minhong ignored her and turned to her 3 students, revealing a kind smile as she patiently instructed, "Today, I will teach you another principle: genius, even when buried, can still burst forth with dazzling brilliance." Just now, Su Chen's broad vision, open-mindedness, dreams, aspirations, and that unyielding spirit in the face of adversity are all worth learning from. That Mr. Su must have a passionate love for swimming to buy this pool. So, remember, no matter what environment you find yourself in, never forget your original intention. After hearing her impassioned words, the 3 girls' eyes sparkled as they nodded vigorously, committing Coach Yu's words to memory. Deep down, they felt a profound admiration for Su Chen. Big brother, so handsome, idol. Seeing the 3 little girls looking so understanding, Yu Minhong smiled with satisfaction and then walked towards the fair and delicate Su Miao. Su Miao, Coach Yu. Su Miao was momentarily stunned, suddenly feeling a bad premonition in her heart. Yu Minhong smiled and said, "Su Chen, are you sure he's not your boyfriend?" "No." "Then such an outstanding man is right beside you, and you still don't seize the opportunity?" Su Miao's pretty face flushed bright red as she shyly replied, "Well, he has a girlfriend, it's this sister Yufei." Upon hearing this, Shin Yufei proudly lifted her head, looking smug. "That's right, it's me." Yu Minhong sighed, "Ah, what a pity. Shin Yufei? What does that mean?" Ding! Su Miao's favorability towards you +5, current favorability 63. Ding! Shin Yufei's favorability towards you +1, current favorability 86. Ding! And Qing's favorability towards you +5, current favorability 72 in the office. Su Chen changed back into his clothes and sat calmly in the boss's chair. General Manager Liao Ilian handed over the organized documents. "Boss, here are the financial reports for the past 3 years. If you have any questions, I will answer them at any time." Su Chen began to read seriously. It turned out that this Blue Sports Center was a cooperative venture with the government. The government provided the land, while they funded the construction and operation, backed by powerful connections. The remaining 30% of the shares belonged to the government as rent. The tax on this swimming pool was also very low. He didn't have the patience to read everything and directly focused on the key points. The annual revenue fluctuated around 18 million. With his current 70% share, after deducting all expenses, he could comfortably receive nearly 10 million in dividends each year. At first glance, it didn't seem like much, but this was a long-term developing sports industry, dedicated to contributing to the sports community. Moreover, being backed by the government was like having a strong support, ensuring the swimming pool would thrive for a long time. A slight smile crept onto Su Chen's lips, very satisfied with this reward. Not only could he receive dividends effortlessly, but he was also dealing with the government, and the network of connections in the sports industry was already linked to him. Plus, he could contribute something to society. So satisfying. Doo-doo-doo-doo. At that moment, his phone rang. After answering, Lu Zixue's excited voice came through again. "Su Chen, you are just too amazing. The Galaxy Magnet has hit the limit up again. There are only a few minutes left until the market closes. Should we continue to hold or?" Su Chen was stunned. Good news just kept coming. It hit the limit up again? Wouldn't that mean a huge profit? Start liquidating, no need to wait any longer. Okay, I'll start selling now. Lu Zixue, like a well-behaved child, began to comply. Her stocks worth 10 million were thrown into the market and immediately faced a frenzy of buying. "Oh my, these stockholders are seeing red, selling so fast. Investing with you feels like making money is too easy. I made over 4 million in just 2 days. You're amazing." Lu Zixue couldn't help but exclaim. She had previously racked her brains studying stocks, burning through countless brain cells. Earning 3 million in a year was already quite a good achievement. But now, just by hanging out with the great Su Chen twice, she had made over 10 million in 3 days? In comparison, she felt like a complete novice. Ding. Lu Zixue's favorability towards you +2, current favorability 92. Su Chen smiled. "Xiaoxue, I have to get busy now, we'll chat later." Hearing him call her by her nickname made Lu Zixue's tone turn a bit coy. "Next time, I'll treat you to a meal, and I'll call you in advance, okay? I'm looking forward to it." The call ended. Su Chen felt relaxed and calmly looked at the middle-aged woman beside him. "Xiao Liao, the data is very detailed, well done." "Boss, you're too kind, this is all part of my job." Liao Ilian smiled respectfully, her eyes revealing a hint of shock. The boss was truly impressive. Swimming goddess Su Miaowang gazed towards the office, her lively eyes sparkling with curiosity as she couldn't help but ask, "Sister Yufei, did you already know that Su Chen is the owner of our swimming pool?" Shin Yufei still looked confused. "I just found out too, but I knew he was an investor. Last time he easily made $1 billion, he's really amazing. Su Miao nodded slightly, a faint smile appearing on her fair and beautiful face. Then he must have used his own financial resources and connections to acquire this swimming pool. It seems he still has an unwavering passion for swimming. And Qing also agreed with her statement. Right, otherwise he wouldn't be able to maintain such a high level of competitive status, breaking world records. It really surprised me. Hearing this, Su Miao felt quite regretful. If only his talent had been discovered when he was younger, he might have already stood on the highest podium in the world. I believe he has a lot of regrets about that. She suddenly realized that she and Su Chen actually had similarities, resonating on the path of competitive swimming. Xin Yufei wasn't entirely satisfied with her statement but didn't argue back. She thought Su Chen was doing well as he was. If he really joined the swimming team, how would she get to know him? Wouldn't that be a missed opportunity? Where would she find such a perfect man? Su Chen had completed the handover and walked out of the office. Boss, I won't disturb you any longer. If you need anything, just let me know. Liao Ilian tactfully took her leave. Before leaving, she exchanged a meaningful glance with Su Miao, revealing a hint of intrigue. Su Miao was left puzzled, wondering what she meant. Su Chen picked up his phone and called Zhang Jingyi from Junlin Capital, calmly giving instructions. Jingyi, help me clear out that 100 million in stocks. Okay, nothing else? After finishing this task, he called Qiying. President Qi, the 10 million you asked me to help invest has now made over 4 million. I'll transfer it to you later. What? You want to leave it with me for me to use freely? Ah, President Qi, you're too polite. Not everyone does investments like this. Alright then, I'll keep the money in my company and manage it together. Whenever you need it, just let me know. I should be free tomorrow. Su Chen's lips curled up. The beautiful Qiying was quite interesting. She didn't care at all about that 10 million. Instead, she seemed more eager for him to accompany her and Ye for some outdoor parent-child activities tomorrow. He was also looking forward to experiencing Qiying's charming allure. Ding! Zhang Jingyi's favorability towards you +3, current favorability 65. Ding! Qiying's favorability towards you +1, current favorability 72. Xin Yufei, Su Miao, and An Cheng all stared wide-eyed at the man. He looked so handsome talking about his career. Hey, are you still in a daze? Su Chen waved his hand in front of them, smiling lightly. It's still early, let's continue swimming. Yufei, do you still want to learn freestyle? Sure, I want to learn. Xin Yufei snapped back to reality, her expression becoming even more excited. Su Miao quickly asked weakly, I just lost 2 matches in a row. Does that mean I have to treat you to dinner tonight? Otherwise, do you want to go back on your word? Su Chen turned to look at her, his expression serious. Su Miao's face flushed with embarrassment and anger, unable to hold back her laughter. I wasn't trying to go back on my word, I was just worried you wouldn't have time tonight. I still have time for a meal. Besides, you still owe me something, don't forget. Su Chen's tone was casual, showing no signs of pity, as if he was afraid Su Miao would try to avoid her debt. Upon hearing this, Su Miao's face puffed up even more, looking adorably angry. Was she really the kind of person who would go back on her word? Su Chen, you vengeful bad guy. She felt like jumping up and biting him a few times, it was so infuriating. Ding! Su Miao's favorability towards you +2, current favorability 65. Su Chen's lips curled up. Indeed, Su Miao seemed gentle and unassuming on the surface, but inside she was quite proud. He couldn't be too accommodating. He needed to apply some pressure to create emotional fluctuations in her. Moreover, his qualities, like being a swimming master, brought her immense attraction. Little Su Miao, full of youthful energy, just wait to be handled. Back in the 25-meter swimming pool, Su Chen and Su Miao began teaching Qin Yufei and Inqing the freestyle swimming technique. The 2 girls were learning very earnestly, and under the guidance of 2 top coaches, they were picking it up quickly, their movements already taking shape. Su Chen and Su Miao sat by the pool, supervising the 2 girls. Although they didn't speak, the atmosphere was somewhat peculiar. Su Miao lowered her head and thought, her delicate little feet splashing in the water, unable to resist asking first, Mr. Su, you still love swimming a lot, right? I felt so inspired listening to your childhood story just now. Su Chen was a bit stunned. He had just casually shared a story, and Su Miao actually remembered it, and found it inspiring? Yeah, of course I like it. Su Miao nodded thoughtfully. If he didn't love it, how could he spend so much money to buy a swimming pool, and maintain such a high level of competitive skill? There was no other reason but passion. So, do you feel that not having the chance to join the national team is a regret in your life? After all, you've put in so much effort for swimming, yet your talent has nowhere to shine? She tilted her head, looking at the man with endless curiosity in her eyes. 1. Regret? What a load of nonsense. I was just bragging earlier. I couldn't swim at all before. Do you believe that? 2. I'm worth over $1 billion now. How great is life? What regrets could I have? 3. There will definitely be regrets, but originally, Suchin didn't know how to answer, but the third option from the system was even better at bragging than he was. He had to play along. He pretended to reminisce, but was actually looking at the response options, and said nonchalantly, there will definitely be regrets, but I've long since let go, because I see so many brilliant new stars emerging in our swimming world, and they are bringing glory to the country and achieving great results, which makes me very happy. Now, I just want to use my limited strength to contribute to the swimming community. I want those talented kids not to have their gifts buried like I did when I was young. Seeing his deep, story-rich eyes, Su Miao's heart was deeply touched, and she lowered her head in shame. Su Chen, you are truly great. I just can't let go like you do. I feel like my memories are still stuck on my last national competition. I really want to stand on the world stage and win that gold medal that belongs to me, but my strength and talent just don't allow it. You are like me, yet different. With your current abilities, you could definitely achieve good results in the world competition, but you choose to silently contribute to the swimming community and give opportunities to the young. I repeat the same work every day, and sometimes I don't even know where the meaning of my life lies. I also want to do something for the swimming community, but I feel powerless. Hearing this, Suchen smiled and shook his head. People need to learn to reconcile with themselves. Your past experiences are your precious memories, but we should look forward. There are many colorful lives waiting for us in the future. And he looked seriously at Su Miao and continued, and what you are doing now as a swimming coach is actually very meaningful. You teach your students how to swim, and perhaps one day if they accidentally fall into the water, they can save themselves with the skills you taught them. If they see someone else fall into the water, they might rush in without hesitation. In a way, you indirectly save countless lives. You are also great. After he finished speaking, his gaze inadvertently swept over Su Miao's alluring figure. Indeed, she was truly great. Oh my! Su Miao's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. She felt that what he said made a lot of sense, and then her smile blossomed like a flower. You really know how to enlighten people. Suchen also smiled, then pointed at the two girls in the pool. Look, we taught them how to swim, and they are so happy. As coaches, we convey not just skills, but also love and joy. How meaningful is that? That was amazing. Su Miao couldn't help but give a thumbs up, feeling that he had such a broad perspective to say such things. No wonder he was a man with world-class swimming skills and strong business acumen. He understood the philosophy of life. Ding! Su Miao's favorability towards you +5. Current favorability 70. Suchen smiled. The feeling of copying answers was just great. He didn't even need to think of any lines. Su Miao, upon hearing this, also turned her gaze to the two girls and nodded in agreement. Indeed, seeing them swim so happily like two little fish makes me feel very happy too. She paused, her eyes sparkling as she suddenly said, Mr. Su, for you, not stepping into the sports world is a kind of regret. Have you ever seriously thought about nurturing a very talented child yourself and watching him grow step by step, stepping onto the world stage and becoming your pride? Isn't that a good idea? Nurturing a child to step onto the world stage is indeed a good idea. Suchen became somewhat interested, but soon realized the problem. But now, very talented children are all sent to the city swimming team. Where can I find them? Moreover, even if there were, would he have the time to guide them? Wouldn't he still need to teach other coaches? What difference would that make? Thinking of this, the spark of interest he had just ignited quickly extinguished. Who would have thought? Su Miao said matter-of-factly, with your high talent, you should definitely have your own. Nurturing your own child would be more fulfilling than nurturing someone else's, right? Su Chen was stunned. How had he not thought of that? In the future, if he had a child, he could indeed cultivate a swimming champion, letting him bring glory to the country and giving him more face. But what if the child doesn't want to learn? Su Chen looked at her and asked, doesn't want to learn? Su Miao smiled and said, then you tell him, Dad is at the top level in the world. Learning from me will definitely make you a world champion. If he still isn't interested, then just find another child who likes swimming. You have so much money, you can have 1, 2, 3, or even many children, right? She counted on her fingers, clearly enjoying herself. Su Chen was indeed excited by the grand vision she painted. Su Miao, I took your suggestion to heart. If I have kids in the future, I'll let you help me take care of them. How about that? Oh, great. It's a deal. Su Miao's little face flushed red, thinking about how fulfilling it would be to take Su Chen's child swimming. But then she suddenly realized something was off and quickly reminded him, I almost forgot. While the child will inherit part of your genes, they will also inherit part of the mother's genes. If you want the child to have exceptional swimming talent, it's best if the mother has high swimming talent too. That way, the child will be a swimming genius from birth, and their future will be limitless. That's true, but your requirement is too harsh. Where am I supposed to find a girlfriend with swimming talent? After saying this, Su-chen fell into thought, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Qin Yufei, who was swimming hard in the pool. Her swimming talent was just at a normal level, not reaching the high swimming talent Su Miao mentioned. Moreover, how could he know about Lin Shuya and the others' swimming talents? Suddenly, he turned his gaze back to Su Miao. Wasn't she right in front of him? Your talent seems pretty good? Ahem. Su Miao's face turned bright red as she suddenly realized she seemed to have dragged herself into this. Although she also had the idea of training her child to become a swimming champion. But she and Su Chen hadn't even started anything yet. Besides, he seemed to be in a relationship with Yufei. Mr. Su, I was just giving you a suggestion. How it goes depends on the actual situation. Let's change the topic quickly. It's so hot. Su Miao's face was burning, and she hurriedly fanned her face with her little hand to cool down. Ding! Su Miao's favorability towards you +2, current favorability 72. Su Chen's lips curled up as he silently checked her current state. Name, Su Miao, current state, shy, conflicted, torn, yearning. How can I impose my thoughts on Mr. Su? Although if we had a child, they would definitely be a swimming genius, but he is Yufei's boyfriend. We have no emotional foundation, it's really too embarrassing. So, this is the Su Miao she is. Interesting. Su Chen remained composed, looking at the stunning beauty before him. Qin Yufei and Xing had already tired themselves out from swimming and were playfully splashing each other as they came ashore, looking very happy. Wow, that was so refreshing. With top coaches like Su Chen and Su Miao teaching us, it really is different. Hehe, I didn't expect to learn how to swim in just one day. I feel like I can do it. Amidst the laughter, the swimming training came to an end. Moments later, everyone changed into their everyday clothes and gathered outside. Su Miao put on a pair of tight-fitting jeans that accentuated her curvy long legs, showcasing her S-shaped figure, stunningly beautiful. I've already booked a table at Long Xingu, let's head over now, it's about time. She smiled sweetly, her gentle demeanor quite charming. Qin Yufei's eyes lit up. Long Xingu? That's a high-end private restaurant, with an average cost of 5,500 per person. Meow meow, even though you're treating us, that's quite a big expense, isn't it? So that someone won't say I'm stingy. Su Miao glared at Su Chen, still remembering how this man had accused her of wanting to default on a payment. Was she really that petty? So, she decided to book an expensive restaurant. Seeing this, Su Chen joked, looks like Coach Su Miao's salary is still too high. I'll call President Liao later and ask her to lower your personal training fees. That way, you won't have money to treat us. You bad guy, bullying me. Su Miao pouted, looking pitiful as she leaned towards the woman beside her. Sister Anqing, Su Chen is bullying me. He wants to use his boss status to oppress me, a little employee. Woo ahem, Su Chen, she's just joking. Don't take it too seriously. Anqing comforted her by patting her head, thinking that the man was indeed quite bad, but the usually gentle little Su Miao, when bullied, somehow felt even cuter. Su Chen said lightly, haven't you heard of the evil capitalist? Bullying little employees is just my daily routine. You're so blatant about it. Whoever becomes your employee is doomed. Woo, Sister Anqing, why do I have such a bad boss? Su Miao looked wronged and pitiful, clinging to Sister Anqing for comfort. Clearly wanting someone to pamper her. Seeing this, Qin Yufei helplessly consoled, alright. Meow meow, Su Chen is actually very nice. You just don't know him well yet. Besides, he's doing very well in his career, so he won't target you. Okay, then I won't hold it against him. Bad person. Su Miao huffed, cutely scolding the man, but a smile lingered at the corner of her mouth. Ding! Su Miao's favorability towards you +1, current favorability 73. Su Chen smiled. This Su Miao really knew how to act, but she was indeed quite cute. Could it be that she was also intentionally trying to attract his attention? Let's go, it's time to eat. We'll order more dishes since Su Miao has a high salary. Upon hearing this, Su Miao retorted, I don't earn more than you. You're the boss, and a part of my earnings goes into your pocket. Su Chen nodded, right, so you better work hard and not slack off. You really are an evil capitalist. Su Miao felt like jumping on him and biting him a few times. Such a big bad guy always bullying her. As night fell, Longshan Pavilion Restaurant. Su Chen had his arm around the stunning Qin Yufei, with two super beauties following beside them, walking towards their private room. Countless men stared wide-eyed at this scene. Qin Yufei, Su Miao, Anqing, their figures were all top-notch, and they were exceptionally beautiful, absolute stunners. For men, having even one goddess of this caliber would make them want to indulge in tenderness every day, exhausting themselves. Yet, this handsome guy brought 3 at once? What a treat! However, the dishes at this restaurant were indeed very expensive, with the cheapest small dishes costing 200 to 300. Qin Yufei and Anqing looked at the prices on the menu and hesitated to order, fearing they would make Su Miao go broke and then she wouldn't play with them anymore. Su Chen was different, confidently ordering, "Handsome, aside from these few dishes, let's have one of everything else." Su Miao. The waiter couldn't help but smile. "Sir, you're really generous. Let me calculate. A total of 56,200 yuan. Would you like to pay by card or scan the code?" Su Miao's little face turned red, but she still smiled and took out her phone. "I'll pay." The waiter was a bit taken aback but didn't ask anything and handed over the scanning code. Unexpectedly, just as it was in mid-air, Su Chen quickly snatched the scanning code and scanned it with his phone. Beep. Payment successful. Ding. Detected host spending of 56,200, triggering a 5x cashback reward. Cashback amount, 281,000. The waiter was a bit stunned, placing the receipt on the table. "Sir, please wait a moment. I will notify the kitchen to prepare, and the dishes will be served one after another." After he finished speaking, he turned and left the private room, gently closing the door behind him. Su Miao looked at the man, unable to suppress her sweet smile. "What are you doing? Didn't we agree that I would pay?" Su Chen glanced at the system's cashback and said lightly, "You were too slow with the payment. The meal you owe me, you can pay me back next time." Whatever you say." Su Miao turned her head away proudly, but the corners of her mouth secretly curled into a beautiful arc, feeling sweet inside. She was very clear that Su Chen had obviously snatched it away on purpose, yet he said she was slow with the payment? Clearly, he had a sharp tongue but a soft heart, worried that she couldn't afford it and would go bankrupt. However, she suddenly realized that she had unknowingly become deep in debt, owing him a lot of things. First, she owed a meal, then she owed a favor, and she had also promised to help someone take care of their child. But she was quite looking forward to when he would ask her to repay him. What would he want her to do? Seeing the two bickering, Xin Yufei smiled and said, "Right, meow meow, Mr. Su is really a nice person." Su Miao came back to her senses, her pretty face instantly flushed, and she softly replied, And Xing, holding the menu, said in surprise, "Oh, didn't we order any wine? Ever since I became a fitness coach, I haven't touched alcohol. I'm so happy today, I want to drink a few glasses." Xin Yufei initially wanted to persuade her, but hearing her best friend say that, it seemed reasonable. As a fitness coach, there were many things to avoid, and they had to maintain their figures. Alcohol was something they never touched. But today, she was with Su Chen and felt very happy. It seemed like having a drink this once wouldn't hurt. Su Chen agreed, "That makes sense. I'll call the waiter later and have a few bottles of red wine for us. Let's enjoy tonight." "Wow, Su Chen, you're so handsome." And Xing's eyes lit up instantly, and she hurriedly praised him. Xin Yufei and Su Miao, hearing that they would drink wine, also felt a bit excited. They usually never touched a drop. Not long after, the door to the private room opened again. The waiter pushed in a cart, serving the dishes to everyone. "Here are 3 exquisite appetizers. This is handmade yogurt pudding, gelato oysters, pan-seared silver cod, starry sky bird's nest, private house 15-year drunken crab, private house black truffle braised abalone. The remaining dishes will be served shortly." Seeing the exquisite dishes on the table, the 3 goddesses' eyes sparkled. Su Chen slightly nodded, holding the menu and instructed, "Get me 3 bottles of the 2017 Petrus red wine." The waiter was taken aback. Petrus is a world-class red wine, and a bottle of the 2017 vintage costs 38,000. This gentleman is ordering 3 bottles at once? That's simply extravagant. "Yes, sir, the total is 114,000 yuan. Beep. Su Chen swiped his card to pay. Ding. Detected host spending of 114,000 yuan, triggering a 3x cashback. Cashback amount, 342,000 yuan. With a cashback card, spending money felt indulgent and reckless. At all times, he was making money for himself. It was so exhilarating. The 3 beauties' beautiful eyes all lit up at once. "Su Chen, this is too generous. Mr. Su, this red wine is so expensive, 1 bottle costs 38,000? That's too luxurious." Xin Yufei couldn't help but show her astonishment. This kind of top-tier red wine was something she had never even dreamed of tasting before. Now, being with Su Chen, she could not only enjoy 68,000 yuan bird's nest but also drink 38,000 yuan red wine? How blissful. Thinking of this, she felt a bit worried. Then, will drinking this red wine diminish the effects of the bird's nest? After all, bird's nest is more expensive than red wine. Anqing immediately replied, "No way, red wine can also beautify women and promote blood circulation. The combination of both is just right. Oh, then I can drink with peace of mind. After all, the bird's nest Su Chen bought for me isn't finished yet." After Xin Yufei said this, she shot a reproachful glance at Su Chen. It's this bad man who lured her step by step into the abyss with sweet traps. Today, he even used the pretext of checking the effects to bully the weak, pitiful, and helpless her. Moreover, he deliberately didn't give her any promises, making her cry for a long time. Just thinking about it makes her feel so wronged. When the waiter came in again, he was followed by 3 young ladies in kipayos. They all wore smiles and held a bottle of red wine with both hands, creating a sense of ceremony. The waiter introduced the origin of this wine, produced by the Petrus winery. It ranks as the second most expensive in the world, with extremely high quality. The 2017 Petrus is currently the most suitable year for drinking. After hearing the introduction, everyone started to drink the red wine, feeling even more immersed. Wow, this red wine is indeed extraordinary. It has the aroma of blackcurrant and mint, along with various flavors like blackberry, cream, chocolate, and truffle, with a smooth texture. Anqing took a few sips and shared a bunch of evaluations. Qin Yufei was also savoring it carefully, but she only thought it tasted good. How could she really discern so many flavors? Little Anqing, are you just blowing smoke again? How can there be so many flavors? Oomph, I'm not blowing smoke. I found this on the internet. Anqing directly picked up her phone and showed her the flavor profile of the wine, which indeed had that description. Oh, so you didn't actually taste so many flavors. You just read the answer, right? Oomph, I said I tasted it, believe it or not. Seeing the 2 sisters bickering, Su Miao sniffed and took a few sips. There really is the aroma of blackcurrant and mint, and the creamy truffle scent. It's indeed very delicious. See. Anqing straightened her back, looking proud. Qin Yufei, not convinced, quickly took a few sips, looking innocent. Then why did I only taste the flavor of grapes? Su Miao almost spat out her red wine. Anqing found it very funny and teased, Yufei, why don't you just stop drinking? Such expensive wine isn't suitable for you. I won't. It's not easy to have the chance to drink today. I want to drink. Qin Yufei happily took a few more sips, feeling great, with a slight buzz. But she noticed that the man's wineglass remained untouched, and couldn't help but be curious. Hey, Mr. Su, why aren't you drinking? Su Chen, while eating, smiled lightly. I still have to drive later, so you all drink freely. I'll protect you. Once we get home, I can drink with peace of mind. Wow, that's great. Qin Yufei felt a strong sense of security and sweetly hugged Su Chen. With her man by her side protecting her, she didn't have to worry and could drink freely. Everyone savored the red wine and enjoyed the sumptuous dishes. The atmosphere was incredibly joyful. Wow, this silver cod is so delicious, so good to eat. This drunken crab is said to be airlifted from Chongyang Lake. I wonder if it's true, but it tastes really good. Ma'am, this bird's nest isn't as tasty as the one Mr. Su gave me. It feels similar to vermicelli. Mr. Su, let me give you an oyster. Let little Yufei scream tonight. Little Anqing, are you itching for trouble? Qin Yufei smiled sweetly, serving the man food and thoughtfully placing it in his bowl. Mr. Su, you've worked hard today. 2 hours later, everyone was full and left the private room. The 3 beautiful women had all drunk quite a bit, but their tolerance levels varied, leading to different states of inebriation. However, Su Chen had prepared in advance. He didn't drink to maintain absolute calm, so he could better protect them, providing women with enough sense of security. A man should do just that. Qin Yufei, slightly tipsy, sweetly leaned against the man's shoulder. Let's go home. It's so cold. Her face was flushed, and the breeze felt so refreshing. And Qing had the best alcohol tolerance. She supported the seemingly unconscious Su Miao and said with a confused expression, Mr. Su, Miao Miao seems to be drunk. What should we do? Do you know where she lives? No. Then let's go to my place. Other places aren't very safe. Okay. After making the decision, and Chang helped Su Miao into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, while Qin Yufei took the passenger seat. Su Chen started the vehicle and drove home. On the way, he also bought some hangover tea bags to take back with them. Qin Yufei and Qing gazed at him dreamily. Having such a reliable and considerate man around felt so secure. Ding. And Qing's favorability towards you +5. Current favorability 77. Suehu Tiandi. Building A5. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked in the exclusive parking space ahead, a bonus that came with Su Chen's luxury home reward. And Qing got out of the car, looking a bit troubled. Mr. Su, Miao Miao is asleep. I might need to trouble you to carry her upstairs. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold her steady and might drop her, which wouldn't be good. Oh, Su Chen approached the back seat and saw the sleeping beauty Su Miao leaning against the seat. Her quiet and obedient appearance was enchanting. He then extended his arms and lifted her out of the car in a princess carry. Su Miao seemed to sense the movement and murmured softly. In her daze, Su Chen looked down at the stunning woman in his arms. He had to admit, Su Miao had a slightly babyish face, looking very sweet and cute. Her personality was gentle, and she could be playful and charming. He actually liked this type. Moreover, she was a 95-point goddess. How could he miss that? Back at home, Suchin gently placed the sleeping beauty Su Miao on the sofa. Ding! Su Miao's favorability towards you +1, current favorability 74. Xin Yufei was very familiar with the place, feeling as happy as if she had returned home. Mr. Su, which room will I sleep in tonight? Suchin smiled and pointed to his room. Of course, you'll sleep in the same room as me, the master bedroom. Okay, I'll go wash up first. You help arrange things for Encheng and the others. Xin Yufei smiled sweetly, exchanged a triumphant glance with Encheng, and headed towards the master bedroom. Suchin looked at Encheng and said lightly, I have 3 big rooms at home. You can choose whichever you want to sleep in tonight. As for Su Miao, he glanced back at the delicate woman lying on the sofa, her body forming an inverted S shape, simply exquisite. However, a gentleman would never take advantage of someone in a vulnerable state. Hey, Su Miao, are you okay? Do you need me to take you to the hospital? Suchin sat beside the sofa, pinching her cute face under the guise of concern. He was not a gentleman. Su Miao's face turned slightly red, her eyelashes fluttering. Bad man, still pinching my face? And Qing touched her nose, finding it amusing. I haven't drunk with Miao Miao before. I knew her alcohol tolerance was poor, so I tried to stop her while she was drinking. The 3 women had finished 2 bottles of wine, which was actually quite a lot. Moreover, red wine has a strong after effect. But, Mr. Su, don't worry. Su Miao is fine, she's just asleep. She spoke with certainty, as if she wasn't worried at all. All right, Suchin said this, but still worriedly checked the other person's current state. Name, Su Miao, current status, shy, confused, excited. Being held by him is so embarrassing, but so warm and comfortable. But I originally planned to pretend to be asleep when I came to Enching's place, and ended up really falling asleep in his car. Sai, what should I do now? Should I pretend to wake up? Or should I eavesdrop on their conversation for a while? Su Chen was startled and a bit curious. Why was this girl Su Miao pretending to be asleep? Her original plan was probably to wake up when she got to his house, but instead, she accidentally fell asleep and was carried up by him? No wonder her affection level suddenly increased by 1 point. He was still puzzled about how Su Miao could fall asleep and still gain points. Now everything made sense. Quite interesting. And Qing pondered for a moment and said, Su Chen, why don't you help me carry her into the house? Miao Miao looks so chubby, about 100 pounds. Su Miao frowned. She felt hurt. Su Chen laughed. Alright, look how sweetly she's sleeping. Her fierce yet cute look is just too adorable. Hearing him praise her cuteness, Su Miao could barely suppress a smile. Considering how cute she is, I'll reluctantly take care of her. Su Chen said this on purpose for her to hear, then picked her up in a princess carry. The cute woman's face instantly turned red. He placed her on the big bed in the guest room. Su Chen turned back and said, I'll leave the rest to you. When you come to my house, just treat it like your own. Take whatever you want to eat, don't be polite. That bottle of wine I brought back, you can open it and drink. Maybe later I can have a few drinks with you. And Qing's face flushed. Okay, then when you're done, we can drink a few together. She always felt like he was hinting at something, but she wasn't sure. Su Chen turned and left, casually closing the door behind him. And Qing saw this and patted the sleeping beauty's thigh. Hey, Miao Miao, are you really asleep? Or pretending? Su Miao sleepily opened her eyes and yawned. So sleepy, huh? Where is this? She feigned a dazed expression, looking around. And Qing was confused. Didn't you tell me you wanted to see Su Chen's house, but you weren't very familiar with him and felt embarrassed? So you pretended to be asleep, and now you're asking me where this is? Oh dear. I accidentally fell asleep in his car. Su Miao tapped her little head, acting cute. Sorry, I forgot about that. Did you carry me up just now? And Qing shook her head. No, it was Su Chen. Ha! Su Miao blushed and said with a hint of grievance, Sister and Qing, why didn't you wake me up? You were sleeping so soundly. Should I really shake you awake? Oh. Su Miao nodded, a smile creeping onto her lips. With her acting, who could tell when she actually woke up? Then, she curiously observed the room, his house. Which community is it in? Why is this room so big? And Qing explained, Suehu Tiandi, this luxury apartment costs over 200 million. Over 200 million, my goodness. Su Miao was taken aback, her beautiful eyes widening. No wonder the room's decoration is so luxurious. That bad man really knows how to make money. And Qing chuckled, the bed you're sleeping on now is imported from Italy and costs over 100,000. And the sofa you were lying on earlier costs tens of thousands. Wow. Su Miao couldn't help but feel shocked. She just wanted to see the other person's house out of curiosity, but instead, it opened her eyes. A 200 million luxury apartment, with furniture casually costing over 100,000 or tens of thousands. What kind of concept was this? Seeing her lively appearance, and Qing felt completely at ease. Alright, if you're fine, I'll go make you a hangover tea. Just rest well. Okay, Thank you, sister and Ching. Su Miao was delighted, her eyes smiling like crescent moons. After the other person left, Su Miao hugged the soft blanket and rolled around on the big bed. This bed is so comfortable to sleep in. That bad man really knows how to enjoy life, buying such a luxurious house? Humph. No wonder Sister Yufei is so devoted to him. But he must have gone through a lot of hardships to get to where he is today, right? So inspiring. Ding! Su Miao's favorability towards you +1, current favorability 75. Back in the master bedroom, Su Chen saw Qin Yufei's graceful figure as she walked out with her charming long legs. When she saw the man, a hint of shyness appeared on her stunning face. Mr. Su, are you done with your work? Su Chen smiled gently, holding her in his arms. Yufei, you have such a great figure and you're so beautiful. You're the most beautiful fitness girl I've ever seen. Facing the man's compliment, Qin Yufei felt sweeter than honey, her delicate hand resting on the man's strong chest. She lightly hummed, "Bad guy, now you know how to compliment me. You must have ulterior motives. How could that be?" Su Chen tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and continued to show concern. "You drank quite a bit tonight. Do you still feel uncomfortable?" Qin Yufei felt that the man had many tricks up his sleeve, always finding ways to draw her into his sweet trap. So, she chose to answer conservatively. "It's okay, I see." Su Chen nodded and continued, "I know drinking can greatly affect fitness results. You all drank so much tonight, that means all your hard work in the gym for the past few days is wasted?" Qin Yufei thought for a moment. "Probably. 7 days. So long? That won't do. You're my personal trainer. How can I let you lose so many days of training results? It's all my fault for letting you have some red wine. So, what should we do now?" Su Chen smiled, looking at her with anticipation. Qin Yufei understood, shyly patting the man. "Bad person, are you trying to say we should train hard to make up for those 7 days?" She realized that no matter how she answered, she couldn't escape the man's tricks. He was too good at this. "Haha, little Yufei, you're so smart." You're bad." The night grew deep. Qin Yufei fell asleep, her lips curling into a sweet and satisfied smile, her already beautiful face glowing even more. Ding! Qin Yufei's favorability towards you +4, current favorability 90. You can claim rewards for the 80 and 90 favorability stages. Today was great. Su Chen's lips curled up, having gained so much favorability. Plus, there were still rewards to claim for the 60 and 70 stages from Su Miao. So satisfying. But he wasn't sleepy yet and planned to go to the living room for a drink. En Cheng. Favorability 77. Drinking alone is quite boring. How about I go find En Chang and have her keep me company for a few drinks? Su Chen's lips lifted as he got up and walked to the living room. In the living room, the lights were dim. The LCD TV was still playing an exciting boxing match. Two beautiful women were casually chatting while sipping red wine, their smiles bright and beautiful. Su Miao sat on the sofa, her beautiful long legs crossed, wearing a loose white t-shirt that couldn't hide her stunning figure. Her pretty face was slightly flushed as she chatted with the woman next to her. Su Chen really knows how to enjoy life. The living room is twice the size of the place I rented. I just saw the esports room and the gym. With his great physique, he must have trained in that gym, right? Anqing shook her head. Not really, but those fitness equipment were ordered by him with Yufei's help, and they just arrived today. It cost over $1 million, and he hasn't really used them much. Oh, then he probably doesn't know how hard it was to build that physique in such tough conditions. It must have been quite a challenge. Su Miao recalled what Su Chen had said about his life experiences, from a difficult childhood to becoming a billionaire now. She felt that if he were to share the details, it would surely be legendary and inspirational. Su Chen overheard their conversation and pretended not to know, walking over with a faint smile. "What are you two chatting about? You seem quite happy. Are you getting used to staying at my place?" With guests at home, he felt that a lively atmosphere was quite nice, especially with two beautiful women around. Su Miao's face turned red, and she instinctively pulled down her loose t-shirt. "It's quite comfortable. I just borrowed one of your clothes to wear. But don't worry, I'll wash it for you tomorrow morning." She hadn't brought any pajamas, and after taking a nice shower in the bathroom, she casually grabbed one of his clothes to put on, finding it very comfortable and pleasantly fragrant. Su Chen looked at her, his eyes unconsciously brightening. Her action of tightening the clothes was too dangerous. It was practically a gift. "Su Miao, you really don't treat me as an outsider. Are you deliberately showing off your figure to me?" His gaze swept over her, lightly chuckling as he reminded her. Su Miao seemed to realize something and looked down. Oh my goodness. Her world felt like it was collapsing. "I'm going to sleep now," Su Miao screamed, her cute little face instantly turning bright red as she hurriedly ran back to her room. She was gone. Anqing laughed, poured a glass of red wine for the man, and quietly asked, "Mr. Su, is Yufei asleep?" "Yes. You didn't drink last night for us, let me drink with you." "Sure, that's exactly what I was thinking. Su-chen looked at her, clinking glasses with her, their eyes meeting in the air. Anqing clearly found him quite interesting. The next morning, sunlight poured into the master bedroom, bringing another vibrant day. Ding! Anqing's affection for you +10, current affection 87. Su-chen woke up, holding Qin Yufei in his arms. Last night, he and Anqing had some drinks on the living room sofa, guiding each other on fitness moves and sharing fitness experiences. Later, they went to her room and talked about life for a while. Anqing was quite chatty, her little mouth chattering away. Su-chen also knew that Anqing had been single for 3 years and had a good relationship with Qin Yufei, along with some experiences as their coach. Besides casual chatting and drinking, nothing else happened. When they got tired of talking, Su-chen naturally returned to his own room to sleep. Mr. Su, did you go to drink with Anqing for a while last night? I wanted to hold you to sleep, but I found you weren't there. Qin Yufei tightly hugged him, looking quite attached, her cute little eyes gazing at the man. Yeah, Anqing can really drink. I almost couldn't keep up with her. Hee, she does have a good alcohol tolerance. Qin Yufei smiled sweetly, then with a pitiful look said, so, Mr. Su, will you be good to me in the future? I've given you everything. 1. Be good to you? What are you thinking? Once it's over, I won't care about you. Heartless. 2. I like you like this. Let's see how you perform in the future. Continue to pull. 3. No need to wait. I'll be good to you right now. Let her be your exclusive private coach. Express it with actions. Su-chen pondered for a moment. Qin Yufei was very beautiful, a goddess with a perfect 95-point figure, and there were so many affection rewards waiting for him. He definitely wanted to keep her by his side. However, Coach Yufei didn't have such deep ulterior motives. Having her as his personal trainer was indeed a good choice. No need to wait until later. I'll treat you well right now. Su-chen wrapped his arms around the woman and smiled gently. Don't go to work anymore. Be my exclusive personal trainer, and I'll take care of you. Qin Yufei didn't hesitate at all, her smile radiant. With your words, I can rest assured. I can rely on you for this lifetime. She tightly clung to the man's arm, as if afraid he would run away. Ding! Qin Yufei's affection for you +2, current affection 92. Su-chen smiled. Little Yufei was really easy to satisfy. He hadn't even started making money yet, and she was already this happy? Little chick, you're quite cute. He affectionately pinched the woman's cheek, then picked up his phone from the bedside and did something. Alright, I've sent you some pocket money, go buy a car. It'll be more convenient to find me in the future. Ding dong! Her phone's message alert rang out immediately. Wow, Mr. Su is so nice. Buying me a car? Qin Yufei happily kissed the man on the cheek, then casually picked up her phone, her eyes widening in surprise, momentarily stunned. Then, in disbelief, she began counting the zeros with her little hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not 300,000, it's 3 million. Oh my gosh, why did you give me so much money all at once? This is too much. Qin Yufei was overjoyed, her eyes sparkling with excitement, sitting up from the bed and shaking the man's arm. This is really too much. I've never seen so much money in my life. Well, you're so good to me. She threw herself onto the man, her eyes red with excitement. Su-chen rubbed her head and smiled. You're my woman. If I don't treat you well, who should I treat well? Also, just call me hubby in private. Qin Yufei's face flushed, and she playfully pouted. Hubby, being with you is the best decision I've ever made in my life. You're handsome and so good to me. It feels like whatever you do is amazing. She deeply felt what it meant. Choosing is greater than effort. With the right man, life takes off. So happy. Su-chen laughed. Little Yufei, is your mouth this sweet? I hadn't noticed before. Then you should taste it and see if it's sweet? Qin Yufei said proudly, leaning in with her beautiful lips. Ding! Qin Yufei's affection for you +3, current affection 95. Su-chen took Qin Yufei out of the bedroom, heading towards the living room, where the aroma of toasted bread wafted in the air. Su Miao sat on the sofa, and upon seeing the two holding hands sweetly, she felt envious. Unconsciously puffing up her cheeks, she looked quite adorable. She also wanted to have a sweet romance. Such an excellent man. She wanted one too. Qin Yufei curiously asked, Meow meow, why are you hitting the pillow in your hands? Su Miao snapped back to reality, immediately stopping her actions and placing the pillow aside, her face flushed with embarrassment. Sorry, I was thinking about something. Oh. Qin Yufei didn't dwell on the topic any longer, inhaling the delicious aroma. This must be Xiao Anqing making breakfast in the kitchen, right? That's great. Waking up to someone making breakfast for us. As soon as she finished speaking, Anqing came out of the kitchen holding a plate of sandwiches, smiling. You two came out just in time. I just finished breakfast and was about to call you. Yufei, go get the milk from the microwave, and the chicken wings and ham from the oven. Coming. Qin Yufei eagerly ran over. Seeing this, Su-chen nodded in satisfaction. Life was really good. Waking up to someone helping make breakfast? In ordinary times, he wouldn't have the spare time to deal with these things. Fortunately, he had gone shopping with Yisinyu and the others last time and bought a lot of ingredients, which came in handy for today's meal. Xin Yufei and Xing busied themselves twice, setting a sumptuous breakfast on the dining table, then called Su Chen and Su Miao to join them. Sandwiches, toasted bread, ham, chicken wings, all fragrant, along with warm milk. And Shang was a professional fitness coach, and preparing these breakfasts was exactly her forte. Su Chen took a bite of the sandwich and found it quite delicious. And Xing, your cooking skills are impressive, everything here tastes great. Hearing the man's praise, and Xing couldn't help but smile, genuinely complimenting, it's mainly because your ingredients are so complete and well organized. Some even have handwritten expiration date labels. You can tell you're a very family-oriented man. You really have an eye for detail, Su Chen said, thick-skinned, nodding. In reality, it was all thanks to Yisinyu. She was indeed very capable. He just accepted this compliment on her behalf. Breakfast was enjoyable. After finishing, Chang and Xin Yufei began to clean up the mess and tidy the kitchen. Su Miao, however, didn't rush to leave, her gaze lingering on Su Chen as if she had something to say. Seeing this, Su Chen found it somewhat amusing. Su Miao, why do you keep staring at me? Su Miao seemed to have been holding back for a long time, a bit angrily saying, when are you going to return the things I owe you? Oh, you're still thinking about that? Su Chen chuckled, pondering for a moment. I'll let you know when I've figured it out. Then you better think fast. If it's too late, I might just default on my debt. Su Miao pouted, not wanting to wait that long. The feeling of owing someone was quite uncomfortable. Alright, anyway, I have your contact information, so I'll find you when the time comes. Then I'll go wash your clothes first, so I owe you one less thing. Wait, that's unnecessary. Why? Su Miao looked a bit curious. Su Chen replied casually, it's nothing, just a piece of clothing. I'll wash it in the washing machine later. Upon hearing this, Su Miao's face turned slightly red. After hesitating for a moment, she leaned closer to Su Chen, a mischievous smile on her lips, and whispered in his ear, you wouldn't want to smell my clothes, would you? Su Chen felt a bit embarrassed and couldn't help but laugh, whispering back, Su Miao, are you the one who's weird, or do you think I'm weird? Just go wash it, hurry up. I'm not going to wash it. Su Miao seemed to regain her confidence, made a face, and ran off. Su Miao's favorability towards you +1, current favorability 75. Su Miao is quite interesting, Su Chen smiled. He was surprised to find that he seemed to have developed a bit of fondness for Su Miao. Now, Su Miao still owed him a few things. It had to be used wisely. Honey, we're leaving now. And Shine, Miao Miao, and I are going to buy a car. We'll send you photos later. You all go ahead. Okay, then you work hard. Qin Yufei and Su Chen lingered at the door for a while. She really liked her man. She regarded Su Chen as her only support in this life. Women are almost always like this. Once they confirm a relationship, they become particularly attached to their men. In contrast, many men tend to cherish less after they have what they want. Su Chen wouldn't let her down, but he did have other plans today. The three lovely ladies left the man's home and strolled leisurely within the community. Yufei, how much did Mr. Su give you to buy the car? And Xing curiously tilted her head, looking at her best friend. Xin Yufei had a sweet smile, playfully saying, 3 million, he said it's just my pocket money. This amount was truly too much for her. She was still a bit dazed. 3 million? And it's just pocket money? My goodness, and Xing's eyes widened, revealing a hint of envy. Mr. Su is really good to you. I told you to be proactive and seize the opportunity. Now, you won't have to struggle for the rest of your life. How happy Su Miao walked beside them, her eyes sparkling as she quietly listened. Xin Yufei happily wrapped her arm around her best friend, Xiaoanqing. It's all thanks to you for supporting me that I dared to take that step. And Xing looked her over, her smile carrying a deeper meaning. You look much better than before. How do you feel? Xin Yufei generously shared with her sisters. Mr. Su is like a big bad wolf, both good and bad. I cried, but then he comforted me, and I was happy. And then, last night, he was even worse, saying he wanted to be a little baby? That's great for you too. And Xing laughed heartily, teasingly putting her arm around her shoulder. Yufei, you've been single for so long. It's good to let out your little devil. I was worried you'd get sick from being single for too long. Xin Yufei chuckled lightly. Xiaoanqing, you've also been single for 3 years. Hurry up and find someone. I'm not in a hurry. I'm learning from you. I need to find a good man like Mr. Su, right? After hearing this, Xin Yufei's expression became even prouder. Xiaoanqing, keep it up. And Xing nodded slightly, very much in agreement. With a reliable man by her best friend's side, she felt at ease. Then, she couldn't help but turn her gaze to the side. Miao Miao, why is your face so red? Su Miao fanned herself with her small hand, looking quite adorable. The topics you're discussing are a bit embarrassing. That's right. You've never had a boyfriend. Why not find one? Haven't met anyone I like. And Sheng suddenly realized, that makes sense. Meow meow, you should be earning around 60,000 to 70,000 a month now, right? With that income, you're quite wealthy. Generally, excellent men wouldn't be worthy of you. But what type of man do you like? Me? Su Miao pondered for a moment, responding based on her first instinct. I don't really have a specific type I like, but at the very least, he has to treat me well, be handsome, and be better than me in every way, someone who can attract me. To put it simply, it's the kind of person who feels like they're shining. After she said this, Xin Yufei's eyes sparkled as she nodded in agreement. What Miao Miao said is true. When I see Su Chen, I feel like he's shining, so excellent in every way. It's hard not to like him. And Sheng suddenly froze, looking at the sweet girl with great interest. Meow meow, mister. Su seems very excellent. Could he attract you? Ha! Su Miao's eyes widened, the dazzling figure of the man flashing in her mind. But, mister, Su is Qin Yufei's boyfriend, right? And Sheng, don't tease me. Her little face clearly turned even redder. And Sheng was about to say something more to tease her, but her phone suddenly vibrated several times. Buzz buzz buzz. She thought it was the gym reminding her to go to work. To her surprise, when she picked up her phone, it was a private message from Su Chen. She glanced at it, quickly feeling guilty, and turned off the screen, pretending nothing happened, smiling. Hee, the gym is reminding me to go to work. You guys go ahead, I'll reply to a message. Oh, Xin Yufei nodded slightly and took Su Miao's hand. Meow meow, I want to buy a car worth 300,000 today. Do you have any good recommendations? Su Miao also gave her opinion. 300,000? Seems like the Mercedes C-Class and BMW 3 Series are pretty good. And Xing glanced at the two women in front and silently took out her phone. Su Chen transferred you 20,000 yuan. Su Chen transferred you 20,000 yuan. Su Chen transferred you. The chat record was flooded with transfer notifications. Su Chen and Xing, your cooking is good. I'm quite satisfied with breakfast. Here's your reward. And Shang was pleasantly surprised and replied, as long as you like it, I won't be polite. If you want breakfast, just call me. Su Chen, sensible. And Xing happily accepted the transfer, a total of 200,000. Haha, having a good best friend with a good husband is indeed a lucky thing. She also benefited from it. Ding! Congratulations, host, and Sheng has given you 2 assists. Xin Yufei's favorability towards you +1, current favorability 96. Su Miao's favorability towards you +1, current favorability 76. And Xing's favorability towards you +1. Rewarding her 200,000 is worth it. Su Chen's lips curled up slightly as he stood leisurely on the 340,000 yuan treadmill, strolling while exercising. He felt very happy. The 200,000 just now was a reward for the assistant Xing had sent him earlier. And Shang is a good woman, she can be a friend. He then began to check the current rewards he could claim, as he had accumulated quite a bit yesterday. Su Miao, favorability 76, can claim 60, 70 favorability rewards. Xin Yufei, favorability 96, can claim 80, 90 favorability rewards. Current 2 top goddesses, all 4 stage rewards can be claimed. Yes/no to claim immediately? I wonder what the rewards will be. Claim! Su Chen excitedly thought, and the stage reward cards burst forth with several rays of light. They appeared one after another before him. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, 1 million yuan. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, 5 million yuan. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, Barbecue Master, Life Skill Book. Description: after use, you will master all barbecue techniques, ingredient handling, charcoal usage, timing control, ingredient usage, etc. You will become the king of the barbecue world. The green belt you grill will make people feast and devour it. The kids next door will be drooling. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, Computer Master, Life Skill Book. Description: after use, you will have a thorough understanding of computers and master multiple related skills, basic programming, password cracking, computer assembly, etc. Any computer problem you encounter, you can easily solve. You are the undisputed computer master. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, 100 million yuan in cash. 2 skill books, and another 100 million in cash? Awesome! Su Chen felt incredibly pleased and accepted all 5 rewards. A powerful stream of information flooded his mind, the images flickering continuously, and the 2 skills were quickly activated together. At the same time, his phone received a text message from the bank. Your account has received a transfer. Income amount 106,000,000 yuan. Balance 372,600,901. 66 yuan. Adding the 140 million from Junlin Capital, he now had over 500 million. Awesome! Su Chen was very satisfied with this result. Moreover, he had already laid a solid foundation for the future. The favorability of several goddesses had reached over 90. When the time comes, if he puts in a little more effort and interacts closely with them, the super rewards for 100 favorability will definitely be even more generous. Su Chen felt a bit of anticipation in his heart, but now that he had activated the computer master, he had to go check out the esports room. I wonder if Wei Jishue has tricked me. I need to check. He opened his 5 computers, simultaneously booting up the main unit to inspect the components inside, ensuring they were all brand new and fully functional. He also looked into some of the computer settings, checking if they had deliberately installed any Trojan viruses or the like. After spending 10 minutes on the inspection, he reached a conclusion. Wei Jishue seems to have a conscience. Aside from the slightly high price, he didn't set me up. Su Chen remembered that Wei Jishue had mentioned needing to source some components from others, which required a markup. He estimated that the extra cost was on him. After deducting those, the price fell within a reasonable range. He didn't really care about the 30 or 50,000. What should be earned still had to be earned by others. After all, he now had money, and he needed to consider everything thoroughly, learning to be cautious and keep an eye out. Now that Su Chen had personally checked, he was completely at ease. Beep beep beep, his phone received a WeChat message. Lin Shuya, bad husband, are you there? I am. Su Chen couldn't help but feel delighted upon seeing her message. In the manager's office, the beautiful woman who saw the man's quick reply smiled sweetly. Can you fix computers? My laptop seems to be broken. It sometimes lags. It keeps reminding me that the disk is full, and I can't even save my files. I'm about to cry. She sent a cute emoji, playful and adorable, completely different from her aloof demeanor in front of others. She only showed this charming side in front of her man. Su Chen laughed. He remembered clearly that Lin Shuya's laptop was a 5-year-old HP SPX. Could it not lag now? It should have been replaced long ago. Su Chen, 1 step, 1 lag, so stylish. 1 lag, 1 stop, very chic. How nice is that? Sneaky laugh, Lin Shuya, but you're still laughing at me? Hurry and help me solve this big trouble. Su Chen, just get a new one, and it'll be fine? Lin Shuya, no way, I have so many important files on my computer. If I get a new one, what if I can't find them? Su Chen, send a voice message, beg me, and your husband will come. Lin Shuya, husband, hurry and help ya. Voice message. Her sultry voice was enchanting to the core, truly deadly. She was so good at being spoiled. Su Chen really couldn't resist a woman's coquetry. His fighting spirit surged. Hold on, husband will come help you right away. Women, without exception, were computer illiterates. Trying to reason with them or teach them how to do things was completely futile. The best solution was just go over and fix it. Lin Shuya, waiting for you. She put down her phone but noticed a female employee from the HR department staring at her in a daze. Seeing her put down the phone, the employee cautiously walked in and placed the documents on the desk. Lin, President Lin, 2 new employees have joined the operations department and need your review and final signature. Lin Shuya's expression turned cold, her brows slightly furrowed. When did you come in? Just now. What did you hear? And nothing. The female employee couldn't believe that the aloof President Lin Shuya was actually in a relationship and so good at being spoiled, calling someone husband? That enchanting voice was irresistible even for a girl so beautiful. She was also very curious about which man had the guts to pursue the universally acknowledged goddess, Lin Shuya. As Lin Shuya flipped through the documents, she cast a cold glance at the guilty-looking employee and said lightly, swallow what you heard and don't speak carelessly. Understand? The employee nodded, I won't. Seeing the other person's honest demeanor, Lin Shuya felt relieved. Her fair, slender hand elegantly signed the employment form and handed it back. Take it. The female employee took the document and hurriedly left the office. Lin Shuya recalled what had just happened and found it somewhat amusing. She had just playfully acted coy with Su Chen, and to her surprise, someone overheard? Fortunately, that female employee seemed very honest in her impression, so she probably wouldn't spread rumors. Otherwise, if word got out, her authoritative image in front of the staff would be ruined. It's all the fault of that bad husband. At Jianshang Media, Su Chen confidently arrived at the company. He didn't go to the talent scouting department but headed straight to the general manager's office. Last time at the electronics market, he had bought 5 Alienware M18 laptops in one go. He gave 2 to his sisters, kept 1 for himself, and had 2 left, which had been gathering dust at home but were now just in time for use. Knock knock, he knocked on the office door. Come in. Upon hearing the voice, Su Chen pushed the door open. A stunning woman sat in the chair, dressed in a sharp business suit and white shirt, exuding competence and charisma. You're here, quickly help me check the computer, she said, her jade hand tapping the desk to indicate. Su Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he casually locked the door behind him. Lin Shuya felt a bit shy at his action. What are you doing? What do you think? Suchen replied with a mischievous smile, then leaned down to express his longing to the beautiful woman sitting in the chair. After a long moment of tenderness, Lin Shuya playfully complained, "Bad man, you come here just to bully me." Yet her eyes revealed a myriad of affection, and the beauty mark at the corner of her eye added to her allure. She was simply a captivating vixen. Suchen laughed, "If it weren't for your protection period, you'd be in trouble." The stunning president was unconvinced and attempted to intimidate him. "This is an office, do you dare? If you don't believe me, you should know the serious consequences." Suchen wrapped his hands around the woman's slim waist and lifted her from the chair. "Ah!" Lin Shuya gasped softly, her pretty face instantly flushed, struggling shyly. "Pervert, wolf, don't mess around." "All right, I'm not messing with you." Suchen directly took her chair and sat down, looking up at her with a smile. "If you don't let me sit, am I supposed to stand and help you fix the computer?" Lin Shuya felt triumphant now. "Humph, I knew you wouldn't dare. You're only brave now." Suchen chuckled lightly, patting his thigh. "Sit in my lap and watch me fix it." The beautiful woman's eyes sparkled, and her lips curved into a lovely arc. Then she obediently nestled into the man's embrace. With her in his arms, the fragrance was enchanting. Suchen felt invigorated to fix the computer now. "Wife, can you bring over the laptop I brought and open it? I can't reach it." He held the woman, too lazy to get up for the laptop he had brought. "Oh." Lin Shuya brought the laptop to him, her eyes revealing surprise. "Bad husband, why did you buy an Alienware laptop?" "Yeah, I'm getting you a new one. Yours has been used for a long time and needs replacing." "But what about my data? I think, with a little fixing, it can last another 2 years, right?" "I don't want your opinion, I want my opinion." "Have you learned from the domineering CEO literature?" Lin Shuya smiled brightly, amused by the man. Suchen smiled nonchalantly. "You don't understand computers, let me handle it. You just sit tight and watch your husband work. Pressing 6 is enough." Okay. Lin Shuya was very happy in the man's embrace, feeling incredibly joyful. Being in love with him was so sweet. Moreover, it was a secret relationship, giving her a wonderfully unique experience. Suchen held his sister in his arms, his combat power doubled. The computer master began to operate, providing explanations as well. "Your computer has too small a solid-state drive, it can't hold the files. The configuration can't keep up. Is it really that laggy? Oh, also, your computer has too many junk installation packages, I'll delete them first. Oh, this one's useless, this one's useless. These are the files you want to keep, right? Alright, I'll keep these for you." He first helped his wife, Shuya, clean up the junk files on her computer and even programmed a small application for one-click cleanup. Watching his dazzling operations, Lin Shuya's beautiful eyes gradually widened. "So cool. It's like you're performing magic. How can so much code come out, and then a document can turn into a program? And when you open this program, it can automatically clean up the junk. You don't even need antivirus software? Amazing, right? My husband used to have a nickname, called the Computer Magician. Did you know?" I didn't know. Now you know? My husband is the best." Lin Shuya felt like she had discovered a new world. She had no idea that computers could be played with like Suchen just did. She only knew how to use a few common software, then run antivirus, use the built-in file cleanup, click to clean. But she found that no matter how she cleaned, the junk was always there, never truly cleaned out. Moments later, her HP SPX laptop was cleaned up under Suchen's operation. She was amazed to find that the computer suddenly became very smooth. "Hey, my computer isn't lagging at all. And the disk has also recovered its capacity. It seems like it can be used again." "Don't rush. Aren't we still going to change your computer? Are we still changing it? Your computer has been used for a long time. It's time to change it. I bought you a good one. I'll copy all the files over, and it will be done. Just wait for about 10 minutes. Suchen knew that his wife, Shuya, was actually quite frugal. If her HP SPX could still be used, she would probably use it until it was scrapped. But in reality, her laptop had been used for 5 years and really should be replaced. "Mua, this is a reward for you. You've worked hard, husband." Lin Shuya smiled sweetly, turned her head, and kissed the man's cheek. Suchen had already completed the operation, sharing files between the two laptops, quietly waiting. As Lin Shuya watched the Alienware laptop's interface gradually transform into that of her original laptop, her eyes widened even more. "So amazing, it can do this too, right? I told you I'm a computer magician, and you still don't believe it." "Who said I don't believe it? I believe," Lin Shuya firmly retorted, correcting the man's words. If she didn't believe in his sincerity, could she be with him? Clearly not. Thinking of this, her eyes filled with tenderness as she gazed at the man. It seemed like many thoughts crossed her mind. Suchen looked closely at her stunning profile, her features delicate, her skin fair, her perfect beauty simply impeccable, truly a goddess. Their gazes met, and a charming smile appeared on the beautiful woman's face. Is it pretty? Did you used to sneak glances at me all the time? Yeah, my wife is the most beautiful in the world, otherwise, how could I not help but confess to you? Humph, that's a bit presumptuous. The beautiful woman was delighted, her smile radiant. She playfully lifted the necklace around her neck, proudly saying, "Are you envious? My husband gave it to me, you don't have one." Su Chen, isn't that the necklace he gave her? And she's showing it off on purpose? So cute. It's fine, having you is enough for me. Having me isn't enough, I also bought you a gift, a tie. You'll definitely need it when you wear formal attire. Lin Shuya opened the drawer of her desk and took out a beautifully crafted orange gift box, adorned with the Hermes logo. Su Chun was momentarily taken aback. Receiving a gift made him quite happy. Lin Shuya opened the gift box for the man to see and smiled sweetly. Last time when my mom and I went shopping, we picked out a tie for you. I'll help you put it on whenever you wear formal attire. You'll definitely look super handsome. Her eyes sparkled like countless stars, reflecting only the man's image. Su Chen smiled, I really like it. Ding! Lin Shuya's affection for you +1, current affection level 97. Su Chen set the gift aside. The stunning woman recalled a funny incident from earlier and wanted to share it with the man. Bad husband, let me tell you something interesting. Just now, didn't I just act a bit spoiled with you? Guess what happened? What happened? It was overheard by our HR's little Zhang. Oh, so you must have felt very awkward. Su Chen suppressed a laugh and calmly listened as she continued. Lin Shuya nodded. Yeah, you know I usually act so serious, and then I'm being all spoiled behind the scenes. If she blabs about it in the company, wouldn't my image be ruined? So, I immediately put on a cold face, bringing out my usual high and mighty persona to make her keep her mouth shut. Under my pressure, Zheng Kor instantly became obedient. She must have been really scared. How about that? Did you feel my coldness? She tilted her face, proudly smiling at the man. Su Chen praised, Wife, you're so cool and beautiful that Zheng Kor is just a little employee. You're the female president. Shouldn't you easily handle her? If she dares to spill, does she still want to stay in the company? Exactly. Lin Shuya agreed. If she knows what's good for her, she definitely won't talk. It's not beneficial for her at all. Ding ding ding. Just as she finished speaking, Su Chen's phone chimed with a message notification. Lin Shuya glanced at it with cold eyes, her brows slightly furrowed. Your junior, Chen Yan, is looking for you again. 1. She's just my little sister. 2. Chen Yan does often look for me, but that's just her one-sided crush. I have no feelings for her. 3. Let's see what message she sent. Su Chen's expression became serious. Initially, he thought the third option would be something like, Are you jealous? But he didn't expect it to be so straightforward this time. Although he had been close with Chen Yan, in reality, he was usually very busy, so their chats were just normal communication without any ambiguity. Su Chen looked at the jealous woman in his arms and said calmly, Shall we see what she sent? Are you curious? I'm not curious, you can look yourself. Lin Shuya turned her head away in a haughty manner, but her gaze kept drifting. Deep down, she was very hesitant about whether to sneak a peek, but she was also afraid of seeing something ambiguous that would make her angry. So, she simply chose not to look. Su Chen opened the chat window. Chen Yan, Su Chen Ge, I just heard a big secret about our company. Do you want to hear it? But you have to promise me you won't tell anyone, okay? Sneaky smile, our company has gossip? Do you know? Su Chen was surprised and glanced at the stunning woman. He wasn't at the company. Could something interesting have happened? Su Chen, sure, I'm very tight-lipped. I won't tell anyone. Lin Shuya, hearing about the gossip, curiously turned her gaze to Su Chen's phone. Ding ding Chen Yan, it's our company's general manager Lin, she's in a relationship. Laughing hard, Lin Shuya was stunned. Chen Yan, how does she know I'm in a relationship? What is going on? Her expression froze, her mind buzzing. But the other party told Su Chen about this matter, clearly unaware that her romantic partner was Su Chen. Who would reveal a secret directly to the person involved? Su Chen, how do you know? Chen Yan, Zheng Kor is my good friend, she told me. Zheng Kor? Lin Shuya slammed her palm on the table in anger, then snatched the man's phone to directly converse with Chen Yan. Did she say anything else to you? Chen Yan, yes. She also said that President Lin is super charming, and her mature voice is so nice to listen to. She even acts cute and calls others hubby? You mean her usually aloof image is just a facade for us? What a contrast. Lin Shuya was both angry and amused, her pretty face completely flushed. My lifelong reputation is going to be ruined by that bastard Zheng Kor. Hurry up and communicate with Chen Yan. Tell her to stop Zheng Kor from talking nonsense. Oh my god. She felt like the sky was falling. It was hard-earned to have a sweet romance. If word spread from 1 to 10, and 10 to 100, and let the situation ferment like this, wouldn't her relationship become common knowledge throughout the entire company? Moreover, Zheng Kuo had promised to keep it under wraps, but now there was a big leak at the bottom of the bottle, not helping her hide a single bit of information. If they found out it was Su Chen, it would be even more explosive. Su Chen remained calm and quickly exchanged a few words with Chen Yan. Su Chen, besides you and Zhang Kuo, does anyone else know? Chen Yan, I asked her, and she said she only told me. But I don't know if she's telling the truth, Su Chen. Alright, then tell Zhang Kuo to stop talking nonsense. This is someone else's privacy, and it can easily offend people. Chen Yan, I only plan to tell you. Su Chen put away her phone. Lin Shuya supported her beautiful forehead and asked gloomily, what did she say? Is there any way to salvage this? It can't be that the whole company already knows, right? For now, only Chen Yan and Zhang Kuo know, but I can't guarantee they won't talk. Phew! Lin Shuya breathed a sigh of relief and instructed, you help me talk to Chen Yan. Tell her and Zhang Kuo to stop talking nonsense. My little heart can't take it. If the whole company knew that she, the usually aloof female president, actually had such a charming and delicate side, everyone would definitely be laughing at her in their hearts. Although it wouldn't affect her position as general manager, it would have a significant impact on her image. Moreover, if they dug deeper and found out that Su Chen was her romantic partner, she would be fired. Su Chen patted the back of the woman's hand and suggested, how about I help you shut Chen Yan's mouth so she won't say anything? Lin Shuya immediately added, and Zhang Kuo, then I'll have Chen Yan help me deal with her. Leave everything to me. Okay, bad hubby. Mua. Lin Shuya cupped the man's face and sweetly kissed him. Ding. Lin Shuya's favorability towards you +1, current favorability 98. After leaving the office, Su Chen went downstairs to pick up another Alienware laptop. Originally, he didn't know how to deal with this extra one. Now he simply decided to give it to Chen Yan as a gift. Moreover, Su Chen was now going to help Lin Shuya solve her problem, so he could boldly find Chen Yan without worrying about her getting jealous, which felt great. Beep beep. Lin Shuya, bad hubby. The Alienware laptop you helped me get is so useful. No wonder you're my man. Thumbs up. Su Chen, glad you like it. I'll go help you with your work, and we'll chat later. Lin Shuya, speak properly. Su Chen smiled, put away his phone, and quickly walked towards the talent scouting department. When colleagues saw him, their expressions showed surprise. Some called out his name to greet him, while others, who were less familiar, just smiled at him. A few colleagues began to whisper after he left. Wow! Su Chen has become more handsome after not seeing him for a while. His aura is different now, so charming. Yeah, and I noticed his clothes seem to be all designer brands. That outfit must cost tens of thousands. I saw his watch, it's a Patek Philippe, but I wonder how much it costs. Oh my, I bet he's caught the eye of a rich woman. After all, he's quite handsome, and he didn't go for that influencer gig before. Now everyone is working from home. But last time he had a surge in performance, and his revenue is still ranked first. Can you believe it? Sigh, I really envy those who can make a living off their looks. Su Chen, why are you here? Chen Yan's eyes lit up with surprise upon seeing her crush, her lips curving into a warm and beautiful smile. I brought you a delivery. Su Chen smiled slightly and placed the laptop he was holding on her desk. She was wearing a beige sweater today, her figure outlining perfect curves. Standing next to her, he could still catch a faint, pleasant fragrance. She exuded an elegant and intellectual charm. A woman like her, who seemed perfect for being a good wife and mother, would make anyone feel incredibly lucky to have her as a wife. Chen Yan glanced at the Alienware laptop and shook her head. Su Chen, you're mistaken. It's not my. Before she could finish her sentence, the man's index finger gently pressed against her lips. Behind his gold-rimmed glasses, her beautiful eyes sparkled with confusion. But his gesture suddenly made her want to gently bite his finger, though she didn't dare to do so. Su Chen leaned down and whispered in her ear, keep it down, this is a gift for you. Chen Yan's face flushed as she looked closely at the laptop, her mouth agape in surprise. Oh, this is the Alienware M18 top configuration, worth at least over 50,000. Su Chen, this is so expensive, shouldn't you keep it for yourself? She clearly remembered that Su Chen didn't even have a laptop himself, yet he bought her such an expensive gift. She felt so happy and touched. She wanted him to keep it. Su Chen replied lightly, I already have one, so this one is for you. Oh, I see. So this is our couple's laptop, right? How romantic. Chen Yan's heart blossomed, her eyes reflecting the man's figure, surrounded by bubbles of love. Ding. Chen Yan's affection for you +2, current affection level 85. Su Chen. Chen Yan, the junior, had such a vivid imagination that he didn't know what to say. But, Chen Yan, while happy, expressed concern, are you sure you have enough money now? Buying 2 of these laptops must cost around 100,000. That's too expensive, right? She still didn't know that Su Chen was now worth over $1 billion and was still thinking of him. Su Chen chuckled softly. What do you think I'm busy with at home? I'm definitely making money. Earning over 100,000 is quite easy. Looking at the man's confident smile, Chen Yan nodded gently. Su Chen, you're so outstanding. I can't keep up with you. A hint of sadness flickered in her eyes. In her heart, Su Chen was always so dazzling, and she felt like a little fan following behind him, the distance between them ever changing. It seemed she could only look up to him. That kiss from that day felt somewhat dreamy and unrealistic to her. Seeing this, Su Chen revealed a warm, sunny smile and ruffled her hair. Little junior, I will hold your hand and move forward together. I won't leave you behind. This sentence struck the girl's heart. Chen Yan felt warmth inside, playfully pouting with a charming smile. Su Chen go, can you squat down? Su Chen was taken aback, unsure why she wanted him to squat. So he followed her cue and squatted down to her level. You want to? Before he could finish his sentence, the junior had already raised her folder to block others' view. Mua, she kissed the man lightly. Su Chen was stunned, his heart racing a bit. It felt like first love. Stirring, she leaned close to the man's ear, her voice soft as she confessed, Senior, I really like you. Su Chen couldn't help but smile. The little junior was so bold, and she had called him Su Chen Gu before, but now she was calling him Senior? So clever. Su Chen stood up, scanning the office area, and found no unusual gazes, which relieved him. Chen Yan, aren't you afraid of being seen? The girl's face turned slightly red, her gaze innocent. Are you angry? No. Su Chen placed his large hand on her delicate shoulder, using his body language to convey his feelings. About that matter with President Lin, did you ask Zheng Kor to keep it a secret? She told me and didn't tell anyone else. By the way, Senior, is President Lin targeting you? Chen Yan's eyes revealed curiosity. Su Chen was confused. Why do you say that? Chen Yan pondered for a moment, looking a bit sad. Because, ever since you went to her office last time and got scolded, your visits to the company have decreased. Although you still come to see me, just thinking about you being bullied by President Lin makes me really sad. So, how about we expose her secret? Let her lose some face too. Su Chen was stunned. It turned out that from Chen Yan's perspective, Lin Shuya was bullying him. But the reality was quite the opposite. Lin Shuya was actually dating him. If they exposed Lin Shuya's secret, wouldn't that drag him down too? President Lin is quite nice. I went home to focus on my career. She actually helped me with the approval process. Oh, I see. So I misunderstood President Lin? Chen Yan's eyes flickered, looking thoughtful. Su Chen smiled. It was more than a misunderstanding. It was quite a big one. Chen Yan didn't care about the matter anymore, secretly hooking her fingers around the man's large hand, her voice gentle. Senior, will you have lunch with me? We haven't gone on a date together yet. Su Chen understood her intentions and decided to fulfill her wish. Sure, I'll help you get your computer ready first. Thank you for your hard work. Chen Yan's face was sweet. So, she watched as the man took a chair, sat at her workstation, and began to help her operate the computer seriously. There aren't many junk files on your computer. It will be done quickly. MMHM. Chen Yan smiled sweetly, nodding gently, not really caring about her computer. Her gaze was fixed on the man, staring at him dreamily. Suddenly, while cleaning, Su Chen saw a folder named CY, which clearly contained videos and photos. It was surprisingly several gigabytes. Could it be something interesting? He raised an eyebrow, curiously asking the junior, Chen Yan, are these your study materials? Or are they beautiful photos you took privately? Ha! Chen Yan snapped back to reality, her face instantly turning red, and she hurriedly waved her hands. No, they're all normal photos. Oh, since they take up so much memory, should I help you clean them up? Su Chen pretended to smile, placing the mouse over the folder, looking ready to click in. Chen Yan pressed down on his hand. Wait a minute, are you sure you want to see it? Is it okay? It's okay. Chen Yan pursed her lips, her expression somewhat complicated, but I still suggest you don't look, because if you do, I'll be very shy. It's fine, I'll just take a quick look. Su Chen smiled and opened the file. A face so familiar it was impossible to forget appeared before him. Chen Yan covered her cheeks with her hands, peeking through her fingers to observe the man's expression. I told you not to look this. Su Chen was stunned. So many videos and photos, and they were all of him. His growth and changes over the years, every moment, had been recorded by Chen Yan without reservation. Initially, he thought that when Chen Yan said she liked him since university, it was just a feeling. But he never expected that she had taken action and hidden it so deeply. Little junior sister, truly delightful. Will you blame me for taking pictures of you without permission? Chen Yan blushed as she looked at her crush, asking in a very shy voice. Su Chen smiled gently, holding her small hand. You're the only one who would be this silly. I'm not silly, Chen Yan proudly retorted, her heart racing wildly, tightly holding onto the man's warm hand. not wanting to let go for a moment. After agreeing to have lunch with Chen Yan, Suchen decided not to leave. After helping her with the computer, he returned to his workstation, reclining comfortably in his chair. Holding his phone, he happily messaged Lin Shuya. Suchen, I've already sealed Chen Yan's lips. However, she made a small request. Beep beep Lin Shuya, what request? Suchen, she said to treat her to a meal. Otherwise, she can't guarantee she won't spill the beans. Lin Shuya, /angry. That little brat Chen Yan clearly likes you and is using this opportunity to play tricks? I really underestimated her. Suchen laughed and replied, so what do you think? Should I agree? A simple meal, I don't mind. Mainly, I'm worried about you getting jealous, and that would be troublesome. Lin Shuya, hubby, am I the kind of unreasonable woman? You're helping me, what do I have to be jealous about? I'm more worried about you being unhappy. Current status, confident, bad husband and Chen Yan have known each other for years. If they had something going on, could it have dragged on until now? Hee, if I don't even have this little confidence, I might as well let the general manager have Chen Yan take over. Her confidence was not without reason. She just underestimated Chen Yan's feelings for Suchen. The little junior sister's love was very passionate. He was a normal man, how could he not be moved? Suchen, then I'll make a sacrifice. Lin Shuya, don't sacrifice too much. Be mindful of boundaries, keep your distance. Suchen, got it. He was happily teasing his wife Shuya when he saw a new message from Qin Yufei. Little chick Yufei, hubby, I'm looking at the 2025 Mercedes-Benz C260L. The on-road price is 400,000. What do you think? Is it nice? Image. Suchen casually glanced at it. After all, it wasn't him driving. Not bad. Buy it and use it first. When you get tired of it, I'll get you another one. Little chick Yufei, /happy. Hubby is so nice, so I'll buy it? In the future, when I come to find you, I won't need to take a taxi. Suchen, yeah, buy whatever you want. If your pocket money runs out, just call hubby. Qin Yufei immediately sent a voice message. Love you to death, hubby mwah. She was very happy, her voice filled with sweet happiness with such a domineering and powerful husband. Which woman wouldn't be happy? Ding! Qin Yufei's affection for you +1, current affection 97. Yufei, you're such a little money grubber. Suchen couldn't help but laugh when he heard the voice message she sent. He was in a great mood. Having money means being willful. Ding! Su Miao's affection for you +1, current affection 77. Ding! And Qing's affection for you +3, current affection 90. Why are they gaining affection too? In the car city. And Cheng and Su Miao also saw the chat records between the two, and their eyes couldn't help but show envy. Suchen really spoils Qin Yufei too much. Want to buy something? Just buy it. If pocket money isn't enough, just call hubby. Being his woman is so happy, and Qing's eyes sparkled as she hugged Qin Yufei's arm and shook it vigorously. Wow, what kind of blessing did you earn in your past life to meet a good husband like Mr. Su? I, and Qing, am genuinely envious. Su Miao was also somewhat moved. She currently has a high salary and doesn't really pursue money that much, but having such a good boyfriend is indeed enviable. Regardless of Su Chen's described struggles and his support and love for swimming, it still echoed in Su Miao's mind. This bad man in her heart, someone else's boyfriend, deeply attracted her. Qin Yufei happily held her phone, smiling sweetly. You guys better work hard too. I'm now a woman pampered by my husband. So nice. And Qing sighed. She and Su Chen chatted all night, but it ended up being as bland as water. Nothing happened. She pinched Su Miao's waist and laughed. Meow, you're so beautiful, with such a great figure, and you used to be a swimmer. You're simply the perfect goddess in men's hearts. So, when you look for a partner in the future, aim for Su Chen's standard. Don't settle for anyone less than him. Got it? Upon hearing this, Su Miao's pretty face flushed, and she couldn't help but laugh. Are you sure there are men better than Su Chen? Can anyone else easily break the world record in freestyle swimming and still dare to jump in and save someone? And be better looking than him? And have such an inspiring story, starting from scratch to achieve such heights? After counting, she actually found that the other person's merits far exceeded what she mentioned, but she felt that just saying a little was enough. Qin Yufei and Qing were instantly speechless. Indeed, Su Chen was too outstanding, too dazzling. Other men could only be overshadowed by his brilliance, fading into obscurity. Qin Yufei's smile grew even brighter. Praising her man is equivalent to praising her. Luckily I seized the opportunity. I'm so happy. She happily cupped her face, her smile radiant. And Qing also felt that she had been too presumptuous just now and seriously comforted her. Meow, you decide for yourself. If it really doesn't work out, being single is fine, waiting for your fate. It's true that you can't find a man comparable to Su Chen. Su Miao's mindset suddenly broke a bit. A bold idea popped into her mind. If it really doesn't work, she could ask Su Chen to help her have a child. and then she would raise the child to become a world champion in swimming. Then she could just be single. After all, she wasn't interested in other men. But she quickly regained her rationality. Her pretty face flushed as she shook her head, throwing her crazy thoughts aside. No way, am I crazy? I need to calm down. Ding! And Ching sent you a love assist. Su Miao's affection for you +1, current affection 78. What? Su Chen was stunned. How isn't Ching sending him assists every day? This is too great. Beep beep, a message came through on his phone. Ching, Mr. Su, you promised me last time. This afternoon at 2:30, we are accompanying Ye to a parent-child activity. You should have time, right? Ye has been mentioning you to me, she really misses you. If you can't come, she'll just cry for a bit, and then it will be fine. I'll comfort her. Su Chen smiled. I have to say, this beautiful young woman Ching really knows how to use the little girl to gain sympathy. First, she says the little girl misses him, then she says Ye will cry if he doesn't come. They seem like a pair of pitiful mother and daughter who need a man's care. But he saw through it and didn't say anything. Ching is a beautiful lady, with top-notch looks and figure. But she can earn favor points. I must go meet her. Su Chen, don't worry, President Chi, I always keep my word. The little girl and I have a good rapport, and I quite like her. Let's meet in the community then. Ching, Ye saw your message. She's so happy. Ching, big brother mama misses you so much. Voice message, the little girl Ye's voice. Ching, oh dear, Mr. Su. Ye snatched my phone, how embarrassing. Ahem, don't mind it, children speak without thinking. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. Such poor acting, liked her even more. By noon, at the company building, Su Chen stood in front of his Rolls Royce, calling Chen Yen to come over. Chen Yen held her phone, scanning the area, and then spotted him. She immediately quickened her pace, happily approaching him. This was her first date with a man, and she was looking forward to it, excited. Su Chen opened the passenger door. Let's go. Only then did Chen Yen realize that her senior's car was actually a Rolls Royce. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she didn't dwell on it and got into the passenger seat, gazing at him dreamily. Su Chen knew that Chen Yen didn't actually crave money that much. Even if he took her in a taxi, she would be very happy. The vehicle started moving. Su Chen glanced at the passenger seat and found that the little junior sister was still looking at him, then smiled and asked, "What do you want to eat for lunch?" "Oh right." Chen Yen finally shifted her gaze from him, then took out her phone. "Senior, I want to eat hot pot for lunch. Let's go to my sister's restaurant." "Oh." Su Chen glanced at it and directly changed the navigation, saying, "Lao Di, I want to go to Guangfu Shaoxian. Rolls-Royce navigation system, I'm here, modifying the navigation for you, destination Guangfu Shaoxian, 3 kilometers away." Chen Yen covered her mouth and laughed. Senior, your voice assistant has such a special name. It's called Lao Di? Su Chen explained lightly, Rolls-Royce, isn't it Lao Di? Oh, I thought so. Chen Yen nodded, still finding it quite interesting. Her gaze couldn't help but linger on him as she weakly asked, "Senior, can I take a picture of you?" Su Chen laughed. "You've already taken so many candid shots of me, and now you're asking this? That's different." Chen Yan's little face flushed, her voice unconsciously turning coy. "Go ahead, take however you want. Do you want me to cooperate? That would be even better." Chen Yan seemed very skilled, picking up her phone and taking pictures of Su Chen. Seeing the handsome photos of him, her lips couldn't help but curl up. In the past, she had been cautious about taking pictures, afraid of being discovered, but now she could finally take bold and unrestrained photos of the boy she liked. "Senior, can you put your hand over here?" "Where?" Here Chen Yan pulled Su Chen's big hand and placed it on her thigh, then she held his hand as well, taking pictures together. She was quite happy about it. Su Chen was amused. Other girls still needed to be coaxed a bit, but with Chen Yan, it was just, she took the initiative to get close. "Hiss, it feels quite special. Guangfu little fresh hot pot." Su Chen held Chen Yan's hand as they went upstairs, and she was exceptionally happy the entire time, her smile bright. At the company, she usually wore a faint smile, her demeanor gentle, rarely showing such joy. But today, she was on a date with the boy she had secretly liked for a long time, and she was genuinely excited, so her happiness was written all over her face. "Sister Jing." Chen Yan pulled Su Chen towards a woman in his supervisor's uniform. She looked to be 2 or 3 years older than Su Chen. "Chen Yan, you haven't been here for a month, right? I missed you so much. I've saved a spot for you, the one by the window that you like." Sister Jing affectionately rubbed her shoulder, clearly an old acquaintance of Chen Yan. Chen Yan happily said, "Sister Jing, do you know who this is beside me?" "Ha!" Sister Jing turned her attention to the man, her eyes sparkling. "Isn't this the boy you have a crush on? How come he's with you? Oh my gosh, you two aren't together, are you? She covered her mouth in astonishment. In fact, she was Chen Yan's cousin and knew that her younger cousin had a special crush on a boy since starting college, often sending her photos. It made her have a particularly strong impression of this handsome boy, sometimes even dreaming about him, which she found amusing. But seeing him in person today felt a bit like a fan meeting their idol. She scrutinized the man again. He was even more handsome than in the photos, with a great aura. There was a reason Chen Yan had liked him for so long. Chen Yan smiled gently, introducing him. Senior, this is my cousin, Chen Jing. Hello. Su Chen smiled politely. Then you two sit down quickly. Once the food is ready, I'll chat with you for a bit. Sister Jing was particularly pleased with him, feeling happy for her cousin. After all, this meant Chen Yan had successfully pursued her star. Senior, this way. Chen Yan pulled Su Chen and quickly sat down at a windowside table. No need to order? Su Chen was a bit confused because he hadn't seen a waiter come over. Chen Yan smiled gently at him. I already ordered online. If you want to eat something, I can have Sister Jing add it later. Su Chen understood. Chen Yan was treating him to lunch today. Soon, the waiter brought the soup base, and many dishes followed, including fatty beef, tripe, shrimp paste, and so on, filling the entire table. There was more than enough for the two of them. Chen Yan looked at the man across from her, bit her lip, and said, Senior, I want to sit next to you. Sure. Su Chen scooted over to make space for her. It was originally a table for 4. Chen Yan happily got up and sat beside him, her small hand reaching under the table to hold his big hand. Hee, now I'm closer to you. Her mind was not on eating but quietly resting against the man's shoulder. Su Chen turned his head and smiled at her. Is there something closer than this? Do you want it? What is it? Chen Yan seemed to have an idea, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Su Chen gently wrapped his arm around her waist and leaned over to kiss her. Chen Yan closed her eyes, gripping tighter. She was almost melting in the man's embrace not far away. Sister Jing watched the intimate scene between the two, her face flushing and heart racing. The feeling of being in love is truly wonderful. Chen Yan's affection for you +5, affection level 90. Su Chen released the girl. Chen Yan's pretty face was as rosy as peach blossoms, her gaze gradually returning to clarity. I really like you, Senior, let's eat. We need to replenish our energy. The two began to use their chopsticks and eat hot pot. The girl happily served the man and thoughtfully asked him what he wanted to eat, helping him with it. Chen Jing then walked over and sat down opposite the two. I hope I'm not interrupting you guys? Not at all, Sister Jing. I just wanted to introduce Su Chen to you. Chen Yan's face turned red, guessing that her sister had probably noticed, and just thinking about it made her feel shy. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing looked at the handsome man across from her and couldn't help but smile. In the past, Chen Yan kept sending me your photos, praising you and sharing stories about you. I felt like I was chasing a star. Seeing you in person today feels like a dream come true. She covered her mouth and smiled, feeling a bit shy herself. Moreover, she had even sent some drooling emojis to Chen Yan at that time. Who doesn't love looking at a handsome guy? Su Chen looked at the girl in his arms and said with a faint smile, Chen Yan is the belle of the department at school, very dazzling. I noticed her a long time ago, so it's mutual. Chen Jing chuckled lightly, yes, there are actually many boys chasing her, but she told me she only likes you. It's really great that you two can be together. Upon hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but glance at her. Chen Jing. Favorability, 65, wow. So, it turns out that Chen Jing had such a high initial favorability towards him, influenced by her sister? Sister, thank you for your blessing. My senior and I will be happy in the future. Chen Yan said sweetly, linking her arm with the man. She was very confident in their relationship and understood each other well. As long as her senior accepted her and was willing to hold her hand and move forward together, other issues were not a problem. That's wonderful. Chen Jing sighed enviously, then asked, I remember your company prohibits office romances, right? If you get caught, won't you be fired? Yes, so we will keep it a secret for now. Then you should restrain yourselves at work, and just enjoy your love life privately. After Chen Jing finished speaking, her gaze suddenly fixed. By the way, when do you plan to move in together? Ha! Chen Yan's eyes widened slightly. She was going to move in with Su Chen? How embarrassing. We just got together. It's not that fast. Oh, Chen Jing casually said, the rent in Shanghai City is quite expensive. You two young lovebirds are working hard, so it's better to move in together early to save on rent. Then, you can share some daily photos with your sister? She couldn't help but smile, looking forward to what they would share after moving in together. Chen Yan blushed and reminded her, Sister, my senior doesn't lack money at all. Look, this is the car my senior bought. Following the direction of her finger, Chen Jing suddenly saw the car key on the table, her eyes instantly brightening. This, a Rolls-Royce? Isn't Su Chen a talent scout like you? She was stunned, feeling it was unbelievable. After all, Chen Yan only earned a little over 10,000 a month, and Su Chen should be about the same. Yet, he bought a Rolls-Royce? This was a symbol of low-key luxury, the exclusive vehicle of the wealthy. Any Rolls-Royce was worth millions. Ordinary people work their whole lives and still can't afford one. Chen Yan smiled gently, because my senior has started his own business now. Wow, what industry is he in that he can earn so much? Chen Jing's astonished gaze turned to the man, finding him even more handsome. Su Chen smiled lightly and gave a simple answer. Finance. Just those two words were filled with the scent of money. So, this young man had earned a Rolls-Royce in the financial world with his investment insight? Chen Jing's eyes gradually became fiery, amazed. That's incredible, Su Chen. You're truly a financial genius wasted in the media industry. Chen Jing's favorability towards you +5. Current favorability 70. Su Chen. Hey sister, what's wrong with you? Chen Yan didn't react as strongly as her sister. She sweetly and obediently linked her arm with the man's. It seemed to her that it was only natural for someone so excellent to be by her side. After lunch, Chen Jing sent the two downstairs and saw that Rolls-Royce, her gaze revealing a hint of desire. She pulled her cousin Chen Yan aside to whisper, Chen Yan, your taste is really great. Su Chen is not only handsome but now can also earn money. He's simply a dragon among men. Did you have your eye on him as a potential stock all along? Hearing this, Chen Yan gently shook her head. I don't care if Su Chen has money. What I like is him as a person. Well, having money is a good thing. When the time comes to start a family, life will be comfortable. You can just have a chubby little kid and stay home to support your husband and raise your child, Chen Jing said lightly, but her expression was serious. Chen Yan actually yearned for that life too, but she said, what are you talking about? Just now we were talking about cohabitation, and now you're bringing up having kids? We just got together. How can it be as fast as you say? That's too exaggerated, sis. Chen Jing rolled her eyes at her and said irritably, if others don't understand you, do you think I don't? You've had a crush on him for so many years. What scenes haven't you imagined? Maybe what you're thinking is even more exaggerated than what I'm saying. Oh Jing Jie. Chen Yan's face instantly flushed red, clearly caught off guard by the remark. I have to go back to work now. I'll come find you to play next time. Wait a minute. Chen Jing stopped the girl who was about to turn and leave, smiling as she added, I'm happy for you, your crush has finally blossomed. I'm the first witness to your love, right? You must make it work with Su Chen. I want to be your child's godmother in the future. I will. Chen Yan was subtly touched and nodded firmly. Chen Jing watched as Chen Yan and Su Chen got into the Rolls-Royce together until the vehicle disappeared from sight. Chen Yan, sister knows it's not easy for you, you must be happy. Inside the Rolls-Royce, Su Chen was sending the girl off, planning to return to the company. Chen Yan looked at the man, her dimples showing as she asked, Senior, are you busy with work this afternoon? Yeah, I have a friend to meet later to discuss investments. Upon hearing this, a reluctant look appeared in Chen Yan's autumn-like eyes, but she didn't show it deliberately, smiling gently. Senior, you work hard, and I will work hard too, aiming to get second place this month. Just one rank below you will be fine. Name, Chen Yan. Height, 165 cm. Overall attractiveness, 85 favorability, 88 current state, happy, joyful, reluctant, yearning. Every second with Senior is so happy. But Senior has to go work, and I need to work hard to keep up with him. I really want to be closer to Senior for a while longer. Maybe when we get to the company entrance, I can ask him for a hug? Su Chen was surprised. How could Chen Yan, the junior, think of so many things at once? Isn't she tired? Her gaze was still on him, probably waiting for him to stop the car and then ask for a hug? Although Su Chen had plans in the afternoon to meet Qiying for a parent-child activity, the time wasn't up yet, so he decided to indulge Chen Yan a bit. He drove towards the company, turning into a little alley where there were few people. With no one around, Su Chen stopped the car. We're here. Is it here? Senior, I want to. Chen Yan blushed, about to say something, but suddenly realized that this didn't seem to be the company entrance. Where is this? She blinked her big eyes in confusion. Su Chen smiled, this is our date spot. What did you want to say? Go on. Chen Yan's face turned even redder. She suspected that her senior had already guessed her thoughts, but she just wanted to hear herself say it. Senior, I want a hug. Her voice was gentle, with a hint of a pout. Su Chen's lips curled up. Just a hug? There's no one else here. I allow you to be a bit bolder. Then, that I also want a moa. Chen Yan leaped into the man's arms, her little face slightly flushed. Senior, you're so handsome. I like you, I really like you. Chen Yan, you're also very beautiful, and your figure is great. Senior, it's the first time I've heard you compliment me. I'm so happy. You will definitely be a virtuous wife and good mother in the future. Really? Chen Yan's eyes sparkled. Just now my sister told me to have a big chubby baby for you in the future. I said, isn't that too soon? You just praised me for being a virtuous wife and good mother. Senior, Do you want to live with me? Of course I've thought about it. That's why I feel that way, isn't it? Senior, I've thought about it more than once, but I always felt it was just my fantasy. Now that I can be with you, I'm so happy. I really like you, Senior Chenyen, you're much braver than I am. Su Chen held the girl, reaching out to take off her gold-rimmed glasses, noticing her expression was clearly dazed. How many degrees of myopia do you have? It feels like you've turned into a little scatterbrain after taking off your glasses. Can you still see me clearly? We're so close, of course I can see you clearly, Senior. But the world around me has indeed become very blurry. However, that doesn't matter because I only want to see you. You are my world. After losing her glasses, everything around Chenyen fell into a blur. Normally, she would feel confused and flustered. But in the man's embrace, being able to clearly see the person she adored was enough. All her focus was already on him. The dazed little junior sister Chenyen seemed even cuter. Ding. Chenyen's affection for you +8. Current affection level 96. They bought 2 cups of coffee on the way. Su Chen sent Chenyen back to the company. Noticing her dazed look, he reminded her to wash her face when she got back, so she would look more refreshed. Okay, Senior, I'm heading back now. I will miss you a lot. Chenyen wore a sweet smile as she walked towards the company building. Just as she was about to disappear from his sight, she turned back and waved at him. Su Chen watched her figure vanish from view. Beep beep, a new message popped up on his phone. Chenyen, Senior, today is our first date. Are you happy? Su Chen, happy. Chenyen, hee Su Chen, what are you laughing about? I've noticed you've been trying to hold back your laughter since just now. Chenyen, you were so flustered back then. It was the first time I saw you like that. Su Chen's lips curled up. Little junior sister Chenyen was clearly teasing him. So bold. But after she took off her gold-rimmed glasses, she became exceptionally focused, fully immersed in the man's embrace, expressing their mutual affection. She was so gentle. Su Chen deliberately threatened, "You dare to laugh at me, huh? I'll tell you, you're done for." Chenyen, Senior, are you going to bully me? Su Chen, do I need to say it? Chenyen, I don't know, you tell me. Su Chen, I'll tell you in person later. Chenyen, I also want to hear the senior say it himself, and I want to go on a date with him. Chenyen, little junior sister, your sweetness is off the charts. Su Chen's lips curled up. She called him senior so sweetly, and he liked it then. He opened the chat window with Lin Shuya. Su Chen, wife, I've sealed Chenyen's mouth. I guarantee she won't say anything out of line. Due to Lin Shuya, bad husband, you're awesome. /moi. My reputation is saved. Su Chen, with me protecting you, there won't be any accidents. Lin Shuya, oh, husband, you're so sweet today. Su Chen, mainly because I kissed a silly girl and got infected. Lin Shuya, who are you calling a silly girl? You're the silly one. Su Chen laughed out loud. Glancing at the time, it was time to find Shi Ying and the little girl for the parent-child activity. Shi Ying, favorability, 72, today, let's work hard and raise it to 80. Get some results. Su Chen started the vehicle and drove towards Tsuehu Tiandi. At the company, Chenyen first washed her face, then found Zheng Kur and handed her a cup of coffee. You didn't say anything else about President Lin's matter, right? She looked around to make sure no one was eavesdropping. After all, spreading the general manager's private affairs is indeed very unethical. Would she still be able to stay in the company afterward? Zheng Kur took a beautiful sip of coffee and smiled. No, I definitely know how to be sensible, but keeping a secret alone is too painful. So I just told you. Chenyen smiled and lightly punched her. You were so bad, pulling me into this. Do you know that keeping secrets for others is a very painful thing? Zheng Kur thought of Lin Shuya's matter and found it quite interesting. So, who is that person President Lin is dating? It feels very mysterious. He must be an exceptionally outstanding man, right? Otherwise, she wouldn't call him husband so sweetly. Chenyen didn't care. Stop analyzing. It has nothing to do with us. Oh, you're just thinking about your Su Chen, right? Zheng Kur smiled lightly. I actually saw him go to the general manager's office today. Chenyen replied honestly, he came to find me today, so he went to report his work first. Since you have such a good relationship with him, didn't you tell him about President Lin's matter? Zheng Kur looked doubtful. Seeing this, Chenyen couldn't hide it anymore and admitted, I did say it. He told us not to talk about it. It's not good for President Lin. I see. Zheng Kur nodded, her eyes sparkling. I think I understand everything now. Chenyen suddenly felt a bit nervous. What? Zheng Kur's expression darkened as she analyzed seriously. It's obvious that when he was reporting work, you just happened to send him a message, and then President Lin found out, so she conveniently had Su Chen come over to remind you. Hearing this, Chenyen pondered. There is indeed that possibility, but it doesn't seem like a big deal, right? Who knew? Zheng Kur threw out a bold idea. What if Su Chen is President Lin's mysterious boyfriend? That would be huge news. Chen Yan laughed. Kor, your imagination is too rich. The senior is currently dating her. But she couldn't just explain and reveal their secret to each other. Ha, I'm just joking, work is boring. I'm off, back to work. Thanks for the coffee. Zheng Kor waved her hand and left Chen Yan focused her mind and thought of her crush. Everything that happened with Su Chen in the alley just now made her blush and her heart race. It was her first time trying this in her life. The time spent with the senior is so happy. I can't wait for the next date. Suehu Tiandi. In front of a two-tone Maybach S680, the elegant Mrs. Xiying held her daughter Yeye's hand, her eyes filled with hopeful anticipation for the man's arrival. Behind them were two young women in maid uniforms, both about 1.6 meters tall and petite. The little girl's eyes sparkled. Mama, do you want to see Big Brother? Xiying smiled gently. Yes, Mama wants to see him just like you do. But you mustn't be too naughty, or you might make Big Brother unhappy. Otherwise, he won't take us out to play next time. Yeah, we'll be very obedient. The little girl blinked her innocent big eyes, looking very well behaved. Xiying glanced at her watch and noticed that the agreed time was approaching. However, the familiar Maybach did not appear. Instead, a dark Rolls-Royce slowly drove towards them. She initially didn't pay much attention, but the next moment, their eyes brightened simultaneously. The man stepped out of the car with a casual grace, his handsome figure appearing before everyone. The little girl jumped with joy, pointing at the man with her youthful hand. Big Brother, it's Big Brother who's here. Oh, Mr. Su. Xiying's eyes showed a hint of surprise. She hadn't expected that the Rolls-Royce delivered by the dealership this morning was actually ordered by Su Chen. Su Chen walked up to the mother and daughter, smiling and nodding at the elegant Mrs. She then bent down to look at the little girl, ruffling her hair. Yeah, have you and Mama been waiting for a long time? Was it hard? No, we just arrived, right Mama? The little girl beamed, her eyes sparkling. Yes. Xiying smiled warmly, casting a tender glance at the man, then waved to the two young women behind her. Shan, Lulu, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Su. If you meet him, you must greet him politely, understand? Upon hearing this, the two young maids smiled brightly, slightly bowing, and said in unison, Good afternoon, Mr. Su. Hello. Su Chen smiled lightly, glancing at the two girls and responding politely. Then he noticed the two-tone Maybach behind Xiying and the others. Oh, President Xi, you changed cars? Yes. Aren't we going camping today? My Porsche couldn't fit much, so I switched to another car. What about you? Did you change too? Xiying had actually intentionally bought the same model Maybach S680 as his. The reason was simple, to make it easier for the man to teach her how to drive. But what was the result? He switched to a Rolls-Royce Cullinan? Su Chen didn't think too deeply about it and casually said, The Maybach is quite comfortable to drive. The two-tone color you chose is beautiful and youthful, very suitable for a girl. But I'm already a mother. Won't people say I'm trying to look young driving this car? Xiying glanced at the man, testing him intentionally. Su Chen shook his head with a helpless smile. President Xi, do I really have to say some things out loud? What things? The elegant Mrs. Xi was curious. Seeing that she wanted to hear, Su Chen leaned in slightly, whispering in her ear, You already. Oh. Xiying's ears instantly turned red, her already unsettled heart fluttering again. Mr. Su, let's set off for camping. It's getting late. At this, the little girl chimed in with her sweet voice, Big Brother Mama, and I still want to ride in your car. Su Chen smiled and picked up the little girl. Let's go. Yeah. This car is different from the last one. Mama originally wanted to buy the same one as Big Brother, but now it's different. Oh. Su Chen turned back to look at the elegant Mrs. Xi with interest, casually saying, Then I'll drive the Maybach next time. Xiying's face flushed. Was the man flirting with her? The ambiguous feeling was too overwhelming. Ding! Xiying's favorability with U+2, current favorability 74. Two cars drove away from Suehu Tiandi, one in front of the other. They were heading to Huqing Forest Park for camping. In the Rolls-Royce, Su Chen activated the navigation and drove at a steady speed. At that moment, Xiying made a phone call and deliberately switched to speakerphone. Hello, President Lu. Lu Deming's voice came through. Hey, President Xi, what's the matter? Xiying replied, I asked you to help me with the investment of over 7 million from Mr. Su. You said it has already reached 10,050,000, right? I don't plan to continue with the investment, so please refund the remaining money to my account. Lu Deming fell silent for a moment. He thought Xiying wasn't asking for a refund that day because she wanted him to continue investing, but it turned out there was no chance. He decided to use his old fox's tricks. Sure, President Xi, the principal you gave me was 10 million. Under normal circumstances, I should take a 50% cut of the profits, but since that's only about 500,000, I might as well refund you the whole amount. Mainly, this deal was done by Su Chen. I was originally going to let you lose over 2 million, which feels quite bad. However, my daughter is quite familiar with Su Chen. In the future, if there are any investment opportunities, your 10 million can still grow a bit more, don't you think? His words, retreating to advance, were full of social niceties. Most people would probably say, President Liu, since that's the case, I'll trust you again. After all, you're an old hand in the financial world. Who would have thought? Xiying had made up her mind and replied calmly, forget it, President Liu. I plan to buy another Rolls-Royce, and I'm short on cash. You take what you deserve, and transfer the rest to me. Lu Deming fell silent for a moment, forcing a smile. Alright, be sure to check your account. The call ended. Su Chen raised an eyebrow and curiously asked, President Xi, you got all of President Lu's money back, but that 10 million of yours is still with me for my use. If I lose it for you, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing? He understood very well that the wealthy lady was making a show for him with the phone call. It was to highlight the stark difference in treatment between him and Lu Deming, showing goodwill towards him. However, Lu Deming thought it was just a simple refund, playing the role of a tool. Xiying didn't even look at the text message confirming the transfer and smiled gently as she replied, Oh, Mr. Su, to be honest, I never intended to get that 10 million back. Oh, Su Chen was surprised. Didn't you just say you wanted to buy a Rolls-Royce and were short on cash? Xiying covered her mouth and smiled. That was just an excuse. 10 million is quite easy for me. Su Chen suddenly realized and glanced at the voluptuous mature woman. Indeed, she was very capable. Oh right, but there's a problem. If I buy another Rolls-Royce, I won't have enough parking space. What should I do? Xiying suddenly threw out a question. 1. Why do you need so many cars? Your driving skills are poor. What's the use? Don't buy any more. 2. You ask me, who should I ask? Am I your father? 3. I just happen to have an empty parking space. You can use it, don't be polite. Su Chen seemed to understand. There are many ways to enhance feelings between men and women, and using each other's things is one of them. Xiying was also curious about whether she would lend her parking space to him. Clearly, she was testing him to see if he was interested in her and if he had any thoughts of advancing further. I just happen to have an empty parking space. You can use it, don't be polite. Okay, you're too kind. Xiying revealed a satisfied smile, proving her guess was correct. The other party was also interested in her. Little girl, with her innocent big eyes, said, Mommy, didn't you tell me that we can't take other people's things? So why don't we just buy a parking space ourselves? Xiying's face darkened, and she could only explain, Mommy has no money, so we need to borrow a parking space from Big Brother. Is a parking space very expensive? Then why does Big Brother have so many? In Suetu Tiandi, a parking space costs over 1 million, and to prevent monopolies, each household is limited to 3 spaces. With a little extra money, getting one isn't a problem. But for someone like Su Chen, who has 10 consecutive parking spaces plus an exclusive outdoor space, it requires a lot of money and very strong means. Yes. Xiying smiled, look at Big Brother, he has 11 parking spaces. Do you see that many in other families? Big Brother is so amazing, the little girl's eyes sparkled. Then she mischievously said, Then Mommy, since you took Big Brother's things, you should thank Big Brother. Xiying's little face flushed, and she couldn't help but glance at the handsome man driving. She found that he also had a smile at the corner of his mouth. Her voice rose a few notches. Mommy will, how about treating Big Brother to a meal? Okay, let's invite Big Brother to our house for dinner. Xiying really couldn't hold back her laughter. Ding. Xiying's favorability towards you +1, current favorability 75. Huqing Forest Park. The scenery here is beautiful, with forests, ponds, and large lawns. It is said that there are over 200 types of trees and more than 300,000 plants in total. As the vehicle drives in, various trees can be seen along the way, including a grove of maple trees, golden and fiery red, particularly beautiful. Wow. Mommy, Big Brother, look quickly. That area is different from the others, so pretty. The little girl excitedly pointed out the window. Xiying followed her gaze and explained, That's called a maple tree, and it's currently in season, which is why it shows a different color from other trees. Oh, I don't really understand. Mommy, you must be lying again. The little girl shook her head. Xiying was speechless for a moment and stubbornly said, If you don't believe me, go ask Big Brother, he will definitely tell you the same. Big Brother, why is that? The little girl curiously looked at the man in front. Su Chen smiled and said, That's because they have been enchanted by nature. Xiying? She was shocked. It could be like this? Wow, I knew it. It's different from what Mommy said. The little girl danced with excitement. Nature is so amazing. Why does it only cast magic on them? Su Chen continued, Because they are different from other trees, just like us humans, everyone is unique. He remembered that the director at the orphanage had said something similar to him. Now, he was putting it into practice. Oh yeah, understands. We all look different, so the trees also look different. Big brother knows so much, unlike mommy, who just talks nonsense. Yeah was happy, feeling like she learned a lot. Chiying couldn't help but chuckle, feeling a bit of admiration for the man. His way of educating was completely different from hers. What she said was all general knowledge. The maple leaves turn red, isn't it because of the season? Goodness! With Su Chen, it turned into magic cast by nature? But as she carefully pondered, she found what he said was not only correct but also very romantic. He could instill knowledge in Ye, letting her know that everyone and everything is unique, and trees are no exception. Sai Chiying sighed, feeling a bit of frustration. Who would have thought? Su Chen added, but yeah, what your mommy said is also right. Chiying was surprised and stunned. Su Chen then said, the seasons are nature's good helpers. Wow, so that's how it is. The little girl's eyes sparkled, clapping her hands happily and pulling on the beautiful lady. Mommy, the seasons are nature's good helpers. Why didn't you say so earlier? I misunderstood you. Shi Ying's face turned red, not knowing what to say. In any case, there was only one word in her heart, capitalized obey. Nature's magic, the seasons are its good helpers? Such dreamy and childlike words, she could never come up with in her lifetime. Where on earth did this man learn all this? It's amazing. Chi Ying's smile was bright, and deep down, she was incredibly curious about the man. She even began to suspect whether he had been a kindergarten teacher before. He was so good at teaching children, far better than she was. Ding! Your favorability with Chi Ying +1, current favorability 76. By the lakeside, next to a large grassy area, the scenery was beautiful. Su Chen found this spot nice and decided to settle down. As a man, bringing a mother and daughter camping, he would definitely take the lead in the parent-child activities. Everyone got out of the car. Xiying looked around at the scenery and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so beautiful here. I feel like any random photos would turn out gorgeous." Mr. Su, you have such a good eye for places. Su Chen smiled faintly. Nature has many beauties. As long as you observe with your heart, you can see its beautiful sights. He admired the beautiful scenery around and the breeze blowing from nature. It was incredibly pleasant, relaxing. Xiying looked at the sun-kissed, handsome man, her face beaming with a smile. You're absolutely right. I've been so busy with work that I couldn't calm down. Today, with you accompanying me and Ye for camping, I finally feel the colorful aspects of life. She was so happy. Inviting Su Chen to accompany them was definitely the best decision she had ever made. Alright, let's set up the site first. After enjoying the moment, Su Chen prepared to get down to business. Upon hearing this, Xiying waved her hand and instructed, Lulu, Shanshan, you two start working. Take out everything I asked you to prepare and set up the site. The two maids immediately opened the back compartment of the Maybach and began to take out the items inside. Xiying wanted to talk to the man again but noticed that Su Chen was also walking over there. I'm going to help too. Hey, Mr. Su. She was a bit surprised. Shouldn't such tasks be left to the servants? Did he really need to do it himself? She quickly took the little girl's hand and followed him, then instructed one of the maids, Lulu, please look after Yaya, I'll help too. Oh. The maid Lulu was momentarily stunned, then took the little girl's hand. She was shocked to discover that the boss had changed. He was actually willing to work actively. The sky was falling. Xiying came to the man's side, helping to take things out of the car, and explained, actually, I often do housework at home too. I just wanted to sneak a little break today, but I couldn't help but want to get my hands busy. She understood now. This was the perfect time to showcase her feminine charm. Men love virtuous women, no doubt about it. Especially since her worth was now in the billions. If she had this quality too, it would definitely score big points. Lulu and Shanshan could hardly suppress their smiles. Did Ingjie really believe what she just said? But it was clear that Ingjie had been single until now and was looking for love. She liked this Mr. Su. They also approved of their boss's taste. Mr. Su was indeed handsome. Fortunately, there weren't many camping supplies. Xiying moved a few small items, and the rest had already been moved by Su Chen. Su Chen and the maid Shanshan began to set up the site, first assembling the folding table and chairs. Then they laid out a large moisture-proof mat on the ground nearby, where everyone could play. At this moment, the sun was quite bright. Xiying noticed something was missing. Did you not buy the canopy? Canopy? Shanshan scratched her head, her smile awkward, sistering, I'm sorry. I checked the weather forecast, and it said it would be cloudy. I didn't expect the sun to be so bright today. I didn't bring it. It's my fault. The beautiful Lady Qiying had fair and delicate skin, well maintained. How could she be exposed to the sun? Normally, Qiying would have scolded her a bit. At least she would remind her to be careful next time. Who would have thought? Qiying still smiled gently. It's fine, getting some sun is quite healthy. In an hour or two, the sunlight will be much gentler. Lulu, Shanshan, with Mr. Sue around, Sister Ing is really so gentle. The magic of love is too great. Although the beautiful lady said she didn't mind, she kept shielding herself from the sunlight with her hand. Her skin was so fair and delicate. How could she withstand the scorching sun? Suchin smiled and wrapped his arm around the beautiful lady's shoulder, speaking to comfort her. Don't worry, I happened to buy one on my way here. I'll go get it from the car. After he said that, he turned and walked towards his Rolls Royce. Oh, you really thought of everything. Xiang watched his departing figure, her gaze soft as water. Sister Ing, Shan, and I didn't think it through. We really should have bought a canopy. The maid Lulu felt guilty. Xiang smiled, her gaze sweeping over the two women. I already said it's fine. Are you afraid I'll hold it against you later? Shan smiled awkwardly. You treat us so well, we respect you a lot. But, the more you say it's fine, the more anxious we feel. Sister Ing, please scold us a bit. Upon hearing this, Xiang laughed. You two girls, just be a bit more serious in your work from now on, and don't give me trouble, okay? Mr. Sue is an important friend of mine. Lulu instantly beamed. She's back. The familiar Sister Ing is back. Got it. Shan's face turned slightly red as she softly asked, Sister Ing, will Mr. Sue become the master of our house in the future? Xiang shot her a glance. Shan, you're talking too much. Lulu pressed her lips together and quickly pinched her sister's waist, reminding her not to speak carelessly. Didn't she see that Sister Ing was working hard? It was so obvious, and she still had to ask? At that moment, the man had returned. Xiang displayed an extremely gentle smile. Shan, Lulu, don't be sad. It's not your fault. Next time, I'll give you a list, and it will be fine. Don't feel guilty. She patted the shoulders of the two women, her smile warm and graceful, like a lady of the house. Shan and Lulu were a bit moved. Sister Ing really knows how to put on a show. They quickly came over to help. Then let's set up the canopy. It will be quick. Suchin opened the bag containing the canopy. If we work together, it will be faster. The two sister maids joined him to set up the canopy. With men and women working together, it was indeed more efficient. Xiang sat on the moisture-proof mat, watching the busy man. Every move he made tugged at her nerves, causing her lips to involuntarily curve upwards. Mommy seems to have a crush on the big brother. What should we do? She stroked her daughter's head, looking at her seriously. The little girl looked at her mother innocently, her smile radiant. Then let the big brother be my daddy. I really like the big brother. He's a superhero and tells me magical stories. But, Xi Ying's expression was troubled. The big brother is so excellent. Mommy is already 30 years old. Can he like mommy? I don't care. You wants the big brother anyway, mommy. You have to let the big brother be my daddy. I want him to take me out to play in the future ahem. Then mommy will try her best. The little girl was finally happy. Ding! Your favorability with Qiang +2, current favorability 78. Su Chen felt somewhat baffled. Why did the favorability increase by 2 points? But in any case, an increase is a good thing. The venue was set up. When camping, barbecuing is a must. Qiang instructed her two sisters to help set up the grill. For this, she had specially bought some ingredients, including high-end seafood, preparing to barbecue and eat later. She took other food and sat on the moisture-proof mat with Su Chen and the little girl to eat first. They planned to take some pictures as part of a parent-child activity assignment. At this moment, Su Chen was teaching the little girl how to do a puzzle. Yeah, do you want to learn magic like Big Brother? The opportunity is right in front of you. You just need to find the pieces that match here, and you can create a picture just like this one. Really? Then I'll give it a try. The little girl seriously flipped through the puzzle pieces. Although she was slow, she was very focused because Big Brother said there was magic involved. Su Chen was beside her, giving hints and guidance. Look at the little deer's legs. It seems to be the back legs, right? Pay close attention. Yeah. Oh. The little girl realized her mistake and slowly corrected it. Xiang picked up her phone and started filming the warm interaction between the two. Having Su Chen around was truly wonderful. She didn't even need to take care of her daughter. Moreover, her daughter could learn a lot. Wasn't this just playing an educational game? Su Chen's patience exceeded her expectations. Even when her daughter made mistakes repeatedly, the man's face showed no impatience. Instead, he patiently taught her with a smile. The more she watched, the more she loved it. After about 10 minutes, Yaya slowly completed the messy puzzle. She pointed at the two pictures and curiously asked, Big Brother, why does the picture I made have so many lines here? It's obviously different from this one. It's not as pretty. Xiang was stunned. The puzzle must have its connections, right? It was designed that way, so there had to be lines. But sometimes, children ask such amusing questions, leaving adults quite puzzled. Su Chen smiled lightly because our magic is just one step away. Xiang, pick up these two puzzles. Oh. Xiang was still recording, and suddenly being called. she immediately followed the man's instructions. She was even more curious. Suchen's magic actually had one last step. She wanted to see how he would wrap this up. Suchen took the little girl and walked a little over 2 meters away. He squatted down to observe first, then smiled and asked, Yeah, does it look exactly the same now? Oh my gosh, so amazing. Big brother, you're so awesome. The little girl clapped excitedly. Xiying was completely convinced. When the objects were taken far away, they looked blurry, and the flaws in the puzzle naturally disappeared. But to think of such a way to amuse a child in a short time could only mean the other person's mind was working too fast. Xiying silently remembered this trick and learned a new skill. Ding! Your favorability with Xiying +1, current favorability 79. Hey, Yaya's mom, you can put the puzzle down now. Suchen quickly signaled her with his eyes to avoid giving anything away. Oh, okay. Xiying hurriedly put down the puzzle, and seeing the man's expression become even more tender, she couldn't help but ask, Mr. Su, you have such a friendly demeanor. You also know many parenting skills, how do you manage that? It's not really about being friendly, I just really like little girls. We can talk more about the rest later. Suchen didn't continue the topic and turned to interact with the little girl. Xiying also realized that her daughter was right there. If they were going to discuss parenting skills, it would have to be a private conversation later. She noticed the man's deep eyes, which seemed to hide many stories. The charm exuded by the man continuously attracted her. I just filmed your interaction with Yaya, it was very heartwarming. Later, let Lulu film another segment for the three of us, and we can consider the assignment complete, okay? Sure. Suchen glanced at the beautiful socialite and agreed. After all, filming a short video wouldn't cost him anything. Great, then it's settled. Mr. Su, you keep Yaya entertained for a while. I'll go check on how the barbecue is coming along. After Xiying finished speaking and saw the man nod, she got up and walked towards the two maids in the back. However, after more than 10 minutes, they hadn't even managed to light the barbecue coals, and the two maids were sweating profusely with anxiety. Upon seeing her approach, their expressions were clearly flustered. Xiying frowned slightly. What seems to be the problem? Sistering, it seems there's an issue with the coals. We've tried so many methods, but we just can't get them to light. It's really frustrating. No way? Xiying felt a bit annoyed. Then why didn't you buy coals that work? Are you two trying to mess with me on purpose? The series of mishaps indicated that the preparations were insufficient. Even with her good temperament, how could she not have a bit of a temper? Lulu explained, Sistering, we didn't mean to. It's our first time camping, and we didn't know about these things. I searched online for tips and found that tungsten steel coals have the best barbecue effect, and since you only want the best and most expensive, we bought those. But I've tried so many ways, and I just can't get them to light. Find a way to solve it. Xiying's anger caused her chest to rise and fall slightly, but then she spoke to them with reason and emotion. I'm not trying to blame you. It took me a lot of effort to invite Mr. Su to join us for camping. How can we expect him to think well of us when our preparations are so haphazard? Can't you handle even a small task? And you still want him to be the male host? I think you two are just tired of me being single for too long. After she finished speaking, she was so angry that she almost laughed. Shanshan felt that what the other party said was reasonable and was quite moved. Sistering is really too good. I must perform well for Sistering. She quickly raised her spirits and suggested, there's a barbecue shop in this forest park. I'll drive over and buy some coals right away. Xiying smiled and waved her hand. Hurry. Shanshan took off running to buy the coals. Seeing this, Suchen approached them, curious. What is she going to do? Why is she running so fast? Mr. Su, it seems there's a problem with the barbecue coals. They won't catch fire. Shanshan said she's going to buy some new ones, and she'll be back soon. Why don't you help me check if it's really the coal's fault, so I can have Lulu help me file a complaint? Xiying casually supported the man's shoulder, looking as if she was saying please while getting close to him. Their gestures were very intimate. Suchen raised the corners of his mouth and steadied himself. He noticed that the pile of coals was stacked like a small mountain, with alcohol, paper towels, and a blowtorch nearby, clearly intended for lighting the coals. As a barbecue master, he could tell the answer with just one glance. If I say the coals are fine, will they get blamed? Xiying, upon hearing this, already had an idea in her heart. The coals were definitely fine. It was just that the two of them didn't know how to light them. But the implication from the other party was clearly for him not to get angry. The beautiful socialite's gaze shifted, and she said softly, how could that be, Mr. Su? They have no camping experience and don't know how to light coals. It's perfectly normal. It's mainly embarrassing for you to see us women unable to handle such small matters. Her lovely face revealed sadness and self-blame, portraying a weak woman's demeanor, clearly in need of the man's comfort. Suchen gently wrapped his arm around her voluptuous waist and comforted her. Lighting coals is inherently difficult, it should be the man's responsibility. How could I laugh at you? Moreover, the type of coals they bought is indeed very hard to light. Shi Ying's pretty face flushed slightly as she leaned closer to the man. No wonder Lulu and the others have been trying for half the day and still can't get it lit. It seems it's really not their fault. The maid let out a sigh of relief. She knew the man was clearly speaking up for them. Now, with Chi Ying being embraced by the man, she was even happier. Mr. Su, is this charcoal we bought really good to use? It was quite expensive, and if it doesn't work well, we'll have to return the rest and give the seller a 0-star review. The maid Lulu looked seriously at the man. Su Chen picked up the charcoal and said lightly, "This tungsten steel charcoal is indeed very good. It is refined from oak wood in a high-temperature kiln for about 30 days, making it the best choice for barbecuing. However, it has a high ignition point, and lighting it requires some skill. Your tutorial only applies to the most ordinary charcoal." After hearing the explanation, Lulu understood completely. No wonder my sister and I tried for so long, and it didn't spark at all. But it's such a pity that this charcoal is so suitable for barbecuing, yet we can't light it. Chi Ying wrapped her arm around the man's, sweetly acting coy. "Mr. Su, can you try to light it? I bought a lot of expensive seafood, and if we use cheap charcoal, the barbecue won't taste as good." "You're right, then I'll give it a try." Su Chen smiled and released the beautiful woman he was holding. "Oh!" The beautiful woman blushed shyly and quickly let go. She was so enamored with the feeling of being in the man's embrace, it was too sweet. "Mr. Su, you go ahead. Lulu and I will learn from the side." Lulu covered her mouth and giggled. Sister Ing is really in love. She's completely captivated by this man. Su Chen took a small gas stove from his car, placed the tungsten steel charcoal in a perforated basin, and set it on the stove. He turned on the fire. Use a low flame for 5 minutes to preheat. Then turn up the heat and burn for 15 to 20 minutes, and it will be ready. His voice was very convincing, and his actions were smooth as if this was a memory etched in his bones. Lulu's eyes lit up. "Mr. Su, you're so professional. Unlike me and Shan, we were so scared to try, we didn't dare to do it. I never expected that this kind of charcoal needs a gas stove to ignite." She looked at the man with a hint of admiration. Su Chen remained calm and glanced at his watch. "I'll keep an eye on it to avoid any mishaps. In about 10 minutes, I'll need to flip the charcoal." Chi Ying gently wrapped her arm around the man's, feeling incredibly tender. "I'm glad you're here." Su Chen found it hard to resist her gentle advances. The beautiful woman Chi Ying had an E-cup figure, voluptuous and stunning. Her unique mature charm was incredibly alluring. Just holding her wasn't enough. He wished he could hold her tighter, closer. Big brother Yu wants to see too. The little girl, being held by her mother, couldn't see the stove on the table because she was so small, but seeing the adults watching made her very curious. "Come here, Yu. I'll hold you up to see." Upon hearing this, Su Chen turned around and picked up the little girl. Her small face was illuminated by the firelight. Chi Ying stood beside the man, watching him hold her daughter, and suddenly felt a sense of a family of 3. She quickly instructed, "Lulu, help us take a few pictures and record a video, then send it to us." "Okay." Lulu took out her phone and helped Chi Ying, Su Chen, and the little girl take pictures and record videos. Under the glow of the fire, the scene was filled with warmth and the coziness of home. Chi Ying selected a few photos, and after getting Su Chen's permission, she began to post on her social media. "Ah, it's my first time accompanying my daughter to a parent-child activity, and with a big brother here, she's so happy." Image. She only posted 3 carefully selected photos. The comments section exploded in an instant. "My goodness, is Sister Ing about to make an official announcement? The man's physique looks young and strong at a glance. Sister Ing is really lucky. Yaya is indeed so happy. But who is this big brother? Not showing his face makes it all so mysterious. Yeah, it seems like you're getting a dad. What a warm scene. Are you all keeping warm? This man is so lucky to have Sister Ying's favor. That's truly a once-in-a-century occurrence. Sister Ing is worth billions. The men chasing her could line up for several streets. Why do I feel like Sister Ing is being very cautious and really likes this man? Sister Ing is in love. She looks even more beautiful. How wonderful, Mr. Shi, where are you? The background looks a bit like Huching Forest Park." Shi Ying's lips curled into a sweet smile. Her heart subtly stirred. Unlike last time, she didn't clarify but put away her phone, letting them guess wildly. Ding! Shi Ying's affection for you +1, current affection level 80. So fast, it's already 80 points? Su Chen felt a surge of joy inside. It was increasing too quickly. He couldn't help but glance at the beautiful lady, only to find her looking at him, seemingly pondering something. Name, Chi Ying. Current status, admiration, hope. Mr. Su is so charming, upright, and incredibly attractive. I really love him. I want to get close to him and know him better. Sister Ing, I'm back with the charcoal. Fu Shanshan ran back, panting, holding a bag of charcoal. If she hadn't returned, everyone would have almost forgotten about her existence. Ah, Lulu looked confused, but Mr. Sue has already lit the tungsten steel carbon for us, look. She pointed at the glowing tungsten steel carbon. Ha, Shanshan's eyes widened, why can't we light it? How did Mr. Sue do it? Lulu laughed heartily. Ha, you don't understand this, do you? Mr. Sue is very professional. This has a high ignition point and needs a stove to ignite. Anyway, I'll teach you later. I've already learned it successfully. So that's how it is. It's not the charcoal's problem, it's our problem. Shanshan's face showed guilt. Chiying smiled and patted her shoulder. Alright, let's start the barbecue. Just leave what you bought in the car, it's fine. Everyone gathered around the table and started barbecuing. They took out all the ingredients, oysters, Australian lobsters, corn, leeks, squid, and so on. The ingredients filled 2 tables. Fortunately, the barbecue grill they bought was quite large, able to cook many things at once. Su-chan had barbecue master skills. He took the initiative to be the chef. He quickly processed the ingredients, skewered them, used his knife skills, and paired the sauces, all in a fluid motion, seamlessly. The women's eyes widened in amazement. They had also been helping, but their movements were slow and inefficient. It took them ages just to skewer 1 lamb skewer. So, in front of them, the table remained empty, with only 1 or 2 finished products on the iron plate. However, Su-chen had already processed a large pile of ingredients and arranged them beautifully. The contrast was stark. They felt as if they had walked into some top-notch restaurant. A shining chef was right in front of them. Lulu was so shocked that the skewer in her hand fell, and she couldn't help but swallow. My goodness. Mr. Sue, what do you do for a living? Finance, media. But how are you so amazing? You skewered that squid in a second, and I still took so long. Look at your table and our table. Lulu pointed at his table filled with processed ingredients and their pitiful few items. The difference was just too obvious. Su-chen smiled faintly. Having many skills is never a burden. I used to run a barbecue stall. I see. With your technique, we could learn for a lifetime. Shanshan felt like she had discovered a new world, watching him handle the ingredients as if they were works of art. Oh my gosh, you clean this fish so well. And this big lobster too. I can't find a trace of the shrimp line. The shell and meat are so distinct. Seeing this, Shi Ying's gaze was filled with admiration. An excellent person excels in any field. Mr. Sue, you used to run a barbecue stall, and now you can cross over into finance and media. You all really need to take your work more seriously. After her lecture, she walked over to Su-chen, her face beaming as she knowingly asked, Mr. Sue, do you need my help? Su-chen glanced at her fair, plump hands, clearly untouched by any work. Just watch from the side, I'll have it done in no time. Xiying watched the man work seriously, feeling he was incredibly handsome. You're amazing. It seems like you can do anything. After finishing the ingredients, the barbecue officially began. Su-chen started to showcase his skills as a barbecue master, placing various skewers and ingredients on the grill. Sizzle, he was focused, flipping the skewers with both hands. The aroma of the food wafted through the air. It smells so good. I'm drooling. It looks so colorful and delicious. Mr. Sue's skills must have sold out his previous barbecue stall. Yeah, I bet Mr. Sue made his first pot of gold in his career from barbecue. Wait, we're just maids. How can we let Mr. Sue do the grilling while we just watch? Lulu suddenly realized something was off. Mr. Sue, do we really just watch? Yes. Su-chen continued flipping the skewers, saying lightly, if you join in, it will only disrupt my rhythm. I'll grill some first, and you can eat. Lulu still had her concerns, but after getting Chi Ying's permission, she felt relieved. Su-chen picked up a small bottle and sprinkled some seasoning. A large pile of skewers was finally complete. Alright, you can eat now. Su-chen brought over 2 large plates of barbecue and placed them in front of the mother and daughter. The steam rose with a fragrant aroma, the unique scent of barbecue. Everyone was intoxicated by the smell, eager to dig in. It smells so good, mommy. Big brother, did you cast a spell? It looks so delicious. The little girl stared at the big lobster, drooling. Xiying reached out and took Su-chen's big hand, speaking gently, thank you for your hard work, sit next to us, and let's eat together. Su-chen pretended to be shy, my hands are all greasy, if you hold mine, your hand will get dirty. I don't mind, come sit over here. You said she won't eat if you don't sit next to us. The little girl's eyes blinked. It seemed she hadn't said that, but she really liked the big brother. She indeed wanted him to sit next to her. Mommy can even read minds? Alright. Su-chen agreed and sat down next to the little girl. Xiying looked at the man and smiled warmly. Your clothes are all dirty. Later, I'll measure your size and help you customize a few outfits, and then deliver them to you. Oh, I can't accept that. Oh, don't refuse. It's decided. Xiying made the decision, her gaze landing on the two little maids across from them, smiling as she urged, "Stop smiling and eat." The two maids had originally been watching the interaction between the two, their lips curving into smiles. It felt like watching a romantic drama. So sweet, but upon hearing the beautiful lady's reminder, their expressions turned serious, yet they didn't immediately start eating, planning to wait until Xiying and the others began before they would take their food. Xiying fed a piece of lobster meat to the little girl. After chewing and swallowing, the little girl's eyes lit up. "Wow, so delicious. I want to eat more." "You're just a child. You can only have a little bit," Xiying replied. "I don't care. Big Brother's barbecue is so delicious. I want to eat more." The little girl couldn't stop eating. Suchen saw this and helped by taking some food off the grill, arranging it into small plates, and handing them to the mother and daughter. Seeing the food on the plates, especially the squid that had been cut into small pieces by the man for their convenience, Xiying felt a warmth in her heart. He was so thoughtful, so lovable. "You should eat some too. You made all this. We're just enjoying it without helping at all." Suchen nodded and began to taste the barbecue he had made. Xiying picked up a piece of squid, fed it to her mouth, chewed, and swallowed. Her eyes immediately sparkled with delight, and she exclaimed repeatedly, "Mr. Su, your cooking skills are amazing. This is better than any teppanyaki squid I've had at all the high-end restaurants I've been to. The cooking time, texture, and seasoning are all just right." Suchen smiled faintly. "You can try some other dishes and see if they suit your taste." "Okay." Xiying eagerly tried several different foods. The surprises kept coming. The texture and aroma of the food blended together, constantly stimulating her taste buds. "Everything is so delicious. Your cooking skills could definitely open a high-end barbecue restaurant. It would be a huge hit. And this dipping sauce you made is better than what many restaurants offer." Before Suchen could respond, Lulu and Shanshan had already raised both their hands and feet in agreement. "So delicious, Mr. Su. This is the first time in my life I've had such delicious barbecue. So good. This lamb skewer is so fragrant. If Mr. Su opens a restaurant, I will definitely be the first customer. I'm your loyal fan. Wow, so delicious. But I don't dare to eat too much. If I eat more, I'm afraid I'll finish it all." "Go ahead and eat. If it's gone, I'll grill more. The most important thing is to enjoy." Suchen, now a chef, felt happy seeing the diners enjoying themselves. Plus, there were many ingredients. If he didn't grill them, they would go to waste. "Mr. Su, you should try a piece of squid. Your cooking skills are really good." Xiying smiled gently, spearing a piece of squid and offering it to the man's mouth, her delicate hand still under the food, afraid it would fall. The two maids had smiles on their faces. "Sister-ing really loves this man. They were so sweet, it was too delightful to watch." Suchen couldn't refuse and had to swallow it. Seeing the man eat the food she offered, Xiying's happiness was written all over her face, her smile radiant. Love was sweet, making one's appetite grow. Xiying quickly cleared the food in front of her and occasionally fed the man. Suchen handed her another plate, although she promised that after finishing this plate, she wouldn't eat anymore, or else she would gain weight. But she couldn't resist the man's kindness and the temptation of the delicious food, so she ate a bit more. The barbecue feast went on for quite a while. In the end, the two maids cleaned up the leftovers. They had actually tried grilling themselves earlier but found that no matter what, they couldn't make it as delicious as Suchen's. The gap was too big. Mr. Su, the god of barbecue. By the lakeside, Suchen held the little girl's hand and walked with the charming woman for a post-meal stroll. "Mr. Su, look, my little belly is sticking out from all the food you fed me," Xiying said, touching her slightly protruding belly, catching the man's attention. She had a voluptuous figure, her slender waist outlining a beautiful curve. "Where? I don't see any difference at all. Your figure is obviously great." Xiying's face was sweet, and she said in a delicate voice, "How would you know just by looking? If you don't believe me, why not try it yourself?" Suchen pondered for a moment. Since the other party asked him to try, why not give it a go? But he was a gentleman, with no unnecessary actions. Xiying shyly lowered her head, originally wanting to see the other person's hand, but found her view blocked, so she had to ask, "Is it true? Have I gained a bit of weight?" "1. Indeed, you are a bit chubby. You should lose some weight. Girls look better when they are slimmer." 2. I've never tried before. How would I know? 3. It's quite flat. It feels just right everywhere. The aesthetic of a girl's weight actually depends on the overall look. Xiying's currently plump figure was just right, highlighting her noblewoman's charm. If she really lost weight, she might become thin and lose her current radiant glow. The second option would somewhat ruin the atmosphere and was clearly inappropriate. Suchen said seriously, "It's quite flat. It feels just right everywhere, very graceful." "Ah!" The beautiful noblewoman blushed, covering her mouth and laughing. "Mr. Sue, I'm so happy to receive such praise from you. There were many people around her who complimented her, but she had long gotten used to it. It was worth being happy if a man she valued liked her. Moreover, the other party was 7 years younger than her, which showed that she still had an appeal to this man. After all, her rival was Lu Zixue, who was as beautiful as a fairy, with a cold temperament and a noble background, completely different from her style. It wouldn't be easy to surpass her. Qi Ying's favorability towards you +1, current favorability 81. At that moment, the little girl's eyes sparkled with innocence as she curiously asked, Mommy, is the big brother helping you see if you have a little baby in your tummy? Yeah. What are you talking about? Qi Ying was shocked. How could her daughter suddenly say this? The little girl continued, Mommy, don't you remember? Last time we were watching TV, the uncle did the same thing to the auntie. I asked you what was in the auntie's belly, and you said it was a little baby. Qi Ying remembered and explained, that was a milk powder advertisement, we're not filming an ad. Oh, the little girl blinked and looked at Su Chen again. Big brother, can you help Mommy have a little baby? Also, how do little babies come out? Mommy won't tell me. Woo, yeah. Qi Ying panicked and quickly covered the little girl's mouth to stop her from continuing. Her own face was flushed, and her smile was strained. Mr. Su, yeah, she really talks too much. Please don't feel offended. Seeing this, Su Chen found it quite amusing. Little friend, it's normal for children to be curious about many things in this world. She has a lot of questions, and it's perfectly fine. We adults can be patient and answer her. You're right. Qi Ying quickly realized and then released the little girl. Yaya was upset, her little face looking wronged, and she slapped her mother's hand. Mommy, you're a bad person. I won't play with you anymore. The little girl immediately jumped into Su Chen's arms, her voice sweet as she began to complain, looking at the man with teary eyes. Big brother Mommy, she bullies me, she won't let me talk. You help me hit her. Wu Su Chen smiled and first hugged her, then freed one hand to gently pat the beautiful noblewoman, coaxing, Alright, big brother has punished Mommy for you, are you happy now? Woohoo, yeah has big brother to protect her. The little girl was very happy and made a face at the beautiful noblewoman. Mommy, who told you to bully me? Qi Ying's little face turned red from the earlier pat from the man. She suddenly felt shy, yet it was also very sweet, a warmth of a small family. In her impression, parents usually played the roles of the bad guy and the good guy, creating a harmonious household. She was surprised to find that both she and her daughter really liked having this man by their side. Qi Ying smiled gently and said, Mr. Su, yeah really can't do without you more and more now. As her mother, I'd become the bad guy. In the future, if you have time, could you spend more time with Yeye? She put on a pitiful look, truly expressing the difficulties of a single mother. Su Chen said little, nodding with a smile. Qi Ying's favorability towards you +2, current favorability 83. Back at the camp, Qi Ying handed the little girl over to the maid. Lulu, can you help watch Yeye? I'm going to ask Mr. Su to teach me how to drive. Yeah, will you be good? She rubbed her daughter's little head and gave her a wink. With her daughter around, she had never had a moment alone with Su Chen. They had agreed last time that he would teach her to drive, and now was a good opportunity. The little girl understood. She had made a promise with Mama. Okay, Mama, you go. Qi Ying felt relieved and looked expectantly at the man beside her. Mr. Su, I'm going to trouble you again. Let's go. Su Chen chuckled, glancing at her. Their eyes met, as if forming a certain tacit understanding. They moved forward, heading towards the two-tone Maybach S680. Opening the car door, Qi Ying sat in the driver's seat, her little face slightly flushed as she asked, if we drive slowly, we don't need to wear seatbelts, right? Every time she wore a seatbelt, it was a torment for her, making her very uncomfortable. Then I won't wear one either, since it's just practice. Su Chen smiled lightly, fully aware of the situation. Learning to drive was just a pretext, their time alone was the key. You drive for a bit first, I want to see your real driving skills. Okay. Qi Ying nodded and started the car. The Maybach was newly bought, and she was still unfamiliar with it, so she drove very slowly, the car remaining quite unstable. A complex expression appeared on her face, clearly deep in thought. Current state, nervous, conflicted, scheming, expectant. Having Su Chen teach me to drive is much more nerve-wracking than discussing business. Should I drive seriously, or just pretend I can't? Alright, I could just say I'm nervous about driving. Su Chen watched her with interest. The beautiful lady Qi Ying was quite intriguing to him, with a favorability rating in the 80s. They were just lacking an opportunity to be alone together to deepen their feelings. Now, being in the same car was perfect for closing the distance between them. However, he had always maintained a serious persona in front of her. He couldn't suddenly change and show his true self. That would easily ruin everything. Qi Ying stopped the car and smiled reluctantly. Mr. Sue, I'm really nervous. I didn't drive well this round. It might just be an old habit of mine. What do you think? How should I solve this? Su-chen replied calmly. We need to find the source of your nervousness. You should be driving better than this usually, right? What are you nervous about this time? Because of you. Xi-ying looked at him, her eyes sparkling. Me? Because I want to perform well in front of you. Xi-ying's lips curled slightly as she explained to the man. The more I want to drive well, the less the car listens to me. Look at my hands, they're shaking. She extended her fair little hand, deliberately trembling a bit, clearly wanting him to hold it. You do seem quite nervous, Su-chen laughed. The beautiful lady laughed softly, feeling amused. She playfully pouted, Mr. Su, you only see that I'm nervous, but you can't feel it. You should take a look. Oh. Su-chen smiled inwardly, holding her delicate hand. Is it better now? The beautiful lady adjusted her grip, intertwining their fingers tightly, and then showed a look of surprise. Wow, I do feel a bit better this way. Is it really that magical? Yes. Xi-ying pouted slightly, seriously saying, also, my heart is racing so fast. You have to listen to it so you know how nervous I am, then you can help me solve the problem, right? Right. Mr. Su, could you move a bit closer? The man complied, shifting his body toward her. Hurry and listen, my heartbeat seems to be unsettled. Xi-ying gathered her courage, asking him to listen to her heartbeat. Seeing the serious man walk into the trap she had carefully set, she felt a sense of accomplishment and sweetness in her heart. Thump thump. Su-chen sensed her faint heartbeat, his mind racing with thoughts. Should he go with the flow and deepen their feelings, or should he maintain his distance? If he lost his composure now, wouldn't that make him seem too inexperienced? In Xi-ying's eyes, wouldn't he be just prey that she could easily capture? After pondering for a moment, Su-chen glanced at the information bar. Xi-ying, current status, very interested, expectant, hesitant. Mr. Su, will you withstand my advances? I'm curious about what you'll do next. A smile crept onto Su-chen's lips as he found his answer. He was a high-end hunter. How could he allow her to take control? I can barely hear your heartbeat. It's too faint. The beautiful lady, of course, knew the reason. She gently said, Mr. Su, you could get a bit closer, and then you would know, right? Like this? The man demonstrated. The beautiful lady bit her lip, her voice barely a whisper. Mr. Su, I'm even more nervous now. My heart is racing. What should I do? Then how about this? Will it be better? Mr. Su, my heartbeat is even faster. I need to use other methods. Her red lips slightly parted, inviting a kiss. Su-chen tilted his body, moving closer to her. The beautiful lady closed her eyes, anticipating the man's tenderness. However, Su-chen missed the moment and picked a leaf out of her hair. There's a leaf in your hair. You might have accidentally gotten it earlier. Xi-ying snapped back to reality. Her previously hazy eyes regained their clarity. She was ready to take things further with him. Could Mr. Su remain unperturbed? Mr. Su, what happened? Did you think of someone? Or, am I not beautiful enough? You are beautiful, the most charming mature beauty I've ever seen. Su-chen chuckled, continuing, but I think we both acted impulsively, without considering the consequences. I want to talk about a long-term love, not a relationship built on a moment's mistake that we keep trying to fix. Upon hearing this, Xi-ying's beautiful eyes gradually sparkled. You're right, I also want a long-term love. She really liked the man in front of her and wanted to keep him by her side. But was she truly being impulsive? No. However, he was able to calmly consider this point, not letting the so-called impulse continue. A man who was so calm and long-lasting was too rare. Xi-ying's favorability towards you +3, current favorability 86. Su-chen remained calm and unruffled, patting her hand. If we calm down and find that we still like each other, we can have a good talk. Okay. Xi-ying's small face flushed slightly, realizing that her heart had long been stirred up by the man. Now, with the lingering warmth of his large hand, her heart raced. Moreover, when the man said really like each other, did it mean he actually liked her quite a bit? Mr. Su, I'll get some fresh air. She lowered the car window and looked out at the scenery. A gentle breeze brushed against her beautiful cheek, lifting her hair. She realized that even if she tried to remain calm, she was already unable to extricate herself from the man, her heart stirring with excitement. Su-chen, so charming. Xi-ying thought to herself, unable to resist turning her head to look at the man in the passenger seat. She found that he seemed to share the same tacit understanding, enjoying the breeze as well. The man turned his head at the right moment. Yaya's mom, let's head back. We've been out for a while. Xi-ying gazed at him deeply and responded with a soft Back at the campsite, the two had just gotten out of the car when a man in his 30s, dressed sharply with a slicked-back hairstyle, approached the beautiful lady with enthusiasm, his smile tinged with a hint of flattery. President Xi, I'd been waiting for you for a long time. I saw your moments on social media and knew you were here, so I thought I could come by and help you with something. Upon hearing this, Chiang smiled politely and naturally linked her arm with Su Chen's. I have Mr. Su helping me today, everything is going smoothly. So, I appreciate your kindness, President Chang. Chang Hao glanced at Su Chen, forming a rough judgment in his mind. He still refused to give up and continued to speak to Chiang with a smile. My child is the same age as your young lady, and he's a boy. How about this? I can bring my child over so they can play together. Kids like to have companions, right? Chiang, worth billions, beautiful and with an exquisite figure. He was single at the moment, how could he not be moved? He wanted to use the fact that their children were the same age to facilitate the development of their relationship. If the kids were childhood friends, wouldn't the feelings between the adults also warm up quickly? Chiang replied lightly, no need, my yaya doesn't like to play with other kids. She prefers to play with big brothers. As soon as she finished speaking, the little girl not far away had already spotted Su Chen, happily running over with the maid Lulu accompanying her. Mommy, big brother, you're back. Hug. The little girl stretched out her arms, wanting Su Chen to pick her up. Su Chen chuckled softly and lifted her up. The beautiful lady saw this and scolded, yeah, you're already 4 years old. When you grow up, you have to walk by yourself. You can't let big brother carry you anymore, understand? Oh, then Yaya doesn't want to grow up. Xiang and Su Chen exchanged a glance and smiled simultaneously. Then, the little girl looked at Chang Hao curiously and asked, hey, big brother, who is this person? He looks so ugly. Xiang frowned slightly. Yeah, you need to be polite. She gently reminded her daughter and then turned to Chang Hao. Sorry, President Chang, my daughter doesn't have good manners. Although she felt her daughter was speaking the truth, there still had to be a minimum of politeness. Chang Hao's face darkened. He understood now, it was this so-called Mr. Su, this little handsome guy, who had charmed the little girl so completely, which was why Chiang doted on him so much. Clearly, he was just a pretty boy living off a woman. The designer clothes he wore were definitely bought for him by Chiang. A hint of disdain flashed in Chang Hao's eyes as he sneered. I wonder where this Mr. Su is employed? I'm Chang Hao, from Changmao Furniture, here's my business card. He proudly handed over a business card. As the chairman of Changmao Furniture, his net worth was over 100 million. Although the gap is indeed large compared to Chiang, among ordinary people, he is already quite successful. Su Chen politely took the business card, glanced at it. Changmao Furniture, chairman? How much is your net worth? Chang Hao smiled proudly, exuding confidence, about 100 million. Oh, that's really not much. Su Chen first handed the card to the little girl in his arms to play with, then casually pulled out 2 crumpled business cards from his pocket and handed them to him. I didn't bring many, just these 2, make do with them. Chang Hao was stunned. He took the business cards with slightly trembling hands. Junlin Capital. Chairman, Su Chen Blue Sports Center Swimming Pool. Chairman, Su Chen Dam. Chang Hao was taken aback, instinctively stepping back 2 paces. Junlin Capital? Blue Sports Center Swimming Pool? Moreover, the other party said he didn't bring many, just 2, and told him to make do? Then Su Chen's net worth must be in the tens of billions, at least a super rich person on par with Chiang. Could he afford to offend such a big shot? Mr. Su, I'm sorry, it was rude of me. I wish you and President Xi a pleasant camping trip. Chang Hao carefully placed the wrinkled business card in his pocket, slightly bowing to show respect. Xiang had no idea what he had seen. How could his attitude change so quickly? But she knew that Su Chen's strength was indeed unfathomable. With 10 consecutive parking spaces and a luxury penthouse, she naturally regarded him as at least on her level. Su Chen smiled lightly and said nothing more. He was tough and spoke little. Chang Hao still wore a flattering smile, nodding and bowing, leaving as if in a hurry. The little girl happily stretched out her hands to celebrate. Woohoo, big brother is so amazing. He scared the ugly monster away with just 2 pieces of paper. A business card quietly fell to the ground. Xiang noticed her little action and laughed. Yeah, you deliberately threw away someone else's business card while celebrating, right? Don't think mommy didn't see. Didn't mommy teach you not to litter? The little girl pouted. Then mommy, you go pick up the trash. I don't want the ugly monster's paper. Xiang. What should she do if she also finds it quite distasteful? She couldn't help but turn her gaze to the 2 maids. Lulu, thank you for your hard work. Please clean up the trash. Lulu, after a little interlude. At sunset, Su Chen took out his professional Leica camera and took beautiful photos of Chiang, the little girl, and even the 2 maids. He was a master photographer and could direct them to pose elegantly. The combination of characters and environment resulted in artistic masterpieces. Mr. Su, your photography skills are so professional. The scenery here looks even more beautiful under your shooting technique. The portraits are so lively and beautiful, but the lens only has me and yeah, it doesn't look warm enough. Chi Ying pouted in a sulky manner, her eyes looking expectantly at the man. Why don't you take a few pictures with us? It's our first time participating in a parent-child activity, let's leave a deep memory. Okay. Suchen saw them as a lonely mother and daughter, indeed quite pitiful, so he decided to fulfill their little wish thus. With Lulu coming over to help, he took several family photos with Chi Ying and the little girl. After the photo shoot, Suchen sent all the pictures to them. Lulu and Shanshan, the two sisters, jumped up happily upon seeing the photos. Wow, Mr. Su's photos are amazing. They're several times more beautiful than the ones I spent thousands on before. I'm going to post them on my moments when I get home. I love Mr. Su so much. Cough cough, don't love too loudly. But they turned out so beautiful, and Mr. Su doesn't look down on us at all for being servants. If only we had such a master, that would be wonderful. Mr. Su is indeed super handsome. No wonder Sister Ying is so infatuated. If my future husband could be even 1/10 as outstanding as Mr. Su, I would marry him. What? Shanshan, your standards are too high. Mr. Su is worth at least several billion. 1/10 of that is still several hundred million. Oh no, then I'm doomed. I might be single for the rest of my life. The two sisters felt a deep respect from each other, not treated as servants but as friends. Moreover, Suchen even helped them out with the charcoal fire situation. Such a man is simply a dream come true. Chi Ying's favorability towards you +1, current favorability 87. The sun set. Two cars drove back to Tsuehu Tiandi, one after the other. In the Rolls-Royce, in the back seat, the beautiful lady Chi Ying was scrolling through her phone, looking at all the pictures of Suchen, a sweet smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Her restless heart was also telling her she was in love. Upon arriving at Tsuehu Tiandi, in the underground parking lot, Chi Ying got out of the car first, instructed the maid a few words, and let Lulu take the little girl home. The little girl smiled happily, waving goodbye to Suchen as she left. Big brother, remember to come back for dinner with Mama tonight in the spacious parking lot. Only Suchen and Chi Ying remained, walking side by side at a slow pace. Chi Ying glanced at the handsome man beside her, gently touching his large hand with the back of her hand, shyly saying, Mr. Su, I'm a bit tired today. Suchen chuckled, taking her soft, delicate hand. How about now, still tired? It's very warm. Chi Ying's little face flushed, walking hand in hand with the man, feeling like a shy girl in her first love. She paused for a moment, unable to resist voicing her inner question. I always feel like you have a kind of affinity, and your unique way of educating people has opened my eyes. I want to know, what is the reason for this? Suchen looked at her with a smile. Do you know that curiosity killed the cat? I don't know, but I do know that if you don't tell me, I will lose sleep and go crazy. Are you sure it's going crazy? Oh, Mr. Su. Chi Ying's heart was in turmoil from his teasing, her voice becoming charming. Just satisfy my little curiosity, okay? Do you really want to hear? I want to hear. Chi Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement, eagerly wanting to hear the stories about him. 1. You should listen quickly. Tick-tock tick-tock, it's the sound of raindrops. Runs away after singing. 2. You want to hear? Then I just won't tell you. Playful. 3. I grew up in an orphanage when I was little. Showing personality charm, the last option had a slightly awkward line, but it was simply tailor-made for him. Suchen's lips curled into a faint smile, his gaze becoming incredibly deep. His low voice gently resonated in the ears of the familiar woman. I grew up in an orphanage when I was little. I have seen too many children my age who have no support, their eyes filled with a longing for love and care. Some of them are despondent all day. But I clearly realized that I cannot be like that. I will tell them we must be proactive and not succumb to futile sadness. Some may think we are all children in the dark, but I know, as long as we don't give up, dawn will break, daylight will be born, and the night will eventually die. This extremely sunny, positive, and resilient speech concluded. Chi Ying's heart was deeply shaken, her pupils suddenly constricting as she stared intently at Suchen. At this moment, the man's image became even more radiant and majestic. You are in the darkness, and I am willing to be your dawn. My God, so handsome. Suchen, thank you for sharing your past with me. I can't imagine how cold the environment you faced was, yet you emerged like a hero, step by step walking out of the darkness and into the light. You even tried to use your positive energy to inspire those around you. Who in this world can do what you do? I want to enter your heart. Let's join hands and give Ye a warm home, okay? Chi Ying looked at the handsome man, her red lips slightly moving. In the next moment, seeing him silent, she wrapped her arms around his neck, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed him. The man was initially taken aback, but then he tightened his embrace around the beautiful woman's waist, responding to her passion. The spark deep within the beautiful woman was completely ignited, melting in the man's arms. Suchen's lips curled up as he savored her tenderness. Chi Ying's voluptuous figure was simply too beautiful. It was utterly captivating. Chi Ying's favorability towards you +3, current favorability 90. It was unclear how long had passed. The two returned to their usual demeanor as they walked out of the underground parking lot. Their hands had long been intertwined. Chi Ying's face was sweet, and she gently smiled. Suchen, how about coming to my house for dinner tonight? She thought everything would go smoothly, as if it were meant to be. But unexpectedly, Suchen smiled faintly. Next time. Chi Ying's gaze instantly turned astonished, puzzled. Why? What was that just now? Suchen slightly tilted his head and gently kissed her fair cheek. I hope you like me not just because of my story. Good night, lovely Yaya's mom. With that, he turned and left without looking back. Xiying watched his graceful departing figure, momentarily stunned. But in an instant, her lips curled into a stunning smile, her heart already racing wildly from the man's teasing, the warmth lingering on her lips and the sweet embrace they just shared echoed in her mind, lingering for a long time. Ding! Chi Ying's favorability towards you +1, current favorability 91. Su Chen knew in his heart, if he went upstairs with the beautiful woman now, it would indeed be smooth sailing. But in this relationship with Chi Ying, he would be completely passive. He needed to give her a stronger push to regain his initiative. Moreover, he hadn't expected things to develop so quickly with Chi Ying. Doo-doo, his WeChat phone rang. The call connected. Lu Zixue's voice was a bit nervous. Su Chen, where are you now? Me, almost home. Su Chen had already predicted that Lu Zixue would call. If he were at Chi Ying's house now, wouldn't he feel guilty? Is that so? Lu Zixue asked softly. Although they weren't officially dating yet, their relationship had become quite ambiguous since that night's video chat when they opened up to each other. Su Chen smiled lightly. Xiaoxue, are you checking up on me? Or should I start a video chat to show you? Upon hearing this, Lu Zixue's pretty face flushed slightly, and she said proudly, it's not that I want to see, it's that you have to show me. So hurry up and open it. Su Chen laughed and turned on the camera. He showed himself and then spun around to show his surroundings. How is it? Any questions? And no. Then why don't you turn on your video so I can see where you are? I can't be anywhere else. I'm definitely at home. I miss you. I want to see you. Is that not allowed? Oh, a sweet smile suddenly appeared on Lu Zixue's cold face. The video window opened. Her cool features were displayed, beautiful as a celestial being. Look, I'm sitting on the sofa at home, about to eat. She tidied her long, straight hair that flowed like a waterfall with her delicate hands, feeling that she still wasn't pretty enough in front of the man. Su Chen smiled lightly. Then go ahead, I should head back to eat too. Just not sure what to have. I'll see later. Lu Zixue was surprised. Don't you have a maid at home? Yeah. Su Chen pondered for a moment and said deliberately, after you reminded me, I think your idea is good. There seems to be companies that specialize in housework, with all pretty girls, like graduates from the British Butler Academy. Lu Zixue frowned slightly. No, you can't hire anyone prettier than me. Su Chen, oh, then I guess I won't be able to find anyone prettier than you. Lu Zixue laughed and quickly corrected herself. I misspoke. You can't hire anyone even a little pretty, only aunties. Su Chen, not even a little pretty? Xiaoxue, you're so domineering. If I'm around in the future, I can. Although Lu Zixue's voice was very soft, Su Chen had already heard it. He teased her on purpose. What did you say? I didn't catch that. Say it again? Lu Zixue blushed. It's nothing. Are you coming to my house for dinner? Aren't you hungry? Su Chen was speechless. If I come to your house, the food will be cold. Little cutie you're annoying. I'm very aloof, not some little cutie. Lu Zixue pouted slightly, her cool features looking quite adorable. After her gaze flickered, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly as she nervously said, tomorrow, let's have dinner together in the evening. Remember, don't let anything unexpected happen, or I might be unhappy. Su Chen, sure, come rain or shine, we won't miss each other. Lu Zixue felt warmth in her heart. We won't miss each other. Su Chen looked at her, waiting for her to hang up, but found she was also looking at him. In her cold eyes, there was clearly a hint of reluctance. Aren't you going to eat? Hurry up, I'm hungry too, so I'll hang up now. Oh, then, bye. Lu Zixue extended her delicate hand and waved goodbye to the man. He smiled at her before hanging up. At that moment, the butler in the living room, who had been waiting for a long time, finally spoke up. Miss, it's time to eat, or the food will get cold. Lu Zixue smiled slightly, holding her phone, and stood up to head to the kitchen. Back at home, Su Chen comfortably sat on the big sofa, planning to claim a reward first. With a reward, eating would be more appetizing. Goddess Chi Ying. Favorability, 91. Current rewards available for 80 and 90 favorability stages. Claim now? Yes/no. Come on. Su Chen's mind stirred, directly claiming the reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, 10 million yuan in cash. Ding. Congratulations, host. you have received a reward, Supercar Chest X1. Upon opening, you can randomly obtain a supercar worth between 3 million to 200 million. Ding! Congratulations, host, you triggered a critical hit, receiving a reward, 100% shares of Ligia Hotel, 5-star, becoming the sole owner. Value, 380 million. Details 380 million. A 5-star hotel? Awesome! Su Chen's eyes lit up, but amidst his joy, he felt that the price seemed a bit off. Based on his understanding of Shanghai, a 5-star hotel here would start at around 1 billion. How could it be that 100% ownership is only 380 million? Absolutely something fishy. Lijia Hotel. Address, Central Street, Pingjiang City. Oh, no wonder. Su Chen suddenly realized. It turns out this hotel is in Pingjiang City and is a newly completed 5-star hotel that just opened this year, with quite luxurious decorations. Located on Central Street, the foot traffic is explosive. It's like he can just lie there and collect money. No wonder it's a 380 million reward. Awesome! Su Chen felt incredibly exhilarated, pocketing several rewards. Supercar Treasure Chest X10. There's also a supercar treasure chest. I wonder what I'll get if I open it. Just as he was about to open the treasure chest, a phone call suddenly came in. Beep beep beep. In the spacious living room, the little girl saw the beautiful lady returning home alone, her big eyes scanning left and right, revealing a hint of surprise. Oh, Mama, why didn't you bring Big Brother Fei back? Are you playing hide and seek with me? She ran behind her mother to look, and when she found no one, her expression gradually turned disappointed. The beautiful lady sighed gently, ruffling her daughter's hair. Yeah, Mama almost succeeded. But Big Brother thinks it might be too fast. So, oh, the little girl felt wronged, then. Will Yaya be able to see Big Brother next time? The beautiful lady smiled gently. Yes, Big Brother didn't refuse. Mama will keep trying, okay? Okay. The little girl jumped up excitedly after the mother and daughter finished their chat. The maid Lulu walked over. Ingjia, the rose bath is ready for you. The water temperature is just right. Okay. Back in the bathroom. Today's parent-child activity left Qi Ying's delicate body quite fatigued. She stepped into the large bathtub with her fair long legs. Lying comfortably inside, she picked up the red wine prepared by the maid and took a gentle sip. But she found that her restless heart could not settle down. That man had intruded into her life, into her world. His figure lingered in her mind. In his arms, she felt an unprecedented thrill, an unprecedented sense of security, peace of mind. Yeah, she needs a father to accompany her childhood growth. I also need a reliable man as my harbor. I really want to date him. The beautiful lady's lips curled into a sweet smile as she closed her beautiful eyes. The warm water enveloped her curvaceous figure, making her feel particularly comfortable. What? The orphanage? There's been a flood? Su Chen received a call from the old director of the orphanage, Wan Yuman. He had a close relationship with the orphanage, and even after entering university, he would occasionally pay attention to its affairs. So, the old director personally called him to discuss this matter. It turned out that a flood occurred in Pingjiang City last night, accompanied by a slight typhoon, and the orphanage was in a severely affected area, suffering significant damage. Moreover, possibly due to years of neglect, a wall collapsed, but fortunately, there were no casualties. Now the orphanage was in a dire situation. It was chaotic over there. Fortunately, the old director said that the authorities had sent people to temporarily settle them, but the follow-up would be very troublesome and would take time to handle. Now, a strong leader was needed, someone to take charge. The old director immediately thought of the child who was closest to her in her heart, the most stable and reliable one, Su Chen. Xiao Chun, you must come back tomorrow. Things are far more complicated than you think. Grandma is old now and not as sharp as before, but I know what those people are really thinking. You are the child I've watched grow up. Come back tomorrow. I have some things to discuss with you. Su Chen always felt that something big was about to happen. The other party spoke in a tone that seemed to be preparing for the worst, making his heart clench. Grandma Wan was indeed getting old, at 80 years old. His gaze became incredibly resolute. Grandma Wan, I will definitely come back tomorrow. Whatever happens, I will handle it. The orphanage raised him, and now it was the time when the orphanage needed him the most. He should step up. Grandma Wan's voice was kind, and she smiled with relief. Good. Xiao Chen, we will all wait for you to come back. Su Chen thought about how he would be returning to Pingjiang to deal with matters, estimating that it would take several days before he could come back. So tonight, shouldn't he go to his wife and spend the night with her? He picked up his phone and dialed Lin Shuya's number. Hello, wife. Have you eaten yet? Lin Shuya, not yet. Is my bad husband going to bring me dinner? Su Chen, don't work overtime. Let's go on a date together. Lin Shuya, okay, where to? Su Chen, I'll send you the address in a bit. Su Chen then contacted Yang Feng, asking him to return with him tomorrow. Yang Feng, like him, grew up in the same orphanage and had also received a call from the orphanage, though the caller was different. The orphanage merely conveyed a few words, asking him to come back to help if he had time, but not to force him if he didn't. That said, young Fong had a strong emotional connection to the orphanage and agreed to go back without a second thought. Su Chen and he hit it off and decided to return together the next day. Having a helper was always a good thing. Half an hour later, at the entrance of a Chinese restaurant, Su Chen leaned against the front of the car, waiting, when a familiar Cadillac GT6 slowly approached. The stunning CEO stepped out of the car in high heels, her long legs accentuated by black stockings. Upon seeing the man, a bright smile spread across her face, and she quickened her pace towards him. Su Chen also stepped forward, taking her small hand. "Bad husband, are you done with work today? Do you have time to have dinner with me?" Lin Shuya's eyes sparkled as she scrutinized the man with some suspicion. Su Chen chuckled lightly. "I missed you, is that a problem? But I'm still on my period? So what? Do I have to wait until you're not on your period to miss you? Humph. You definitely have something on your mind, spill it. Otherwise, I'll be mad." Lin Shuya sensed a change in the man's expression, a hint of worry rising in her heart. Su Chen tightened his grip on her small hand. "I'll tell you when we eat." Oh, Lin Shuya became even more curious, wondering what the man wanted to tell her. But seeing that he didn't appear guilty, she guessed he must be facing some kind of difficulty. They walked into the restaurant. The two found a nice spot to sit down and quickly placed their orders. The steaming dishes arrived, 5 dishes and a soup, very sumptuous. However, Lin Shuya's mind was not on the meal. She carefully observed the man beside her, and after a moment of thought, gently asked, "Husband, did you encounter some kind of problem? Can I help?" Su Chen felt a bit helpless. "You women just love to guess." "What? I'm just worried about you." Lin Shuya frowned slightly, wanting to bite the man a few times to make him honest. How dare he say she was guessing? Su Chen smiled faintly. "I wanted to tell you that I'm going back to the orphanage tomorrow, and I probably won't be able to see you for the next few days. So, I think I will miss you a lot." Hearing the man's heartfelt words, Lin Shuya's eyes gradually lit up, and a sweet smile appeared on her lips. "Husband, you're so clingy. You even guessed in advance that you would miss me." She pretended to complain, but was as happy as a little fox, wrapping her arms around the man's. Seeing her smug expression, Su Chen said with mock annoyance, "All right, I'm clingy. I won't be clingy next time." "No, you can't stop being clingy." Lin Shuya stared at the man with a hint of defiance. "You've bullied me so many times, it's my turn to get back at you. Let me have my way." Su Chen laughed. "Oh, I can't live without my wife. That's indeed a fact." Lin Shuya's eyes softened. Hubby, I can't live without you either. If I can't see you for several days, I really miss you. So, how about I take a few days off to accompany you back to the orphanage?" Su Chen. The sky had fallen. He had already thought of inviting his goddess. How could he suddenly change plans and take his wife Shuya back? His mind raced, and he quickly said, "I plan to go back with my friend Young Fong. The orphanage has been severely affected this time. We need to do hard labor, and it might take about a week. How could I bear to have you, my wife, busying yourself and suffering with me?" Lin Shuya pondered for a moment. "I can take 3 days off, and I'm not that delicate a woman. It's only right for me to help you with some work. I haven't seen what the orphanage you grew up in looks like." Su Chen couldn't hold back anymore. "Wife, your work is already tough enough. I can't bring you back to suffer too. Don't I have any sense of responsibility? How about this? I'll take some videos for you to satisfy your curiosity." After hearing this, Lin Shuya thought the man was very considerate. Moreover, sometimes men just don't want their women to suffer alongside them. If a woman insists on going, it might even feel like a burden. Although she wasn't delicate, it was still a disaster area, and her ability to help would be limited. She would probably just be a bystander most of the time. "All right, then come back early after you're done." Lin Shuya held his large hand and then asked, "Tomorrow, should I accompany you to buy some supplies to take back?" "No need, I plan to buy them after I return. The specifics are quite complicated, and it will take some effort to handle." Oh, Lin Shuya realized that she had indeed been thinking too simply. Since her husband didn't want her to get involved in so much trouble, she couldn't be a hindrance, could she? "Then, if there's anything I can help with, just call me." Su Chen smiled. "There is indeed something. Let's eat quickly, then we can take a walk. At night, let me hold you to sleep." "Okay." Lin Shuya's face turned slightly red. In fact, she noticed that her period seemed to be almost over today. Her husband thought of her and wanted to hold her to sleep? Perhaps she could give him a reward? The bund. Su Chen held the beautiful woman's hand as they strolled by the riverside. In the river, the stars twinkled. The evening breeze was so pleasant. Even without speaking, their tightly held hands conveyed their love for each other. Su Chen wrapped his arm around her waist, leaning against the railing. The night was beautiful, the breeze gentle, and they enjoyed this moment of relaxation and tranquility. Bad husband, I'm a bit cold. I don't want to be blown by the wind anymore. Lin Shuya turned around and nestled into the man's embrace. It's much warmer when you hold me like this. The weather is getting colder, let's head back. Su Chen held her tightly. The beautiful woman leaned against his broad shoulder, smiling brightly as she nodded. Let's go home. Nankin Community. The two returned home and entered the bedroom. Su Chen's gaze inevitably fell on the black bag in the woman's hand. Just before Lin Shuya entered the community, she had deliberately stopped at a convenience store to buy a few things, mysteriously putting them in a black bag and not letting him see. Once home, she directly stuffed it into the bedside table. Su Chen sat on the edge of the bed, reaching out to open it. Wife, what did you buy? Hiding it like this isn't good, is it? Lin Shuya's face turned slightly red as she grabbed his hand. Don't look yet. I'll let you know when I'm sure everything's fine. You mustn't peek, okay? I'm going to wash up. All right. Su Chen casually nodded, but his gaze kept darting to the side. Until the woman entered the bathroom, he curiously opened the bedside drawer and took out the black bag. Inside was a blue box with a special label of 2 characters. His eyes lit up. Shuya, you're so good to me, knowing I'm going back and won't see her for several days. You even bought this thing on your own. She probably went to check her period. Has she left? Su Chen quickly put it back, pretending he didn't know. After nearly half an hour, Su Chen was almost asleep. The stunning woman had just finished removing her makeup, changed into a silk home pajama, and walked over with her long, beautiful legs. Her figure was simply perfect. Su Chen's eyes regained their sparkle as he smiled. Wife, how can you look so good without makeup, so pure yet alluring? You seem less fierce than usual. Do I usually look fierce? Yes, the high cold, domineering female CEO vibe, it's too cool. At least you know how to flatter. Lin Shuya laughed, wrapping her arms around the man's. Hurry up, you're all sweaty and stinky, you smelly man. Oh, so how did your question turn out? It should be fine. Wife, you're really good to me. Su Chen embraced her waist, looking at her tenderly. It's just because you're about to leave, so I'm rewarding you a bit. Lin Shuya blushed. Ding! Lin Shuya's affection for you +2, current affection 100. The next day, Lin Shuya was reluctant to part with Su Chen, clinging to him for a long time at home. The two dawdled until it was almost time for Lin Shuya to go to work. The 2 cars drove near the company. Lin Shuya got out and sweetly hugged the man. Mwah! Bad husband, handle things over there and come back early. I'll miss you a lot. Okay. Su Chen affectionately ruffled her hair. Young lovers parting always miss each other more. Although Lin Shuya said last night that her period should be almost over, Su Chen later discovered that there was still a bit of fresh red on the bubble, so they went all the way. It wasn't until a few more times that it completely disappeared. Watching Lin Shuya drive away, Su Chen's lips curled up as he sat back in his Maybach. Ding! Lin Shuya's affection for you reached 100. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Sweet Lover title. After activation, you can receive super rewards. Come on, super rewards. Activate. Su Chen's mind stirred as he chose the activation button. The information bar burst forth with light, and a connection prompt sounded. Ding! Goddess profile card has been refreshed. Name, Lin Shuya. Age, 26 years. Body, height 171 centimeters, 53.5 kilograms. Ultimate goddess overall attractiveness, 97 points. Intimacy, 5, sweet lover. New dating experience, 1. Current status, missing, happy, just left my bad husband and already miss him. I seem to be quite clingy. Sweet lover title has been activated. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the intimacy information bar, receiving super rewards. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a cashback card with a limit of 50 million. Cashback ratio 5 to 10 times. Duration, permanent. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100% shares of the Red Leaf Charity Foundation, becoming the largest shareholder. Ranked 5th in Huaxia, market value 1.08 billion. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 30% shares of Huayuan Real Estate, becoming the 2nd largest shareholder. Market value 3.6 billion. Attached is a piece of land worth 30 million. Details a 50 million cashback card. 5 to 10 times cashback. Permanent validity. A 1 billion foundation, plus a 3.6 billion real estate company. The super rewards are impressive. Altogether, nearly 5 billion. So violent, so satisfying. Su Chen felt a rush of excitement and accepted all 3 rewards. Truly my lucky goddess, Lin Shuya. If she weren't already at work, I would definitely hug her and give her a passionate kiss to reward her. Hee. Su Chen saw various related documents in the system panel, all of which she could extract at any time. satisfied. Today is another exhilarating day. Amidst the excitement, it was indeed time to get down to business. He was curious about what exactly had happened at the orphanage. Anyway, Grandma Wan had said it was quite complicated. He picked up his phone and called Yang Feng. Old Yang, we're heading back. Where are you? Half an hour later. Hongguang Community. Su Chen switched to a Rolls-Royce Cullinan and slowly drove to the entrance of the community. The window rolled down, and a familiar face appeared. Yang Feng's eyes widened. Holy crap, I can't be mistaken. Brother Chen, wasn't your last car a Maybach S680? He excitedly ran over and touched the car. The last Maybach S680 had amazed him. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan, he truly loved. This was a top-tier SUV. Yeah, I changed cars. Su Chen smiled casually, as if he were talking about something ordinary. Yang Feng hesitated for a moment, scratched his head, and with a somewhat difficult smile said, Brother Chen, can I take it for a spin? I've never driven such a top-tier SUV, it's too luxurious, too flashy. Su Chen's lips curled up. If you want to drive, go ahead. If someone volunteered to be the driver, why not enjoy it? Ha ha, that's great. I love driving, especially such a top-tier car. Yang Feng was thrilled, his eyes sparkling. He had never touched a Rolls-Royce steering wheel in his life. How could he miss the chance to experience it? Su Chen got out and sat in the back seat. Yang Feng gripped the steering wheel, his blood boiling with excitement. This is awesome. Rolls-Royce, are we heading back right away? Wait a minute. I need to call someone to join us. You need to call someone else? Yeah. Su Chen nodded slightly and picked up his phone to dial a number. Tangong Villa. Lu Zixue had just hung up the phone. She had just received a call from Pingjiang High School, asking her to return to school the day after tomorrow for the Outstanding Youth Conference. How about asking Su Chen to accompany me back when we have dinner tonight? Lu Zixue's eyes flickered. Su Chen was so outstanding now, he would be very suitable to attend the Outstanding Youth Conference organized by the school. The high school campus held many memories for them. He shouldn't refuse, right? The image of the man unconsciously surfaced in her mind. Beep beep beep, the phone rang again, and it was actually Su Chen calling. A hint of surprise appeared on her face as she answered. Zixue, I need to talk to you about something. Upon hearing this, Lu Zixue's cool voice carried a hint of panic. You aren't going to break our agreement, are you? Su Chen, it's not breaking the agreement, but the plan has changed. No way. You promised me last night, rain or shine. How can there be a change? Lu Zixue felt sad. She had already thought about what to say to Su Chen tonight, and now, was he really going to break his promise? Su Chen stopped teasing her and said directly, I want you to accompany me back to Pingjiang, okay? Lu Zixue's little face instantly turned red. Accompany you? Back to Pingjiang? Were you also invited to the Outstanding Youth Conference? What conference? I'm not quite sure. There's been a bit of trouble at the orphanage, and I need to go back to help out. I just happen to have made plans with you for tonight, and I don't want to break my promise. Oh, I see. Lu Zixue couldn't help but smile. Great. I actually wanted to ask you to accompany me back to Pingjiang. So, when are we going back? Today. Today, huh? Lu Zixue pondered for a moment. Then you'll have to wait for me for half an hour. I need to pack my things. Shall I come to your house to pick you up? What's your license plate number? I'll tell the security to let you through. 67/9. The call ended. Lu Zixue first called the security office to explain the situation. Then she called for the housekeeper. Aunt Wang, can you help me pack some clothes? 5 sets? I'm going back to Pingjiang today. All right, young lady. The housekeeper nodded with a smile and began to pack, casually asking, shall I drive you back later? Hearing this, Lu Zixue, who was trying on clothes in front of the full-length mirror, couldn't help but blush. No need, I'll go back by myself. Ha! The housekeeper was surprised. You're going back alone? Mr. Lu and Madam will be worried. I have a friend who's coming with me. Your friend? I've never seen them before? Don't ask. Just don't worry. I'll be back in a few days. Lu Zixue's face grew redder. She had never been out of her family's protection. If she went far, they would definitely send the housekeeper along. But this time, she chose to go back to Pingjiang alone with Su Chen. Su Chen will definitely take good care of me. Lu Zixue thought to herself, which is why she didn't want her family to follow her. At the villa entrance, Su Chen was holding his phone, sending a message to Yi Sinyu. Sinyu, you have the key to my house. I'm going back to my hometown for a few days. Can you help me tidy up the place? Yi Sinyu, okay, hubby Nian Nian and I will wait for you at home. /cute, Nian Nian the little cat, woo master the little cat is waiting for you to come back. After that, he informed Qin Yufei and Bai Luoyan about his trip back home. They quickly replied, little lady, husband, are you going back to your hometown? Do you want to take me alone? I want to go back with you. is that okay? Seeing her anticipation, if it weren't for his plans with Lu Zixue, Su Chen would have agreed. I'm going back with a friend to handle some matters. I'll take you next time. By Luo Yan, okay. Husband, my mom told me that next time I take you home, she'll treat you to a 5-star hotel. If you have time, can you come back to my hometown with me? Su Chen, no problem. Your mom is quite enthusiastic. By Luo Yan, she keeps praising how handsome you are, saying our ancestors must be happy to have such a good boyfriend. Giggle, Su Chen, huh, really? Alright, I'll come find you when I get back. Does little lady like hot springs? Next time, I'll take you to other places for hot springs. Last time at Yunlu Resort, enjoying hot springs with little lady by Luo Yan. It was so delightful by Luo Yan. Husband, wherever you take me, I'll love it. By Luo Yan, by the way, does husband have any role-playing characters he wants to see? I can go buy them. Su Chen, how about a little fox from Yuanshan? By Luo Yan, yay, Yashing Tongzi. I love this character, pink hair. I feel like I would fit it perfectly. Let me show you the cutest little fox in the world. Okay, Su Chen, alright. Little lady's portrayal will definitely be the most beautiful in the world. It's settled then. By Luo Yan, well-behaved. Ding. By Luo Yan's favorability with you +1, current favorability 96. Oh, my favorability increased. Su Chen was in a good mood and chatted with Qin Yufei for a while. The villa's main gate had already opened. A stunning goddess in a white long dress, ethereal and breathtaking, was slowly walking towards them, pulling a suitcase, her fair, long legs subtly visible beneath the sheer fabric. A faint smile adorned her exquisite face. Yang Feng's eyes widened. Wow. Brother Chen, this girl looks so familiar. She resembles your former deskmate, our school's beauty, Lu Zixue. Not just resembles, it's her. Alright. Su Chen chuckled lightly and got out of the car. He walked over to Lu Zixue and took the suitcase from her hands, placing it in the back seat. Alright, do you have any other luggage? Su Chen smiled at her. Today, Lu Zixue looked ethereal. Her curvaceous S-shaped figure was stunning. No, I only have this one suitcase. Lu Zixue gazed at the man she had been thinking about, her little face involuntarily flushing, feeling a bit nervous. After all, it was her first time traveling far without family. How could she not be anxious? The only person she could rely on was Su Chen, and she trusted him. However, their ambiguous relationship made her feel tense and uneasy. Then let's go, get in the car. Su Chen gently held her wrist, helping her into the back seat before getting in himself. The Rolls-Royce drove away. The housekeeper who chased after them saw the Rolls-Royce leaving and couldn't help but show her concern, quickly making a phone call. Hello, President Lu. The young lady is with a rather handsome guy, heading back to Pingjiang. I'm so worried, but I can't stop her. What should I do? What? Zixue is going back to Pingjiang with Su Chen? Without you guys? Lu Deming's voice was clearly panicked. His carefully nurtured flower was about to be picked by a thief? No way. Absolutely not. The Rolls-Royce cruised steadily through the streets of Shanghai City. Yang Feng's driving skills were quite reassuring. He was an experienced driver. Lu Zixue looked at the man beside her, her delicate face clearly showing her nervousness. She wasn't good at expressing her feelings and preferred to keep many things hidden in her heart. Noticing this, Su Chen took the initiative to hold her fair little hand. Zixue, don't be nervous. With me by your side, I will protect you. Lu Zixue's pretty face flushed even more as she tightened her grip on his large hand. I trust you. Current state, confused, uneasy, anxious, determined. What exactly is our relationship now? So annoying. He doesn't say. Do I need to ask him? Forget it for now. With Su Chen holding my hand, I really feel less nervous. Seeing her status, Su Chen looked at her seriously and said, Zixue, let's officially date. Lu Zixue's cold eyes suddenly widened, doubting whether she had misheard. She looked at the man, uncertainly asking, What did you just say? I said, let's date. Lu Zixue's little face instantly turned red, and she hurriedly fanned her cheeks with her small hands. I understand. Her gaze darted away, shyly looking out the window, not wanting the man to see her blushing embarrassment. Su Chen, it's too hot in your car. She casually found an excuse, tightly gripping the man's large hand, using her body language to express her feelings. Su Chen didn't deliberately tease her, he just knew she was very happy, especially happy. It needed time for her to calm down. He would wait for her. Lu Zixue's breathing stabilized, and a faint smile appeared on her delicate face. Su Chen, I'm fine now. You mentioned earlier that something happened at your orphanage. Did you encounter any difficulties? Su Chen replied honestly, there was a flood in Pingjiang and a typhoon. The orphanage is in a disaster area, one wall collapsed, but fortunately, there were no casualties. That's good. We should be able to resolve this trouble quickly, so don't worry too much, Lu Zixue said, feeling uncomplicated and comforting him. Suchin smiled slightly, not wanting to delve too deeply, and then asked, "So what about the conference you mentioned?" Lu Zixue explained with a smile, "Oh, it's the Outstanding Youth Conference at our school, inviting me to return tomorrow to participate. Simply put, they invite a few outstanding graduates back to help the school with ideas and then recognize them." "Oh," Su Chen pondered. Lu Zixue quickly added, "They don't know how amazing you are now, otherwise, they would definitely invite you too. So, I originally planned to tell you about this during dinner tonight, hoping you could come back with me. But, as you said, plans can't keep up with changes, and we returned early." "What a coincidence," Su Chen said, surprised that Lu Zixue wanted to invite him back to Pingjiang. It seems they were truly in sync. Due to Lu Zixue's phone rang, she glanced at it, hesitated, and then answered the call. Lu Deming's deep voice came through. "Zixue, where are you now?" "I'm in Su Chen's car." Once Lu Deming confirmed it was Su Chen, he felt a bit more at ease. "You shouldn't have Aunt Wang accompany you back. Just you and Su Chen should run back to Pingjiang." "What are you planning to do?" Lu Zixue stubbornly replied, "Dad, I'm grown up now. I can decide some things for myself. Besides, Su Chen is right here with me, and you know him. I won't be in any danger." Lu Deming, is his daughter really foolish or just pretending? With Su Chen by her side, isn't that like a wolf seeing an innocent little rabbit? However, Su Chen is indeed an excellent young man. After a moment of silence, he said in a deep voice, "I won't interfere with the major events in your life with Su Chen, but I must remind you to consider everything carefully. Don't act rashly or impulsively when making decisions, understand?" After hearing this, Lu Zixue seemed to understand a bit. "I know, don't worry. I'll message you when we arrive, is that okay?" Pass the phone to Su Chen, I want to say a few words to him." Upon hearing this, Lu Zixue handed the phone to the man beside her. "Uncle Lu," Su Chen answered the call. Lu Deming's tone was calm. "Yesterday, when President Xi asked me for a refund, you were in the car, right?" "Yes." "Heh, you seem quite close to her. I won't say much else. You're a man, you know what I mean." "I understand," Su Chen replied, and the other party hung up. He could actually understand the other person's feelings. Lu Zixue was his precious daughter. Now, the man who might be his future son-in-law had been flirting the day before. As a father, Lu Deming's warning was reasonable. Moreover, the other party had been quite tactful. Su Chen was an adult and understood his meaning. He casually returned the phone. Seeing this, Lu Zixue guessed what had happened and bit her lip, saying, "Su Chen, don't take it to heart. My dad can be a bit harsh." Su Chen gently stroked her hand with his thumb and smiled warmly. "Uncle Lu asked me to take good care of you in the future. How could I not take it to heart? I'm just thinking that having family care about you feels really good." Su Chen. Lu Zixue looked at her beloved, her eyes clear and flowing. She knew that Su Chen was all alone. No matter what difficulties he encountered, he had to bear them himself. It had not been easy all the way. In the future, aren't I your family now? She had always chosen to give silently, and now to express her inner thoughts required great courage. "Zixue, you are really wonderful. I am so lucky to have such a good girlfriend like you." Su Chen's lips curled up, unable to help but praise the little cutie in front of him. Lu Zixue instantly blushed again, proudly saying, I'm not that good. I have a lot of little tempers, and you might not think that way in the future." Su Chen laughed. "Then why don't you throw a little tantrum now? Let me experience it first." "You said it." Lu Zixue pouted, feeling jealous. "You said? What were you doing with President Xi yesterday? Having a boyfriend and going to a parent-child activity with someone else?" No." Su Chen shook his head and said, "How about this? You kiss me, and I won't go." This. Lu Zixue's face turned red and shy. I don't dare. I don't have much experience either, so you close your eyes, and we can learn together?" Lu Zixue became nervous again, her breathing quickening, her chest slightly rising and falling. She held tightly onto the man's hand with one hand, while the other clutched her little skirt, then closed her eyes. Her beauty was breathtaking, with long, curled eyelashes that were very pretty. Su Chen gently wrapped his arms around her waist and pressed his cool lips against hers. Her body trembled slightly, awkwardly responding to the man's advance, letting out a soft, pleasant murmur. After a long while, their lips parted. Lu Zixue's small face was slightly flushed as she leaned against the man's shoulder, her voice so soft that only they could hear. "That was strange." "Strange? You didn't like it?" Su Chen asked her in confusion. Lu Zixue gently shook her head. "I liked it, but I can't say why, it just feels a bit strange." Su Chen understood. Little Shui liked it, but it felt strange because she was just too innocent, pure as a blank sheet of paper, and now he was scribbling all over it. How could she not feel strange? "It's okay, Zixue. I don't really understand these things either. Let's learn together, and it won't feel strange anymore." Lu Zixue softly replied with an and after a moment of contemplation, she cutely and pitifully said, "But, you mustn't kiss other girls in the future, or I will get angry." "Okay." Su Chen agreed without much thought. From her words, it seemed that Lu Zixue actually knew about him and must have had some experience, just not saying it outright to save face. She was too cute. With her cool, fair skin, she was so beautiful. Su Chen looked at her in his arms, feeling as if he could gaze at her for a lifetime. He would never get tired of that. Ding! Lu Zixue's affection for you +3, current affection level 96. After nearly 2 hours of long travel, Su Chen and the others finally returned to the urban area of Pingjiang City. Through a phone call, a Rolls-Royce crossed several blocks and arrived at the large playground near the Sunshine Orphanage. This was the suitable placement point officially found for the orphanage, flat terrain that had not been too affected by the flood disaster. At the entrance, 2 trucks delivering supplies were parked. The gate was wide open, with all sorts of people coming in and out: reporters, students, citizens, and officials. Su Chen took a rough look at the situation and got out of the car. The ground was flooded, and as he stepped down, his shoes were already soaked. Lu Zixue pushed open the car door and, upon seeing the scene before her, slightly furrowed her brows, hesitating for a moment. She was wearing a white sheer long dress today, ethereal and flowing, her long legs adorned with small heels, her delicate feet exceptionally fair and tender. If she stepped down, it was likely that she would be dirty all over in no time. Wouldn't that make her look unappealing? After a few seconds of hesitation, she decided to throw caution to the wind and disregard her image. Just as she was about to get out of the car, Su Chen reached out to support her. "Wait, I'll carry you down. The water here is too murky. If you step in it, your little white dress will turn into a little black dress." Hearing this, Lu Zixue's face flushed slightly as she explained, "You said there was something going on at the orphanage, but I didn't know it was due to the flood." So, she had only been thinking about looking good in front of the person she cared for, not realizing it would turn out like this. "It's my fault for not explaining it clearly." Su Chen smiled gently. "Don't worry, even if your clothes get dirty, I'll buy you new ones. No matter what, you always look the best." "Okay." Lu Zixue felt sweet inside and nodded lightly. Su Chen extended his large hand, picking her up in a princess carry as he walked toward the playground. Yang Feng followed closely behind. Upon seeing this scene, many passers-by were instantly amazed and began to discuss among themselves. "Wow, a Rolls-Royce! Which rich young lady is here to check on the disaster? That dress she's wearing must cost over 100,000. Tisk tsk, and she has to be carried in, how pampered. Don't be jealous, if it were you, you'd be dying to be her dog. Rich people showing off their love, they really know how to flaunt it, so envious." Being held by Su Chen, Lu Zixue heard some idle chatter and shyly buried her head in the man's embrace. However, she wasn't angry because she was indeed a rich young lady. Being pampered was quite normal. Upon entering the playground, the view was expansive. Countless blue disaster relief tents had been set up in an orderly fashion. Many children were still playing in the open space, with teachers watching over them. "This should be good," Su Chen said as he set her down from his arms. Although the ground was still damp from the rain, there was no more standing water, making it easier to walk. Lu Zixue worriedly said, "Su Chen, your shoes are soaked. What if you catch a cold?" "It's fine, once we're done here, I'll change when we get back." Su Chen took her small hand, his face beaming with a sunny smile. "All right." Although Lu Zixue was very concerned, she didn't know what else to say. She understood that Su Chen was very different from her. Even with his significant achievements now, he remained humble and approachable, just like an ordinary person. In contrast, she, as a rich young lady's girlfriend, felt quite pampered. However, Su Chen still doted on her and took care of her as she was lost in thought. Su Chen held her hand and walked forward. Meanwhile, teacher Wu Chuanru from the Sunshine Orphanage was conversing with a formally dressed, polite man. "Mayor Rin, thank you for your help. Our orphanage was able to stabilize so quickly. I really appreciate it." Ran Wenliang was the deputy mayor of Pingjiang City, responsible for this disaster-affected area. He had come personally to assess the situation and offer condolences. "Good comrade, this is what we should do. Your Sunshine Orphanage has helped so many children, making a tremendous contribution to our Pingjiang." He chuckled, with a secretary beside him taking notes. "So, Mayor Ren, the orphanage may need to be rebuilt. Is there any official support or good solutions provided? The funding seems like it might be quite a lot." Wu Chuanru straightforwardly asked for the answer she truly wanted to know. Ran Wenliang's smile clearly revealed a hint of difficulty. "Well, regarding the reconstruction, we need to take it step by step. We must first stabilize the current situation. Don't worry, we will contact the charity foundation and help you organize social donations. I believe you will soon overcome this hardship." Wu Chuanru furrowed her brows. "Then, how much can we raise?" Staying here isn't a solution. Also, how long will it take for the charity foundation you mentioned to officially allow us to use the funds? Ron Wenlian's expression became even more strained. Comrade, please don't rush. Specific matters need to be gradually implemented, and it will require some waiting time. Oh, Xiao Chen, remember to remind the charity foundation when the time comes. The secretary nodded and began taking notes. Wu Chuanru sighed inwardly. Their orphanage was relatively large, and the funds needed for reconstruction were substantial. Although they could provide some subsidies, it wouldn't fundamentally solve the problem, and the timeline would be very long. For a long time to come, they might have to live in tents, exposed to the elements. For their orphanage, it was like falling into a cold abyss. It was so difficult. At that moment, she saw a familiar figure appear, her eyes lighting up, and her smile warming. Oh, Xiao Chen, Xiao Feng, you're back. Wu Chuanru greeted them enthusiastically as if she had seen family. Su Chen had always been a likable child. The old director treated him like a beloved grandson. Even after entering society, he never forgot the orphanage's nurturing grace, often visiting and sometimes sending money. How hard it was for a young person to earn money, yet he still sent money to the orphanage? He was so grateful and particularly filial, maintaining a very good relationship with them. Although there was no blood relation, he was already like family. Wu teacher, Su Chen and Yang Feng greeted her together. Wu Chuanru joyfully looked them over, then her gaze fell on the stunning woman Su Chen was holding, her eyes brightening. Oh, who is this girl? She's so beautiful, really lovely. Su Chen introduced, she's my girlfriend, Lu Zixue. Wu teacher, hello. Lu Zixue smiled slightly, showing friendliness. Wu Chuanru was overjoyed, grabbing Su Chen's hand. Xiao Chen, that's wonderful. You've found a girlfriend. From now on, you mustn't send your salary back. Save your money to marry her. Just look at how beautiful she is. Like a big star hearing the continuous compliments, a shy smile involuntarily appeared on Lu Zixue's cool face. This elder really knew how to speak, she felt so happy. Su Chen glanced at his girlfriend and nodded with a smile. I will. He then took the initiative to bring up the main topic, turning his gaze to Rin Changjiang. Wu teacher, what's the current situation with our orphanage? Wu Chuanru replied softly, Sai, they just want us to wait for news. They won't give a specific timeline. Perhaps because the orphanage needs to be rebuilt and the amount involved is large, they haven't mentioned funding, only saying they would help us find charitable organizations and mobilize social support. This timeline will be very long. Su Chen frowned slightly. People generally don't seek help unless necessary. He had seen how Wu Chuanru had been so humble earlier. If they wanted help with the reconstruction, how long would they have to wait? Not to mention, the road less than 2 kilometers near the orphanage had been a dirt road for decades. The promised approvals still hadn't come through. He understood the general reasons, but it would be impolite to say them out loud. In any case, they still had to rely on themselves. He looked around the environment and casually asked, so, does he mean we have to stay in this old playground until it's rebuilt before we can move in? For now, that's the only option, Wu Chuanru replied helplessly. After all, there are so many of us, and there's no suitable place to accommodate everyone. The orphanage building has collapsed walls. Someone went to inspect it today and said it's a dangerous structure that can no longer house anyone. It needs to be completely demolished and rebuilt, which is our biggest headache. The cost of reconstruction is significant, possibly around 20 million. When others hear that number, they're all shocked. Su Chen had a rough idea of the situation. These problems seem trivial to him now. Just 20 million, he could manage that. However, he recalled what Grandma Wan had said yesterday about the situation being quite complicated, suggesting it wasn't just a simple matter of funding. Before he could ask, Wu Chuanru timely remembered, Xiao Chen, let's hurry. The director is currently discussing matters with those people. You young folks should go and see what's going on. Okay. Everyone stood up and, under Wu Chuanru's lead, walked towards the lounge of the playground. Inside the lounge, the tungsten filament lights were bright. When Su Chen and the others pushed the door open, they caught the attention of 3 men in suits. However, after Wu Chuanru smiled and gestured to them, the men abandoned the idea of chasing them away. The old director, Wan Yuman, was sitting across from the leading young man in a suit, engaged in discussion. The young man was Zhang Tianrui, the heir of Qihua Real Estate. He had come with a purpose. Grandma, seeing you makes me feel particularly close, like I'm seeing family, Zhang Tianrui said with a radiant smile, attempting to build rapport, and then seriously continued. I feel very pained to see the children in the orphanage in such a situation. But I know your orphanage needs to be rebuilt. As a member of Pingjiang, I am willing to represent myself and contribute to help you through this difficult time. He then presented a contract. Grandma, look, your orphanage covers an area of 6,200 square meters, but this time it's in a severely disaster-stricken area, clearly not suitable for continuing as an orphanage. I know that several groups have already approached you about this, but I am different from them. I come with sincerity and kindness." He sighed and continued, "Originally, my father told me this is a losing deal and only wanted me to offer 4,000. But I decided to contribute out of love, offering you 6,000 per square meter, totaling 37.2 million. With this money, Grandma, you can find a better piece of land in the outskirts of Pingjiang to rebuild. The children can soon stop suffering from the elements, don't you think?" His deceptively persuasive words fell. The lounge fell into a brief silence. Next to Won Yuman, the young female caregiver, Jo Yun, showed a slight change in expression, already somewhat swayed. This group was the fourth batch to come today. The previous 3 batches had used various persuasive tactics, but none had been as pleasant as Zheng Tianrui. The prices offered were all around 3,000 to 4,000 per square meter, while this Zheng Tianrui claimed to support out of love and offered 6,000? This indeed made her quite tempted. Jo Yun lowered her head and whispered in the director's ear, "Director, I feel he seems quite sincere. Moreover, our orphanage has indeed suffered damage, and the land isn't worth much. If you keep dragging this out, our land might become worthless, and then it will be difficult to rebuild." Won Yuman did not respond. The deep wrinkles on her face bore the marks of time. Although she was old, but she was not confused. She had seen all kinds of people, countless in number. Whether the other party was sincere, she could tell at a glance. But she was indeed getting old, no longer as sharp as before. She truly could not find any flaws in the other person's words. She stood up, a faint smile on her face, her gaze falling on Su Chen, who had long since entered the room and was waiting quietly, and waved to him. "Xiao Chen, come here. This matter, I'll leave it to you to decide." Jo Yun supported her and saw the Su Chen mentioned by the other party. She had only been a caregiver for half a year and had very little impression of Su Chen. She only knew that this person was quite famous in the orphanage, with certificates covering an entire wall. But like herself, he was just an inexperienced young man. How could he make decisions for the old director? Hearing this, Su Chen walked over and helped Grandma Wan sit down first. Zheng Tianrui was even more delighted to see him. "Oh, handsome guy, so you are the one in charge of the orphanage. Just now, what I said, you must have heard, right? If there's anything unclear, I can explain it again." He suddenly understood. No wonder Won Yuman had always remained unmoved. It turned out the other party was waiting for this young man to return. But now, in this situation, he felt even more confident that things should be almost certain, because it was much easier to persuade a young person who could reason than a stubborn old man. "Who would have thought?" Su Chen replied calmly. "Please go back. We won't sell the land of the orphanage." "What?" Zheng Tianrui's eyes widened. It was as if someone had splashed a bucket of cold water on him. Zheng Tianrui stared at Su Chen, utterly astonished. "Do you know what situation your orphanage is facing? Not selling means delaying the future hopes of so many children. I sincerely want to help you get through this." Jo Yun also became anxious and advised, "Yes, Su Chen, although the director has given you the decision-making power, you can't just make a decision without considering our situation. Who knows how many years it will take for the reconstruction funds to be approved? Are we supposed to wait in this big playground, in darkness?" Upon hearing this, Won Yuman was immediately furious. "Jo Yun, say less. Su Chen naturally has his own thoughts." In her view, Jo Yun was undoubtedly undermining their own people. Moreover, she sensed that Zheng Tianrui was very eager to buy their land, and the price could perhaps be even higher. Refusing could lead to better conditions. "We do need funds, but your heart is too dark." Su Chen glanced at Zheng Tianrui and his group while holding his phone, smiling faintly. "I just received a development plan for Pingjiang City for the next year, and our orphanage's location happens to be in the core area. In the coming year, the Pingjiang Canal will be completely opened up, and the water level will drop. The flood disaster issue will be thoroughly resolved. This means that the surrounding area will become a comfortable residential zone, perhaps a new prosperous center. Naturally, housing prices will rise. You say you are offering a high price of 6,000 yuan per square meter out of compassion for us. Who are you trying to fool?" As these words fell, the entire lounge fell silent. The 3 suited men brought by Zheng Tianrui exchanged glances. Their eyes seemed to question whether the other party was an undercover agent. Had some information leaked? Their expressions inevitably showed panic, astonishment, and disbelief. Jo Yun's face also turned red, momentarily at a loss for words. Just now, she had seen Zheng Tianrui looking refined and occasionally giving her hints, making her almost lose her rationality. Now it seemed he was completely deceiving people. A fraud. Won Yuman's smile grew even wider, finally unraveling the doubts in her heart. She said, "What's wrong? Why is it that the orphanage has been affected by the disaster, yet so many people are flocking to it? It turns out that this area is about to be developed." Zheng Tianrui's expression first fell into panic, but he quickly regained his composure. I don't know where you heard that rumor. Everything is not yet finalized. Whether it will be developed is still uncertain. Moreover, the fact that your orphanage has been affected is true, and you urgently need to rebuild. Right now, you just want to raise the price. So, how much do you want? Everyone's gaze instantly focused on Su Chen. He extended a hand. 50,000. 50,000? Zheng Tianrui's eyes widened. He didn't expect that when he asked the other party to speak, they would actually demand such an outrageous price. 50,000? That's nearly 10 times the amount. You're being ridiculous. Why don't you just rob someone? Upon hearing this, Su Chen remained calm and unruffled. Let me do some calculations for you. You take the land, and you will definitely build commercial housing. With over 6,200 square meters, let's say you can use 4,000 square meters. If you build a 12-story building, that's 48,000 square meters. After development, if the price per square meter is 20,000, you could recoup over 900 million. I'm asking for 50,000 now, just over 300 million, you're still making a huge profit. It's not that simple, buddy. Zheng Tianrui was on the verge of breaking down. Their internal plans were actually quite similar to what the other party said, but they had to consider risks and various costs. Betting over 300 million was clearly too risky, with too little profit margin. It wasn't feasible. You make it sound easy. Don't we need to consider costs? Do you think developing a property is that simple? Even if we really developed it your way, how long would it take for us to recoup the funds? So, we're all just working for you, right? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him closely. Not feasible? Didn't you say you wanted to show love for the orphanage? Zheng Tianrui's breathing became noticeably rapid. He had encountered a tough opponent. If he didn't give a little, the other party would never budge. He couldn't miss this opportunity. There were more wolves than meat. Let's talk about something realistic. I can go up to 10,000 per square meter. Anything higher is just beyond my means. Su Chen didn't even look at him, silently helping Grandma Wan with her shoulder, casually replying, "That's too little." Wan Yuman smiled kindly, looking up at Su Chen with eyes full of affection. This child was too promising. Zheng Tianrui gritted his teeth and began to raise his offer. 11,000. I really can't go any higher. Still too low. Damn it. 12,000. Buddy, let's sign the contract, and you can hurry up and rebuild the orphanage. Zheng Tianrui's composure shattered. He no longer pretended to be polite and directly stated his highest price. Su Chen still didn't look at him, raising his hand indifferently. Please leave. His goal had been achieved. He wanted everyone present to see the other party's true colors. There was no kindness at all. They were all just out for profit. Zhou Yun pursed her lips and stepped forward to usher them out. Mr. Zheng, please leave. Our decision-maker has spoken. Zheng Tianrui's expression instantly darkened like water, and he said fiercely, fine. If you don't want to sell, I want to know who would be willing to take on your mess. 12,000, remember this price. There won't be a higher offer than mine. I want you to come and beg me personally. He flicked his sleeves and left with the three suited men beside him. Zhou Yun turned back to look at the still calm Su Chen, her face involuntarily flushing a bit. She finally understood why Su Chen was chosen by Wan Yuman as her successor. There was indeed a reason for it. This man possessed a depth of character that belied his age. Steady, imposing, so handsome. Her eyes lit up, and she was just about to step forward to strike up a conversation. Su Chen waved his hand. Xi Shui, come here, let me introduce you to my grandmother. Zhou Yun followed his gaze, and her previously bright eyes dimmed instantly upon seeing his girlfriend, who was as beautiful as a fairy. Lu Xi Shui smiled faintly, taking small steps to Su Chen's side, shyly greeting, hello, Grandma. Wan Yumin's eyes sparkled as she saw the girl, excitedly grabbing Su Chen's hand. Xiao Chen, is this your girlfriend? Yes, her name is Xi Shui, you can call her Shui Air. Xi Shui. Shui Air? What a lovely name. Oh my, she's so pretty. This is wonderful. Really wonderful. Wan Yumin was very happy and seriously sized up the girl. Xiao Chen, how did you get Shui Air's dress all dirty? Look at how beautiful it is, and now it's all stained. I'll give you a red envelope later. You take Shui Air to the mall to buy a pretty dress. If she's with you, you can't treat her poorly. You have to treat her well, understand? She was completely thinking for Su Chen. What she didn't know was that Lu Xi Shui's little gauze dress was custom-made, costing over 100,000, and the high heels were 50,000. The whole outfit added up to over 200,000. Lu Xi Shui didn't mind these things and was very happy with what she said, linking her arm with Su Chen's, her little eyes proudly looking at the man. Did you hear that? Grandma wants you to treat me well. If you bully me, I'll go to Grandma to complain. Su Chen took his girlfriend's little hand and looked at the elderly woman, saying, got it, Grandma, I will treat her well. Wan Yumin looked at the sweet appearance of the two, a look of satisfaction spreading across her face. Then she said to the caregiver beside her, Zhou Yun, go help me get my bag. I want to give my grandson and granddaughter-in-law a big red envelope. They should go out to eat and not suffer with us here. Jo Yun responded with an and got up to head outside. Su Chen called out to stop her just in time. Don't go. Ha! Jo Yun was surprised. Su Chen said lightly, Grandma, let's talk about this later. I need to settle everyone first. The situation hasn't even started to be resolved yet. What? Won Yumin was taken aback. Didn't you just resolve it? That was just a small part. Hearing her boyfriend's explanation, Lu Xiaishue smiled and added, Grandma, you might not know, but Su Chen is already super outstanding now. Won Yumin's eyes sparkled. Su Chen had always been excellent since he was young, but now Shui'er said he was super outstanding. She really didn't have a concrete concept of that. In fact, it had already exceeded her imagination. Xiao Chen, what do you plan to do next? Su Chen smiled faintly and helped the elderly woman up. Let's go out first. I'll arrange everything slowly. Leaving the lounge, Su Chen took out his phone and began to implement his settling plan. He called the Lijiao Hotel, which he fully owned. General Manager Wang Jiao answered respectfully, Boss, this is General Manager Wang Jiao. What can I do for you? I'm at your service. Su Chen instructed calmly, from now on, do not accept any clients. Help me call 30 taxis to the old playground. I want to pick up the children from the orphanage and settle them in the hotel. Wang Jiao had heard about the flood incident at the Sunshine Orphanage, but she didn't expect the boss would actually settle the children from the orphanage. Okay, I'll take care of it right away. After giving her a few more instructions, Su Chen hung up the phone. Wang Jiao immediately mobilized the hotel staff. The boss has ordered that from today on, we will not accept any guests. Front desk, help me contact taxis, call for 30 cars to the old playground. Security, drive with me to pick up the people. Received. A brief 10 minutes later, in Pingjiang City, an incredibly shocking scene unfolded. 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms emblazoned with the Lijia logo led a procession of 30 taxis, marching grandly towards the old playground. Countless people stared wide-eyed. Wow, cool. What's going on? Is Lijia Hotel going to do something? Quick, take pictures and post on Douyin. Such an impressive convoy is really rare. In that direction, could it be towards the old playground? I wonder who all these cars are here to pick up. I've never seen such an exaggerated scene before. Are they going to pick up the kids from the orphanage? No way. Lijia Hotel is a 5-star hotel. Are they doing charity? Countless onlookers buzzed with excitement. Everyone took out their phones to record and take pictures. Their expressions filled with enthusiasm. People were not particularly passionate about the disaster, but this explosive scene of dozens of cars lined up intrigued them. Inside the old playground, Deputy Mayor Ren Wanliang had finished his visit and wrapped up his work for the day. With a beaming smile, he directed his secretary to edit the prepared documents and materials into a disaster relief video, ready to be posted on major platforms. Title: Act with Heart. Extend a helping hand to the affected people. Once the video was released, the comments section gradually began to respond. United we stand, fighting against the flood demon. Go for it. Wishing the children of the orphanage can quickly overcome their difficulties. This is our Deputy Mayor Ren from Pingjiang. So cool. /blessings. Wow, the children are all smiling so happily. Deputy Mayor Ren is really approachable. I believe that soon the orphanage will be rebuilt, giving the children a home. Yes, these disaster relief tents look very high quality. Ran Wenliang smiled with satisfaction upon seeing these comments. The secretary praised, Deputy Mayor, everyone sees our efforts. As long as we work together, I believe we can overcome any difficulties. Ran Wenliang nodded in agreement, expressing his true feelings. Next, let the charity foundation start fundraising to rebuild the orphanage as soon as possible. These children, it pains me to see them like this. Just then, a loud commotion erupted as countless vehicles approached them. They couldn't help but widen their eyes. What's going on? Under their gaze, the convoy led by 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms entered the playground. Wang Jiao approached Su Chen with a respectful smile. Boss, we've arrived. Start the transfer. 1 trip isn't enough. We'll make 2. Let's move all the children to the hotel first, giving them a warm and comfortable environment. Su Chen took charge, beginning to issue commands. Lu Zixue, Wan Yuman, Yang Feng, and others were already stunned. They never expected that Su Chen was actually the owner of Lijia Hotel. Could it be that he specifically acquired the 5-star hotel because of the disaster at the orphanage? Understood. Wang Jiao was incredibly determined. The boss's orders were like a decree. She would follow through. Yang Feng, Zhou Yun, Wu Chuanru, and several teachers and caregivers immediately sprang into action, coordinating with Wang Jiao to arrange for the children to board the vehicles. The children, hearing they were going to stay at a hotel, were all incredibly happy and excited. Wan Yuman's expression was filled with excitement. but more so with surprise. Xiao-chun, what? What's going on? Before Su-chen could explain, Lu Zixue smiled and explained for him, Grandma, did you see? Su-chen is already capable of handling things on his own. He must have known about the disaster at the orphanage, so he specifically bought Lijia Hotel. Everything has already been planned by him. He has always been one to plan before acting. She looked at Su-chen, their eyes met, and their lips curled into a tacit smile at the same time. As Su-chen's girlfriend, there were things her boyfriend couldn't conveniently say, and she certainly needed to help explain for him. She was also incredibly confident in her speculation. Su-chen nodded in agreement. Lu Zixue, truly his little obedient girlfriend, made such a valid point. That's right, he was indeed one to plan before acting. Well said. Wan Yuman was overjoyed, holding Su-chen's hand, her emotions overflowing. Moved, gratified, delighted, proud. Xiao-chun, you are truly a rising dragon, so accomplished. It is our pride that a child like you has come from our orphanage. Meanwhile, Ran Wenliang and his secretary were already in shock, curiously walking over. Old director, what is going on here? They looked at the children moving out one after another, filled with countless questions. Wan Yuman smiled and explained, oh, this is our Xiao-chen, very capable. He bought the Lijia Hotel, so he took the children over to settle them. Director Ren, thank you so much for your help, for providing us with so many tents and supplies, allowing us to get through the first hurdle. You truly are a great director serving the people. She extended her hand, gratefully shaking his. Ran Wenliang was suddenly taken aback, his gaze involuntarily sizing up Su-chen. The Lijia Hotel, that was a 5-star hotel, valued at nearly 400 million. This young man actually bought it? A smile of appreciation immediately appeared on his face. This promising young man, is he a child from your orphanage? Wan Yuman nodded. Yes, Xiao-chen is now very outstanding, a pride of our orphanage. Director Rin then curiously asked, so, do you have a reconstruction plan yet? After all, settling in a hotel was not a long-term solution. The reconstruction of the orphanage was of utmost importance. Su-chen smiled lightly. We plan to start construction soon, and by the way, we will also pave the dirt road in front of our place into asphalt. Xiao-chen, that will cost over 20 million. Wan Yuman was shocked, filled with immense worry. She didn't have a specific concept of how much the hotel was worth, but she clearly knew how much it would cost to rebuild the orphanage and that road. Director Ren's expression instantly became incredibly excited, and he proactively extended his hand to Su-chen. Good comrade, it seems with your help, the Sunshine Orphanage will soon be back in operation. I must award you the title of top 10 influential figures in Pingjiang. I'm just helping my own family, it's too much praise. Su-chen politely shook hands with him, still looking calm. Hey, you are so outstanding and still remain true to your roots to contribute to your hometown. This honor is well deserved. Ran Wenliang said earnestly, with a warm smile, tomorrow, I will have someone come to your hotel to shoot a VCR and record your achievements. This matter is settled. All right, Su-chen reluctantly accepted. Just consider it receiving a certificate. After this was confirmed, Ran Wenliang took the initiative to invite Su-chen to take a few photos with him, giving a thumbs up, and then went with his secretary to handle the follow-up work. Originally, they had finished their tasks, but now, due to the children's relocation, these tents needed to be collected and resettled. Ran Wenliang and his team had to work a little longer, but they wouldn't need to do much, just some instructions. Moments later, Wang Jiao drove the Rolls-Royce Phantom back again. Boss, most of the children have been settled, this is the last trip. Shall I take you all back? Okay, let's get in the car. Su-chen and Lu Zixue helped the elderly woman, letting the elder get in the car first. Everyone got into the Rolls-Royce and returned to the Lijia Hotel. Wan Yuman's smile had not faded since it first appeared. A grand procession of long vehicles made 4 trips, transferring all the children from the orphanage to the hotel. This scene was quickly captured by the news media, which thrives on sensationalism. It soon spread widely across the internet. Various shocking headlines appeared in different media outlets, generating immense buzz. Shocking! A charitable tycoon emerges in Pingjiang City, sponsoring over 400 children from an orphanage to stay in a 5-star hotel. The most extravagant act of kindness in history, over 400 children staying in a 5-star hotel. Money is burning, the orphanage is in ruins, and the children are left to fend for themselves. Finally, a hero has come to save them. The owner of the Lijia 5-star hotel has made an appearance, a young talent in his 20s, who has amassed over 100 million in wealth. It is said that this charitable tycoon is a product of this orphanage, now giving back to his former home after achieving success. Various news reports swept through major media outlets, and the buzz skyrocketed. What? A charitable tycoon sponsoring over 400 orphans to stay in a 5-star hotel? How much does that cost in a day? The hotel has currently suspended operations. Based on normal revenue for a 5-star hotel, it must be losing at least 7 to 8 million a month. Damn! If this continues until the orphanage is rebuilt, won't it cost tens of millions? The owner of this 5-star hotel really knows how to do charity. Look, this is what charity should look like. Let's quickly go to the official account of Li Jia Hotel and make it popular. Damn! The official account of Li Jia Hotel had only over 6,000 followers, and now it has surpassed 20,000, and it's still rapidly increasing. Hurry and urge them to start broadcasting. We also want to do charity and contribute our strength for the children of the orphanage. Countless onlookers online were stirred by their own compassion, eagerly volunteering to donate and starting to follow the official account of Li Jia Hotel. Li Jia Hotel, 5-star, luxurious and magnificent. Su Chen first settled Grandma Wan, letting her and caregiver Zhou Yun rest. Under the leadership of Wu Chuanru, several teachers and caregivers were assigned their tasks, each responsible for their own group of children. The hotel had implemented a lockdown, suspending operations. All guests were cancelled to protect the children from outside disturbances. The teachers praised Su Chen to the children. You must always remember, this is the kindness of Brother Su Chen to us. When you grow up, you must become someone like Brother Su Chen. He is so outstanding, a role model for all of us. Countless children, with bright eyes, nodded in agreement. They regarded Su Chen as their idol. Brother Su Chen is truly our hero. Whoa, Brother Su Chen, you're amazing. I want to cry. I used to see Brother Su Chen's certificates in the courtyard. I knew he was incredible, but I didn't expect him to be this amazing. So handsome, so handsome. I want to marry Brother Su Chen when I grow up. I want to learn from Brother Su Chen and become someone like him in the future. The children all wore innocent, radiant smiles. Su Chen's heroic return was like a ray of light shining into a long, dark night. It pulled them from the cold, dark, desolate abyss, back into the warmth of light. Boss, you're amazing, Wang Zhao reported excitedly, holding her phone. Our official Douyin account has skyrocketed to 80,000 followers. So many people are asking us to start broadcasting in the comments. Deep down, she actually had a bold idea. The boss seems to be doing charity, but in reality, he might be running a business operation. 1. Solve the accommodation problem for the children. 2. To attract traffic, turn the Li Jia Hotel into a viral 5-star hotel. It seems like a loss now, but it's actually advertising. The future revenue for the hotel is immeasurable. Su Chen smiled faintly. Live streaming is his area of expertise. Satisfy the netizens' ideas. Find a friendly-looking female employee and let her go live. Title, Passing on Love. Or, If Everyone Gives a Little Love. The enthusiasm of these people online is just temporary. Let them gift as much as they want. We must not let the warmth of love dissipate. However, later a group of hypocrites will apply for refunds. No need to pay attention. We are all for charity. The gifts received will be used for the orphanage. He has been in this industry and knows that this group is eager to gift. If they can't gift, they will feel uncomfortable. It's better to open the window and give them a chance to show their love. He can collect more charity funds for the orphanage and satisfy those people's charitable hearts. It's simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Wang Jiao was taken aback. She was even more convinced of her inner thoughts. The boss must have planned this in advance. Otherwise, how could he know so much about live streaming? Even the psychology of those people, the live stream title, and the situations that arise afterward, the boss has already figured it all out. So impressive. Okay, boss. Wang Jiao looked at him with admiration, then her gaze fell on the 2 receptionists at the front desk. Hey, Shaoli, you have a good image, you look obedient, come help us with the live stream. Shaoli was momentarily confused, pointing at herself. Huh? Me? Live stream? Wang Jiao, yes, just thank for the gifts. We are doing a charity live stream, contributing to society. Oh. Shaoli nodded dumbly. Wang Jiao pulled her to the sofa in the hotel lobby, planning to start the live stream. Ding! Wang Jiao's favorability towards you +10, current favorability 71. Wow, this Wang Jiao. How did she get such a high favorability? Su Chen's lips curled up slightly as he held Lu Zixua's hand and looked at another receptionist. How many rooms are left? The receptionist quickly checked. The Li Jia Hotel is large, providing over 100 rooms for the children, and actually, half of the suites are still vacant. Back to the boss, there's one. Elongated sound, 1 room. She immediately corrected herself because she noticed Su Chen was clearly giving her a hint. There's a top-notch goddess next to the boss. Lu Zixua's cool little face turned slightly red. She wasn't stupid. How could she not see that there must be more than 1 room? Since that's the case, she chose to play dumb. Oh, why is there only 1 room left? What type of room? Su Chen smiled and pressed on. The receptionist smiled slightly. Just 1 left, the presidential suite. In that case, give me the key card. Okay, boss. Su Chen received the key card for the presidential suite and took Lu Zixua's little hand, let's go back and rest first. You should change into another outfit? Lu Zixue obediently nodded. Their luggage was taken up by the hotel butler. Watching them leave, several receptionists at the hotel couldn't help but whisper to each other. Wow, the boss is so handsome. The lady's temperament is so cool, so beautiful, they must have just gotten together, right? There were clearly over 100 suites just now. I didn't dare to say it directly and just said there was only one. Being the boss's girlfriend feels so happy. Chihua Real Estate. General Manager's Office. Investigate. Find out. I want to know who this Su Chen really is. Zheng Tianrui was furious, veins bulging on his forehead. He had failed to acquire the land for the orphanage today, and when he returned, his father had given him a severe scolding. Now he was seething with anger. Clearly, he was on the verge of success, but suddenly, a Su Chen had emerged and shattered his dreams. If he could have secured the land for the orphanage, they estimated they could make 200 million. Now, everything was gone. The secretary rushed in, bowing her head and saying, I found out. Su Chen is a child from the orphanage, and through his own efforts, he acquired the Lijia Hotel on Central Street. After we left, he took all the children to the hotel to settle them. Lijia Hotel? Zheng Tianrui frowned. No wonder he has insider information. Being able to acquire Lijia Hotel shows he has some strength. But just with this, he thinks he can compete with me? He's still too young. Are they planning to rebuild the orphanage next? Or sell it to other real estate companies? Upon hearing this, the secretary speculated, based on the current situation, I think the probability of him rebuilding is higher. Good. So he wants to rebuild, huh? Zheng Tianrui's eyes flashed with malice. Call Pingjiang City, contact all the construction teams, and forbid them from working on the orphanage. Otherwise, they will be opposing us at Chihua Real Estate. Chihua Real Estate had a market value of just over 10 billion in Pingjiang, making it one of the 3 major real estate groups in the area. As long as he spoke, other construction companies would have to consider his face. Moreover, the orphanage was only a 20 million project. Those construction companies would definitely give them face. Understood. The secretary sneered and nodded, picking up various phones to make calls. How could a hotel worth just over 300 million compete with their 100 billion enterprise? Su Chen, I want you to hit a wall everywhere, and in the end, you'll have to come begging me. Zheng Tianrui crossed his legs, puffing on a cigar, elegantly exhaling smoke. Presidential suite. Lu Zixue changed into a casual white sports outfit, her S-shaped figure accentuated, showcasing her graceful posture. A pair of fair, long legs exuded a youthful, vibrant aura. So beautiful Su Chen, do you think this outfit looks good on me? Originally, it came with a hat, which I planned to wear when playing golf. She showcased it back and forth, full of energy. She was beautiful and could pull off any style. She looked like a cool, elegant golf girl. Su Chen sat on the edge of the bed, smiling. It suits you very well, youthful and vibrant. I can almost smell the scent of the green grass. He recalled that night when he video-called Lu Zixue. The perfect triangular curve and the cluster of soft, cute grass in the snow were indeed enchanting. Lu Zixue chuckled lightly. Then, shall we go play golf together sometime? Sure, but I don't know how, so I might need you to teach me step by step. Okay. Lu Zixue's little face was serious. Although she wasn't very skilled, she was confident in teaching Su Chen. Su Chen's gaze then fell on her slim waist, and a mischievous smile crept onto his lips. Zixue, playing golf seems to require some waist strength, right? Does your waist show any signs of training? I don't know. Lu Zixue replied, then pinched the soft flesh around her waist, cutely saying, maybe. Not? No problem. I'll help you check. Su Chen patted his thigh, signaling her to come over. I'm quite knowledgeable about fitness. I even took a class from a fitness coach. Oh, Lu Zixue pondered, leaning closer to her boyfriend, but when it came to sitting on his lap, her little face turned red. Su Chen wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her into his embrace. Xiaoxue, you're so shy. We're officially a couple now. I'm a bit scared. Lu Zixue defended herself shyly, but she didn't struggle and obediently let her boyfriend hold her. She smelled very fragrant, very pleasant. Su Chen noticed that she was different from other girls, too shy. He needed to get closer to her, to help desensitize her. Otherwise, she would resist, and it would be difficult later. This required patience, to take it slow. Xiaoxue, do you know? I used to be very timid too, only daring to quietly watch you from afar, too scared to get close. But now, being with the person I like, I'm really so happy. Lu Zixue wrapped her arms around the man's neck, a smile lifting the corners of her mouth. I'm happy too. Then let me see how my girlfriend's waist is doing. Su Chen smiled and casually slipped his hand under her t-shirt, grasping her delicate waist. Her figure was exquisite, her abdomen flat, without an ounce of excess flesh. So beautiful Lu Zixue's body trembled lightly, extremely shy, her small hands gripping tighter. Su-chen, are you done looking? I'm a bit scared. Su-chen chuckled. Not yet, Xiaoxue. Earlier in the car, didn't you say kissing felt strange? Let's try again. Upon hearing this, Lu Zixue's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Kissing was something she had never experienced before. She was both scared and excited. Was that the feeling of being in love? She nodded gently, closing her eyes. She liked this boy in front of her and being in a relationship with him. Isn't it normal for couples to have sweet moments? She convinced herself. Su-chen supported her head and gently pressed his lips against hers, letting the breath of love ferment between them. After a long while, their lips parted. Lu Zixue's pretty face flushed as she leaned shyly against her boyfriend's shoulder, softly calling his name. Su-chen. What's wrong, little cutie? Su-chen asked with interest, holding her close. Lu Zixue seemed to have 1,000 words to say, but after a moment of silence, she finally said, and no. Su-chen knew she was inexperienced and really liked him. They had just started dating, and she needed time to adjust. He had to patiently guide her, to open her heart. You can't rush things. He gently stroked his girlfriend's long, dark hair, doting. Xiaoxue, you're so cute with me by your side. You don't need to worry about anything, okay? Lu Zixue nodded, intimately wrapping her arms around Su-chen's neck. She wasn't good at expressing her feelings in words, so she could only respond to his love with her body language. She naturally trusted Su-chen completely. After a long moment of warmth, Lu Zixue received a message from her family. She picked up her phone to report her safety. She sent some photos of the disaster area to the family group. Dad, Mom, we went to help at Su-chen's orphanage today. These kids are so pitiful. Image. Su-chen was beside her, watching her chat with her family. Beep. Old Lu, oh, did you solve the problem? Mother, wow, these kids do look quite pitiful. Schwer, doing charity is good. It helps you understand the hardships of the world. It's a nice experience. Lu Zixue, Su-chen handled it all by himself. He even fully acquired the 5-star Lijiang Hotel in Pingjiang, and now the kids have been moved there. Old Lu, what? He fully acquired the Lijiang Hotel? That must cost 400 million, right? He realized he had underestimated Su-chen. The other party was even more outstanding than he had imagined. He couldn't quite see through the true strength of the other party. Lu Zixue, isn't it impressive? Old Lu, it's okay. Have you arrived at the hotel? Lu Zixue, we have. The environment here is great. Plus, it's Su-chen's hotel, so I feel very secure staying here. Mother, Schwer, I haven't seen Su-chen yet. You need to take a photo with him right now and send it to me. Upon seeing this message, Lu Zixue turned her head and asked, Su-chen, Mom wants me to take a picture with you and send it to her. Su-chen smiled and said, that's Auntie's trap. She actually wants to see if we're staying in the same room. You should tell her you need to go to another room to find me. If Lu Deming found out that he had brought his daughter to the same room so quickly, this guy would probably lose it and might even lecture Lu Zixue. It's best not to stir up trouble. Oh. Lu Zixue realized, almost falling for her mother's trick. She quickly replied, huh? I need to find Su-chen for a photo? That's so far away. You all have to wait a bit. Do mother quickly replied, then forget it, take the photo when you have time. Wow, Su-chen, you're so smart, you really guessed it. Lu Zixue's clear eyes sparkled as she looked at the man in surprise. Su-chen smiled faintly, this was just his basic awareness. He pointed to his cheek, then give a kiss to your clever boyfriend? As a reward, are you brave enough? Lu Zixue's little face turned slightly red, but they had already kissed twice. Now, with Su-chen just asking for a kiss on the cheek, she felt like she could do it? Okay, but you have to close your eyes, or else I'll be shy. It wasn't easy for Xiaoxue to take this step, so Su-chen didn't make it difficult for her and closed his eyes. She only felt a sweet scent approaching, and a cool, soft lip gently touched his face. Just as expected from my little darling, come on, we should go eat. Su-chen happily took his girlfriend's small hand. Lu Zixue pouted and said, why do I keep becoming your little darling? I'm actually quite willful and headstrong. No matter how willful or headstrong you are, you're still my little darling. All right, I can't argue with you. Lu Zixue conceded. In fact, she thought the term little darling was quite cute. Just a term of endearment between couples? Should she think of one for Su-chen too? At lunchtime, everyone arrived at the hotel's restaurant. The meals for over 400 children from the orphanage needed to be arranged. Previously, the children ate in the cafeteria at the orphanage, but now that they were at the hotel, most of them were very reserved, standing next to their teachers and not daring to speak. The 5-star chef came to ask Su-chen how to arrange the lunch menu. From tables of hundreds to thousands, up to tables of tens of thousands, the five-star hotel could handle it, and the menu was too rich. Su Chen was still pondering. The old director, Wan Yuman, found him and offered her opinion. Xiao Chen, don't let the children eat too lavishly, just the most ordinary meals will do. She entered the hotel and found it incredibly luxurious, 100 times better than the orphanage's environment. Su Chen was puzzled, as if he understood something deep down. Wan Yuman explained, the environment here is too good, very different from our orphanage. If the food is too lavish, when they go back later, some children might feel a psychological gap, and that wouldn't be good. Su Chen completely understood. It was indeed this reasoning. If the children were given lavish meals every day, it might seem good on the surface, but in reality, it would harm them. He turned and instructed the chef, keep it simple, just ordinary meals like a regular family. The chef received the order and immediately asked, what about your table? Do they need special treatment? The same. Okay. The chef had a clear understanding in his heart and immediately became even more respectful towards the boss. A down-to-earth boss like this is truly rare. He is actually willing to eat the same meals as those children? Half an hour later, the hotel quickly began serving the dishes. The children's faces lit up with joyful smiles. They could finally eat hot meals after spending the night in a tent, cold and hungry. In a luxurious private room, Su Chen let Grandma Wan sit in the main seat, with caregiver Zhou Yun sitting to her right, helping her with the food and serving her. He and Lu Zixue sat on the left, chatting with the old lady. Several key teachers, including Wu Chuanru, Zhou Yun, and Yang Feng, also sat at the same table with them. Although it was the simplest of meals, it was prepared by a five-star chef, and the taste was exceptional. During the meal, the teachers continuously praised Su Chen. Xiao Chen has really made it big now. This five-star hotel, it's my first time here in my life. Xiao Chen has always been outstanding since he was young, and now he has truly succeeded. The old director has a good eye, designating Xiao Chen as the successor. The director originally brought Zhou Yun along to introduce her to Xiao Chen, but now Xiao Chen has a big star girlfriend. At this point, she was shot a glare by the old director and stopped speaking. Zhou Yun's face also turned slightly red. She felt embarrassed. How could she compare herself to Lu Zixue? After a harmonious lunch, everyone sat together to discuss serious matters. Many issues at the orphanage had not yet been fully resolved. Zhou Yun curiously asked, Su Chen, what are your plans next? We are all ready to follow your lead. The old director Wan Yuman was indeed getting old. They needed a new leader. Without a doubt, Su Chen was now the one in charge. He spoke without hesitation, calmly giving orders. Zhou Yun, you stay at the hotel to take care of Grandma Wan. Yang Feng, Teacher Wu, come with me to assess the situation at the orphanage. The other teachers can stay behind to look after the children. We also need to find a construction team soon. The sooner the reconstruction schedule, the better. Everyone nodded frequently, having no objections to his arrangements. The issues at hand were all related to funding, and their ability to help was quite limited. Zhou Yun's eyes lit up, and she immediately said, I have a cousin who is a contractor at a construction site. Perhaps we can entrust this reconstruction project to him. He can give us a better price, and since he's one of us, we won't have to worry about the quality. Wu Chuanru felt that Zhou Yun's suggestion made sense. Rebuilding the orphanage is a major project that will last for decades. If it can be entrusted to someone trustworthy, that would be ideal. What do you think, Xiao Chen? Hearing this, Su Chen casually asked, what construction company is your cousin with? Is he reliable? Reliable. Zhou Yun assured proudly, they are one of the top 5 construction companies in our Pingjiang, and they have contracted projects for many real estate companies. Alright, then you can ask him. Su Chen took a sip of tea. Since the other party had volunteered, he didn't want to refuse them. If the price was right and the qualifications were fine, it didn't matter who the contractor was. Zhou Yun was delighted and picked up her phone to make the call. She felt that she finally played a small role in front of Su Chen. Seeing Su Chen commanding the situation, the old director Wan Yuman looked at him with immense admiration. The call connected. A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. Oh, Yun girl? What a surprise to hear from you. How's everything at the orphanage? Zhou Yun smiled and said, Cousin, I'm calling you about this matter. Our new director plans to rebuild the orphanage and is looking for a construction team. So, who better to ask than you? This is a big project. Ha, Yun girl, you really are sensible. Uncle laughed heartily. I'll talk to my superior about this matter and try to get you the best price possible. I guarantee the house will be built beautifully, so the children can live in peace. Once I have confirmation, I'll call you back, and then we can go to the orphanage to check the specific situation. Okay, waiting for Uncle's good news. Zhou Yun's smile was incredibly bright, and she quickly hung up the phone. Su Chen, it's all settled. My uncle is a really nice person. Once he confirms everything, we just need to gather at the orphanage. She had a look of eagerness. wanting the other person to praise her. Su Chen merely smiled faintly. Well done. Jo Yun clearly didn't notice the indifference in his tone. Her delighted gaze couldn't help but sweep over Lu Zixue before finally retracting. Soon, her phone rang again. Hello, uncle, is it confirmed? This time, her uncle's voice sounded somewhat strained. Yun girl, it's over. It seems you have offended someone. The company has issued a notice saying we can't take on the construction project for Sunshine Orphanage. I don't know if it's just our company, but we can't do it. What? The eyes of everyone present widened in disbelief. Pingtian, one of the top 5 construction companies, was actually being choked by someone, unable to take the order for Sunshine Orphanage? What happened? Jo Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Uncle, who is it? Who could make your company refuse our order? Who has such power? I don't know, just leave it at that. Her uncle hung up the phone, somewhat dejected. Jo Yun's face turned as dark as a pot bottom, and she couldn't speak for a long time. Originally, she wanted to show off in front of Su Chen, but now, this matter had actually fallen through? This was just ridiculous. Wu Chuanru's eyes narrowed, and she angrily pounded the table with her fist. Zheng Tianrue, it must be this guy. He wants to buy our land and is sabotaging us. It's just too despicable. What should we do? He hasn't contacted many construction companies to prevent us from building, has he? Jo Yun's face showed her frustration, and she hated that person with the surname Zhang to the core. Hearing this, Lu Zixue wanted to help. My dad has built up quite a few connections in Pingtian. I'll call and ask. Jo Yun was a bit curious. Sister, who is your father? Not a big shot. Lu Deming, Hongfeng Finance. Have you heard of it? Lu Zixue's face showed a hint of pride as she casually introduced herself. Everyone present was taken aback. Hongfeng Finance was a financial giant worth billions, and although its headquarters had moved to Shanghai, its branch in Pingtian was still active. Lu Deming often attended various events, had been featured in major newspapers and headlines, and was even recognized as an outstanding entrepreneur in Pingtian City, with a net worth of several billion. He was indeed very famous and respected. Everyone was incredibly surprised. Lu Zixue was actually the young lady of the Lu family? Even more crucially, she was Su Chen's girlfriend? This was just too surreal. Lu Zixue smiled lightly, looking at Jo Yun, and added, by the way, how old are you? Calling me sister? She sensed that the other party was clearly competing with her. Could she make the other party benefit? Jo Yun weakly replied, 23. Humph, then we don't even know who is older. Lu Zixue snorted lightly and ignored her, casually picking up her phone to call her father. Beep beep beep, the call connected. Lu Deming's authoritative voice, filled with joy, came through. Zixue, are you missing home? I knew you wouldn't be used to being there alone. Is Su Chen neglecting you? If so, I can have Aunt Wang come over and bring you back. Lu Zixue felt a bit awkward and said, Dad, I do miss home a little, but it's still quite early to come back now. Lu Deming understood and felt happy. So you called back because you encountered some difficulties? Lu Zixue replied, yes, since you're in Pingjiang, do you know any construction companies? We want to rebuild the orphanage, but we've run into a bit of trouble. I see. Lu Deming's mood began to crumble. So, his daughter called in just to help Su Chen? It meant he had to help his daughter with her romance? Sigh. The little cotton-padded jacket has a leak. A serious one at that. But Lu Zixue is his precious daughter. How could he not help? Dad, hurry up and say something. Can you help? Everyone is watching. Lu Zixue urged. Lu Deming pouted. Alright, wait for news. Once it's done, you must make that kid Su Chen thank me in person. Oh, okay, I'll tell him. Lu Zixue glanced at Su Chen, a smile appearing on her face. The call ended. Wu Chuanru couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked, Shuer, how did you and Xiao Chen meet? Lu Zixue gently linked her arm with the man's. We used to be desk mates. Oh, so you were childhood sweethearts. That's even better. I hope you can let Grandma Wan hold her great-grandson soon. Wu Chuanru beamed like a flower. Grandma Wan was also very happy. For the elders, seeing their descendants settle down is one of their lifelong wishes. If they could see the next generation of grandchildren, that would be even more delightful. Lu Zixue felt very shy. Her little face flushed, however. She understood. Sometimes when she went back to her grandmother's house, many elders would ask her if she had found a partner yet. But right now, she had just started dating Su Chen. How could it be so fast? Beep beep beep. At that moment, Lu Zixue's phone rang again. She answered confidently, Dad, have you made contact? To her surprise, Lu Deming's voice was extremely strained. Daughter, did you and Su Chen get into big trouble in Pingjiang? My friend's company actually said they won't take your Sunshine Orphanage's construction order. He said someone is pressuring him, and when I asked who, he wouldn't say. Just apologized and hung up. What? Lu Zixue's eyes turned cold. you can't handle this? Lu Deming explained, I'm mainly active in Shanghai now, and my influence in Pingjiang isn't what it used to be. Otherwise, he would definitely give me face. Now, I have no way. Alright, then let's leave it at that for now. Lu Zixue hung up the phone feeling a bit disappointed, guilty and wronged, and said to the man beside her, Su Chen, I couldn't help either. We can only think of another way. It's impossible that all the construction companies in Pingjiang are afraid to take this project, right? Everyone fell into silence. They initially thought that Zhou Yun's cousin refusing to take the order was understandable. Now that Lu Zixue had mobilized her father's connections, and they still said they wouldn't take it? Could it be that the orphanage couldn't be built? Zhou Yun felt a bit complicated inside. Although Lu Zixue's failure made her feel a bit gloating, she also wanted the orphanage to be built as soon as possible. After thinking for a moment, she suggested, maybe we can ask Mayor Rin to step in and help us persuade those companies, put some pressure on them, and maybe they will relent. Wu Chuanru shook her head. That might not work. Mayor Rin is not related to us. Even if he agrees to help, the construction companies might find ways to delay. The initiative is still in their hands. Zhou Yun was worried. Then, what should we do? I'll ask my company about it. Su Chen smiled faintly and picked up his phone. Originally, he had thought that everyone would brainstorm and come up with a solution to this matter. Then he wouldn't need to trouble others. But now it seemed he had to rely on his own connections. He held 30% of the shares in Huayuan Real Estate in Pingjiang City, giving him significant influence. Once again, everyone placed their hopes on him. He calmly picked up his phone and dialed a number. The person who answered was the chairman of Huayuan Real Estate, Sun Honghua. To Su Chen's surprise, Sun Honghua's voice carried a hint of respect. Mr. Su, this is Sun Honghua. It is an honor for me to receive your call. Just the day before yesterday, there had been a sudden change in their company's shares. A mysterious tycoon had swiftly consolidated the previously scattered shares of minor shareholders. The methods were extremely forceful, and the power was formidable. The name that finally appeared before him was the young man who was now calling him Su Chen. He now held 36% of the shares, making him the largest shareholder, and combined with his brother Sun Honghua's 22%, they could achieve relative control. However, Su Chen's 30% stake had completely altered the previously balanced situation. If his own brother were to collude with Su Chen, what would happen to him as chairman? How would he navigate that? It wasn't that he was overly worried, but being in a high position, he had to anticipate these matters in advance. Moreover, the incident had occurred suddenly, forcing him to think in that direction. Now, establishing a relationship with Su Chen was his primary goal. Su Chen, in fact, did not understand the situation as deeply, but from the other party's tone, he could sense a mix of caution and respect. Clearly, there was a hint of wanting to please him. Does our company have a construction team? I want to rebuild the Sunshine Orphanage. Su Chen did not overstate his ambitions, merely stating his thoughts lightly. Sun Honghua replied without hesitation, of course, Mr. Su. Our company covers real estate, construction, sales. Anything related to real estate, we can handle it all. He felt an immense shock. The other party didn't even seem to fully understand their group's business scope. Just acquiring 30% of the shares? What was the purpose? Su Chen's tone remained calm. Oh, that's fine. Please ask the construction team to contact me. No problem. Sun Honghua readily agreed, then enthusiastically added, additionally, I would like to invite you to dinner. When would you be available? Su Chen replied, that's very kind, but I'm quite busy lately and can't give you a definite time. Sun Honghua said, then I'll arrange things on my end first, and we can decide on the timing later. Alright, I won't take up more of your time. After Su Chen finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Sun Honghua's expression was quite complex. He couldn't figure out what the other party's intention was in acquiring 30% of the shares, but from the tone, it seemed there was no hostility. So mysterious. Sun Honghua shook his head and directly called the general manager of the construction team to arrange things. At the Lijia Hotel, in the private room, Mr. Su, I am Qiu Bin, the general manager of the construction department at Huayuan Group. I have already sent someone to the Sunshine Orphanage for a site survey. I am here to discuss the rebuilding matters with you. Qiu Bin's voice came through the phone. The construction team had their own divisions of labor for efficiency. They would definitely split into two groups, first sending the surveying team to assess the situation on site, then passing the data to him, and finally deciding on the rebuilding plan based on the specific circumstances. Su Chen replied, okay, I'm at the Lijia Hotel, in the 01 Supreme Private Room. You can come over. Understood, we will be there shortly. Xiaobin was very efficient and immediately took his team to set off. Inside the private room, silence fell once again. Everyone stared in shock at Su Chen. The 2 phone calls he made were nothing short of earth-shattering. Huayuan Real Estate Group and Qihua Real Estate, where Zhang Tianrui worked, were known as the twin dragons of Pingjiang Real Estate. Su Chen was actually able to make the chairman of Huayuan Real Estate treat him with utmost respect. Xiaobin from the construction department was even more obedient to him, bowing and scraping. These 2 figures were not just anyone. Sun Honghua was a big shot. So, what exactly was Su Chen's identity? Everyone looked at Su Chen with immense astonishment, unable to swallow their saliva. His terrifying power exceeded everyone's imagination. Even the little darling Lu Cixue was incredibly curious. Her father couldn't handle matters, but Su Chen resolved them with a single phone call? How deep did his strength really go? She realized that what she had touched seemed only to be the tip of the iceberg of Su Chen. The deeper she understood, the more powerful Su Chen became, but the stronger Su Chen was, the happier she felt. It just proved that her judgment was spot on. He was still her boyfriend. How proud was that? Zhou Yun's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, Su Chen, you seem to have a deep relationship with Huayuan Group? Su Chen smiled lightly, just a little bit of shares. A little bit? Zhou Yun shook her head in disbelief. If it were just a little bit, how could he be so respectful to you? I feel like you might actually be the boss of Huayuan Group. She laughed at herself, her voice unconsciously becoming soft and almost coquettish. But from their conversation, she felt that Su Chen was definitely a major shareholder, and his power was so terrifying that even Sun Honghua had to be wary. Otherwise, how could one explain the other party's attitude? Seeing her curious and infatuated expression, Lu Cixue chuckled softly and whispered in Su Chen's ear, can you tell me later how many shares you have? I'm so curious. She didn't want her boyfriend's strength to be fully revealed in front of Zhou Yun. That had to be something only she knew. After all, she was his girlfriend, and she deserved special treatment. Su Chen smiled, sure, little darling, but if I tell you, what do I get in return? One mustn't let girls take advantage so easily, especially his girlfriend. Making appropriate demands would only enhance their flirtation. Lu Cixue's little face flushed. Then what reward do you want? I'll tell you tonight. Su Chen's lips curled up as he whispered mysteriously in her ear. It made her fair earlobes slightly redden. Qihua Real Estate, Chairman's Office. Zheng Tianrui stood before a stern middle-aged man, grinning with pride. Dad, I've already instructed our city's construction teams to refuse to help build the Sunshine Orphanage. I believe that by today, Su Chen will take the initiative to back down and hand over the land. Well done. Zhang Jun sneered, that Su Chen, with just over 300 million in net worth, thinks he can compete with us? What an overreaching ant trying to shake a tree. The land for the Sunshine Orphanage is indeed a huge piece of fat meat. Thinking about how he could easily devour this land with a profit of 200 million, his mood was incredibly pleasant. Who knew? At that moment, the office door was pushed open. Not good. President Zhang, not good. The secretary rushed in a flurry. Zheng Tianrui glared at her fiercely. What's the matter that has you so flustered? The secretary reported with great difficulty. According to the intelligence we've received, Huayuan Group has already connected with Su Chen. Their construction company has taken over, and at this rate, they might start work tomorrow. What? Zheng Tianrui felt a burning pain in his face. Just moments ago, they were still fantasizing about acquiring the land of the Sunshine Orphanage. Now, they were being told that work might start tomorrow? His fists clenched tightly as he roared, it's Huayuan Group again. Why are they always opposing us? I remember their construction company only contracts for their own real estate projects. Ha! Zheng Jun's smile was chillingly cold. That bastard Sun Honghua must have realized we were targeting Su Chen, so he deliberately extended a helping hand. He and Huayuan Group were rivals in the real estate market of Pingjiang, vying for the top position. But he hadn't anticipated that Huayuan Group would mobilize its carefully nurtured construction company to assist someone as insignificant as Su Chen. It was clearly a direct confrontation, a complete betrayal. Dad, what should I do now? Zheng Tianrui was at a loss, looking at his ominous father, his legs beginning to tremble. Zheng Jun glared at his son, pointing to the door, and shouted angrily, "You useless thing, get out of here!" Zheng Tianrui was so frightened that he trembled all over and hurriedly ran away. Zheng Jun's face was as dark as water. After a moment of contemplation, he dialed Sun Honghua's number. "Director's son, long time no see." Zheng Jun's tone was laced with sarcasm, clearly indicating he was not in a good mood. Sun Honghua teased, "Oh, a rare guest. What wind blew you here to call me? Stop pretending with me." Zheng Jun's expression hardened. "You really want to oppose me, don't you? Even if you look down on the land of the orphanage, there's no need to obstruct me, right? What benefit do you get from helping Su Chen? How much can he make you earn from a 20 million project? Upon hearing this, Sun Honghua realized that the other party seemed unaware of Su Chen's identity, and he couldn't be bothered to reveal it. How much I can earn doesn't matter to me, but I can't let you, Director Zhang, profit from it. This year, you've already acquired land in the Northwest. Aren't you worried about having too many projects on your hands? Remembering the bidding for that land in the Northwest 2 months ago, he felt a surge of anger. He had offered a high enough price. Who would have thought that Zhang Jun would take out a $1 billion foreign loan and offer an even higher price to acquire that land? If he continued to develop smoothly, in less than 2 years, the other party might become the leader in Pingjiang. How could he allow that to happen? Zhang Jun sneered, you really are idle now, without any new projects, so you can only resort to these petty tricks. Is that so? Sun Honghua laughed as well. Since you don't care, why are you so agitated to call me? You, Sun Honghua, don't let me catch you making a mistake, or you'll regret it. Zhang Jun threw down a harsh remark and immediately hung up the phone. Looking at the disconnected call screen, Sun Honghua's gaze turned extremely sinister. Zhang Jun? That bastard. Be careful, or I'll make you suffer endlessly. He had secretly gathered quite a bit of dirt on Zhang Jun's Chihua real estate, but he felt it wasn't enough. Even if he exposed it, it wouldn't be enough to take him down. He was waiting for a chance that could deal a fatal blow. On the other side, after being harshly criticized by his father and kicked out of the office, Zheng Tianrui was seething with anger. He picked up his phone and called several charitable organizations, cutting off their supply relationship with the Sunshine Orphanage. After taking these measures, Zhang Jun finally felt at ease, a smile appearing on his face. Su Chen, it's all because of you. I want to make your life uncomfortable. Do you really think I'm someone easy to mess with? The charity organization sends over a total of more than 100,000 yuan to the orphanage every month. For the orphanage, that is its lifeline. Although he knows that for Su Chen, the owner of the Lijia Hotel, this amount might be insignificant. However, cutting off this funding will at least let the other party know that he is not someone to be trifled with. The harm may not be great, but it can certainly disgust the other party. Moreover, he has already thought of the follow-up. Even if the orphanage starts construction, he will send people to obstruct it in every possible way. Otherwise, how can this resentment in his heart be resolved? Lijia Hotel. Wu Chuanru received 2 calls from the charity organization, stating that they were terminating their supply relationship and would no longer provide charity funds. They also said that since your spokesperson Su Chen is a hotel owner, he doesn't need this little money? They might as well give it to someone who needs it more. The reasoning was quite grandiose. Wu Chuanru's face turned very ugly. Xiao Chen, you heard the call, I suspect. It's that Zheng Tianrui's doing. Just a small problem, he's just a jumping clown. Su Chen laughed. Is that it? The other party can only cut off a mere 100,000 yuan in charity funds, and that's all? However, he also understood that Chihua Real Estate Group was clearly targeting him. Fine, once I solve this problem, I'll deal with you. This grudge, he had officially formed with the Chihua Group. Immediately, he picked up his phone and dialed the Hongya Charity Foundation. This is a charity foundation completely under his control, valued at over 1 billion, with a branch right in Pingjiang. Send someone to Lijia Hotel to sign the charity contract with Sunshine Orphanage. Okay, boss, we'll be there right away. The director was extremely respectful, without any unnecessary words, and immediately got up to leave. The crowd was utterly astonished. Just how much has Su Chen grown? How does he know people in the charity foundation? And it seems like he's giving orders? Before they could voice their curious questions, Wang Jiao had already entered the private room, reporting, Boss, the construction team from Huayuan Group has arrived. Let them in. Su Chen waved his hand. A group of formally dressed people surged in, led by a man in a suit with a buzz cut, who wore a respectful smile. Mr. Su, I am Qiu Bin, the general manager of the construction department of Huayuan Group. Let's sit down and talk. Upon hearing this, Qiu Bin found a seat and immediately pushed his laptop forward. Mr. Su, currently, the Sunshine Orphanage is a dangerous building and involves reconstruction. When do you plan to start the work? The sooner, the better. Alright, then let me explain our specific plan to you. Qiu Bin began to outline their general plan. The current orphanage is too old and needs to be demolished and rebuilt, and a better design is required. There are many desks, furniture, equipment, etc., that they cannot handle without Su Chen's consent. Moreover, the amount involved in the reconstruction can vary greatly. If cheaper materials are used, the required amount will naturally be less. Conversely, it will be more expensive if better materials are used. The speed of the project delivery also depends on the money. Hiring more workers will naturally increase efficiency. In summary, if 20 million is spent, the the fastest a shabby orphanage with whitewashed walls can be completed is in 6 months. If 40 million is spent, a luxurious renovated orphanage can be completed in about 2 months. They are all insiders, and the prices are very transparent. After understanding the situation, Su-chen glanced at the system. 50 million credit consumption cashback card. Randomly triggered 5 to 10 times cashback reward. Now is the time to use it, or when else? Then it's settled. 40 million. Let's rebuild properly. Of course, we also need a fresh start. The old furniture and equipment can be donated to the orphanage in need. Teacher Wu, please contact someone to arrange for this. Upon hearing this, Wu Chuanru and several teachers snapped back to reality, nodding in a daze. Although they were reluctant to part with the old furniture and equipment, the situation was different now. Su-chen was too powerful. As the decision-maker, who would dare to voice any objections? Moreover, a refreshed orphanage, with everything replaced by new and better items, symbolized a new beginning for the orphanage. Thinking of this, everyone felt a surge of excitement in their hearts. Su-chen continued, by the way, the road in front of our orphanage should also be paved with asphalt for better accessibility. The entire room fell into silence. Won Yumin, Wu Chuanru, Zhou Yun, Lu Zixue, and everyone else looked at him with fervent eyes. Su-chen was truly a beacon of light, guiding the orphanage forward. The surveying team measured the path near the orphanage, which was about 1.8 kilometers long and would cost 1.5 million. Xiaobin had the lawyer draft a contract. 41.5 million. This includes the orphanage, the asphalt road, and all related expenses. Completion within 90 days. This figure was the current estimate. A detailed bill would be provided to Su-chen later. Su-chen was the second largest shareholder of the company, and they were essentially working for him. They couldn't afford to be careless or engage in any shady dealings. He promptly transferred the project funds. Ding! Detected host spending of 41.5 million, triggering 8 times cashback. Cashback amount, 332 million yuan. Wow! This 5 to 10 times cashback card is incredible. Triggering 8 times cashback means I've made nearly 300 million? What a profit! Su-chen felt a surge of joy in his heart, accepting this great gift. Countless people present looked at him with admiration. Wu Chuanru, Yang Feng, and others stood up, ready to go to the orphanage to work. Xiaobin also bid farewell to Su-chen. Mr. Su, we'll send someone to help clear out the items from the orphanage. We'll officially start work tomorrow. Su-chen nodded slightly, gesturing to Wang Jiao to see the others off. Just then, Won Yumin returned, accompanied by Zhou Yun, and called out to everyone, "Please wait a moment." "What's wrong, Director Won?" Xiaobin asked, somewhat surprised. Everything had been settled. Was there another issue? Won Yumin smiled gently. "I wanted your lawyer to help me and Xiaochen draft a transfer agreement." Agreement? Xiaobin's puzzled gaze inevitably fell on the bright red, land use certificate, in her hand. Deep down, he already had the answer. Yes. Won Yumin walked over and took Su-chen's hand. "Xiaochen, Grandma is getting old, and this land will be entrusted to you from now on. This way, it won't fall into the hands of bad people." She was indeed getting old, with no other relatives. The orphanage was the cause she had dedicated her life to. By calling Su-chen back and making him the decision-maker, she was handing over the power to determine the orphanage's fate to him. Now, Su-chen not only saved the orphanage but also revitalized it. From now on, let him lead the orphanage forward. This piece of land represented the inheritance of a new generation. Grandma Wan, you. Su-chen's heart sank. Even though he had 1,000 words to say, he couldn't express them. He knew that even if he refused, it would be of no use. Moreover, this piece of land is like a juicy piece of meat, worth at least 200 million. If it were in his hands, he could ensure a worry-free life. But if it fell into the hands of other villains, all of Won Yuman's lifelong efforts would be in vain. "Xiaochen, I know what you want to say, but this is Grandma's lifelong wish. I trust you to take care of the orphanage." Won Yuman smiled as she patted Su-chen's hand, not wanting to say anything overly sentimental. Today is such a wonderful day. She can see her grandson bringing back such a beautiful girlfriend. She can also see the orphanage revitalized. She is so happy. Wu Chuanru, seeing this, also encouraged, "Xiaochen, you are the most outstanding child in our orphanage. We all believe that under your leadership, our orphanage will get better and better, and we will be able to help more children." The other teachers nodded in agreement, starting to say similar things. Yes, no one is more suitable than Xiaochen to be our spokesperson. With Xiaochen around, who would dare to bully us? Yes, we originally thought this orphanage would be bought and we would have to move to the suburbs, but thanks to you, Xiaochen, we have a new life. Xiaochen, don't hesitate. Grandma Wan hopes you will take her place. Su-chen sighed. Alright, our sunshine orphanage will get better and better. As soon as these words fell, everyone's faces lit up with brilliant smiles. This is what everyone has been hoping for. The agreement was quickly drafted and signed. The only thing left was to submit it to the relevant departments for review, and the handover would be officially completed. At this moment, a respectful male voice sounded, "Boss." Everyone turned their curious gazes. Two individuals dressed in black suits, with a prominent red leaf logo on their chests, had entered the private room. "You are the Red Leaf Foundation?" Wu Chuanru recognized the newcomers. Xiaobin was also taken aback. "Director Pang, you came too? You just said, boss, could it be?" He turned his astonished gaze to Su Chen, who had just signed the agreement, unable to suppress a gulp. "What kind of identity does the other party have?" Pang Yuan smiled slightly, speaking elegantly, "Yes, Mr. Su, you are the sole owner of our Red Leaf Foundation." As soon as these words were spoken, the calm atmosphere in the room surged again. Countless eyes were fixed on that handsome man, Su Chen. Just how outstanding is he? First, he acquired the Lijia Hotel worth nearly 400 million, and then effortlessly dealt with Huayuan Group, seemingly holding a significant amount of shares. Now, he is actually the sole owner of the Red Leaf Foundation. It should be noted that the Red Leaf Foundation is one of the top 5 foundations in the country, with a market value of over 1 billion. What a terrifying concept is this? Su Chen. Lu Zixue held the man's big hand, her eyes filled with curiosity. She realized she couldn't see through Su Chen at all. Countless questions were bubbling in her heart, wanting to ask him. She was so curious. Under Su Chen's instructions, the Red Leaf Foundation signed a charity contract with the orphanage. They would provide a charity fund of 500,000 yuan to the orphanage every month, which was a substantial amount for the orphanage. Additionally, the salaries of the teachers and caregivers were raised. Their original base salaries were 4,800 and 4,200 respectively, with slight increases based on seniority. Su Chen directly gave them a significant raise, changing the teacher's salary to 7,000 and the caregivers to 6,500. When they heard this news, their faces blossomed with joy. "Xiao Chen, this is just wonderful. I never thought in my life I could earn such a high salary. I'm so happy I could cry now. The teachers and caregivers from other schools are all coming to envy us. I bet they're all trying to squeeze in to come to our orphanage. Being a part of Sunshine Orphanage is our pride." Su Chen merely smiled faintly. Now that he had money and capability, he naturally wanted the children and staff at the orphanage to enjoy good treatment. He wanted them to walk out with their heads held high, no longer subjected to the cold stares and disdain of others. After handling this matter, Wan Yuman urged Su Chen to go and process the land transfer procedures. Su Chen had no choice but to comply with her wishes. After all, this piece of land was a burden for Wan Yuman, like a man who was innocent but suffers for possessing something precious. To prevent anyone from bothering Wan Yuman in the future, taking over the land was actually helping her. Su Chen drove the Rolls-Royce Phantom from the hotel, accompanied by Lu Zixue, Wan Yuman, and Zhou Yun, to the housing authority. "Miss, please help us process this agreement." "Sure, sir." After more than 2 hours of paperwork, Su Chen had officially become the owner of the 6,200 square meter land for Sunshine Orphanage. As they exited the housing authority, Wan Yuman looked relaxed and smiled with satisfaction. "Xiao Chen, now that I've handed over the land to you, I feel at ease. From now on, I can enjoy my life in peace." Since she got older, she felt increasingly inadequate regarding the orphanage. For the past 2 years, it had been teacher Wu Chuanru who handled many of her responsibilities. Only significant matters required her personal attention. Time waits for no one. "Grandma, I plan to promote teacher Wu to the position of vice principal. She has worked hard these past 2 years and deserves a proper title." "That's fine, you're the principal now, so it's your decision." Wan Yuman smiled happily, her wrinkles deepening, and then turned to Zhou Yun, saying, "Xiao Yun, help me prepare a red envelope. I want to give my granddaughter-in-law a big one." Zhou Yun looked on with envy. Earlier, while they were processing the paperwork, she had gone outside to withdraw money for Wan Yuman, taking out 5,000 yuan in cash and buying a red envelope to wrap it up. Originally, Wan Yuman had promised to introduce Su Chen to her, but now, Su Chen was with Lu Zixue, and she was just a new caregiver. She could only watch others in love, seeing such an outstanding and handsome man as someone else's boyfriend. Sigh. She sighed inwardly and took the red envelope from her bag, handing it to the elderly woman. "Principal, here." Wan Yuman took the red envelope and pulled Lu Zixue's fair hand, saying, "Swear, this is a red envelope from Grandma for you. It's a good omen for your first visit to our home." The traditional customs of the older generation dictate that when a younger person brings their partner home, they give a red envelope as a greeting gift. She regarded Su Chen as her own grandson, so this gesture was essential. Even though Lu Zixue usually appeared aloof, her face was now beaming with a smile. She felt recognized by Su Chen's family. It was a warm feeling, the happiness of being blessed by the elders in love, but she hesitated, unsure whether to accept it, and could only cast a pleading glance at her boyfriend. Su Chen, just take it. This is Grandma's goodwill, wishing us happiness in the future. Thank you, Grandma. Lu Zixue affectionately hugged the elderly woman gently. Won Yuman couldn't stop smiling. Next, Lu Zixue showcased her wealthy young lady's spending power, taking the old lady to the mall to buy several outfits. Considering that Grandma's health wasn't that robust, they didn't run around too much. Later, accompanied by Su Chen, they bought Grandma Won some health supplements for the elderly, spending only a few thousand yuan. Lu Zixue then took out 20,000 cash, also wrapped in a red envelope, to return the favor. Won Yuman refused to accept it no matter what, but after Su Chen's persuasion, she finally accepted it with ease, praising Lu Zixue all the way. As night fell, everyone returned to the hotel for dinner. The matters at the orphanage had been resolved, and reconstruction could begin the next day. After dinner, Su Chen briefly instructed Zhou Yun to take good care of Grandma Wan before taking Lu Zixue back. Watching him leave, Zhou Yun held back her feelings for a long time and said with a hint of resentment, "Director, you said you would introduce Su Chen to me, but look, he already has a girlfriend, and you treat her so well. After all, she was a girl, and seeing the handsome and excellent boy she was supposed to be introduced to already having a girlfriend and showing off their affection in front of her made her feel like her own happiness was being snatched away. Naturally, a little emotional turmoil arose. Won Yuman sighed helplessly. Xiao Yun, that was before, I didn't understand the situation. But you and Xiao Chen have never been together. It can only be said that there is no fate between you." Zhou Yun became unhappy and pouted, but Su Chen and Lu Zixue just got together. "A few months ago, you said you would introduce Su Chen to me. Why didn't you give us a contact method? We could have chatted online first. If that were the case, maybe the one standing next to him would be me. Are you saying you've already developed feelings for Xiao Chen?" Won Yuman gently sighed, comforting the hurt Zhou Yun. "Xiao Yun, feelings can't be forced. You will find your own happiness." Happiness? Zhou Yun felt wronged and unconvinced. Where can I find another boy as good as Su Chen? Won Yuman fell silent for a moment, then her gaze flickered. What about young Feng? He grew up with Xiao Chen and is reliable and honest. Without thinking, Zhou Yun replied, "Forget him, I don't like him." Won Yuman was at a loss. She could only let her calm down. Zhou Yun's eyes wandered, and it was unclear what she was thinking. In the presidential suite, after Lu Zixue returned, she had already taken a shower and changed into a light blue pure cotton pajama set, snuggling tightly under the covers. Her beautiful little face was clearly a bit flushed. It was her first time sharing a room with a boy, and they were going to spend the night together. She was too nervous. Su Chen also changed into pajama pants and lay beside her, planning to open up and talk about their future life that night. When Lu Zixue saw the man's bare upper body, she shyly averted her gaze and started pressing the TV remote. "Xiaoxue, do you want to watch TV?" Su Chen said with a mischievous smile, "Then lean against me, and I'll watch with you." Oh. Lu Zixue's voice was obedient as she moved closer to her boyfriend, resting her head on his arm. She didn't really know what to watch, just randomly pressing the remote. Su Chen quietly watched his girlfriend. Her face was fair and delicate. As for her figure, even though it was concealed by her conservative cotton pajamas, the curves that were faintly visible were still very beautiful. He was very patient. Tonight was long, and he could slowly let down her guard. He couldn't be too hasty. Just as Su Chen was about to say something, a sports broadcast on the TV caught his attention. Now we are broadcasting the WRC Huaxia Rally Championship. Today, 10 contestants will challenge the Coastal Forest track, which is the 5th track of this championship. After the intense competition in the earlier stages, the top 3 contestants clearly hold a scoring advantage. WRC? Su Chen was taken aback and turned his gaze to the big screen. Lu Zixue pointed at a beautiful female racer on the television, exclaiming, "Hey, why are there female contestants in this race? She looks so young." Lu Qingyue, 18 years old? Lu Zixue read out the contestant's name after seeing the introduction and a close-up of Lu Qingyue. Lu Qingyue. Su Chen was somewhat astonished. He remembered clearly that Lu Qingyue had said she was about to participate in the WRC Huaxia Station Championship, but he didn't expect he would unexpectedly see a replay of her race. Since it was already evening, the race on TV was clearly from the afternoon, which meant she had already completed the 5th track. However, her performance was not ideal, only placing 3rd. He wondered what her ranking would be after today's race. Su Chen, what are you doing?" Lu Zixue pouted, her cheeks puffed up, lightly hitting the man. In her view, he was clearly distracted by that beautiful girl ignoring her. His girlfriend. "I'm not watching anymore, I'm changing the channel." Lu Zixue directly switched to the next channel, no longer watching the racing channel. Seeing this, Su Chen smiled. "Xiaoxue, you look really cute when you're jealous." Hearing this, Lu Zixue proudly said, "So what if I'm jealous? I have a little temper. Who told you, my boyfriend, to stare at her for so long and ignore me? Su-chan leaned over and kissed her cheek. I actually know that Lu Qingyue, I just didn't expect her to be almost done with the race. Lu Zixue's clear eyes widened slightly, then she turned back to the racing channel. The perspective just switched to Lu Qingyue's first-person view in the race, almost like watching a racing game, the route flashing by in an instant. She's your friend? Driving too fast, right? How can she participate in this kind of race at 18? Little obedient Lu Zixue was very curious. Su-chan smiled and explained, she's a genius racer. Her dad used to be a racing king, so she inherited her father's racing spirit. But it seems her race isn't going very smoothly. But she's in third place, isn't that impressive? Lu Zixue, completely unfamiliar with this field, thought that Lu Qingyue getting third place was already quite remarkable. How could it be that her performance was not going well? Su-chan chuckled, among the 10 contestants here, only the top 3 have some skill. The rest are just inexperienced rookies. Only winning the championship has any significance. So, she's actually not satisfied with her third-place finish. He briefly explained to the little obedient one, the specifics were too deep to cover in a short time. He also knew that the reason for Lu Qingyue's poor performance was not her driving skills but rather the navigator sitting in the passenger seat, Lu Yifeng. Oh, that's quite unfortunate for her. Lu Zixue pondered. On the screen, Lu Qingyue also completed the coastal forest segment, although she secured second place in that segment, closing the scoring gap. However, her overall ranking remained unchanged, still in third place. Then, Lu Zixue's eyes twinkled mischievously as she looked at the man. How did you know her? Little obedient one, kiss me first, then I'll tell you. Poof. Lu Zixue was teased by her boyfriend, and everyone laughed. She had no choice but to lean in and give him a quick kiss. She realized that this time she seemed less nervous. Can you tell me now? Little rascal, what did you call me? Su-chan, hearing the nickname, suddenly felt a bit flustered. Lu Zixue's face instantly turned red, and she shyly said, and no, I didn't say anything. Just pretend you didn't hear. Alright then. Su-chan stopped teasing her and casually said, a while ago, I happened to meet her brother in the neighborhood. Then I went on vacation and coincidentally ran into the 2 siblings, and we ended up racing together for a bit. That's about it. Although he left out many details, what he said was indeed the truth. In reality, he had gone on vacation with Bai Luoyen. They even soaked in hot springs together. Not only did he overtake Lu Qingyue's car, but he also raced in her Ferrari. It was simply exhilarating. But could he say that? Obviously not. So you guys are neighbors. That's quite a coincidence. Lu Zixue didn't press further. She felt it would be a bit unreasonable to ask more. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Suddenly, Su-chan's phone rang. The caller was none other than Lu Yifeng. Su-chen glanced at his girlfriend and then confidently put the call on speaker. Hey, Yifeng, what's up at this hour? Lu Yifeng's voice was extremely urgent. Brother Chen, I need your help. I really need your help. Do you need me to assist you? Yes. You might not have seen the WRC race, so you don't know the specifics. Anyway, Qingyue is in a tough spot right now. It's all because of me that she can't perform at her true level. Brother Chen, I've never asked anyone for help in my life. For the remaining 2 races, I want you to replace me as Qingyue's navigator. Lu Yifeng's voice was practically pleading. He even used the word ask. Lu Zixue's curious eyes sparkled. What the heck? Su-chen, to be a navigator? Can he even drive better than those professional racers? Su-chen fell into deep thought. He still had things to wrap up. How could he find time to help Lu Qingyue as a navigator? He gently declined. I'm in Pingjiang right now, so I really can't help you guys. To his surprise, upon hearing this, Lu Yifeng's voice became even more excited. What? You're also in Pingjiang? The last 2 stages of this WRC championship are in Pingjiang. We're coming over tomorrow to familiarize ourselves with the track. The official race day starts the day after tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, a similar announcement appeared on the big screen. WRC Huaxia Station Rally Championship, the final stop, Pingjiang. We will compete here for the final championship. Let's meet again the day after tomorrow. Su-chen, then, let's talk tomorrow. Lu Yifeng was overjoyed. The fact that the other party didn't refuse meant there was a good chance. Brother Chen, which hotel are you staying at? When we arrive tomorrow, we'll come find you directly. Su-chen pondered for a moment. Was it fate? His connection with Lu Qingyue truly seemed unbreakable. Moreover, she was a 95-point beautiful genius racer, albeit with a quirky personality, always wanting to treat him as her prey. Now, she needed something from him. Perhaps he could set some slightly excessive conditions. I'm at the Lijia Hotel. The situation is a bit special. If you can't get in, just give them my number. Okay, Brother Chen. Thank you so much. I won't disturb you any longer. After Lu Feng finished speaking, he waited for the other party to hang up the phone. Then he proudly looked at the beautiful girl beside him and said, Xingyue, Brother Chen should have agreed to help. If you still can't drive well, don't blame me. Who would have thought? Lu Qingyue completely ignored his words. Her stunningly beautiful face wore an exceptionally excited and enchanting smile. Did you hear that? The competition report from the call just now? So, Su Chen has been secretly paying attention to my competition. What a bad man, so tough on the outside but soft on the inside. She had completely moved past the gloom of her competition loss. Around her, she was already enveloped in a sweet atmosphere. She was fully revived. Su Chen, do you still race? Lu Zixue's curious gaze turned to the man beside her. Yeah, I have quite a few skills. As he spoke, Su Chen casually slipped his large hand into her loose pajamas, wrapping his arm around her delicate waist. Lu Zixue's face turned slightly red. Her shy appearance was quite adorable, and then she asked, So can you tell me how many shares you have in Huayuan real estate now? I can, but my little darling, you have to answer a few questions for me first. Su Chen looked at his stunning girlfriend in his arms, feeling it was time to be honest with her. Lu Zixue nodded gently. You ask. Su Chen voiced the doubts he had in his heart. The mysterious wealthy benefactor who sponsored my college, it was you, right? Lu Zixue found it a bit hard to say, but she bit her lip and chose to tell him the truth. To be precise, I had my dad sponsor you. I know that during the summer after you graduated high school, you worked 2 summer jobs just to gather that tuition. Although with some subsidies, you could earn it through your own efforts. I wanted to make your college life a bit easier. The reason for the anonymity was to lessen your burden. After hearing this, Su Chen felt a subtle touch in his heart. He had worked 2 summer jobs, and Lu Zixue actually knew. Moreover, she chose to remain anonymous to consider his pride and relieve his burden. Where could he find such a wonderful girlfriend? He loved her so much. The corners of his mouth lifted as he recalled some seemingly coincidental events. So, during the summer, you often came to the milk tea shop where I worked to buy milk tea. It wasn't just a coincidence? He had seen Lu Zixue almost every day at the milk tea shop where he worked, buying a cup of milk tea that he made for her. Their conversations were just ordinary. At that time, he purely thought it was just a coincidence. Lu Zixue probably loved the milk tea from that shop, and he happened to work there. Now it seemed, things were not quite as he thought. Lu Zixue fell silent, shy, and hesitant to speak the truth. Su Chen found it amusing and gently coaxed, Little darling, can you tell me? Now that we are together, I want to know everything about us. Lu Zixue felt a sweetness in her heart, bit her lip, and shyly shared her thoughts from back then. I wanted to come see you, as a farewell. If I went to college, I wasn't sure when we would meet again. But your milk tea was really delicious. I even gained 2 pounds. Remembering that time, she couldn't help but lift the corners of her beautiful mouth. The once reserved boy had now become her boyfriend. She was so happy. Su Chen also smiled, playfully pinching the soft flesh at her waist. Gain weight? Xiaoxue, your figure is great. I meant before. Lu Zixue shyly corrected him, then looked up at the man seriously. Now, it's your turn to answer my question. Why? Didn't you confess to me? Su Chen knew that his girlfriend was asking knowingly, but she just wanted to show her vulnerable side to him. No matter how strong the exterior may seem, it is all a facade. What they desire is a unique affection, a chance to discover their true selves. With that in mind, Su Chen began to reveal his mixed feelings. Because I lack the courage, I am not worthy of the attention you received back then. But I have always aimed for this, driven by you, striving hard. I want to become the man who can stand by your side, and that is who I am now. Xiaoxue, I really like you. Sorry to keep you waiting. This sweet talk, how could the innocent and pure Lu Zixue withstand it? She was already overwhelmed with emotion. Her lake-like eyes rippled. I like you too. Su Chen's lips curled up as he leaned down, pressing against her soft, beautiful lips. His large hands slid down her flat abdomen, gliding into the curves. Lu Zixue closed her eyes, her expression dreamy as she conveyed her love to the man, but she was also very nervous, her body showing resistance, which greatly distracted Su Chen. However, under Su Chen's patient tenderness, she gradually relaxed and opened her heart to him. It hurts. Lu Zixue pouted, her small hands gripping the bedsheet tightly. Su Chen, with utmost gentleness, took advantage of the moment, bringing the stunningly cool woman beneath him. Xiaoxue, you are so beautiful. Don't be nervous, just trust me with yourself. Lu Zixue's face was already flushed, and she nodded gently, reaching out to wrap her arms around his neck. Su Chen pressed his lips against hers again, whispering his endless tenderness. The restless air continued for several hours before gradually calming down. A towel stained with a bright red mark was tossed onto the sofa. Lu Zixue, glistening with fragrant sweat, nestled in Su Chen's arms, adjusting her rapid breathing. After a long while, she looked at him seriously and asked, Su Chen, you will marry me, right? Su Chen held his perfect little sweetheart tightly, smiling lightly. Of course. Do you still not believe me? I believe you, but I still want to hear you say it. Lu Zixue entrusted everything to the man she had long admired. How could she not believe him? It was just that at times like this, girls instinctively show their vulnerability, wanting care and a sense of security from the other person. Su Chen embraced her, speaking affectionately, Xiaoxue, I will make you the most beautiful bride in the world, my wife. You're so cheesy. Lu Zixue was delighted, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she wrapped her arms around his waist, quietly snuggling into his embrace, closing her eyes. She felt weak all over, needing rest. Su Chen looked at her beautiful face, filled with love, tenderly brushing her hair. Xiaoxue was fair and beautiful, with delicate skin. Just moments ago, she had been so nervous, like a flower bud waiting to bloom. But Su Chen had enough patience and gentleness to gradually open her heart. Only then did she blossom, breathtakingly beautiful. It was still early. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. The next day, in the morning, Su Chen held his girlfriend Lu Zixue, still lost in sweet dreams. The first half of the night had been a tentative attempt, helping his girlfriend to adapt. The latter half had been intense. The cool little fairy Lu Zixue had fallen into the mortal realm under his touch. Her voice was clear and enchanting, tugging at the heartstrings. With an exquisite S-shaped figure and skin as white as snow, she was truly a beauty of the world. He loved her so much. The phone ringing by the bedside woke them up. Wang Jiao's voice rang out. Boss, are you up? Ren Shengzhang has arrived at the hotel and said he wants to shoot a VCR short for you. Oh, I got it. You entertain him first. I'll come down as soon as I can. Su Chen hung up the phone. His little sweetheart girlfriend rubbed her sleepy eyes. What time is it? Did we oversleep? Remembering the scenes from last night with Su Chen, Lu Zixue couldn't help but blush and her heart raced. Originally, she thought it was all over. Who knew? Su Chen told her to go wash off the bright red stains in the bathroom. And what happened? This bad guy in front of her didn't let her off at all. Su Chen smiled. It's fine, it's only 10 o'clock. You can keep resting. Do you want me to order breakfast for you? Ha, it's already 10? Then, I won't have breakfast. Shall we have lunch together later? After confirming their relationship with Su Chen many times, Lu Zixue was no longer as shy and nervous as before, her tone unconsciously becoming a bit spoiled. Very cute. Noticing these subtle changes in her, Su Chen ruffled her hair. Little sweetheart, do you want to sleep a bit more? I don't. Lu Zixue shook her head proudly. I want to get up and watch you shoot the VCR. All right then. Su Chen said helplessly. You get dressed. I'll wait for you to wash up together. Just as Lu Zixue was about to get up, she suddenly realized something, her little face turning red. You first bring me my pajamas. Su Chen rummaged around, looking for the set of pajamas he didn't know where he had thrown. Finally, he found it on the floor. Here. Lu Zixue took the pajamas, saw that Su Chen had no intention of leaving, and blushed again. You turn around? Don't look. Where haven't I seen? Woo, just turn around, otherwise I can't change. Okay, I'll go wait for you in the bathroom. After Su Chen said that, he turned and walked towards the bathroom. He had just finished washing his face and was about to brush his teeth when Lu Zixue had already changed into her pajamas and came in. Wait for me. I want to brush my teeth with you. Su Chen smiled. His little sweetheart Lu Zixue was quite clingy. He casually took apart the toothbrush set and handed it to her. Then, the two of them brushed their teeth together in front of the mirror. Swish swish swish. Lu Zixue took out her phone and snapped a few pictures, mumbling, Su Chen, how about I shave your beard in the future? Su Chen teased her on purpose. Then what should I shave for you in return? Lu Zixue? She seemed to think of something, her little face turning red, shyly saying, Don't have any bad ideas, I don't need your help. Su Chen laughed. I didn't say anything. Didn't say? Last night, you said it was cute. You definitely have ulterior motives. Since it's cute, how could I bear to hurt it? Little Shui, you're thinking too badly of me. You're bad to begin with. Lu Zixue pouted, but the smile on her cool little face couldn't be hidden. Ding. Lu Zixue's favorability towards you has reached 100. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title of Sweet Lover. Activate now? Yes/no activate. Su Chen silently thought, and the system immediately popped up several prompts. Ding. Congratulations to the host, activated the title of Sweet Lover. Goddess profile card has been refreshed. Name, Lu Zixue. Age, 23 years. Body, 170 centimeters, 53. 5 kilograms, A4 waist, crane legs. Overall attractiveness, 97 points. Intimacy, refreshing. Sweet lover. Number of relationships, 1. Current status, sweetly in love. Super reward activated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward, 100 million yuan in cash. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward, 70% shares of Xianlong Security, becoming the power holder. Value, unestimable. Details, Xianlong Security? Value, actually unestimable? Su Chen was surprised and curiously clicked to see the details. Xianlong Security, a semi-official security group with branches in several key cities across the country, legally holding firearms. It has multiple strong departments, intelligence department, infiltration department, security department, etc., to escort the host and enjoy a carefree life. My goodness, this is really something good. Su Chen was very excited, happily pocketing the reward. He looked at the cool and lovely little Guai, Lu Zixue, beside him. It seemed that every time he received a reward, it brought him quite a surprise. He really wanted to reward her again. A kiss. Just as Su Chen was about to move, the system popped up a prompt again. Lu Zixue's intimacy with you +5. Lu Zixue's intimacy with you +5. Lu Zixue's intimacy with you +5. Ding! Lu Zixue's intimacy with you has been refreshed. Current intimacy is 22. You can claim the reward for this stage. Would you like to claim it now? What? Su Chen was thrilled. Rewards just kept coming. It was unstoppable. He estimated that this intimacy was due to the warm interactions they had last night and brushing their teeth together today, but he didn't expect it would suddenly soar to 22. Claim. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward, a debt contract of $1 billion, becoming the sole creditor. Debtor, Zhang Jun. Total repayment periods 12, interest 8%, currently remaining repayment periods 10, amount $900 million, repayment date. Goodness, Zhang Jun? A smile crept onto Su Chen's lips. Just as he was dozing off, the system sent him a pillow. The Zhang family was like ants, always coming to bite him. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with them. Now it's good, he became their creditor. The repayment date is actually tomorrow. Now there's something to play with. After finishing his wash, Su Chen wrapped his arms around her waist and happily kissed her cheek. Xiaoxue, Mua, I like you the most. Lu Zixue was very happy to hear her boyfriend's confession, her little hand caressing the man's cheek. I like you too. The two looked at the mirror together. The scene was so sweet. Su Chen, let's take a photo together and use it as a phone wallpaper, okay? Sure, I'll listen to little Guai. In the hotel lobby, Mayor Rin, sorry to keep you waiting. As Su Chen came down, he saw Ren Wenliang and a group of people waiting on the sofa. Ren Wenliang stood up, smiling warmly as he shook hands with him. Mr. Su, I've heard about your achievements. You invested heavily to rebuild the orphanage yesterday, making a significant contribution to our Pingjiang. You've worked hard. From his perspective, Su Chen's rebuilding of the orphanage and road repairs were all within his jurisdiction, adding a remarkable achievement for him, which was worth celebrating. Naturally, he had to commend Su Chen. Su Chen smiled lightly. Mayor Rin cares for the people and serves them, truly putting in a lot of effort. Ha! Being able to serve the people is my honor. Ran Wenliang laughed heartily, appreciatively patting Su Chen's shoulder. Young people today should really learn from you and take you as a role model. This is also the original intention of establishing the top 10 people who moved Pingjiang. Then I will accept this honor. Su Chen no longer modestly declined, calmly accepting the other's praise. Lu Zixue watched her boyfriend, unflustered and easygoing, with a gentle smile curving her beautiful lips. So wonderful. Let's officially start filming. Ran Wenliang waved his hand, and the young photographer behind him immediately stepped forward. Mr. Su, we need your cooperation for our VCR shoot. Alright, go ahead. It's like this. The young photographer briefly outlined his ideas. Each candidate nominated for the top 10 inspirational figures of Pingjiang would have a tailored script based on their background, paired with a VCR short film to achieve promotional effects. The content they wanted to shoot for Su Chen was quite simple. The core was to highlight Su Chen's close relationship with the orphanage teachers and children, showcasing his affability. Additionally, as the owner of a 5-star hotel, it aimed to portray how he confidently commanded the situation, demonstrating his strong business acumen and leadership style. When edited together, it would create a striking contrast. A young man, having reached the pinnacle through hard work, serious and meticulous in his work, yet not forgetting his roots, choosing to give back to his hometown and dedicate himself to charity. Inspirational. Moving. After nearly an hour of shooting, the process went very smoothly. Su Chen played himself, without any pretense. Great, Mr. Su, the shoot went very well, and we can edit the short film this afternoon. The young photographer was very satisfied with the footage he had captured. Su Wenliang smiled broadly, nodding in approval. I just saw your interaction with the old director and the children, and it reminded me of my childhood. It moved me. The honor of being one of the top 10 inspirational figures of Pingjiang belongs to you. Everyone agreed. They had filmed many people awarded this honor, but few could express genuine emotion like Su Chen. Many put on an act in front of the camera. However, wherever Su Chen went, the respect and joy in the eyes of those teachers and children when they saw him were hard to conceal. It was evident how grand and dazzling his image was in the hearts of those at the orphanage. This young man was exceptional. In comparison, others who were also awarded this honor seemed dim in his presence. Su Chen smiled lightly. The children in our orphanage are also very grateful for the support from Director Ren, which helped us get through the first hurdle. Everyone, let's stay for lunch. Under Director Ren's leadership, we will unite as one, and Pingjiang will become better and better. Upon hearing this, Ran Wenliang smiled in great approval. The words spoken were filled with high emotional intelligence, making it impossible to refuse. He did not respond directly but smiled at his secretary, Xiao Chun. It's time to present the award. The secretary understood and immediately brought over the trophy and flowers. Director Ren personally presented the award to Su Chen, conferring the honor. Mr. Su, congratulations on becoming one of the top 10 inspirational figures of Pingjiang. Thank you. Su Chen smiled slightly, standing next to Ran Wenliang, both giving a thumbs up. Facing the camera, they posed for a photo. Click. The photo was captured. Su Chen's smile was bright, and he felt very good. Previously, he had only seen others receive such awards on television. Today, he was the protagonist, and it felt quite novel. After handling this matter, Su Chen instructed Wang Jiao to properly host Ran Wenliang and his group in the kitchen. Naturally, Ran Wenliang and his party stayed at the hotel for lunch. He also informed Su Chen that he would submit the achievements for provincial-level selection, along with a formal award ceremony. Su Chen didn't mind. He was very busy now. Who had that much time? In the presidential suite, on the large sofa, Su Chen kissed the beautiful woman's cheek. Xiaoxue, I need to take care of some matters. I'll go to school with you in the afternoon. What matters? Lu Zixue blinked her big eyes curiously. Can I help? Qihua Real Estate. Su Chen smiled coldly, revealing his sharpness. The Zhang family has opposed us time and again. It's time to return the favor. If you need my help, you might have to go find Uncle. I doubt he would want to get involved in this mess, so let's forget it. After all, Lu Deming was currently focused on Shanghai, and he had little influence left in Pingjiang. It was likely that the other party wouldn't be of much help. I won't. Lu Zixue's gaze was resolute. I want to ask my dad for help. We're looking for dirt on Qihua Real Estate, right? She wanted to contribute and stand alongside Su Chen. Pretty much. I need to freeze all the funds in his account first. I have my own ways to deal with him later. Su Chen already had a rough plan in mind. He was currently a creditor to Zhang Jun, and the repayment date was tomorrow. First, he needed to freeze all the funds in the other party's account, making it impossible for them to pay up tomorrow. Then the real show would begin. All right, I'll call my dad right now. I refuse to believe he won't help. Lu Zixue's face was cold as she quickly picked up her phone to call her father. Su Chen didn't stop her. How could he dampen his girlfriend's enthusiasm to help? He picked up his phone and first called Xianlong Security. A cold female voice answered. Master Su, I am the chief instructor of Shanghai Department, Lang Wei. Please give your orders. Master Su? This sudden title left Su Chen momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure and said coldly, mobilize all forces. I want all the information on Qihua Real Estate in Pingjiang. The deeper, the better. I want him dead. Understood. After giving his orders, Su Chen called Sun Honghua. Director Sun, you have a conflict with Qihua Real Estate, right? Are you interested in playing a big game with me? Sun Honghua smiled with interest. Mr. Su, how confident are you? Or do you have any fatal trump cards against them? Su Chen smiled faintly. I am the creditor of Zhang Jun's $1 billion foreign debt. Is that enough? What? Sun Honghua was completely excited. Is that true? Director Sun, you're a smart man. Do I need to joke with you? What do you need me to do? Very simple. Su Chen's lips curled up as he shared his plan with him. After listening, Sun Honghua wore a conspiratorial smile. Mr. Su, you truly are a genius. Count me in for this game. The Zhang family. He. Xianlong Security. Chief Instructor Lang Wei began to command the operation. Master Su's orders have been issued. Intelligence Department, start collecting all information on Qihua Group, both positive and negative, no detail too small. Dark Ops Department, Infiltrate their computers, leave no trace unexamined. Infiltration Department, send ICE to Pingjiang, disguise as relevant personnel close to the Zhang family, and gather more detailed intelligence. Security Department, let's head to Pingjiang, protect Master Su. Her commands fell like thunder. 100 responses. All 19 branches of Xianlong security across the country began to mobilize. Different departments performed their duties. They started to target Chihua Group, Huayuan Real Estate, Chairman's Office. The secretary chuckled slyly. Director son, are we finally going to war with Chihua Real Estate? Hee, the timing wasn't right before, but now that Mr. Su has launched a full-scale attack, Chihua Real Estate is doomed. Sun Honghua smiled coldly, beginning to issue commands. Prepare all the dirt we've gathered on Chihua Group. Use our connections to warn any forces that might help the Zhang family. Anyone who dares to assist the Zhang family is opposing us, the Sun family. Understood. The secretary nodded vigorously, quickly getting to work and taking action. Sun Honghua also picked up his phone and began to contact his connections. Since he was going to pull off a big score, he had to completely eliminate the opponent, never to rise again. The sky was gray, and the cold wind was biting. Recently, it seems to be getting colder. Zhang Jun stood in front of the office window, feeling an unnamed chill constantly creeping over him. The overcast sky gave him a sense of foreboding, as if something significant was about to happen. Suddenly, his phone rang. Zhang Jun momentarily lost focus but felt a warmth in his heart as he answered the call. Wife, why are you calling me? His wife said, Old Zhang, just now 2 people came to check the electricity meter, saying our villa has abnormal electricity usage, so they checked the circuit. Oh, what did they say? After checking, they said everything was fine and left. I just feel something is off, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Don't overthink it, some people just look for trouble. After chatting with his wife for a few moments, Zhang Jun hung up and returned to his desk. What's going on? Zhang Jun frowned, feeling something was off with his computer, and immediately called for his secretary. Xiao Zhang, what's wrong with my computer? It was fine just now, why is it lagging? The secretary explained, it seems the company's network is experiencing fluctuations. The IT department is currently troubleshooting and hasn't found the cause yet. Handle it as soon as possible. Zhang Jun waved his hand to dismiss her. What he didn't know was that an invisible black hand had already tightly grasped his throat. Su Chen, it seems my dad really can't be of much help, but his Hongfeng Finance just lent 50 million to Chihua Group, and they have only paid back for 3 months. Lu Zixue frowned, her delicate face looking charming. She didn't know if this news would be useful to Su Chen. Su Chen rubbed her head and smiled, that's great, more debtors. If they can't pay back the money, they can only use the company to settle the debt. But it's only 50 million, right? They should be able to pay that back easily? Lu Zixue knew that this amount should be insignificant for the 100 billion group of Chihua Real Estate. Don't you know? The last straw that broke the camel's back? 50 million is already a lot. Oh, as long as it helps you. Lu Zixue's brows relaxed, and she wrapped her arms around the man's. She was very happy to be of help. Let's go to school. Su Chen took her small hand and stood up to leave. Now that everything had been instructed, all they had to do was wait patiently. Pingjiang High School. A Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove in, instantly attracting the attention of countless students. Su Chen and Lu Zixue got out together, hand in hand, strolling through the campus towards the administrative building. All the students' eyes lit up. Whoa, the senior and senior sister with godly looks. They are holding hands, so sweet I envy their love so much. I found out, the goddess is the most beautiful and ethereal school flower in our school's history, Senior Lu Zixue. The boy is her deskmate Su Chen, who was also the school hunk back in the day. Wow, the seniors are together like this? So sweet. Noticing the countless gazes, the two had clearly become the center of attention. Su Chen looked at his girlfriend beside him. Xiaoxue, so many people are looking at you. You're too famous at school. She had come to school today dressed casually and simply, but even in long pants, her stunningly long legs were simply mesmerizing. Tall and slender, she was a beautiful sight wherever she went. So ethereal. Lu Zixue let out a light hum. I don't know about others, but those girls are clearly watching you. Don't drag me into this. No way, I'm so low-key. Humph. Back in high school, many girls from other classes would sneak a peek at you by the window after class. Don't think I didn't notice. So, you started getting jealous back then? Your annoying Lu Zixue was caught off guard, smiling playfully as she shot a glare at the boy. After a moment of contemplation, she softly said, I even secretly rejected a few love letters for you. You won't be mad, right? No, I also helped you throw away quite a few. Su-chen shook his head, looking quite justified. As the school's popular figures, it was normal for them to receive love letters. Lu Zixue felt sweet inside, her cheeks slightly flushed. You really are a little bad boy. When I threw away those love letters, I secretly read the sweet nothings those girls wrote to you. Ugh, so cheesy. Oh, Su-chen's lips curled into a smirk as he asked, do you remember any of those sweet nothings? The one that left the deepest impression on me was, among all the splendors of the world, only you are irreplaceable. Lu Zixue's face turned slightly red as she gazed tenderly at the man beside her. Their eyes met, and Su-chen's lips curled into a mischievous smile. You only tell me such beautiful words now? You're in trouble. I have to punish you. Eh? Lu Zixue's eyes sparkled, her mouth slightly agape. In her surprise, Su-chen wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her. Woo! Lu Zixue's face turned crimson as she shyly buried herself in the man's embrace. Her heart raced. The punishment was to kiss her in front of so many people? How embarrassing! Su-chen was so domineering, so bad. The sweet moment of their embrace lasted for a brief yet long 10 seconds. Their memories seemed to return to the innocent high school days. The youthful fluttering of hearts was so beautiful now. The boy and girl finally conveyed their feelings to each other, together writing the future of their lives. Su-chen released his embrace, gazing at her with deep affection. From now on, you are mine. You're so domineering. Lu Zixue felt sweet inside, her lips pouting slightly. Yeah. Su-chen held her hand, walking forward calmly, holding your hand, growing old together. The moment I held yours, I had no intention of letting go. Lu Zixue's face turned shyly red, lightly nodding in response. In the days to come, please take care of me. Their hands intertwined, fingers tightly clasped, let the sweet scent of love ferment freely. At the entrance of the administrative building, the director of education, Yurong, smiled as she saw the two approaching and stepped forward to greet them. You must be Lu Zixue, right? The school had invited several outstanding graduates back for a conference, actually to help solve some issues. In other words, they were seeking something from them. Su-chen and Lu Zixue returned to school as invited guests. Naturally, she had to personally welcome them to show respect. Hello, Director Yu. Lu Zixue smiled slightly and greeted politely. And this is? Yurong's gaze assessed the boy beside Lu Zixue. Although she found him somewhat familiar, there were so many graduates each year that she couldn't possibly remember. Lu Zixue explained, this is Su-chen, a graduate from my class. He came back with me for the conference. Well, many hands make light work, so let's head up. Yurong smiled and gestured with her hand. That said, she didn't expect Su-chen to be of much help. After all, he wasn't on the guest list. Lu Zixue was one of the key guests the school was focusing on. In the conference room, 7 elegantly dressed men and women sat scattered around, all outstanding alumni invited back for this occasion. When Su-chen and Lu Zixue pushed the door open, everyone's curious gazes turned towards them. The few men, upon seeing the aloof Lu Zixue, were instantly captivated. But soon, jealousy flickered across their faces. The celestial beauty actually has a boyfriend? How infuriating. The 2 other attractive women, noticing the men who had just been enthusiastically chatting with them now acting this way, curled their lips in disdain. Humph, a bunch of shallow men. They then tacitly shifted their attention to Su-chen, their eyes sparkling with interest. A thought arose in their hearts, who is this handsome junior? However, they merely wondered in silence, not daring to voice their curiosity. Hand in hand, Su-chen and Lu Zixue sat together at the back, reminiscent of when they were classmates sharing a desk in class. Only now, the situation was different. They had both made their way towards each other and come together. At the conference table, Principal Hee-jun briefly concluded his opening remarks and moved on to the theme of the meeting. We have invited our distinguished alumni back to ask for your help with a favor for our alma mater. To keep up with the times, our school is set to undergo an expansion. There is a 3,800 square meter plot of land in the southeast direction of the school, which is very suitable for this expansion project. After a long effort, we have finally secured 24 million in funding, but Huayuan Real Estate has informed us that the minimum price for that plot is 30 million. For the sake of the children, to provide them with better education and a good educational environment, we hope that all of you can help the school brainstorm and solve this huge problem. Su-chen's expression froze, as if he had realized something significant. Huayuan Group, a plot of land worth 30 million? When I awarded shares, I gifted a plot of land worth 30 million. Could it be the one the school wants to buy? He murmured to himself, uncertain as he opened the system. Land, area 3,800 square meters. Value, 30 million. Coordinates, southeast of Pingjiang High School. Map details, on the map, the plot was enclosed in a red box, designated as the school's expansion teaching building, simply perfect. What a coincidence. Suchen was also surprised that the land the school wanted to buy was actually in his hands. The other 7 distinguished alumni present understood. Brainstorming was just a pretense. The school was clearly short on funds. Moreover, the 3,800 square meter plot only required 30 million, which was relatively cheap due to its intended use for educational resources. Asking Huayuan Group to lower the price further would be a bit excessive. At that moment, an alumnus named Yuan Xiong confidently shook his wrist adorned with a Vacheron Constantin watch and made a suggestion. To put it simply, the school is currently lacking funds, and we should try to fill this gap. 6 million, there are 9 of us here, so if we split it, it's less than 700,000 each. How about we all contribute according to this number? The others hesitated immediately. It wasn't that they couldn't afford the money, it was just that donating 700,000 like this felt a bit painful. Silence lingered for nearly half a minute. A beautiful woman with wavy hair raised her hand. I'll contribute 700,000. With her taking the lead, the other alumni began to follow suit. Alright, I'm a bit financially strained, so I'll donate 300,000. I'll donate 700,000 just like Senior Wang Lei. Wow, you two are both wealthy. I'll contribute 200,000. Don't laugh at me, everyone, I'm having a bit of a hard time lately. I'll donate 100,000, hoping our alma mater continues to thrive. Good, good, good. You truly are outstanding alumni of our school. The principal couldn't stop smiling. The director of education, Yu Rong, was recording the donation amounts. So far, 6 alumni have pledged, raising a total of 2.4 million. With a gap of 6 million, there was still 3.6 million left to go, and the situation remained grim. Yuan Xiong turned around with a bold smile, teasingly looking at the sweet couple, Su Chen and Lu Zixue. I'll donate 1 million. We're still short 2.6 million. Why don't you and your boyfriend just cover it all? After all, the hope of the school rests entirely on you. He ominously put them in a moral bind. Unexpectedly, Su Chen replied calmly, we don't plan to donate. What? The entire room widened their eyes in disbelief. Not donating? Not even willing to contribute 100,000? How stingy! Yuan Xiong was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Ha! Are you here to joke? Attending the outstanding alumni conference and not willing to help at all? Sigh. Principal He Jun shook his head in disappointment. But whether the alumni wanted to donate was their own choice. They had no right to force anyone. Yu Rong felt something was off. After all, Lu Zixue and the others were here. How could they really not donate? It must be that Yuan Xiong was so annoying that they changed their minds at the last minute. Or perhaps the remaining 2.6 million made Lu Zixue and the others feel that even if they donated, it wouldn't matter, so they simply chose not to. She pondered for a moment and looked at the troublesome Yuan Xiong. Yuan alumni, thank you for your contributions to the school, but every alumni has their own wishes. We shouldn't force others. After saying that, Yu Rong smiled and turned to Lu Zixue. Lu alumni, don't feel too pressured. Every bit of goodwill will be remembered, as it is the foundation for our school's construction of the teaching building. She truly was the director of education, speaking with great skill. The implication was that if Lu Zixue had donated even a little, the school would remember their kindness. Lu Zixue remained silent, looking at the man beside her. For me, there really is no need to donate. Su Chen smiled slightly and said casually, isn't the school just trying to buy that piece of land in the southeast for 30 million? I can just get the landlord to lower the price a bit, right? The expressions of the crowd fell into a difficult silence. Yu Rong didn't know what to say anymore. Principal He Jun sighed and explained, that piece of land was originally going to sell for 40 million. I negotiated with Mr. Sun for a long time to bring it down to 30 million. Now, trying to get him to lower it further is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xiong laughed even more. Exactly. You make it sound so easy. If it were that simple to buy it cheaper, who wouldn't want to? If you don't want to donate, at least don't use such excuses. There's no point in saying more. We'll know if we try. Su Chen dismissed him with a glance and added, everyone, just transfer the funds to the school first. I have a way to get that landlord to sell us the land at a lower price. If this group of alumni found out that the land was his and refused to donate, wouldn't that be taking advantage of them? That wouldn't do. Yuan Xiong arrogantly laughed. In that case, if the funds fall short later, you'll cover the rest? No problem? Sure. Su Chen smiled slightly. After all, no matter how it was handled, it was still his money. Soon, the other 7 alumni began transferring funds to the school's provided account. They quickly raised 27 4 million for the expansion. Principal Hee-jun felt completely uncertain deep down, but since Soo-chin said that if he couldn't buy the land cheaply, the remaining 2 million would be arranged by the other party, he had no more concerns. Hee-jun excitedly picked up his phone and called Sun Hong-yuan, the general manager of Hwa-yuan Group. Hello, Mr. Sun, can we discuss the price of the land near the school that I talked to you about last time? To his surprise, Sun Hong-yuan apologetically replied, I'm sorry, that piece of land was bought by our second shareholder, Mr. Su, a few days ago. Hee-jun was stunned. What? Bought by someone else? Your second shareholder? Mr. Su, what's his number? Okay, you say. The last 7 digits are 888, right? He noted down the number given to him and then hung up. Now, his head hurt even more. Hey, is Hwa-yuan Group deliberately messing with my mind? Just to make a few more million? What do you mean the land changed hands to the second shareholder, Mr. Su? Now, don't even mention 27. For million, I doubt the other party would sell even for 30 million. He looked at the number in front of him, sighed deeply, and prepared to dial. Suddenly, Yuan Xiong raised his hand to stop him. Wait, principal, the situation has changed. What do you want to say? Hee-jun was speechless. Yuan Xiong smirked and looked at Su-chen. You just said that if 27 for million couldn't buy it, you would cover the difference. So now, if the price exceeds 30 million, will you still cover the extra? Everyone's heads buzzed. Yuan Xiong's question was a bit harsh. If the second shareholder, Mr. Su, said he would sell for 40 million, and Su-chen agreed, wouldn't that mean he would have to pay over 10 million more? The situation had indeed changed. Yurong saw this and intervened. Yuan Xiong, don't be unreasonable. The current situation is not the same as before, even the landlord has changed. Your request is simply too unreasonable. Su-chen looked at Yuan Xiong with interest and sneered, then if I buy it for 27 for million, what will you say? What benefits will I get? Yuan Xiong's face darkened, and he was furious. You're helping the school, and you still need me to give you benefits? What are you thinking? Su-chen shook his head and laughed. Then you should just shut up, it's quite noisy. Yuan Xiong's face turned red with anger, his fists clenched tightly, but he couldn't think of anything to retort, and his face darkened as he gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll wait to see you make a fool of yourself. The conference room fell completely silent. Principal Hee-jun finally pressed the dial button. Beep beep beep. Everyone was stunned, confused. Their ears perked up like antennas, trying to catch the sound of another phone ringing in the conference room. They saw Su-chen take out his phone from his pocket and answer it. The principal's phone call interface had also successfully dialed. He respectfully greeted, Hello, Mr. Su. Su-chen smiled slightly, I'm here. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. They seemed to have discovered something terrifying. Hee-jun glanced at Su-chen and then at his own phone. He suspected he was hearing things. Mr. Su, is that you speaking? Yes, I'm standing right in front of you. Boom! Everyone's minds instantly crashed. They incredulously focused their gaze on Su-chen. Hee-jun almost stumbled and fell, looking at the young man in front of him in shock. Su-chen? You are the second shareholder of Hwa-yuan Group, Mr. Su. That piece of land is now in your hands. Correct answer. Su-chen nodded lightly. So I said, I can sell it to the school at a lower price. As a small contribution from me to the school, isn't that reasonable? Reasonable. The principal was unusually excited, stepping forward to shake Su-chen's hand tightly. Alumni Su, I announce that you are the outstanding alumni of this conference. Hey, I think it's my baby's contribution. Su-chen took Lu Zixue's small hand. Without her, there wouldn't be me today. Lu Zixue's little face turned red. Baby? All her credit? This is too embarrassing. Hee-jun immediately changed his tone. Right. Both of you are the outstanding alumni. Later, I will gather all the students on the playground, and you will be the keynote speakers. I will present you with medals. Okay, let's do it that way. Su-chen had clearly become the focus of the entire event. The two wealthy senior sisters had their eyes lit up. They never expected that this handsome junior was now so impressive. Moreover, he was the second largest shareholder of Hwa-yuan Group. Wasn't that worth at least several billion? They enthusiastically approached and took the initiative to greet him. Junior, let's exchange contact information. The senior sister recently wants to buy a house. Oh dear, Zixue, you won't be jealous, right? Handsome junior, let's exchange contact information too. Let's be friends. They all took out their phones, opened the QR code, wanting to add Su-chen's WeChat. Seeing this, Lu Zixue puffed up her cheeks in jealousy. Her eyes rolled quickly, and she quickly picked up her phone, forcing a smile. Senior sisters, let me add you. If you want to buy a house later, you can find me first. Wang Lei, Dong Ningqin. The smiles of both froze. The other male alumni looked even darker. They had just chatted with Wang Lei and Dong Ningqin for a long time, but didn't even get their contact information. Yet now, these two beautiful wealthy women directly asked Su Chen for his contact information, and they were rejected by Lu Zixue. People are infuriating. Su Chen really had a lot of luck with women. Yuan Xiong had long since slumped in his chair, his face ashen, his lips trembling. Impossible, how could this happen? He is actually the second largest shareholder of Huayuan Group, worth billions? At such a young age, he can achieve this? Is it that I am not working hard enough? Yuan Xiong doubted life, his mindset completely collapsed. The Outstanding Young Alumni Conference came to an end. Su Chen sold that piece of land to the school for 27.4 million, making a significant contribution to his alma mater. All the alumni received the school's recognition as outstanding alumni. Originally, there was only one MVP Best Outstanding Alumni spot, but the principal was very understanding and directly announced two spots, Su Chen and Lu Zixue. The school quickly gathered all the students on the playground. The crowd was bustling, and as far as the eye could see, there were countless students, about 2,000 to 3,000. On the podium, Wang Lei, Dong Ningqin, and several other alumni took turns to give speeches and then presented medals. They had all prepared some speeches and enjoyed the spotlight. When it came to the awarding of the Best Outstanding Alumni, Su Chen held his girlfriend Lu Zixue's hand and walked onto the stage together. He smiled and said into the microphone, "Baby, you go first." Below the stage, thousands of students cheered. "Wow, senior sister, so sweet. Showing off love like this is really enviable. They are actually both outstanding alumni, so impressive. I heard that senior Su Chen solved a big problem for the school. Anyway, they are all so amazing. I want to become an outstanding alumni too." Lu Zixue's small face had already turned red. She thought for a moment and reminded everyone must not fall in love early, and then study hard and make progress every day. After she finished speaking, she hid beside Su Chen, feeling extremely shy. Su Chen took the microphone, and the entire venue fell silent. He organized his thoughts and began an inspiring speech. "There are beautiful views outside the window, and a bright future in your writing. Bowing your head is a sea of questions, raising your head is the future. All achievements and beauty come with the pain of self-discipline and restraint. All motivational words only have meaning when paired with real action. Destiny is in your own hands. Remember, you are the one playing the cards. You can choose to fall to the bottom, but I choose to soar to greatness." As his words fell, the audience erupted in thunderous applause. The students were filled with passion, as if they had been injected with adrenaline, all brimming with energy. Some confused students, after hearing this, decided to go back and do a few more sets of problems to outshine their classmates. Those boys also wanted to become outstanding like Su Chen, to achieve success and return to their alma mater with the first school beauty as their girlfriend. They were stepping onto the peak of life. "Idol. Senior Su Chen, you are our idol. We want to learn from you. Whoa, I also want to succeed and find a school beauty as my girlfriend in the future. Destiny is in your own hands, so well said. I will fight for my future." Principal He Jun also applauded as he walked onto the stage. "Su Chen, you spoke so well. I was moved to tears, as if I had returned to the era of youthful struggle. Now, congratulations to you for becoming the best outstanding alumni. This is your honor medal." He solemnly awarded 2 medals to the two of them. Then, he called over several other outstanding alumni, and everyone took a group photo together. Su Chen and Lu Zixue naturally stood in the center position. The two had already become the focus of the entire event. All eyes were on them. Leaving the campus, Su Chen drove a Rolls-Royce back to the Lijia Hotel. At the entrance, 2 modified Knight 15 armored vehicles, dark and imposing, were parked at the door. A woman with silver short hair, stunningly beautiful, dressed in a black tight-fitting outfit that perfectly outlined her S-shaped figure, exuded an extremely cold aura. Her pitch-black eyes seemed devoid of any emotion, beautiful and fierce. She was followed by several impeccably dressed bodyguards. Everyone stood at attention. Upon seeing Su Chen and Lu Zixue step out of the car, the cold woman took a few steps forward and respectfully clasped her hands, saying, "Longwei, greetings to Master Su." "Greetings, Master Su." 6 impeccably dressed bodyguards spoke in unison with authority. Su Chen looked at the beautiful and fierce Longwei, feeling a stir in his heart. She was too beautiful. Her shoulder-length silver hair was particularly eye-catching. The system immediately popped up a prompt. Ding! Goddess information has been refreshed. Name, Lingwei. Age, 22. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Overall attractiveness, 96. Favorability, 60. Romantic experience, 0. Current status, respect. Su Chen felt delighted. He had previously spoken on the phone with Lang Wei, but he never expected that this subordinate would be so beautiful, with an extraordinary figure, clearly a 96-point goddess. However, she looked quite unapproachable, very cold. There was also a powerful aura about her, like a blood-stained rose, dangerous yet alluring. It was probably related to her past training in the military. Being near her gave a strong sense of security. Suchin glanced at the bulging item at her waist, clearly a hand grenade. My own Xianlong security group is incredible. No wonder the system says its value is incalculable. Long Wei, have you completed the task I assigned to you? Although Su Chen was excited inside, he still maintained a calm demeanor and spoke in a nonchalant tone. Lang Wei's gaze was firm as she replied, all the information on Chihua Group has been gathered and is awaiting Master Su's next command. Good. You all come back up with me first. I'll take a look at the specific situation and then make arrangements. Understood. Lang Wei nodded lightly, raising her hand. The 6 bodyguards behind her immediately moved, following closely behind. Su Chen led the way in front. Lu Zixue, the little darling, was beside him, her eyes sparkling with immense curiosity. She was very curious about who Lang Wei's group really was. They looked very impressive. She had never seen such a well-trained team that could legally possess firearms. But what surprised her even more was that such formidable people actually referred to Su Chen as Master Su. Her boyfriend Su Chen seemed to be the leader of this group? That's incredibly impressive. The hotel staff, witnessing this scene, shared the same thought as Lu Zixue in their hearts. The boss's power is terrifying. Presidential suite. Su Chen sat down on the sofa, one arm wrapped around his girlfriend's slim waist. Lang Wei then took out a laptop, pulled up the information, and gestured for him to look. Master Su, these are the materials we gathered on Chihua Group, everything from black to white. Well done. Su Chen smiled lightly in praise, then began to seriously review the Zheng family's information. He was shocked by what he saw. The Zheng family had done all sorts of bad deeds. When they first started out, they used various means of force and intimidation to seize land from others, causing many innocent people to lose their lives, and the Zheng family only grew larger. Although their misdeeds had long been covered up, Xianlong Security's investigative methods were quite sharp, able to completely unearth past news. They even collected some criminal evidence from their computers. Of course, the information didn't stop there. There were also details about Zhang Jun and Zhang Tianrui's private lives, as well as information about Zhang Jun's wife and mistress, including some unsightly videos and photos. Su Chen quickly covered the little darling's eyes, telling her not to look. He skipped over those parts. The most damning evidence was the financial statements of Chihua Group for the past 3 years, showing tax evasion amounting to over 700 million. Although they had done it flawlessly, under Xianlong Security's scrutiny, there was nowhere to hide. It's time to net them. Su Chen smiled faintly and instructed, contact the media and relevant departments to expose this dirt. Received. Lang Wei took the order and quickly pulled out her phone to relay the command to Xianlong Security. In an instant, the winds began to stir. Xianlong Security was starting to take action. Su Chen then called Sun Honghua, urging him to also start making moves. Chihua Group. Zhang Jun looked out at the dreary, overcast sky, feeling inexplicably blocked in his heart. But he believed that he had handled his affairs beautifully and left no traces. Moreover, he had spent a lot of money and built many connections. It was impossible for this mountain to collapse. Could it be that I've done too many guilty things? Zhang Jun frowned and sneered. Don't blame me. In this society, interests come first. I can only step on your heads and climb up step by step. I want to reach the peak of Pingjiang. I want the Zhang family to become one of the 4 great families of Jiangning province. He gazed into the distance, envisioning the future. Little did he know, someone pushed the office door open. Zhang Jun was about to explode in anger. The secretary rushed in with urgency, reporting, Mr. Zhang, the situation has changed. Our Zhang family is about to face a storm. What do you mean? Zhang Jun's heart sank. He had never seen the secretary so flustered. Gasping for breath, the secretary quickly displayed the computer screen. A barrage of negative news about the Zhang family filled Zhang Jun's vision. 22 years ago, a shocking murder case. The Zhang family of Pingjiang resorted to various schemes to obtain land in the development zone, and countless people died at the hands of Zhang Jun. Zhang Tianrui's chaotic private life. Is this how a rich second generation lives in extravagance? The situation has already crossed into illegal territory. Zhang Jun has been outside, keeping multiple mistresses. Chihua Group, a residential community delivered 22 years ago, has been found to be substandard, using inferior materials, leading to complaints from homeowners, and has yet to be properly resolved. Shocking. Chihua Group is about to face an unprecedented crisis. Several tenants from the sales department have come to cause trouble. This reporter is live streaming. Everyone come and watch. What's going on? Zhang Jun's breath quickened, his eyes wide, Why have these matters escalated like this? Is there no one in control? Public relations. Mobilize the PR department, immediately suppress this matter, he commanded, refusing to let the situation continue to escalate. The secretary shook his head. I've already asked the PR department, they are handling it. But this time, the media seems less easy to deal with, as if someone has tipped them off in advance. Someone wants us dead. Who? Who is it? Jung Jun slumped into his chair, feeling lost. At that moment, Jung Tianrui strolled in, playing a mobile game, looking carefree. Dad, what are you guys talking about? Why do you look so gloomy? Smack! Jung Jun slapped him hard. You useless fool. There's a major crisis at home, and you're still playing games. You're more of a hindrance than a help. Thud! His phone fell to the ground, the screen shattered. Jung Tianrui cleared his throat. What happened? He realized something, glancing at the computer, his heart sinking. How could this happen? Who is targeting our Zhang family? It's him, Sun Honghua, our sworn enemy in Pingjiang. It must be him spreading these rumors. In that moment, Jung Tianrui immediately thought of Sun Honghua from the Sun family. Zheng Jun quickly regained his composure and said in a deep voice, we can't just sit back and wait. These issues can actually be resolved. They aren't fatal for us yet. But then, the finance department manager burst in, Mr. Zhang, it's bad. The tax department has come to the company and is starting a thorough investigation of our group's financial flow. They seem to be well prepared this time, as if they have some evidence. Damn it! Jung Jun felt darkness cloud his vision. It was as if he had fallen into an endless, bottomless ice cave, suddenly unable to breathe. If the tax department discovered their tax evasion, it would be disastrous. The scariest part was that they still had no idea who was targeting the Zhang family. In an instant, the entire company was thrown into chaos, like ants on a hot pan. Jung Jun couldn't think of anything else and began frantically making phone calls. At the very least, he needed to suppress the online public opinion. But no matter how hard he tried, major media outlets were rushing to report. Because in those news articles, the evidence was irrefutable, listing the crimes committed by the Zhang family one by one. Netizens were buzzing with outrage, gritting their teeth. Despicable. Absolutely despicable. This Zhang family actually rose to power through such means? Oh my god, Zheng Tianrui's life is simply chaotic. Why aren't you calling the police to arrest him? Damn, I'm in big trouble. I just bought stocks in Chihua Real Estate yesterday, and now they're directly limit down. Oh my god, we in Pingjiang have big news. It's actually made the headlines. A few trending topics, all filled with dirt. It's terrifying. I bought into Chihua Real Estate in 22. I'm a homeowner in that rundown community, and the window walls were actually filled with foam. Can you believe it? It's been almost 3 years, and this issue still hasn't been resolved for us. Finally, someone is taking action against the Zhang family. Hurry up and arrest the entire Zhang family. My grandfather was killed by their foreman back then. I want revenge. Wow, there really are victims coming forward. This is explosive. Online, the negative news about Chihua Group has completely ignited public opinion. As time gradually passes, the Zhang family's life at Chihua Group seems to be on a countdown. The tax investigation team has received detailed information from a mysterious source. At this point, the results have already been uncovered. Zhang Jun, in these 3 years, you've evaded taxes totaling 764 million. We will freeze all your assets and await further processing. Thud. Zhang Jun's body went weak, and he leaned against the desk, his face pale. Who on earth is it? Why can they still find out about us when we've done everything flawlessly? Tianrui, tell me the truth. Have you offended some terrifying big shot recently? He recalled all the strange occurrences today. There were issues with the company network, and mysterious guests suddenly appeared at his wife's and mistress's homes. It was as if a powerful, hidden force was secretly targeting him. Moreover, the intelligence gathered was incredibly detailed. Some deeply hidden evidence on his computer had been dug up by these people. This chilling ability was definitely beyond what he knew of Sun Honghua, but he was certain that Sun Honghua was involved in this matter, because midway through, he called Sun Honghua, but the other party didn't answer. That already indicated a problem. But who could it be? He racked his brain but couldn't figure it out. Zheng Tianrui felt a chilling sensation rising from the top of his head to the soles of his feet. I haven't offended any powerful figures recently, just a Su Chen, but he's only the owner of a 5-star hotel. How could he possibly have such ruthless means? Upon hearing this, Zheng Jun's mind was in utter chaos. As the head of the family, his strong willpower told him, he absolutely cannot fall. He quickly regained his composure. The worst outcome would be a plummeting stock price and frozen assets. His wealth would suffer a massive shrinkage. But as long as he paid the tax money, once the funds were unfrozen, the entire group could still resume operations. The situation didn't seem as dire as he imagined. Their biggest crisis now was the debt issue. Most of the funds had turned into real estate, which was insufficient for operations. The real estate market crashing was the worst fear. Zhang Jun had his secretary get through to Meyer Financial. "Hello, Mr. Zhang?" A clumsy Chinese voice came through. Zhang Jun smiled ingratiatingly. "Manager Gray, our $1 billion debt is due for the third repayment tomorrow, but my company has encountered a bit of a problem. I wanted to inform you in advance. Please extend the repayment date. You can add interest, but please don't sue me. Give me some time to turn things around." "Haha, Mr. Zhang, you might not know yet?" Gray laughed. "We've already sold the debt to another Huaxia person, and now our financial company is no longer your creditor. Changing the creditor does not require the debtor's consent, nor is there an obligation to notify the debtor. So, after they sold the debt, they completely ignored Zhang Jun. But he also didn't expect that the mysterious Huaxia person hadn't informed Zhang Jun either. "Wait a minute." Zhang Jun's head buzzed, incredulously asking, "Why did you sell the debt? We've collaborated 3 times, and my reputation has always been good." "This has nothing to do with your reputation. Someone is willing to pay for the debt, and of course, we are more than happy to accept it. There's no reason to refuse. Isn't that right, Mr. Zhang?" "Mr. Gray, you. Zhang Jun's mindset completely collapsed, and he was almost gasping for breath. "Please give me the contact information of the new creditor. I need to find him." As soon as he finished speaking, a cold, mocking voice rang out behind him. "Don't bother looking. I'm already here." Zhang Tianrui, Zhang Jun, and everyone present turned their gazes. They saw a group of people walking in with a chilling and imposing demeanor. A sense of authority swept through the entire Chihua company. It was as if they had entered a no-man's land. The handsome young man at the forefront had his hands in his pockets, striding in with an air of casual confidence. Beside him was a cold woman with silver short hair, along with several imposing bodyguards in suits, providing him protection, making everyone tremble. Zhang Tianrui's eyes widened. "It's you, Su Chen." "It's him." Zhang Jun's pupils constricted, looking at Su Chen in fear. He had just received the latest debt document, and the creditor turned out to be this young man. The other party held the lifeline of the Zhang family tightly. The most terrifying thing was that they had previously clashed with him multiple times, competing for land, cutting off charity funds. They had originally planned to continue applying pressure, but the other side had already retaliated with thunderous means. They had struck directly at their stronghold. Just how terrifying was the power behind the other party? They already knew they had provoked someone they shouldn't have. Death was imminent. "Mr. Su, what happened before was our fault. You are magnanimous. Let's sit down and talk." Zhang Jun, this old dog, displayed an extremely fawning smile. Seeing that Su Chen remained silent, he kicked his son hard and scolded, "Useless. Kneel down and apologize to Mr. Su." Thud. Zhang Tianrui knelt on the ground, like a lost dog, his face looking worse than if he were crying. "Mr. Su, I was wrong. I shouldn't have targeted your orphanage, nor should I have cut off your charity funds. Please, show us some mercy and give the Zhang family a way out." Upon hearing this, Su Chen's expression remained unchanged as he said lightly, "It's too late. The many dirty deeds you've done have already been exposed. If you don't receive the punishment you deserve, how can the public's anger be quelled? Once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back. Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to oneself." Zhang Jun completely lowered his stance, pleading, "We can settle everything else one by one. As long as you are willing to give us a little time, feel free to state your demands." He knew very well the heinous acts he had committed in the past, but he was merely the instigator behind the scenes and had not truly participated in the case. Now, the case would trace back over 10 or 20 years. He had studied criminal law deeply and was confident he could perfectly exonerate himself. The biggest problem was still the $1 billion debt. Just then, a beautiful wealthy woman, holding the hand of a long-haired beauty, hurriedly walked towards Zhang Jun. Seeing his wife and daughter, Zhang Jun's heart sank even further, and he scolded, "What are you doing here? Why aren't you staying at home?" "Old Zhang." The beautiful wealthy woman looked worried, almost in tears. "The law enforcement has already come to the house, saying they are freezing all our assets. Linger and I were worried about you, so we wanted to come to the company to check." "Dad, there are so many police cars downstairs, could it be?" The beautiful girl with long black hair and a proud face now showed a hint of sadness. She was once a high and mighty young lady, but now it seemed her family was facing a downfall. How could she, accustomed to a life of luxury, withstand such a blow? Ding! New goddess character card detected. Name, Zhang Ruoling. Age, 18, adult, height, 167 centimeters, weight, 52 kg. Overall attractiveness, 93. Favorability, to be refreshed. Romantic experience, 0. Current status, sad, frustrated. TSK. Su Chen couldn't help but curl his lips at the sight of this beautiful girl, the daughter of his enemy, and she still met the goddess standard. Could it be that she might even like him? That would be too twisted. Brother, why are you kneeling on the ground? What happened? Zhang Ruoling looked at her older brother kneeling beside her and couldn't help but tug at him. The ground is cold, will you get up? Zheng Tianrui gritted his teeth and pushed her hand away. Linger, don't worry about me. I need to seek Mr. Su's forgiveness. Only then can our Zhang family have a chance to rise from the ashes. Mr. Su, Zheng Ruoling looked at the man in front of her with confusion. Handsome in the sunlight, with an extraordinary aura. Yet, it was this very man who had brought their Zhang family to its current state. He was her enemy. Despicable, detestable. Is it you who has turned our family into this? Zheng Ruoling's small face was stern as she glared at Su Chen. My brother has already knelt to apologize to you. Why won't you forgive him? He. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. This girl was adorably foolish. I didn't make your brother kneel, he did it voluntarily. Forget it, I'm too lazy to waste words with you. I came today just to see the future property that belongs to me, the territory you fought for me, and I certainly need to thank you in person. He smiled coldly, casually glancing around. The headquarters of Chihua Group was indeed quite magnificent, but now, they were in turmoil, facing a debt crisis. With $900 million in remaining debt claims in his hands, they couldn't pay back the money and could only use their company's assets to settle debts. He could take over more than half of the Zhang family's assets. Zheng Ruoling clenched her small fists in anger. You bastard. Get out. We don't welcome you. Favorability has been refreshed. Name, Zheng Ruoling Favorability. -10 Su Chen found it amusing. It was the first time he had seen such a low favorability, but he didn't care at all. Just as he was about to say something, the system immediately popped up a prompt. 1. Get out? You little girl, you probably don't know your current situation. Fierce pressure. 2. Your angry expression is truly delightful. Enjoy the taste of despair with your family. Occasionally being a villain seems like a nice experience. 3. Before long, I'll be the one saying this to you. I won't disturb your family reunion. Goodbye. Leaving gracefully. What the? Su Chen was stunned. There were actually prompt options? Could this beautiful girl also be conquered? Which option should he choose? Normally, the third option would be quite good, very upright. But given the situation, he might as well just pick randomly and have some fun. He randomly selected and ended up with the second option. Su Chen immediately got into character, spreading his hands with a smile that held a hint of malice. Ha, your angry expression is truly delightful. Enjoy the taste of despair with your family. You don't have much time left, he said with a cold laugh before turning and leaving. Lang Wei cast a disdainful glance at everyone before following. Zheng Ruoling's teeth itched with anger. She had only seen such villains in anime, never expecting that there were truly such despicable people in reality. Bastard! Bastard! She angrily cursed at the man's back. Seeing this scene, Zhang Jun unexpectedly caught a glimmer of hope from despair. He couldn't just sit and wait, he had to find a way to break the deadlock. Under a collapsed nest, how can there be intact eggs? If the Zhang family fell, what kind of suffering would his wife and daughter face in the future? He couldn't bear to imagine. More importantly, he couldn't endure the pain of falling into the abyss. His mind raced, and he hurriedly took a few steps to catch up. Mr. Su, please wait a moment, let me finish my last sentence. Oh, Su Chen turned around, his eyes flashing with curiosity. What else do you want to say? His mind was made up. It was useless for the other party to say anything. What conditions could they possibly propose to change his mind? Zhang Jun's gaze deepened, and a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Let's have our two families unite in marriage and become in-laws. I only have one daughter, as you can see. If you and I can join forces, the future holds infinite possibilities. Fewer enemies, more intimate partners. For you, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. As a ruthless businessman, Zhang Jun had a grand vision. In a short time, he found the only way to break the deadlock. It was to win over the other party. The formidable energy that Su Chen possessed was indeed terrifying. In just one day, he had unleashed thunderous tactics. They were utterly powerless to fight back. He could even acquire his $1 billion debt. The other party's strength far exceeded that of any family in Pingjiang or even Jiangning province. If he could turn Su Chen from an enemy into a friend, or even become in-laws, the Zhang family could not only escape the predicament but perhaps even reach the pinnacle. A wise person facing adversity does not lose their composure but thinks of every possible way to resolve it. If one can turn adversity into advantage, that is an incredibly advanced way of thinking. Su Chen was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but chuckle. What the other party said was indeed somewhat tempting. everything. Just like in ancient times, waging war and forming alliances through marriage was a good solution. But for Zhang Jun to lower himself and propose this condition in such a situation required immense courage. It was indeed worth looking at him in a new light. However, even so, Su Chen's mind was made up. He could not compromise with the other party. Zhang Ruoling's eyes widened in disbelief. Tears streamed down her face. "Dad, you would sacrifice my happiness for the company. Am I just a commodity that can be traded at any time in your eyes?" She felt that the father in front of her was incredibly unfamiliar. It was as if she had never known him. Zhang Jun said solemnly, "Linger, don't blame Dad. If I don't make a choice now, we might lose everything. I'm doing this for our family." "Hypocrite!" Zhang Ruoling cried, tears streaming down her face. "All of you are hypocritical people. Interests, money, power, in your eyes, far outweigh the feelings of family. As your daughter, I don't even have the right to choose my own happiness." Her heart ached, as if stabbed by a knife, making it hard for her to breathe. She was only 18, and had become a sacrifice for her father's family interests? The girl struggled to control her emotions, painfully covering her eyes and sobbing. She finally understood the taste of despair that the villain had spoken of. "Mr. Su, can you agree to my proposal?" Zhang Jun glanced coldly at his heartbroken daughter and still made his decision. "If you are willing, take Linger with you tonight." Hearing this, Zhang Ruoling felt as if all her strength had been drained, collapsing into her mother's embrace. The beautiful woman held the black-haired, straight-haired girl, her heart nearly shattered. To think they would trap their beloved daughter in the hands of their enemy? Could they really go this far? She sighed softly, her voice gentle. "Old Zhang, Linger is very sad. Please don't treat her like this." Zhang Jun shouted, "Stop with your maternal kindness here." The beautiful woman fell silent, not daring to say more. Watching this emotional family drama unfold, Su Chen wore an amused smile as he approached the proud young lady, lifting her chin with his large hand. "Please remove your hand. Let me appreciate your sorrowful expression. It must be quite spectacular." Zhang Ruoling pulled her small hand away, her eyes already red from crying. She glared at the man with resentment. "Zhang Ruoling's favorability towards you -1. Zhang Ruoling's favorability towards you -1. Did you see that? You despicable, shameless pervert. Let me tell you, I could never like you." Her stunning face revealed immense disgust and hatred. She wished she could kill the man before her. Unexpectedly, Su Chen sneered, "Ha, do you think you deserve me? With your kind, you can only please me." Disdainfully, he tossed the girl back into her mother's arms. Lang Wei's gaze was indifferent as she glanced at the girl. Indeed, she looked average, unworthy of Su Yi. She had seen Lu Zixua and thought the former barely matched Su Ye's status. This Zhang Ruoling was utterly unremarkable. Did she still hope to catch Su Ye's eye? Dream on. Ding. Lang Wei's favorability towards you +10, current favorability 70. "Let's go, Lang Wei, I've seen enough of the show." Su Chen smiled lightly, looking at her. Silver hair, cold demeanor, beautiful and cool. Still, it was this 96-point goddess Lang Wei by his side. Watching Su Chen and his group leave gracefully, the entire scene fell into a dead silence. Zhang Ruoling bit her lip in frustration, her expression exceptionally complex. How infuriating. That man seemed quite different from what she had imagined. Moreover, that cold sister was indeed beautiful. Did the other party only see her as a plaything, completely looking down on her? Zhang Jun's fantasies crumbled, his mood sinking once more. Seeing his oblivious daughter, he grew angrier, even laughing in anger. "Linger, as you can see, Mr. Su doesn't even look at you. Do you think you are the daughter of 100 billion group, able to stand tall before others? But right now, we are no different from a pack of stray dogs. Everything must be done according to others' opinions. You still hold your head high, thinking others would want to possess you? Capable men are never short of beautiful women around them. Do you understand?" Zhang Ruoling fell silent, her eyes losing their previous spark and vitality. She realized that apart from enjoying the glory brought by her family, she couldn't do anything else. A deep sense of powerlessness filled her with despair. It was too painful. Zhang Tianrui stared at the shocking news he found on his phone, his eyes wide. "Dad, I discovered something incredible. The group around Su Chen is actually Shenlong Security. That silver-haired woman is even the chief instructor of the Starsea Department, Lang Wei." Zhang Jun trembled all over, his hair standing on end. "My God, Shenlong Security? Su Yi, which means Su Chen is actually the behind-the-scenes power holder of Shenlong Security." Zhang Jun understood very well. Shenlong Security was an incredibly powerful and mysterious department, possessing a semi-official nature, legally allowed to carry weapons. The people they protected were all high-ranking officials and nobles. The previous ruler was a venerable old man with a distinguished military record, but he passed away 5 years ago. However, this tradition has persisted, and from now on, all personnel of Xianlong Security will respectfully refer to the new ruler as Sir. But unexpectedly, the new ruler is Su Chen. So young? Just how terrifying is his identity? The more Zhang Jun thought about it, the more terrified he felt. Swish, swish, swish. A group of cold and stern law enforcement officers had arrived on the scene, quickly producing silver handcuffs. Zhang Jun, you are being arrested for tax evasion. Zheng Tianrui, you are suspected of involvement in a crime. Come with us to cooperate with the investigation. The Zheng father and son were handcuffed by the law enforcement officers and taken away. Zheng Ruoling and the beautiful woman could only watch helplessly, crying like tears. That night, a light rain fell gently. Desolate, cold. The Kiheo group crumbled and gradually entered a countdown to extinction. And their fate was in Su Chen's hands. Related news reports spread like a stone thrown into water, creating ripples and igniting the internet. Breaking news! Kiheo Group is suspected of tax evasion, with significant amounts involved. Law enforcement is currently handling the case. The Zheng family's assets have been frozen and will undergo liquidation. Zheng Tianrui and Zheng Jun have been detained, and the case is under investigation. Kiheo Group's stock price has plummeted, causing heavy losses for investors. Event analysis: according to this reporter's investigation, the Zheng family seems to have offended a certain mysterious big shot, leading to such a tragic outcome. Please follow this account. This reporter will live stream the revelations at 8 p.m. tonight. What a relief! These real estate companies have been blowing up every day. Finally, a boss has been arrested. Good, detain them for life. Even death sentences would be fine. After all, they've done so many bad things. It's indeed time to clean up the scum. What? The Zheng family offended a big shot and is being punished? The light of justice shines upon the earth. I must watch this reporter's live stream tonight to see what's going on. This Zheng family has been bullying us in Pingjiang. Finally, someone has dealt with them. My grandfather's revenge has finally been avenged. Thank you, mysterious big shot. Huayuan Group. Sun Honghua saw the Zheng family's misfortune, and the smile on his face could no longer be contained. With Su Chen leading the way, dealing with the Zheng family was simply a piece of cake. Their stock rose by 5% as a result, and if this trend continued, it would keep rising. He picked up his phone and called Su Chen, his tone extremely respectful. Mr. Su, I truly admire you. In just one day, you managed to bring this old fox Zheng Jun to justice. At that moment, Su Chen was sitting in the car, his handsome face reflected in the window, calm and indifferent. A slight smile curved his lips as he spoke nonchalantly. They wanted to play with me, so I just played along for a bit. Who knew the Zheng family would be so easy to defeat? Sun Honghua was even more astonished upon hearing this. So, Su Chen hadn't even used his full strength. To bring down 100 billion group in just one day, what kind of formidable power was needed? Ordinary people couldn't do that. No one could afford to offend Su Chen, this ancestor. They had to curry favor and please him. It is an honor for me to stand on the same front as you. In the future, whatever you command, I will do my utmost to fulfill. He displayed a flattering smile, lowering his stance to express his loyalty. Su Chen was not arrogant but radiated goodwill. You're too humble, Director Sun. We are friends. Yes, friends. Sun Honghua's eyes lit up, nodding excitedly. The call ended. A prompt from the system sounded. Ding! Your favorability with Zheng Ruoling plus 35. Current favorability 23. Heh, women. Has it turned positive so quickly? Su Chen's lips curled slightly, not paying much attention. Just go with the flow. Li Jia Hotel. Lobby, lounge area. The stunning girl Lu Qingyue, with her beautiful long legs crossed, lounged casually on the large sofa, intently studying the race route on her tablet. Tomorrow's competition was crucial for her. She had etched the track into her mind, but that man had yet to appear. This made Lu Qingyue increasingly anxious. She lightly kicked the young man in front of her with her toes. Bro, when do you think Su Chen will be back? They had arrived at Li Jia Hotel in the afternoon, only to find that Su Chen was not there. They only knew he was the owner and had instructed the front desk to check them in. They hadn't been idle, first familiarizing themselves with the track. After returning to the hotel, they decided to wait in the lobby. Lu Feng replied helplessly, how would I know? Otherwise, why don't you call and ask? Then you call for me. I need to look at the route book. Lu Qingyue smiled mischievously and lowered her head to look at the tablet again. Lu Feng, feeling helpless, could only pick up his phone to call Su Chen. Suddenly, a commotion of footsteps echoed in the lobby, accompanied by someone shouting boss. A familiar figure appeared. Lu Qingyue felt a surge of joy, her eyes brightening. He's back. She immediately stood up and walked quickly towards the man, greeting him from a distance. Su Chen. Su Chen's gaze fixed as he saw Lu Qingyue approaching him quickly. When she reached him, her excited tone and expectant expression left him momentarily dazed. It felt like a little girlfriend waiting for him to return. "Why are you in the lobby? Aren't you going to rest?" "Waiting for you," Lu Qingyue said playfully, unabashedly expressing her feelings. Su Chen felt a small thrill inside but wouldn't admit it to her. "Don't joke around. You probably just happened to be here." Seeing that the man didn't believe her, Lu Qingyue's gaze became more determined. "I really am waiting for you. I'm so happy you agreed to be my navigator." "Hey!" Su Chen was taken aback. "When did I agree?" "I don't care." Lu Qingyue switched to a spoiled mode, directly grabbing Su Chen's arm. "If you refuse again, do you believe I'll cry for you?" To see her little mouth pouted, looking like she could burst into tears at any moment, her aggrieved expression was quite endearing. Su Chen had rejected her so many times. It pained him. He couldn't bear to tease her anymore. "Alright, just this once. Deal." Lu Qingyue's expression turned triumphant, smiling happily. Deep down, she felt sweet. A tough guy with a soft heart, even more proud than I am. Then she noticed the silver-haired woman beside Su Chen, her eyes brightening again. "Oh, who is this cool sister?" Unlike the girls who had been around Su Chen before, the unique aura and image of this woman made her feel very favorable. Su Chen smiled, proudly introducing her. "Lang Wei, isn't she beautiful?" With the stunning and cool Lang Wei by his side, he felt a full sense of security, walking with a breeze. It was particularly refreshing. Earlier, another girl thought Lang Wei was playing a role and rushed over to collect stamps, but she hadn't even reached her before being stopped by the bodyguard. Lang Wei could be said to attract both men and women, but it was generally hard for ordinary people to get close to her. "Ding! Your favorability with Lang Wei +3, current favorability 73. Su Chen looked at Lang Wei in surprise, noticing that her face showed no signs of emotion, but the favorability had indeed risen. "Name, Lang Wei, current status, joyful, receiving praise from Master Su is my honor." "Looks good." Lu Qingyue nodded, "But I guess Sister Lang Wei, you're not his girlfriend." Lang Wei glanced at Lu Qingyue with her deep eyes. The latter was happily hugging Su Chen's arm. "Is she provoking me? Because I'm not Master Su's girlfriend. She feels proud to be so close to him and is showing off in front of me?" Lang Wei looked at her disdainfully. "You don't seem to be either. Master Su hasn't introduced you to me." I'm really not." Lu Qingyue was startled by the unfriendly gaze. She always felt that Sister Lang Wei might have misunderstood something. Why does she call Su Chen Master Su? Su Chen smiled slightly. "Lang Wei, go call Ci Shui for me. It's time for us to eat." "Okay." Lang Wei complied and turned to walk towards the elevator. Lu Qingyue was even more curious. "Sister Lang Wei, why do you listen to her so much? And why do you call him Master Su? Are you that high in rank?" "She is my good assistant, and I am her superior." "Is that explanation clear enough?" "Oh, got it. Let's keep some distance. I'm afraid my girlfriend might misunderstand." Su Chen silently removed her hand from his arm. Lu Qingyue felt sad and huffed. "Stingy. Which girlfriend are you bringing this time?" "Let me guess, by Luo Yin, right?" "Wrong, didn't I just mention her name? Were you not paying attention?" Lu Qingyue recalled what he had just said and caught an unfamiliar name. "Ci Shui? Who is she?" "You'll find out soon." Lu Qingyue haughtily huffed, a playful smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "Then you better hurry up and win me over, or what if I accidentally let something slip?" 1. Kiss her quickly to silence her. 2. I've already agreed to be your navigator. What more do you want? 3. Threatening me? You better behave, or, you know what I mean. Su Chen's heart raced. The first option was too exciting, right? Can it be played like this? But Lu Qingyue is the type to go all the way. So let's stick with option 1. Su Chen leaned down and quickly touched her rosy, beautiful lips gently. Their lips met. Lu Qingyue felt as if she had been electrocuted, and as she came to her senses, her eyes gradually widened. What are you doing? Her pretty face instantly turned crimson, the heat so intense it seemed like steam was rising. Su Chen looked helpless. "Just kissing you. Didn't you say you were afraid of letting something slip? Is it blocked now?" You. Lu Qingyue struggled for a moment, frowning as she questioned, "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing else." Su Chen shrugged, looking innocent. "If you're not satisfied, just tell me how you want me to win you over." "Kiss me again." "What?" Su Chen doubted he had heard correctly. "I said, kiss me again. I wasn't ready just now." Lu Qingyue pouted, looking serious. "Alright, are you ready?" Su Chen said, and then saw the stunning girl obediently close her eyes. He leaned down again, their lips gently touching. Unexpectedly, the beautiful girl suddenly smirked and lightly bit him. Ouch! Su Chen felt a sharp pain on his lip, the salty taste spreading on his tongue. He touched it with his hand and, sure enough, it was bleeding. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" What else could it be? Lu Qingyue said proudly, taking my first kiss. Do you think it would be that easy? I want you to pay the price. Su Chen smiled. Alright, then we're even. Lu Qingyue pressed her lips together in satisfaction, savoring the taste of his blood, revealing an unusually beautiful smile. She stepped forward again, linking her arm with the man's. Take me to eat, I'm hungry. Remember, don't talk nonsense. Got it, bad man. Ding. Lu Qingyue's favorability towards you +10, current favorability 82. Suddenly +10? So powerful? Su Chen secretly rejoiced. The power of a first kiss is indeed different. He then looked at the young man not far away, who had his back turned to them, seemingly avoiding them. After all, he had just forcefully kissed the man's sister, and Lu Qingyue had taken the initiative to ask for a kiss. Could the other party just stare at them? Yifeng, come eat with us. Bro, Su Chen is calling you. Let's go. Lu Qingyue also smiled, gently calling out to him. Lu Yifeng then turned around, laughing. Chenggu, then I won't be polite. Su Chen took the siblings and got into the elevator. Along the way, Lu Qingyue kept linking her arm with Su Chen's. It wasn't until the elevator doors opened that the girl reluctantly let go of his arm. The sneaky feeling made her a bit aggrieved. She wasn't satisfied with just this. She wasn't sure what her relationship with Su Chen was at the moment, but she knew that he no longer rejected her like before, as if he was gradually accepting her. Their relationship was rapidly closing in with the 2 kisses. Lu Qingyue recalled that scene, her face turning shyly red, feeling a few sweet stirrings in her heart. Even excited, she had already begun to look forward to the moment of competing with Su Chen tomorrow. Entering the private room, Lang Wei had already arranged everything. When Lu Zixue saw Su Chen, she leaped into his arms like a swallow returning to its nest. Su Chen, you're back. Earlier, Su Chen had gone outside, worried about any dangers, so he left her at the hotel. Lu Zixue had wanted to sleep, but she couldn't fall asleep thinking about Su Chen. Now that she saw her boyfriend return, she was so happy. Su Chen held her tightly, stroking her long, dark hair. Missed me, huh? So good. Lu Zixue nodded. She really wasn't good at expressing her feelings, so she could only hold the man tighter to convey her affection. Lu Qingyue pouted, feeling extremely jealous. But what surprised her was that Su Chen's new girlfriend, Zixue, was so beautiful, like a fairy, with a cool demeanor. She couldn't bring herself to hate her. Instead, she felt quite fond of Lu Zixue. But deep down, she couldn't help but complain, humph, how annoying. Su Chen's girlfriend is really more beautiful than the last. After receiving Su Chen's warm embrace, a slight blush appeared on Lu Zixue's fair face. Only then did she notice Lu Qingyue and immediately recognized her. It's you, Lu Qingyue. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyue was extremely surprised. How do you know me? Last night, I watched your competition with Su Chen, and I thought you drove really well. Lu Zixue knew that the other party was her boyfriend's friend, so she naturally showed goodwill. Lu Qingyue, suddenly shy from the compliment, said, thank you, but I still didn't achieve a better result. At the same time, her gaze subtly swept over Su Chen. Bad man, I caught you red-handed, secretly paying attention to me, right? Still unwilling to say directly that you like me? Just wait and see tonight. Su Chen felt a bit intimidated by her gaze. He didn't know what mischievous thoughts the quirky Lu Qingyue was brewing. Everyone, sit down and eat. Su Chen spoke, and everyone quickly took their seats. A sumptuous dinner was presented before them one by one. Lu Yifeng buried his head in his food. Lu Qingyue sat next to Lu Zixue, chatting amicably with her. Sister Zixue, how did you meet Su Chen? Oh, Lu Zixue saw that she seemed to have no ill intentions and honestly said, we used to be deskmates, and then, we just naturally came together. You're 18, still in school, right? Su Chen said your family is a racing family, so, girls can drive that well too? Lu Qingyue looked at Su Chen with a glint in her eyes. My skills are really average. Su Chen is the one who's impressive. Lu Zixue curiously glanced at her boyfriend. I've never seen him race, so I'm not sure what you mean by impressive. Could it be Su Chen's racing skills are as good as a professional racer? Lu Qingyue nodded seriously. Tomorrow, Su Chen and I will race together. You'll see just how extraordinary he is. But you drive so fast, Lu Zixue said worriedly. It should be a bit dangerous for Su Chen to be your navigator, right? Don't worry. I will return Su Chen to you safe and sound. Please trust me. Lu Qingyue's face was filled with confidence. With Su Chen as her navigator, she felt fearless. But as for whether she could guarantee his safety, she didn't dare to fully promise. Racing was full of dangers and uncertainties. But right now, she needed to reassure Lu Zixue. Otherwise, she worried that Su Chen might face danger and try to stop her. What if Su Chen, who spoiled his girlfriend, changed his mind? Alright, I'll cheer for you tomorrow, Lu Zixue said with a light laugh, clenching her small fist. Lu Qingyue had a good impression of the cool and aloof Lu Zixue. Perhaps they could become good friends in the future. Her eyes sparkled as she couldn't help but say, Sister Zixue, we actually have a lot of fate together. How so? Lu Zixue looked at the girl curiously. Lu Qingyue explained, the third character of your name is Shui, Snow, and my brother and I happen to be Yufeng, Moonwind. Together, it makes Shui Yufeng Hua, Snow Moon Windflower. Don't you think that's a coincidence? It really is. Lu Zixue chuckled, but there's no flower, we're missing a person. There is, Lu Qingyue said with a mischievous smile, looking at Su Chen, look, there's a big-hearted playboy over there, and now it's complete. Put. Su Chen almost spat out his drink. Damn, a big-hearted playboy? Lu Qingyue really dared to say that. Lu Zixue shook her head, defending her boyfriend. No, Su Chen is not at all a playboy. Don't say that. Meishnam, I'm just joking. Su Chen looks like a very devoted boyfriend. Lu Qingyue nodded, secretly laughing in her heart. She thought Lu Zixue was so pure and cute. In contrast, Su Chen was really bad. After dinner, Su Chen let Lun Wei go back to rest first. During this time in Pingjiang, Su Chen decided to let her be his bodyguard. Having such a cool goddess with a score of 96 as a bodyguard was particularly impressive. So stylish. So refreshing. Su Chen escorted Lu Zixue back to the door of the presidential suite. Lu Qingyue's eyes flickered. Sister Zixue, can I borrow your boyfriend for a bit? We have a race tomorrow, and we need to study the track. Okay. Lu Zixue held Su Chen's big hand, then come back early. Meishum, I won't keep you waiting too long. Su Chen stroked his girlfriend's soft hair. How could he bear to let Lu Zixue stay alone for too long? Moreover, Lu Zixue had just started to adapt, and they hadn't unlocked much intimate interaction yet. He was looking forward to it. However, Lu Qingyue's race tomorrow was indeed a serious matter. The night was still long, so they should take this opportunity to study the track with Lu Qingyue first. The two watched Lu Zixue leave and returned to the room. Lu Qingyue playfully linked her arm with Su Chen's. Sister Zixue is so nice, and she actually likes you. You're really taking advantage of her. What does that mean? You like me too, right? Su Chen enjoyed the faintly soft sensation that came from the girl, looking at the beautiful girl with interest. What do you think? Lu Qingyue gestured with her eyes to her own actions. She was so obvious. Did the other party still need to ask? Did she have to tell him directly that she liked him? How would I know you, you quirky one? Su Chen pretended not to know. Such things needed to be clearly stated by the other party to feel real. TCH. Lu Qingyue chuckled lightly, not wanting to argue with the man for now. In front of a luxurious single room. Beep. Lu Qingyue swiped her card, and the two entered the room together. The lights turned on. A lone man and woman in a room. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit ambiguous. Lu Qingyue's little face flushed slightly as she sat on the sofa. She pulled out her tablet and handed it to the man. This is the route book for tomorrow's track. You should familiarize yourself with it first. I'll make a call to the event organizers to change my co-driver. I still need your documents. Changing co-drivers in WRC races is actually quite rare. Because the driver and co-driver need a deep mutual understanding and trust, they generally wouldn't change easily. But it is allowed by the rules. Of course, in most cases, after changing co-drivers, the driver's performance tends to decline. Su Chen took the tablet, propped his leg up, and started looking at it on the sofa. Lu Qingyue called the event organizers. After a brief communication, they informed her that she just needed to fill in Su Chen's information in the event backend, and they would review it. Su Chen, your documents. Lu Qingyue reached out, signaling the man to give them to her. Su Chen smiled and deliberately didn't take them, placing his large hand on the girl's small hand. Lu Qingyue touched it and didn't find the documents. Only then did she realize, her face turning red. Hey, what are you doing? Are you taking advantage of me? I forgot. Su Chen pulled the documents out of his pocket and handed them to her. Lu Qingyue filled in the information and quickly submitted the application, which was soon approved. Done. She returned the documents to him, leaning over to look at the screen together with the man. How's it looking? Is this track difficult? Inhaling the sweet fragrance from the girl, Su Chen felt in a good mood. It's okay, there are quite a few turns on the track, which really tests the driver's details. For example, here, a narrow S-curve. If the driver's skills aren't up to par, they can easily lose 2 or 3 seconds. Don't underestimate 2 seconds in a WRC race. Sometimes the difference between first and second place can be just a hair's breadth. Lu Qingyue said seriously, on this track, everyone basically uses a deceleration method to navigate the turns. If it were you, what would you do? Su Chen thought for a moment. I might use the extreme racing method. Haven't you thought about making a mistake? I have, but I enjoy the thrill of success more. You really are a complete madman. Lu Qingyue's smile was exceptionally beautiful as she looked at the man seriously and suddenly said, I don't want you to be my master anymore. I want you to be my darling. Su Chen was taken aback. Where did you learn that word? From anime. Lu Qingyue pouted and said, in it, when the female lead needs the male lead, she says, darling, please give me strength. Now, I need you to give me strength. So, aren't you my darling? She wanted to win the championship, needing to secure first place on the track for 2 consecutive races, which wasn't an easy task. But with Su Chen, she instantly felt confident. Su Chen curiously asked, really? Is it that magical? Just calling out darling gives you strength? Of course, it's not just that, they also. Lu Qingyue blushed, like we just did, kiss. Upon hearing this, Su Chen looked at the beautiful girl who was so close to him. Her youthful face held a hint of playfulness, and her lively eyes looked at him with great interest. It was hard to tell if she was serious. Su Chen smiled, lifting her chin. Do you know that this is very dangerous? I don't know, Lu Qingyue said with a teasing smile. I'm really looking forward to how you will treat me, darling. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Chen silenced her with a kiss, pressing her back onto the sofa. Lu Qingyue instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, responding with a mix of innocence and passion. Her youthful voice was truly enchanting, it almost made him lose control. After a moment, Su Chen released her, looking at the blushing beauty. Are you confident about tomorrow's competition? I am, Lu Qingyue replied with a charming smile, biting her finger in a flirtatious manner. Why, are you afraid to continue? Isn't it because I'm afraid of hurting you and affecting your performance in the competition? Su Chen smiled lightly, his large hand caressing her beautifully elastic face. Besides, shouldn't we wait until you win the championship to celebrate? Lu Qingyue grabbed his large hand, pouting, hey, I didn't agree to that. Don't make decisions for me. Oh, but just now you asked me why I didn't dare. Turns out you can only act tough with your words? Su Chen clicked his tongue, looking down on her. You! Lu Qingyue's face turned red as she retorted defiantly, how can you say that? You secretly watch my competitions and pay attention to me. You like me but are too shy to say it. You're the tsunder a bad man. Su Chen almost laughed out loud. It seemed Lu Qingyue had misunderstood. It was actually Lu Zixue who happened to see her competition last night. Now it had backfired, turning into him silently paying attention to her? What a wonderful misunderstanding. So I haven't said I like you, yet you're willing to kiss me. What does that mean? I'll give you a chance. Confess now. Su Chen traced her face with his finger. It must be said that the 18-year-old beauty had such smooth and delicate cheeks that one couldn't help but want to touch them. Didn't I already confess just now? Do I have to confess again? Lu Qingyue looked at him with a hint of grievance. She had already called him darling. Wasn't that a confession? He was really bullying her. She urged him proudly, it's your turn, quickly say you like me. Or else, I'll tell Zixue's sister your secret. You know I can do anything. No need to threaten me. Su Chen gently shook his head, leaning closer to the girl again, his voice low. Since you've already discovered that I like you, do I need to say it? Qingyue, you're really cute. Lu Qingyue's face turned hot again, even her ears flushed with red. The man kissed her again. The beautiful girl let out a soft her body going soft and numb, lost in the man's tenderness. Ding! Lu Qingyue's favorability towards you +5. Current favorability 87. After a long while, Su Chen released her again. Alright, I'll head back now. Send me the route book. He didn't act impulsively because Lu Qingyue had a competition tomorrow. Even if the atmosphere was right, they couldn't cross the line. If Lu Qingyue couldn't even walk, how could she race? That would seriously affect her racing performance. Good night, darling, say hi to Zixue's sister for me. Lu Qingyue waved her little hand, forcing a smile that clearly wasn't sincere. She was jealous. Good night. Su Chen thought she was actually quite cute, but he didn't indulge her, turning to leave the suite. The presidential suite. Su Chen returned to the bedroom and saw his girlfriend, Lu Zixue, wearing a light, sheer nightgown, leaning against the headboard. Her exquisite figure was subtly revealed, utterly enchanting. You're back. I was chatting with my parents, and we were just talking about you. My dad even asked me if the big move in Pingjiang today was something you orchestrated, Lu Zixue said with a graceful smile, clearly happy. Oh really? What did you say? Su Chen sat on the edge of the bed, his large hand reaching under the covers to rest on his girlfriend's soft waist. Lu Zixue was obviously a bit shy but still answered the man's question earnestly. I told them the truth. You are indeed the mastermind behind it all, but I didn't mention anything about Xianlong Security. I find you have so many secrets that I don't know about, like Huayuan Group, Xianlong Security, and the fact that you can even race cars. She was genuinely curious and also happy for Su Chen, glad that they could be together. Moreover, she remembered Su Chen telling her that the reason he wanted to stand out was to be with her as an equal. She was truly touched. Now that you know, it's no longer a secret. Instead, what about you? Suchen smirked, teasingly pinching the soft flesh at her waist. Do you have any secrets you haven't told me? Lu Zixue was amused, her cheeks turning red. What secrets could I possibly have? I've told you everything. Alright, I believe you. Suchen leaned in and kissed her, then whispered, but I'm a bit tired today. Can you take the initiative tonight, Xiaoxue? Lu Zixue's beautiful face flushed even more. What do you want me to do to be more proactive? Suchen mischievously replied, help me rub my back, and then I'll tell you later. Lu Zixue shyly nodded, her eyes hiding a hint of anticipation. As long as she could be with Suchen, she was happy doing anything. Suchen took her small hand and led her to the bathroom. Seeing his girlfriend in the mirror, a satisfied smile crept onto his lips. After a long day, to come home to such a stunning girlfriend who was also so obedient was truly a blessing, so refreshing. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, filling the presidential suite. It was warm and pleasant. Last night, Suchen had taught his girlfriend Lu Zixue how to take the initiative, and she had indeed learned, shyly and obediently following the way he had taught her. But her stamina wasn't great, and in the end, she had to relent and lay on him, leaving Suchen to do the work. They both slept soundly that night. At the dining table, Suchen and Lu Zixue enjoyed the breakfast delivered by the hotel. Tuna salad, oatmeal porridge, omelette, freshly baked toast, mushroom sausage, and more, accompanied by 2 mousse cakes, some fruit, and 2 cups of freshly brewed coffee. The menu was actually more extensive, but Suchen had just ordered a few things casually. A lighter breakfast was quite nice. Ding! Lu Zixue's intimacy with you +10, current intimacy 33. Suchen, the breakfast at your hotel is quite delicious, and the environment here is really nice, Lu Zixue said, looking at her boyfriend with a sweet smile. Their presidential suite had great lighting. The lazy sunlight added a warm feeling, making it very comfortable. More importantly, having breakfast with her boyfriend felt very cozy. Yeah, staying in my own hotel is definitely more comfortable. Suchen glanced around, very satisfied with the hotel. If he had to pay for a presidential suite and renew it every day, it would be quite troublesome. But this was his hotel, he could stay as long as he wanted. All the staff would serve him. It felt great. Lu Zixue nodded in agreement, taking small bites of her bread. She was beautiful, and the way she ate was lovely and adorable. Suchen smiled and said, Xiaoxue, eat more to replenish your energy. I can't eat too much, can I? Lu Zixue replied seriously, what if I gain weight and you can't carry me anymore? How could that be? I can carry 2 of you. Her girlfriend laughed, feeling her appetite improve significantly. Suchen quietly opened the system, planning to claim a few rewards. Goddess Long Wei. Favorability level 60, 70 stage rewards available. Goddess Lu Qingyue. Favorability level 80 stage rewards available. Claim. He silently thought, and the system immediately popped up several notifications. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, 2 million yuan. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, 1 Bentley Continental GT in blue-gray top configuration. Value, 8 million. You can choose the collection location. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, advanced, stock prediction card. After use, you will receive information on a stock that will surge tomorrow. The shares you purchase will affect the final increase. Details, stock prediction card? Good stuff. I can take my little cutie and make some money again. Suchen felt pleased, gathering all the rewards. Then, he checked the details of the stock prediction card. It only mentioned that this stock would surge, but it didn't specify how much it would rise. Moreover, according to its description, the profit seemed to have a certain limit. Let's open it first. Ding! Stock prediction card used successfully. St. Ruishing Medical, this stock will experience a surge tomorrow. Got it. Suchen understood and picked up his phone to search for this stock, glancing at it briefly. Such stocks are usually those that might be delisted at any time due to financial issues or other anomalies. Investors buying it now face huge risks. Even financial experts would tremble at the sight. Of course, since there is no upper limit on its rise, there are a few examples of turning the tide against the wind. Looks like I'm going to make a big profit again. Suchen felt excited, having a rough idea. He decided to take his girlfriend along to make some small money. Xiaoxue, have you been looking at stocks lately? I have, but I haven't bought any yet. Lu Zixue's face turned slightly red, and she curiously asked, do you have any stocks you're optimistic about? She realized that her previous investments had yielded minimal returns. On the other hand, she had made a lot of money from the 2 times she bought with Suchen. She actually wanted to learn from Suchen, but had never had the courage to ask. Now that he had taken the initiative to ask her, she decided to follow up. Yes, Su Chen showed her his phone. I think this Ruwashing Medical is pretty good. St. Lu Zixue's eyes lit up. Such stocks have very high risks, but if you can pick a potential one among many ST stocks, the returns can be quite considerable. Su Chen replied calmly, high risk, high return. I've decided to buy some of its stocks and test the waters. Great, I want to buy too. Lu Zixue planned to fight alongside her boyfriend. If she had applied her previous financial knowledge, investing 10,000 yuan in such a stock would have been disrespectful to herself. But since Su Chen was optimistic about this stock, there must be a reason. Su Chen picked up his phone and called Zhang Jingyi from Junlin Capital. Once connected, Zhang Jingyi's respectful voice came through. Boss, good morning. Su Chen instructed, help me purchase 150 million yuan worth of Ruwashing Medical stocks. Okay. Zhang Jingyi initially thought nothing of it, but when she checked the page and realized it was an ST stock, her voice hesitated. Boss, are you sure this is the stock, an ST stock? Use my exclusive account. Understood. The call ended. Su Chen put away his phone and smiled slightly. Not having to operate it himself, just making a call, was indeed too comfortable. Lu Zixue's cold eyes flickered with surprise. Su Chen, you bought 150 million? Is that how much you bought? She thought Su Chen meant to buy a little, at most a few million for fun, but it turned out to be 150 million. That's a lot. Su Chen casually replied, my company just happened to have some liquid funds sitting there doing nothing, so I decided to use it. Lu Zixue was a bit puzzled. Your company? Which one? Oh, I forgot to tell you. Su Chen smiled nonchalantly. Junlin Capital in Shanghai City. It's just a small capital company. So it's Junlin Capital, it's your company. Lu Zixue's mouth slightly dropped open. But then she thought, given how well Su Chen understood finance, having a capital company was quite normal. Compared to the shares of Huayuan Group and Su Chen's identity as the head of Xianlong Security, which had shocked her, the appearance of Junlin Capital suddenly felt justified. Just learning this news made her a bit astonished. You're amazing, clearly studying media, yet you understand finance so thoroughly. Genius. Lu Zixue transformed into a praising girlfriend, her smile bright. After all, with Su Chen being so outstanding now, how could she not be happy as his girlfriend? I still have over 26 million in my little treasury, and I bought it all. Go ahead. Su Chen smiled lightly. If you lose, I'll reimburse you. That won't do. Lu Zixue shook her head firmly. If you lose, you'll lose even more than I do. How can I let you reimburse me? At worst, I'll just ask my dad for another 20 million. He still has quite a bit of money. Su Chen almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Losing money and asking her dad for cash? How filial. Due to at that moment, his phone rang. The caller was the beautiful girl, Lu Qingyue. Su Chen answered with a smile. Hello, Qingyue. Lu Qingyue's voice urged, lazy bum. Are you up yet? Come help me tune the race car? I've been up for a while, already finished breakfast. Then why didn't you say good morning to me? You made me come find you. Not proactive at all. Lu Qingyue's voice clearly carried a hint of grievance. Su Chen pouted, I was going to find you, but who knew you would call me? What a coincidence. I don't believe you. Lu Qingyue huffed lightly, clearly amused. Hurry down, it's time to go. My car is at the repair shop. You need to take me there. All right, let's meet in the lobby. Su Chen hung up the phone and looked at his girlfriend. Xiaoxue, we're heading out to tune the race car. The competition is in the afternoon. Okay. Lu Zixue nodded and then picked up a tissue to wipe the crumbs from the corner of her mouth. Su Chen stood up and looked out at the bright weather. Officially participating in the competition? He felt a bit of anticipation. In the hotel lobby, Su Chen took Lu Zixue down in the elevator. After scanning the surroundings, he spotted Lu Qingyue and Lu Yifeng, who also saw the two of them at the same time. The beautiful girl, lively and agile, walked over to them with her long legs. She didn't talk to the big bad Su Chen but instead affectionately linked arms with Lu Zixue, playfully asking, Sister Zixue, how did you sleep last night? Pretty well. Lu Zixue shyly raised her eyes and glanced at Su Chen. Last night, she had fallen asleep on Su Chen's body. She slept very soundly, but how could she say such things? So, did Su Chen bully you? If he misbehaves, I'll help you teach him a lesson. Lu Qingyue angrily waved her small fist, truly wanting to hit someone. Lu Zixue pressed down her hand, amused, and said, No, we get along very well. Don't worry. Oh. Lu Qingyue pouted, feeling a bit regretful that she couldn't justifiably hit Su Chen. Her eyes twinkled, and she mischievously asked, I live in the same neighborhood as Su Chen, did you know? I can help you keep an eye on him. I know, Su Chen mentioned it to me. Lu Zixue nodded slightly. She had been an only child since she was little, and suddenly having a girl who felt like a sister appear was quite endearing to her. She then said, in the future, when I go to Su Chen's house, maybe I can stop by your place to play. Sure, I'd love that. Lu Qingyue linked her arm with Lu Zixue's, feeling quite happy. Two stunning goddesses walking together truly resembled a beautiful painting. Su Chen thought it was great. Lu Qingyue and Lu Zixue getting along well was a good thing. However, this beautiful girl, Lu Qingyue, was playing with fire, which was a bit dangerous. Today, she was clearly filled with jealousy. It seemed he would need to find a time to appease her. Lu Yifeng, seeing this, felt it was best not to interrupt the harmonious atmosphere among the three, lest he seem a bit unnecessary. However, since Lu Qingyue was participating in such an important competition, as family, he still needed to keep up with her. After leaving the hotel, Su Chen and the others got into a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Following the address provided by Lu Qingyue, they drove to the UD Auto Repair Shop. This was the only designated repair point for the event, and the event organizers might come to film some behind-the-scenes clips for later broadcast. After a journey of about 10 minutes, they arrived. Once the car was parked, Lu Qingyue made a phone call and walked towards one of the workshops with Su Chen and the others. The mechanic greeted them with a smile. "Hello, Miss Lu." Lu Qingyue nodded slightly. "How is my car's repair going?" "Aside from a few dents on the car's exterior, everything inside is in good condition," the mechanic replied with a smile. In the automotive field, race car drivers hold a high status and are greatly respected, especially since they spend generously, making mechanics eager to serve them. Lu Qingyue was also aware of her car's condition. She sought out the mechanic as a precaution, worried she might have missed something during her own inspection. She walked towards the professionally modified black Hongqi H6. A red line traced its body, presenting a streamlined look, adorned with some event stickers, indicating it was a professional racing car. The front showed signs of collision, clearly the battle scars from 5 previous races. Lu Qingyue opened the hood, intending to check it herself, but suddenly a smile appeared on her lips. Right, since Su Chen was participating in the race with her, she could let him help her check it. "Su Chen, come take a look at the car, I don't really understand it," the beautiful girl said sweetly, pulling Su Chen's arm to ask for his help. Su Chen smiled. As a supercar god, no one understood cars better than him. He leaned over and began to seriously check the configurations: engine, fuel system, intake, exhaust, power steering, and so on. Soon, he had the answer. "There really isn't much of a problem. You can clean the intake. There are some oil stains left inside." "Okay." The mechanic understood. Professional race car drivers indeed had stricter control over their vehicles. Lu Qingyue felt reassured and smiled as she asked, "Is there anything else that needs adjusting?" Su Chen stepped back a few paces, looking at the vehicle, changed the tires to rain tires. "It rained yesterday, and the track will be damp with a lot of standing water." Lu Qingyue's lips curled into a smile as she looked at the mechanic. "Thank you." The mechanic nodded and immediately got busy. At this moment, several figures appeared at the workshop door, all wearing mocking smiles. A familiar voice came through. "Lu Yifeng, long time no see."